In the decade following the apocalypse, women of lesser combat abilities have perished in droves, resulting in a catastrophic imbalance in the male-to-female ratio. Tragically, it was only during this dire time that society discovered a critical truth. Beyond level 9, only those with a fixed partner possess the potential for advancement. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. Today is the day for you to select your husbands. Everyone, please make yourselves presentable and be swift, called out an attendant from the Women's Protection Center. Upon hearing this, all the occupants of the room began to stir, as they were all precisely 18 years old this month. Among them was Gu Shuriwei, who was not originally from this place. She had been inexplicably transported here just days prior. She had simply dozed off at home, only to awaken in a desolate building surrounded by beasts. A mere glance out the window had left her pale with terror. For 3 days, she had remained holed up in that building, without food or water, too frightened to step outside. Having grown up in a peaceful era, she had never encountered such a scene and had never even cared for horror films. Fortunately, she was discovered by Huayu, who led a hunting team out of the city, and he brought her back to the base. During her days at the Women's Protection Center, Gu Shuriwei gradually uncovered the grim realities of the apocalypse and began to comprehend the nature of her new surroundings. Gu Shuriwei, are you afraid? She had made a friend at the center named Jiang Shuyue. Their shared names seemed to bind them by fate. Jiang appeared quite anxious. Whether one extends their neck or retracts it, the outcome is the same. It matters not. Gu Shuriwei, with her adaptable disposition, accepted her fate in this apocalyptic world, resigned to go with the flow. You are quite beautiful. Surely you will be chosen by a strong man. I, however, am left to wonder what will become of me, Jiang Shuyue expressed enviously, observing Gu Shiyu's fair and youthful appearance, which starkly contrasted with that of the other women in this dire setting. The last group that had escorted her to the center had nearly been entranced by her presence. The base enforced strict regulations, mandating that any woman encountered in the wild must be returned to the Women's Service Center for allocation. Moreover, she had encountered Huiyu's team. The son of the base leader, had it not been for their intervention, Gu Shuriwei might have faced unspeakable horrors. You are overthinking it. The current male-to-female ratio is a staggering 1,000 to 1. Whoever chooses you will undoubtedly be a formidable individual. Gu Shuriwei was acutely aware of her incongruity among the women of the apocalypse, for she had escaped the suffering they endured. In a sea of emaciated, refugee-like women, Gu Shiyu's complexion was radiant and smooth, her skin plump and elastic, her hair soft and clean, and she bore a hint of healthy fullness. In terms of physique alone, she outshone the women of this harsh world, captivating the attention of every man who laid eyes on her. Even Huiyu, surrounded by an abundance of fair-skinned female abilities, found himself drawn to her. Consequently, he had protected her throughout her journey, which accounted for her lack of suffering. As the years of the apocalypse wore on, the weaker and more vulnerable individuals had perished, leaving behind a treasure trove of women. Even the nefarious brothels had shuddered, as the practitioners of vice had been entirely consumed. Especially now, according to the latest research from the base, upon reaching level 9, one must choose a partner, otherwise it becomes exceedingly difficult to overcome the challenges of advancing from level 9 to level 10. Due to the unique physiological characteristics of women, they possess the ability to absorb and neutralize volatile energies, thereby facilitating the process of ascendance. Even warriors who do not seek advancement benefit from the presence of a female companion, as it brings about tranquility, preventing them from succumbing to explosive demise. The status of women has reached unprecedented heights. However, there exists a significant disparity among the powerful. Surely you can select the best. Jiang Shuyue found herself unable to discern whether she felt envy or jealousy. There is no absolute best. The one who treats you well is the best. Gu Shuriwei teased her, understanding that in the post-apocalyptic world, humanity harbors an inherent admiration for strength. Nevertheless, marriage is not merely about choosing the strongest. Jiang Shuyue struggled to comprehend the prolonged apocalypse had left these newly adult young women, who were once mere elementary school students before the world fell apart, devoid of a proper education. The Women's Protection Center had only been established for a year previously. She had survived in the base solely due to her family's protection. Unfortunately, her brother had perished a year ago during an expedition, leaving her bereft of his guardianship and nearly sold into a life of darkness. She yearned for the strongest partner, yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations, particularly since her ability level was a mere 2 quite low indeed. However, She cast a discreet glance at Gu Shiyue, acknowledging that it was better than having no awakening at all. A flicker of confidence surged within her. After all, among this group of women, few had awakened their powers. Year, have you not awakened your powers yet? Jiang Shiyue inquired with concern. Not yet. Not even a sign of awakening? Jiang Shiyue pressed on. None. Gu Shiyue replied. In truth, she had experienced frequent dizziness lately, a symptom indicative of awakening. However, it could also be attributed to hunger, as resources were scarce in this desolate world, and she had certainly not been well fed in recent days. Thus, Gu Shiyue was not deliberately concealing anything. She herself remained uncertain. What a pity. You are so beautiful. If only you had powers, it would be even better. Jiang Shiyue lamented. For in the apocalypse, mere beauty holds little value. People prioritize strength above all. Enough talk, it's time to go out. Gu Shiyue signaled Jiang Shiyue to be silent, as the aunt had glanced at them several times already. Everyone donned their finest attire, washing their hands and faces in a world where water was scarce. Such an act was a luxury. The group gathered in the square, where they would commence their selection of partners. Of course, this selection was mutual. With only 12 adult women available, the number of strong participants exceeded 100. This meant that only 12 strong individuals could choose a female partner, while the remaining 100 would have to depart in disappointment, awaiting the next opportunity to accrue enough points. In the crowd, Gu Shiyue instantly spotted Huiyu and Du Li, the very individuals who had brought her to the base. She greeted them with a radiant smile, which elicited gasps from the crowd. Clearly, her smile had captivated the post-apocalyptic warriors who had long been deprived of the sight of a normal woman. Gu Shiyue noticed Hui's expression darkening. All right, the partner selection event begins. The speaker is Ms. Du Peilon, the esteemed president of the Women's Protection Center and a formidable level 18 female superhuman. As a high-ranking official within the base, her mere presence commands silence, a testament to the respect afforded to the powerful. Now, I shall announce the rules. A total of 12 ladies will seek husbands. One lady will take the stage at a time, and any interested gentleman may step forward to introduce themselves. If a lady finds a gentleman appealing, she may select him directly. Should she choose not to, the gentlemen who have taken the stage will engage in a contest, with the victor earning the right to accompany the lady. The crowd murmured among themselves. This method appeared promising, yet it bore its own drawbacks. Indeed, amidst the assembly of men, one voice rose in challenge. If I contest her choice, may I initiate a challenge? Ms. Du replied with a knowing glance. Certainly. After all, in this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. The ladies present were engulfed in despair. Would have been promised as a mutual selection. Process revealed itself to be a hierarchy where only the strong held sway. They found themselves devoid of true autonomy in their choices. Chapter 2. Choosing a husband. How could these formidable women select a partner within a women's protection center? The women here were merely a collection of nurtured weaklings. The highest level of extraordinary ability barely reached level 3. There were even many ordinary individuals like Gu Shiyue among them. The weak had no right to refuse. Silence enveloped the room, with some women huddling together, trembling with fear. Gu Shiyue pressed her lips together, feeling the grip of fear herself. In the chaotic world, human nature was complex. If selected by a scoundrel, her future would be fraught with peril. She suddenly began to loathe herself, regretting her cowardice for not bravely stepping out of the abandoned building, perhaps awakening her abilities and gaining the power of self-defense. Her longing for the stable life at the base came with a steep price. The first to step forward was Wang Xiaoyan. Ms. Du called out to a frail girl who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. It was likely a result of long-term malnutrition causing developmental delays. Her emaciated frame resembled that of a young boy, devoid of any feminine traits. This, in fact, was a common image of women in the apocalypse. She walked onto the stage, trembling, tears welling in her eyes, presenting a pitiable sight. Many strong individuals immediately began to shout, startling her into retreating 3 steps, nearly toppling over. Silence. Those who do not wish to participate, leave. Ms. Du's commanding presence silenced the crowd with a single phrase. Witnessing this, Gu Shiyue couldn't help but reflect that indeed, power dictated authority. As everyone settled down, Ms. Du continued, those interested in Wang Xiaoyan, please come forward. At her words, over 30 strong individuals leaped onto the stage. Evidently, many had recognized the loophole in the rules. One could choose multiple times, increasing their chances. Indeed, clever children, Ms. Du remarked, though she hinted that opportunities and human hearts must be carefully weighed. The astute individuals present turned their attention away from the stage and toward the remaining women, and indeed, their gazes no longer lingered on those on stage. Gu Shiwei shared this sentiment. She meticulously memorized the faces below, unwilling to end up with a fickle partner. Though they technically possessed no choice, Gu Shiwei resolved to remain aware of her situation. She refused to become someone else's second choice. Many on stage came to a realization as well, their faces paling, yet pride prevented them from stepping down. An awkward predicament indeed. What Gu Shiwei and the others did not know was that merely having female support was insufficient to advance. Mutual trust was essential. Otherwise, the likelihood of success would remain slim. Xiaoyan, dear child, it's your turn to choose, Miss Du said with a warm smile directed at Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan's complexion grew increasingly pale. She closed her eyes and pointed to someone who appeared to have a gentle demeanor. Excellent. Lu Yang, please step forward. Ms. Du clearly held familiarity with this group of strong individuals, effortlessly calling out their names. The young man named Lu Yang approached Wang Xiaoyan with a cheerful disposition. Is there anyone who contests this choice? Step forward if you do, Ms. Du inquired. As soon as the words fell, 6 individuals stepped forward. I refuse to accept this. So do I. Excellent. You possess spirit. Since you are unwilling to concede, let us engage in duels, 2 by 2. The victors, along with Lu Yang, shall face off again until we determine the ultimate champion. The others hastily descended from the stage, clearing the way for them. Ultimately, a victor emerged, but regrettably, it was not Lu Yang. It was a burly bald man, whose physique could easily overshadow Wang Xiaoyan by 3 or 4 times. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiaoyan fainted in terror. Alas, it was of no consequence, as Ms. Du promptly declared, the winner is Lu Yang. Carry off your bride. The bald man then erupted into laughter, lifting Wang Xiaoyan as though she were a mere chick. This sight instilled further fear in all the women present, who dreaded becoming the next to be called upon. Yet, what is destined cannot be evaded. The subsequent ladies were unable to select their desired partners. Some even began to abandon their choices entirely, opting for a more primal approach. Whoever wins the fight goes with them. After all, choosing seemed futile. Next up was Jiang Shuwei. At last, her turn had come. I'm scared, she confessed. It's all right. Just imagine them as radishes. Gu Shiwei encouraged her. A chuckle escaped Jiang Shuwei as she embraced Gu Shiwei. Thank you. I'm going. With this smile, many chose her, as no one wished to bring home a weeping woman. Lin Qin counted, and nearly 40 had chosen her, despite many having taken the stage multiple times. Jiang Shuwei, following Lin Qin's advice, envisioned them as radishes, and indeed, her fear dissipated. When it came time for the selection phase, she opted out entirely. After all radishes appeared alike. Ultimately, Jiang Shuwei was escorted away by a seemingly cold man. Next was Gu Shiwei. At last, her moment had arrived. Taking a deep breath, she ascended the stage. The crowd gasped. It turned out that nearly all the men had come forward, including Huoyu and Du Li. Gu Shiwei had noticed that these two had been merely observing the spectacle, never stepping up. To her surprise, both had chosen her. She felt a wave of gratitude, realizing they were supporting her. It seems even heroes falter before the beauty of a woman, Miss Du teased, for Gu Shiwei had little to offer beyond her appearance. Now, it was time for the lady selection. Gu Shiwei, whom do you choose? Who to choose? Does it need to be said? Well, you had already signaled to her. Choose me. Aware of his formidable strength and background, and having spent a few days together, she recognized his good character. As it was evident he held a fondness for her. With determination, Gu Shiwei pointed to Huoyu. I choose him. Ms. Du raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh, it's little you. You are also here to choose a wife. Surprised, she remarked, I never expected this. Ms. Du, Gu Shiwei has chosen me. Huoyu's lips curled into a smile, clearly in good spirits. To marry is to marry, and naturally, he would select someone pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, this woman possesses discernment and chose him without hesitation. Understood. Step forward. Ms. Du was delighted for him. Who could possibly object? She merely inquired out of routine. For after all, Huoyu was notoriously domineering at the base. Who would dare to challenge his claim? To her astonishment, someone indeed stepped forward. Ms. Du's curiosity was piqued, and she turned to see who possessed such audacity, only to find her eyelid twitching. Mu Xiao. You mischievous rascal, what are you up to? Who is Mu Xiao? You may ask. He is her nephew, the beloved son of her sister-in-law. Aunt, I am not causing a ruckus. I have merely set my sights on Gu Shiwei, and I refuse to yield to Huoyu. I challenge him. Ms. Du inwardly cursed. This impudent lad had surely seen women as fair as her. Yet he was behaving as if he had never encountered such beauty before. How could her sister-in-law, with her lofty standards, ever consider Gu Shiwei a mere vase with neither family background nor extraordinary abilities? It is worth noting that her family was quite distinguished in the capital base, not inferior to the Huo family's influence. Very well. Let the two of you engage in combat. Such is the custom, and Ms. Du dared not defy the established order. Chapter 3. Defiance Huiyu. Throughout our lives, you have always overshadowed me, even in the selection of a spouse. I refuse to accept this. I challenge you, Mu Xiu declared, his voice brimming with bravado. If you dare, come and fight. Huiyu, a man of few words, swiftly drew his red tassel spear. The two engaged in fierce combat on the stage. At this moment, Gu Shiwei realized that Huiyu possessed space-based abilities, while Mu Xiu wielded fire-based powers. In terms of abilities, Mu Xiu was at a disadvantage. Huiyu's red tassel spear was evidently a remarkable weapon, easily overpowering Mu Xiu's long sword. In just a few exchanges, Huiyu had the spear pointed at Mu Xiu's throat. Will you concede? Bah. You rely on your weapon's might. This victory lacks honor. If you have the courage, fight without the red tassel spear. Mu Xiu retorted furiously. Huiyu smirked. Oh, how well the Mu family has shielded you. What do you mean? Mu Xiu was left bewildered. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, he still retained such naivety. The Mu family truly regarded him as a cherished gem. Huiyu scoffed. As a second-generation heir himself, he had spent years in the wild, always striving with utmost effort, never daring to slacken his resolve. Yet Mu Xiu naively demanded that his opponent abandon his advantageous weapon. Mu Xiu turned away, clearly unwilling to speak further. Observing this, Miss Du understood that her nephew felt embarrassed. The victor is Huiyu. You may take your bride now. Huiyu sheathed his spear, nodded to Ms. Du, and approached Gu Shiwei, taking her hand as he said, Come with me. Gu Shiwei offered no resistance and obediently followed him. At that moment, she felt as if awakening from a dream, realizing she had made the right choice. Although unaware of why Huiyu had selected her, she felt elated, as it was undoubtedly preferable to marrying a man of unknown origins. As they departed, Shiwei exchanged a nod with Du Li, who raised both thumbs in approval. Clearly pleased for her, Huiyu led Gu Shiwei to his residence, a charming villa nestled among high-ranking warriors. From now on, you will reside here. If you need anything, speak to Du Li. He will ensure your needs are met. Try not to venture outside too much. Understanding that she could only rely on Huiyu for the time being, Gu Shiwei willingly embraced her role as a dutiful wife. Are we the only ones living here? Yes, my parents also reside in this community, but this unit is exclusively ours. Huiyu casually settled onto the sofa. Sit. I wish to converse with you. Gu Shiwei sat down, somewhat apprehensively. Do you dislike me? Huiyu inquired, taking her hands in his. She quickly shook her head. Since their first encounter, Huiyu had always acted as her protector. How could she harbor any dislike for him? Do you mind if I touch you? Huiyu asked, gently squeezing her delicate hand. Once again, she shook her head. Huiyu was handsome and powerful, and being with him brought her a sense of security. She did not resent his touch. Do you feel wrong marrying me? Gu Shiwei's eyes widened in surprise as she immediately shook her head. How could she feel wronged? It was evident that she was the one who had reached for the stars. Huiyu sighed in relief, a rare blush gracing his handsome features. That is wonderful to hear. I have liked you since our very first meeting. I hope to spend my life with you. His words were both direct and fervent. Gu Shiwei was genuinely startled. This person was exceedingly direct. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she attempted to withdraw her hands, yet found herself unable to move them. You, let go. Gu Shiwei's voice was scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Huiyu felt as though a feather had lightly brushed against his heart, igniting a fervent desire to completely possess her at that very moment. However, he restrained himself, unwilling to frighten her. With a hint of regret, Huiyu released her, prompting Gu Shiwei to immediately shift aside, creating some distance between them, which allowed her to breathe more easily. She had felt as though her very breath was entwined with his. It was simply too intimate. She gently patted her flushed cheeks. Huiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed his little wife still harbored some resistance towards him, but he was patient and willing to take his time. I have transferred some contribution points to your account. You can purchase anything you desire, but you must accompany me. If I am not around, seek out Du Li. Gu Shiwei nodded in agreement. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone possessed a newly developed wristwatch, resembling a traditional watch but brimming with functionalities. It facilitated communication, served as a personal identification symbol, and enabled both online and offline shopping with a simple wrist swipe, effectively replacing the functions of a mobile phone. Gu Shiwei owned one, a gift from Huiyu, far superior to the generic model distributed by the Women's Protection Center. She had envied it greatly, particularly the one belonging to Luo Shuwei. May I purchase some clothing? Gu Shiwei inquired hesitantly, as she had only the pajamas she wore upon arrival, and while the Women's Protection Center had provided her with a set of work attire, it was so poorly crafted that it had chafed her skin. It was my oversight. Come with me. Huiyu took her to the master bedroom on the second floor. This is our room, and this is the walk-in closet filled with clothes prepared just for you. The bathroom is right next door. You can take a shower first. There are no restrictions on water usage here. Gu Shiyue's eyes sparkled with joy. Heaven knows, she hadn't bathed since the onset of the apocalypse. Water resources had been contaminated, and only level 1 purified water was available for bathing, which was a luxury even the base could scarcely afford for drinking. Consequently, most survivors were grimy and unkempt, enduring years without a proper wash. Gu Shirwei had truly had enough of this situation. Marrying Huiyu had unexpectedly granted her this precious opportunity, and she felt immensely satisfied. The clothing and accessories in the room were of little importance in comparison to her longing for a bath. All she could think about was cleansing herself. She felt as though she might stink from neglect. The apocalypse was truly dreadful. Noticing her eagerness, Huiyu refrained from further conversation, instead explaining the various switches and bathing supplies in the bathroom before stepping out. Gu Shirwei hastily selected a dress and a set of undergarments from the closet and entered the bathroom. As she turned on the shower, it felt as though she had come back to life. She quickly washed herself, fully aware of the preciousness of water in this world, and emerged promptly. Huiyu was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon seeing Gu Shirwei emerge, he gestured for her to come over. She obediently complied, sitting beside him. As Huiyu's eyes twinkled with affection, drawing her into his embrace. "Ah, you are back. Quite well done. Very obedient. Perhaps next time." Huiyu, lost in thought, hastily finished the call and disconnected. In a swift motion, he playfully pecked at Gu Shiyue's delicate face. Immediately, he erupted into laughter. Reminiscent of a mischievous boy reveling in his successful prank, Gu Shirwei widened her eyes in disbelief, pondering how someone could be so juvenile. She had anticipated that. Having cleaned up, Huiyu would eagerly seize the moment to fulfill their marital duties, yet he exhibited such innocence instead. It was truly unexpected for Gu Shirwei. However, her fondness for Huiyu surged instantly. Marrying such a person seemed rather appealing. In a moment of spontaneity, Gu Shirwei leaned in and planted a kiss on Huiyu's face, leaving him utterly frozen in surprise. This time, it was Gu Shiyue's turn to chuckle softly. Chapter 4. Extraordinary Powers. Yeah. Huiyu gazed at Gu Shirwei with bright, sparkling eyes, realizing that she did not reject him after all. His heart raced with exhilaration. In a fervent display of affection, Huiyu embraced Gu Shirwei and began to kiss her indiscriminately, clearly lacking in experience, as their teeth often collided. Observing this, Gu Shirwei intentionally softened her body, allowing him to take the lead. Unfortunately, the inexperienced Huiyu was utterly clumsy. Although Gu Shirwei was prepared to surrender herself, Huiyu became flustered, sweat trickling down his forehead, failing to find the right approach. Ultimately, the moment passed unfulfilled as lunchtime approached, with Gu Shirwei's stomach growling in hunger. However, their relationship had undeniably deepened. The midday meal was sent over by Huiyu's parents, who, aware of Gu Shirwei's presence, had thoughtfully increased the portions. Gu Shirwei savored the meal, declaring it the most satisfying she had enjoyed since the apocalypse began. During her time at the Women's Protection Center, her daily sustenance consisted solely of a meager bun and a small bottle of water. Here, she feasted on a balanced spread of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a large bowl of roasted exotic beast meat and a generous serving of rice. Regrettably, her appetite had diminished due to prolonged hunger, and she could not consume much before feeling full. Huiyu, however, did not mind and polished off the leftovers, as extraordinary beings required substantial nourishment daily. Particularly, exotic beast meat and plants effectively replenished energy. Since Gu Shirwei had yet to awaken her powers, she could only indulge in the milder exotic plants, completely avoiding the beast meat. That large bowl of roasted meat was reserved for Huiyu. Even though she only consumed the exotic plants, she felt a comforting warmth in her belly. In the afternoon, Gu Shirwei spent time online, chatting with Zhuo, who seemed preoccupied and uninterested in responding. Gu Shirwei speculated that Zhuo was likely busy with her own affairs. Huiyu had gone to see his parents, leaving Gu Shirwei behind. While she felt a tinge of disappointment, she also sighed in relief, unprepared to meet his family just yet. In the evening, Huiyu returned with a cheerful demeanor, bringing dinner. Although Gu Shirwei felt she was particularly hungry, she couldn't resist sampling the dishes, especially the bowl of minced meat porridge that rejuvenated her after such a long time without meat. This was specially prepared for her by Huiyu, made with ordinary chicken. In the apocalyptic world, mutated flora and fauna were abundant, yet ordinary animals had become more scarce than even the endangered species of the past. The fact that Huiyu procured this bowl of meat porridge spoke volumes of his thoughtfulness. Gu Shirwei felt a warm glow in her heart. Later that evening, after they had washed up, the two resumed their earlier unfinished activities. Huiyu, having sought wisdom in the afternoon, was no longer as awkward that night. Gu Shirwei willingly cooperated, suppressing her embarrassment and guiding him gently. At last, everything fell into place. In the instant they concluded, Gu Shiyue felt an immense surge of energy erupt within her. The force overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Yeah. In her dazed state, Gu Shiyue sensed Huiyu's frantic voice calling out to her, before she slipped into unconsciousness. The following day, when Gu Shiyue awoke, she perceived the sound of breathing by her bedside. She also heard distant footsteps from downstairs. The whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops, and the incessant dripping of a faucet in the bathroom that had not been turned off properly. It seemed as if her senses had heightened. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that her vision appeared to have sharpened as well. She twitched her nose, noting an enhancement in her sense of smell too. It was evident to her that all 5 senses had been amplified. Yeah, are you awake? Huiyu exclaimed, gripping Gu Shiyue's shoulders with excitement, scrutinizing her for any signs of discomfort. What is wrong with me? Gu Shiyue inquired, puzzled. All she could recall was a surge of energy exploding within her, after which she lost consciousness immediately. Huiyu, blushing slightly, explained, since it was our first time. The energy was overwhelming, and you fainted. However, you were fortunate. Your supernatural abilities have awakened. Last night, he had been frightened and wrapped Gu Shiyue in a blanket before rushing to find his mother. His mother was a master alchemist and healer, and with just a glance, she discerned the cause of the issue. With an exasperated tone, she reassured her son, it's nothing serious. Your long-preserved purity is quite powerful, and she couldn't quite handle it. She will be fine upon waking. But why did she faint? Can't you treat her? Huiyu pleaded with his mother to provide Gu Shiyue with some healing until she successfully awakened her supernatural powers, which finally put him at ease. Gu Shiyue had not anticipated that she would meet her mother-in-law under such circumstances. I have awakened supernatural abilities? Gu Shiyue exclaimed with joy, finally understanding why her senses felt heightened. What kind of abilities are they? She asked eagerly. In the realm of apocalyptic narratives, female protagonists typically possessed abilities such as plant manipulation, purification, healing, water control, or mental prowess. She wondered which category she would belong to. Try to channel your energy this way, Huiyu instructed, guiding Gu Shiyue through the process of activating her powers. Indeed, before long, she managed to summon a small flow of water. Its water manipulation, quite useful. Isn't it useful? In this apocalyptic world, water is scarce, and the outdoor sources are contaminated. Anyone who comes in contact with it risks becoming violently berserk. If I can sell water, I can lead a stable life in the base. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing she had the weakest water abilities. Huiyu took a sip from the water pooled in Gu Shiyue's palm, leaving her blushing with embarrassment. This water, What's the matter? Gu Shiyue asked nervously, wondering if the weakest water abilities could still hold surprises. If I'm not mistaken, this should be level 3 purified water. Level 3. Gu Shiyue could hardly believe it. She had never encountered level 3 purified water before. It was said that level 1 purified water was used for daily living in their base, with a purification rate of over 70. Level 2 was for drinking, boasting a purification rate above 80, while level 3 had a purification rate exceeding 90, remarkably effective in eliminating volatile energy from the human body. Gu Shiyue had read about the causes of the apocalypse, which stemmed from a meteorite crashing to Earth, bringing forth an energy that caused mutations in global flora and fauna, leading humans to awaken their supernatural abilities. While this was fundamentally a positive occurrence, the energy was notoriously volatile, causing mutated beasts and plants to become exceedingly aggressive, resulting in widespread human extinction. Surviving humanity has mastered the utilization of energy. However, a moment's carelessness can lead to catastrophic explosions within one's body. Research has revealed that one effective method to curb this volatile energy is the level 3 purification water. Yeah, you are a genius, Huiyu exclaimed, embracing Gu Shiyue with fervor, for he had always known that his wife radiated brilliance, standing out amidst the crowd. Gu Shiyue, somewhat bewildered, had initially believed she belonged to the realm of the mediocre, only to discover she was, in fact, a treasure. Is it not true that level 3 purification water can only be produced when one's water ability reaches level 3? Her understanding of abilities was rather limited, gleaned only from superficial online sources. Ahem, who told you that? Level 3 purification water is not something just anyone can possess. Many water ability users, even those at level 10 and above, can still only produce level 2 purification water within the entire Dawn base. You are the sole individual capable of generating level 3 purification water. Including you, there are merely 5 people globally. Now, do you comprehend the extent of your genius? Chapter 5. The Pearl. Huiyu was astonished by Gu Shiyue's lack of common sense. Was it just him? Gu Shiyue appeared anxious. She wouldn't be confined and subjected to prolonged torment, would she? You are mine, and no one dares to harm you. Rest assured, Huiyu fervently vowed. For his beloved Yeye was a precious treasure he must protect. However, he realized that his strength alone was insufficient. Yeah, come with me to meet my parents tonight. He felt it imperative to bring his parents into the fold to safeguard her. Isn't it a bit too soon? Gu Shiwei expressed her nervousness. Will you refrain from revealing that his mother had already met her the previous night? No. We are a family. We will meet eventually. Very well, Gu Shiwei acknowledged. Knowing that this day would inevitably arrive, all that Gu Shiwei possessed was bestowed upon her by Huoyu, save for her water ability. Thus, she found a bottle, filled it with approximately 10 milliliters of level 3 water, and exhausted her ability in the process. Let us take this as a gift. Gu Shiwei sought Huoyu's approval, feeling it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. All right. No need to prepare anything else. They lack for nothing, Huoyu assured her. The residence of his parents was conveniently adjacent to theirs, just a few steps away. An elderly aunt opened the door. Ah, Xiaoyu is back. Mr. and Mrs. are at home awaiting your return. And is this the young mistress? She is truly beautiful. Wang aunt, please attend to your tasks. I will take Yeye to meet my parents. Huoyu deftly avoided Wang aunt's attempt to take the water from his hands. Upon entering the living room, indeed, Huoyu's parents were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Father, mother, I've brought Yeye back to see you. Huoyu bellowed eagerly from a distance. Hello, uncle. Aunt, Gu Shiwei greeted politely. Huo's parents were warm and welcoming. Yeye, do sit down. This rascal has been speaking of you for quite some time. Mother, Yeye has awakened her water ability. This is the water she produced. Please have a look. Huoyu could hardly contain his excitement as he showcased his treasure. It was merely level 1 purified water. Was it truly worthy of such fervent display? Gu Shiwei then noticed a girl seated beside Huo's mother, seemingly 17 or 18. With a cherubic face, dressed in a full Lolita outfit, puffing her cheeks in discontent. Mo Mingzhu, what brings you to my home? Huoyu was taken aback by her presence as well. Brother Yu, how can you speak to me in such a manner? Mo Mingzhu exclaimed incredulously. When have I not spoken to you like this? Let me tell you, I am already taken. Do not come near me. Huoyu retorted, behaving as though she were a contagion, closely sitting beside Gu Shiwei and wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yeah, you must protect me. Seeing his playful antics, Gu Shiwei could hardly muster any indignation and merely patted his hand in a comforting gesture. However, he seized her hand and began to play with it, leaving Gu Shiwei feeling utterly embarrassed as she attempted to withdraw it. Rascal, Mingzhu is your sister. You should be more accommodating. Huo's mother interjected, exasperated by their bickering, as they had been childhood friends yet could not meet without quarreling. I know. Huoyu was in a state of agitation. Yeah. Xiaoyu has grown up alongside Mingzhu. Please do not overthink it. Huo's mother also attempted to soothe Gu Shiwei, clearly demonstrating her diplomatic nature. Gu Shiwei nodded obediently. As the dynamics of their relationship remained unclear to her, it was perhaps wise to remain silent. Aunt Wan, did you not say you would have me as your daughter-in-law? Why has that promise now become void? Mingzhu questioned loudly, tears welling in her eyes. Huo's mother felt quite awkward and was about to explain when Huoyu erupted. I never consented. If you wish to be my mother's daughter-in-law, she ought to have another child. Such nonsense. At this moment, Huo's father, who had been like an invisible man, finally spoke up. Marriage is not a child's play. Huoyu is already married. Previous words hold no weight. Mingzhu's tears streamed down her face. Aunt Wan, you clearly promised. Huo's mother awkwardly replied. Mingzhu, you were only 3 at that time. I was merely jesting. It was my fault, I apologize. Brother Yu, do you truly not like me? Mingzhu cried pitifully, evoking even Gu Shiwei's sympathy. I have never professed to like you. My heart belongs solely to my Yeye. Huoyu tightened his embrace around Gu Shiwei. Yeye, trust me, I share no connection with her. My affections are solely for you. Before Gu Shiwei could respond, Mingzhu burst into tears and fled. Mingzhu, Huo's mother panicked. Xiaoyu, go after Mingzhu. Do not let her do something foolish. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I refuse. Huoyu retorted. Mother, today is Yeye's first visit, and you have left Mingzhu here. What is the meaning of this? Huoyu seemed to perceive his mother for the first time, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. You little rascal, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting your mother? Huo's father could no longer contain himself. Huo's mother felt embarrassed by Huoyu's words, as her actions indeed resembled those of an antagonistic mother-in-law. Yet, she could not help but worry for Mingzhu. No, I must check on Mingzhu. She is but a young girl and could be in danger. With that, she attempted to rise. Gu Shiwei felt a pang of discomfort. It appeared that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would not be harmonious. Sit down, Huo's father commanded. No, old Hua, that child Mingzhu. Sit down. Your daughter-in-law is visiting for the first time, and look at what you have done. Old Bu, go and escort Mingzhu home safely. Huo's father ordered, thus solidifying the matter. Yeah, I am truly sorry. Your mother-in-law did not intend any harm. She simply regarded Mingzhu as her own daughter, which led to this misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against her. Hua's mother seemed to awaken from a dream, realizing she had been undermining her daughter-in-law all along. Yeah, I apologize. It was my fault. You have been wronged. Uncle and aunt, it is all right. People naturally have varying degrees of closeness, and I understand. Despite this being their first meeting, Gu Shiwei felt no emotional connection with them. She could endure the cold treatment. Mother, I wish for you to remember. I do not have feelings for Mingzhu. I am already married. I do not wish for you to bring her before me again, as it causes me considerable distress. The weight of Huayu's words was palpable. Tears streamed down Hua's mother's face, and Hua's father shot him a glare. How dare you speak to your mother like that? Huayu pouted and took Gu Shiwei's hand, intent on leaving. Yeah. Let us depart. We are not welcome here. Gu Shiwei found herself in a most awkward predicament, unable to decide whether to stay or go. You scoundrel. Sit down. Hua's father was furious. What more must be done to appease her? Indeed, she is but an orphan. Even the leaders of the base have offered their apologies to her. Yet what more does she desire? Thus, it seems that her humble origins and lack of power render her deserving of such disdain. Chapter 6. Worka. This wife was won by me. To look down upon her is to look down upon myself. Since this household does not welcome her, I shall take my leave as well. Huayu's face flushed with anger. Gu Shiwei placatingly patted his hand. Do not be hasty. I suspect that uncle and aunt do not mean it this way. Let us converse amiably. Huayu managed to restrain his temper, stating, Father, Mother, I have long informed you that I have someone I cherish, yet you chose to embarrass her on her very first day here. Have you considered her feelings? Hua's mother wept incessantly, burying her face in Hua's father's embrace, clearly unwilling to speak further. Having already apologized to Gu Shiwei once, she felt she had exhausted her patience. Enough. Let this matter pass. No one is to mention it again. Hua's father declared decisively. Father, Mother, I cannot consume this meal today. From now on, we shall cook for ourselves. We will no longer dine with you. Yeah, let us depart. Huayu grasped Gu Shiwei's hand and left in a flurry. Gu Shiwei heard Hua's mother's cries intensify behind them, while Hua's father suppressed his fury to comfort her. Throughout their journey home, Huayu remained irate, yet Gu Shiwei, though saddened, felt a profound joy at his unwavering support. Upon arriving home, Huayu held Gu Shiwei tightly. They will regret it. My Yaya is so wonderful, so exceptional. Gu Shiwei, moved, embraced Huayu in return, nuzzling her cheek against him. Regrettably, she was unaware of the young man's lack of self-control. He eagerly sought her lips, and in broad daylight, the two became entangled on the sofa. As there were no barriers between them, both psychologically and physically, Gu Shiwei wholly absorbed the fervent energy emanating from Huayu. Once their energies harmonized, the impulsive nature dissipated and reverberated back to Huayu. This exchange naturally led Huayu to break through his limits, achieving level 10. In truth, he should have advanced last time, but Gu Shiwei's fainting had startled him back. This time, the breakthrough was a seamless progression. Advancement is not a trivial matter. If either party harbors doubts or resistance, the harmonization of energies cannot occur, rendering the effort futile. Huayu's successful advancement undoubtedly attests to the strength of their bond, and thus, both were filled with elation. The person I adore happens to cherish me as well. Truly, this is one of the most splendid occurrences in existence. After his advancement, Huayu felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him, compelling him to continue his pursuit of Gu Shiwei. Gu Shiwei reaped the benefits as well. Huayu's immense energy propelled her to rise 3 levels. The two spent an entire day in blissful intimacy at home, leaving Gu Shiwei utterly exhausted. With dinner being ordered in by Huayu, observing him frowning while consuming takeout, she realized that the young master was unaccustomed to it. She sighed. Resolutely deciding to diligently cultivate her abilities, she no longer wished to endure the feeling of being belittled due to Mo Mingzhu's interference. Huayu had not yet had the chance to inform his parents about Gu Shiwei's extraordinary abilities, and thus, they remained oblivious. Gu Shiwei sensed that her powers were brimming, and by the end of the day, she had already gathered a full leader. Uncertain of how to manage the situation, Gu Shiwei entrusted everything to Huayu. Elated, he went to seek out his uncle. His uncle, Huating, the foremost pharmacist in Huagua, seemed a fitting person to consult regarding the matter. Indeed, upon learning of Gu Shiwei's extraordinary abilities, Huating immediately declared his acceptance of her as a niece-in-law. He even arranged for her employment at his research institute, requiring only a daily supply of a specific quantity of grade 3 water. Thus, Gu Shiwei finally secured a legitimate position, now recognized as a researcher. Huating further provided her with a dedicated security detail, ensuring her safety during her comings and goings. Huating, a lifelong bachelor yet to marry, had remained at level 9 for an extended period. As a pharmacist, he was indifferent to the prospect of promotion. having postponed it until now. With Gu Shiyue's consistent supply of grade 3 water, he would soon achieve a breakthrough. Just a week would suffice. The primary obstacle to his advancement had always been the tumultuous energy. Once its volatile nature was subdued, promotion would be effortlessly attainable. This will be your workspace. You may supply water as you see fit, and the Institute will compensate you based on the market value of your contributions, Ting stated. Sporting frameless glasses and a white shirt buttoned to the top, he exuded an air of aloofness and restraint. Due to Huiyu's influence, he took it upon himself to arrange Gu Shiyue's workspace. You may retrieve whatever you need from the warehouse. I've granted you access through the wristwatch I've provided. Uncle, I wish to learn about agriculture. Where might I find books on the subject? Gu Shiyue inquired. Water-based abilities were well suited for studying both agriculture and alchemy. Yet the Hua family already boasted 2 alchemists. Thus, Gu Shiyue focused on agriculture. Agriculture is quite labor-intensive and may not be suitable for young ladies. Perhaps you should consider studying pharmacology instead, Ting advised. Typically, those who pursue agriculture are burly men. Very few young women are inclined to undertake such strenuous and dirty work. Thank you. However, I still wish to study agriculture, she replied, while she appreciated his concern. There were already 2 esteemed alchemists in the household, and resources would undoubtedly be prioritized for them. Gu Shiyue preferred not to compete for attention. At the very least, agriculture did not rely on external resources. With diligence and her unique abilities, she could surely excel in this field. Suit yourself, Ting replied, his character allowing only this single piece of advice. Should she disregard it, he would not press further. He tapped his wristwatch. Experiment field number 136 is assigned to you. You may collect tools and seeds from the warehouse. The seeds will come with planting instructions. Ting was efficient and decisive, and Gu Shiyue found herself nearly admiring his demeanor. Also, maintain distance from other males, including myself, he added before striding away. Gu Shiyue's mouth fell open in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. What sort of person was he? Just when she thought well of him, he frustrated her. Incensed, she slammed the door shut, seething in her workspace for a while. After some time, she managed to compose herself. Although irritated, work still beckoned. She conjured a barrel of 500 milliliters of grade 3 water and notified the staff for collection. She then proceeded to the warehouse to collect farming tools and seeds. She chose the seeds of star grass, a rather commonplace plant in the post-apocalyptic world, known for its minimal energy content. It serves as fodder and is also a primary ingredient in the base's staple food, the steamed buns. She vividly recalled the refreshing scent reminiscent of lemons that accompanied the buns, a fragrance derived from the stargrass. While the wilderness is abundant with stargrass, the plants found there are often foreign species, infused with volatile energy, rendering them devoid of nutritional value except for medicinal and alchemical uses. Only the artificially cultivated stargrass can be consumed as food. As this was her inaugural attempt at cultivation, she deliberately opted for this simplest of plants. Chapter 7. Self-detonation experiment field number 136 is a standalone greenhouse. At this moment, Gu Shiyue feels that Ting seems somewhat less detestable. She first places the seeds in a plate to soak, indulgently using level 3 purified water for this purpose, as it is the most readily available option. Setting the plate aside, she begins to cultivate the land. Given that farming is a perilous endeavor, 2 guards accompany her and willingly assist in tilling the soil. The soldier's stamina is impressive. Gu Shiyue has barely turned over a small patch when the 2 guards have already plowed the entire area. Gu Shiyue starts to remove the roots and level the ground. This task is not exhausting, but it does require patience. Once finished, she prepares to sow the seeds. Just in time, the soaking process is nearing completion. She can see the white sprouts emerging. According to the planting instructions, she must dig a hole 8 centimeters deep every half meter and place 1 seed in each hole, no more than 1. Additionally, a few granules of slow-release fertilizer should be placed in each hole. As this is her first planting, Gu Shiyue dutifully follows the instructions. However, by the time she completes planting, she discovers that over 100 seeds remain, already germinated and thus cannot be preserved. They must be planted immediately. Without hesitation, Gu Shiyue digs another row of trenches at the side and scatters all the seeds into them, then covers them with soil. In her understanding, how could grass possibly fail to thrive? This indulgence is already quite excessive. Next, she needs to irrigate the plants. The greenhouse is equipped with a ready-made sprinkler system, requiring only water to be added to the tank. Glancing at the tank, Gu Shiyue finds it empty. She realizes she must venture out to procure water, which is rather bothersome. She decides to take matters into her own hands. Thus, she pours level 3 purified water into the tank. Madam Gu, this is too wasteful. Could you sell me some level 3 water? I can fetch some level 1 water in return. Guard Du Yunshan says nervously. You need level 3 water? Gu Shiyue asks curiously. genuinely not considering the level 3 water as a precious commodity. Yes, I just reached level 9, and so did Deng Wei. Deng Wei is another guard. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiriwei quickly realizes Huating's ulterior motive. He intends to benefit without cost. However, since they are working for her, she has no qualms about offering a small favor. Please bring me a bucket of level 1 water. The level 3 water will be reserved for my use. I'll mix it and see how it performs. You can collect your level 3 water from me before your shift ends. Thank you, Madam Gu. The two men bow excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of promotion. Thus, they immediately set to work diligently filling the bucket with level 1 water. Gu Shiriwei activates the sprinkler, setting it to run for 1 hour, then locks the door and departs. Back in her workspace, she adds some level 3 water, and for the remainder of the time, she reviews the planting materials provided by Huating. Lunch is also taken care of at the Research Institute, and after her meal, she rests for a while on the sofa in her workspace. While she is in her workspace, she feels secure, allowing the guards to find a place to rest, thus eliminating the need for them to accompany her throughout the day. Before the end of her workday, Gu Shiriwei took another stroll around the planting fields. Perhaps it was due to the level 3 water, but the stargrass had begun to sprout. She mixed some liquid fertilizer in a bucket and turned on the sprinkler, watering for half an hour. Once she finished, it was nearly time to clock out. She distributed 50 milliliters of level 3 water to both Du Yunshan and Deng Wei, sufficient for 5 days at a rate of 10 milliliters per day. Amidst their heartfelt gratitude, Wu Yu arrived to pick her up from work. He drove up in an armored vehicle, a veritable marvel in this post-apocalyptic world, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Leaning against the car door at the Research Institute's entrance, Wu Yu struck a deliberately charming pose, and Gu Shiriwei couldn't help but find him utterly adorable. How flamboyant, was Huating's remark. Wu Yu cast a casual glance at him, unfazed. Yeah, I've come to take you home. Were you tired at work today? He wrapped his arm around Gu Shiriwei with a bold declaration of ownership. Not tired. Did you venture outside the city again today? Gu Shiriwei sensed the turbulent energy emanating from him, markedly different from yesterday. Yes, today was a wilderness mission. I dealt with a few mutant beasts. Wu Yu shrugged it off, having spent more time in the wild than in the city and having long adapted to such conditions. However, Gu Shiriwei felt uneasy and retrieved her travel teacup, filling it with level 3 water before handing it to him. Drink this quickly. Wu Yu appreciated his wife's concern. Thank you, Yaya. Huating, observing nearby, felt a pang of envy. It's merely overexertion of energy. A good night's sleep will suffice. Such waste of 300 milliliters of level 3 water. What a travesty. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled Gu Shiriwei, and she turned to see a scattering of flesh on the ground. Wu Yu promptly turned her head back. Don't look. It's an explosion of turbulent energy. Gu Shiriwei was stunned. She only knew that turbulent energy could affect ascension but never realized it could lead to self-detonation. However, she always perceived the energy within her as quite docile. Alas, if only there were partners to help channel it, self-detonation could have been avoided. The scarcity of women was indeed a pressing issue. Ordinary people could hardly compete with those powerful beings. It was far better in the past, as long as one contributed. There was no worry about women. Rumor has it that there are still dark brothels in the West. No, they are exorbitantly priced and only provide fleeting comfort. With no ascension benefits, those dark courtesans have become quite temperamental. They refuse clients they dislike, turn down low-paying offers, and won't entertain those of lesser strength. Yet, that is still better than waiting for death. Indeed, unfortunately, a year's worth of contribution points only suffices for a single visit. Is it really that costly? Gu Shiriwei's head rested in Hu Yu's embrace, while the chatter of those around her continuously reached her ears. She never anticipated that even dark courtesans had become so esteemed. She had learned that just a few years back, ordinary women lived in hellish conditions, many being traded in private, forcing them to compromise for survival. Thus, those psychologically twisted men remained relentless, inflicting grievous torment upon them. Humanity was already besieged by external monstrous creatures and bizarre flora, leading to a significant decline in population. Internally, the abuse of women further exacerbated the situation, resulting in a sharp decrease in their numbers in recent years. By the time these men recognized the dire consequences, the male-to-female ratio had plummeted to a staggering 1,001. Ironically, it was only then that human scientists acknowledged the vital role of women, a realization that amounted to a self-inflicted wound. Consequently, a year ago, global legislation was enacted, resulting in the passage of the Women's Protection Act, which provided a measure of security for women's status and rights. Fear not, we shall return home, Wu Yu assured her as he helped her into the car, while the security team promptly dealt with the gruesome remnants at the street corner. Chapter 8. Abnormal Plant AO. Is the volatile energy within you capable of self-detonation? Gu Shiriwei admitted that she had indeed been frightened. Fear not. My energy is quite gentle now. With you by my side, I feel safe. As Wu Yu drove, he comforted Gu Shiwei. Indeed, Wu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. The men of the apocalypse were not inherently brutal, often. Their temperament was drastically altered by their volatile energy. Of course, the female ability users were not faring much better. Many of their peers had perished at their hands. Unless one possessed a supportive ability like his mother, their energy tended to be more stable. Gu Shiwei, too, had a supportive ability, which accounted for her gentle energy. Gu Shiwei was filled with trepidation. She believed she needed to provide Hu Yu with sufficient level 3 water, so that if he ever found himself in a situation beyond her reach and unable to control his energy, he would still have a chance at survival. Fortunately, he possessed spatial abilities, allowing him his own storage space. That evening, Gu Shiwei exhausted her last ounce of ability, producing 1 liter of water, which she entrusted to Hu Yu with the strict instruction to keep it on his person and not to share it with anyone else. Hu Yu, touched by his wife's concern, felt his heart melt and playfully teased her for a while. The next morning, Gu Shiwei discovered, to her astonishment, that she had advanced a level and was now at level 4. Her expression was somewhat peculiar, wondering if this was truly how one leveled up. Hu Yu was evidently pleased with her progress, giving her a kiss and exclaiming, "Yeah, you're amazing." Gu Shiwei blushed. He was treating her like a child. "Are you going out of the city today?" she asked anxiously. "I have to go. But do not worry, your husband is quite capable." Wu Yu flexed his bicep. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but laugh. In this apocalypse, how much use was muscle, especially since he wasn't a strength-type ability user? Is level 3 water sufficient? I can prepare more for you. After saying this, Gu Shiwei took out a bottle to fill with water. Wu Yu did not stop her, as his abilities were full in the morning, and it would be wasteful not to utilize them. "Thank you for your kindness, my dear wife." Wu Yu draped himself over Gu Shiwei's back, his hands and mouth quite restless, which caused Gu Shiwei's ability to falter several times. Annoyed, she gave his head a light slap, prompting him to behave. After breakfast, Wu Yu first took Gu Shiwei to the research institute before leading his team out of the city. "I may be gone for several days. Ensure that the guards escort you to and from work. Do not wonder." Wu Yu clung to her, resembling a large puppy, reluctant to leave. "All right, you must go now. Don't be late." Gu Shiwei noted that his watch had beeped several times, indicating that others were likely becoming anxious. "Wait for me to return." Hu Yu finally summoned his resolve, stealing a quick kiss from her lips before driving away. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but smile. He truly had the temperament of a child. Upon entering the research institute, Gu Shiwei's first task was to head to the experimental field. Since it was a sanctioned project, she was required to maintain a record of her experiments. There was no room for shortcuts. To her surprise, the stargrass had grown to a height of 5 centimeters overnight, prompting her to hastily document the data. Beside her, the last row she planted surprisingly featured several exceptionally tall plants, reaching approximately 50 centimeters in height. The 2 guards appeared alarmed, exclaiming, "Ms. Gu, please vacate the greenhouse. We shall eradicate these anomalous plants." Gu Shiwei felt a wave of melancholy. Having read extensively, she understood that plants significantly taller than their counterparts typically indicated negative mutations, possessing formidable aggressiveness and lacking any nutritional value, thus necessitating immediate elimination. Given that the stargrass was of a lower rank, the guards effortlessly dispatched the anomalous plants, underscoring their superior level compared to the stargrass, which was merely rank 1. However, Gu Shiwei lacked confidence in her own abilities. After all, she had never trained in combat. Though her abilities had ascended to level 4, she could only conjure water arrows and water orbs, and with her level 3 water powers, she worried she might inadvertently provide nourishment to the anomalous plants. The guards exercised caution, ensuring not to trample her plants, which greatly pleased Gu Shiwei. Noticing the water barrel was nearly empty, the 2 voluntarily fetched some more. Gu Shiwei infused the water with a bit of level 3 water and activated the misting system. Instantly, a veil of water vapor enveloped the greenhouse, as the 2 guards greedily inhaled, attempting to absorb the free-floating level 3 water in the air. Although this method was far inferior to direct consumption, it was better than nothing. A little each day would accumulate over time. Unfazed by their subtle actions, Gu Shiwei began weeding in the fields, perhaps due to the level 3 water, which had resulted in a fair amount of weeds. She also spotted several lavender seedlings. Lavender, a level 5 crop, boasts excellent medicinal properties and can be used to concoct calming agents to mitigate violent tendencies. Clearly, these were remnants of seeds or roots from previous cultivation, and she hesitated to uproot them. If she could nurture these lavender plants to maturity, they would far surpass the value of the stargrass in her plot. Gu Shiwei considered uprooting the surrounding stargrass to make room for the lavender. But after a moment of contemplation, she decided against it, opting to let nature take its course. Having finished weeding, she returned to her workspace for a respite. Intending to condense some level 3 water, she wished to experiment, hoping to see if she could produce level 1 or 2 water. as relying solely on level 3 water felt somewhat extravagant and inconvenient. While others typically progressed from level 1 to level 2 and then to level 3 through arduous research, she was effectively reversing the process, akin to tackling university-level problems to solve elementary and secondary ones, which proved significantly simpler. Indeed, by the afternoon, she succeeded in her experiments, discovering she could freely condense level 1, 2, or 3 water. This revelation allowed her to present herself to the outside world as an ordinary water ability user, her true identity concealed, making her feel much more at ease. Before the end of her shift that evening, she returned to the experimental fields, only to find yet another anomalous stargrass had sprouted in that densely planted area. Gushirwe surmised that the dense planting was to blame, realizing she must adhere to the cultivation guidelines in the future to avoid such oversights. With a swift motion, Dangwei eliminated the anomalous stargrass, and as Gushirwe surveyed the field, she noted the healthy growth of her plants, including the 5 lavender specimens, which were thriving. She decided to give the lavenders a boost, providing each with a bit of level 3 water, uncertain whether it was merely her illusion. Gushirwe felt that the state of the lavender had instantaneously improved. After meticulously recording the data, she concluded her workday. Today, you would not be returning home. 2 guards escorted her until they reached the entrance of her residential community before departing. This neighborhood housed the elite of the base, generally renowned for its safety. It was highly unlikely for anyone to recklessly cause trouble here, not to mention the formidable security forces present. The skilled individuals residing within the community alone would suffice to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. However, Gushirwe never anticipated that an extraordinary event would unfold right before her eyes. She was abducted at her doorstep. Chapter 9. Kidnapping. When Gushirwe awoke, she found herself bound in a dimly lit room. Her hands and feet were restrained, and a cloth was stuffed in her mouth. She observed her surroundings carefully. The room was small, windowless, and cluttered with debris, resembling a basement. Beneath her was merely a tattered rag, not even a semblance of a bed. She refrained from making any sudden movements, maintaining the position of someone who had fainted, for she understood that only a select few could have abducted her from the villa area. Her first suspicion was that her abilities had been exposed, but she quickly dismissed this notion. Her current predicament was not indicative of anyone seeking her powers. She mentally reviewed the acquaintances she had in this apocalyptic world, realizing that the only potential culprits were the parents of the Hua family and Imo Mingshu. The Hua parents had no reason to abduct their daughter-in-law, implicating that the true mastermind was evident. Fortuitously for her, the kidnappers were ignorant enough to only confiscate her wristwatch, unaware that she possessed a communicator around her neck. Perhaps due to their underestimation, they did not strip her of her abilities. Although she could not free herself from the ropes, she utilized her water manipulation powers to dial Huating's number. Her emergency contacts consisted solely of Huayu and Huating, with Huayu unavailable. She had no choice but to reach out to Huating. Hello? Gushirwe attempted to speak, but before she could remove the cloth, the door suddenly swung open. She promptly closed her eyes, regulated her breathing, and pretended to be asleep. Eh? Why is she still not awake? The effects of the drug should have worn off by now, a gruff voice announced. Gushirwe felt a heavy kick to her waist, prompting her to stifle a groan and feign awakening. Oh, finally awake. Truly a waste of space, taking this long. Gushirwe looked at the 2 men in terror. One was a burly man with a fierce countenance, and the other resembled a wiry monkey with a pointed face. Listen closely. Woman, you've been sold to us. Serve our boss well from now on, and do not attempt to resist. There will be good days ahead for you. Ugh. Now we have to treat these women like treasures. It's infuriating, grumbled the burly man. Wagu, shall we indulge a bit ourselves? After all, the boss is none the wiser, and I've never been with a woman. The wiry man gazed at Gushirwe, his eyes glinting with desire. She was fair-skinned, and he could hardly contain himself. No wonder they say women are more intoxicating than the finest wine. He was starting to understand why. The burly man slapped him across the face. Do you think I don't want to? This is for the boss. Women are scarce now. The boss needs to be appeased to rise in ranks. Once she gains power, do you think you'll still have your life? Upon hearing this, Gushirwe felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thanks to the rise in women's status, she realized her fate could have been much worse. The wiry man sighed wistfully. Wagu, when do you think we'll get our own women? Are you foolish? Once she is part of our group, we can pamper her and get close to her. As long as she doesn't T-report us, the boss will remain oblivious. The burly man smacked the wiry man's head again, asserting, exactly. Why wait for the future? We can start charming her right now. The 2 individuals swiftly approached Gushirwe, untying her restraints and removing the cloth from her mouth. My dear girl, we did not intend to torment you. Someone has sold you to us. From now on, you will not escape our cheetah mercenary corps, so it would be wise to acquiesce, lest you endure further suffering. Indeed, young lady. We at the Cheetah Mercenary Corps are a band of formidable men. Once you join us, you may choose any man you desire, and we shall ensure your utmost comfort. What a delightful prospect. Will you truly not mistreat me? Gu Shiwei feigned a timid inquiry. Brother Hu and the lean monkey immediately swore an oath. Oh, dear heart. Rest assured, we will indulge you beyond measure. You may place your trust in us completely. I do not believe you. My husband promised to cherish me for a lifetime. Yet he sold me in the blink of an eye. Gu Shiwei pretended to weep sorrowfully. You have wronged him. You were sold by a woman, not your husband. He remains unaware. The lean monkey interjected hastily. A woman? Could it be Mo Mingzhu? Gu Shiwei pressed further, prompting Brother Hu, a burly man, to suddenly become alert. Not at all. We do not know who it is. Gu Shiwei was unwilling to relent. I am certain it is her. She desires to take my husband from me. Is she a woman dressed in a princess gown? Yes. The lean monkey was about to respond when Brother Hu silenced him with a swift slap. My dear girl, it is not that we do not wish to tell you, but the terms of the transaction expressly prohibit disclosing the seller's identity. We of the Cheetah Mercenary Corps pride ourselves on our integrity. Gu Shiwei began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was likely true. But I cannot bear to part with my husband. You all claim he did not sell me. He must be searching for me. He must be frantic. She lamented, feigning tears and refusing to meet their gaze. The two men, in a frenzy, scratched their heads in desperation, yet their attempts to console her proved futile. The lean monkey finally shouted, Stop your weeping. Your husband has other women. You cannot return. I do not believe you. Woe is me. It is true. That woman declared it herself. Impossible. My husband does not fancy Mo Mingzhu. But his mother does. They are childhood sweethearts. How can you possibly compete? So, it is indeed Mo Mingzhu who sold me? Gu Shiwei's face was streaked with tears. It was effortless for a water wielder to conjure tears. The lean monkey and Brother Hu, realizing they had divulged too much, were infuriated by Gu Shiwei's cleverness. Damn it. This woman is too cunning. I shall teach you a lesson today, Brother Hu exclaimed. Tearing at Gu Shiwei's clothing, both men gazing eagerly at her delicate, fair skin. By heavens, this woman is exquisite. I would gladly meet my demise for her. They rushed towards her, pinning Gu Shiwei down, who was now in a state of panic. Ting, where are you? On my way. A cold voice emanated from the communicator, instantly calming Gu Shiwei's racing heart. Who are you speaking to? At this moment, Tiger realized that Gu Shiwei possessed a miniature communicator around her neck. Damn it, you idiot, Thin Monkey. How could you have missed this during the search? Tiger exclaimed. I have never seen such a device. Thin Monkey replied, urgency in his voice. There's no time. We must flee. Reluctant to abandon Gu Shiwei, Thin Monkey resolved to carry her along. However, as they emerged from the basement, they were confronted by Ting and his men, who had them cornered. Kill them. Ting's voice was chillingly merciless. Do not move. If you approach, I will take her life. Thin Monkey pressed the blade against Gu Shiwei's throat. The crime of trafficking and kidnapping women is unforgivable. No one can save you now. Ting remained unfazed by the threat. Chapter 10. Clothing with tear-filled eyes. Gu Shiwei gazed imploringly at Ting. She was not yet ready to meet her demise. However, Ting did not spare her a glance. I will count to 3. If you do not release her, you shall bear the consequences. 1, 2. In an instant, the slender figure collapsed, lifeless. His expression seemingly questioning. You lack honor. You promised 3 counts. Brother Hu was also easily subdued by others. At that moment, Gu Shiwei felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, her legs buckling as she fainted. Just before losing consciousness, she sensed someone catch her. When she awoke, Gu Shiwei found herself in an unfamiliar setting. Observing the monochromatic hues of black, white, and gray in the room, the visage of Ting flashed through her mind. There was no doubt this was his chamber. Awake? Ting's icy voice broke the silence. Turning her head, she saw him seated at a small desk beside the bed. Engrossed in work, truly a workaholic, she could not help but silently critique him. Is this your room? Indeed. Lacking a key to your residence. I had no choice but to bring you here. Ting retrieved a slightly worn white shirt, suggesting, there are no women's garments here. Make do with this. I will escort you home afterward. Since Ting resided in the same neighborhood, returning would be quite convenient. Gu Shiwei, understanding that her own attire was beyond repair, accepted the shirt without hesitation. Ting stood tall, likely around 1.8 meters, while she barely reached 1.6 meters, causing the shirt to extend down to her knees. When Gu Shiwei emerged before Ting, his usually frosty demeanor seemed to waver ever so slightly, yet before she could scrutinize further, he reverted to his customary indifference. Let us dine first. Afterward, I shall take you home. Having not eaten for an entire day, Gu Shiwei felt faint from hunger and wasted no time in picking up her chopsticks to eat. Ting, evidently also unfed, accompanied her in silence during the meal, their familiarity not extending to conversation. After dinner, Ting draped a coat over her shoulders. Though it was summer and the air was warm, Gu Shiwei was acutely aware that as a married woman, emerging from the abode of a single man clad in a shirt would surely invite scandalous speculation. Gratefully, she accepted his considerate gesture and donned the coat. Ting accompanied her to the entrance, where, feeling awkward about inviting him inside, she bid him farewell at the door. Once he returns, we shall invite you for a meal. No need for that. In the future, allow the guards to escort you to the door. I have already spoken with the community security. His demeanor remained cool. Do not be harsh with them. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to act in a villa district. Gu Shiwei interceded on their behalf, while Ting listened attentively, fully aware of the instigator's identity. Yet, the Mo family was not to be trifled with, and this matter would have to await Yu's return for resolution. Nonetheless, the leader of the Leopard Mercenary Corps had already been captured by him. Regardless of the circumstances, negligence must be addressed and penalties enforced. You should return home now, Ting suggested, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Gu Shiwei nodded slightly. Although the individuals were tasked with her protection, they were ultimately subordinates of Ting, and thus the decisions lay with him. Wait a moment, she exclaimed, swiftly entering the house to retrieve several bottles, filling them with level 3 water in haste. Lacking any substantial gifts, she could only offer this as a token of gratitude. These are my personal gifts to you. Thank you for rescuing me today. Ting nodded, accepting the items, feeling entirely deserving of her appreciation. I shall take my leave now. He turned and departed, unhesitating and decisive, much like his character, clean and efficient. Gu Shiwei also turned to re-enter her home, finally feeling a sense of relief. Tears streamed down her cheeks, as an ordinary person from a peaceful era. She had been well protected by Yu even in this apocalyptic world. When had she ever endured such torment? Mo Mingzhu. This debt shall be repaid. For the first time, Gu Shiwei felt hatred towards someone. Moreover, since the incident, no one from the Hua family had appeared, and she could not believe they had not received word. It seemed they regarded her as nothing more than an orphan, unworthy of concern. Perhaps this was for the best. She had no desire to deal with that entire family. Let them live their lives as they wished. Yet, it placed a heavy burden on Yu, who was already under immense pressure. Given his busy schedule, he likely sought to break free from his parents' control. Exhausted, Gu Shiwei longed to fall asleep. But she knew she had to change her clothes and wash away the remnants of the day before moving on to her training. She refused to remain subjugated. After diligently training for 2 hours, she finally succumbed to sleep, resting until the following morning. Upon waking and completing her morning routine, she folded the dried clothes and packed them away, lacking the desire to prepare breakfast, opting instead to grab a bite at the research institute. Diushan and Deng Wei were already waiting outside. Ms. Gu, we sincerely apologize for our negligence. We have caused you undue alarm. Upon seeing Gu Shiwei, the two bowed deeply, startling her. Please, rise. You are not to blame for this. Do not take it to heart. With reddened eyes, they responded, Ms. Gu, we are just relieved you are unharmed. If our oversight had resulted in harm befalling a woman, we would face a military tribunal. The fact that we stand here today is already Ting's leniency. Gu Shiwei looked at the two young men, bemused. It's quite all right. Just ensure you bring me here in the future. Thank you for your efforts. Upon reaching the research institute, Gu Shiwei sought out Ting, returning his clothes to him without any further conversation. She felt an odd tension. Just days prior, Ting had warned her to keep her distance, and she had no intention of making things awkward. Having missed a day at the experimental fields, she was anxious about the plants. In this apocalyptic era, normal plants were exceedingly delicate, easily transforming into mutated varieties. It was said that the mutation rate for normal individuals planting was generally over 90, making cultivation a perilous endeavor. Sure enough, the planting field had sprouted a plethora of mutated plants. Among a row of stargrass, nearly 10 mutated specimens had emerged, towering with excessively developed root systems. And in the process of removal, a line of normal stargrass had been uprooted as well. Indeed, there were several mutated stargrasses in other locations. And upon uprooting them, the spaces became vacant. Gu Shiwei attempted to replant the normal stargrasses, uncertain of the outcome. Surprisingly, 5 lavender plants exhibited no signs of mutation. Perhaps it was due to the level 3 water, and she resolved to experiment further next time. Gu Shiwei diligently cleared the weeds from the field, filled the bucket with level 1 water, and mixed in some level 3 water, initiating an hour-long spray. Upon returning to her workshop, she condensed another bucket of level 3 water, depleting her abilities. In truth, exhausting her powers was an unpleasant experience, leaving her with a profound sense of thirst and weakness. However, depleting her abilities and then training again could unleash her potential, which is why she consistently followed this regimen. She immersed herself in her studies while absorbing energy cores, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Chapter 11. Aggrieved for several consecutive days, Gu Shuriwei maintained a life that revolved solely between the research institute and her home, refraining from engaging in conversation with anyone aside from the two guards. The atmosphere at the institute was one of bustling activity, as it seemed everyone was reluctant to squander their time on frivolous social interactions. During this period, Zhou Shuwei finally remembered to reach out to her. You have no idea. This iceberg at home may appear cold and indifferent, but in reality, he is quite gentle. Unlike Gu Shuwei, Zhou Shuwei had endured the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world. With just a hint of kindness, she would easily become enamored. Has he advanced? Gu Shuwei inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he just ascended this morning. Gu Shuwei understood. It seemed he had patiently coaxed her for several days, and this naive girl had naively believed him. However, she was unaware of the complete situation and was unwilling to comment recklessly. Congratulations to you both. Have you advanced as well? Yes, I have reached level 3. Only just advanced to level 1. Gu Shuiwei frowned, perplexed by the vast disparity between their progress. Have you awakened? Zhou Shuiwei did not think it plausible that Gu Shuiwei could awaken in just a matter of days, but she asked nonetheless. Yes, I have awakened. Gu Shuiwei believed there was no need to conceal this information. It would be revealed eventually. What? Zhou Shuiwei could hardly believe it. There had been no indications at all. How could she suddenly awaken? Perhaps sensing her own attitude was amiss, she continued to inquire. What is your ability? It is water-based. Water abilities? How desirable. You can earn contribution points just by lounging at the base. Jiang Shuiwei exclaimed enviously, as she possessed fire abilities that required her to engage in combat training. I would prefer to have fire abilities. At least I would have the means to protect myself. Gu Shuiwei spoke candidly, though Jiang Shuiwei clearly doubted her sincerity, believing that women should not be on the battlefield. It could only be said that Gu Shuiwei and she held fundamentally different views, which did not hinder their friendship, albeit they were not particularly close friends. The primary issue was that Gu Shuiwei was acquainted with too few individuals, especially women, while most men had to be avoided to prevent misunderstandings, lest the multitude of unsatisfied men overwhelm her. After chatting for a while, Jiang Shuiwei's husband returned, prompting her to end the call. They were alike in that securing a successful marriage equated to being married. Thus both were now women with husbands. Huiyu would return that evening, and Gu Shuiwei took the time to prepare a sumptuous meal. Huiyu was deeply touched and seized the opportunity to take a bite out of her. Gu Shuiwei chuckled. He always had a way of lifting her spirits. After days away from home, he was nearly driven mad with longing for his wife. After a quick meal and a refreshing post-battle shower, he playfully tossed Gu Shuiwei onto the bed. Infuriated, she retaliated by throwing a pillow at him. He, being robust and unyielding, showed no sign of pain. Yeah, darling, sister, he called out indiscriminately, causing Gu Shuiwei's heart to soften, allowing him to indulge in his whims for an entire night of revelry. The following day, the two set off to the research institute, sweetly intertwined, with Gu Shuiwei heading to the experimental fields while Huiyu sought out his uncle. Is it confirmed that it was Imo Mingju's doing? Huiyu asked gloomily. During his absence from the city, his wife had nearly been sold, a profound humiliation. The evidence is here. The Imo family has already sent Imo Mingzu to the capital base. This is the address. Huiting has not been idle these past few days. He has gathered all the evidence. Given that the law currently unconditionally favors women, even if they pursue formal channels, they cannot teach Imo Mingzu a lesson, merely issuing a harmless warning. Moreover, Gu Shuiwei herself has not suffered any harm. What about the Cheetah Mercenary Corps? Imo Mingzu is the instigator, and the Cheetah Mercenary Corps is the accomplice. He will not spare either the instigator or the accomplice. You need not intervene. I have already dealt with that. Huiting stated calmly. As for Imo Mingzu, it is hard to say. The Cheetah Mercenary Corps is merely a second-rate mercenary group, and even with the Imo family's backing, he could easily eliminate them. Did my parents not intervene? Huiyu asked, filled with indignation. Huiting paused. He was uncertain whether to reveal that Huiyu's mother had helped Imo Mingzu escape afterward. Huiyu understood. Ha 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 ha. These are my biological parents. They cannot bear to see me thrive. Your father did not intervene. As for your mother's actions, you can see for yourself. Upon witnessing this, Huiting handed the information to Huiyu. He had not anticipated that his sister-in-law, who appeared to be cultured and graceful, could engage in such behavior. Uncle, do you think I am their biological child? Huiyu asked softly, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Huiting patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Uncle, are you returning to the capital next month? Huiyu wiped his tears and inquired. Yes, what do you wish to do? I want to bring Yaya back to the capital, since they do not acknowledge Yaya as their daughter-in-law, nor me as their son. There is no need for us to remain together. I will return to the old residence. Huiyu declared defiantly. Do not act like a petulant child. Traveling back and forth between the capital and Shuguang is not easy. Think it through before deciding. Ting frowned. Uncle, I have thought it through. I do not want Ye to suffer. In the capital, there is still grandfather. Ye's abilities are unique. In Shuguang, without my parents' protection, her life is not secure. Huiyu's reasoning evidently convinced Ting. An ability user capable of producing level 3 purification water is indeed a national treasure. And she must not be placed in a perilous environment. You make a valid point. The capital is safer. Prepare yourselves, and then come with me. All right. Thank you, uncle. I am fortunate to have you. Do not hold a grudge against your parents. Speak to them kindly. They will understand you. But I cannot understand them. They clearly know how much I adore Ye, yet still wish to harm her. This is a threat to my very life. Huiyu's words were undeniably heavy. Yet Ting recognized that the other party was in a fit of anger, making any attempts to persuade futile. When Gu Shiriwei returned to the workspace, Huiyu awaited her. She was astonished. Aren't you busy today? Huiyu, feeling wronged, embraced Gu Shiriwei, resting his head on her shoulder. Yeah? Why did you not tell me when you suffered injustice? Gu Shiriwei paused, knowing that Ting must have informed him of everything. Am I not fine? Your uncle saved me. I promised to treat him to dinner when you return. How about tonight? Gu Shiriwei did not wish to escalate the situation, for it was evident that this matter could not be devoid of the influence of Huiyu's parents. She did not want to cause a complete rift between him and his family. After all, she was merely an outsider, should a conflict arise because of her. What would happen when, in a few years, they reconciled and remained a family? How would she position herself then? She had already resolved to remain silent. To neither inquire nor speak, she chose Huiyu, not the whole family. Yeah. Am I being unreliable? Huiyu's voice was heavy with concern. How could that be? My Yu is a great hero, always protecting me so well. Then why did you endure such grievances without telling me? The matter has passed, she replied. Your uncle has avenged me, and that is sufficient. She was not a saint. She was simply still too fragile, depending on others for retribution, which she found unpalatable. She preferred to wait, to bide her time until she could spread her wings, anticipating the right opportunity to exact her own vengeance. Chapter 12. The restaurant next month. I have made arrangements with my uncle to visit Kyoto, exclaimed Ye. Why? Having grown up in Kyoto, that place is my territory. Gu Shiriwei, an orphan, felt indifferent about her surroundings. Since Huiyu wished to return, she would naturally accompany him. All right. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Huiyu replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Yeah. Rest assured, I will never let you suffer again. Whether Gu Shiriwei believed him or not, the sincerity in Huiyu's words was undeniable. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and declared, Ayu, as long as you stand by me, I shall not feel wronged. The only grievances come from those close to us. Those from outsiders do not count. You go ahead and take care of your matters. I will remain in the research institute. Nothing will happen to me. The security at the institute was far superior to that of the villa district. It was indeed a secure haven. Then I shall wait for you to come and fetch me in the evening. All right. Today, the star grass had bloomed with buds, and she intended to pay close attention to it. At this rate, it should be ready for pollination by tomorrow. The plants in this post-apocalyptic world grow at an astonishing pace. However, the lavender remained a mere seedling. Gu Shiriwei diligently provided them with level 3 water, and thus far, they showed no signs of mutation. Remarkably, even the star grass exhibited no abnormalities today. She hoped this state would persist. As evening approached, Huiyu indeed came to collect her. Observing his forced smile, Gu Shiriwei felt a pang of sympathy. What's wrong? If you don't wish to smile, then don't. Huiyu pressed his lips together, his voice trembling as he asked, Yeah, why do you think there are such parents in this world? Understanding dawned upon Gu Shiriwei. He had a conflict with his parents. In this world, parents come in all forms, some benevolent, others not. We cannot choose our origins, but we can aspire to be good parents ourselves. When we have children, we must learn from these experiences. Yeah, you are truly wonderful. When will you bear children for me? Huiyu murmured, embracing Gu Shiriwei, already looking forward to the arrival of their future offspring. Gu Shiriwei hesitated. She wished to enhance her abilities first. She no longer wanted to be beholden to anyone. I'm only 18. Let us wait a few years. Huiyu responded with a subdued, all right. Though he was not pressuring her to have children, he simply anticipated the future she envisioned. Shall we dine at a restaurant tonight? Gu Shiriwei readily agreed, as she had yet to experience dining out. The restaurant Huiyu selected radiated opulence, yet perhaps due to the rising status of women, there were hardly any female servers, only a few handsome young men. The proprietress, however, was a level 7 female ability user, backed by influential figures. Hence, patrons dared only to jest with her, never to overstep boundaries. Young Master Hua, it has been ages since your last visit. Have you brought your wife along? Magia, please serve us some signature dishes. I want my wife to taste your culinary skills. Of course. How about some Peking duck, sauerkraut fish, baby bok choy and broth, pickled fresh meat, and a whole roasted lamb? Huiyu turned to Gu Shiyue and inquired, Yeah, is there anything you do not eat? I can eat anything. In a post-apocalyptic world, such culinary offerings are already quite commendable. Is there anything else you desire? No, this suffices. Very well. Let us order an additional plate of dumplings. Huiyu instructed the proprietress. Certainly. A server promptly guided them to a cozy corner along the street. This establishment is rather impressive. The flavors are delightful. Huiyu remarked to Gu Shiyue. Gu Shiyue nodded, uncertain but trusting Huiyu's recommendation. Knowing it would be a reliable choice. This restaurant could be considered upscale, frequently bustling with female patrons, each radiating a pristine elegance. Gu Shiyue felt less conspicuous here, which brought her considerable ease. At the very least, there were no repulsive, lecherous gazes. The dishes were indeed delectable, and Gu Shiyue savored her meal joyfully. Now able to indulge in some grilled meat, albeit cautiously. As they finished dining and were about to depart, they were halted by a voice. Big brother, Xingji, what brings you here? Huiyu paused to converse with a young man strikingly akin to him. Yeah, this is my younger brother, was Xingji. Xingji, meet your sister-in-law. Gu Shiyue, sister-in-law? Does she deserve that title? Xingji cast a scornful glance at Gu Shiyue. Xingji, apologize to your sister-in-law. Huiyu commanded sternly. Why should I? A girl of unknown origins aspires to be a daughter-in-law of the Hua family. With a swift motion, Huiyu slapped him. Apologize. The restaurant, bustling with patrons, had drawn numerous curious gazes towards the unfolding altercation. I refuse. You drove away Mingzhu for this woman and quarreled with mother. Are you even human? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Evidently, these brothers were well-known figures at the Dawn base, and many were intrigued by their family affairs. Imo Mingzhu dared to orchestrate the abduction of my wife, and I have yet to settle the score with her. How dare you speak in her defense? Mingzhu is not that kind of person. Do not wrongfully accuse her. Wrongfully accuse her? Shall I unveil the evidence for all to see? Huiyu, exasperated, found himself amused by the absurdity, his mother an accomplice, his father indifferent, and his brother blaming the victim. You're deceiving me. I refuse to believe you. Xingji turned away, utterly skeptical. Very well. Just wait. Huiyu fiddled with his wrist device, and soon a cascade of notifications chimed on Xingji's device. As familiar faces around them also received similar alerts, their expressions transforming dramatically. Who would have thought? Mo Mingzhu is indeed such a person. To kidnap others out of jealousy, how terrifyingly fierce a woman's jealousy can be. This must be the Cheetah Mercenary Corps. No wonder they were recently exposed. Xingji paled visibly. Huiyu had directly disseminated the evidence within their social group, populated by the heirs of various families at the Dawn base. Now, all factions were aware of Mo Mingzhu's misdeeds. Big brother, you have gone too far. How will Mingzhu face anyone henceforth? Xingji demanded furiously. Xingji, at this juncture, your unwavering support for Mo Mingzhu demonstrates a blatant disregard for me, your elder brother. Henceforth, do not seek me out again. I cannot accept a brother such as you. Huiyu seethed with anger, the evidence laid bare before him, yet his brother remained fixated solely on Mo Mingzhu. Had she cast a spell upon him? Xingji attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Huiyu's gaze, filled with disappointment, conveyed the sentiment that he could no longer regard his own brother as family. Let us depart. Gu Shiyue, too, was disheartened. The Hua family had treated her with a degree of civility, yet Xingji had the audacity to berate her directly. Gu Shiyue was no saint, unwilling to tolerate such disrespect. Chapter 13. The spy initially, Huiyu intended to take her shopping, but she declined, feeling the pressing need to return home and cultivate. The continuous humiliation had become unbearable for her. They simply do not comprehend your worth. You, a rare ability user capable of producing level 3 purified water, are a national treasure. Who would willingly assign you to be a spy? Huiyu reassured her. Gu Shiyue's origins indeed remained an enigma, nearly a decade into the apocalypse. An impeccably dressed ordinary woman suddenly appeared in the wilderness, and it was none other than Huiyu who discovered her. Under such circumstances, anyone would have doubts about her intentions. Gu Shiyue had never considered this perspective before, believing that Huiyu's family merely disdained her status as an orphan. Now, she understood that there was an additional layer to this situation. I am neither a spy nor am I intentionally drawing near to you. In this world, I am utterly alone. I arrived here by sheer accident. Gu Shiyue declared earnestly, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings Huiyu might have regarding her. Huiyu trembled slightly. Knowing of her predicament was one thing, but hearing her voice it was a different matter altogether. Yeah, from now on, I shall be your family. Very well. Will you? Do not forget your promise. Every night, Gu Shuriwei diligently practiced for 2 hours without fail, and she was nearing a breakthrough. After a night of training with Huiyu, she astonishingly ascended to level 5. Even Huiyu was taken aback by her rapid progression. Upon reaching level 5, Gu Shuriwei acquired a degree of self-defense, as she could now conjure a water wall. On this occasion, Huiyu returned with numerous water elemental energy cores for her training. In return, Gu Shuriwei contributed the level 3 water she had amassed during this period. Yeah. You cannot fathom how fortunate we were to have your water during our excursion beyond the city. What happened? Gu Shuriwei inquired with concern. It rained. We were caught in the downpour. The rain came suddenly, and none of us had time to take cover. Some became quite irate. And had it not been for your level 3 water, we might have faced total annihilation. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback, realizing the peril they had encountered. She understood that the water in the apocalypse was hazardous, but she had not considered that even rainwater could pose a threat. During her time in this world, she had yet to experience rainfall, hence her ignorance of this matter. Are there no potions available? She recalled there being calming potions. There are. However, calming potions are exceedingly expensive and beyond the means of most, as their primary ingredient is level 3 water. So, ultimately, we cannot evade the necessity of level 3 water? Then ensure you bring plenty of level 3 water in the future. If you run short, just inform me. I can now produce 5 liters of level 3 water daily. My Yaya is truly remarkable. Huiyu delighted in treating her like a child, and she found it endearing. After a night filled with silence, the following morning, Gu Shuriwei hurried to the experimental field. Huiyu accompanied her to the research facility before attending to his own matters. Indeed, the starry grass had begun to flower and pollinate. Gu Shuriwei activated the blower, causing the air within the greenhouse to circulate. Today was yet another day devoid of anomalous plants, and Gu Shuriwei felt immensely satisfied. 2 guards were taken aback. They frequently assisted the cultivators in eliminating foreign plants. Thus they were well aware of the mutation rate within a given field. It was evident that Gu Shuriwei's field exhibited anomalies. However, since no one had extravagantly employed 3rd-level water for cultivation before, they deemed this to be normal. Gu Shuriwei meticulously recorded the data, cleared the weeds, and replenished the lavender with 3rd-level water, thereby concluding the morning's tasks. Upon returning to the workspace, her first order of business was to condense 3rd-level water, after which she began absorbing energy cores while perusing her books. During lunchtime, she fortuitously encountered Huiting, who took the initiative to join her. You had revealed the matter concerning Mo Mingzhu, resulting in a rift between the Mo family and the Hu family. Gu Shuriwei found this perplexing. It was Mo Mingzhu's misdeeds that led to the discord, not a Yu's disclosure of the truth. She asserted that the logic of the situation must not be flawed. Huiting chuckled, acknowledging her perspective. You are right, a Yu is not to blame. Clearly pleased by Gu Shuriwei's reasoning, Huiting inquired about her cultivation progress and the status of her abilities before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Gu Shuriwei turned off the fan and operated the sprinkler for a short while before finishing her workday. Once again, it was Huiyu who came to fetch her, and they dined at a different restaurant that evening, sampling various local delicacies. Huiyu also took her for a stroll, where she purchased several outfits before they returned home. Eager to continue her cultivation, Gu Shuriwei felt pressed for time. Observing Gu Shuriwei's diligence, Huiyu decided to join her in her training. After their practice, while showering, Gu Shuriwei indulged in some playful experimentation with the water wall spell, striving for proficiency in instantaneous casting. It was only when Huiyu began to impatiently knock on the door that she reluctantly exited the bathroom. In the blissful days of their newlywed life, the two were inseparable, naturally partaking in moments of intimacy. Huiyu, youthful and exuberant, exerted her to the point of near exhaustion. Fortunately, having awakened her water therapy skill at level 4, Gu Shuriwei could heal both herself and others, enabling her to endure Huiyu's fervent demands. Nonetheless, this arrangement bore benefits for Gu Shuriwei, as she had no desire to refuse. With Huiyu at home, her advancement outpaced her training. Even Huiyu was nearing the threshold of level 11, having only recently attained level 10, a remarkable rate of progression. It was no wonder that the status of women had risen so high in contemporary society. As dawn broke, a new day commenced. Gu Shuriwei anticipated that the stargrass would begin to bear fruit today. The fruit of the stargrass is star-shaped, each individual piece filled with starch. In the base's kitchens, steamed buns are typically crafted from a blend of stargrass starch and its leaves, yielding a pleasant flavor, albeit somewhat coarse. Upon arriving at the experimental field, she discovered that the stargrass had indeed begun to bear fruit. Clusters of small green stars dangled from the tips of the grass. A delightful sight. Today proved to be another day devoid of foreign plants. The lavender was overshadowed by the stargrass, yet it thrived, having grown to a height of 10 centimeters, although it was still too early for blooming. After completing her daily tasks, she returned to her workspace. She currently provides level 3 water daily, sufficient for Huiting, who has already ascended to level 10. Yunshan and Dang Wei are also on the verge of advancement. Gu Shiwei anticipates harvesting all the crops in the experimental field before next month. Particularly, she never expected to sustain those lavender plants. This is a delightful surprise. There should still be time to plant another batch of stargrass. Yet she is reluctant to undertake this task, as she no longer lacks contribution points. And she no longer consumes stargrass. She has nearly finished reviewing the planting materials, gaining a preliminary understanding of the entire cultivation system. Huiting has also pledged to arrange a plot of experimental land for her upon their arrival in the capital, but Gu Shiwei has not committed to this. Preferring to assess the situation at that time, she does not wish to owe any favors. Chapter 14. Space. Gu Shiwei had anticipated several more days before the stargrass would be ready for harvest, but to her astonishment, upon her visit the following day, it had already reached maturity. The harvest must be arranged without delay. Fortunately, with the assistance of her guards, Yushan and Dang Wei, the task was executed swiftly. Ultimately, Gu Shiwei harvested a total of 2,000 pounds of stargrass seeds and 5,000 pounds of stargrass leaves, a staggering tenfold increase over the market's reported figures. Even Huiting was taken aback, personally coming to inspect the yield. Upon learning that Gu Shiwei had irrigated the crops with level 3 purified water, he was rendered speechless. The entire yield of stargrass paled in comparison to the value of a mere milliliter of level 3 purified water. What a sheer waste. Gu Shiwei was unconcerned. To her, level 3 water was readily accessible, and she dismissed its significance entirely. At that moment, Huiting noticed 5 remaining lavender plants in the field. These lavenders are thriving. Sell them to me when the time comes. Gu Shiwei nodded. Selling to anyone was still selling. After a brief pause, Huiting inquired, "You didn't use level 3 water on these as well, did you?" Gu Shiwei nodded again, having used it on the level 1 stargrass. How could she possibly neglect the level 5 lavenders? Huiting smacked his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, "It's my fault. I didn't ensure you fully utilized your level 3 water." Gu Shiwei, reluctant to part with her precious resource, thought it absurd to give it all to him. What kind of expression is that? Do you have any idea how many potions I could concoct with just 1 milliliter of level 3 water? How many lives I could save? And you wish for me to squander it on level 1 and level 5 crops? Huiting, usually cold and imposing, now seemed to erupt with fury. Gu Shiwei, along with Du Yushan and Dang Wei, stood frozen in shock. They had never witnessed Huiting display such anger before. Humanity is already facing significant challenges. Every resource must be utilized judiciously. Level 3 water is a strategic resource, while it belongs to you. It is also a treasure for all mankind. Do you comprehend this? Gu Shiwei remained silent, and Huiting, not permitting her a moment to respond, stormed off in a fit of rage. With a forlorn expression, Gu Shiwei turned to Du Yushan and Dang Wei. Is the boss always this fearsome when angry? They shook their heads in unison. No, we've never seen him lose his temper. Indeed, he usually speaks with such coldness that no one dares to defy him. The two gazed at Gu Shiwei with admiration. She was indeed a warrior, daring to confront their formidable leader. He is far too overbearing. How dare he impose moral obligations upon me? Humph. I shall make my own decisions regarding my belongings. Gu Shiwei muttered defiantly under her breath. Yet, she felt powerless against his formidable presence and reluctantly acquiesced. When Wu arrived to escort her home that evening, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping softly. Your uncle is bullying me. Wu, startled and concerned, inquired, Where are you hurt? Wah, my heart is wounded. He is morally coercing me. Wu exhaled in relief. It was merely a display of affection that had startled him. How did he morally coerce you? He declared that my level 3 water belongs to all of humanity. He is a rogue. Oh, why didn't he say that in front of me? Gu Shiwei suddenly heard the voice of the principal, startling her into a quick turn. Huiting stood at the door, wearing a knowing smile. What a disaster. Caught red-handed for reporting. Gu Shiwei immediately buried her head in Huiyu's embrace, feeling utterly embarrassed. Seeing her like an ostrich, Huiyu laughed heartily, causing her to punch him in annoyance. Uncle, Yeye was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Oh, I assure you, I am not joking. From now on, your level 3 water will be requisitioned. You must provide 5 liters daily, without fail, and we shall increase it once you level up. Gu Shiwei immediately raised her head. How do you know I can only produce 5 liters of level 3 water a day? Skeptically, she gazed at Huiyu, as this was a secret she had only shared with him. Ahem. Your uncle asked me just now, and I told him. I didn't expect him to want to requisition your level 3 water. Huiyu replied, feeling somewhat sheepish. Gu Shiwei was indignant. Huiting, you scoundrel. However, her modest status rendered her powerless. Wu Yu couldn't contend with his uncle and had no choice but to acquiesce. He could only strive to level up. And once he reached level 6, who knows how much water he might be able to produce. Just wait. Due to the previous kidnapping incident, Wu Yu had been refraining from traveling far, opting to return home the same day, hoping to pick up his wife after work. Upon returning home, Gu Shiwei hurriedly stockpiled some level 3 water for Wu Yu. While she could manage without it, he could not afford to be without his life-saving water. Seeing this, Wu Yu was deeply moved. No matter how he pleaded, Gu Shiwei remained adamant about not keeping any for herself. Yeah, I have a gift for you too. Wu Yu produced a transparent energy core. Gu Shiwei sensed that it was likely a spatial-type energy core, exceedingly rare. Here, drop a drop of blood to recognize your master. Are you serious? In this apocalyptic world, we still do the blood recognition thing? Ahem. I misspoke. Use your supernatural ability to probe into this energy core and imprint it with your mark. Gu Shiwei complied, feeling Hui Yu's powers guiding hers into the energy core. In the very center, she pressed her energy into a small hole. Suddenly, she felt a vast space, white and boundless. Approximately 1,000 cubic meters in size, around 10 meters in length, width, and height. What is this? Her voice trembled slightly. Was it as she had imagined? This is the energy core of a spatial-type beast, and I have locked the space for you. Once you recognize it as your own, you can use it as a personal space. Hui Yu's explanation confirmed Gu Shiwei's conjecture. She was ecstatic. A must-have space for traversing realms. Finally, it had arrived. Husband, I love you. Gu Shiwei leaped into Hui Yu's arms, kissing him. She was overwhelmed with excitement. Yeah, your sincerity is lacking. Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled. Then, tonight. You may do as you wish? That is what you said. Don't you dare regret it. Gu Shiwei indeed found herself regretting it. Who can go an entire night without rest? Gu Shiwei received a gift that she had been eager to examine. Yet Hui Yu provided her with no opportunity to do so. They only succumbed to slumber as dawn approached. Unsurprisingly, they awoke late the following morning. However, the class that Gu Shiwei attended was relatively lenient, with less stringent clock-in times, rendering a slight delay inconsequential. She retrieved several items and placed them into her spatial storage, which indeed proved functional. After taking them out again to assess, she noted that the energy expended was minimal. She then stored a few varieties of fruit, intending to later test the preservation efficacy. The energy core crafted by Hui Yu into a bracelet was quite convenient. Upon arriving at the research institute, she was informed by the water collector that she needed to prepare 5 liters of level 3 purified water that day. Gu Shiwei's expression instantly shifted to one of dismay. With no alternative, she had to exhaust her abilities to produce 1 liter of level 3 water. Hastily, she retrieved the water energy core to replenish her powers, alleviating her discomfort. In her cultivation field, only a few lavender plants remained. With little change over the past few days, normal daily management sufficed. It was estimated that in a few days, they would be ready to bloom. Chapter 15. Leaving the city Mingwei. Tomorrow we shall venture to an abandoned city in search of supplies. There is minimal danger. Would you like to accompany us? Hui Yu inquired of Gu Shiwei, uncertain of her willingness to leave the city. Absolutely. Gu Shiwei's response was resolute. Although the expedition promised relative safety, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Meals would be consumed en route, which might prove arduous. Hui Yu was aware that many women, especially those like Gu Shiwei, who possessed auxiliary abilities, often hesitated to embark on such journeys. I am not afraid of hardship. I desire to grow stronger, Gu Shiwei stated earnestly. Observing her determination, Hui Yu fell silent, realizing it was his oversight not to provide her with sufficient reassurance. Very well. I shall take you with me. For the outing. Hui Yu equipped her with a complete set of gear, all stored in his spatial pocket, alleviating her concerns. She merely needed to focus on her own preparations. On the day of departure, the entire team regarded Gu Shiwei with curiosity. Hui Yu's squad consisted of 5 individuals, all familiar faces, including those who had previously escorted Gu Shiwei to the Women's Protection Center. Mingwei, Du Li exclaimed, bouncing around energetically as Gu Shiwei waved at him. Hui Yu playfully tapped Du Li on the forehead, admonishing, address her as sister-in-law. Du Li's expression turned sour. He was reluctant to comply. Sister-in-law, younger sister. The others approached to greet her warmly, and Gu Shiwei reciprocated their kindness with grace. All right, it is time to set off. They traveled in a spacious 7-seat armored vehicle. Our mission involves a steel mill, where we shall retrieve some steel and coal, Hui Yu explained. This task aligned perfectly with their expertise, thanks to Hui Yu's spatial ability, which made transporting heavy materials exceptionally efficient. His spatial capacity far surpassed that of Gu Shiwei's smaller space, and could upgrade with the enhancement of his powers. The boss over there has been cleared by the advanced team, though some minor threats may remain. Exercise caution, especially you, Mingwei. Stay close to me. Yu had already briefed the team, emphasizing that this outing was intended to broaden Gu Shiyue's horizons, and thus, they had no objections. Moreover, having a woman among their ranks lightened the atmosphere significantly, and Gu Shiyue could even serve as a healer, which the team desperately desired. Dear younger sister, in the future, do join us more often. The brothers will guide you, boomed Hong Zhong, the elder statesman of the group, addressing Gu Shiyue. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance. Brother Hong and the rest. Though Gu Shiyue possessed a gentle and quiet demeanor, she was unflappable in significant moments. Her composure earned her appreciative glances from the others. Brother Yu, you've struck gold. Your sister-in-law is both beautiful and wise. Du Li remarked with a hint of envy, recalling his own fleeting aspirations toward Gu Shiyue. However, with Hui Yu in the picture, he understood that she was unattainable. Hui Yu shot him a disapproving glare. Don't get your hopes up. She is mine. Hui Yu was keenly aware of Du Li's intentions, and the jibe struck home. Du Li rubbed his face, fearing that his expression might not be pleasing. Throughout the journey, Hui Yu diligently educated Gu Shiyue on the essentials of wilderness survival, with one teaching earnestly and the other absorbing knowledge with equal seriousness. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some low-level exotic beasts and plants. Gu Shiyue seized the opportunity to engage in combat, though she had to maintain a water barrier throughout the ordeal. After extensive practice, Gu Shiyue had become quite adept at her water arrow, water sphere, and water barrier techniques, even mastering the art of creating a confounding mist to bewilder her foes. The only skill she had yet to employ was the water healing technique, as there had been no injuries during their skirmishes with lesser creatures. Before long, they arrived at the steel factory, which bore the scars of a recent battle. Large trucks were seen transporting iron and coal, indicating that more than just their group was undertaking this task. The group located a site piled high with materials, and Hui Yu began to move the supplies. Gu Shiyue intended to assist, but upon witnessing Hui Yu effortlessly load a massive machine into the transport, she hesitated. Her limited space could not accommodate such machinery, and Hui Yu had already loaded several of them, continuously adding iron blocks. Deciding to refrain from further attempts, Gu Shiyue concluded that this task was not suited for her. Old Hong, please take Ye around to see if you can gather some exotic plant seeds, Hui Yu suggested. Noticing Gu Shiyue's boredom, this was precisely what she desired. Du Li, you stay back and help me with the loading. Just as Du Li was about to flee, he froze in place. Brother Yu, I specialize in agility. Hong Gu is the one with strength. I know, but your slender arms and legs could use some exercise. Hui Yu replied without turning back. This felt like personal vendetta to Du Li, who was filled with indignation. However, he had no choice but to comply, as one must bow their head under the eaves. Hong Zhong and the others led Gu Shiyue around, allowing her to engage with any small creatures they encountered. She happily collected a plethora of seeds, discovering that many were different from those she had previously found. Be careful. Hong Zhong suddenly pulled Gu Shiyue aside as a ferocious bird appeared, nearly pecking her eye out. Heart racing, she quickly sought refuge behind Hong Zhong. The creature was level 9, likely having flown in from elsewhere. Observing the bird, Gu Shiyue noted its jet-black plumage, a size exceeding that of an eagle, a shrill cry, and claws glinting ominously. As they fought, Hong Zhong remarked that despite their level advantage, they still sustained minor injuries before successfully subduing the beast, given its aerial supremacy. Gu Shiyue promptly assisted them with healing, treating minor wounds posed no challenge for her. The trio insisted that they did not require help, claiming their injuries were superficial and would heal rapidly. Nevertheless, Gu Shiyue persisted in her treatment, feeling that otherwise, she would be remiss in her contributions. The corpse of the exotic bird held some value, and coincidentally, Gu Shiyue had nearly finished dealing with the nearby lesser creatures. Together, they carried the exotic bird back to find Hui Yu, who had also filled his space to near capacity. Meanwhile, Du Li, exhausted, gasped for breath and slumped to the ground. Hui Yu disdainfully remarked, "What a disgrace. You collapse over such a trivial task." Du Li gazed at Hui Yu in disbelief. "Brother Yu, are you still my brother Yu? I seriously suspect you are slandering me in front of Ye." Hui Yu shot him a glance. "Aren't you getting up? Should we carry you?" The others stifled their laughter, deservedly so. This audacious brat dared to join Hui Yu on the wife selection platform, and even subtly approached her. It was quite generous of Hui Yu to merely tease him a little. Gu Shiyue cast a sympathetic glance his way. The jealous man was not to be trifled with. She dared not add fuel to the fire. "Ye, are you tired?" Hui Yu took Gu Shiyue's hand, showering her with warmth, leaving only Du Li's sorrowful figure behind. Chapter 16. The Water God. With the successful completion of this mission, Hui Yu commanded the return journey. Indeed, it was merely an escort task, rather straightforward, which is why he dared to bring Gu Shiyue along. Initially, he worried that she might struggle to adapt to life outside the city, but to his surprise, she acclimated remarkably well and seemed eager for more adventures. Such enthusiasm for venturing beyond the city? A smile graced Hu Yu's lips as he regarded Gu Shiwei. Quite intriguing. Will you take me out again next time? She asked, wrapping her arms around his and resting her head on his shoulder, her hands playfully toying with his larger ones. Certainly, when the opportunity arises. However, you must not venture out alone. I will be the one to accompany you. Hu Yu emphasized. Human hearts are difficult to fathom, and with the scarcity of women in this era, even a solitary stroll down the street is fraught with danger, let alone venturing outside the city. In this post-apocalyptic world, the areas beyond the city walls are akin to lawless territories. The safety of women outside is virtually non-existent. Just days prior, the base had rescued several women from the outskirts, who were left barely clinging to life after enduring unspeakable torment. All right, I will heed your words. Gu Shiwei was no rebellious girl. She understood Hu Yu's intentions were for her own good, and thus, she had no desire to oppose him deliberately. Du Li, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy. He too wished for a wife like Gu Shiwei, beautiful, gentle, and affectionate. As they registered their entry at the base, the gazes of those around them converged upon Gu Shiwei, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Hu Yu swiftly draped his long coat over her head, embracing her protectively. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes out. With his fierce aura radiating, the onlookers, upon witnessing Hu Yu's prowess and equipment, quickly understood that this group was not to be trifled with and averted their gazes. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a stunning woman was not something an ordinary person could dare to provoke. They hastily passed through the checkpoint and arrived at the mission hall, where numerous female ability users were present. Although some attention still lingered, it was no longer akin to observing rare animals. I wish to submit my mission. Please allocate a spacious room. The attendant at the window was a charming young woman, likely holding this position due to familial connections. Certainly, please proceed to room 1 for the material handover. Upon seeing Hu Yu, her voice took on a sweeter tone. Upon noticing Gu Shiwei, however, her expression shifted to one of regret. Hu Yu paid little mind to her. She was merely a minor figure. Room 1 was the largest suite available, and the individuals inside were evidently in charge, clearly recognizing Hu Yu. Master Hua, what supplies are you here to hand over? Task C-2033, steel and coal. Very well. Please place them on the scale for weighing. Hu Yu was a frequent visitor to the mission hall. His spatial abilities were no secret, since he had arrived empty-handed. It was natural that the items were stored in his spatial realm. Nodding, he began to retrieve the items one by one, ultimately estimating that his haul was equivalent to that of an A-grade mission. Truly, the capabilities of a spatial ability user are astonishing. Gu Shiwei could not help but envy his vast space. Nonetheless, her own compact space sufficed for her needs. One must not be overly greedy. A group of individuals divided the contribution points, and even Gu Shiwei received a share. They cheerfully arranged to dine at the same restaurant as last time, Meijia's home. Meijia, I'll have a whole roasted cow, Du Li exclaimed. Brother Du is here. I'll arrange everything for you right away. Would you like some stir-fried dishes as well? Absolutely. What would you like to eat? Yeah. Hu Yu interjected, turning to inquire of Gu Shiwei. I'm fine with anything. Just order whatever you like. Hu Yu selected several sweet dishes that Gu Shiwei adored, while Du Li and Hong Zhong were indifferent. For them, the whole roasted cow was more than sufficient. And let us get some drinks. All right. Gu Shiwei suddenly thought of winemaking with her level 3 water. She could undoubtedly brew exquisite wine. Yu, can you get me the recipe and equipment for winemaking? I want to give it a try. Hu Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I don't have it at the moment, but I'll get it for you when I return. Don't worry. Gu Shiwei felt assured. Once Hu Yu made a promise, he would surely follow through. Sister-in-law, when you brew the wine, you must let us taste it first. Duly encouraged. Of course. In the post-apocalyptic world, wine was a rare commodity, and Gu Shiwei's intention was not to concoct ordinary wine, but rather an energy wine made from exotic plants. This concoction possessed special effects akin to potions. A quality energy wine could even surpass the efficacy of potions. Due to the size of the roasted cow, Mei Jia arranged a large table, where the group sat somewhat sparsely. As they awaited the arrival of the roasted cow, they chatted while enjoying the stir-fried dishes. Brother Yu, do you still have any level 3 water? Du Li asked mysteriously. What do you intend to do? Hu Yu responded cautiously. Level 3 water was no trivial matter, and he would not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Oh, it's my father. He wishes to purchase some level 3 water and asked if I had any connections. I remembered you had quite a bit last time, so I thought I'd inquire. Oh, I've used it all. Hu Yu had never disclosed Gu Shiwei's identity, so only a few, including Hu Ting, were aware of her ability to produce level 3 water. Meanwhile, Hu Yu's parents remained oblivious, having underestimated Gu Shiwei. They had no knowledge of this fact. Hu Ting's stringent control ensured that, within the base, only rumors of a recent batch of level 3 water circulated, without anyone knowing its source or to whom it belonged. Oh, that is unfortunate. Recently, people have been buying it at high prices. Where do you think this level 3 water comes from? Dooley seemed unconcerned, instead intrigued by the origins of the level 3 water. As far as I know, the only water deity in Hua country capable of producing level 3 water is Ms. Gu Minjing from the southern base, right? Huh? You both share the surname Gu. Sister-in-law? Is she related to your family? No, I'm an orphan. Gu Shiwei firmly denied it, having never heard of this person before. I'm sorry, I forgot about that, sister-in-law. Dooley apologized profusely. If Gu Shiwei had family, why would she enter the Women's Protection Center and be forced to choose a husband? He had inadvertently touched on a painful subject, but thankfully, she was magnanimous and did not take offense. Well, you shot him a glare. If you can't speak properly, just stay silent. It is said that Ms. Gu was born in the south and should not be related to her siblings. Upon witnessing this, Hong Zhong and others interjected, coming to Dooley's defense. It's nothing. She grew up in an orphanage and has long since come to terms with it. What level of ability does Ms. Gu possess? I have heard she has reached level 18, a high-ranking ability user, Hong Zhong remarked. So, was she initially awakened as a level 3 water purifier? How is that possible? Ms. Gu only awakened a level 3 water last year. Prior to her, there was not a single one in our country. After her awakening, she brought great honor to our nation. Indeed, in the past, many internationally mocked us, claiming we had the most survivors. But what did that matter if we didn't have a level 3 water user? Because of this, we faced numerous restrictions. Chapter 17, are you fat? How infuriating it was. I engaged in an online battle with them for 300 rounds. Likewise, that scoundrel, Xiao Rizi, once groveled before the beautiful nation, only to now claim that our China has been brothers with them since time immemorial. How absurd. And then there's India. Who dares to propose trading their Ganges water for level 3 water? What madness is this? A group of men reveling in their own bravado. While Gu Shiwei listened with great interest from the sidelines. Soon, the neighboring table, drawn in by the commotion, joined the fray. As the excitement escalated, they clapped and cheered. Ultimately, the entire restaurant was engulfed in spirited discussions among the men, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of electric. Magia, perceptive as she was, promptly offered a bottle of wine to each table. The boasting continued well into the night before finally dispersing. Huiyu, concerned that Gu Shiwei might not endure the ruckus, decided to take her home early, especially as the restaurant had become quite a smoke-filled den. The following morning, Gu Shiwei hurried to her experimental field, anxious about the fate of the lavender plants she had neglected for a day. To her relief, the lavender thrived, yet she found herself in a predicament. She was being pursued for a debt. She had failed to deliver the required 5L of level 3 water yesterday. Although her absence from the city was the reason, Wuting still kept a record, and she was to account for it later. Consequently, she could only spend a day in her workspace repaying her dues. By the end of the day, she had barely accumulated 4L, plus the 1L from the morning, which just met the task's requirement. When Huiyu came to pick her up that evening, she tearfully sought comfort, only to turn and find Wuting watching her with a bemused expression. Gu Shiwei felt mortified. What a coincidence to run into him again. She hurriedly pushed Huiyu into the car to leave. How embarrassing. Huiyu stifled a laugh and bid farewell to Wuting. Yeah, I'm taking you to customize some gear. Gu Shiwei suddenly perked up, realizing that Huiyu's red tassel spear was indeed energy equipment. What gear are we customizing? First, let us tailor a staff suited to your attributes. If time permits, we can also create a set of jewelry, a robe, and boots. In the decades since the apocalypse, the Research Institute had long developed the ability to forge equipment using materials from exotic beasts and plants. The Equipment Research Institute was just a stone's throw away from their Potion Research Institute. However, Gu Shiwei had never been here before, as it was inaccessible without a guide. This is it. Huiyu parked the car and led Gu Shiwei into the Equipment Research Institute. Clearly, arrangements had been made in advance upon her arrival. Gu Shiwei was immediately measured for her physical data and filled out a questionnaire. After a flurry of activity, nearly an hour had passed. All done. You can pick it up in a week. Huiyu calculated that they would have ample time before their departure. He readily paid the deposit, causing Gu Shiwei to feel slightly dizzy at the sight of so many zeros. She had thought herself wealthy. To her surprise, merely customizing gear had reduced her to a state of poverty. Noticing her distressed expression, Huiyu chuckled, "Money grubber? Don't worry. With your status, all of this is reimbursable. You'll get it back in a few days." Gu Shiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Free is delightful. It is not that I cannot afford the paid options. Rather, the free alternatives offer superior value. Well then, there is still plenty of time. Let us go out for a meal. Certainly. Today, I have a craving for congee. I know of a place that prepares it exceptionally well. Huiyu led Gu Shiwei into a narrow alley, where indeed there was a restaurant. But it bore no sign and was filled with several occupied tables. This establishment primarily caters to regulars, making it difficult for newcomers to find a seat, Wu Yu explained. Oh, Young Hua, is this your wife? She is quite charming. An elderly lady with a head of silver hair emerged. This is Grandma Lin. Her son resides in the same villa community as us. She owns this restaurant, which is said to have a kanji-making tradition spanning a millennium. Hua Yu introduced her to Gu Shiriwe. Hello, Grandma Lin, I am Gu Shiriwe. Gu Shiriwe greeted politely. Grandma Lin, please serve us a bowl of seafood kanji. A bowl of mushroom kanji, 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 baskets of meat buns, 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, and 1 basket of beef pot stickers. Accompanied by some pickled vegetables. All right, just wait a moment. Although Grandma Lin's hair was entirely white, she moved with remarkable agility. Her son held a high position in the base, and she opened this restaurant out of restlessness. Gu Shiriwe understood. Those who reside in villa communities cannot possibly be ordinary individuals. As soon as the kanji arrived, she was enveloped by its enticing aroma. She took a spoonful of the mushroom kanji. It was fresh, tender, and utterly delicious. The soup dumplings were particularly delightful, and the steamed dumplings were filled with shepherd's purse and mushrooms, a real treat. Gu Shiriwe was thoroughly enjoying her meal. It felt as if this were not a post-apocalyptic world, but rather reminiscent of the culinary craftsmanship found in century-old establishments of her past life. Eat slowly. If you enjoy it, we shall return tomorrow. Gu Shiriwe nodded repeatedly, savoring the delectable food. She felt quite full, and lately, it seemed she had gained quite a bit of weight. Her waist, already slightly thick, now had an additional layer resembling a swimming ring. With a hint of melancholy, she pinched the flesh around her waist. In a post-apocalyptic world, I still have a swimming ring. Is my flesh truly so hard to part with? Wu Yu chuckled, squeezing her swimming ring. The texture is quite pleasant. I like it. Gu Shiriwe shot him an incredulous glare. She refused to believe that any man could appreciate a woman's swimming ring. Wu Yu rubbed his nose and remarked, it is true. A bit of flesh is appealing. It feels comfortable to embrace. Nowadays, no man prefers a woman who is merely skin and bones. It makes one feel that the man lacks capability. Gu Shiriwe found herself at a loss for words. She was inexplicably swayed by his argument. So, after the Tang dynasty, has yet another era that celebrates plumpness finally arrived? The key is that in this post-apocalyptic world, there are indeed very few who are overweight. Ordinary women suffer from scarcity of food and clothing, making it difficult to gain weight. Female ability users can absorb energy within their bodies, leaving little excess energy to accumulate as fat, making it quite challenging to gain weight over time. Women like Gu Shiriwe, who are slightly plump, are indeed a rarity among the post-apocalyptic women she encountered. She was truly the most robust. She couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Weighing around 110 jin, should this not be a normal weight? Surely, it is not considered fat. She gazed at her ample bosom, pondering that perhaps there was an excess of flesh in that area. Previously, when she weighed 120 pounds, she never perceived herself as overweight. Now, such a notion seemed even more implausible. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, there was no other woman who surpassed her in size. Am I truly so overweight? Gu Shiriwe looked at Wu Yu with a pitiful expression, yearning to shed some pounds. In the past, she had proclaimed her desire to lose weight countless times, yet had never genuinely committed to it. It was only in this dire time that she had lost a few pounds due to hunger. Not overweight, just right. This is precisely how I like it. Hu Yu quickly expressed her opinion. I wish to lose 10 pounds. Hu Yu was taken aback. Absolutely not. Being thin does not look appealing. Indeed, you are at your most beautiful in your current form. In this world of scarcity, who has the luxury to concern themselves with weight loss? Chapter 18. Downpour, is it true? Gu Shiriwe found herself uncertain. After all, her resolve to lose weight had never been particularly strong. Indeed, more genuine than gold. Wu Yu whispered in her ear, show me tonight. I adore the fleshy parts. Gu Shiriwe felt her cheeks flush crimson, mortified that he would dare utter such words in public. Enraged, she playfully punched Wu Yu in the chest, which only elicited a hearty laugh from him. That night, Wu Yu indeed demonstrated just how much he cherished Gu Shiriwe's curves. She felt as though she were nothing more than a large jelly in his hands. The next morning, unable to rise from bed, she resolutely abandoned her weight loss ambitions. After all, once her abilities improved, her excess flesh would diminish. For now, marital harmony took precedence. Look, she had leveled up. She was now at level 6. Gu Shiriwe felt a surge of joy. Such fortunate events are rare. Her newly awakened spell at level 6 was a powerful water vortex, marking her transition from weakness to strength. Attention survivors. Rainfall is expected today at the base, with amounts ranging from heavy to torrential. Please take precautions and avoid exposure to the rain. Low-lying areas should prepare for drainage. Suddenly, her wristwatch buzzed with this notification, repeating thrice, accompanied by a mandatory audio announcement. Yeah, I must attend to urgent matters. Stay home today and do not venture outside. Hu Yu sprang from bed, recognizing the gravity of the situation, leaving Gu Shiyue without the opportunity to object. Wait, bring extra level 3 water. Without hesitation, Gu Shiyue retrieved all the level 3 water she had secretly stashed away, roughly 10 liters, and filled some empty bottles on the spot, handing it all to Hu Yu. He was touched and gave her a fervent kiss. I'll return. If the level 3 water is insufficient, I'll send someone back. I understand. Hu Yu left without a backward glance. Gu Shiyue barely had time for a meal before she hurriedly began to condense level 3 water. Thanks to her recent upgrade, her capacity to gather level 3 water had surged. She estimated she could produce around 10 liters in a day. It had doubled. After exhausting her abilities, she would immediately replenish with energy cores, as the exhaustion that followed was quite debilitating. Yet, she understood that every drop of water she could condense might save a life. Outside, the rain intensified, inundating the ground in the villa area. Suddenly, a multitude of anomalous plants began to emerge. While the security team braved the downpour to clear them away, those with torn raincoats quickly fell prey to madness. Gu Shiyue had already heard several explosive sounds. The window of her apartment was shattered by the anomalous plants, rainwater gushing in, but she paid it no mind. Her paramount task was to condense level 3 water. This was a cataclysm for humanity. It was her first experience of such carnage, her hands trembling with fear. A knock at the door startled her. Upon opening it, she found Huiting standing on the threshold. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine. Are you safe? Gu Shiyue felt a wave of concern for Hu Yu. Huiting's raincoat continued to drip water as he removed it at the entrance, momentarily pausing upon hearing Gu Shiyue's words, maintaining an air of composure. Are you all right? Is there an issue with your window? Yes, it's the kitchen downstairs, but it's not a major problem. I can manage without entering. At that moment, these were trivial matters, entirely unworthy of concern. Haven't you eaten yet? Huiting was perplexed by the discovery. No, I have eaten, Gu Shiyue fibbed. For she could not afford to complicate matters at that juncture. Huiting retrieved 2 warm buns from his pocket, urging, eat. Finish, and then I shall take my leave. This man seemed incapable of understanding subtlety. Gu Shiyue glared at him in frustration. Ahem. Since I'm here, I might as well fix your window. Unable to resist Huiting's insistence, Gu Shiyue begrudgingly began to eat the buns, which were fluffy and delicious, her expression softening in response to his thoughtful gesture. Huiting procured some plastic sheeting from the storage room and covered the window, reinforcing it with several wooden planks. The task took no more than a few minutes. You should refrain from using the kitchen. I will arrange for someone to bring you food. Gu Shiyue had finished her buns and handed him the gathered level 3 water. All right. Please take care. If you run low on level 3 water, come find me. Huiting nodded, donned his energy raincoat, and plunged once more into the torrential rain. Gu Shiyue watched his retreating figure with a hint of anxiety, uncertain of a Yu's condition. Hu Yu had returned only in the afternoon. Glancing at Gu Shiyue to confirm she was well before taking his leave with the level 3 water. The relentless rain had transformed the slum area into a hellscape, with sporadic explosions echoing in the distance. Within a single day, the base had suffered thousands of casualties. Hu Yu was preoccupied with clearing the abnormal vegetation and creatures that had surfaced within the city, as well as apprehending those afflicted with rage disorders, leaving him utterly exhausted. Gu Shiyue felt a pang of pity yet was powerless in this cursed apocalypse. As evening approached, the rain began to subside. Yet the abnormal beings showed no signs of retreat. This was to be expected. During the rain, the beasts sought shelter, only to emerge once it ceased. The aberrant plants thrived in the aftermath of the downpour, flourishing vibrantly. Huiting later dispatched individuals to collect level 3 water on 2 more occasions. But he himself did not return. That night, although the torrential rain ceased, the sounds of battle persisted both within and outside the base. After a long day, Gu Shiyue could no longer withstand the fatigue and fell asleep on the couch. Hu Yu finally returned the following morning. The sound of the door opening startled Gu Shiyue awake. Yu, you're back. She rushed over, throwing herself into Hu Yu's embrace, holding tightly to his waist. The past day and night had left her in a state of constant anxiety, fearing he might not return. I'm fine. Don't worry. My uncle mentioned the kitchen was damaged, so I brought you some food. I'm not hungry. Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Gu Shiyue observed Hu Yu's evident stubble. You eat first. I'll take a shower and rest a bit. Hu Yu retrieved some food from his space, ruffled Gu Shiyue's hair affectionately, and then headed for the shower. Seeing him in good spirits, Gu Shiyue felt a sense of relief. She first attended to her personal hygiene before arranging the food neatly. Soon, Hu Yu emerged from the bath. Were you waiting for me? He inquired. Yes, let us eat together. A sweet sensation filled Hu Yu's heart as he embraced Gu Shiyue and stole a kiss, settling down amidst her playful reproach and indulging in the meal with evident gusto. It was clear that he had not eaten well the previous day. After their meal, Yu took a brief nap while Gu Shiwei continued to concentrate on gathering level 3 water. Although the torrential rain had subsided, the need for medical aid remained pressing. As she perused the news, Gu Shiwei learned that the shelters were overflowing, with numerous individuals exhibiting symptoms of infection. Every moment, lives were lost. How could she remain idle? She retrieved her water containers and resumed her diligent efforts. Yu, having only rested for a short while, soon ventured out again. Gu Shiwei sighed, pondering when this calamity would finally come to an end. Chapter 19. Milk Tea. It was yet another hectic day. Gu Shiwei learned from the news that the recent torrential rain had caused countless houses to collapse, leading to numerous individuals exploding in despair on the streets. Survivors lay numbly in shelters, and the abnormal plants sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. The ability users, akin to firefighters, rushed about, extinguishing the flames of chaos. The world had become a purgatory. At present, the most pressing issues in the aftermath of the disaster were disease and food shortages, as the base's food supplies dwindled. The number of those perishing from hunger gradually increased, leaving everyone preoccupied with their own survival. Today, Gu Shiwei visited the research institute and discovered that her lavender was thriving, already budding, and she estimated it would be ready for harvest in a few days. She retrieved a batch of stargrass seeds from the warehouse and began planting them. In such dire times, the high-yield stargrass was an invaluable resource. This time, she dared not use level 3 water for irrigation. She only employed it during the seed-soaking process, hoping to reduce the mutation rate. The institute was bustling with activity, and Gu Shiwei did not dare to delay. For her production of level 3 water had already surpassed her limits. When Ting saw her pale complexion, he frowned and advised, "Do not be overly anxious. Act within your capacity. Your health is more important than anything." Gu Shiwei understood that he spoke from concern for her abilities, yet she forced a smile and replied, "Thank you. I know my limits." Ting fell silent, for they were indeed in urgent need of level 3 water. "Be sure to rest well," he added before turning to leave. However, Gu Shiwei sensed a certain disheveledness in his demeanor, a sight she found perplexing. Could it be that such a paragon as Ting could appear unkempt? Yu had been busy for an entire week, harvesting her lavender and stargrass. Although the latter's yield was noticeably lower, yet the mutation rate was not high, only about 5%, indicating that the level 3 water soaking had indeed been beneficial. For the vast base, this batch of stargrass was merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, the staff who came to purchase it were pleased, as it would provide sustenance for thousands, barely enough to sustain the needs of over 100,000 people. In this apocalyptic world, survival was all that mattered. When Yu returned, she informed her, Yeah, we will depart for Kyoto tomorrow." Gu Shiwei nearly forgot this matter altogether. "And your equipment? I have retrieved it for you." Yu produced a large box from her space, labeled with the insignia of the Dawn Base's Weaponry Research Institute. Gu Shiwei's spirits soared, after so many days. She had finally encountered a stroke of good fortune. She opened the box to find a complete set of robes, boots, a staff, and a set of jewelry. As Gu Shiwei caressed the equipment, she sensed the abundant energy it exuded, crafted from high-tier materials. The entire ensemble shimmered with brilliance, cohesively beautiful, and she adored it. "Try it on," Yu encouraged. "What if it's too advanced for me?" Gu Shiwei expressed her concern. "It won't be. It is tailored to your physical data. Just give it a try." Yu replied calmly, accustomed to fine things, treating it with nonchalance. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Shiwei promptly donned the entire set of equipment. The staff, crafted from wood, was intricately adorned with the carving of a crescent moon, exuding an exquisite charm. She tested it and found that her spellcasting speed increased by 15, and her energy recovery rate also saw a 15 enhancement. With delight, she exclaimed, "Yu, this staff is truly wonderful. I adore it." Yu encouraged her to try on more items. The necklace augmented her total energy capacity, while the ring was embedded with a protective shield, and the earrings possessed a skill to eliminate negative statuses. The robe served to defend against magical assaults, and the boots enhanced agility. Overall, this ensemble thoroughly equipped Gu Shiwei, transforming her from a mere sparrow into a formidable force. However, the young lady remained more concerned with her appearance. She meticulously admired herself in the mirror. "Yu, I think the design is rather nice. It looks great on me. It accentuates my waist." Upon hearing this, Yu suddenly felt a sense of unease and lifted her with one arm. Gu Shiwei gasped in surprise. "What are you doing? You feel lighter. You've lost weight." Yu expressed, visibly unhappy. "Really?" Gu Shiwei responded with excitement, immediately pinching the flesh around her waist. "Oh, where is my love handle?" She could hardly believe it and rushed to weigh herself. "Indeed, I've lost 5 pounds. Overjoyed, she felt like twirling, but Yu maintained a serious demeanor. "Now that we have some free time, I'll make sure you eat more." "No, I worked hard to lose this weight. Listen to me. A little extra weight looks good." "No, being slimmer is more attractive." Neither was willing to concede, and thus, an argument ensued. Ultimately, Huiyu subdued Gu Shuriwei on the bed using sheer force. With tears in her eyes, Gu Shuriwei reluctantly agreed that being a bit heavier looked good and promised to eat more. The flight to Kyoto was aboard a small aircraft, equipped with energy devices capable of combating airborne beasts. However, the energy consumption was immense, allowing only a select few high-ranking officials from the base to board. Huiting was merely assisting as a borrowed resource from the Dawn base, and once his task was complete, he would naturally return. Given Gu Shuyue's status, arranging a private jet would have been feasible, but due to Huiyu's protective measures, her identity remained a secret. Therefore, she could only hitch a ride on Huiting's private plane to Kyoto. The cabin was not particularly spacious, accommodating around a dozen passengers, including the crew and a contingent of bodyguards. Among Huiyu's team, only Du Li accompanied them, while the others, burdened with family obligations, were unable to travel to Kyoto and thus bid a regretful farewell. Sister-in-law, you simply must try this milk tea. I went out of my way to buy it. And it's absolutely delicious. Du Li presented a cup of milk tea to Gu Shuriwei as if it were a precious gift. In this post-apocalyptic world, milk tea was a luxury, and he had spent quite a bit on this cup. What milk tea? Let me taste. A hand reached in and snatched the tea away. Ugh, it's too sweet. Before Du Li could react, Huiyu downed the entire cup in one go, knowing that wasting food in this harsh world could incur dire consequences. You have a heart, Du Li lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. As the gesture was meant for Yeya, and he wondered what Huiyu was up to, Gu Shuriwei observed the scene before her and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ayu, exclaimed Huiyu as he promptly retrieved a cup of milk tea from his space. Yeah, this milk tea is delightful. You must try it. Brother Yu. There is but one milk tea shop at the Dawn base, the implied meaning being that the offerings are all the same. Huiyu shot him a sharp glance, prompting Du Li to fall silent immediately. Yeah, disregard his words. I had the owner prepare my milk tea with half the sugar and added some taro paste. It's truly delicious. Huiyu whispered to Gu Shuriwei. Seeing Huiyu's somewhat petty demeanor, she found it unexpectedly endearing and graciously lifted the cup to drink. It is indeed delightful. Thank you, Ayo. Du Li, witnessing the affectionate exchange between the couple, sighed dramatically in a corner, tracing circles on the ground. Huiting cast a stoic glance in his direction and remarked, Do not encroach upon another's wife. Du Li's expression grew even more forlorn. Chapter 20. The flock of birds. Will the aircraft encounter danger in the sky? Gu Shuriwei felt an unsettling apprehension. Fear not. Typically, we may only encounter solitary aerial beasts, and the crew is experienced, Huiyu reassured her. But what if we come across a flock of birds? Gu Shuriwei remained unconvinced. Ferocious creatures tend to be solitary. It is the meek that gather in herds. There is nothing to worry about. Huiyu's words resonated with her, and she began to ease her mind. Although she was capable of condensing level 3 water even in midair, the presence of others compelled her to lean against Huiyu's shoulder and rest her eyes. Attention! Attention! A flock of birds has been spotted ahead, preliminarily identified as level 3 azure birds, numbering approximately 30,000. The crew will soon fire high-energy cannons. Expect some turbulence and please fasten your seatbelts. Gu Shuriwei wondered if she had spoken too soon, as the birds indeed appeared. Among the passengers was a level 19 expert, Wang Hao, who was evidently accustomed to such situations. Remain calm. Personnel above level 10, follow me to engage. The rest stay inside the aircraft. With that, he opened the hatch and leapt out. Gu Shuriwei gasped. He hadn't even brought a parachute. Yet, he floated effortlessly in the air. Astonished, she watched as Huiyu and several guards also soared out, landing securely on the aircraft's nose and wings. Gu Shuriwei realized that one could fly at level 10. Just then, the high-energy cannon completed its charge, creating a clear path through the flock of birds, striking the avian king directly. The azure birds hit by the shot were instantly vaporized, leaving the remaining birds in a frenzy, some even colliding with the aircraft. It was critical to note that the plane was traveling at high speed. A collision with birds could spell disaster. Huiyu and the others were tasked with eliminating the azure birds before they could crash into the plane. Each employed their unique abilities. Huiyu unleashed a flurry of spatial blades, ensnaring the azure birds. Huiting, a psychic, immobilized them with his powers, causing them to plummet. Wang Hao, a fire manipulator, engulfed the birds in flames. Although it may seem lengthy, the entire engagement, from confrontation to successful passage through the flock, transpired in merely 5 seconds. Gu Shuriwei felt as though it had been but the blink of an eye before they returned to the cabin. Are you afraid? Huiyu asked with concern, noting that she had never witnessed such a spectacle before and hoped she had not been frightened. I didn't even have time to be scared. Gu Shuriwei candidly replied. Their efficiency had been astonishing. Young lady, you intrigue me. Should you ever need assistance? Feel free to seek me out at the Godslayer Mercenary Corps. Wang Hao found Gu Shiriwei amusing and was willing to extend a favor. Unfortunately, Hu Yu and Hu Ting were not pleased, simultaneously directing fierce glares at Wang Hao. She is married. She is my wife. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. What are you saying? I merely find the young girl intriguing. Should danger arise, I would gladly offer my protection. It seems that the little lady has someone to guard her, so I shall refrain from further involvement. At this moment, both Hu Yu and Hu Ting realized they had misjudged the situation. Apologies, senior. We were overly concerned, they expressed. No matter. Such a charming young lady would make anyone anxious, Wang Hao replied, displaying remarkable magnanimity. At this juncture, Gu Shiriwei stepped forward and remarked, Senior, thank you for your kindness. I hope to have the opportunity to visit the Godslayer Mercenary Corps. Aha. Splendid. The little lady speaks with such grace, Wang Hao quipped, glancing at Hu Ting and Hu Yu. Hu Ting remained silent, while Hu Yu's cheeks were tinged with an unusual shade of red. Senior, is the Godslayer Mercenary Corps formidable? Gu Shiriwei deliberately shifted the topic. The Godslayer Mercenary Corps is one of the 4 major mercenary groups in the capital. Would you not consider that impressive? Wang Hao responded with pride. Indeed, to rank among the top 4 in the capital is truly remarkable. Gu Shiriwei sincerely praised. The little lady possesses discernment. Now, pray tell, what are the 4 major mercenary groups in the capital? The foremost, of course, is our Godslayer Mercenary Corps, which boasts an official background and comprises primarily retired military personnel, thus maintaining strict discipline and a commendable reputation. So you are a veteran. No wonder you exude an air of iron resolve, Gu Shiriwei observed. Oh, young lady, you can discern that. Impressive. Indeed, the stature of a soldier is invariably upright and easily recognizable. Wang Hao chuckled, finding the conversation entertaining. Allow me to share about the second mercenary group, the Dragon Rising Mercenary Corps, which is directly affiliated with the Ability Users Association. They have many skilled individuals and a considerable division of power, he continued. As for the third, it is the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps, which exclusively recruits female ability users and has developed quite well. Gu Shiriwei's eyes sparkled. She had presumed that women in a post-apocalyptic world were a vulnerable demographic. However, she was astonished to learn of this group of women who formed a mercenary corps and carved a bloody path through the chaos. The fourth is the Free Alliance, which consists of several smaller mercenary groups that have banded together for mutual support. Their scale is not insignificant, though their strength is somewhat ambiguous. Nevertheless, they are quite well informed. Wang Hao smacked his lips, clearly holding back on criticism, particularly regarding the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. The other 2 groups, however, he intentionally downplayed, which Gu Shiriwei understood, as rivals often harbor animosity. Is the leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps also a woman? Gu Shiriwei inquired, her interest piqued. Indeed, the leader is named Li Mingqi. A name quite gentle, don't you think? Gu Shiriwei nodded, deducing from the name that she must be a delicate beauty. Alas, she is quite the tomboy, Wang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Gu Shiriwei felt a tinge of disillusionment. It is said that she forsook her fiancé to establish the mercenary corps. TSK. She possesses quite a ruthless heart, Wang Hao lamented. Interestingly, Li Mingqi's fiancé also bears the surname Hua. He is a master apothecary, if I recall correctly, named Hu Ting? Gu Shiriwei was taken aback, her gaze darting toward Hu Ting, the very subject of discussion. Ask whatever you wish, Hu Ting replied with irritation. Is Li Mingqi truly your fiancé? Gu Shiriwei inquired with curiosity. She was my former fiancé, Hu Ting clarified. So she was the one who ended it with you? Gu Shiriwei could hardly believe it. After all, Hu Ting was a tall, wealthy, and handsome man, an embodiment of the stoic and alluring gentleman, yet he had been cast aside by his fiancée? Indeed, he affirmed. Why on earth? Gu Shiriwei asked, undeterred. Hu Ting's gaze deepened as he looked at her, his tone chilling. She claimed that men merely hinder her speed in drawing her sword. A burst of uproarious laughter erupted on the airplane, resonating through the cabin as all those eavesdropping could not help but chuckle. Is it truly that amusing? Hu Ting inquired ominously. Chapter 21. Betrothal not amusing at all. She will undoubtedly regret this in the future, Gu Shiriwei exclaimed hastily. She could not afford to offend Hu Ting. She won't, Hu Ting replied softly. What do you mean she won't? Gu Shiriwei was perplexed. She won't regret it, Hu Ting asserted confidently. Why? Gu Shiriwei inquired, confused. Because she has already had children. There is no need for her to marry, Wang Hao exclaimed, dropping a bombshell that startled Gu Shiriwei. This sister is truly remarkable. How admirable. Then whose child is it? Gu Shiriwei's gaze shifted toward Hu Ting, wondering if it could possibly be his. Not mine, Hu Ting stated with certainty. She changes her partner daily, never repeating, and no one knows whose child it is. Wang Hao remarked wistfully. Wow, this sister is impressive. I envy her. For the sake of a forest, she gave up Huating, this great tree. It doesn't seem like a loss. Moreover, it is not a man that would hinder her swordplay, but rather marriage that would impede her quest for men, right? Gu Shiwei dared not voice this thought, fearing it would provoke both Huiyu and Huating. So, uncle, how is your engagement arranged? Gu Shiwei asked curiously. Huating cast her a sidelong glance and tersely replied, childhood betrothal. No wonder. Gu Shiwei realized. This arrangement was not made by Li Mengqi herself. With her question answered, she refrained from further inquiry, feeling that continuing would be akin to dancing on his grave. Turning her attention back to Wang Hao, she queried, Senior Wang, do the female ability users of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps keep lovers? Wang Hao was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. This was indeed the juiciest scoop. Directly confirmed by the party involved. Not entirely. Some maintain monogamous relationships, while others keep several lovers, and there are those who openly acknowledge multiple husbands. Wow, has Kyoto advanced to such a degree? Gu Shiyue's expression conveyed her astonishment. It was like paradise. With multiple husbands, don't they fight? Not at all. They are naturally a cohesive team and do not bicker over personal grievances. Surviving in the apocalypse is already challenging enough. Who cares about dignity? As long as a woman can aid them in advancing, that suffices. Wang Hao sighed. In normal times, who would willingly share a spouse? Isn't this the wretched apocalypse? Such polyandrous arrangements are indeed becoming more common, Gu Shiwei inquired, considering the scarcity of women available. Exactly. Once you arrive in Kyoto, you will find that polyandry is quite prevalent. Such families often bear less pressure, and many are willing to adopt this lifestyle. Wang Hao explained. Gu Shiwei cast a curious glance at Huiyu, who immediately reacted as if he had been set off. Don't even think about it. If you want to seek other men, it will only be over my dead body. All right, this is a typical man. Okay, I want to look for anyone else. Just you will suffice. Gu Shiwei soothed him, and only then did Huiyu's expression soften. She belonged to those with a thieving heart but lacking the courage. Managing one man was exhausting enough, let alone several. Alas, what a pity. Little girl, if you seek a man, there are countless suitors eager to be chosen. Wang Hao provocatively declared, relishing the chaos he stirred. Infuriated, Huiyu was poised to challenge him to a duel, only to be restrained by Gu Shiwei. Yeah, you belong to me alone. Huiyu protested, to which Gu Shiwei replied, indeed, you are the sole possessor. No one can take you away. While Gu Shiwei occasionally found Huiyu's behavior rather childish, she could never bring herself to chastise him harshly. Huiyu cast a defiant glance at Wang Hao, who merely clicked his tongue and ignored him. Realizing he was no match for Wang Hao, Huiyu eventually composed himself and refrained from seeking confrontation. As time passed, Huiyu discreetly showered Gu Shiwei with affection, flaunting their bond to the point of discomfort for others. Their laughter and banter made the journey seem fleeting, and before long, their flight had landed. Kyoto, I have returned. Huiyu shouted exuberantly, drawing the attention of the sparse crowd at the airport. Huiting, feeling embarrassed, was the first to make his exit. With no choice, Gu Shiwei pulled Huiyu along to follow. Kyoto remained a bustling metropolis with towering buildings and ceaseless traffic, seemingly untouched by the chaos of the outside world. The Hua family's estate, a Grand Sihiyuan, was rumored to have once been a marquis's residence, adorned with non-threatening exotic plants that left Gu Shiwei in awe. Country bumpkin. A woman's voice grumbled, inciting Huiyu's fury. Wu Jiao, apologize. The speaker was Huiyu's cousin, who was audibly contesting Huiyu's actions. Why should I? You allowed a mysterious woman to tarnish Mingzhu's reputation and caused me to lose my engagement. Why would you even consider marrying into the Mo family? Awaiting to be sold off? That is none of your concern. Huiyu retorted. Their argument escalated until Huiting's sharp reprimand brought them to a halt. Wu Jiao apologized to Shiwei. Hui Jiao's eyes welled with tears. Uncle, you favor her. She has wronged me. I will not apologize. With that, she turned and fled, covering her face. Gu Shiwei, bewildered, wondered why she was being targeted upon her arrival at the ancestral home. Was there an inherent discord between her and the Hua family? Jiao is spoiled. I will have grandfather intervene. Huiyu assured her. What does she mean by claiming I harmed her? Gu Shiwei was reluctant to bear such an unfounded blame. She harbors feelings for Mo Mingyuan, and with the recent fallout over Mo Mingzhu, their families have quarreled, thus nullifying the engagement. Huiyu explained, scratching his head. But how is this my fault? Is the victim to be blamed? Gu Shiwei, too, was no stranger to anger, having endured for Huiyu's sake. Darling, do not stoop to her level. She has been coddled at home and lacks worldly experience. I will make sure she apologizes to you. Huiyu fumed, feeling indignant that his family members were single-handedly belittling Gu Shiwei, as if to undermine him as well. Did he not deserve dignity? Upon entering the living room, an energetic elderly gentleman occupied the upper seat, flanked by a commanding middle-aged man and a rather stern middle-aged woman, who was softly comforting Hu Jiaojiao. Father, elder brother, sister-in-law, grandfather, uncle, aunt. The two approached in succession to pay their respects, with Gu Shiwei following Hu Yu in greeting as well. Everyone is back. You must have had a hard time. Is this Ye? Such a good child. Come closer. Let me have a look. The old gentleman spoke with considerable authority. Gu Shiwei cast a glance at Hu Yu, who nodded reassuringly, prompting her to step forward with trepidation. Indeed, a fortunate child. The old gentleman affirmed with a nod. Hu Yu's uncle also acknowledged this with a slight nod. Meanwhile, Hu Jiaojiao, who had been sobbing quietly, suddenly escalated her cries. Stop crying. No one feels sorry for you. The aunt's remarks dripped with sarcasm, causing the others present to furrow their brows. If you cannot speak appropriately, then refrain from speaking altogether. The uncle retorted angrily. This mother-daughter duo is always causing a scene. They ought to be mindful of the occasion. Chapter 22. The Nation Hua Jiangwo. What do you mean by that? Do you not see our daughter suffering? Why do you favor outsiders? Aunt scolded, unable to contain her frustration. Silence. Who is an outsider? She is a Yu's wife. My daughter-in-law. Uncle rebuked sternly. A girl of unknown origins has thrown our household into disarray. I refuse to acknowledge this niece-in-law. Aunt's face, usually stern, twisted into a fierce expression when angered. How dare you? This home is not for you to dictate. The old man thundered. Aunt, undeterred, attempted to retort. But the old man cut her off. If you wish to flaunt your authority, do so back at your Su family. I am still very much alive. Such words were heavy with meaning. Dad, are you casting me aside for her? After all these years of bearing children for the Hua family, is this how you treat me? And staggered back, her heart shattered. The old man, engulfed in rage, huffed and chose silence. Aunt turned again to Uncle, Wu Jiangwo. Speak. Do you wish to abandon your wife and children? Is there another woman? Enough, Su Ru. What madness is this in front of a younger generation? Go back to your room at once. Grandpa. Dad. You are being excessive. Hu Jiaojiao shrieked before running away. Jiaojiao. Aunt, anxious for her daughter, chased after her, casting a sharp glare at Gu Shiwei before departing. Gu Shiwei felt unjustly targeted. What was her fault? Why was she subjected to such disdain simply for being an orphan? She had truly had enough. Her face was taut, her lips pressed tightly together, and it was evident to any observant eye that she was furious. Alas, misfortune befalls this household. Yeah, do not be upset. Remain here peacefully. They dare not lay a finger on you. The old man sighed. Uncle, filled with shame, expressed. I apologize. It is my failure to manage them properly. I extend my sincerest apologies. Hu Yu's anger had reached its zenith once more. Enough. Grandpa. Uncle. I have a house outside. We can live there. I shall not return to be an eyesore. How dare you speak like that? Do you not know your wife's status? Can she live outside? You. I understand that your aunt and Jiao Jiao have gone too far, but what enmity can exist among family? I will ensure they apologize to you. Uncle attempted to mediate. However, Gu Shiwei sensed something amiss. Apologizing to Hu Yu? That was unnecessary. Moreover, given her status, the old residence was undoubtedly safer. Uncle firmly asserted, you will return. Hu Yu seemed on the verge of acquiescing when suddenly, the housekeeper rushed in. Old master. A group of soldiers has arrived, specifically requesting the presence of Ms. Gu Shiwei. What is happening? The family exchanged bewildered glances. They could only exit to greet the unexpected guests, with even the fleeing Hu Jiaojiao and Aunt reappearing. Commanderly, what brings you here personally? My apologies for the oversight. Old Hua, your family has achieved remarkable things. You have raised a golden phoenix. Too kind, too kind. A Ting has just ascended. And you have received the news already. Oh, Master Hua has advanced. Now he can be called a Grand Master, right? Old Master Hua appears to be in high spirits, reveling in the joy of this event. Just as he was about to elaborate, Director Li's expression turned serious as he addressed Gu Shiwei. Is this the esteemed Miss Gu Shiwei? Gu Shiwei stepped forward. Greetings. I am Gu Shiwei. Excellent. Excellent. A commendable child. The nation needs you. At this moment, your willingness to step forward is commendable. Director number 1 has tasked me with delivering a message, expressing his hope that you will accept the nation's arrangements. The excitement on Director Li's face was palpable. However, I must confirm something first. Gu Shiwei understood and conjured a sphere of grade 3 purified water. Director Li quickly caught it in a prepared container and placed it on the simple detection device, which assessed purification value 96, rated as grade 3 purified water. Upon hearing the announcement, Director Li burst into hearty laughter. Our nation has produced another water deity. Heaven bless our great nation. Meanwhile, the expressions of those around them were quite remarkable. Yeah, when did you contact the government? I had no idea. Hu Yu was on the verge of collapse. Hu Ting looked at her with a complex expression. realizing his desire to keep Gu Shiwei to himself had been shattered. Uncle Hua's lips moved, but no words emerged. Old Master Hua's smile froze. Hu Jiao looked utterly incredulous. Impossible. She's merely an enigmatic woman. How could she possibly be a water deity? You must be mistaken. Aunt quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might utter something irreparable. Oh, it seems our water deity has not had a pleasant time in the Hua family. But fear not. The nation will always stand as your support, Director Li proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Indeed, it is precisely because I believe in the nation that I chose to report. I wonder if my request will be granted? Haha. Rest assured. Your requests are trivial matters. The nation will certainly accommodate you. On my way here. Your residence has already been prepared. You may accompany me anytime. Gu Shiwei curved her lips into a smile. Very well. I shall go now. She turned to Huiyu, who wore an expression of despair at you. Will you come with me? Thinking Gu Shiwei no longer wanted him, Huiyu's eyes lit up, and all his despondency vanished. Yes, yes, yes. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Thus, she expressed her gratitude for the Hua family's hospitality today. Let us depart. Unless something unforeseen occurs, I shall never set foot here again. The Hua family truly regarded her as a helpless orphan. Though she lacked family, she had her nation. The nation is far more reliable. You. Take good care of Yeye. Old Master Hua, seeing that the situation was irreversible, ceased his futile efforts. Fortunately, Yeye is a child of deep sentiment. As long as Huiyu is present, the Hua family will not suffer losses. Huiyu cast a complex glance at his so-called family, as if finally seeing them clearly for the first time. I will take good care of Yeye. But all of this no longer concerns the Hua family. Having spoken, he boarded the vehicle, departing from the abode he once believed to be his sanctuary. Old Master, what is the matter with you? Father, what has happened? Oh my God. So much blood. Call a doctor. Hurry. The Old Master has coughed up blood from anger. Father, please wake up. In the chaos behind them, Gu Shiwei and Huiyu remained oblivious. In truth, you need not utter such harsh words, Gu Shiwei remarked to Huiyu. She understood his distress, yet those were still his family. Even if their relationship had soured, she was willing to lend a hand for Huiyu's sake. No need for that. I do not wish for you to be drained by them. Huiyu replied gloomily. What is the point of such feigned respect? The crux of the matter is that I am too weak. In the family, I hold no authority, thus they dare to belittle Yeye. Gu Shiwei gently patted his hand. It's all right. Let us look ahead. She had already added Wang Hao's contact information on the plane, and it was through him that she had reached out to the authorities. This was the reason for the timely arrival of Commander Li. Chapter 23. Upgrading Ms. Gu. Might I inquire about your relationship with Ms. Gu Minjing? Director Li asked with keen interest. We merely share the same surname and are not acquainted, Gu Shiwei replied, acknowledging the coincidence of both being surnamed Gu and both being water deities. How fortuitous indeed. Your awakening has alleviated considerable pressure on the nation. We are in dire need of level 3 water. Director Li expressed with a sense of relief. Gu Shiwei fell silent, reflecting on the hardships endured by those in the apocalypse. Soon, they arrived at a suburban estate, where Director Li continued his introduction as they walked. In accordance with your requirements, we have arranged for you an independent estate with 30 acres of arable land. The facilities are fully equipped, and security personnel are already in place. Should you have any further needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. Gu Shiwei surveyed her surroundings and was quite pleased with the swift preparations made in such a short time. This is quite satisfactory. I am grateful for the nation's provisions. Her gratitude was genuine. The country had afforded her a comfortable living condition, transforming her situation from one of subjugation to one of agency. In this moment amidst the apocalypse, she finally felt she had a true home. Excellent. Director Li, a person of discernment in his position, sensed Gu Shiwei's gratitude. This is Li Jingtian, a level 19 ability user and currently the captain of the military's ability user team. He will be your point of contact moving forward. You may reach out to him for any matters. In his 20s, Li Jingtian was the one who had coordinated the arrangements at the estate. With a tall, athletic build and a ruggedly handsome face, he exuded quality and charm. Gu Shiwei's lingering gaze caused his face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. Gu Shiwei nodded. If I wish to venture outside the city for training, may I also seek him out? Absolutely. His team of ability users is exceptionally skilled. Accompanying him outside the city will ensure your safety, Director Li responded, pleased that Gu Shiwei accepted Li Jingtian. Wonderful. Little Tian, make certain to take good care of Miss Gu. He chuckled. Yes, Director. Li Jingtian replied respectfully, bowing. With that, I shall take my leave. Ms. Gu, feel free to contact me whenever necessary. Thank you, Director Li. The estate was well equipped, and out of courtesy, Gu Shiwei invited Li Jingtian to join them for dinner. The estate had a dedicated chef and nutritionist provided by the state. relieving her of any financial obligation. Gu Shiwei thoroughly enjoyed the meal. In a gesture of reciprocity, she presented all the level 3 water she had produced that day to Li Jingtian. He appeared overwhelmed, likely having never seen such an abundance of level 3 water before, and hesitated to accept. "Thank you, Miss Gu. This level 3 water truly addresses our urgent needs," Li Jingtian exclaimed, bowing deeply, startling Gu Shiwei. "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty," she replied modestly. "No, you must understand. This quantity of level 3 water could save thousands of lives. It is of paramount importance to the nation." Gu Shiwei furrowed her brow, pondering the situation. "Surely that cannot be the case. I have previously produced a considerable amount of level 3 water. Has it not reached the capital? Moreover, Ms. Gu Minjing from the southern base has been awakened for over a year, yet Kyoto has received not a single drop?" Gu Shiwei pondered and naturally questioned, "Is Kyoto in dire need of level 3 water? Would the southern base not send any?" "The output of level 3 water from Ms. Gu Minjing is quite limited. She can only produce approximately 10 liters daily. The southern base barely has enough for its own use and can only transport half of that to the Kyoto base each month, which must also be shared with other smaller bases, leaving them with very little. Only 10 liters? Yet she could produce 10 liters at level 6. What accounts for such a vast disparity? Do you know the output of the other water deities?" This information is not publicly available, and Gu Shiwei is unaware. "I do know. Maria from the beautiful country produces 20 liters daily. Sharma from the third country produces 8 liters. Lilith from the potato country produces 15 liters. And Mia from the kangaroo country produces 7 liters each day. So, there appears to be no fixed standard?" Gu Shiwei frowned. She had anticipated some consistent pattern. Indeed, if one were to speak of patterns, there is one. All water deities are female. This is indeed possible, as the energy within women tends to be more harmonious and less volatile, albeit with the drawback of difficulty and advancement. This explains why there are more high-level male ability users. Will their output increase upon leveling up? It seems not. The initial output appears to remain constant. "Ms. Gu." Li Jingtian hesitated to inquire further. "Well, my output will indeed increase upon leveling up." Gu Shiwei had no intention of concealing this. A daily production of 10 liters is simply inadequate. She must demonstrate her worth to secure better treatment. "Indeed," Li Jingtian gasped, his complexion flushed. "Ms. Gu, this matter is of utmost importance. I must report it to the superior." Gu Shiwei nodded. "Certainly." By the end of the day, Gu Shiwei felt quite exhausted. After Li Jingtian took his leave, it was time for her to rest. After leaving her home, Huiyu remained in a melancholic mood. During their conversation, he seemed lost in thought. Are you still feeling down?" Gu Shiwei nestled into his embrace, feeling grateful for his unwavering support despite any conflicts with the Hua family. To say she was not touched would be untrue. Yeah. I always believed my family was harmonious and happy. They all loved me dearly. Yet now, I suddenly realized that may not be the case. Huiyu's spirits were low. People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. I believe they love you, but perhaps they cannot accept me, even though she is a water deity. They merely wish to keep her hidden for their own use, unwilling to grant her the status and power she deserves. In a back-and-forth manner, they seem intent on suppressing her. Though she possesses a gentle temperament, she is far from foolish. How could she not see through their schemes? No, I cannot abide their selfish, arrogant, and rude behavior. Huiyu shook his head, acknowledging that it was not difficult to accept his family's lack of affection. It merely saddened him. Gu Shiwei refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the third-level water she had previously brought forth. It was merely appropriated by the Hua family to win over hearts. She felt no sorrow for it, considering it her filial duty to Huiyu. This foolish lad indeed harbored genuine feelings for her. Unable to bear the thought of him in distress, she extended an invitation for him to join her in a bath. Huiyu's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, his previous irritability dissipating in an instant. "You promised, so you must not go back on your word." Huiyu promptly swept her off her feet, and before long, the two were singing merrily in the bathroom. After a night of revelry, Huiyu successfully ascended to level 11. He was overwhelmed with joy, and in the stillness of the night, he could only channel his emotions through vigorous activity, leaving Gu Shiwei utterly exhausted. She deeply regretted her decision, for it was clear that harboring affection for a man marked the beginning of a most unfortunate ordeal. Chapter 24. In this lifetime, the morning sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating her spacious bed. Huiyu had long risen to engage in his morning exercises. Gu Shiwei drew back the curtains, stretching lazily under the warm sunlight, feeling a profound sense of ease and comfort. There truly is no place like home. Outside the window, Huiyu was training with his team of guards, all in their 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. Their shirts soaked with sweat, and as they wiped their brows, the sight of their sculpted abs was quite a feast for the eyes. Gu Shiriwa felt as if they had transcended the apocalypse. At that moment, Hoyu glanced up and caught sight of Gu Shiriwa, breaking into a radiant smile. Observing his beaming expression, she surmised that he had emerged from the shadows of despair. She adored the sun-like warmth of Hoyu. Once Gu Shiriwa completed her morning routine and descended the stairs, she found Hoyu already waiting for her at the dining table. "Eat first if you're hungry. You train hard, so don't wait for me," she urged. "It's all right. Eating with you is far more enjoyable," Hoyu replied, his smile brightening as he arranged her utensils. "Do try it, and let me know how it tastes," he added, not waiting for her response as he seized a large meat bun and took a hearty bite. Delicious. Though Hoyu hailed from an esteemed family, which typically adhered to the etiquette of silence during meals, Gu Shiriwa, being an orphan, had never learned such customs. Consequently, she would engage in light conversation with Hoyu during their meals, prompting him to gradually adjust his habits. "Indeed, it's quite good." Upon hearing Gu Shiriwa's praise, the kitchen staff beamed with joy, for they had been assigned to ensure her well-being. In a world ravaged by chaos, securing such a desirable position was the envy of many, especially one that involved serving the water god, which offered benefits far beyond mere wages. Unbeknownst to Gu Shiriwa, under the affectionate guidance of the state, she was already enjoying privileges akin to those of the elite. In the evening, Gu Shiriwa ventured to the cultivation fields, eager to inspect her domain. The 30 acres of arable land, mostly dry fields, were equipped with greenhouses, complete with all necessary facilities. As she surveyed each one, she discovered that a portion of the plants had not been cleared by the state, effectively becoming provisions gifted to her. Thus, only about a dozen greenhouses remained vacant and in need of replanting. Having previously cultivated lavender, she now sought to challenge herself with a level 6 plant. After perusing the directory of level 6 flora, she ultimately selected wheat, not for any particular reason other than its status as a staple food, one of humanity's most pressing needs in the post-apocalyptic world. After enduring the baptism of volatile energies, this wheat was no longer ordinary. A typical stalk now towered approximately 2 meters high, with each grain weighing nearly a pound. It was not uncommon for a single plant to yield an astounding 100 pounds of grain. Of course, one might question why food remains scarce in such a world despite these high yields. The answer lay in the insidious mutation rate, an alarming 90% negative mutation rate. With only a 10% success rate for cultivation, the mutated wheat, akin to the sharpness of a hailstorm, transformed its awns into lethal weapons, capable of piercing through anything with a mere jab. Often, by the time the mutated wheat is eradicated, the normal wheat has also been nearly destroyed. Hence, the cultivation of wheat presents significant challenges. Upon hearing that Gu Shiriwa required wheat seeds, Li Jingtian, despite his disapproval, promptly delivered the seeds to her. Once Gu Shiriwa received them, she commenced soaking the seeds in level 3 water. This spectacle caused Li Jingtian to involuntarily twitch his lips. Noticing his discretion in refraining from further comment, Gu Shiriwa cheerfully explained, "Soaking in level 3 water can prevent mutations." "Is that truly the case?" Li Jingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Level 3 water is exceedingly precious, and no one had previously dared to use it for experimental planting. However, if level 3 water indeed possesses such efficacy, then many rare exotic plants could be cultivated. "Here are my previous experimental records. Take them," Gu Shiriwa said, forwarding her past findings to Li Jingtian and then leaving him to his devices. The estate was equipped with both labor and agricultural machinery, making Gu Shiriwa's planting endeavors considerably simpler. She merely needed to issue commands for plowing, weeding, fertilizing, and leveling the land. During the seeding process, she meticulously adhered to the planting instructions. With assistance readily available, the seeding of over a dozen acres of wheat was completed within a single day. The paramount concern now lay with the previously preserved plants, most of which had mutated. The guard team found themselves with ample tasks. Hoyu led the guards through the greenhouses daily, exterminating any mutated flora they encountered. By the second day, Gu Shiriwa discovered that one greenhouse had been entirely decimated, while 5 others were left with only a few solitary specimens. Well then, everything must be replanted. It would be such a waste otherwise. This time, Gu Shiriwa decided against cultivating wheat. She sought to plant some vegetables for her own consumption. Level 3 tomatoes were a must, as they serve both as vegetables and fruits. Additionally, she planned to include level 2 lettuce, level 5 beans, level 4 eggplants, and level 6 baby vegetables, selecting those with high yields and delightful flavors. Once again, Li Jingtian brought the seeds, and Gu Shiriwa felt a twinge of embarrassment at having such an expert running errands for her. In the future, you can delegate such errands to others. There is no need for you to come personally. However, Li Jingtian seemed to misunderstand her intent. "Ms. Gu, have I done something wrong? Please, tell me. I promise to amend my ways." No, I merely believe that someone of your caliber should not be occupied with such trivial matters. Gu Shirihua hastily clarified. Oh, that is a relief. Ms. Gu, your affairs are never trivial. My additional trips do not inconvenience me. Should I truly be unable to come myself, I will send someone else, but I will inform you in advance. If a stranger contacts you, please remain vigilant. Li Jingtian rambled on for quite some time, leaving Gu Shirihua momentarily stunned. How could such a cool guy be so chatty? Her expression was unmistakably clear, and it seemed Li Jingtian suddenly realized something. He quickly covered his mouth with his fist and pretended to cough. Nevertheless, Gu Shirihua noticed his face had turned crimson. Ahem, Ms. Gu, the seeds you requested are all here. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. As if pursued by a ferocious hound, Li Jingtian dashed forward with remarkable speed. Gu Shirihua resumed her immersion in planting. After a day of dedicated toil, she successfully sowed all the vegetable seeds. Upon Li Jingtian's return to report, and with Gu Shirihua's consent, several seasoned experts arrived in the cultivation field, observing her work with the reverence one might reserve for treasures. However, these individuals merely observed and studied, refraining from disturbing Gu Shirihua's possessions, which led her to harbor no resentment towards them. Instead, she generously provided them with food and drink. The lettuce exhibited the fastest growth, ready for harvest in a mere 5 days. The experts, beholding the verdant expanse of thriving lettuce within the greenhouse, were overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. In our lifetime. Alas, the third-grade water was so rare. To utilize it for cultivation felt like a squandering of precious resources. This was the second time Gu Shirihua had heard such sentiments, leaving her somewhat desensitized. Ultimately, the lettuce yielded over 10,000 pounds. Gu Shirihua knew she could not consume it all, thus she directly exchanged it with the state. Given that it was cultivated with third-grade water, this batch of lettuce possessed a hint of stable yet volatile energy. Consequently, it was specially allocated to national leaders of superhumans and wellness institutions. Chapter 25, The Banquet. Yeah, there's a banquet tonight. Would you like to join me for some fun? Huiyu asked eagerly, his excitement palpable. She found it peculiar. Ordinarily, she had little interest in such affairs, and Huiyu never pressed her about them. What a change today. What kind of banquet is it? Oh, it's my childhood friend's wedding. I want to introduce you to them. They didn't hold a proper ceremony. And he has wronged her. All right. When is it? This evening, right here in Kyoto. Is there anything I should be aware of? Gu Shirihua was unfamiliar with this circle and wished to blend in, naturally adhering to local customs. You'll need to wear a formal gown. You have quite a few in your wardrobe. Let us pick one out shortly. The estate has also arranged for a stylist to come over. I'll call her to come by. Gu Shirihua had not paid much heed to these details, but since Huiyu understood, she decided to leave it to him. Ultimately, she chose a delicate green gown that complemented her fair skin, making her appear almost ethereal. She adorned herself with a set of imperial green jade jewelry. While the jewelry from the apocalypse may lack value, such exquisite pieces were indeed rare. When the stylist arrived, she applied makeup that rendered Gu Shirihua as fresh and elegant as a lotus emerging from clear waters. Huiyu felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have kept her hidden. Alas, it was too late, for he had already announced he would be bringing his wife along. In a bid to ensure Gu Shirihua's safety, Li Jingtian decided to accompany them. Many who spotted Li Jingtian greeted him politely with Li Go. Huiyu's friends treated Gu Shirihua with unexpected courtesy, perhaps having learned of her true identity. However, as long as the nation did not publicly acknowledge her, she would remain discreet about her background. Gu Shirihua even overheard whispers. I heard Mo Mingzhu was abandoned by her family for offending her. Is that so? I heard she married someone outside the circle. I didn't know she had offended anyone. Your news is quite outdated. It's said that Mo Mingzhu was criticized by the top boss due to a kidnapping incident, claiming that the dandy youths of Kyoto need to be reined in. Didn't they arrest her? Not a chance. She is a woman, and they are scarce now. Rumor has it she was married off to a volatile, powerful figure. If she can be rescued, she may have a chance at life. Otherwise, she is doomed to perish alongside the boss. Now, that is ruthless. Who told her to offend the wrong person? At that moment, Gu Shirihua realized that her grievances were being avenged by the state. She felt utterly moved, indeed. Aligning with the state had been the wisest decision. As Gu Shirihua trailed behind Huiyu, engaging in polite conversations with those who approached to toast, she stood quietly behind him, smiling, giving him the respect he deserved. Many onlookers were envious of the scene. You, where did you find such a wife? Beautiful, obedient, and exceptionally capable. She is a catch at a wife selection event. Huiyu grinned, revealing his pearly whites. He spoke only the truth, yet no one believed him. Come on. In a wife selection event, could there be such a gem? You must be joking. Believe it or not. Observing the expression on Huiyu's face, it seemed genuine. The man, draping his arm around Huiyu's neck, urged, do elaborate. However, Huiyu was reluctant to divulge any details, shrugging off his arm and pulling Gu Shiwei to sit beside him. Even if I told you, you wouldn't find her. My wife is one of a kind, Huiyu declared with a hint of pride. Several women approached Gu Shiwei for conversation, yet as they spoke, it became apparent that they shared little common ground. Gu Shiwei was oblivious to the latest fashion trends, while they lacked knowledge of agricultural practices and weeding techniques. Thus, they could only exchange awkward glances. Resorting to mundane topics about food, Hu Jiao from the Hua family was also present. Upon seeing Huiyu and Gu Shiwei, she dared only to cast a complex gaze in their direction, too intimidated to approach. The Mo family, having forsaken Mo Mingzhu, barely managed to retain their fortune, which had significantly dwindled. She certainly did not wish for the Hua family to abandon her as well. Recently, the atmosphere at home had been oppressive, with everyone blaming her, leaving her unable to breathe freely. This time, she was compelled by her parents to apologize to Huiyu and Gu Shiwei. However, upon their arrival, she found herself devoid of the courage to apologize. Initially believing the other party to be a Cinderella marrying into wealth, she now realized that they were innate princesses, while she was the true Cinderella. Brother, sister-in-law, I am sorry. Hu Jiao mustered the courage to apologize. Huiyu chose to ignore her, while Gu Shiwei merely glanced at her and nodded, acknowledging her presence. She too had no desire for conversation, having never experienced such disdain. Hu Jiao felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. If she were to cry, she might as well do so in the privacy of her home. Huiyu's patience had worn thin. What was the point of this charade? To become the subject of ridicule? This was someone else's celebration, and her weeping was nothing short of a bad omen. Ultimately, Hu Jiao could no longer hold back her tears. You are being too much, she exclaimed, stomping her foot before covering her face and fleeing. Gu Shiwei noted that each encounter with Hu Jiao ended with her running away in tears. She remarked with a puzzled expression, what is her problem? Does she just enjoy crying and running off? Huiyu, realizing the situation belatedly, replied, just ignore her. She's always been like this. Being the only girl at home, she's been excessively pampered. Gu Shiwei had no intention of indulging her, but she also preferred to keep her distance. As long as Hu Jiao did not approach her, she couldn't be bothered to even glance in her direction. When the bride made her entrance, she was stunning, and the moment when the father entrusted his daughter to the groom was profoundly touching. Gu Shiwei felt a pang of sadness. Having been an orphan since childhood, she lacked family, and thus even if she were to hold a wedding, it would inevitably feel incomplete, a truth she could not alter. Yeah, let us have a grand wedding too, Huiyu said earnestly, wishing to present his beloved with a magnificent ceremony, declaring to the world that they were lawfully joined. No need. It would be a waste of resources. Besides, I have no family, and your family doesn't have a good relationship with me. Holding a wedding would only create awkwardness. Gu Shiwei replied, unwilling to entertain the idea. The sparkle in Huiyu's eyes dimmed. Indeed, the essence of a wedding was to receive the blessings of family and friends, wasn't it? Their approach to the wedding only serves to amplify the vexations. Huiyu embraced Gu Shiwei's shoulders and said, Yeah, I am truly sorry. It is my fault. It is all right. Even without a wedding, you are still my most beloved husband. In that moment, Huiyu suddenly felt an urge to do something for Gu Shiwei. Yet he found himself at a loss as to what that might be. Thus, he could only hold her a little tighter. On the stage, the bride and groom were reciting their vows. I promise to forever guard and cherish you, in both poverty and wealth, for all eternity. I promise to always embrace you with love and trust for all eternity. Huiyu silently echoed their words in his heart, hoping that one day he could express them to her face to face. Chapter 26. Harvest. In recent days, Gu Shiwei has been preoccupied with the cultivation of her fields, and the vegetables have gradually ripened. The negative mutation rate stands at 0. The experts are exhilarated, eagerly gazing at Gu Shiwei, hoping to procure some level 3 water from her. However, level 3 water is a strategic resource, and Gu Shiwei is reluctant to breach protocol. Requests for level 3 water are permissible, but it must be utilized solely within the estate. The experts, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced. After all, what difference does it make where it is used? Consequently, several experts settled within the estate, and upon witnessing this, Li Jingtian promptly filed a report, resulting in an expansion of the estate by 50 acres, designated as experimental fields for the experts. Currently, Gu Shiwei can only provide them with 1 liter of level 3 water daily for their experiments, a quantity she has painstakingly extracted. Huiyu, accompanied by Du Li, has reformed their team of ability users and has recently begun to frequently undertake missions. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the wheat is ready for harvest. Gu Shiwei anticipates that this batch of wheat will yield at least 300,000 gene of grain. This will significantly alleviate the food pressure on the base. Hence, even Commander Number 1 has taken a special interest in this matter. On that day, Commander Lee personally arrived to partake in the harvest. Witnessing the towering stalks of wheat, everyone was filled with excitement. At Gu Shiyue's command, all swiftly entered harvesting mode. Gu Shiyue also took up a sickle to begin cutting, only to find that she couldn't sever the stalks. She paused, surprised at the firmness of the wheat stems. Madam Gu, perhaps you could try using your abilities? Li Jingtian cautiously suggested, fearful of provoking her ire. However, considering that the wheat is a level 6 anomalous plant, how could a conventional sickle possibly suffice? Hadn't they all been using weapons like knives and swords? Gu Shiyue turned to observe, and indeed, no one was wielding sickles. They were employing energy weapons. Thus, she retrieved her staff and unleashed a stream of water arrows, successfully piercing through the wheat stalks. After several more strikes, the wheat finally fell to the ground. Alas, even farming in this post-apocalyptic world is fraught with difficulty. Among the estate's residents, some ordinary individuals without awakened abilities could only assist in transporting the harvested produce. The ability users knocked the wheat down, while the ordinary folks moved it to an open area. There were also some elderly and infirm who could do little more than assist in separating the wheat grains. Each grain resembled a corn kernel, encased in a thin husk, and while extracting them was not laborious, the sharp wheat awns posed a significant risk, capable of inflicting grievous wounds with a mere prick. Machinery was ill-equipped for this task, as the wheat awns could easily pierce steel, presenting a formidable hazard to mechanical devices. Previously, wheat harvesting had been minimal, and this was the nation's first encounter with such a vast expanse of wheat. Preparations were insufficient. However, it is rumored that the Equipment Research Institute is developing a new type of harvester, promising that future endeavors will not be as arduous. As someone peeled the grains, the weight was recorded, 560 grams. Excellent. Let us weigh the yield from this stock. 126 g. Haha. Splendid. Director Lee personally inspected the yield and expressed his profound satisfaction. He promptly called Chief Number 1. Chief, wonderful news. Each grain of wheat weighs over 500 grams, with a single plant yielding 126 pounds. A bountiful harvest indeed. Excellent. Once we have the per acre yield, I shall report back to you. Certainly. Certainly. After hanging up the phone, Director Lee was filled with exuberance. Let's accelerate the pace. We aim to finish the harvest today. The fields were abuzz with activity, and the faces of all present radiated joy. It had been many years since they had witnessed such a scene of abundance. Indeed, since the apocalypse, such scenes had become a rarity. With so much grain, it was hard to imagine they would go hungry again. Gu Shiyue, hearing the enthusiastic discussions around her, felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This was precisely how it should be. If the nation treats her as a national treasure, she would surely reciprocate with equal merit. Gu Shiyue used a water arrow to cut the wheat. Initially, she required a dozen arrows to harvest a single stalk, but with practice, she could accomplish it in just 3 or 4. With many hands at work, the estate's guard team, alongside the men brought by Director Lee, totaled nearly 100 strong men. In less than half a day, they had harvested over 10 acres of land. Quickly, let us weigh the harvest. I estimate it to be 100,000 pounds. I guess 120,000. Blind guess, 150,000. Filled with youthful enthusiasm, they gathered to await the yield results after their labor. This plot yielded 75,000 pounds. Mine yielded 80,000 pounds. Haha, mine is the highest at 98,000 pounds. The workers began to compare their yields, clearly astonished that the results exceeded their expectations. Quickly tally it up. What is the total? It's out. It's out. Everyone eagerly crowded around to hear. The total yield was 1.46 million pounds, calculated over 16 acres, averaging 91,200 pounds per acre. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wonderful! Wonderful! Director Lee wiped away his tears of joy. 1.46 million pounds was the consumption of the base for an entire month. Gu Shiyue had achieved this with just these few acres. He excitedly reported the situation to Chief Number 1, who was equally overwhelmed with emotion. If there was one thing most scarce in the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly food. Now, with hope for a resolution to the food crisis, everyone felt a renewed sense of optimism for the future. Ms. Gu, Chief Number 1 wishes to commend you for your contributions to the nation. Director Lee shook Gu Shiyue's hand with fervor. Her eyes sparkled. Who wouldn't he appreciate a commendation? Thank you, Chief. This is merely my duty. However, a bit of politeness is always necessary. Haha, no need for formalities. This commendation is rightfully yours. Gu Shiyue smiled. It was not the time for discouraging remarks. Then I shall graciously accept it. However, I hope to reward everyone who participated in the harvest today. How about using the wheat as a reward? Gu Shiriyue never forgets to strive for the welfare of others. Chiefly, being perceptive and considerate, waved his hand decisively and granted her request. Everyone joyfully received their rewards, which were far more substantial than mere fruits and vegetables. Gu Shiriyue retained a portion of the wheat. Some she set aside for seeds, some for her own consumption, while the remainder was generously handed over to the state. Naturally, the government was not parsimonious, compensating her with a 20% increase on the purchase price for her contributions. That very day, the national news network inundated the public with reports of the momentous achievement. Our nation has successfully conquered the technology of cultivation. Boasting a success rate of 99, the wheat yield per acre reached an astonishing 90,000 gene. The capital has triumphed in the realm of cultivation technology. Hope glimmers for the end of the apocalypse, with wheat yields soaring to 90,000 gene per acre. When will this groundbreaking technology be widely implemented? When will the apocalypse come to an end? As for Gu Shiriyue, the individual credited with this remarkable accomplishment, the state, in the interest of protections, refrained from disclosing her name, referring to her simply as Dr. G. Gu Shiriyue felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, she was merely a freshman who had traversed into this apocalyptic world, and to be addressed as a doctor felt undeserved. Nevertheless, experts unanimously declared that her achievements warranted the title of academician, rendering her even more unworthy of such honor. Chapter 27. The Bubble. Although Gu Shiriyue's name was not officially announced, the upper echelons were well aware of her identity. Her commendation was swiftly approved, and she was exceptionally granted the title of professor along with the rank of major general. As for material rewards, the state awarded her the ownership of a grand estate, as well as a traditional courtyard within the second ring road. Additionally, she received numerous rare and exotic plant seeds, which were precisely what she needed at this moment. Gu Shiriyue planned to cultivate potatoes in the fields, as their yield per acre could be astonishing. She was eager to discover the output of potatoes that had been soaked in level 3 water. The cultivation of potatoes required the use of tubers for propagation, and now, with a mere command from Gu Shiriyue, tasks would be executed seamlessly. The workers on the estate skillfully turned the soil, removed the roots of the wheat, fertilized the land, broke apart clumps of earth, leveled the ground, and formed ridges, all in preparation for planting the tubers. After observing for a while, Gu Shiriyue decided to leave the matter in the hands of the estate's many experts, each more proficient than she. Her primary focus remained on honing her abilities in condensing level 3 water. As the number of energy cores she absorbed increased, she sensed herself nearing the threshold of level 7. The higher her level, the more arduous the path to advancement became. The energy within a woman's body was too gentle, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any desire to surge forward. She surmised that at this juncture, she would need to rely on the volatile energy of men to aid her ascent. This matter was not urgent. After a stroll through the fields, she discovered that the potatoes had all been successfully planted, leaving only 2 acres for vegetable cultivation. The remainder was now dedicated to potatoes. Should this endeavor succeed, the yield would undoubtedly be astounding. After delivering the level 3 water she had condensed that day to Captain Li Jingtian, Gu Shiriyue felt a surge of restlessness. Captain Li, I wish to venture outside the city for some training. Could you arrange this for me? Li Jingtian assured her, certainly. The higher-ups have instructed that if you wish to train, you must bring ample security personnel and initially choose safe areas. There are no further stipulations. Gu Shiriyue nodded, appreciating the state's emphasis on her safety while also valuing her freedom. Is tomorrow feasible? I would like to experience the wilds of the apocalyptic world. Her only prior excursion outside the city had been near the base, a simple transport mission where she had only encountered minor creatures. She had yet to truly witness the world. Of course, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Li Jingtian responded decisively. It was not until the evening lights illuminated the sky that Wu Yu returned, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yeah, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. Go wash up and have something to eat. Having returned from outside the city, he was still smeared with the blood of strange beasts. He certainly needed a wash to feel comfortable again. Wu Yu stole a kiss from Gu Shiriyue, prompting her playful scolding before he headed off to bathe. What Gu Shiriyue loved about Wu Yu was precisely this. His affection was never concealed or diminished, always open and unwavering. After his shower, Wu Yu playfully wrapped a towel around his lower half, a rose delicately held in his mouth, while cradling a cup of milk tea. He approached Gu Shiriyue with a dance-like stride. Coffee? Rose? Or me? Gu Shiriyue laughed heartily, exclaiming, roses are too kitsch, milk tea is overly sweet, and you, well. Before she could finish her thought, Wu Yu swiftly covered her mouth, declaring, no, you can only choose me. The proximity between them was palpable, and Gu Shiriyue could see droplets of water tracing the contours of his muscles, creating a somewhat suggestive atmosphere. Feeling slightly parched, she coughed. Ahem. Aren't you hungry? Let us eat first. The virtuous Gu Shiwei interrupted the flirtatious ambience. Huiyu lamented, am I truly less significant than a mere meal? Gu Shiwei, feeling helpless, retorted, first. Tell me where you learned that move. Huiyu appeared as if struck by lightning. How did you know? Gu Shiwei, at a loss. Couldn't recall the scene but felt it was painfully kitsch, undoubtedly lifted from some melodramatic television series. Huiyu shyly confessed, while exploring an abandoned city today. I stumbled upon a VCD and saw it there. Well, case solved. She thought. Her you could not possibly be that cheesy. Thankfully, the kitchen staff tactfully left them some space, or she would have faced social embarrassment. How amusing. Just don't emulate it again. Huiyu solemnly agreed. That night, through Huiyu's efforts, Gu Shiwei successfully advanced to level 7. Her newly awakened power, bubble technique, allowed her to exhale numerous bubbles, which could slow down her adversaries, a control-type skill. Despite the skill being quite decent, Gu Shiwei felt a pang of disappointment. She longed for a powerful attack skill, as she couldn't rely solely on water vortexes while battling monsters. Upon leveling up, she immediately began to condense level 3 water, and indeed, she released 20 liters of it. She leveled up again, and her output doubled. Elated, Gu Shiwei divided half of her level 3 water with Huiyu. Thinking, how could her man lack such resources? She stored the remainder for herself, needing to stock up as well. I'm heading out of the city with Captain Li and the others tomorrow. Gu Shiwei pointed at Huiyu's toned chest, admiring his physique. Then I shall accompany you. Huiyu insisted, wary of the dangers outside the city. There's no need. You can attend to your own matters. Captain Li will ensure security. The government won't let anything happen to me. Gu Shiwei reassured him. Huiyu understood, yet his concern lingered, and he remained adamant about accompanying her. Unable to sway him, Gu Shiwei relented. Early the next morning, Li Jingtian arrived. And Gu Shiwei and Huiyu were already prepared. Today, we are heading to Calming Mountain, which was once a large tourist resort but has since been overrun by mutated plants. If we can secure it, it can serve as a planting base. Li Jingtian elaborated. Due to significant breakthroughs in agricultural techniques, the nation urgently sought to establish new planting bases, turning its attention to this location. Moreover, Calming Mountain is not far from the capital base, boasting a vast tract of arable land, approximately 2,000 acres. Securing it would undoubtedly prove advantageous. The mutated ginkgo tree, a formidable level 30 boss, currently occupies the area. Are we to engage the boss? Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled. Was it to be such an exhilarating experience on her first encounter? You think too highly of it. This time, the main force against the boss is the god-slaying mercenary corps, while we shall take on the smaller monsters on the periphery. Who would dare to let her face the boss for the first time? That would be courting disaster. Oh, smaller monsters will suffice. Gu Shiwei was not particular. She was content as long as she could engage in battle. Otherwise, remaining in a constant state of protection would hinder her growth, making it impossible for her to become stronger. The smaller monsters are also around level 20, so we must not stray and must heed the commands. You are only permitted to confront monsters below level 10, Li Jingtian stated, causing Gu Shiwei to feel disheartened. Below level 10? That would be akin to merely harvesting wheat. How dull. Chapter 28. Yin Tung. Li Jingtian noticed her lack of enthusiasm and, scratching his nose, felt helpless. The higher-ups had mandated that ensuring Gu Shiwei's safety was imperative. The ginkgo tree might yield high-quality seeds. Just that single sentence brought a radiant smile to Gu Shiwei's face. As long as there were seeds, she would naturally be the first to benefit. The scenery of Calming Mountain was breathtaking, with shimmering lakes and majestic mountains, resembling a dream. Gu Shiwei roughly estimated that the cultivated land here spanned several thousand acres. The valley's location was advantageous, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a large lake in the center. If they could secure it, it would serve as an exceptional planting base. Due to the rapid advancements in agricultural technology, the country was currently in dire need of arable land. This location was sought after for that very reason. Otherwise, who would dare take on a level 30 boss? Such a formidable challenge? Assembled, Yun Ting, the leader of the god-slaying mercenary corps, was the overall commander of this operation, although Gu Shiwei's team was considered auxiliary personnel. What level is the god-slaying leader? Gu Shiwei, sensing the formidable aura of the man, curiously inquired. Yun Ting is at level 29. What a pity, Li Jingtian lamented. Such a high level. Why is it a pity? Gu Shiwei exclaimed softly, having never encountered such a powerful individual before. It is said that his partner perished in battle. Thus, he remained stuck at level 29, unable to advance further. Li Jingtian clearly shared the sentiment of loss. Does that mean he is unwilling to seek another partner? Indeed. The leader and his wife were childhood sweethearts. After her untimely demise, he chose not to remarry. That is indeed unfortunate. Can't level 3 water help him advance? Level 3 water can assist a level 9 ability user in breaking through, but it provides little support for a level 19 user's progression. And for a level 29 user, it is practically ineffective. So, does that mean he must find another partner? Yes, but unfortunately, Leader Yun is unwilling. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but sigh. This man was truly devoted. Yun Tung possessed an admirable charisma that commanded respect and admiration from his team members, ensuring that everyone adhered to the rules. Moreover, he was remarkably handsome, with a strikingly comic-like visage, high-nose bridge, sword-like eyebrows, and deep, soulful eyes that seemed to pour affection even onto a dog. Such a man could meet his demise at any moment, leaving Gu Shiwei feeling that it would be a tragic waste. However, he was not hers to worry about. She only needed to tend to the pitiful little puppy beside her. Just because Gu Shiwei had cast a few more glances at Yun Ting, Yu felt utterly dejected. He had already squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. I'm a bit thirsty. Yu instantly revived at the mention, realizing that Ye needed him. With a flourish, he produced a cup of water, milk tea, soda, and coffee from his spatial storage, presenting it all before Gu Shiwei. Which one would you like? Gu Shiwei felt a bit embarrassed as the gazes of those around her subtly converged. I'll just have water. Gu Shiwei lifted her cup and took a few sips. At that moment, how could she afford to appear so delicate? Fortunately, everyone present was either a soldier or a former soldier, each possessing commendable qualities. Otherwise, they would have been the subject of ridicule, turning this monster-hunting expedition into a mere picnic. Ahem, Ms. Gu, we are about to advance. Li Jingtian alleviated the awkward atmosphere for Gu Shiwei, who cast a grateful glance at him, only to find that he had turned crimson. Yu immediately grasped Gu Shiwei's hand, asserting his claim, and shot a challenging look at Li Jingtian. However, Gu Shiwei was oblivious to all this. Under Yun Teng's meticulous organization, the team advanced in an orderly fashion, scouts ahead for exploration, the shield warriors to forge the path, mages and support at the rear, while the fighters remained vigilant. The peculiar beasts of Kongming Mountain were few. Upon seeing such a multitude approach, most had already fled, leaving only the menacing alien flora behind. The first peculiar plant they encountered was a welcoming pine, conveniently situated at the entrance of the resort. Its presence had attracted many visitors, yet they had failed to conquer it. Perhaps due to its severe mutation, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Beneath its branches lay a mass of white bones. This mutated pine was at level 25. Everyone, proceed with caution. As the group gradually approached the attack range of the mutated pine, it unleashed a flurry of pine needles, catching everyone off guard. All members, focus on defense. No retreat. Thanks to their timely defenses, most of the needles struck the shields, with only a few individuals sustaining injuries. Swiftly attended to by the healers. Mages, attack. Fighters, provide cover. Ultimately, strength and numbers prevailed. Even the formidable level 25 boss succumbed to their relentless onslaught. The mutated pines soon fell. Gu Shiwei noticed Yun Tung collecting numerous pine cones and felt an overwhelming desire for them. How she longed for pine nuts. Without hesitation, she declared, Captainly, may I trade some pine cones with Captain Yun? Li Jingtian responded without pause, certainly, once this development concludes. I shall approach Captain Yun for the exchange. No, that won't be necessary. I can seek him out myself. Just a brief introduction from you will suffice. That lad is in for some good fortune. Li Jingtian mused. Good fortune? Gu Shiwei was perplexed. Ms. Gu, you have yet to accurately recognize your own identity. To call you a national treasure is an understatement. Li Jingtian remarked, his expression complex. Is that so? Gu Shiwei felt a touch of embarrassment from Li Jingtian's words. The nation had been overly indulgent with her. After spending several days together, Li Jingtian had come to understand Gu Shiwei well. As one of the only 2 water deities in the country, she possessed a gentle demeanor and remarkable beauty, with the sole regret being that someone had gotten there first. Yu watched intently, yet they remained unaware that had it not been for Gu Shiwei's resolute attitude, Yu would have long since met his demise. He is merely an 11th level weakling, and his family's influence is rather mediocre. The thought of monopolizing the water deity is utterly preposterous. Countless individuals lurk in the shadows, coveting Gu Shiwei, yet they have all been dealt with by them. Li Jingtian understands that his family brought him to Gu Shiwei's side with the intention of gaining favor through proximity. If he could win her affection, securing even a modest place in her heart would be a fiercely contested endeavor among many. Li Jingtian admits that, even without his family's motives, he has long been captivated. Unfortunately, Gu Shiwei has consistently maintained a resolute stance, showing no interest in men. Naturally, the opinions of the leaders respect the water deity's personal wishes. After all, with Gu Minjing's past as a cautionary tale, no one desires a recurrence. The fact that Gu Shuriwei wishes to engage with Yun Tung has ignited feelings of jealousy within Li Jingtian. Even though Yun Tung could never snatch Gu Shuriwei away from him, and despite the fact that Yun Tung is his own cousin. Chapter 29. The transaction. Li Jingtian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet his expression remained inscrutable. In this area devoid of advanced mutated plants, they resolved to engage in battle. Li Jingtian selected a dense bamboo grove, teeming with mutated bamboo, which was classified as Grade 8. The sheer abundance of these plants rendered the locale nearly devoid of others, making it an ideal training ground for the novice Gu Shuriwei. Cautiously, Gu Shuriwei employed the water bubble technique to envelop a mutated bamboo. Instantly, the bamboo retaliated by launching its leaves like flying daggers. However, the speed was insufficient, and she deftly evaded the attack. It appeared to be a result of the deceleration effect of the water bubble technique. Encouraged, she unleashed a barrage of water arrow techniques, carving numerous arrow marks into the bamboo's base. Alas, as the water bubble's duration expired, the mutated bamboo struck back with a sudden lash, akin to a supple whip, directly towards Gu Shuriwei. Fortunately, she had already conjured a water wall to provide some defense. However, following that strike, the water wall dissipated, causing her to retreat in fright. Without delay, she summoned another water wall while simultaneously reapplying the water bubble to the bamboo, which became immobilized once more. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a water tornado. And indeed, the powerful attack shattered the mutated bamboo into fragments. Hui Yu stepped forward to collect the energy core. You're amazing, yeah. Look at this. We have spoils. Gu Shuriwei, brimming with excitement, recognized this as the fruit of her independent efforts. Upon examining the core, she was struck by its vibrant green hue, truly a beautiful Grade 8 wood energy core. With this success, her enthusiasm surged as she selected a new target and resumed her assault. Observing that Gu Shuriwei was handling herself well, Hui Yu joined in the fray. Meanwhile, Li Jingtian refrained from engaging. For him, defeating these minor creatures was unchallenging. His responsibility lay in safeguarding Gu Shuriwei. After some time, they successfully vanquished the entire bamboo grove. Gu Shuriwei had amassed over 1,000 energy cores, more than 500 bamboo whips, and 50 bamboo shoots, a modest yet gratifying harvest. As for the mutated bamboo, it served as excellent material for crafting, and Li Jingtian would arrange for it to be collected, ensuring that contributions were credited to Gu Shuriwei. During this time, Yun Tung and his team had also reached the ginkgo tree, where the battle against the boss escalated dramatically, resulting in casualties among their ranks. The chaos even provoked the outburst of someone's explosive temperament. Just as one was on the verge of self-detonation, Li Jingtian acted swiftly, administering Grade 3 water into his mouth, causing his inflated form to shrink instantly. Gu Shuriwei was witnessing the remarkable effect of Grade 3 water for the first time. Realizing why it was so revered in the post-apocalyptic world, and why the government placed such importance on it, it represented the preservation of human life. With some individuals sustaining minor injuries, the healers were overwhelmed, prompting Gu Shuriwei to utilize her rudimentary water healing technique to assist, garnering grateful glances from her companions. Feeling somewhat flustered, she recognized that even a seemingly insignificant act in this harsh reality could evoke profound gratitude from others. Focus. The boss is about to unleash a powerful attack, Yun Tung bellowed. Upon hearing the news, Li Jingtian promptly led Gu Shuriwei away from the battlefield. He could not afford to gamble. Indeed, the mutated ginkgo tree unleashed a torrent of ginkgo fruits. Gu Shuriwei felt a shiver run down her spine. The ginkgo fruits were poisonous. As expected, those struck by the fruits immediately experienced swelling at the wound sites and became delirious. After unleashing its powerful attack, the ginkgo tree seemed to exhaust its energy and was cleaved down by Yun Tung's sword. The ginkgo tree crashed to the ground. The healers hurriedly began tending to the wounded. Gu Shuriwei, lacking expertise, found herself helpless against such toxic injuries. She noticed Yun Tung's complexion suddenly flush red, only to be forcibly suppressed. What was wrong with him? Gu Shuriwei inquired of Li Jingtian. It's just his temper. A man who has lost his partner often harbors unrelenting rage, which can easily erupt during battle, Li Jingtian explained. Comparing their strengths, Yun Tung at level 29, and he at level 19, who was truly superior? Gu Shuriwei fell silent. This was beyond her ability to assist. She was not a native woman of the apocalypse, unable to accept a polyandrous arrangement. Come, I shall take you to see him. Li Jingtian led Gu Shuriwei directly to Yun Tung, who was currently engaged in discussions with his subordinates, and they waited nearby for a moment. Yun Tung acknowledged them with a nod, swiftly concluding his directives before approaching. Ah Tian, this must be Ms. Gu. A pleasure to meet you. Hello, Commander Yun Tung. I am Gu Shuriwei, and I wish to propose a transaction. I am in need of some rare seeds. Might you be willing to part with some? Despite Gu Shuriwei's gentle demeanor, She favored straightforwardness in her dealings. Of course, it would be my honor. Yunting intentionally softened his tone, concerned that his naturally cold voice might intimidate her. After all, Gu Shiyue's delicate appearance resembled that of a soft dough. Gu Shiyue smiled slightly. That is splendid. I assure you, I shall not let you suffer a loss. We can settle at market value. That is far more generous than the purchasing price. Yunting replied gratefully. Our Godslayer mercenary corps has a few rare seeds in our inventory. Should you be interested, Ms. Gu, you are most welcome to visit and select at your leisure. Yunting extended the invitation, and Gu Shiyue saw no reason to refuse, eagerly requesting to exchange contact information with him. As for the subtle competition and rivalry between Li Jingtian and Yunting behind her back, she chose to remain oblivious. Did you not vow never to take a wife again? Li Jingtian said bitterly, initially believing Yunting to be an ally, only to find him another rival. Oh, there is some truth to that. However, I am open to becoming a secondary husband. Yunting replied nonchalantly. In this post-apocalyptic world, a man taking on a secondary role was no disgrace. Having a wife was what truly mattered. How can you face Yanran? Li Jingtian gritted his teeth. I have remained loyal to her for 3 years. That is sufficient. Yunting felt no remorse, for who would not wish to survive? In the face of life itself, what was love worth? Yet you previously acted as if deeply in love. Hypocrite. Scoundrel. Li Jingtian seethed, wishing he could land a punch. But the disparity in their abilities left him with no choice but to vent his frustration verbally. Indeed, my feelings were genuine. Yet, my life stretches ahead, and I cannot remain ensnared in the past. Yunting remarked languidly. There are plenty of women in Kyoto. Must you vie with me? Li Jingtian spoke candidly. I do not wish to contend with you, but she is undeniably the finest choice. Why should I, Yuntung, not deserve the best woman? Yuntung had his own rationale. He was already at level 29, and few in the entirety of Huagua could rival his prowess. What is wrong with his desire to seek the best partner? You. Does your father approve? This was Li Jingtian's recourse to invoke family influence. Humph. I require no familial consent. My decisions must be heeded by my family. Yunting cast a scornful glance at Li Jingtian and remarked, feeble-minded. Li Jingtian spat blood. This round was a complete defeat. Chapter 30. The mutant eagle boss has been vanquished, leaving only the lesser monsters to be dealt with at ease. Gu Shiyue diligently battled the creatures alone, while Huiyu engaged some of the higher-level foes nearby. Li Jingtian and Yuntung, two formidable warriors, stood resolutely behind Gu Shiyue, shielding her from the higher-level aberrant beasts and flora. Their gazes met, sparking a clash of electricity, yet neither sought to provoke Huiyu. On one hand, they regarded him with disdain. On the other, Gu Shiyue's demeanor commanded respect, deterring any inclination to irritate her. After all, life in this post-apocalyptic world was fraught with peril. Losing a few was merely the norm, especially for the weak. Unbeknownst to her, the tension around her simmered as she joyfully engaged the monsters. Throughout the day's combat, she felt a significant enhancement in her control over her abilities. Spells such as water orbs, water arrows, and water walls could now be conjured in an instant. Even the water vortex she could manipulate in size with ease. She realized that she had finally solidified her foundational skills. Her strength, which had previously felt insubstantial when gained through battle, had now found stability after this bout of monster hunting. Although the spoils from the lesser creatures were modest, Gu Shiyue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. That evening, they took refuge in the newly tidied resort for the night, naturally sharing a room with Huiyu, who was close to leveling up and had been particularly industrious of late. However, 2 restless men in the garden were smoking. TSK. Feels a bit restless, doesn't it? Yunting taunted. The house, just cleaned, had soundproofing, and given their elevated levels, their senses were heightened enough to perceive even the faintest sounds from the entirety of Kongming Mountain. They could hear every stir in Gu Shiyue's room with crystal clarity. Mind your own business. Li Jingtian was indeed quite irritable. TSK. It's been ages, and yet he remains under the thumb of a mere novice. What a disgrace. Yunting remarked with biting sarcasm. You're of no help either. You can't even protect your own wife. Li Jingtian retorted, equally incensed. Yin is different. Yuntung's voice lowered as he exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing into the distance. His soulful eyes, which could melt even the coldest heart, brimmed with sorrow, likely evoking pity from any woman who happened to witness it. If you still harbor feelings for Yin, then do not provoke Shiyue. She does not need you. Li Jingtian spoke gravely, unwilling to see Gu Shiyue fall prey to a scoundrel. With Yunting's brooding demeanor, which girl could resist his charm? But I do not wish to die. Yuntung extinguished his cigarette with force, crushing it against the railing. If you wish to live, seek out a single woman. Why bring trouble upon Shiyue? If the higher-ups discover your deceit towards her, you shall surely face dire consequences. Li Jingtian advised. With his cousin's attributes, countless women would flock to him. Why then contend over Gu Shiriwe? Then I shall continue this charade, ensuring she remains oblivious. Yin Teng replied nonchalantly. Why are you so fixated on Shiriwe? Li Jingtian could not help but inquire. Tian, why are you so fixated on her? Is it truly merely due to family obligations? Yin Teng responded with a hint of profundity. I, Li Jingtian, found myself at a loss for words. Not due to familial obligations, for such commands could be feigned, but my heart had irrevocably settled upon Gu Shiriwe. She was undeniably the one. Tian, what do we men toil and strive for? Are you truly willing to settle for an ordinary woman? Absolutely not. Li Jingtian silently affirmed within himself. Gu Shiriwe possessed a delightful temperament, gentle yet independent. I need not expend time and energy to placate her. Her strength could easily match my own, unlike Yin and as Yuning spoke. He fell into silence once more. Liu Yanran was merely a low-tier ability user, her power vastly inferior to his, unable to withstand Yunting's volatile energy. After Yunting ascended to level 20, she perished tragically. This became an everlasting agony for Yunting. There are numerous high-tier female ability users. You could seek out Li Mingqi. She would undoubtedly welcome you. Li Jingtian found himself at a loss for words. Do you think I haven't tried? That woman is like a glutton, taking in but never giving back. I have no idea what bizarre cultivation technique she practices. Being with her serves only to aid her growth. Yunting spat bitterly. A chuckle escaped Li Jingtian. It seemed his esteemed cousin had encountered such a setback. Cousin, I suspect your chances are slim. Shiriwe favors clean men. Li Jingtian regarded him with pity, having initially perceived him as a significant threat, only to discover he had effectively eliminated himself. Yunting was petrified. How could this be? Is it not normal for a man to have several women? Yanran never interfered with me. Shiriwe is no Yanran. Yanran was dependent upon you. Thus she dared not impose or disdain you. However, Shiriwe, being a water deity, can have any man she desires. It is solely her prerogative to choose. Li Jingtian felt a surge of elation and could not resist offering Yunting an analysis. After a lengthy silence, so prolonged that Li Jingtian turned to leave, Yunting finally spoke in a barely audible voice. I refuse to believe it. I must try. Early in the day, Wu Yu discovered that he had advanced, reaching level 12. His joy was boundless, and Gu Shiriwe shared in his delight. Since their arrival in Kyoto, he had been surrounded by skilled individuals, and Wu Yu was eager to elevate his standing, particularly as he sensed the predatory gazes of those around him. A few days prior, his uncle had informed him that the Hua family was being suppressed by various prominent clans, resulting in a halved influence. He understood that this was due to their envy of his position. Consequently, he intensified his training. With his advancement, both Li Jingtian and Yunting stole glances at him, their interest palpable yet fleeting. Today, Gu Shiriwe's monster hunting destination was atop a mountain peak, which had once been a tea plantation but was now overrun by mutated tea trees. The mutated tea trees held little value. Gu Shiriwe sought tea seeds, enabling her to cultivate positively mutated tea trees. The mutated tea leaves, however, were highly beneficial, invigorating the mind and used in concocting potions to enhance mental strength, fetching a high price in the market. With Li Jingtian and Yunting at her back, she felt unencumbered, gradually distancing herself from the group. Suddenly, a cry of an eagle pierced the air. A mutated eagle suddenly appeared, swiftly snatching Gu Shiriwe away. Yun Teng, quick-witted and agile, grasped the claws of the mutated eagle. Li Jingtian barely managed to cast a spell, yet it merely tickled the creature, having no effect whatsoever. It was evident that this beast surpassed level 25. Shiriwe. Yeah. Wu Yu, who had been some distance away, rushed over, but his power was woefully inadequate, and his attacks failed to reach the mutated eagle. The eagle's flight speed was astonishing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Pursue. The two, their eyes wide with desperation, could not possibly relent. They hurried after the direction in which the mutated eagle had departed. Chapter 31. The cave Gu Shiriwe was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain, as if an eagle's claw had pierced through her shoulder blade, and in that instant, she lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, an unbearable thirst consumed her. Attempting to harness her powers, she found herself utterly powerless. Perhaps her movements had roused someone nearby. You're awake? Captain Yun, is it you who rescued me? Gu Shiriwe's voice was hoarse and unappealing. Yunting quickly picked up a stone bowl and brought it to her lips. Drink this quickly. It's the blood of a mutated beast. We are in the lair of the mutated eagle. I just battled it fiercely, and I've exhausted my powers. I cannot take you down the cliff right now, so make do with this for the time being. Gu Shiriwe was no delicate flower. She accepted the bowl and drank half of the foul-smelling beast's blood. Yunting, not wasting a drop, drank the remainder in one gulp. Gu Shiriwe, feeling no embarrassment, succumbed to slumber once more. She felt as though she had entered a spring dream, her body ablaze with discomfort. Unconsciously, she called out, Ayu, I feel terrible. She yearned to open her eyes and seek Ayu, but they felt too heavy to lift. Ayu, Ayu, where are you? Suddenly, she seemed to find him and began to touch him frantically. Ayu, Ayu, I feel awful. Help me. Yeah, this is what you desired. She thought she heard Ayu say. Yes, Ayu, I want it. Ayu was her husband, and there was no need for her to feel bashful. Ayu, I feel terrible. Kiss me. Yeah, open your eyes. I'm not Ayu. Ayu's voice rang out, but lost in her desires, Gu Shiwei paid no heed. Ayu, I feel awful. Yeah, open your eyes. The false Ayu. Truly Yuntang suddenly found himself unwilling to engage in such confusion with Gu Shiwei. With great effort, Gu Shiwei managed to open her eyes a crack. But the figure before her was a mere blur, save for the distinctly alluring jawline that captivated her. Ayu, why won't you give me what I want? Gu Shiwei said, feeling wronged. With newfound strength, she wrapped her arms around Yuntang's neck. Ayu, do you not love me anymore? WWW. Tears streamed down her face. Unable to withstand her sorrow, Yuntang leaned down and kissed her. Gu Shiwei felt as if Ayu's kissing skills had significantly improved, drawing her deeper into a whirlpool of sensation. As two adults entwined, it felt as if thunder met lightning, spiraling out of control. However, just as they approached the final act, Gu Shiwei suddenly fainted again from blood loss. Yuntang, now fully alert, remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. He tidied Gu Shiwei's clothing and administered a potion to her, then sat beside her, watching her quietly. When Gu Shiwei awoke once more, her injuries had nearly healed. She sat up and looked around in confusion. Captain Yuntang helped her sit properly. You're awake? First, have something to eat. In a while, I will take you down the mountain. Gu Shiwei suddenly recalled her recent dream, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wondered if Yuntang had noticed. The awkwardness of being alone in a cave with a man while having such a dream was overwhelming. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that bowl of beast blood was from the dream snake, which has aphrodisiac properties. Yuntang confessed, his voice laced with shame. Gu Shiwei's eyes widened in realization. So that was not a mere spring dream. Her complexion turned pale as she grappled with the implications of her actions. Had she truly betrayed Ayu in such a way? Yuntang gazed at her with deep affection. Yeah, rest assured. We did not go all the way. His voice bore a hint of bitterness, yet he remained soft-hearted. Despite his reassurances, Gu Shiwei felt burdened. The intimacy they shared made the distinction of whether they had crossed the final threshold seem trivial. I'm sorry. I mistook you for Ayu. Yet, she knew she could not afford to make such a mistake again. Having chosen Ayu, she would not waver among several men. As for today's events, she would consider them nothing more than a fleeting dream. Yuntang was taken aback. He had assumed that after reaching such a point, a woman would soften, especially after their close proximity, and yet he had held back for her sake at the crucial moment. Any normal woman would be touched. But Gu Shiwei was far from ordinary. Reaching the 99th step did not obligate her to take the final leap. Yeah, do not say that. From the moment I first saw you, I fell in love. Please grant me a chance. I wish to care for you. Yuntang's gaze was so earnest that it could have melted stone. Under his intense stare, Gu Shiwei felt like a princess, with Yuntang as her handsome prince. Regrettably, Gu Shiwei had her own boundaries. Captain Yun, I am married. My husband and I share a wonderful relationship. I do not mind sharing a wife. Yuntang quickly replied. I do. Gu Shiwei asserted firmly. Ayu has given me his unwavering heart. I must return that loyalty in full. I do not believe it. Yuntang suddenly seized Gu Shiwei's head and kissed her forcefully. She struggled desperately, but to no avail, tears streaming down her face. Yuntang eventually released her, gripping her shoulders instead. Why? Why can't you accept me? In what way am I inferior to him? Gu Shiwei remained silent. Apart from strength, Ayu surpassed him in every aspect. Let go of Yaya. Gu Shiwei's heart soared at the sight of Huiyu, who had finally arrived. Ayu. Huiyu and Yuntang clashed, both filled with rage, striking fiercely. Although Yuntang held a higher level, he was still recovering from injuries, and Huiyu targeted his weak spots, resulting in a surprisingly even fight. Li Jingtian and a group of others soon followed, indicating they had all come searching for them. Shiwei, are you all right? Gu Shiwei cast a cold glance at him. He had previously referred to her as Ms. Gu, and his sudden use of her first name set off alarm bells in her mind. After her encounter with Yuntang, she had become acutely sensitive. Li Jingtian was momentarily stunned by her gaze. What is wrong with you? Gu Shiwei understood that this was not the time to bring up such matters. Captain Li, separate them. Everyone, stop. Li Jingtian intervened, pulling the two apart. Although each received a punch from the other, it was evident that both were acutely aware of Li Jingtian's intentions. Yeah, are you all right? Only then did Huiyu realize that Gu Shiwei was still injured. I'm not dead, Gu Shiwei retorted irritably. Men only know how to be fierce and aggressive. It's so annoying. Huiyu sensed her displeasure and dared not utter a word. The group descended the mountain in silence. It was only then that Gu Shiwei noticed she had been brought hundreds of kilometers away. No wonder it took them so long to find her. Grateful for her rescue, she fell into a deep slumber once she got into the vehicle, while the three inside remained on edge, tension palpable in the air. Chapter 32. Death Humph. Forcing women. Scoundrels. Carefully, Huiyu placed Gu Shiwei on his lap, ensuring her comfort as he muttered curses under his breath. TCH. Weaklings. Yunting was not one to be easily bullied. Each of you should hold your tongue. Li Jingtian, with a headache, advised. Captain Li, I will definitely pursue this matter to the end, Huiyu exclaimed, fuming. Just because of you? If it weren't for Shiwei protecting you, you would have perished countless times. If you know what's good for you, leave Shiwei alone, you little brat. Yunting looked down on Huiyu with disdain. Irritated that such an immature child could steal the finest woman in the apocalypse, he was consumed with jealousy. It is Shiwei who chooses to protect me. She loves me. You, who covet another man's wife, should keep your distance. I will never leave Shiwei. Huiyu held his head high, for he had never lost in an argument. Have you even considered your own future, or that of your family? Do you know your family is on the brink of bankruptcy? Yuntung dismissed the notion of conversing with this childish brat. Did you strike first? Huiyu, filled with rage, clenched his fists. TCH. That is precisely what makes you a fool. You still don't know who initiated the conflict. Allow me to show you mercy. Your whole family has reaped immense misfortune and provoked the wrath of many. Wise ones should retreat while they still have some assets left. Yunting laid it all bare, and it dawned on Huiyu that the troubles his family had faced recently were indeed due to him. He found it hard to accept, turning to Li Jingtian. Captain Li, is this true? Li Jingtian sighed. Huiyu, there are too many who have set their sights on Shiwei. Your whole family cannot withstand this. Huiyu closed his eyes. Breathing heavily, what must you do for you to spare the whole family? Despite the family's conflicts with Shiwei, they were still the ones who raised him, his closest kin. How could he bear to watch them descend into ruin? Li Jingtian and Yuntung exchanged glances, eventually nodding in agreement. The only solution is clear to you. Abandon Shiwei and never appear before her again. Huiyu gazed at Gu Shiwei's peaceful sleeping face. Allow me to consider this. Very well. I grant you 3 days. Within this span, we will persuade the other noble families not to take action against your whole family. Only 3 days? Huiyu felt a profound sense of despair. The car swiftly returned to the capital base. Due to Gu Shiwei's injury, even the top commander was alarmed. Both Li Jingtian and Yuntung faced disciplinary actions, with Li Jingtian even being reassigned, and the person responsible for handing over matters to Gu Shiwei was replaced. Gu Shiwei did not advocate for them. She harbored doubts about the incident. How could the mutated eagle have coincidentally appeared in that location? How did it happen to capture her? Why did Yunting not rescue her at the first sign of danger, but instead choose to leave with her? Did he truly not recognize that bowl of dream snake blood? Where did he procure that dream snake blood? Did these people truly think her a fool? Gu Shiwei now wished only to observe with a cold gaze. Her injuries had nearly healed, for she possessed the ability to mend herself, as did all those endowed with extraordinary powers. In recent days, Huiyu appeared deeply troubled, frequently visiting the Hua family. During the evenings, their interactions grew increasingly intense. Unconsciously, he would utter phrases laden with concern. Yeah, take care of yourself in my absence. Yeah, do not easily trust men. Yeah, what am I to do with you? Yeah, wait for my return. Gu Shiwei sighed, perplexed by his state, and to soothe his heart, she prepared an abundance of level 3 water, even depleting her own reserves. 3 days later, Huiyu ventured out, and those accompanying him returned bearing the news of his demise. It was said they had encountered a horde of high-level mutant beasts. Scattering the group, Huiyu stayed behind to protect his comrades, who witnessed him being engulfed by the beasts. Gu Shiwei received this news with a serene demeanor, organizing his funeral as his wife and erecting a memorial grave. When the whole family visited, she greeted them calmly. In this apocalyptic world, one must always be prepared for the inevitability of life and death. Everyone believed Gu Shiwei to be resilient. Even Hu Jiao criticized her for her apparent coldness behind her back. Gu Shiwei remained indifferent. After the funeral concluded, she fell gravely ill. Her body burned with fever, and she was aware of the many people coming and going from her bedside. The patient resisted awakening, despite the finest medicines at hand. The patient faced difficulty in eating and could not absorb the treatments. Quick, summon the healer. Gu Shiwei, what of a mere man? Must it be so dramatic? Is he truly gone? She heard an array of voices swirling in her mind. One moment Huiyu calling her Yia, the next, his insipid performances. Then the moment he steadfastly chose her over his family. Finally, she heard his words. Wait for my return. In an instant, she opened her eyes. Awake. She was awake. How splendid. To her astonishment, the familiar face before her was Huiting, whom she hadn't seen in ages. Yeah, you're awake. His weary eyes bore dark circles beneath them. Where is Ayu? Gu Shiwei's voice was hoarse. Ting paused momentarily in silence. Do not dwell on it now. I shall procure some medicine for you. You will recover swiftly. Where is Ayu? Gu Shiwei insisted stubbornly. Yeah, Ayu is dead. His bones have turned to dust. Ting closed his eyes briefly, speaking softly. I refuse to believe it. He told me to wait for his return. Gu Shiwei could not accept that Huoyu was truly gone. It is true. The Hua family searched, and they found only this. Ting produced Huoyu's red tassel spear, now broken and stained with blood. Gu Shiwei's vision blurred with tears. This was the weapon Huoyu never parted with. How could she not recognize it? It was a horde of level 10 iron bulls, with Ayu's strength. He should have returned. Yet, he suddenly lost control of his energy and was trampled underfoot by the iron bulls. Ting explained. Why did the energy spiral out of control? His strength was undeniably formidable. How could it falter? Gu Shiwei refused to accept this explanation. Someone resorted to using a hallucinogenic drug to escape. Ting explained. Who was it? You must drink the potion first, and then I shall reveal the identity. Seeing Gu Shiwei's condition deteriorate, Ting coaxed her into consuming the potion. This time, Gu Shiwei offered no resistance and obediently ingested the medicine. Afterward, she fixed Ting with an intense gaze, conveying her determination to uncover the outcome. Ting sighed and said, it was Mo Mingyuan. Gu Shiwei shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. I want him dead. Ting reassured her, rest assured, he has already been apprehended. Awaiting your judgment. The Mo family has been entirely eradicated. Let the law take its course. I wish not to see any Mo family members. With that, Gu Shiwei fell back into a deep slumber. Chapter 33, Potatoes. Ting became Gu Shiwei's dedicated therapist. In the days that followed, Gu Shiwei fluctuated between sleep and wakefulness, cooperating with the treatment. And soon she was discharged to return home. It was unclear whose idea it was to assign a young boy, seemingly naive and strikingly similar to Huoyu, to connect with her. Gu Shiwei merely cast a glance, remaining silent. He was not her Ayu, and no resemblance would change that. She plunged into relentless training, almost to the point of self-discipline. Not only Ting, but even Chief Li had tried to engage her in conversation. Yet, what could be done? With Huoyu's demise, she found herself bereft of joy in life. No matter the activity, it all felt bland and uninviting. She had never been a child of the apocalypse, merely drawn into its chaos through Huoyu. Now, with his passing, the apocalypse seemed exceedingly dull. As for saving the world, such thoughts did not cross her mind. What did this apocalypse have to do with her? With nothing else to occupy her, she relied solely on her training to pass the time. Otherwise, memories of the past and Huoyu would incessantly haunt her. Consequently, her level surged to level 8 in a short span, enabling her to produce 40 liters of level 3 water daily. She also awakened a new skill, the waterfall technique, a group attack skill. Often, she found herself lost in thought, driving everyone around her away, leaving only Ting as her solitary companion. However, Gu Shiwei frequently disregarded him. Regrettably, his patience seemed boundless. No matter her demeanor, he stood quietly by her side. Recently, she had little desire to venture outside, wishing to avoid the scheming men who lurked about. Occasionally, when fatigue struck, she would stroll through the fields. The potatoes were nearing maturity. The experts had been so engrossed that they barely returned home, almost living among the crops. The potato plants in this apocalyptic setting were remarkably large, reaching about 1 meter in height, flourishing abundantly. This time, they experienced positive mutations, and experts estimated that the total yield could reach 100,000 tons. What does this signify? If each person consumes a pound of potatoes daily, it would suffice to feed 100,000 individuals for half a year. Once harvested, the Kyoto base would be free from starvation. However, the actual consumption would not sustain such a lengthy duration, as supernatural beings have substantial appetites, easily devouring dozens of pounds of potatoes daily. Nonetheless, this would indeed alleviate the food shortage significantly. Time passed swiftly, and on this day, the weather was splendid. The experts informed Gu Shiwei that the time had come to harvest the potatoes. She nodded in agreement. Potatoes were not a high-level crop, merely level 3. With a water arrow, Gu Shiwei could sever a potato plant with ease. The above-ground portion of the plants was of little use, serving only for composting. The crux lay in the excavation below ground. Relying solely on ordinary people with shovels would be an arduous task, while employing excavators risked damaging the potatoes. Chief Li urgently dispatched a group of Earth-type supernatural beings, whose efficiency proved remarkable. The potatoes were buried quite deep, and Gu Shiwei observed an Earth-type supernatural being digging down to around 10 meters. The potatoes were enormous, some weighing over 200 pounds, too heavy for ordinary individuals to lift. The fields were bustling with activity, and Gu Shiwei found it difficult to relax. It felt reminiscent of her childhood, with smiles illuminating the faces of everyone around her. Perhaps the joyous atmosphere was contagious. The earth manipulators were diligently excavating, while others transported the harvested potatoes, which soon formed small hills across the fields. Even the top leader could no longer remain seated and arrived at the scene personally. Little Gu, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the people. Gu Shirwe smiled in response. You flatter me, leader. I have merely done something insignificant. The leader sighed. It is commendable that you do not seek credit. But we must still reward you. Is there anything you desire? What did she want? Gu Shirwe felt lost. She longed only for Hu Yu's return and desired nothing else. I don't want anything. I lack for nothing. Little Gu, it's not that I do not care for you, but you must choose a partner soon. According to the Women's Protection Ordinance, you are required to remarry within 3 months of losing your spouse. The leader said earnestly, I do not wish to marry. In this world, the powerful dictated the rules. With her current standing, no one could compel her to wed against her will. But you must still select a companion. You are about to reach level 9. Without a partner, advancing to level 10 will be exceedingly difficult. Gu Shirwe fell into silence, realizing she had forgotten the harsh realities of this unforgiving world. I'll deal with it later. Whether I advance or not is of no consequence. The leader was exasperated by her nonchalant attitude, his head throbbing from frustration. I understand that pressuring you to choose is inhumane. However, I too face considerable pressure. Many strong individuals have approached me, hoping I can facilitate their introductions, many of whom I cannot refuse. Here, I will provide you with a list. Take a look. With that, the leader took a document from his guard and handed it to Gu Shirwe, who accepted it and promptly placed it in her spatial storage. She had no desire to examine it at that moment. Seeing her reaction, the leader did not press her further. These individuals will gradually begin to reach out to you. If any pique your interest, you may settle with them. If none do, you may still choose a few companions. Someone like Li Mingqi might not be a bad option. Gu Shirwe remained speechless. They were not even of the same ilk. Understood. The leader sighed, troubled, as he, the nation's leader, was reduced to playing matchmaker. Yet his efforts seemed unappreciated. Leader Li, known for his shrewdness, had arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare a potato meal. They would be dining on this for lunch. Gu Shirwe sampled a bite. The texture was delightful, soft, sticky, and sweet, far superior to the potatoes of the 21st century. The key was they were energy-rich, yet not overly so. Suitable for both ordinary individuals and those with abilities. After a few bites, she pushed her plate away. Her spirits were low, and her appetite had diminished, causing her to lose weight rapidly. Regrettably, no one was around to monitor her and prevent her from dieting. Thoughts of Hua Yu only deepened her melancholy. With a push of her plate, she prepared to leave. Upon witnessing this, Hua Ting furrowed his brow and remarked, You are consuming far too little. Do indulge a bit more. This potato stew with mutated chicken is quite delectable, thoroughly tender. With that, he placed a piece into her bowl. Gu Shirwe cast him a blank glance before rising from the dining table, unwilling to offer anyone her favor at this moment. Hua Ting lowered his gaze, momentarily taken aback, before returning the piece of potato to his bowl and eating it in one bite. In this post-apocalyptic world, wasting food is a sin that invites divine wrath. The others at the table exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word. It is well known that Hua Ting could occasionally elicit a pleasant expression from Gu Shirwe, while the rest seemed as inconsequential as mere air in her presence. Chapter 34. The bar. Has Xiao Gu sought the counsel of a psychologist regarding her current state? Commander number 1 inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, but she was exceedingly uncooperative. The psychologist conducted a brief assessment and concluded that she is merely experiencing profound sorrow. Which is not a significant issue, replied Commander Li. That's reassuring. She embodies the hope of Huagua, and we must do everything within our power to safeguard her. Alas, there are still those with excessive selfishness. Commander number 1 lamented, wishing to protect Gu Shirwe, yet lamenting the ever-extended reach of others. We have already dealt with a number of such individuals recently. Let us hope that the remainder will take heed. Those who reach out must be cut off. What has become of the Mo and Hua families? The Mo family has relocated entirely to the border base, while the Hua family is untouchable now and has begun to regain its strength. Has Xiao Gu mentioned the Hua family at all? No. She has consistently shown no interest in their affairs. However, due to Hua Yu, the Hua family has indeed found a brief reprieve. What is the situation with Hua Ting? How did those individuals allow a member of the Hua family to remain close to Gu Shirwe? It is said that he had previously known Ms. Gu at the Dawn base. He is a remarkably talented master of pharmaceuticals, ranking among the elite in the country. He volunteered to be Ms. Gu's attending physician and has remained ever since, primarily because Ms. Gu does not seem to reject him. Commander Li harbored a disdain for Hua Ting as well. His grandson, Li Jingtian, had failed, and yet this young man seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Then let him stay, Commander number 1 decisively proclaimed. In the afternoon, The potatoes were finally all harvested. After weighing, it was discovered that the yield exceeded the initial estimate of 100,000 tons, reaching a staggering 180,000 tons. This was an unforeseen result, even for the experts. Commander Number 1 exclaimed excellent, 3 times in excitement, promising rewards for all participants before departing. Once again, the news was ablaze with reports of this bountiful harvest. Following the previous wheat harvest, the potato harvest had now arrived. The next day, Kyoto commenced low-priced exchanges for potatoes, and everyone was in high spirits. Once more, it was Dr. G who announced the findings, but this time, he had been elevated to the status of an academician. Gu Shiwei remained indifferent. To her, these accolades were but illusions. She had merely relied on her third-tier water to achieve such success. The true academicians were those esteemed experts. Thus, she might never reveal her identity as Dr. G. Gu Shiwei continued to indulge in her reclusive lifestyle until one day, a visitor arrived at the manor. Oh, is that not my former fiancée? A striking woman, clad in tight leather and standing at least 7 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and an enchanting appearance, winked at Huating. Gu Shiwei, who had been languidly dozing in her chair, suddenly perked up at this sight. What brings you here? Huating's expression was one of irritation, as this woman was his nemesis, and each encounter seemed to age him by a decade. TSK, if I can come, why can't you? Li Mingqi shot him a disdainful glance. I am not here for you. I have come to see Yaya. Upon hearing that familiar nickname, Gu Shiwei's expression flickered. The person who used to call her that was no longer present. Her mood swiftly soured, and she felt disinclined to engage with the newcomer. Yaya, the commander-in-chief has entrusted me to take you out for some fun. Li Mingqi was known for her forthrightness. Upon hearing the mention of the commander-in-chief, Gu Shiwei had no choice but to perk up. After all, one must pay respect to the venerable figure. Where are we going? Follow me, and you shall experience the true essence of life. Observing Li Mingqi's radiant demeanor, Gu Shiwei felt a pang of envy. If only she could be like her. Perhaps many troubles could be alleviated. Then let us go. Li Mingqi had anticipated needing to persuade her further, but was taken aback by Gu Shiwei's swift agreement, momentarily stunned. Fortunately, she recovered quickly, diving into her role. You cannot dress like that. Li Mingqi circled Gu Shiwei, clicking her tongue. What a fantastic figure. Why wrap it so tightly? We must learn to savor life. Come on, let's change. Li Mingqi led Gu Shiwei into the dressing room, selecting a black, low-cut cocktail dress adorned with numerous sparkling rhinestones. And most importantly, it revealed a generous portion of her enviable bosom. Gu Shiwei awkwardly tugged at the neckline, to which Li Mingqi teased. What are you pulling up for? If I had your assets, I wouldn't even wear a bra. Gu Shiwei fell silent. She despised those lewd stares. Sensing her discomfort, Li Mingqi reassured her, fear not. If anyone dares to offend you, I shall gouge their eyes out. Now, tell me, do you like this outfit? Gu Shiwei gazed at herself in the mirror. She had never dressed this way before, but it didn't seem too bad. Trust your sister, you can't go wrong. Let us hit the streets. Li Mingqi adorned her with jewelry, shoes, and a handbag, even applying a sultry makeup look akin to her own. Gu Shiwei felt as though she had transformed. As the two linked arms and stepped out the door, Huating's eyes widened in astonishment. He opened his mouth, seemingly to speak. Li Mingqi shot him a glare. Get lost. Gu Shiwei felt a bit uneasy, merely nodding at Huating. Li Mingqi's vehicle was a convertible sports car, which would have been considered a luxury before the apocalypse. Now, it held little value, relegated to use within the base. As they sped through the streets, Gu Shiwei experienced an exhilarating thrill akin to the wind rushing past at breakneck speed. Upon reaching their destination, she discovered it was a bar. The well-mannered Gu Shiwei had never set foot in a bar before. To her surprise, the atmosphere was not as foul as she had imagined. Scattered groups of patrons enjoyed their drinks, with a fair number of women accompanying male partners. As soon as they entered, the manager approached them. Captain Li. Same place as always? Yes. Find 2 clean ones to serve my sister. Li Mingqi escorted her to an opulent private room, leaving Gu Shiwei astonished. Such places still existed in this post-apocalyptic world. Waitstaff filed in, presenting an array of alcoholic beverages, fruits, and soft drinks. Finally, 4 exquisitely dressed young men entered, and Li Mingqi pointed at 2 of them, instructing them to attend to Gu Shiwei. Li Mingqi, reveling in her indulgence, embraced the moment with both arms. Gu Shiwei felt rather constrained in such an environment, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. The 2 young men, perceptive to the atmosphere, refrained from encroaching upon Gu Shiwei's personal space, opting instead to offer her soft compliments. They occasionally presented her with fruit, and as time passed, Gu Shiwei gradually relaxed. Yet she remained hesitant to allow anyone too close. Li Mingqi exclaimed, Yaya, we women must learn to seize the joy of the present. Do not burden yourself with the notion of preserving fidelity for men. That would be utterly foolish. There was an inexplicable persuasive power in her words. Come, let us drink. This is the signature energy drink of this bar. We shall not leave until we are blissfully intoxicated. Chapter 35. Indulgence Drunkenness? She hesitated, for in her understanding, a girl becoming inebriated equated to peril. Yet, Li Mingqi appeared untroubled by such concerns. How curious. Could it be that she had never tasted alcohol before? Observing her hesitation, Li Mingqi was intrigued. What sort of virtuous maiden was this, seemingly extinct in the apocalypse? No wonder that scoundrel Huating regarded her with such admiration. Fear not. I assure you, I will return you unscathed, without a single hair being harmed. Ah, virtuous maidens can be quite troublesome. Though she felt some disdain, Li Mingqi did not forget her duty. Seeing this, Gu Shiriyue relaxed her inhibitions and began to sip drink after drink. She had heard that alcohol could alleviate sorrow, and today she would put that notion to the test. The energy liquor was indeed formidable. The bottle Li Mingqi had provided was likely of premium quality. After consuming just one bottle, she astonishingly leveled up to level 9. However, at that moment, Gu Shiriyue was no longer concerned with leveling up. She discovered that she was impervious to intoxication. How dull. It took her 3 bottles of energy liquor before she finally felt a hint of dizziness. The sensation of mild inebriation was utterly delightful. She could not help but reflect on the ascetic life she had led before. Indeed, accompanying Li Mingqi had proven to be a wise decision. Noticing that Gu Shiriyue had nearly reached her limit, Li Mingqi decided it was time to escort her to the bathing center adjacent to the bar. Come, sister will take you to delight. After a brief soak, Li Mingqi summoned 2 exquisitely handsome young men to provide them with massages. Gu Shiriyue felt as though she were in a state of blissful ecstasy. Once again, she marveled at how fortuitous her decision to accompany Li Mingqi had been. After the massage, Gu Shiriyue looked at Li Mingqi with eager anticipation. Inquiring what the next entertainment would be, Li Mingqi smiled enigmatically. Let us return to the bar. Gu Shiriyue was puzzled. Are we going back to drink? Li Mingqi merely smiled in response, leaving Gu Shiriyue with no choice but to obediently follow her. Upon returning to the bar, the atmosphere had dramatically changed at the entrance. Gu Shiriyue heard a chorus of excited screams emanating from within. Li Mingqi guided her to a spot near the stage, where a tantalizing performance by a striptease artist was underway. Though Gu Shiriyue was a woman, she found herself captivated. This dancer was no ordinary performer. She was a female superhuman of considerable rank. Gu Shiriyue was left dumbfounded. A superhuman was performing a striptease? How astonishing. This was a squad leader from her team. She was seeking a partner. Li Mingqi teased Gu Shiriyue. Is this how one searches for a partner? Wouldn't she be exposed to the gaze of other men? Gu Shiriyue struggled to comprehend. So what if she is exposed? We are beautiful, meant to be admired, Li Mingqi declared proudly. At that moment, the dancer was down to her undergarments, having discarded her clothing to the frenzy of men below, who clamored for the garments. However, it was evident that the dancer had her limits. After an electrifying display, she selected a fortunate gentleman from the audience. The man, clearly astonished, could hardly believe that such a beauty would choose him. In an exhilarating moment, a passionate French kiss ensued, igniting fervor among the onlookers, who yearned to take the place of the couple. Ultimately, the man swept the dancer into his arms, signaling the onset of a splendid night ahead. Next, a man graced the stage, possessing a pleasing appearance as he performed sensual dance steps, shedding his garments one by one, revealing his exquisite physique. Li Mingqi calmly offered her insights on Gu Shiriyue's behalf, lamenting at last, if it weren't for accompanying you today, I would have certainly chosen him. Gu Shiriyue was left astounded, wondering if her sister was truly this adventurous. Eventually, the male dancer was whisked away by a female supernatural being. The stage then welcomed both men and women, and Gu Shiriyue watched with rapt attention, reflecting for the 3rd time on the blandness of her previous life. Regrettably, after years of adhering to a mundane routine, she found it challenging to abandon her inhibitions. Observing Gu Shiriyue's lack of desire for such escapades, Li Mingqi decided to escort her home. As they departed, Gu Shiriyue eagerly inquired, Sister Mingqi, will there be more tomorrow? Li Mingqi stifled a laugh, responding, not a chance. If I take you again, I'll have the elite of Kyoto hunting me down. Little did she know how many piercing gazes had been directed at her that day. How audacious of these gentlemen to claim ownership before even capturing her. Did they really think they could intimidate Li Mingqi? Gu Shiriyue didn't fully grasp Li Mingqi's words, but understood the absence of plans for the following day, leaving her momentarily disheartened. Leaning closer, Li Mingqi whispered in her ear, you know the place. You can always visit on your own. Gu Shiriyue's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, she could venture there herself. The commanding officer had no inkling that his intention for Li Mingqi to uplift Gu Shiriyue's spirits had inadvertently led her down an entirely different path. One could only wonder if he would come to regret this turn of events. Sister Mingqi, may I join your mercenary group? Gu Shiwei suddenly felt that becoming a member of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps was a splendid idea, surrounded by so many lively sisters. Ensuring she would never feel alone again, Li Mingqi was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight, affirming, of course, from now on, you shall be an honorary elder of our Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. There is nothing you need to do other than acknowledge yourself as one of us. Such a living emblem could not be overlooked. Gu Shiwei beamed with joy. Thank you, sister. May I visit the group tomorrow? Absolutely. I will personally show you around. After all, now that she was one of their own, it was imperative to extend a warm welcome. Ho Ting watched in disbelief as the little girl he cherished was taken away by his fierce ex-fiancé, leaving him utterly powerless. As Li Mingqi departed, she cast a scornful glance at him and cheekily flashed him a middle finger. Ho Ting felt a pang of discontent. That evening, Gu Shiwei was brimming with excitement and, for a rare moment, treated Ho Ting with a few pleasant smiles. Struggling to sleep, she released an astonishing amount of level 3 water, estimating that she could produce up to 80 liters daily, surpassing global production single-handedly. The 9th level skill is the water mirror technique, which condenses water into a reflective surface, allowing one to observe distant scenes, a commendable scouting ability. Gu Shiwei was brimming with excitement, yet regrettably, there was no one to share her joy with. She retrieved Huiyu's red tasseled spear and murmured softly, Huiyu, I've reached level 9. If only you were here. Although ascending to level 9 was indeed a positive development for Gu Shiwei, the urgency of selecting a companion loomed large. Otherwise, she risked being trapped in level 9 for eternity. While she herself might not be concerned about advancement, what of the nation? The country would not permit her to remain stagnant at level 9 indefinitely. For other water deities, the impact of leveling up might be minimal, but for her, it was profoundly significant. With every level she ascended, her production of water would double at level 3. Moreover, the leap from level 9 to level 10 represented a substantial advancement, potentially heralding a qualitative transformation. Additionally, with each level gained, one's vitality would increase. Studies suggest that a level 10 ability user might live up to 200 years, while a level 20 could reach 400 years. And a level 30 might even attain 800 years. How could the nation possibly allow her to live a short life? Chapter 36. Blood rose in the early morning. Gu Shiwei was awakened by the incessant ringing of her alarm clock. In the fields, the hired workers were already bustling about, as she had planned to cultivate sweet potatoes this time. Sweet potatoes were a high-yield crop, equally as productive as potatoes, classified at level 3. This decision was made after extensive research with experts, as it was essential to first address the issue of basic sustenance before considering the cultivation of more advanced exotic plants. Nowadays, level 3 water was allocated for agricultural use, with even the Agricultural Science Institute selling seeds soaked in level 3 water. As long as Gu Shiwei's supply of level 3 water remained steady, the resolution of food security in Huagua would be within reach. Early in the day, she extracted 20 liters of water, all of which she entrusted to the newly arrived young man, whom she had no interest in remembering the name of. He perpetually gazed at her with pitiful dog-like eyes, as if she were a heartless woman, which exasperated her to no end. After finishing her meal, Li Mingqi arrived to pick her up. Gu Shiwei, dressed conservatively as was her habit, preferred to remain out of the spotlight, likely a reflection of her personality. Zai. Today our mercenary group will have some uninvited guests. You need not consider my feelings. Do as you please. Li Mingqi's greatest virtue was her straightforwardness. News about Gu Shiwei's visit to the Blood Rose mercenary group had leaked, prompting a throng of visitors eager to meet her. She had managed to decline all invitations she could, but there were some she simply could not refuse. Ultimately, she would have to face them alone. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiwei braced herself for the impending chaos. Although slightly apprehensive, she felt reassured by the support of her country. No one would dare to coerce her. With the loss of Huiyu, her only vulnerability had vanished. These individuals posed no threat to her. Sister Ming, there is no need to worry. We shall carry on as we please, Gu Shiwei declared confidently. Zai, you're making progress. Just as it should be. Men are merely the seasoning of life. If they bring joy, entertain them. If not, send them away. Li Mingqi tossed her long hair and playfully remarked. Gu Shiwei gazed enviously at Li Mingqi, pondering when she might reach such heights herself. Sister Ming, let us depart, Gu Shiwei said, ignoring Hu Ting and the young man beside her as they sped away in Li Mingqi's sports car. The two men, resigned, found a vehicle to follow. The Blood Rose mercenary group was located in an office building on the western side of the city. On the way, Gu Shiwei saw numerous poised female abilities users. Some were returning from missions, others were preparing to embark, while several gathered in groups to discuss matters, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain. As Li Mingqi walked through, she was greeted warmly by many, to which she merely nodded, striding confidently ahead. exuding a commanding presence akin to a corporate powerhouse. Gu Shirui, slower in pace, found herself jogging to keep up. Noticing Gu Shirui lagging behind, Li Mingqi paused momentarily, casting a sympathetic glance at her shorter stature. Zai Shiyu, you really need to pick up the pace. Gu Shirui, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, retorted, Sister Ming, I too desire long legs. Alas, my parents did not bless me with them. Haha. Zai Shiyu, you are simply adorable. Rest assured, I will look out for you from now on, Li Mingqi said, affectionately wrapping an arm around Gu Shirui, brimming with confidence. Gu Shirui felt her cheeks flush with warmth. At this moment, she truly adored Li Mingqi. Leaderly. Is this the esteemed Gu Shuixian? Greetings, I am Li Yunrui, the grandson of Finance Minister Li Gang. Gu Shuixian, I am Wang Rui, the heir of Chanyu Group. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. May I extend an invitation for dinner? Mere moments after entering the hall, several gentlemen approached. Li Mingqi's expression turned frosty. Gentlemen, I have esteemed guests today and will not entertain you. Fang Shui, please arrange for these young masters. At once, a muscular girl emerged from behind Li Mingqi and stated earnestly, Gentlemen, I shall be your host today. Do you have any objections? Fang Shui performed a few warm-up exercises, her joints cracking audibly, causing the young heirs opposite her to immediately retreat. Ha! It is indeed our honor. Li Mingqi embraced Gu Shirui and entered the elevator. There is no need to show them any courtesy. They are merely second-generation heirs without any real capability. The true challenges await us above. Gu Shirui nodded, recognizing that these individuals appeared rather superficial, certainly not formidable adversaries. I will first take you to the Human Resources Department for onboarding, then we can explore, she continued. The onboarding process was swift, a simple form, and some personal information sufficed. After all, she was a specially recruited talent by the leader, and all procedures were simplified. Gu Shirui even received elder benefits, including a set of level 10 equipment, ready for use upon her upgrade. Come, let me show you around our Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. They had already seen the first and second floors, which housed the hall where members exchanged tasks and gathered. Floors 3 to 7 were training rooms, and she had her own private training space, which Gu Shirui would show her. Her independent training room was situated on the 7th floor, equipped with a quiet room, an energy detector, and a lounge. Gu Shirui surveyed the space without comment, as she likely wouldn't use it often. Floors 8 to 20 contained various offices, with Gu Shirui's office located on the 20th floor, sharing the same level as Li Mingqi's. Li Mingqi guided her through the offices, formally introducing Gu Shirui's status as an honorary elder. From now on, she would have the freedom to operate within these walls. Shortly, a secretary would be selected for her from the secretary department. Gu Shirui was intrigued. She was now a high-ranking figure capable of having a secretary. The secretary department comprised various lower-tier female supernatural beings, and even a few ordinary women. Do not underestimate these ordinary women. Each possesses a unique skill and serves as my right hand. Li Mingqi cautioned, anticipating that Gu Shirui might dismiss them. How could I? I was once an ordinary person too. Aside from those born with abilities in recent years, no one is a supernatural being from birth. All awaken their powers later. Who is truly superior? Gu Shirui merely held the title of honorary elder and sought a secretary capable of relaying messages. Consequently, she did not even glance at the information Li Mingqi offered, directly selecting an older ordinary woman named Li Hongxia. Sister Xia has aged, and though she possesses expertise solely in the realm of file management, would it not be prudent to select another? Gu Shirui shook her head resolutely. She is the one. I find her agreeable. I have no substantial tasks for her. Merely relaying messages will suffice. Li Hongxia, upon being chosen by Gu Shirui, was filled with exhilaration. It is essential to recognize that competition within the secretarial department is fierce. Aligning oneself with the right superior not only guarantees an immediate salary increase, but also elevates one's status in accordance with that of their superior. Gu Shirui's standing is hardly inferior to that of Li Mingqi. This is indeed a remarkable ascent for her. Sister Xia is actually a distant relative of mine. Her husband has passed away, and she is raising 2 children on her own. My intention to assist her is rather selfish, which is why I brought her on board. She is genuinely unsuited to be your secretary. Li Mingqi lamented, perplexed that this ancestral figure had so suddenly chosen Sister Xia. Gu Shirui understood. It is of no consequence. I do not lack personnel. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. Let it be her. With the matter having been settled so firmly, Li Mingqi found it difficult to oppose any further. Thus, Sister Xia became her secretary, relocating to the outer office adjacent to hers. Chapter 37 Commitment. Sister Xia was particularly diligent, promptly tidying up Gu Shirui's office and gathering all necessary items. She even sent recent significant events from the mercenary group to Gu Shirui's communicator. Gu Shirui was quite pleased with her efforts. That was all that mattered. Her office spanned around 100 square meters, offering ample space, complemented by a large floor-to-ceiling window that showcased the breathtaking scenery beyond. From this vantage point, one could even glimpse the outskirts of the city. As Kyoto had long since implemented a large-scale energy array, it was well protected against aerial assaults from exotic beasts, making towering buildings a common sight. Gu Shiwei appreciated this expansive window immensely. "Let us proceed to meet our guests," Gu Shiwei declared. Li Mingqi, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that the visitors were indeed in her office, and as she was unable to confront them, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Gu Shiwei nodded. Ever since Hui Yu's demise, she had anticipated this day was inevitable. Just yesterday at the bar, she had sensed several scrutinizing gazes upon her. As she stepped through the door, the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of tension. The three individuals within the office quickly reined in their oars, rising to greet Gu Shiwei. "Captain Li, would you kindly introduce us?" spoke a man clad in a silver suit. Li Mingqi, adopting a rare serious demeanor, grasped Gu Shiwei's hand and stated, "This is the water deity, Gu Shiwei. I trust you are all well acquainted with her, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." The three men nodded with restrained acknowledgement. The man who had spoken was Long Tai, the leader of the Longting mercenary group, a level 29 esper, unmarried, with a history of 3 previous relationships. Li Mingqi's introduction had a hint of malice, as the Longting mercenary group was one of their competitors. Long Tai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Water deity Gu. While I have had 3 girlfriends, all our partings were amicable, and I have no lingering ties with my exes. You need not worry." Gu Shiwei maintained an impassive expression. What did she care? She was indifferent to such matters. Why should she concern herself with the trivialities of a chance encounter? The gentleman in black is Master Hongru, a level 19 craftsman with no romantic history, Li Mingqi teased, causing the towering figure of Hongru, standing at an imposing 190 centimeters, to blush furiously. "I shall introduce myself as well. I am Xiaoyan, a level 29 esper and a major in the military, assigned as the personal bodyguard to water deity Gu," stated the man in military attire, stepping forward. After a brief pause, he added, "I once had a wife, also a soldier, who perished in battle." This individual commanded Gu Shiwei's attention, as he was appointed by the state as her protector. "Then you shall accompany me to the estate," she instructed. The other 2 men felt somewhat slighted, as they were all prodigies in their own right and were not accustomed to being so overlooked. Gu Shiwei observed that these 3 shared a common characteristic. Their energy signatures were exceptionally vibrant, akin to flames dancing, indicating a potential for explosive power at any moment. "Water deity Gu, once you and I are wed, you shall become the esteemed wife of Long Tai, with command over 30,000 espers at your disposal." Long I proposed his terms, which could be described as mere empty words. Even Li Mingqi cast him a disdainful glance. TSK. No amount of expensive cologne could mask the odor of a scoundrel emanating from him. Long Tai seemed to flush slightly, struggling to find his words. He added, "I will cherish and protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you suffer no grievances." This time, Li Mingqi raised her middle finger, declaring that he had offered not a single benefit thus far. "Gu Shiwei, I am a master craftsman, and if you marry me, all my assets can be transferred to your name." Hongru provocatively glanced at Long Tai, a miser. Li Mingqi chose to remain silent this time, evidently impressed by Hongru's generous offer. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Gu Shiwei, I am a soldier, and I may sacrifice myself at any moment. I cannot promise you anything, but as long as I live, I will protect you with my life." This promise resonated with sincerity, and Li Mingqi gave him a thumbs up. Gu Shiwei also regarded him with an approving look. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your intentions, but I am not yet prepared to enter a new relationship. Therefore, I must decline your proposals." The thought of placing marriage upon the negotiating table made Gu Shiwei quite uncomfortable. Moreover, her heart was still occupied with Ayu. Entering a new relationship while her heart was not free would be an extreme irresponsibility towards both herself and her potential partner. "Gu Shiwei, I comprehend. Today, I merely wish to make your acquaintance, and it would be wonderful to have the opportunity to invite you to dinner." He presented his business card, adding, "You may always come to me for crafting." The towering Hongru was an honest man. Gu Shiwei felt no aversion towards him. She accepted his card and even added him as a friend before he took his leave. This left Long Tai and Xiaoyan remaining. Xiaoyan had no intention of departing, while Long Tai, with his thick skin, pressed on. "I expected Gu Shiwei to be akin to President Li, but I did not anticipate such beauty and grace. It happens to be mealtime. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Long Tai, having been in 3 relationships, was adept at flattery, and his words were surprisingly agreeable. "No need, Long President. I must take General Xie back shortly." Gu Shiwei felt no fondness for this man. If she were to seek companionship, She certainly did not wish for a man with a storied romantic history. What a pity. I hope to have the pleasure tomorrow. I am unavailable tomorrow. Long Tai, undeterred, continued. Then how about I come to escort you for a shopping trip the day after? No need. I am not free for shopping. Well, I must say, Long Tai, Sister Sherway has made her stance quite clear. Could you not be so thick-skinned? Li Mingqi, observing from the sidelines, could no longer restrain her sarcasm. The two mercenary groups had always been rivals, and privately, they had been at odds. The fact that he was allowed to visit Bloodrose today was certainly due to the considerable price he had paid. Ultimately, it was his lack of appeal to Gu Shiwei that was of no concern to her. Long Tai's face turned pale as he realized he had become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to abandon Gu Shiwei and said, in that case, I shall not disturb Shiwei any further. In a few days, I will pay a visit, hoping for an opportunity to converse with her privately. Gu Shiwei remained silent. She had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Long Tai forced a smile. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave now. Shiwei. Until we meet again. He hurried away, clearly unable to contain his emotions. How superficial he is. Shiwei, you must be discerning in your choices. Do not be deceived by empty promises. Li Mingqi could not help but belittle him. Gu Shiwei nodded. Sister Ming, I truly am not ready for a relationship. I prefer to wait a little longer. Really? Are you still hoping to remain faithful to Huoyu? Li Mingqi inquired with curiosity. Not at all. I just have a persistent feeling that he is not dead, Gu Shiwei confessed candidly. Chapter 38. The Ming Emperor Li Mingqi rested her chin thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. To my knowledge, he has indeed perished. There were witnesses at the scene who saw him struck fatally, leaving no chance for survival. Xie Yan, without a moment's hesitation, replied, according to the reports, he is undoubtedly dead. The possibility of survival is virtually non-existent. Tears began to cascade down Gu Shiwei's cheeks. I refuse to believe it. I have not seen his remains. I cannot accept it. Li Mingqi and Xie Yan exchanged glances, taken aback by Gu Shiwei's unwavering devotion. What should they do now? For those living in the apocalypse, death had become a commonplace occurrence. They had grown accustomed to the notion of seizing the day, indulging in revelry without a care for what tomorrow might bring. Although the loss of a partner was undeniably painful, they could swiftly adjust, for life must carry on, and in pursuit of advancement, one must hasten to seek a new companion. No one lingered in the past. Gu Shiwei, do you have any idea how many newborns were registered in Huagua last year? Li Mingqi inquired. Gu Shiwei shook her head, having never paid attention to such statistics. Fewer than 1,000. Li Mingqi sighed. How could it be so few? Gu Shiwei was also astonished by the alarmingly low birth rate. To her knowledge, despite the drastic population decline due to the apocalypse, the Huagua government had consistently implemented effective measures to safeguard its citizens, resulting in the largest surviving population of approximately 50 million. A birth rate of fewer than 10,000 meant that, on average, one child was born for every 50,000 individuals. This was due to the scarcity of women of childbearing age, and the higher the ability, the more challenging it became to conceive. I had my child early. Do you think it was for no reason? Why? Gu Shiwei asked innocently. I was afraid that I might not be able to have any more children in the future. Li Mingqi lamented. Who wouldn't want to enjoy their youth without the burden of responsibilities? She certainly did not wish for it. Can you still conceive now? Gu Shiwei inquired. Aware that the other woman had a daughter, but had not given birth since, assuming it was due to contraception. It seems I can no longer conceive. After my daughter was born, I sought out many men, yet I never became pregnant again. Gu Shiwei was taken aback. She still desired children, but only with a you. Do you think the female ability users in our group seek out so many men? It is all for the sake of having children. Li Mingqi sighed. If we, the women of childbearing age, choose to remain widows after the men die, we needn't worry about enemies. Humanity would extinguish itself. But I am merely a widow. How does that elevate to the survival of our race? Gu Shiwei questioned, perplexed. Because you are the water goddess. You are not an ordinary person. If you lead the way in widowhood, the government's pro-marriage and pro-birth policies will face insurmountable challenges. Gu Shiwei fell silent, realizing that her choice to remain a widow rendered her a sinner in the eyes of the nation and humanity. How absurd it felt. What if I refused to remarry? That is certainly an option. You are the water goddess, and no one would dare to criticize you. Rather, others would follow your example. Who sent you to be a spokesperson? Of course, it was those men who wished to share your bed. Li Mingqi did not shield them in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan seemed to choke, coughing incessantly. Li Mingqi and Gu Shiwei regarded him as if he were a fool, and he barely managed to suppress it. Let me think. I am not necessarily bound to widowhood. I merely believe that a you is not dead. I do not wish to betray him. You may ponder to your heart's content. However, as long as you do not settle on a candidate, those men will never cease their pursuits. Will settling down truly bring them to a halt? Gu Shiwei expressed her skepticism. Hee hee, dear sister, you must learn to relish the admiration of men. Like me. I can choose a handsome man every day, whatever type I desire, and they all strive earnestly for my attention. The best part is, you need not expend any effort to appease them. Li Mingqi endeavored to draw Gu Shiwei onto her side. No, thank you. I do not wish to be a bride every night. She was not that fickle. Why not hold a contest for suitors? Whoever wins can take you away. Li Mingqi proposed mischievously. Stay away. What if that fellow Long Tai wins? Gu Shiwei shot her a glare. Li Mingqi shuddered slightly. Then let's not go there. I cannot push you into the fire pit. Besides these few, are there any others? Gu Shiwei inquired. She wanted to know how many were vying for her attention. We need not mention the weaker ones. Aside from these few, there is indeed one formidable contender. Li Mingqi hesitated to say. Oh? Gu Shiwei's curiosity was piqued. Why had this person yet to make an appearance? Was it due to overconfidence or a lack of interest in her? You mean the Ming Emperor, right? If it is him, we truly have no competitive edge. Xia Yan interjected suddenly. Who is the Ming Emperor? Gu Shiwei's curiosity was aroused. The Ming Emperor is one of the strongest in this apocalyptic world. It is said that he has reached level 40. He is a national-level master of our Huagua. Xia Yan exclaimed, evidently a little fan of the Ming Emperor. He is not wrong. The Ming Emperor is indeed one of the mightiest. The key is that his romantic history is a blank slate. Li Mingqi chuckled, reclining lazily on the sofa as she lit a cigarette. Gu Shiwei was perplexed. How did he advance, then? Is it not said that only harmonious conjugal relations can lead to such ascension? Because the Ming Emperor is too powerful. His physique is robust enough to withstand the onslaught of turbulent energies. His 3 ascensions were all achieved solely through his own efforts. Xie Yan spoke with admiration. So, it means that without a woman, one can still ascend? Gu Shiwei was hearing this tale for the first time. No, only the Ming Emperor can. This time. It was Li Mingqi who responded to Gu Shiwei, her tone resolute. Clearly, she too was a little fan, but he should have no interest in me, right? After all, he can ascend on his own. TSK. That is why I say, Sister Shiwei, you are impressive. The Ming Emperor has already expressed his desire to meet you in the capital. When did this happen? How come I am unaware? This is Xie Yan. He suddenly straightened his posture, daring not to compete with Ming Emperor for a woman. Just a moment ago, half an hour ago, you may check your communicator. Li Mingqi said with a mischievous grin. Flustered, Xie Yan hastily opened his communicator and, after reading, turned to Gu Shiwei with a bitter expression. Ms. Gu, I concede the competition. My appointment has also been rescinded. I apologize for the disturbance today. Farewell. I wish you and the Ming Emperor a lifetime of happiness. Gu Shiwei was baffled. Was he truly frightened away by a mere title? Shiwei, do not blame him. Anyone in his position would feel the same. No one possesses the courage to contest with the Ming Emperor for a woman. Chapter 39, the protagonist, but I have never met him. Why would he suddenly wish to see me? She had never considered herself to possess remarkable charm, nor did she believe he was interested in her capabilities. So what could be the reason? Do not be oblivious to your own fortune. Are you aware that the water deity, Gu Minjing, once publicly expressed a desire to marry the Ming Emperor, only to be turned down? Why, you may ask. It is said that the Ming Emperor did not wish to share a wife with anyone else. After all, Gu Minjing already has 3 husbands. Yet, if he desired not to share, he could still choose from numerous eligible women. Gu Shiwei could not comprehend this. The Ming Emperor could easily select an exceptional woman without the worry of her seeking another man. In this apocalypse, women are not compelled to have multiple husbands. It is all based on consent. Given the Ming Emperor's status and prowess, why would he subject himself to such indignity? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you could inquire directly with him. Li Mingqi felt a twinge of jealousy. The Ming Emperor, the idol of all Huagua citizens. Even a fleeting encounter with him would provide her with a lifetime of delightful memories. He invited me. How could I be unaware? Gu Shiwei felt more like an observer than the protagonist. Everyone else had received the news, yet she remained in the dark. Perhaps you could check your communicator again? Li Mingqi also deemed this unlikely. Gu Shiwei, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, began to browse her communicator and indeed discovered that yesterday, someone with the nickname Ming Emperor had added her as a friend. However, she had been too preoccupied and had dismissed the unfamiliar number without a second thought. Could this individual with the nickname Ming Emperor truly be him? Gu Shiwei regarded Li Mingqi with suspicion. Is his name really Ming Emperor? Li Mingqi coughed in disbelief. My dear lady, you cannot possibly be unaware of the Ming Emperor. Is it not strange that you do not know of him? Gu Shiwei retorted indignantly. Why should she have any knowledge of him? Come, let me enlighten you on why everyone ought to know of the Ming Emperor. Li Mingqi took a deep breath and projected her wristwatch's display. Now, follow my lead. In the first year of the apocalypse, humanity faced catastrophic upheaval, with survival rates dropping to 1 in 10. It was the Ming Emperor who unveiled the methods of cultivating extraordinary abilities, allowing humanity to cling to life. In the second year of the apocalypse, he traversed the nation, aiding in the establishment of 10 large bases. Our Kyoto base was orchestrated entirely by him. Subsequently, the Ming Emperor retreated from public affairs, abstaining from major decisions, but continued to hunt high-level mutated beasts and plants alone. Last year, he defeated the level 40 boss, the giant Python King that had attacked the southern base. Thanks to the Ming Emperor, the southern base was preserved. Li Mingqi, an ardent admirer, shared all the information she had gathered on the Ming Emperor with Gu Shiwei. This is all precious information I have collected. It cannot be found online. Gu Shiwei noticed that the Ming Emperor had a full beard obscuring his features, yet his eyes bore an oddly familiar glimmer. Do I know him? Gu Shiwei pondered, scrutinizing the image of the Ming Emperor. He looks so familiar, but who does he resemble? After a prolonged contemplation, she found herself at a loss. Li Mingqi gossiped. It is said that during last year's city defense battle, Emperor Ming saved Gu Minjing, the water goddess. Consequently, Gu Minjing secretly harbored feelings for him, hoping he would become her husband. A classic tale of hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Gu Shiwei raised an eyebrow, questioning the cliché nature of the story. However, it's unfortunate that while the beauty offers herself, the hero declines. Indeed, many criticize Emperor Ming for being ungrateful. Li Mingqi remarked. In my opinion, it is wise to refuse. Why? Gu Shiwei found it difficult to comprehend, as Li Mingqi was not one to engage in female rivalry. TSK, you don't know? That Gu Minjing carries herself with an air of aloofness that irritates me. Li Mingqi held a low opinion of Gu Minjing. Isn't being aloof a good thing? Gu Shiwei countered. Isn't that a compliment? TSK, it is indeed nice. She doesn't compete for anything, yet naturally has sycophants vying for her favor, desiring nothing. She has a throng of admirers who bring her everything. It is said that even her water powers were obtained through such means. How can that be? Can powers really be taken? Gu Shiwei was taken aback, realizing the potential danger if powers could indeed be usurped. Rest assured, your powers cannot be taken by others. What can be taken was never truly yours. Li Mingqi asserted confidently. What do you mean by not truly yours? Powers can belong to others? Gu Shiwei became increasingly perplexed. TSK, let me be frank. It is rumored that Gu Minjing's water powers are irregular. She claims to possess both spatial and water abilities. Yet her spatial power is limited to storage and planting, lacking any other skills. Her water ability only allows her to release water, with no other capabilities. Don't you find that peculiar? Not at all. Isn't that simply a prerequisite for the female protagonist? She believed herself to be the destined heroine. But it seems there is another. Gu Shiwei suddenly felt a pang of fear, concerned about her own origins being uncovered. She needed to conceal her true identity. If she were merely a supporting character, it would be best to avoid any entanglement with the heroine. Who knows if she might become cannon fodder? Then where did her powers come from? Gu Shiwei inquired calmly. It is said she has a cousin. Gu Minjing stayed with her family. And previously it was her cousin He Qi who was rumored to possess both spatial and water abilities. However, later reports indicated that He Qi often bullied Gu Minjing, tarnishing her reputation, leading to her being jilted by her fiancé, abandoned by her family, and ultimately cast out by Gu Minjing's admirers. Shortly after, Gu Minjing awakened the same dual abilities of space and water. The key point is that she even became the water goddess. Li Mingqi remarked with a knowing look. The underlying intricacies are so evident that only a fool would fail to see them. Indeed, it is glaringly apparent. How heartbroken He Qi must be. Her family, fiancé, all seem to have issues. So, did Emperor Ming reject her due to her character? Gu Shiwei questioned reasonably. We privately speculate as much. However, Gu Minjing was previously the only water goddess in Huagua, so people still afford her some respect. Gu Shiwei suddenly developed a fondness for the Ming Emperor, truly a testament to her discerning nature. Out of respect for the savior, Gu Shiwei accepted the Ming Emperor's friend request. He promptly sent a voice message. And without hesitation regarding Li Mingqi, she clicked to listen. Yeah, I will arrive in the capital tomorrow, bringing you a gift, so wait for me. The voice of the Ming Emperor was unexpectedly deep, reminiscent of a cello. In the background, the anguished cries of strange beasts could be heard, clearly indicating that he was still in the midst of battle. Turning her head, Gu Shiwei noticed Li Mingqi had already leaned on her shoulder, her head almost peering into the screen. Sahasiha's, little Yeye, you are my dear sister, aren't you? Gu Shiwei, feeling cautious, replied, what do you intend to do? Li Mingqi shook Gu Shiwei's shoulder. Good sister, my request is not too much. Could you perhaps lend the Ming Emperor to me for just one night? Only one night. Chapter 40. A night visit. Gu Shiwei remained speechless as she exclaimed, Mengjie, please be rational. I have no relation with him. How could I possibly allow that? I refuse to entertain such thoughts. Instead, you should ask him to record a ringtone for me, saying, baby, I love you. Gu Shiwei shuddered at the thought. unable to tolerate this woman any longer. I must take my leave. I'm heading home. Li Mengqi, exasperated, could only stomp her foot in frustration, ultimately escorting her home in full compliance. Throughout the journey, she lamented Gu Shiyue's lack of loyalty, claiming she hoarded good things and failed to share with her sister. Rambling incessantly, Gu Shiyue remained silent, fully aware that their differing worldviews were the root of the issue, and she had no desire to engage in pointless arguments. Regardless of whether Mingdi was her man or not, she would never share him with anyone. Her perspective on love was decidedly exclusive. That night, Gu Shiyue had a dream in which a bearded man earnestly professed, "Baby, I love you." She was jolted awake in an instant, exclaiming, "Oh my, that was terrifying." All thanks to Li Mingqi. Unable to fall back asleep, she rose to gather a bucket of level 3 water, seizing the opportunity to utilize her abundant energy without waste. This surplus of level 3 water had become her secret reserve, and recently, she had stealthily accumulated over 100 liters. Gu Shiyue calculated that such a substantial amount of level 3 water could suffice for several warriors to ascend from level 9 to level 10, if transformed into potions. Even more individuals could level up. Regrettably, she could not benefit from it herself. Indeed, those who heal others often neglect their own needs. As she drew back the curtains, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes. Gu Shiyue's face drained of color in shock. "Fear not, Yaya. I am Yuhua, the remnant of Mingdi. Here to leave you a message." The man hurriedly clarified. Gu Shiyue observed him skeptically. Mingdi was known for his prominent beard, yet this man bore only a faint stubble, appearing fresh and clean. "What proof do you possess?" Yuhua scratched his head and produced a level 40 water energy core, presenting it before Gu Shiyue. "I just obtained this today. Does it serve as proof?" Gu Shiyue stepped back, glancing at the energy core, which indeed appeared to be a freshly acquired level 40 water energy core, still exuding a hint of blood. Furthermore, the overwhelming energy surrounding him, though volatile, was firmly restrained. Such mastery could only belong to Mingdi. "Isn't it rather presumptuous for Mingdi to intrude upon a woman's chamber in the dead of night?" she mused. Yet, regardless of his status, to her, he remained a stranger. In an instant, Mingdi's face flushed crimson. I merely wished to see you. I did not expect you to wake so abruptly." He suddenly recognized the impropriety of his actions. "Yeah, I shall return when dawn breaks." With that, he pressed the invaluable level 40 boss energy core into Gu Shiyue's hands before turning and vanishing into the shadows, all without alerting the manor's guards. Gu Shiyue calmly closed the window and drew the curtains, her entire being collapsing to the floor as if utterly drained. She had thought she could not escape the night. Yet, to her astonishment, it was Mingdi who had retreated in haste. What on earth is happening with this person? Gu Shiyue lay on the floor for quite a while before she managed to crawl onto the bed. Gradually realizing her sorrow, she began to weep. "Ew, you've left. And others are bullying me. I miss you so much." Thus, Gu Shiyue cried herself to sleep beneath the blankets. Little did she know that someone had come and gone, spending an entire night on her rooftop, departing only at dawn. As morning broke, she gazed into the mirror at her eyes, swollen like walnuts, and expressionlessly treated herself to a brief spa session. In mere seconds, the walnuts disappeared. Once she tidied herself up, she was once again the esteemed water goddess Gu Shiyue. Just after finishing breakfast, a summons from the Ming Emperor was presented to her, and the butler, not daring to delay, promptly delivered it. Though reluctant, Gu Shiyue understood that a national-level powerhouse like the Ming Emperor was not someone she could afford to slight. Thus, she personally went to the entrance to greet him. This time, he arrived with great fanfare, not only accompanied by the #1 leader, but also bringing along an impressive convoy laden with supplies. "Leader, what brings you here?" Gu Shiyue feigned ignorance of the Ming Emperor, not wishing for anyone to know that he had once clandestinely visited her chamber. "Little Gu, allow me to introduce you. This is the Ming Emperor Yuhua, our nation's hero and pillar," the #1 leader cheerfully declared. "Ah, a hero." Gu Shiyue emphasized the word hero deliberately, carrying a weight of meaning. The Ming Emperor's face flushed slightly. "Ahem, little Gu, aren't you going to invite us in to sit?" The #1 leader seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere between the two and interjected. Gu Shiyue had to show respect to the #1 leader, ushering them into the living room. The butler served tea, while Huiting and the little puppy stood at her sides. Gu Shiyue frowned. What were these two up to? Their presence behind her felt quite unsettling. "You two, please step outside." Huiting remained silent, while the little puppy's eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Shiyue rubbed her temples. "Do you not understand what I said?" "Yeah, I just..." Huiting attempted to explain. But Gu Shiyue was not in the mood to listen. She did not need others to make decisions for her. "Out." Huiting fell silent once more, his response as soft as a feather. "All right." With that, he left in a fluster, while the little puppy had already exited, sensing the mood. The number one leader observed all of this with a knowing smile, nodding in approval. Little Gu, one must not indulge men. What you did was quite right. He then cast a pointed glance at the Ming Emperor. The leader was correct. Gu Shiwei felt the same. These two had turned her home into their territory without her consent, appearing before her guests as if asserting dominance. A sense of crisis enveloped her. As for the little puppy, she had never liked him, and regarding Huating, their unresolved issues with the Hua family still loomed large. She had merely chosen not to hold it against him out of respect for Au. Meanwhile, the Ming Emperor desperately signaled the number one leader. But the leader continued to engage Gu Shiwei in conversation without haste. Little Gu, I have heard that many talented young individuals have been seeking your company recently. Chief, I am not contemplating remarriage at the moment. Gu Shiwei speaks candidly. Yet, one should not speak so definitively. Living alone can be quite solitary. Even if one does not wish to remarry, engaging in a romantic relationship is still a possibility. The chief is quite open-minded. Gu Shiwei's expression darkened. Chief, I truly have no desire for romance. The chief raised an eyebrow slightly. My dear Gu, in this post-apocalyptic world, one cannot afford to live in solitude. If you find those unsuitable suitors unappealing, fret not. I have an exceptional candidate in mind that you might consider. Gu Shiwei was aware of whom he spoke. Yet she genuinely did not wish to pursue anything, not even if the Emperor of Heaven himself were to appear. Chief, is it true that Au has truly passed away? The chief was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. He covertly glanced at the Ming Emperor, who signaled with his lips, and thus he responded with understanding. Indeed, he has passed. Boom. Gu Shiwei felt as though struck by lightning. The last remnants of her hope dissipated at last. Her Au was truly gone. The chief would not deceive her. Chapter 41. The beating. The first leader cast a sharp glance at Ming Di, who, upon witnessing Gu Shiwei's expression akin to a collapsing sky, rubbed his nose, seemingly filled with regret. Gu Shiwei's demeanor was exceedingly poor, prompting her to usher them away. Leader, Ming Di, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Is there anything further you require? The first leader and Ming Di exchanged glances, astonished that they had somehow managed to botch the situation. In that case, let us return another day for a visit. Ming Di exclaimed. Yeah, I mentioned bringing you some gifts yesterday. They are in the car outside. Please have a look. It was pitiable. He had only uttered a single sentence and was already being dismissed. Ming Di's generosity is appreciated, but I must decline your offerings. Gu Shiwei thought only of solitude, wishing to converse with no one. As for the level 40 energy core, it was something she felt compelled to return at the earliest opportunity. Yeah, do you not fancy the gifts I present? Then I shall bring another batch tomorrow. Ming Di's tone, imbued with a pitiful air, left Gu Shiwei momentarily stunned. Or is it that you prefer the gifts of others? Having forgotten her earlier desire for solitude, Gu Shiwei replied, Ming Di, you worry too much. My husband has just passed away. I do not wish to accept gifts from any man. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, a fleeting smile seemed to dance at the corners of Ming Di's mouth. Rest assured, I'm not like other men. You may accept my gift without hesitation. Or do you truly despise me? So much so that you refuse to accept even my offerings? Ming Di's expression bore a hint of grievance, and Gu Shiwei felt an unwarranted guilt for potentially rejecting his gift. However, due to his unique status, being brought by the first leader, she felt obliged to show some courtesy. With a pained expression, Gu Shiwei massaged her temples. Very well. I appreciate the gift from Ming Di. This 100 liters of level 3 water shall serve as my return gift. After some consideration, she concluded that it should suffice to match the value of the energy core. As for the items in the car outside, they likely held little worth, rendering the difference negligible. Ming Di's lips curled into a smile. Yeah, your gift to me is truly wonderful. The first leader, seated nearby, sipped his tea leisurely, casting occasional glances at him with an inscrutable expression. Then, I must ask you both to take your leave, Gu Shiwei insisted once more. With a resigned sigh, Ming Di understood that lingering was no longer an option. Yeah, I shall return tomorrow. Before she could refuse, he took the first leader's arm and departed. After Ming Di's interruption, much of the sorrow within Gu Shiwei dissipated. She secluded herself in her room, shedding tears until her phone rang, disrupting her solitude. Shiwei, a major event has occurred. Li Mingxi exclaimed, her voice animated. What is it? Gu Shiwei replied, her voice still tinged with the remnants of tears. Have you been crying? Li Mingxi inquired with keen alertness. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. She administered a water therapy spell upon herself, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Upon hearing her return to normalcy, Li Mingxi dismissed her concerns, excitedly proclaiming, a significant event has taken place. This morning, it was reported that Yun Tung and Li Jingtian were assaulted and unceremoniously tossed into a tavern. Alongside them were Long Tai, Hong Ru, and Xie, who were stripped and thrown onto the beds of female abilities users. It was a peculiar coincidence that these individuals were all acquaintances of hers. Who could have been responsible for such an act? The identity of the assailant remains unknown. However, it is said that someone claimed to have seen a figure resembling the Ming Emperor. Yet, this assertion was quickly dismissed by the masses. The Ming Emperor is a national icon of Huagua, a master of unparalleled skill. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? Surely, someone seeks to tarnish his reputation, Li Mingqi declared without a moment's hesitation. Gu Shiyu remained silent, pondering that if the Ming Emperor could invade a lady's chamber, he could certainly be capable of delivering a blow. Are not these individuals all skilled fighters? How could they be so easily overpowered? The peculiarity lies in their reticence regarding the incident. They remain tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details. Could they have been threatened? Who could dare to threaten them? Even Long Tai, I might not stand a chance against him. Could it be your beloved Ming Emperor? He possesses the strength for such an endeavor. Impossible. I warn you. Even as my dear friend, you must not defame my idol. Gu Shiyu fell silent, for the brilliance of the Ming Emperor as savior aura is unmistakable. Yet Li Mingqi feigned ignorance. So, who do you believe it to be? What could their motive be? I suspect it is that repugnant Long Tai. He must be the one crying thief. As for the motive, it is undoubtedly to dissuade the others. After all, they are all your suitors. He was not injured? Gu Shiyu queried, for his strength is akin to Yunting's, and it seems implausible that Yunteng would remain silent in fear. He was indeed injured. He, along with Hong Ru and Xie, sustained minor injuries, while only Yunteng and Li Jingtian suffered severe wounds. Can he overpower Yunteng? They are evenly matched. Long Tai must have resorted to underhanded tactics. Is he not also a victim? How is that the same? His personal life has always been chaotic. And among your suitors, his chances were already slim. After this incident, he stands on equal footing with the others. He is, without a doubt, the sole beneficiary. You sure you felt compelled to commend Li Mingqi for her impeccable logic? Does the Ming Emperor possess an alibi? None. Who would dare to question him? So no one suspects him? Certainly not. I must inquire, what is your issue? Do you harbor grievances against the Ming Emperor? Li Mingqi pressed, her voice rising in urgency. Gu Shiyu was at a loss for words. Had this person's vision been clouded? Their conversation ended on an unpleasing note. Gu Shiyu took to the internet to investigate, and indeed, she found the individuals trending on social media. As she scrolled through the comments, various theories emerged, all seemingly well-founded, leaving Gu Shiyu in a state of bewilderment, yet no one implicated the Ming Emperor. Even when occasionally mentioned, it was only in admiration, with not a soul questioning his innocence. Under a pseudonym, Gu Shiyu inquired, why is it impossible for the Ming Emperor to be the culprit? She was utterly overwhelmed by the flood of comments. It wasn't long before she discovered that her account had been reported and suspended. Gazing at the myriad of messages cursing her entire family, she expressionlessly deactivated the account. It was utterly insane. Who would have thought that the Ming Emperor was actually a national idol in this apocalyptic era? Is this truly the irrefutable truth that the entire internet believes? He had been so blatant about it, yet these individuals seemed blind to it all. Did you confront those people? Gu Shiyu opened the chat with the Ming Emperor and left a message. She noticed that he was typing, expecting a swift response. But he continued to type for an extended period before finally replying with a simple, Chapter 42. Dominance, is this it? Gu Shiyu was rendered speechless. After such an extensive period of writing, she had anticipated a small essay, yet all she received was a single word. They had previously wronged me. They are not good people. Do not be deceived by them. The Ming Emperor hastily added another line, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood by Gu Shiyu. This clarified why the illustrious Ming Emperor would harbor grievances against these individuals. However, his methods were somewhat perplexing. If they were indeed adversaries, should he not eliminate them, or at least give them a good thrashing? What was the meaning of sending them to a woman's bed? She felt that the Ming Emperor's tactics were rather juvenile, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor. Yeah, I possess a legacy of winemaking. Would you be interested? Gu Shiyue's eyes brightened. She certainly desired it. She had sought a winemaking legacy for quite some time, yet had not encountered one that satisfied her. The legacy that the Ming Emperor could provide would undoubtedly be exceptional. She wondered how he intended to sell it. I shall come to fetch you for dinner shortly. We can converse while we dine. With such words from the Ming Emperor, Gu Shiyu harbored no suspicions. After all, he was a renowned powerhouse who would not likely betray her trust. Consequently, she readily acquiesced. She donned an outfit suitable for going out, a flowing white dress paired with simple white flats, devoid of any accessories, save for a white handbag. Ever since the news of Huayu's demise had reached her, she had refrained from wearing colors beyond black and white. True to his word, the Ming Emperor appeared punctually at the estate's entrance. The guards dared not obstruct him, yet he conscientiously refrained from entering. as Gu Shiwei emerged. She beheld him holding a bouquet of flowers with one hand, donning sunglasses, clad in a black combat outfit, and leaning casually against the car door. His long legs were strikingly captivating. Gu Shiwei could not deny that the Ming Emperor possessed exceptional good looks, surpassing even the flamboyant Long Tai and the deeply affectionate Yunteng, at least in her aesthetic opinion. However, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when gazing at the Ming Emperor, despite having never encountered him before. Apologies for the wait. No, it is my honor. The Ming Emperor presented the flowers, a bouquet of red roses, his intentions unmistakably conveyed. Gu Shiwei hesitated briefly before accepting the flowers with nonchalance. Accepting a bouquet did not signify anything significant. She preferred not to quibble over trivial matters. The Ming Emperor drove a large, armored vehicle, impressive yet quite tall, particularly the step, which posed a challenge for her, especially in a dress. Seeing her predicament, the Ming Emperor approached to assist her into the vehicle. Gu Shiwei, steeling herself, wrapped her dress and climbed aboard. Fortunately, her skirt reached her knees, sparing her from any wardrobe malfunction, though her entry was less than graceful. She was indifferent to such trivialities. The Ming Emperor's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, while the guards stifled their laughter with great difficulty. He lamented, Yeah, you could wait for me. Gu Shiwei blinked and feigned ignorance, adhering to her life principle. Never trouble others for matters one can manage independently. The chosen venue for their meeting was a romantic restaurant, frequented by couples, which made Gu Shiwei feel quite uncomfortable. How could this person unilaterally decide on such a place? She halted her steps, expressing her desire to change the location. Ming Di cleared his throat and replied, The cuisine here is exquisite. It does not solely cater to couples. Besides, I've reserved a private room, ensuring we won't be observed. With such a statement, Gu Shiwei found it difficult to maintain her reluctance. Indeed, the private room Ming Di had secured was quite secluded, yet it featured a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the street. The waitstaff entered in succession, commencing the service of the dishes, indicating that he had prepared meticulously. I've ordered some dishes. Would you like to see if there's anything else you fancy? Gu Shiwei took the menu and glanced at it, discovering that all the selections were to her liking and in ample portions, so she declined to order more, stating, I have enough. Ming Di then closed the menu and instructed the staff to serve the hot dishes immediately. Mr. Yu, could you perhaps share insights on the art of winemaking? Gu Shiwei preferred straightforwardness over subtlety. My birth name is Yu Hua. You may call me Ahua. Calling me Ming Di feels rather odd. As Yu Hua poured her a drink, he continued, Mr. Yu, might you elaborate on the winemaking traditions? Gu Shiwei was readily compliant. Yu Hua paused momentarily, letting out a resigned sigh. She was quite stubborn. This winemaking tradition was derived from ancient ruins, a complete system that spans from level 1 to 60. It surpasses any existing winemaking tradition in the country. Gu Shiwei's heart leaped with joy. This was the winemaking mastery she had longed for. What would it take for you to part with it? She inquired. Very simple. Grant me an opportunity to pursue you. Yu Hua gazed intently at Gu Shiwei. She furrowed her brow, responding, Then there is nothing more to discuss. She feigned rising to leave, but Yu Hua quickly restrained her. You are overthinking. I merely wish for a chance. Do not reject my approach from the outset. He explained hastily. Gu Shiwei exhaled in relief. She had nearly walked away. You must have heard about my situation. My husband recently passed away, and I am not in a place to embark on a new romance. I understand. However, you need someone to shield you from unwanted advances, and I am the most suitable candidate. I possess sufficient strength and will not impose upon you. As long as you bear the title of my wife, no one would dare to disturb you. Gu Shiwei felt her heart flutter at his words. Heaven knows how troublesome those men had been lately. In every aspect, Ming Di Yu Hua was indeed the most fitting choice, yet he was also the most tenacious. Once she agreed, it would be nearly impossible to find another man unless he willingly let go. Fortunately, she was not currently seeking a partner. If he could truly serve as a shield, it would be advantageous. The only concern was whether he would genuinely refrain from coercing her, as her trust in his character was lacking. Yu Hua perceived the skepticism in her gaze and casually remarked, If I wished to coerce you, no one could stop me. Even if you're married, it matters not. Gu Shiwei's expression turned grave. Indeed, therein lies the crux of the matter. His strength eclipses her own, and he has already set his sights upon her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. What if I refuse? That is of no consequence. After all, the woman I desire will not have anyone daring to encroach upon her. Whether you acquiesce or not, it is ultimately of little difference. It would be best if you consent, for it would render my intentions legitimate. Should you decline, I shall simply proceed as though I have claimed you by force. Yu Hua delicately placed a piece of fish before Gu Shiwei, meticulously removing the tiny bones for her. With the gentlest of tones, He uttered the most commanding of words. Gu Shiwei inhaled sharply. This man was utterly domineering. Prior to her utterance of refusal, Yu Hua had behaved like a carefree boy in her presence, devoid of any pretense. Yet, Gu Shiwei could not discern if it was merely her illusion, but after she spoke the word refuse, Yu's aura transformed, emanating an unyielding and formidable presence. Chapter 43. Similarity. However, I shall never forget my husband. Are you certain you can accept me as I am? No matter, my affection for you suffices. After all, he has passed away. You may cherish his memory freely. Yu Hua, with a nonchalant demeanor, expressed his disbelief that the living could ever compete with the deceased. What is it that you require of me? Gu Shiwei conceded, acknowledging that one cannot bend the arm against the thigh. Yu Hua paused, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. You have agreed? Not exactly. I am unable to reciprocate your feelings at present. I can only promise to try and see how we get along. A smile broke upon Yu's lips, his joy nearly uncontainable. That is sufficient. I believe that one day I shall move your heart. Seeing him so self-assured, Gu Shiwei felt an urge to dampen his spirits. Yet, as she had yet to obtain the brewing inheritance, she chose to endure. She had anticipated a barrage of demands from him, but to her surprise, he simply retrieved an ancient tome from his spatial storage and handed it to her. Gu Shiwei gently opened the book and discovered it indeed contained a complete brewing inheritance, encompassing not only recipes but also the crafting of various brewing tools, techniques, and ingredient selection, everything one could possibly need. The more she perused, the more enamored she became, almost wishing to dive into the brewing process immediately. Let us return to this later. First, we shall dine. Yu had assisted her in closing the book. But Gu Shiwei felt an unquenchable curiosity, sighing in regret. Does obtaining the item mean you no longer wish to indulge me? Yu feigned a look of grievance, and Gu Shiwei cast him a glance, noticing how he seemed to revert to his childish self. Gu Shiwei found his fluctuating demeanor rather amusing. I tend to be rather reserved. Aside from cultivation, I engage in planning and rarely speak, not intentionally neglecting you. Moreover, I'm not fond of socializing. Please refrain from inviting me to gatherings. She was reluctant to squander time on trivial social interactions, especially as she now had the luxury to choose not to attend. Of course, no one can compel you. The wealth under my name is ample enough for you to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Tomorrow, I shall transfer a portion to your name. You may either exchange it for your own assets or retain it to enjoy dividends. It's entirely up to you. No need. I prefer to earn my keep. I am not in want of money. Gu Shiwei could not possibly accept his money. Take it as pocket money from me. Furthermore, let us register our marriage after our meal. Gu Shiwei was taken aback. So soon? I have not agreed. I merely mentioned I would consider spending time together. Yu remained unperturbed. If you do not wish to marry so swiftly, that is acceptable. Nonetheless, everyone in the entire Huagua already knows you are mine. Not marrying will not alter that. What do you mean? Gu Shiwei felt an unsettling premonition. Just take a look online. Yu grinned mischievously. Flustered, Gu Shiwei activated her wristwatch, which immediately presented her with a notification. Shocking. The Ming Emperor and the Moonwater Goddess spotted at a couple's restaurant, suspected of impending nuptials. Expos. Romantic moments between the Ming Emperor and the Moonwater Goddess revealed. The Ming Emperor's romance exposed, and the female lead is none other than her. Official confirmation. The Ming Emperor admits to his relationship with the Moonwater Goddess. Gu Shiwei felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. This man had already calculated everything today, regardless of whether she agreed or not, and had forcefully bound her to his side. You did this on purpose. Gu Shiwei exclaimed angrily. Indeed. Yu Hua unabashedly replied. There are too many who covet you. I must clear the field at once. Yu Hua displayed an attitude of determination. Gu Shiwei took a deep breath. Anyone subjected to such scheming would surely be in a foul mood. You have gone too far. Yu Hua smiled slightly, reaching out to tuck Gu Shiwei's hair behind her ear. Yeah. You must understand that everything I said to you before was not meant to frighten you. If you refuse me today, it will only lead to unhappiness for both of us, but the outcome will remain unchanged. Why must it be me? Of course, it is because I like you, because I fell for you at first sight. Impossible. You had your plans even before we met. Gu Shiwei glared at him with piercing eyes. Yu was stiffened momentarily, then chuckled softly. My Yaya is truly clever. No wonder I have my eyes on you. Just know that I genuinely love you and will cherish you for a lifetime. That should suffice. Why question the reason? There is no love without reason in this world. I do not believe it. Gu Shiwei had always been clear-headed. She never wished to be a parasite clinging to a man, nor did she want to be a fool. Yu seemed to be in a particularly good mood. He moved closer to Gu Shiwei, holding her small hand and playing with it. Yeah. Just consider it as my infatuation. After all, you are perfectly nestled in my heart. Gu Shiwei attempted to retract her hand several times, but it was futile. He held it firmly. Yeah, you have lost weight recently. This is not good. You should eat more to nourish yourself. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiriwa felt as though struck by lightning. She finally understood where that familiar feeling had come from. When Yuhua acted childishly, he truly resembled Huiyu. At this moment, Gu Shiriwa ceased to struggle, gazing at Yuhua dreamily, repeatedly comparing their similarities. Both of them liked to call her Yaya. Their voices laced with a hint of charm, as if filled with deep affection. They both raised their brows in a similar manner. However, Ayu was more sunny, while Yuhua exuded a commanding presence. The way they looked at her was quite alike, filled with joy, yet Ayu's was pure, while Yuhua's contained something more. Ayu had a beauty mark at the corner of his eye, and Yuhua had one in a similar spot. From Gu Shiryue's perspective, their facial contours bore a striking resemblance. Most importantly, their tastes were in harmony. They both favored plump beauties. She remembered how Ayu had discouraged her from dieting, always fond of pinching her little belly. Alas, Ayu was no longer present, and her little belly had vanished. Ayu, Gu Shiryue called out with a trembling voice. Yeah, what is it? Yuhua asked softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. As Yuhua lifted his gaze, that sense of similarity vanished in an instant. Gu Shiryue also regained her senses. After all, they were fundamentally different. It's nothing. Yu, where are we going later? The Ember paused momentarily, as if taken aback by Gu Shiryue's swift change in demeanor. Would you care to visit my residence? In the future, you may choose to reside in your own manor or dwell in my Ming Palace. Ming Palace? Where might that be? Gu Shiryue inquired, her curiosity piqued. How can someone's abode be referred to as a Ming Palace? Shouldn't it resemble a grand palace? Yet, all the palaces in the capital are designated as cultural heritage sites. I have never heard of one called Ming Palace. With a knowing glance, Yuhua replied, you shall discover the answer upon your visit. Gu Shiryue nodded. Ever since she realized he bore a resemblance to Yu, she felt no aversion towards him whatsoever. In fact, she was rather eager to see his home. Yuhua observed the expression on Gu Shiryue's face intently, slightly perplexed, yet her willingness to accompany him was a significant advancement, and he could not help but feel elated. Then do eat quickly. Once you are full, I shall take you there. Heeding his advice, Gu Shiryue found that the dishes had nearly all arrived, and thus, the two enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Chapter 44. The Ming Palace. After dinner, Yuhua led Gu Shiryue down a deserted street, causing an unsettling sensation to stir within her. Is this where you live? She inquired. No. Close your eyes. Yuhua replied, shrouded in mystery. Are you certain? In this dark, desolate street, you want me to shut my eyes? Is he truly not attempting to knock me unconscious? She sighed. Let us just walk. With a flick of his wrist, they found themselves before a magnificent palace. Welcome to the Ming Palace, Yaya. Yuhua gestured invitingly, leaving Gu Shiryue utterly astonished. What is this place? This is my home, and soon it shall be ours. This palace is the Ming Palace. Yuhua explained. I'm asking, where exactly are we? How did we arrive here so suddenly? This experience had far surpassed her comprehension. This is my private realm. Only I possess the ability to access this space, though now, you can as well. He placed a pendant around Gu Shiryue's neck, whispering softly in her ear, Yeah, this pendant is the key to the Ming Palace. By infusing it with your unique abilities, you can instantly transport yourself here. From now on, you shall be the mistress of this abode. Gu Shiryue gasped, instinctively reaching to remove it. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it. With this, should you ever find yourself in peril, you can escape to safety. Please, do not worry me. Yuhua gently pressed her hand down. Yet, the significance of such a private space weighed heavily on her. One could only imagine the treasures it concealed, and she hesitated to accept it. There is no hesitation. You must understand, from this moment forth, you are my vulnerability. If anyone threatens me through you, it would be a genuine threat. Is that what you desire? Gu Shiryue fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Her lack of strength made her a liability. Very well, I shall accept it for now. If you wish to reclaim it, simply let me know. She recognized that she had tethered herself to Yuhua's ship, and from henceforth, as long as he did not release her, their fates would be intertwined. That day shall never come, Yuhua affirmed confidently. However, Gu Shiryue remained less optimistic. Love often has an expiration date, and perhaps in a few years, he would grow weary of her dullness and simplicity. She needed to prepare herself mentally for any eventual withdrawal. Come, allow me to show you our home. Yuhua appeared exuberant, leading Gu Shiryue as he spoke. The palace before us is the sole structure within this realm, and I have already transformed it. I will take you to see it shortly. Just look at the vast fields surrounding the palace. They are currently vacant. Feel free to cultivate anything you desire. And look at that distant mountain. It houses numerous positively mutated plants. In this space, there are no negative mutations, so you can plant with peace of mind. Also, that spring yields level 4 purified water, producing approximately 10 liters each day. Gu Shiwei was utterly astounded by Yu's revelations. A cultivation space with only positive mutations. A spring that produces level 4 purified water daily. This truly was a treasure trove. No wonder Yu can advance without a partner. She has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding the treasures here. The tea tree by the spring is the enlightenment tea, and just a single leaf can aid in attaining enlightenment. You may pluck some to taste, and there are prepared ones in the tea room for your convenience. Behind the palace, some fruit trees have been planted, and their long-term consumption offers numerous benefits. Typically, I lack the time to tend to them, so I must trouble you to manage them for me. Gu Shiwei nodded at this. She had always enjoyed planting and caring for a few fruit trees, merely a trivial task. Come, let us enter the Ming Palace. Do you reside here alone? Indeed. Over the years, you are the second person to enter this space. Is this space a magical artifact of ancient cultivators? What are you thinking? This is a space I personally cultivated. It is not some external object. You possess spatial abilities? Gu Shiwei paused. Are spatial abilities so commonplace? Indeed. You were unaware? Should I have known? Gu Shiwei retorted. You must be the only person in all of Huagua who does not know about me. Yu was said with a hint of melancholy. His exploits have already made their way into primary and secondary school textbooks. Encountering someone unfamiliar with him was a first. Gu Shiwei touched her nose. She was not a native of the apocalypse, so how could she possibly be aware? How many spatial abilities exist in all of Huagua? Fewer than 10. Yu asserted. That is quite a coincidence. A Yu is also a spatial ability user. If you are a spatial abilities user, how does your space produce level 4 water? Gu Shiwei inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had never heard of level 4 water, only knowing that water with a purity above 90 is classified as level 3. How is level 4 determined? Oh, I infused a water spirit crystal into my space, which subsequently produced a spiritual spring. Initially, it could only generate level 3 water, but it recently upgraded to level 4. Yu spoke nonchalantly. What distinguishes level 3 water from level 4 water? To be precise, once it reaches level 4, the purity exceeds 99. The key difference lies in the energy. Level 4 water has a gentle energy devoid of any volatile elements. Consuming it in small amounts can assist one in advancing from level 19 to level 20, and long-term consumption can aid in progressing from level 29 to level 30. Yu patiently explained. How did you advance? I heard that you bore it through sheer will. Indeed, my physical body is robust, allowing me to withstand it. Though it does come with side effects. During my last ascension, I experienced a period of amnesia. Yu glanced at Gu Shiwei and remarked, Amnesia? Such a cliché trope? Well, the volatile energy impacted my body, and at that moment, I was attacked by an enemy, sustaining injuries, which led to my memory loss for a time. I just regained my memories a few days ago. Yu casually mentioned, as if the events had not transpired to him at all. Do you recall anything from your amnesiac period? I do. However, in everyone's eyes, I have become a ghost. That identity is no longer usable. Gu Shiwei trembled slightly. She fervently wished that this person was her Yu, yet she dared not ask, fearing the disappointment that might follow. Are you? My Yu? Gu Shiwei's eyes were brimming with tears, and Yu would gently wipe them away, stating, After regaining my memories, I sought vengeance at the first opportunity. Do not grieve for me. Gu Shiwei gazed at him, repeatedly comparing and confirming, yet she still could not ascertain whether this person was truly her Yu. What was your name during your amnesia? She managed to ask, though it was difficult. My name is... Wait, someone is calling me from outside. I will tell you next time. With that, Yu led Gu Shiwei onto the streets of Kyoto. Standing before them was none other than Commander Li, who was anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Yu arrive with Gu Shiwei, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu glanced into the distance and remarked, A horde of aberrant beasts is approaching Kyoto. I must go provide assistance, or the Kyoto base may fall. Let me escort you back to the manor. Chapter 45. Injury. At this moment, Gu Shiwei remained safely ensconced within the confines of the estate. Although the space offered greater security, he could not bear to leave her alone in it. Gu Shiwei understood that this was not the time for sentimental attachments and nodded in agreement to Yu's words. Yu swiftly transported Gu Shiwei directly to the estate. I am leaving. Take care of yourself, and if danger arises, retreat to the space. With that, Yu planted a fervent kiss on Gu Shiwei, then vanished with satisfaction. In a moment of nostalgia, Gu Shiwei recalled that Yu had done the same in the past. With the impending battle, Gu Shiwei refused to remain idle. She began to concentrate all her efforts to condense level 3 water. That night, it was reported that a small base had succumbed to a beast tide. This marked the first base breach this year, casting a pall of dread over everyone's hearts. Gu Shiwei had believed that the apocalypse was nearing its end, that humanity had discovered a means to combat the mutant beasts and plants, and that soon they would rebuild their homeland. However, this news struck her like a thunderbolt. She had been far too naive. The news repeatedly reported on a small base named Hope, with drone footage revealing countless enormous mutant beasts rampaging through the ruins of the city, while ordinary people cried out in despair, and the empowered individuals charged forward relentlessly. Gu Shiwei even spotted Yuhua amidst the chaos. He boldly stood his ground, confronting a leading level 40 mutated tiger. In the Kyoto base, survivors gathered in the streets, staring at the large screen mounted on a building, voicing their thoughts. Will the Hope base survive this ordeal? Is Kyoto far behind? Ming Emperor, please bless us. Ming Emperor, please save us. These accursed beasts. Gu Shiwei anxiously watched Yuhua, fully aware of his strength, yet concerned not at her. The mutated tiger was colossal, capable of collapsing a building with a single step. Before the beast, Yuhua appeared diminutive. He brandished a silver spear, aiming it at the mutated tiger. Thus, a standoff ensued between man and beast. How coincidental a Yu. Gu Shiwei murmured to herself, observing that Yuhua's weapon resembled that of a Yu. The battle between Yuhua and the mutated tiger intensified, with others and beasts instinctively distancing themselves from their battleground. As the first powerful individual to arrive for reinforcements, Yuhua, being of the spatial type, possessed the swiftest speed. The mutated tiger let out a ferocious roar, shattering the remaining structures of the base in a wave of sound. The surviving ordinary people fell, blood streaming from their orifices. Yuhua was incensed. How dare they take lives before him? He thrust his spear, piercing the tiger's throat. With a howl of anguish, the tiger retreated. At that moment, it realized that this adversary was formidable. Though it intended to flee, Yuhua would not allow it. The tiger, emboldened, lunged forward again. Yuhua struck its throat once more. The tiger whimpered as it stumbled backward, genuinely wounded this time. Seizing the moment, Yuhua pressed his advantage, launching another thrust to obliterate the mutated tiger. In a moment of unexpected peril, a beam of light suddenly erupted from the long fur atop the mutated tiger's head, hurtling straight towards Yuhua's face. Alarmed, Gu Shiwei could not suppress her exclamation. Yuhua, taken by surprise, discovered that the mutated tiger concealed a formidable beast within its guise. In a fleeting encounter, the creature had already torn his face, leaving it a ghastly mess of blood and flesh. Infuriated, Yuhua seethed with rage. The diminutive beast appeared to be a mutated fox, yet it turned out to be the true mastermind behind the chaos. Now, Yuhua faced two formidable bosses, each above level 40, and the situation had become dire. Was the Ming Emperor truly at risk? Defeating two level 40 bosses seemed insurmountable. Could the Ming Emperor face defeat? The capital base was in jeopardy. Nevertheless, being the Ming Emperor, Yuhua possessed myriad strategies at his disposal. He conjured a spatial cage, ensnaring the mutated fox. Though the duration was a mere 2 seconds, it sufficed for him to vanquish the mutated tiger. Indeed, he fired a shot, and the once terrifying tiger fell, begrudgingly defeated. The brazen mutated fox, now gripped by fear, recognized the futility of resistance. Being one of the most intelligent beasts, it opted to surrender, bowing deeply before Yuhua and voluntarily offering its energy core. Yuhua admired the fox's delicate, pure white fur, contemplating bringing it back as a pet for Gu Shiwei, certain she would adore it. Yet, in an instant, he was reminded of the blood smeared across his face, igniting a furious rage within him. The grievance of disfigurement was one he could not forgive. He swiftly crushed the fox's neck. For him, Gu Shiwei was sufficient. There was no need for a pet. Gu Shiwei was left dumbfounded by his audacious act. The voluntary subservience of a level 40 boss. How could he disregard such an opportunity? It was a tremendous waste. With the boss's demise, the remaining beasts were mere rabble, lacking leadership. Under Yuhua's command, the tides of battle shifted immediately. The beasts scattered in fear. Yuhua pursued several high-ranking creatures, leaving the remainder to his fellow superhumans. Just then, the rescue team arrived. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Gu Shiwei. Yeah, you were concerned for me. He noticed she had been watching the live broadcast of the front line. This meant she was indeed watching over him, caring for his safety. Covered in blood yet grinning broadly, he presented a rather disheveled appearance. Gu Shiwei was startled. The man who had just been on the battlefield now stood before her. It would have startled anyone. Are you all right? Gu Shiwei anxiously pulled him closer, inspecting him, noting that apart from his frightening facial injury, he bore no other wounds. She felt relieved and attempted to heal him with her water therapy skill. Regrettably, her low level rendered her efforts futile. Come here, let me clean your wound. She pondered whether the mutated fox's claws bore poison and if scars would remain. All right. Yuhua was in high spirits, bending down willingly for Gu Shiwei to tend to his injury. Gu Shiwei gazed at the wounds, flesh raw and exposed, furrowing her brow in perplexity. How could you neglect to apply medicine? I simply had no time for it, Yuhua replied candidly. With a sigh, Gu Shiwei commanded, stay still. I shall tend to your wounds. She pressed Yuhua down onto the sofa, retrieved the medicine box, and meticulously administered the treatment. as she applied the ointment. Their faces drew perilously close, their breaths intertwining. Yu's eyes burned with intensity as he watched Gu Shiwei, yet her focus remained steadfastly on his injuries. She extracted a vial of medication and urged Yuhua to drink it. While tending to his wounds, she also employed her water therapy technique, continuously healing him. Though the effects were minimal, they were certainly preferable to inaction. "What are you two doing?" came a sudden voice from the doorway. It was Huating. From his perspective, it appeared as though the two were locked in a kiss, with the woman above the man, leaving him momentarily stunned by the unexpected sight. Chapter 46. Dismissal. Yuhua abruptly pulled Gu Shiwei into his embrace, causing her to collide against his chest as though she had struck a stone, producing a muffled groan. "What happened? Did you hurt yourself?" Yuhua, filled with concern, examined Gu Shiwei's injuries, only to discover that she had merely bumped her nose. However, her tear-filled eyes appeared utterly pitiful. He gently massaged her nose and, retrieving a precious healing ointment, offered to apply it, only to be halted by Gu Shiwei, who had regained her composure. "Such a minor injury doesn't even require a healing spell, let alone medication. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all my fault." Yuhua, indignant, pointed an accusatory finger at Huating. "Who are you? Didn't you see the sign that says no entry without permission?" Huating took a deep breath, realizing that his sudden voice had startled the two. "I apologize. I thought. What did you think? Who allowed you to come in?" Yuhua's demeanor was unyielding, provoking Huating to nearly laugh in exasperation. "I am Yeye's dedicated healer. I naturally have the right to enter. And who might you be?" "TSK. Well, you're fired now. Yeye no longer needs you." Yuhua saw through Huating's intentions. He had been coveting Yeye all along, but out of respect for her, he had refrained from taking action. "Sir, my appointment does not require your approval. I only heed Yeye's wishes." Huating, feeling the weight of Yuhua's imposing presence, spoke with determination. "Yeye, he refuses to listen to me." Yuhua lowered his head, feeling aggrieved as he complained to Gu Shiwei. She felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her. Was this truly the Ming Emperor? A formidable protector of the realm? The savior of the apocalypse? A peak powerhouse exuding dominance at the slightest disagreement? Even kindergarten children displayed more maturity. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shiwei realized she had to manage this chaotic situation. "Ayu. Huating is Ayu's uncle. Could you possibly? Yeye, have you chosen him over me?" Yuhua's expression shifted abruptly, transforming him back into the cold-faced Ming Emperor. From Gu Shiwei's perspective, his jawline was taut, and the glint in his eyes was chillingly fierce. Startled by his demeanor, Gu Shiwei wondered if he was a Gemini, given his seamless personality shifts. "No, what I mean is that he hasn't done anything wrong. Calling for his dismissal is excessive. My health has improved, so I no longer require a healer. We can simply terminate our collaboration, all right?" Gu Shiwei admitted to herself that she was being cowardly, especially since she had heard that Yun Teng and the others were still bedridden after the recent beast tide. Yuhua's expression shifted visibly. "Since Yeye has pleaded for you, let it be so." With that, he took hold of Gu Shiwei's small hand and began to play with it, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension. "Yeye, why?" Huating's face was one of hurt. "It's only been a short while since Ayu's passing, and you've already turned your back?" Gu Shiwei had intended to speak to him sincerely, but his accusatory demeanor left her feeling utterly disillusioned. "When I married Ayu, your family, the whole family, treated me with disdain, yet I overlooked it for Ayu's sake. Now that Ayu is gone, I no longer wish to see any members of the whole family. Please leave." "Yeye, I did not," hastily protested, but interrupted him directly. "What do you mean you did not? You did not intend to hide me as your family's level 3 water production machine? Or you did not stand idly by when your family made things difficult for me? Or you did not shamelessly covet your own niece-in-law?" A sudden wave of frustration deflated. Indeed, every path leaves a trace, and how could be ignorant of his deeds? It was merely out of respect for that she chose not to hold it against him. Cast a sharp glance at him, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Continued, "Now that I propose to terminate our partnership, it is merely to preserve your family's dignity. If you refuse, then let it be as decreed." He felt as if struck by lightning, retreating 3 steps. He was unaware that it was His Majesty. "I have been presumptuous. I shall take my leave now." Bowed deeply, apologized, and immediately fled. Stared in disbelief. Was this the aloof master of potions? Surely it must be a pretense? Looked at with suspicion. "Did you threaten him?" Innocently replied. "How could that be? I am indeed. Perhaps it was my title that frightened him away." Furrowed her brow. His reaction did indeed resemble someone who was intimidated by the title of, "Is the name of so potent?" Kissed her small hand affectionately. "You are utterly oblivious to your man's prowess." Wore a somewhat smug expression, and observed, when he acted childishly, he certainly did not seem like a formidable expert. "Enough. There is still a little puppy from the number 1 leader waiting outside." You can send him away later. He is quite bothersome. Chuckled. Are you certain? This is an acknowledgement of my identity. Previously, I could only rely on my strength to drive away competitors, but now I have received the authority from the rightful owner. Absolutely. What else can I do? The place is cleared down to the last one. Stole a quick kiss from. A reward for you. She was exasperated. Had their role shifted somewhat? Seemed to realize that resistance towards him had faded, and he grew increasingly bold. Spent an entire night setting up a grand formation for the manor. From henceforth, it would indeed be as solid as a fortress. Was not idle either. She busied herself with cultivation, having not practiced all day. At any moment, her training could not be delayed. Feeling her skills had progressed a little further. She was immensely satisfied. After bathing, she leaned against the headboard, taking out ancient texts to study the art of brewing. When entered, was startled. Why you? How did you get in here? Innocently replied, have you forgotten? You are my girlfriend now. Why should I not be able to enter? Did I not arrange a bedroom for you? That bedroom is unsuitable. I prefer this one. Then I shall yield it to you. Just as Rose. She was pushed back down by. I said I would not force you, but I did not say you could stay so far from me. You are being unreasonable. Gu Shiryue exclaimed with indignation. Yuhua playfully pecked at Gu Shiryue's lips, exclaiming, yeah, you are simply adorable. Leave. She insisted. I won't. Yuhua tightened his embrace around Gu Shiryue, deepening the kiss while his hands wandered inappropriately downward, uncertain of how it happened. She felt her desires ignited by Yuhua's touch, yet, psychologically, she could not overcome her inner barriers. Yuhua, please don't pressure me. Yuhua reluctantly withdrew from her lips, saying, yeah, I am not pressuring you. However, I cannot agree to sleep in separate rooms. That is my bottom line. Yuhua envisioned a beautiful future where they would share the same bed every night, believing that eventually there would be a moment of passion. And Ye would inevitably be his. Chapter 47. Authority in a moment of resignation. Gu Shiryue could only acquiesce. There was no alternative. For she simply could not drive him away. Yuhua, with a sense of satisfaction, claimed half of Gu Shiryue's bed. Upon awakening in the early morning, the sight of his strikingly handsome visage beside her left her momentarily dazed. She scrutinized his features closely, realizing he bore no resemblance whatsoever to a Yu. Yet, why did he evoke such a sense of familiarity? Isn't he handsome? Yuhua inquired, having awoken at some point, a grin spreading across his face. Gu Shiryue, in a cheerful mood, reached out to caress his cheek, replying, indeed, quite handsome. Encouraged by her words, Yuhua seized the moment and showered her with fervent kisses. Boldly, he even ventured to wrap his arms around her waist. Eventually, both found themselves losing control, but it was Yuhua who chose to halt their indulgence. Yeah. I want to. No, you do not wish to. Gu Shiryue hastily covered his mouth. Yet, this shameless rascal proceeded to kiss her hand, imbuing the act with an alluring intensity. Gu Shiryue recoiled as if burned. Get up. Yes, your highness. Gu Shiryue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She relished that title. Today, she planned to brew her first energy ale, and Yuhua, ever considerate, had already prepared a complete set of brewing tools for her. She intended to craft beer, as she still had a considerable stockpile of wheat from her recent harvest. The only missing ingredient was hops. This could easily be purchased in the market. And she placed an order online. Within an hour, it was delivered to her doorstep. Meanwhile, her wheat was soaking. To expedite the germination of the wheat, Gu Shiryue utilized exclusively level 3 water, even adding a few drops of level 4 water. Once the malt was adequately sprouted, she placed it in the oven for roasting, then ground it, and proceeded to saccharify it. At this stage, patience was required. She was unperturbed, for the next steps involved filtering, boiling, and settling to cool, with fermentation as the final phase. The brewing of energy ale was far more intricate than that of regular beer. After a long day of labor, Gu Shiryue felt utterly exhausted, yet the outcome was promising, with all metrics aligning perfectly with the descriptions in her heritage. That evening, having skipped dinner, she was forcefully fed a bowl of porridge by Yuhua before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, upon rising, Gu Shiryue discovered Yui already practicing his marksmanship in the courtyard. A circle of guards surrounded him, holding their breath in rapt attention as they observed his skill. The Emperor Ming's marksmanship was renowned as one of his greatest strengths, and witnessing his practice would greatly benefit their own cultivation. Fortunately, Emperor Ming was not a miser. He did not clear the area, allowing numerous onlookers to gather. The moment Gu Shiryue descended the stairs, Yuhua sheathed his spear and stowed it away. The guards, respectful, returned to their posts without uttering a word of complaint. Yeah, you've awakened? Yuhua, shedding his usual aloof demeanor in front of others, rushed to Gu Shiryue, glistening with perspiration. Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. I was waiting for you to join me. From now on, do not wait for me. I enjoy my slumber. That's all right. I am not hungry. Well then, what was the point of saying that? The astute stewardess arranged breakfast, and with the addition of residual warmth, her portions had significantly increased. She nibbled at some of it, while the remainder disappeared into the belly of the residual warmth. Today, take it easy. No need for such toil. Residual warmth wished to avoid witnessing her exhaustion. No brewing today. I intend to cultivate your space entirely. Our family cannot bear to see such fertile land lying fallow. It must yield a bountiful harvest. Energized, residual warmth noted that Yaya was treating the space as her own domain. I shall assist you. Gu Shirui nodded, permitting residual warmth to transport some farming machinery into the space, and thus began their collaboration. Residual warmth mounted the tractor, evidently inexperienced with such machinery. After a brief examination, he began to operate it with gleaming eyes, and after several laps, he quickly mastered the technique. The tractor soared with his deft handling. As he drove, he broke into song, and Gu Shirui, hearing his off-key voice, could only shake her head in resignation. It seemed that fate was indeed equitable. While bestowing upon him formidable talent and power, as well as striking looks and physique, it had neglected to grant him an adequate singing voice or refined senses. The space was suitable for rice cultivation, and Gu Shirui instructed residual warmth to enclose areas for rice paddies. She began by soaking the seeds. Once the soil was tilled, she was astonished to find that the land had conformed to residual warmth's desires, dividing into sections of paddies, with ditches excavated in between and ridges formed along the edges. Gu Shirui's eyes widened. What is this? Oh, the space is mine. Naturally, I am the deity here. This is but a trivial matter. Residual warmth beamed with pride. Then why use a tractor for tilling? Wouldn't it be swifter with mere thought? Gu Shirui expressed her confusion. Ahem. Well, primarily, I have never operated a tractor before. I wanted to experience the sensation. Childish. Yeah, he mused. You can also manipulate the space. Give it a try with your thoughts. Gu Shirui was taken aback that residual warmth had even shared the authority of the space with her. Upon concentrating, she was delighted to see the land begin to churn. How convenient. The next steps involved fertilization and sowing. Gu Shirui effortlessly levitated fertilizer bags, scattering them from above. Initially, she struggled, either oversaturating one area or undersaturating another, creating a chaotic scene. However, she soon became adept, able to disperse 3 to 4 bags simultaneously. Even residual warmth praised her formidable mental prowess. Sowing the seeds was equally straightforward. Following the planting instructions, Gu Shirui spaced the seeds half a meter apart. After finishing, she summoned rain within the space. For a water-based ability user, controlling rain was inherently simple, especially with the assistance of her newfound authority over the space. Within half a day, the two had cultivated dozens of acres of rice. Just in time for noon, they exited the space for lunch, and after a brief rest, residual warmth clung to Gu Shirui. She initially believed she would find it difficult to sleep, yet surprisingly, she rested quite comfortably. In the afternoon, Gu Shirui planned to harvest the fruits from the space. Residual warmth lamented that he had not harvested in months, fearing the fruits had spoiled on the ground. Fuming, Gu Shirui shot him a glare. In this apocalyptic era, fruit had become a luxury, and the thought of such waste lying about was utterly heart-wrenching. Just imagining it made her feel a pang of sorrow. Yu Hua, aware of his own fault, could only sheepishly touch his nose and endure her ire. As Gu Shirui ventured to the rear of the palace, she was astonished by the sprawling orchard that lay before her. She had assumed there were merely a few fruit trees in the backyard, but Yu Hua had failed to inform her of the vast expanse of the orchard. By her estimation, there were at least 500 peach trees, around 200 apple trees, and over 100 pear trees, all of which bore ordinary energy fruits, each ranking below level 10. Among them were also scattered high-tier energy fruits, such as the snow spirit fruit, reputed to be a water attribute spiritual fruit. This fruit could nourish water attribute ability cores and soothe volatile energy, classified as a high-tier fruit of level 20, capable of fetching a staggering price of 1,000,000 contribution points in the market. Chapter 48. Sweet potatoes. There are also void fruits, which serve as the perfect supplement for space abilities. It appears that Yu Hua has been diligent in coming to harvest them. Gu Shirui also spotted a thunderfruit tree, a level 40 spiritual fruit, with flashes of lightning dancing across its branches, clearly indicating it possesses a thunder attribute. Such a spiritual fruit is beyond her harvesting capability. With her ability level at a mere 9, approaching the thunderfruit tree would render her nothing more than a pile of ash. Gu Shirui cast a lingering glance at Yu Hua, questioning, "Are you certain I can harvest these fruits?" Yu Hua rubbed his nose, having forgotten that his backyard was filled with such formidable treasures. "Leave the harvesting of level 10 and above to me. You can pick some lower-tier ones." Gu Shirui nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement acceptable. Since she could harvest using her mental focus, she would not be foolish enough to pick them by hand. After all, using her mind was not only convenient and swift, but it also served to strengthen her mental prowess. Once all the fruits were harvested, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed, resulting in several thousand tons of fruit. Gu Shiwei was at a loss on how to handle them until Yuhua revealed that his subordinates would assist in processing them, as many of his enterprises could consume the surplus. With this knowledge, Gu Shiwei decided to relinquish her concerns, keeping only the higher-tier fruits and a selection of lower-tier ones for herself, leaving the rest to Yuhua, as they were ultimately his possessions. My subordinates informed me that they plan to hold an auction for this batch of fruits. Would you like to attend? No, thank you. Generally, the items at auctions tend to be quite rare, but unfortunately, I am in no need of anything at the moment. The state has taken care of my essentials, and Yuhua has presented me with an array of fine items to choose from. To be frank, anything that appears at an auction is merely what she had passed over. Rather than attending an auction, she would prefer to assess her own little treasury. Well, it's been a tiring few days. I shall take some time to rest. Yes, tomorrow I plan to brew some fruit wine. It is well known that women generally have a penchant for fruit wine, and Gu Shiwei resolved to brew a generous amount for herself, considering she could drink endlessly without intoxication. All right, tomorrow, I shall venture out. You stay home and behave. That evening, the two indulged in tender moments, though Gu Shiwei had grown less resistant to Yuhua's closeness. Yet, she still harbored thoughts of Huiyu, feeling that accepting Yuhua entirely would betray both him and Huiyu. Thus, they remained in this delicate stalemate. The process of brewing fruit wine was quite simple, and Gu Shiwei exerted little effort in producing several large barrels. The fermentation time for fruit wine is shorter than that for beer, and she anticipated being able to enjoy it in just a few days. The wines passed down through the brewing tradition are not ordinary. They possess various effects, with fruit wine being renowned for its beautifying properties. This is undoubtedly a favorite among women. Gu Shiwei was eager to discover the effects of the fruit wine, curious about its potential for enhancing beauty. When Yuhua returned that night, Gu Shiwei had already succumbed to slumber. Thus, he could only regretfully embrace her and plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead, joining her in sleep amidst her unconscious murmurs. With the dawn of a new day, it was time to harvest the sweet potatoes from the estate. Experts estimated that the yield would surpass that of potatoes, given that sweet potatoes tend to be larger in size. Gu Shiwei also assisted in harvesting the sweet potato vines. Unlike potatoes, sweet potato vines lie flat on the ground, with small roots embedded in the soil. Only advanced ability users from the strength category or other disciplines could uproot these vines. It was said that during planting, considerable effort was expended. Fortunately, the estate had provided ample guards. Otherwise, cultivating sweet potatoes would have been a formidable challenge. Gu Shiwei did not anticipate that harvesting sweet potatoes would require such physical exertion. She could only help sever the main roots, leaving the remainder to the guard team. This time, it was Commander Li who came to assist, his hearty laughter echoing from afar. Commander Li, are you not busy? Busy? How could I not be busy? However, I cannot miss out on the bountiful harvest here. He continued, other planting bases should now be able to achieve a 100 positive mutation rate, correct? With the substantial amount of level 3 water I provide daily, it should suffice. Haha. Indeed, all have undergone positive mutation. This year, Kyoto will not lack grain, but many small bases across Huagu are still in need. Our mission is not yet complete. Commander Li lamented, pondering when the issue of food security could be entirely resolved. Gu Shiwei found this beyond her capacity. Unless she advanced again, the yield of level 3 water would remain fixed. As they conversed, the guards had already cleared a section of the sweet potato field. Unlike potatoes, sweet potato leaves are also edible, so none were wasted. They were neatly arranged and set aside. The earth ability users began to showcase their prowess, turning over the entire plot of land, causing the sweet potatoes to scatter among the mounds of soil. Now, ordinary people could easily gather the sweet potatoes from the heaps. Commander Li beamed at the mountainous piles of sweet potatoes, exclaiming with joy, a bountiful harvest. I must report this to Commander Number 1. The sweet potatoes were fully harvested over the course of 2 days, yielding nearly double that of potatoes, amounting to an astonishing 350,000 tons. Additionally, there were about a ton of sweet potato leaves. This truly marked another significant harvest. While the commanders reveled in their excitement, the online community erupted in praise for Dr. Gu Shiwei, however, was not in the best of spirits. She had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. The transition from level 9 to level 10 posed a formidable challenge. For men, the overwhelming energy could easily breach bodily defenses, resulting in catastrophic failure. For women, the energy was too gentle, akin to stagnant waters. Upon reaching that threshold, any excess would overflow, rendering active advancement impossible. At this moment, Gu Shiwei realized that the most effective way to progress would be to find a partner. Other methods existed, yet they were difficult to control. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, much like the fate of men who could not withstand the energy surge, with cultivation proving futile. Gu Shuriwei refrained from unnecessary efforts and began to read in the evening. Yeah, I'm back. Yuhua entered, spotting Gu Shuriwei seated on the bed, unable to resist. He stole a kiss before heading to the shower. After bathing, he emerged boldly, wrapped in a towel. The splendid musculature of the upper body came into Gu Shuriwei's view, prompting her to reach out and touch it. Indeed, such hard muscles. Yuhua let out a muffled groan, his voice raspy as he said, Yeah, just ignite the flames. Do not extinguish them. It is too cruel. Gu Shuriwei withdrew her hand, realizing it did seem somewhat inhumane. In a fit of frustration, Yuhua playfully tussled with Gu Shuriwei, even lifting her nightgown. Ultimately, it was Gu Shuriwei who, in a fluster, called for a halt. Yuhua, deflated, lay atop her, exclaiming, Yeah, do not keep me waiting too long. Gu Shuriwei felt a pang of guilt and agreed to explore their relationship. Yet she found herself unable to surmount the internal barriers she faced, which was indeed unfair to Yuhua. Give me a moment to ponder. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yuhua bore a striking resemblance to Huiyu, even though they were undeniably different individuals. She feared that she might inadvertently view Yuhua as a mere substitute for Huiyu, transferring her affections onto him. Chapter 49. Ascension. Gu Shuriwei resolved to utilize a level 10 attribute-less energy core to facilitate her ascension. Based on her calculations, she deemed it prudent to prepare at least 3 cores as a precaution. Thus, she amassed a total of 10. To mitigate the risk of an energy surge, she also procured an ice spirit fruit, hoping it would safeguard her life during critical moments. The ice spirit fruit is exceedingly rare, and although Gu Shuriwei did not possess any initially, she had fortuitously received 3 from Yuhua's generous offering during their last encounter. It is worth noting that a single ice spirit fruit can command a staggering price of 10 million contribution points in the market, often being scarce due to its unparalleled efficacy in purifying volatile energy, surpassing even that of a level 3 water purification. Consequently, for an ordinary individual, finding a long-term partner would be a more economical and safer route. However, Gu Shuriwei remained undeterred. She refused to believe that she could not ascend without a man by her side. Today, with Yuhua away on an errand, she found herself alone in the quiet chamber for her cultivation. To ensure absolute certainty of success, she imbibed a cup of enlightenment tea beforehand. True to its name, the tea bestowed her with insights regarding her ascension almost immediately after consumption. What initially appeared to be a desperate gamble suddenly blossomed into a flash of inspiration. Following her intuition, Gu Shuriwei began to rotate her water abilities, forming a swirling vortex that she first needed to set in motion. She then commenced the absorption of the attribute-less energy cores, continuously fueling the vortex with energy. After 3 cores, it became evident that it was insufficient. Fortunately, she had prepared extensively and continued to add energy until, upon the 9th core, she finally felt the overwhelming sensation of her body nearing explosion. A wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to reach for the ice spirit fruit. However, the tumultuous energy within her rendered her unable to divert her focus to retrieve it. The energy around her fluctuated violently, drawing the attention of the manor's guards, who promptly reported the situation, leading to the simultaneous arrival of Commander No. 1 and Yuhua outside her chamber. What is happening? Why is Gu attempting ascension on her own? Commander No. 1 exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he confronted Yuhua without regard for his status. Yuhua's expression turned ashen. Do you truly despise me that much? Willing to risk her life to ascend alone? What on earth is going on? I warn you, if anything happens to her, you will be deemed a criminal in Huagua. The fury of Commander No. 1 could no longer be contained. I have no idea. She was perfectly fine this morning. Yuhua too was bewildered by Gu Shuriwei's actions. Was she so unwilling to be with him that she resorted to this? Tell me, have you been hiding something from her? Has she discovered something? Commander No. 1 inquired, regaining his composure. I truly do not know. Yuhua tugged at his hair in frustration. The illustrious Ming Emperor was now reduced to a common man ensnared by emotions. Inside the chamber, Gu Shuriwei had reached the most perilous juncture. The energy vortex had finally shattered her energy core. Blood spilled from her lips as she felt her strength waning. The energy surrounding her dissipated entirely. Yeah. Yuhua, terrified, rushed to push open the door to enter, but was halted by Commander No. 1. Calm down. Do not disturb Gu's ascension. Yuhua then realized that although the rogue energy had dissipated, the situation remained dire. However, to her astonishment, the energy within Gu Shuriwei began to gradually coalesce once more. It felt as though an eternity had passed, long enough for her to believe she would never awaken again. Within that boundless expanse of time and space, she sensed a droplet of water, a primordial essence suspended in the void. This droplet had witnessed the birth and demise of a planet, as well as the destruction and rebirth of an entire universe. At times, it manifested as a vast ocean, nurturing all living things. At other times, it flowed joyfully as a gentle stream, or it appeared as a dewdrop, slowly dissipating in the embrace of the morning sun. When Gu Shiriwei regained her senses, she discovered that her energy core had indeed reformed. What had once been the size of a grain of rice had now transformed into that of a soybean, resembling a transparent diamond, remarkably resilient. Upon attuning to the energy, she realized she had ascended to level 10. Slowly, she circulated her abilities 3 times, integrating them entirely into her energy core. This advancement was finally complete. As she opened her eyes, she found herself covered in blood and grime, prompting her to rush to the bathroom to cleanse herself. While bathing, she noticed that the stains were not merely blood but also dark impurities expelled from her body. After scrubbing several times, she managed to rid herself of the filth, only to realize that her skin had become even fairer. The already minuscule pores seemed to have vanished, rendering her skin as smooth as if it had undergone a beauty treatment. Peering into the mirror, Gu Shiriwei was delighted to see her enhanced beauty. Her spirits soared. No one had informed her that ascending would bring about such transformation. Had she known, she would have devoted herself to training daily without a moment's hesitation. Experimenting with her control over water, she found her mastery had reached an exquisite level. Most notably, she could now condense water to level 4. While not an extravagant amount, she estimated she could gather around 10 liters per day, with potential for growth in the future. As for her skills, she had acquired the ability to purify water sources, enabling her to convert water into potable form. Although the purification would last only 10 days, it represented a significant advancement. With her presence, there would be no water shortages in the capital henceforth. Dressed and ready, Gu Shiriwei was about to push open the door when she suddenly overheard a conversation between leader number 1 and Yu Hua. When will you tell Xiaogu that you are Huoyu? I assure you, there will be no second chances. Your usurpation of her has already drawn ire from various factions. If this matter leaks, do you think you can maintain your current standing? There is more than one pillar of the nation, but there is only one Gu Shiriwei. I know, but I was afraid of making her angry, so I hesitated. You fool. In a sudden burst, Gu Shiriwei flung open the door. Huoyu, you scoundrel. Yu Hua, who was none other than Huoyu, nearly fell to his knees in fright. Yeah, let me explain. I do not wish to hear it. Gu Shiriwei was ready to storm away. Anyone who had been toyed with for so long would be enraged. Are you feeling triumphant? Did you revel in my grief while I mourned for you? Huoyu, you wretched scoundrel. It is over between us. Xiaogu, please, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Upon witnessing the situation, the esteemed leader realized that his words had reached Gu Shiriwei's ears. It was indeed his fault for uttering such remarks amidst Yu's turmoil, compounded by the soundproofing of the quiet room, which led to neither of them hearing Gu Shiriwei's approach. At this moment, Gu Shiriwei had regained her composure. Very well. Speak. She was eager to see what he would concoct. Yu Hua, relieved by her willingness to hear him out, sensed that there was still a possibility for reconciliation. With a bitter expression, Yu Hua, or rather, Huoyu, confessed, Yeah, I truly am your husband, Huoyu. Chapter 50. Deception. However, I am not the real Huoyu of the Hua family. Yu Hua explained. 3 months ago, during my ascension, I was ambushed by an enemy. Although I managed to escape in time, the violent energy within me surged, nearly causing my body to explode. He paused deliberately at this point, eager to gauge Gu Shiriwei's reaction. Yet her expression revealed nothing, compelling him to continue. I stumbled upon the lair of a strange beast, where I discovered a male corpse, presumably the victim of that beast, brought back to serve as its food reserve. In a moment of urgency, I killed the beast and immediately commenced my ascension. After a harrowing struggle for survival, I finally completed the ascension. However, the violent energy had inflicted severe injuries upon my body, even damaging my brain. Upon completion of the ascension, I lost my memory. I forgot who I was and where I came from. My wristwatch was also broken during the battle. Fortunately, the corpse was there, and I decided to disguise myself as him, adopting his identity to live for a while. That corpse was the true Huoyu. On my way back to the city, I encountered Huoyu's companions, and we happened to travel together. I never anticipated encountering you at that moment. From the very first glance, I fell in love with you. But how could a person of unknown origins hope to marry you? I could only deceitfully borrow Huoyu's identity to wed you. Thankfully, Huoyu frequently filmed short videos, allowing me to peruse his account and closely mimic his personality and demeanor. Thus, no one suspected me. As he spoke, Yu furtively glanced at Gu Shiriwei, who remained expressionless, causing him to feel a growing unease within. I had hoped that this way we could grow old together. Yet, I did not foresee that my injuries post-ascension would weaken my capabilities, rendering me vulnerable to treachery. During the Beast Tide, several prominent families in the capital conspired against me, intent on eliminating me to possess you. Yunting, Li Jingtian, Long Tai, and others were all complicit. Seizing the opportunity, I feigned death to escape. After regaining my identity and resolving my outstanding matters, I hurried to find you. You, please do not be angry. I truly love you. Without you, I cannot fathom how to navigate the days ahead. Yuhua pleaded. Gu Shiriwa calmly inquired. When did you regain your memory? Yuhua, anxious, replied. After we were married. Perhaps it was your energy that nurtured me. I regained my memory then, but I was reluctant to leave and remained until the end. At that moment, Gu Shiriwa finally comprehended that this man had been deceiving her all along, from beginning to end. So, you regained your memory months ago yet continued to deceive me? Gu Shiriwa's eyes brimmed with tears, and she realized how egregiously mistaken she had been. There was no hardship, no necessity. He had simply been lying to her. Yu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yuhua grasped Gu Shiriwa's sleeve, apologizing softly like a timid bride. Gu Shiriwa replied with a sardonic smile. I thought we were embarking on a mutual journey, but it turned out to be a deception. You had countless opportunities to confess, yet you remained silent. You watched me weep in sorrow, observed my helplessness and confusion, yet remained indifferent. I believed I had wed a virtuous man, only to discover he was a fraud. No. Yeah, I truly love you. I simply wish to shield you from my conflicts. My adversaries are far too formidable. Should you become entangled, I would bear the blame eternally. Yuhua grew anxious. You merely perceive me as weak, unworthy of standing by your side, destined only to be kept as a pet. Gu Shiriwa genuinely felt her sincerity had been wasted. No. Yeah, you are my only wife, the love of my life. How could I ever regard you as a mere pet? Legally, I am Ho Yu's wife. Who are you? Are you Ho Yu? Are you my husband? Gu Shiriwa rose, confronting Yuhua. At the time of the marriage selection, he used Ho Yu's identity, thus establishing a marital bond with her, while Yuhua bore no connection to her. Yuhua's face turned pale, evidently realizing this implication. Yeah, Yuhua found himself at a loss for words. The lies he had told were now catching up with him. Chief, I do not wish to marry Yuhua. May I ask if the state can protect me? Gu Shiriwa directly inquired of the chief. Little Gu, fear not. The state will always stand as your support. As long as you refuse, no one can coerce you. Not even a national-level expert. The chief declared, choosing Gu Shiriwa over the two of them. Gu Shiriwa nodded. Thank you, state. I shall not disappoint you. Mingdi, our fates were never intertwined. I do not wish to retain your presence, and I hope you will refrain from entering my home in the future, sparing me unnecessary distress. Gu Shiriwa spoke with resolute finality. No. Yeah, I do not consent. Yuhua realized that Gu Shiriwa truly wished to sever ties with him, and he panicked. He immediately sought to grasp Gu Shiriwa's hand. Mingdi, please maintain your dignity. The guards behind the chief stepped forward to block Yuhua. Though my guards may lack your prowess, they can still engage you in a skirmish. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Yuhua despondently retreated. He was not foolish enough to engage the chief's guards, for that would be tantamount to treason. What am I to do now? Yuhua was left bewildered. Oh, it would be best if you refrained from visiting the estate in the future. As for whether little Gu can forgive you, we shall see in a few days. Perhaps she will have calmed down. The chief advised, fully aware that this prospect was exceedingly slim. The chief dragged Yuhua away. Gu Shiriwa, furious, searched the estate for any belongings left by Ho Yu and Yuhua. The red tassel spear favored by Ho Yu is shampoo, body wash, razor, and a multitude of clothing and shoes. She had everything collected and packed into boxes. In the end, she discovered that only the formation he left behind was unremovable. Everything else was carefully packed away, along with the previous shipment of supplies, the level 40 water energy core, and used ice crystal fruits, and even the space-controlling necklace. All were organized for the guards to arrange their return, as she made her way, resplendent and determined, to deliver parcels to the estates registered in his name. The guards returned promptly. Gu Shiriwa gazed upon the half-empty manor, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She lay on the bed, allowing herself a cathartic weep to mourn her lost love, lamenting how her sincere affections had been cast aside. After her tears had subsided, she adorned herself in a striking crimson low-cut dress, donned towering heels, and applied a captivating makeup look. Grasping a chic handbag, she summoned Li Mingqi and set forth to the bar. Tonight, she intended to revel in joy, pledging to return only when thoroughly intoxicated. There were countless men in the world, particularly abundant in these tumultuous times. This evening, she resolved to seek out a striking gentleman. Chapter 51, The National Protector on Stage. Several muscular men showcased their physiques under the dim, flickering lights, eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic whistles from the audience. Gu Shiriwa, filled with excitement, shouted, "Bravo!" Meanwhile, Li Mingqi was entwined with a young man, locked in a fervent kiss, her hand daringly slipping beneath. The young man's face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and heat. Gu Shiriwa cast a glance, feeling her eyes burn at the sight. She had no desire to indulge in such antics involving the young man, regardless of his charming demeanor. Seated alone on the sofa, she savored her drink, oblivious to the lingering gazes around her, which were mostly from unremarkable individuals who were swiftly deterred by the presence of her companion, Yuhua. Anyone attempting to engage Gu Shiyue was met with his fiercely intimidating glare. Unperturbed, Gu Shiyue paid him no mind. After all, those frightened away by him were hardly her type. The muscular performers concluded their display and were whisked away by a few female superhumans. The crowd erupted in cheers as the men engaged in an intimate dance, culminating in passionate kisses. Gu Shiyue, swept up in the moment, joined the revelry. In contrast, Yua felt a twinge of melancholy. Li Mingqi and the young man were lost in their fervor, seemingly forgetting Gu Shiyue's presence. "Sister, have you made your choice?" Li Mingqi teased from her perch in the young man's embrace. Gu Shiyue shot her a resentful glance, aware of the implications behind the question. "TSK. Honestly, you're too naive. Who cares if he deceives you? As long as he performs well in bed, the rest is irrelevant." Li Mingqi believed that a man's purpose was solely in the bedroom, which shielded her from emotional turmoil. "Sister Ming, didn't you say that mutual affection is necessary for advancement in those matters? How did you ascend?" Gu Shiyue's curiosity piqued. She frequently changed partners, embracing new experiences nightly. Yet genuine affection eluded her. "TSK, that's just to placate young ladies like you. The truth is, as long as a woman is willing to receive energy and reciprocate, she can achieve advancement." Gu Shiyue's eyes widened in realization. It seemed the reins of this process lay in the woman's hands. Could one woman indeed elevate multiple men? Naturally. However, a woman should not accept excessive volatile energy in a short span, nor should she engage with men of vastly different levels, or it could lead to dire consequences. Li Mingqi mimicked an explosion, sending a shiver down Gu Shiyue's spine, as she recalled how Yun Teng's childhood sweetheart had met her demise. "How about I arrange someone for you tonight?" Li Mingqi suggested, not wanting to see Gu Shiyue disheartened. "Forget it. Unless he is a master of national caliber, it would only bring misfortune." Gu Shiyue shook her head, refusing to partake in such perilous endeavors. "How do you know I wasn't referring to a master of national caliber?" Li Mingqi feigned surprise. Gu Shiyue was captivated by her words. "Do you know a master of national caliber?" "Uh-huh." Li Mingqi calmly nodded. "If he's too ugly, I don't want him. Rest assured, he is not inferior to someone else. No wife." "Sister, you are my true sister. Would I harm you?" Gu Shiyue regarded her with skepticism. Li Mingqi appeared rather unreliable. "Just wait. I'll call someone right now." Provoked by Gu Shiyue's gaze, Li Mingqi disregarded the presence of others and directly picked up her phone, dialing a number. "Hello? Are you dead?" "Not dead." "Then come to the Yinyu bar right now." "What for?" "To dig up the Ming Emperor's corner. Are you in or out?" "Good. Hurry up." "Who is it?" Gu Shiyue inquired. Li Mingqi, not withholding any information, replied. "My cousin, Li Ziki, is known as the Thunder God, one of the 4 great guardians of Huagua alongside the Ming Emperor." "The Thunder God is your brother?" "Quite the secretive one." Gu Shiyue, having recently delved into the history of the apocalypse, was aware that the 4 great guardians of Huagua were the Ming Emperor, the Thunder God, Zhu Xian, and Qin Xuanzi. Zhu Xian, a female with wood-based abilities, excelled in planting techniques, far superior to Gu Shiyue, who relied on a level 3 water cheat. Qin Xuanzi, a Taoist priest skilled in exorcising demons, had led his disciples to save lives during the apocalypse, passing down his teachings and gaining a reputation as a reclusive master. The Ming Emperor was said to have been a mere high school student before the apocalypse, but somehow he soared to greatness. As for the Thunder God, he was the eldest son and heir of the Li family, renowned for his lightning techniques that astonished many during the apocalypse. Rumor had it that he was married to Zhu Xian. Yet Li Mingqi claimed that the Thunder God had no family, leaving Gu Shiyue somewhat bewildered. "It's my cousin. He and the Ming Emperor have always been at odds. If he can undermine the Ming Emperor, he will surely come at once." Li Mingqi asserted confidently. "Does he truly have no family?" "I've heard he and Zhu Xian are a couple." Gu Shiyue felt it imperative to clarify this matter. "That is all just hearsay. I have nothing to do with that pretentious woman." A deep voice came from behind, and Gu Shiyue turned to see none other than the Thunder God himself. The Thunder God, with his sharp eyebrows and striking eyes, exuded an air of nobility, clearly raised in privilege. "Cousin, little Ming Ming, you've done well this time." The Thunder God cast an approving glance at Li Mingqi. "What are you here for?" Upon seeing the Thunder God Li Ziki, Yuhua immediately assumed a defensive stance, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Shiyue. "Ah, of course, I was invited here by a beauty, dear little Yuhua." In an instant, Yuhua bristled. Among the 4, he was indeed the youngest, yet his strength was unmatched. Li Ziki was clearly provoking him. "Do you want to get beaten up?" Yuhua raised his fists. Ah, we are civilized individuals. A bar is a place for courting beauties, not for brawling with a hot-headed kid like you. Each of Li Ziqi's words struck a nerve with Yuhua. The person is called by me. Do you have any objections? Gu Shiyue's cold voice echoed from behind, causing Yuhua to freeze in place. Yeah, my lord, the Ming Emperor, there exists no relationship between us. I believe you have no authority to impede my dating pursuits. Yeah, must you treat me this way? How have I treated you? How did you behave when you deceived me into marriage? Gu Shiyue's words struck deep, revealing her own pain. If I cannot find solace, neither shall you. Yuhua trembled, on the verge of tears. Yeah, please do not be so cruel. Step aside. You are interrupting me. Yeah, TSK. Even the lovely young lady has expressed that you are disturbing her. Can't you read the room? Raijin remarked, relishing the unfolding drama. Chapter 52. The Thunder God, my dear. I have a private room here. Shall we step inside for a conversation? Li Ziqi, adept at striking at Yuhua's vulnerabilities, proposed. Absolutely not. Yuhua exclaimed hastily. On what grounds do you object? Gu Shiyue retorted, leaving Yuhua speechless. Let us go. Gu Shiyue gestured for Li Ziqi to lead the way. The small dog accompanying Li Mengqi had long been frightened away by the chaotic scene, leaving only the three of them to enter the private room. When Yuhua attempted to follow, Gu Shiyue swiftly closed the door, nearly colliding with his face. How amusing. Li Ziqi twirled his wine glass, relishing the sight of Yuhua's discomfort, feeling quite pleased within. Brother, I didn't summon you here merely for entertainment, Li Mengqi remarked with a hint of seriousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ziqi straightened his posture and introduced himself earnestly. Allow me to introduce myself, the Thunder God Li Ziqi, and I am still unmarried. Gu Shiyue, she mimicked his introduction, hesitating before adding, the newly appointed water goddess Gu Shiyue, widowed. The siblings, Li Ziqi and Li Mengqi, were both taken aback by Gu Shiyue's self-introduction. After all, the Ming Emperor Yuhua was still standing outside, and she boldly declared herself a widow? Dear, you do realize that our voices can be heard by the Ming Emperor, don't you? Li Mengqi quivered. What if he hears? He is not my husband. Gu Shiyue responded with remarkable composure. Li Ziqi's interest was piqued. Sister Yu, what do you think of me? My strength is not far behind that of the Ming Emperor. And I am certainly not less handsome. What do you say to being my girlfriend? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside, accompanied by the panicked sounds of a fleeing crowd. The three exchanged glances, recognizing that someone outside was in a fit of rage. Ahem. Perhaps we should go take a look? Li Mengqi suggested. No need. Let us continue our discussion. Gu Shiyue dismissed the concern without a second thought. Seeing her indifference, Li Ziqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Yu, I speak sincerely. Will you be my girlfriend? I assure you, I will be the perfect partner. Indeed, Gu Shiyue, my brother is exceptionally caring towards his girlfriends. Even those from his past still fondly remember him. Li Mengqi chimed in to support her brother. Past relationships? Gu Shiyue inquired. How many are we talking about? Ahem. Not too many. Perhaps 7 or 8. Maybe even 10. Li Ziqi replied, feigning shyness. Rest assured, Sister Yu. Though my brother has had multiple girlfriends, he has always been devoted during each relationship, only moving on after its conclusion. He is certainly not a scoundrel. Li Mengqi vouched for him, receiving a grateful glance from Li Ziqi. If memory serves me right, today marks our very first encounter, does it not? Gu Shiyue questioned, puzzled by the sudden declaration of affection. Sister Yu, the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart skipped a beat. Should you agree to be my girlfriend? I shall handle everything else, including matters pertaining to the Ming Emperor. Li Ziqi patted her chest in assurance. Are you certain you do not wish to witness Yu's folly? Gu Shiyue, not one to be easily swayed by sweet nothings, firmly declared, to be honest. I do want to see his misfortune, but I would never exploit you for that. Rest assured. Rest assured? How could she feel at ease? Having just escaped a den of tigers, she was not about to walk into a den of wolves. I apologize. Today was merely a jest from Sister Ming. I have no intentions of seeking a partner. Gu Shiyue resolutely declined. At that moment, silence enveloped the outside world, indicating that everyone had been frightened away by Yuhua. What a pity. I truly like you. If you ever decide to look for a partner, be sure to consider me first. Li Ziqi flirtatiously winked at Gu Shiyue. Gu Shiyue, with her straightforward mentality, found it utterly distasteful. Sister Yu, the losses for the bar today are quite substantial. Li Mengqi lamented. This bar is owned by the Red Rose Mercenary Corps. Gu Shiyue felt a twinge of guilt. He should compensate for the losses, right? If not, I will cover it. Li Mengqi's face brightened instantly, then it settled. The trio continued to chat in the private room until Gu Shiyue felt a slight intoxication and decided to take her leave. Outside, chaos reigned. Aside from Yuhua, not a soul remained. Yuhua sat on the only clean sofa, his gaze fiery red, glaring at the door of the private room. Upon their exit, he sprang to his feet, eager to approach but hesitated in fear, appearing utterly helpless. "Ah, Sister Yu, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not pity men. Doing so will bring you a lifetime of misfortune." Li Ziki, witnessing the once arrogant Ming Emperor in a moment of vulnerability, intentionally added fuel to the fire. Gu Shiwen nodded in appreciation of his goodwill and stepped out of the bar, brushing past Yu Hua without casting even a glance in his direction. Yu murmured in anguish. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the outset. Li Ziki had learned of their tumultuous love-hate relationship from Li Mingqi, naturally aligning herself with Gu Shiwei. "Mind your own business." With that, Yu was fist shot towards Li Ziki. Li Ziki was no pushover, and soon they were embroiled in a brawl in the bar's main hall. Gu Shiwei attempted to intervene, but was halted by Li Mingqi. What folly! With two top-tier experts fighting, intervening would be tantamount to seeking death. Just watch. They know their limits. They won't kill each other. Gu Shiwei composed herself, realizing that if these national-level masters truly engaged, they could obliterate the Kyoto base in an instant. Since the fight was only in the bar's hall, it indicated they weren't truly serious, even though they were already bloodied. Let them be. I wish to return home. Gu Shiwei felt her enthusiasm waning. Li Mingqi also perceived their brawl as childish and suggested escorting Gu Shiwei home. Indeed, as Gu Shiwei departed, the two halted their skirmish. Yu promptly followed, ensuring Gu Shiwei reached home safely. Thus, he sought out Li Ziki. "Join me for a drink." "TSK. You little brat. What do you know about adults drinking?" Yu shot him a glance. "I am already 26. Li Ziki suddenly realized. "Oh right. You are 26. The apocalypse has lasted for 10 years. I am still youthful, while you have aged." Yu disdainfully replied. "What good is youth? You still lost your wife. And what of you? After so many relationships, not one has lasted." The two began to poke at each other's wounds. "I will eventually make her change her mind. Then I wish you success in advance." "Thanks. Just stay out of it." "That is not an option. Sister Yu is a newly ascended water deity. I too wish to experience what it's like to court a water goddess. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead. Perhaps I shall reconsider. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish." "Coward. Then I shall still give it a try. Do you dare?" Chapter 53. Purification in Kyoto. There are 5 sources of water, and the foremost leader has chosen the reservoir closest to Gu Shiwei. This site was a water source before the apocalypse and has been abandoned since. However, the infrastructure remains intact and can be easily repaired. If Gu Shiwei truly succeeds in purifying this reservoir, the Kyoto base will no longer suffer from water shortages. Hence, this is indeed a significant matter. The foremost leader personally arranged the operation, and when Gu Shiwei arrived at the reservoir, she discovered that the god-slaying mercenary corps had undertaken the task of clearing the surrounding area of mutated beasts and plants, leading her to a brief encounter with Yunting. "Are you well?" Yunting's expression was complex. If he had been resolute at that time, would their outcome have been different? "Thank you for your concern. I am well." Gu Shiwei regarded him as merely an acquaintance. The chaotic emotions in the cave were nothing more than a fleeting dream to her. Even in the apocalypse, it was unlikely for a woman to feel compelled to marry someone due to a singular incident. "Do you truly feel nothing for me?" Yunting's gaze fell. His expression sorrowful, and his despondent demeanor drew sympathetic glances from several female abilities users nearby. "No. You need not waste your time on me. Dislike is simply dislike." Gu Shiwei thought of the childhood friend who had sacrificed her life for him, and felt it was utterly unjust. To pave the way for a man with her very existence, and he had only thought of her for 3 years. It had only been 3 years since her death. And Yunting could already present himself as a romantic figure. It was revolting. The mere recollection of their past intimacy intensified her disgust. Consequently, Gu Shiwei turned away without a word and departed. This grand romantic could pursue whomever he wished. She had no interest in him. The location selected by the foremost leader was at the sluice gate, where the terrain was flat, devoid of mutated beasts and plants, and convenient for security arrangements. Gu Shiwei felt secure in purifying the water here. Apart from the foremost leader, others were unaware of the day's true mission, assuming it was merely a routine task of clearing mutated beasts and plants, until Gu Shiwei cast her purification skill upon the water's surface. The tumultuous energy within the water visibly calmed down. Everyone was astonished. If this vast reservoir could be transformed into first-grade potable water, they would at least be able to enjoy a daily bath. It was a luxury to bathe in the apocalypse. Seeing the effectiveness of her purification, Gu Shiwei continued to unleash her skill. As the turbulent energy subsided, a group of mutated fish gathered around. "Stay alert," Yunting shouted, positioning himself protectively behind Gu Shiwei. "Shiwei, do not worry. I will protect you." The mutated fish were quite ferocious, capable of launching ranged attacks on humans on the shore, while human attacks, often hindered by a layer of water, were ineffective. Hence, abilities users generally refrain from provoking mutated fish. For 10 years in the apocalypse, they had ruled the waters, becoming one of the most formidable species. Do not panic. They seem to lack any intention of attacking. The foremost leader observed with meticulous attention. Indeed, the mutated fish appear to be fond of the purified water. Indeed, it appears to be the case. The first-level purified water is truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Could you please make some space? Gu Shiwei parted the clouds, leaving the other party blushing crimson. Shiwei, Gu Shiwei chose to ignore him, resolutely continuing to deploy her purification abilities. All eyes were drawn to the expanding circle of purification radiating into the distance. Gradually, some began to discern a troubling discrepancy. Wait a moment. This isn't first-level water. It must be second-level water, right? What are you thinking? Is one lake of first-level water not enough for you? Why yearn for second-level water? Exactly. One should not be insatiably greedy. If you have first-level water, you should be content. I'm about to take a bath in the reservoir. No, look closely. It truly is second-level water. The turbulent energy has calmed significantly. Indeed, it is second-level water. An entire lake of second-level water. My heavens, how extravagant. Leader number 1 has been closely monitoring the data and has brought along researchers. Report, Leader. The purification level at the sluice gate has reached 80. It meets drinking water standards. Good. What about the deeper layers? Report, at a depth of 5 meters. The results are also 80. Good. Heaven bless our nation. If it was mere speculation before, it is now confirmed. It is indeed true. My heavens. I can hardly believe it. Is the apocalypse coming to an end? Gu Shiwei's abilities were finally depleted, yet the reservoir was only about 10 purified. It was simply too vast. She could only extract the water system energy core and absorb it on the spot to restore her abilities. Within just a few minutes, her powers were fully restored, and she once again plunged into her purification efforts. Thus, the cycle continued. Gu Shiwei spent an entire half-day to complete the purification of the reservoir. By the end, she could hardly stand, her trembling hands still striving to maintain the purification. Xiaogu, that is enough. This is sufficient. You may rest now. Leader number 1 did not wish to deplete her entirely. Gu Shiwei's presence was far more precious than an entire lake of second-level water. It's all right. I can manage. Just a little more. And I could complete the purification entirely. How could she bear to give up? Yeah. Yuhui appeared behind her, causing Gu Shiwei to shudder. Yet she resolved to disregard him and continued her purification. Yeah. Do not be stubborn. Come back with me, and I promise to let you vent your frustrations. Gu Shiwei remained unmoved, while Yuhui felt a fierce flame igniting within him, yet he dared not express it, fearing it would further anger Gu Shiwei. With trembling hands, Gu Shiwei made the final purification effort in the reservoir, and the last area of turbulent energy vanished. She finally closed her eyes in serene silence. Yeah. Shiwei. Yuhua and Yuntung rushed forward simultaneously. Step aside. Yuhua delivered a forceful kick that sent Yuntung flying while he caught the fainted Gu Shiwei in his arms. Whereas the healer? Hurry over. The chief healer of the God Layer team, with a grimace, rushed forward, applying various restorative and healing abilities to Gu Shiwei. After a series of actions, her breathing had significantly steadied, and the energy surrounding her began to coalesce once more. Why was she still not awake? Yuhua was in a state of panic. The moon water deity must have been utterly exhausted and drifted into slumber. The healer carefully elucidated, these two are indeed formidable beings. Did you not observe how their leader was sent flying? Oh, great emperor. Please entrust Xiaogu to me. I shall escort her back for some rest. However, Yuhua gazed at him with a face full of reluctance, adamantly refusing to release his grip. This is not a solution. I assured her that no one would force her. Do you intend to leave an old man like me in a predicament? I will take her back. Yuhua said with a heavy heart, fully aware that Gu Shiwei had yet to forgive him, and he dared not defy her. Nevertheless, at that moment, he knew that returning by car would undoubtedly be uncomfortable for her, and he did not wish for anyone else to carry her, even if it were a woman. The number 1 leader also hesitated to prolong the standoff, letting out a sigh of resignation and granting his consent. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. Yuhua thought bitterly, regretting the choices he had made. Chapter 54. By the Seaside. Yuhua, a spatial ability user, effortlessly transported Gu Shiwei back to the manor in an instant. He gently laid her down on the bed and couldn't resist placing a tender kiss on her lips. Yeah. You have become even more beautiful. This was a sentiment he had longed to express after her advancement, yet he had never found the opportunity. Yuhua sat by the bedside, lost in admiration as he gazed at her. Yeah, what am I to do with you? I realize my mistakes. Will you forgive me? Please, do not look at other men. They cannot compare to me. Just focus on me, will you? Gu Shiwei slept soundly until dawn. While Yuhua had departed before she awoke, She felt invigorated, her energy surging, nearly reaching level 11. This was likely due to the substantial energy cores she had absorbed the previous day. However, such an elevation felt superficial. She needed to temper it for true advancement. The most effective way to hone her abilities was through combat. Determined, Gu Shiwei decided to accompany the Blood Rose mercenary group on a mission. Li Mingqi, concerned for her safety, personally led the team, stating it was merely an outing for the young Shiwei. To Gu Shiwei, it was a battle, yet to Li Mingqi, it was akin to a leisurely excursion. She even brought along a young pup, revealing her inclination toward charming, youthful companions. The little pup, clean and exceptionally well-behaved, was permitted to roam around the campsite, provided he remained within the safety of the group. Gu Shiwei understood why Li Mingqi had chosen to include him. Most of the female ability users brought their families along, some even with multiple companions. Their destination was the seaside, where they would encounter small marine anomalies, making for a manageable challenge suitable for Gu Shiwei. Moreover, it promised a delightful seafood feast. Li Mingqi had selected mutated crabs as the primary opponents for Gu Shiwei. These creatures had grown to enormous proportions post-mutation, weighing over 100 pounds, and were ideally leveled around 10, perfect for her training. The crabs possessed exceptionally hard shells that could only be breached with energy weapons and were remarkably swift, outpacing Gu Shiwei even at a run. Gu Shiwei first attempted to strike the mutated crab with a water arrow, but it failed to damage the shell even slightly, inciting the creature's wrath. A massive water blade hurtled toward her, prompting her to flee behind Li Mingqi. Sister Meng, help. With a swift motion, Li Mingqi dispatched the mutated crab effortlessly. Gu Shiwei gazed at her in awe. Sister Meng, you're incredible. Just a small feat, Li Mingqi replied, guiding Gu Shiwei to the fallen crab. Observe. The crab's weakness lies in its eyes. Even if your attacks lack strength, you can easily sever them, and through persistence, you can defeat it. Realization dawned upon Gu Shiwei. Given her limited attack power, striking the crab's shell was futile. She would need to target its vulnerabilities instead. Armed with this newfound understanding, her confidence began to blossom. She selected another mutated crab, this time with heightened caution. First, she employed the mist technique to confound the crab's senses, followed by the bubble technique to diminish its speed. Ultimately, she unleashed a water tornado, striking directly at the crab's face. Fortune favored her this time, as she managed to sever the crab's eyes and pincers in one swift blow. Elated, Gu Shiwei seized the moment to launch a counterattack, directing water arrows at the wounded creature. Indeed, within a mere 2 minutes, she had vanquished the mutated crab. Hooray! Gu Shiwei leaped with joy. She had single-handedly slain a level 10 beast. How formidable she was. Impressive. Li Mingqi showered her with praise, further elevating Gu Shiwei's spirits. After her initial triumph, the remaining foes seemed all the more vulnerable. Within the span of an hour, Gu Shiwei successfully dispatched nearly 20 mutated crabs. Observing her newfound proficiency, Li Mingqi suggested that she tackle a mutated giant clam next. The clams, colossal in size, weighed hundreds of pounds before the apocalypse, and now they were even more formidable. A typical mutated giant clam could weigh over 1,000 pounds, and it was ranked around level 11, also possessing water-based abilities. It was clear that Li Mingqi had meticulously curated her targets. Engaging with the mutated giant clam required a certain finesse when Gu Shiwei utilized the mist technique. The clam would open its mouth, providing an opportune moment for attack. She quickly dispatched her first clam and eagerly began the dissection, as mutated clams could yield energy pearls. These pearls were renowned for their beautifying properties, were useful in medicinal applications, and could be fashioned into exquisite jewelry. Gu Shiwei reminisced about her exquisite set of energy pearl jewelry gifted by Yuhua, which she had regrettably returned. The thought of it still stung. She should have kept it, for if Yuhua had bestowed it upon another woman, it would surely have driven her to despair. Another day of longing for Yuhua passed. Alas, this particular mutated clam bore no pearls. The probability of finding pearls within mutated clams was exceedingly low. However, Gu Shiwei remained undaunted. There were ample mutated clams in this area. Even the family members were laboring diligently to defeat monsters. And she knew she could not afford to be idle. The second clam yielded no pearls, nor did the third. It was not until she reached the 11th clam that she finally uncovered a small pearl. Remarkably, she was the first on this stretch of beach to discover a pearl. The family members rushed over, eager to behold Gu Shiwei's treasure. The pearl was white and spherical, though modest in size, it gleamed brilliantly without any growth marks, boasting an admirable quality that should fetch several thousand contribution points. An aficionado among the onlookers appraised its worth, and the glances of envy filled the air. Elder Gu, are you selling this pearl? I will offer 30,000 contribution points. How absurd. I'll bid 50,000, 70,000. But that is my final offer. Gu Shiwei was taken aback. How had the price escalated so swiftly in such a short span? I'm sorry, but I intend to keep it for myself. It's not for sale. The crowd departed in disappointment. More individuals arrived on the beach, eager to challenge the mutated giant clams. Even Li Mingqi joined the fray, slaying numerous mutated clams, and gradually, a few individuals managed to unearth 1 or 2 pearls, albeit of inferior quality compared to the exquisite one belonging to Gu Shiwei. Gu Shiwei, yearning to find another pearl to create a matching pair of earrings, persevered in her efforts. After vanquishing over 100 clams, fortune finally smiled upon her once more, revealing an astonishing collection of over a dozen pearls of various sizes. It was certain that she could craft a splendid pair of earrings, and even a few larger pearls hinted at the possibility of a complete set of jewelry. The crowd was genuinely envious this time, for Gu Shiyue's luck was truly remarkable. No one on the beach had harvested as many pearls as she had. Satisfied with her accomplishments, Gu Shiwei felt content, having fulfilled her pearl hunting quest. Li Mingqi then assisted her in locating 12-level mutated squids, and after an hour of dedicated effort, Gu Shiwei gathered a substantial amount of squid meat. Chapter 55. Beast Pattern's lunch was enjoyed on the sandy shores, consisting of seafood soup, barbecued seafood, and richly flavored sashimi. Gu Shiwei savored the meal, relishing the freshness of the freshly caught seafood. There's a small boss over there. Would you like to challenge it? Li Mingqi inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gu Shiwei immediately nodded. Of course, she was eager to confront a boss. Furthermore, since Li Mingqi had mentioned it, it clearly indicated her confidence in handling the encounter. All right, I will lead you there. This boss is somewhat lethargic, nestled in a cave and reluctant to emerge. Without a guide, one would never find it. The boss Li Mingqi referred to as a mutated sea turtle, a level 10 boss, which Gu Shiwei could certainly attempt to defeat. This boss-level mutated sea turtle resided within the bridge tunnel at the estuary, a detail Gu Shiwei had not anticipated. The waters at the estuary were predominantly fresh, and a sea turtle dwelling there, especially not in a cave but within a bridge tunnel, was utterly perplexing. The bridge tunnel, half dry and half wet, was perfectly suited for its habitat. I discovered this creature earlier today. It's quite indolent, hiding in the tunnel, motionless, and when hungry, it merely extends its neck to catch fish. Li Mingqi had intentionally left this creature for Gu Shiwei. A small boss was of little use to her. Yet it could serve as a means for Gu Shiwei to repay her kindness, a far more advantageous arrangement. With one hand around Gu Shiwei's waist, Li Mingqi leaped effortlessly to the adjacent bridge tunnel of the mutated turtle. In that moment, Gu Shiwei recalled that after reaching level 10, one could fly. Yet, she had not yet learned that skill. As they drew near, the mutated turtle sensed its territory being encroached upon and unleashed a torrent of water toward the two. Li Mingqi focused solely on defense, refraining from attacking, while providing support for Gu Shiwei. Coming to her senses, Gu Shiwei promptly cast the water mist and bubble spells upon the mutated turtle, since her most potent attack skill was the water tornado. Li Mingqi had equipped her with another offensive skill, Tsunami, which allowed her to summon massive waves to assault her foes when near water. Thus, she could now alternate between these two attack skills. The mutated turtle, enraged, conjured a flurry of water arrows aimed at Gu Shiwei. She was horrified to realize that her water shield could not withstand this onslaught. Fortunately, her equipment included an additional layer of protection, as both shields shattered. Gu Shiwei found herself injured. Li Mingqi furrowed her brow, determined to eliminate the mutated turtle, but Gu Shiwei objected. Sister Ming, trust me. I can do this. Rising despite the pain, she cast the water healing spell upon herself and restored her water shield. Now it was her turn to deal with the mutated turtle. Its powerful attack had been exhausted, leaving it vulnerable. Gu Shiwei unleashed her full might, and indeed, the mutated turtle fell with a mournful cry. Exhausted, Gu Shiwei collapsed to the ground, her expression brimming with exhilaration. Sister Ming, I did it. Li Mingqi sighed. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. You are a support role, not the main attacker. Safety comes first, understand? I understand. With you here, I know you will protect me. Gu Shiwei playfully shook Li Mingqi's hand, pouting. I concede defeat. This girl has a special status. She cannot be scolded or hit, only cherished and protected. Fortunately, she is not haughty. Otherwise, it would truly be a challenge. Let us see what the boss dropped. Gu Shiwei was equally curious, as this was her first encounter with a boss, and she wondered what treasures might emerge. Li Mingqi expertly dissected the mutated turtle, extracting an energy core and unearthing a fragment from its shell. What fortune! A beast pattern! Li Mingqi exclaimed, her spirits lifted. What is a beast pattern? Gu Shiwei inquired, having never heard of such a thing. The beast pattern is a recent discovery. Some bosses exhibit markings, and if we sense them with our mental energy, we can learn one of the boss's skills. Li Mingqi explained. The beast pattern has only been around for a short time, and there is hardly any circulation in the market. This initial tier beast pattern alone could fetch a fortune. Oh, so it's akin to a skill book. Gu Shiwei quickly grasped the concept. Exactly. It's quite similar. Li Mingqi chuckled. After using her mental energy to sense the pattern, she remarked, "You're in luck. It's the powerful move it just unleashed." Gu Shiwei's eyes brightened at the revelation of such a skill. Fortune was indeed on her side. She hastily followed Li Mingqi's guidance to learn the skill. Upon completion, she discovered that the beast pattern was still usable, albeit the markings had dulled slightly. This beast pattern should still be usable 2 more times. How about I purchase it from you with contribution points? Li Mingqi suggested after a moment of observation. Gu Shiwen nodded in agreement, having already learned the skill. It was of no further use to her, since this boss had been brought down with Li Mingqi's assistance. She felt it was only right to return the favor by gifting it to her. Li Mingqi was pleased with Gu Shiyue's attitude. After all, no one enjoys giving without receiving. In the lair of the mutated turtle, they found additional energy ores and cores, likely the entirety of the impoverished boss's possessions. Gu Shiwei unceremoniously collected everything, not forgetting to take some of the boss's meat as well. In the afternoon, Gu Shiwei continued to vanquish lesser monsters on the beach until twilight arrived, prompting Li Mingqi to decide it was time to return. After a day of combat, Gu Shiwei finally solidified her cultivation, no longer feeling uncertain. However, to truly establish a firm foundation, she knew she needed more practice, which she could accomplish at home. Feeling a bit sheepish about continuing to rely on Li Mingqi, she recognized that as a chief, time was indeed money for her. To venture out alone would necessitate a full escort, which would draw too much attention, something Gu Shiwei wished to avoid. Thus, she resolved to practice on her own within the confines of her estate. Fortunately, she had an abundance of crops at her disposal to work with. This season, her estate produced level 10 mutated rice, perfect for her training. Gu Shiwei claimed an acre of rice for herself, declaring that no one else was permitted to touch it. She intended to harvest it herself. What she initially thought would take at least half a day was astonishingly completed in just over an hour. Rice does not resist, making it far easier to handle than the exotic beasts. This time, the yield of rice is significantly reduced, as its output is inherently lower than that of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Moreover, rice is a level 10 mutation, which complicates the cultivation process considerably. Even with a level 3 water soaking, the negative mutation rate for rice remains at a staggering 30. This indeed highlights the limitations of level 3 water. Ultimately, after careful statistics, the rice yield amounts to 1.02 million gene, which is not particularly substantial. However, being a level 10 mutated food, its benefits to the ability users are beyond question. These users require a copious amount of energy-laden sustenance to replenish their vitality. Prolonged consumption of exotic beast meat can render their energy increasingly volatile and unstable. In contrast, consuming positively mutated energy plant ingredients alleviates this concern and instead nurtures their bodies. Consequently, in the market, energy plant ingredients of the same level are considerably more expensive than exotic beast meat. Gu Shiwei has once again amassed great wealth. She is oblivious to the exact amount of her contribution points, yet she is certain that they will never run out. Chapter 56, The Truth Today. The autumn sky is bright and clear, adorned with fluffy white clouds reminiscent of cotton candy. The Kyoto base bustles with activity, presenting a scene of prosperity. Little does anyone realize, this is, in fact, the end of the world. Gu Shiwei has resolved to learn to fly today. After reaching level 10, one can achieve flight. Albeit this is not true flight, but merely a fleeting levitation. Nevertheless, this prospect fills her with exhilaration. Conveniently, the straw has yet to be cleared from the manor, and Gu Shiwei begins her flying practice amidst the strewn straw. Concerned about embarrassing herself, she has shooed away her guards. She has previously researched that so-called flying involves channeling one's abilities into the soles of the feet to attain a brief levitation. She attempts to channel her powers, but instead, a puddle of water forms beneath her feet. Failure. On her second attempt, she tries to condense the water into mist. Yet again, she cannot lift off. On her third try, she conjures a wave of water, drenching herself completely. For her fourth attempt, she creates a bubble, but alas, its strength is insufficient, shattering at the slightest touch. She has repeated this process with a variety of methods, each one resulting in utter failure. Frustrated, Gu Shiwei lies sprawled in the straw, resigned to her plight. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her thoughts. Oh dear, Shiwei, has this truly stumped you? It is Li Mingqi, and Gu Shiwei feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sister Meng, what brings you here? I thought you were on a mission today. How do you have time to visit? Isn't it someone who was worried you might hurt yourself? Unable to show face, they called me incessantly to come back. Li Mingqi teases, a smirk gracing her lips, causing Gu Shiwei to feel a bit bashful. Who? Your brother? How would he know I was practicing flying? Ah, not your brother. You'll have to guess who it is. Gu Shiwei falls silent. Aside from Thor, who else could compel Li Mingqi? The answer is glaringly obvious. Come out, Gu Shiwei demands, her patience wearing thin. If you don't show yourself, you may never have the chance to speak with me again. Li Mingqi watches the spectacle with amusement. Hey, yeah. Suddenly, Yuhua appears before Gu Shiwei, clearly having been present all along. Have I not made it clear that you are unwelcome here? Yeah. Please don't be too harsh on me. Yuhua responds with a wry smile. What trickery do you intend to pull this time? Gu Shiwei inquires coolly. Yeah. I truly did not mean to deceive you. My situation was dire, my strength diminished, and enemies lurked in the shadows. I genuinely could not risk involving you. After a few days, Gu Shiwei has calmed down somewhat. Yet she is not prepared to forgive him just yet. She intends to keep him at arm's length for a while longer. Is there anything else you've been concealing from me? Yuhua appears troubled and turns to Li Mingqi. Captain Li, your presence is no longer required here. You may leave. Li Mingqi rolls her eyes. You only remember people when you need something, don't you? Fine. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Speak. Gu Shiwei insists, struggling to suppress her irritation. This rascal still has secrets to unveil. Yeah. Do you not recall the name Yuhua? Yuhua's expression bore a hint of melancholy as he pressed his lips tightly together. Yuhua? That name. Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled with recognition. She remembered that there was indeed a student named Yuhua at their school, a prodigy who had won first place in a national science competition. You remember? Yuhua exclaimed with palpable excitement. But we have never met, have we? Gu Shiwei was perplexed, as she had never had any interaction with him. Considering she was 2 grades his senior, she was already a freshman, while Yuhua was merely a sophomore. We have. Do you recall the boy who fainted and whom you took to the hospital? Gu Shiwei did remember that incident. During her senior year, after an evening study session, she had encountered a boy in their school uniform who had collapsed on the street. She had called an ambulance and taken him to the hospital, even using her pocket money to cover his medical expenses. Later, someone from her class had returned the money to her and even wanted to treat her to a meal. But her senior year was too hectic for her to indulge in anything outside of her studies. She only remembered that the boy had been exceptionally handsome, albeit rather shy. Upon reflection, he indeed resembled Yuhua. Was it you? Do you remember? Yuhua's joy was evident. Yeah, I actually liked you back then. Therefore, when I first laid eyes on you in the wilderness, even though I had lost my memory, my heart still raced uncontrollably. You cannot imagine my relief when I regained my memories. Twice, I have loved the same person, and the remarkable part is that she has married me. At that moment, I felt as though I had the world in my grasp. Gu Shiwei fell silent, taken aback. She had not anticipated that she had suddenly traversed into a post-apocalyptic world, believing it to be an alternate timeline, only to discover that it was, in fact, her original timeline, merely a leap of 10 years into the future. The shock was overwhelming, and Gu Shiwei found it difficult to come to terms with it. Originally, Yuhua was 2 years her junior, but now, astonishingly, he was 8 years her senior. Yeah. Before the apocalypse, you vanished without a trace. Your family searched for you tirelessly, but there was no news. And everyone presumed you were dead. How could you suddenly appear there? Yuhua was one of those who had been searching for her. He could not fathom that his beloved had simply disappeared without a sound. I do not know. I just fell asleep in my dormitory and suddenly found myself in the wilderness. 3 days later, I encountered you. Gu Shiwei was equally at a loss for how to explain the situation. Are you saying that you directly crossed over from before the apocalypse to this year? Yuhua pressed for clarification. Yes. Yuhua exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his Yaya had not endured the harshness of the apocalypse. Fate had brought her directly to him. My family. Gu Shiwei gazed at him with hope, yearning for news of her family. Your parents are at the southern base, along with your cousin Gu Minjing. Gu Minjing is my cousin? But I do not have a cousin. Gu Shiwei quickly refuted. Her uncle's family only had one male cousin. She had no recollection of any female cousins. I heard she is an illegitimate child. Your uncle had an affair. Gu Shiwei remained silent, fully aware that her uncle and aunt had been embroiled in ceaseless quarrels. She should have anticipated this. And what of her cousin? He resided at the Kyoto base. Would you like to meet him? Yes. She yearned desperately to reunite with family. Furthermore, your parents should be arriving shortly. Yuhua had long been making arrangements. But the considerable distance to the southern base made it challenging to deploy flights, which had delayed matters until now. Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Thank you. There is no need for formality. Yeah. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I swear I shall never keep anything from you again. All right? Noticing Gu Shiwei's softened demeanor, Yuhua seized the moment eagerly. Very well. Chapter 57 Eagerly, Yuhua embraced Gu Shiwei, exclaiming, Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for still being willing to forgive me. Gu Shiwei, inherently magnanimous, found her anger dissipating after just a few days. Today, Having been stirred by Yuhua's words regarding other matters, she suddenly realized that she had traversed 10 years into the apocalypse, yet still had the fortune to encounter Yuhua. She ought to cherish this bond. Although she had not endured the darkest years of the apocalypse and could not fully empathize with many experiences, she could feel that Yuhua's love for her was genuine. In that moment, she was willing to understand him, to forgive him, and to join him in navigating the path ahead. Under Yuhua's patient tutelage, Gu Shiwei ultimately learned to fly. In the afternoon, she resolved to visit her cousin, Gu Shiryong. Gu Shiryong was a squad leader within the Free Alliance. His team possessing average strength, and he himself was merely at level 9, having yet to ascend to level 10. Upon her arrival, she stumbled upon a dramatic scene. Gu Shiryong, this is not the fault of us brothers. You must realize whom you have offended. The Free Alliance cannot afford to cross her. You should leave promptly. We intend to reclaim this yard. A frail, diminutive man stood at the entrance of Gu Shiryong's courtyard, casting a disdainful glance inside, flanked by several henchmen. Mu Shijing. It was the leader himself who invited us to join the Free Alliance. You have no authority to expel us. The speaker was none other than her long-absent elder cousin. Gu Shiryong. Huh. The leader is barely holding on. You would do well to be sensible. You speak nonsense. What has happened to the leader? TSK. Hu Taishir has reached level 29, yet still clings to his ordinary wife. His volatile energy is on the brink of eruption. Who knows how much longer he can endure? The individuals in the courtyard exchanged glances, aware of the precarious situation, yet still clinging to hope that perhaps the leader could rise to prominence like Ming Di through sheer capability. I advise you to leave quickly. Should Hu Taishir perish, Wu Mingzhu will ascend. And who is Wu Mingzhu? He is the one set to marry water goddess Gu Minjing. You stand no chance against him. Mu Shijing was evidently cunning. After all, Gu Shiryong was Gu Minjing's elder brother. Who could predict if he might one day rise again? It was wise to leave a path for future encounters. What if I refused to leave? Gu Shiryong's eyes reddened. It was her again. Even after he had retreated to the capital base, she still pursued him relentlessly. Have you consulted your brothers? Do they wish to follow you on this perilous journey? Gu Shiryong fell silent, and his companions exchanged complex glances. Although they respected their leader, the magnitude of the enemies he had offended was overwhelming. You all. His brothers lowered their heads in unison. Gu Shiryong sighed deeply, lamenting, It is I who have endangered my brothers. Following me, they live in constant uncertainty, facing threats at every turn. Thus, I relinquish my position as the leader of the kamikaze squad and voluntarily withdraw from the Free Alliance. Can you spare them? Mu Shijing nodded with a smile. The request from above pertained solely to Gu Shiryong, and his departure sufficed. Naturally, they are also members of my Free Alliance. Brother, I apologize. I have elders above and children below. Brother, I have a sister to raise. I'm truly sorry. Brother, no need to say more. I understand you. Following a worthless leader like me indeed offers no prospects. Now that we have reached this juncture, let us part ways and treat each other as strangers henceforth. I shall not take any of the team's resources. You may divide them among yourselves. Gu Shiryong, disheartened, found that none of the comrades he had sincerely treated were willing to stand by him in times of adversity. Gu Shiwei and Yuhua, hidden nearby, observed the unfolding situation, and she was now seething with rage. She was about to step in to support her brother. Who dares? A thunderous voice resonated as a towering figure, at least 190 centimeters tall, entered. Who dares to chase away my people? The sheer force of his voice rendered those present unsteady on their feet, a testament to his formidable strength. Alliance leader! Alliance leader! The crowd hurriedly paid their respects. It turned out this man was Hu Taishir, the leader of the Free Alliance. Who will explain to me what transpired? Hu Taishir glared at Mu Shijing, his eyes resembling brass bells. Mu Shijing quivered in fear. Alliance leader! This is not my doing. This was instructed by Alliance leader Wu. I am merely following orders. Humph. I am still the leader of the Free Alliance. When did it become his prerogative to speak? Begone! Hu Taishir commanded with great authority. A thin, sallow figure suddenly emerged, confronting Hu Taishir directly. Alliance leader Wu, are you plotting a rebellion? Hu Taishir clenched his fists. Hu Taishir, others may be unaware, but I am not. Do you dare to take action? Are you not afraid of imminent demise? Wu Qi wore a mocking expression. Care to test your strength against mine? With that, Hu Taishir swung his fist toward Wu Qi's face. Taken by surprise, Wu Qi was knocked down by a single blow. Wu Qi was no pushover, quickly retaliating. The disparity in their powers was minimal. With Gu Minjing as his backing, his ferocity was not a concern, while Hu Taishir's energy became increasingly volatile, nearing the brink of losing control. Hu, can you no longer contain it? I wonder how long you can endure. Wu Qi taunted mercilessly. I shall extinguish you, Hu Taishir declared, then unleashed a desperate gamble, conjuring a long spear that pierced Wu Qi's abdomen. At that moment, Wu Qi realized the predicament. Hu Taisher had been suppressing his strength to engage him. With that taunt, Hu Taisher unleashed his full might, leaving Wu Qi at a disadvantage. Wu Qi withdrew the spear and immediately retrieved a potion from his pocket, beginning to pour it into his mouth. Regrettably, the wound is far too severe, and the metallic abilities are impeding its healing. The potions are utterly ineffective. No, I have yet to take command of the Free Alliance. I have yet to dominate the world. How could I possibly perish? Wu Qi could not bear this reality and frantically began to administer the potions. Meanwhile, Hu Taisher was not faring any better. His body was fluctuating in size, clearly teetering on the brink of self-detonation. Sighing, Yu Hua administered a drop of level 4 water into Hu Taisher's mouth, stabilizing his energy. The appearance of Yu Hua and Gu Shiriwe instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly. The Ming Emperor. It is the Ming Emperor. Who was that woman? Could she be the Moon Water Deity? It must be, as I have heard that the Ming Emperor and the Moon Water Deity are a pair. Yeah. Gu Shiyang recognized his cousin. Chapter 58, Beloved Sister Brother. The reunion of the siblings should have been a poignant moment. However, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward. Yeah. How did you end up here? And is this truly the Ming Emperor? Gu Shiyang was utterly bewildered. How could his cousin, who had been missing for a decade, suddenly appear alongside someone who was presumably the Ming Emperor? Yu Hua is indeed the Ming Emperor, and I am the newly appointed water goddess. Rest assured, your support will be more formidable than anyone else's. Gu Shiriwei reassured him. Having grown up following her cousin Gu Shiyang closely, the two had always shared an intimate bond, akin to that of siblings, as both were only children. Moreover, due to the constant bickering between their parents, Gu Shiyang often spent more time at her home than his own. Gu Shiyang was taken aback by this revelation. What did you just say? You are the newly appointed water goddess? The Moon Water Goddess? Indeed, that is I, Gu Shiriwei declared, nonchalantly conjuring a sphere of third-level water and tossing it into Gu Shiyang's mouth. Choking on the water, Gu Shiyang coughed desperately, casting a resentful glance at Gu Shiriwei. Yeah, I can drink on my own. Suppressing a giggle, Gu Shiriwei found amusement in teasing him. The purifying properties of the third-level water convinced Gu Shiyang of his sister's divinity. She truly was the Moon Water Goddess. Ha. This is my dear sister. My sister is remarkable. The onlookers expressed their genuine envy. Previously aware of Gu Shiyang's relationship with Gu Minjing, many had felt sympathy for him. Although he was the legitimate child, Gu Minjing's unique status had led to his ostracization, ultimately forcing him to the capital base where he thought he would find solace. Little did he know, he had a water goddess sister. How many extraordinary sisters does he possess? In a matter of moments, Yu Hua had already helped stabilize Hu Taisher's volatile energy. But Wu Qi was not so fortunate. He succumbed to his injuries, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to find peace in death. Yu Hua and Hu Taisher appeared to be well acquainted, and they had already begun to treat each other like brothers. Brother Yu, I am grateful for your presence today, otherwise I would have met my end here. You should consider your own condition before overexerting yourself. Laughing, a man must endure, even in death. I cannot allow my comrades to suffer. Impressive. However, I must thank you today. Gu Shiyang is my brother-in-law. Oh, you truly captured the Moon Water Goddess. Impressive. Ahem. It's not like that. It's just that Yaya is a kind soul. Yu Hua cast a furtive glance at Gu Shiriwei, concerned that Hu Taisher's coarse manner might offend her. Yet, Gu Shiriwei was too preoccupied to notice, as her thoughts were solely focused on the injustices her brother had endured over the years. Brother, this place is no longer suitable for you. Come back with me. My residence is quite spacious. Gu Shiriwei insisted, deeply worried about her brother remaining there. Yeah, it's all right. With the leader here, I can withstand any hardship. However, I do agree that I must leave this place. After I bid farewell to the leader, I will accompany you. Brother. The individuals behind him were filled with regret, pondering how different their situation might be had they not faltered earlier. Perhaps they too would now bask in the favor of the Moon Water Deity alongside their elder brother. Brotherhood dictates a gracious parting, yet Gu Shiyang was no saint. How could he ever forgive those who abandoned him? The crowd murmured, acutely aware that the matter had become irreparable, their frustration palpable. Alliance leader, Gu Shiyang bowed respectfully to Hu Taisher, expressing gratitude for his support that day. Despite his injuries, Hu Taisher insisted on standing up for him, a kindness he would remember. Brothers need not be overly formal. Hu Taisher clapped his large palm toward Gu Shiyang, who remarkably remained silent and steadfast. You've improved, haven't you? This was a clear indication that he had honed his physical prowess to its utmost limit. Influenced by the example of the Ming Emperor, many practitioners of extraordinary abilities intentionally refined their bodies, yet few achieved such a remarkable level. Hu Taisher genuinely admired Gu Shiyang at that moment. Would you be interested in succeeding Wu Qi's position? No one anticipated such an olive branch from Hu Taisher. Your praise is unwarranted, Alliance leader. My abilities still fall short, and I fear I lack the capacity to take on such a significant role. I appreciate your goodwill. Gu Shiyang, a mere level 9, wondered how he could assume the vice leader position of such a vast faction. One must act within their means. Hu Taisher, visibly disappointed, remarked. I genuinely see potential in you. That position will be reserved for you. You can take it when you reach level 20. At this juncture, Hu Taisher's sincerity was abundantly clear, although much of it stemmed from the regard for the Ming Emperor and the Moonwater deity. Gu Shiyang undeniably possessed that potential, a fact beyond dispute. To continue to decline would be impolite. Then, I shall graciously accept your offer. Haha, excellent. Good brother. You shall join my squad, and I will help elevate your strength swiftly. However, as for the materials needed for advancement, you must seek a partner for that. Hu Taisher laughed heartily, feeling fortunate to have made such a brotherly connection. Seeing this, Gu Shiwei refrained from further comments. Her elder brother had his own path to traverse, and she could not clip his wings nor hinder his ascent. Today was indeed a fortuitous occasion. Alliance leader Hu, would you do us the honor of joining us for a meal? Gu Shiwei extended the invitation. Recognizing Hu Taisher as her brother-'s superior and feeling the need to facilitate their relationship. Haha, sister-in-law, it would be my pleasure. Gu Shiwei chose the finest restaurant in the capital, renowned for its exquisite ingredients, naturally accompanied by a hefty price tag. Yet, Gu Shiwei was affluent, swiping her card without a second thought. The dinner was a joyous affair for both hosts and guests alike. Afterward, Yu had escorted Gu Shiwei home. Gu Shiyang accompanied her. As he had yet to secure a place to stay, he would need to apply for a new residence the following day, so for now, returning home with Gu Shiwei was a sensible choice. Upon reaching the doorstep, Gu Shiyang courteously told Yuhua, "Thank you, Ming Emperor. This will suffice. We siblings can manage from here." He was acutely aware that they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate or hold a wedding, and with him present, there would be no chance of anyone slipping in. Gu Shiwei chuckled softly. Her sibling bond was strong. With her elder brother constantly wary of the rascals outside who might whisk away his adorable sister, viewing everyone as a potential threat. Yaya, Yuhua felt aggrieved. Having believed that today marked a reconciliation with Yaya, and that he would soon be able to embrace his beloved Jiang. However, unexpectedly, a formidable brother-in-law appeared. Ahem. We are not yet wed. It is truly inappropriate to host guests at this moment. Please, do leave. Yuhua glanced back thrice, hoping Gu Shiwei might urge him to stay. Alas, their long-awaited reunion left them too preoccupied to attend to him. Frustrated, Yuhua had no choice but to depart. With the impending arrival of his parents-in-law in a few days, he needed to hasten his wedding preparations. After all, once that day arrived, no one would be able to send him away. Chapter 59, Time Elder Brother, have you been well these past years? Gu Shiwei was deeply concerned. Gu Minjing was clearly not a benevolent character, and her brother had likely suffered greatly under her influence. Gu Shiyang ruffled his sister's hair, saying, Yaya has grown up. Do not worry, I'm fine. But you, how could you have suddenly gone missing years ago? Where did you go after that? Gu Shiwei hesitated for a moment before replying, Brother, I was abruptly transported from the pre-apocalyptic era to this year. I have lost 10 years. Initially, the notion of time travel seemed utterly implausible, something she should have kept tightly under wraps. However, in this apocalyptic world, where supernatural abilities had emerged, it no longer seemed extraordinary. Reflecting back, she realized that the dilapidated building she had arrived in was unmistakably the dormitory of their school. It was merely due to its ravaged state that she had failed to recognize it. Thus, what she had truly lost was only time. How could this be? Was there truly a time-manipulating supernatural being? She had never heard of such a thing. Gu Shiyang was equally perplexed. Nonetheless, her sister's time travel had inadvertently spared her from experiencing the darkest years of the apocalypse. Gu Shiyue's heart stirred. If there existed space-manipulating powers, surely there must also be time manipulators. Had she been the target of a sinister plot? It seemed implausible. After all, this was still before the apocalypse, when no one had awakened their powers. Who possessed the capability to transport her, a living being, a decade into the future? Moreover, crossing an entire decade was no trivial feat. Deciding not to dwell on the enigma, Gu Shiwei preferred not to burden herself with unnecessary troubles. Brother, what is the situation with Gu Minjing? She inquired, skeptical of Gu Shiyang's tendency to only share good news. Oh, you already know? Gu Shiyang lamented, feeling ashamed that his sister was privy to their family's troubles. She is the daughter of my father and his mistress, merely a year my junior. Which means my father began his affair just after my mother gave birth to me. Gu Shiyang had never been deeply attached to his parents during his childhood. They were perpetually embroiled in conflict. His father had an affair, which his mother was aware of but stubbornly refused to divorce. Gu Shiyang grew up in such a tumultuous household. It was only because Gu Shiyue's father could not bear to witness the chaos that he often brought Gu Shiyang to their home, allowing him to experience a semblance of normalcy. What about uncle and aunt? They perished. They died at the onset of the apocalypse, just before their demise. They were arguing so fiercely that they attracted the attention of mutated beasts and were slain. Gu Shiyue fell silent. They had indeed argued throughout their lives. Fortunately, Gu Shiyang had already reached adulthood by then and had long since left home, thus escaping their tragic fate. And Gu Minjing? Her mother abandoned her for another man when she was 8, leaving her with my father. He dared not bring her home, raising her at her aunt's house instead. Her aunt, feeling pity for the orphan child, treated her kindly. Yet, she turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, deliberately scheming against her cousin, causing her family to fall apart while being raised like a beloved daughter. Her cousin He had awakened both space and water abilities, but was ultimately led to her demise by Gu Minjing. Those abilities have now transferred to her, though she was originally a wood-type ability user. Later, even her cousin's fiancé became her husband. Gu Shiyue had heard this story from Li Mingqi, and listening to Gu Shiyang recount it brought forth a different perspective. Did she ever harm you? How to put it? Just some minor tricks, harmless but utterly repugnant. She often lamented her unfortunate childhood in various settings, which naturally prompted a slew of sycophants to seek out trouble with me. Initially, his parents' marriage was fraught with discontent, and Gu Minjing's mother bore a significant portion of the blame. However, considering the matters of the previous generation, it was unjust to direct anger towards her. Yet, it seemed she harbored a grudge against him for taking her father away, continually inciting a cadre of mindless men to fight on her behalf. A true manipulator. Gu Shiyue mused, realizing that her opportunistic cousin was indeed a seasoned schemer. Indeed, she was undoubtedly a manipulator. Alas, she possessed remarkable talents before your arrival. She was the sole water deity of Huagua, a figure of great prestige. Gu Shiyang remarked with sarcasm. Brother, her claim to being a water deity appears quite dubious. Akin to the portable spaces described in novels, it likely isn't her innate ability. This is also our conjecture. It is said that she possesses a jade pendant, a family heirloom belonging to her cousin He, which is now in her possession. I suspect that this is the source of her power. Surely, no one has attempted to seize the jade pendant? Gu Shiyue doubted that no one would be tempted. Naturally, there have been attempts. However, her 3 husbands are remarkably formidable, each a level 30 superhuman, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to contend with them. As for others, I cannot speak for them, but Yuhua could certainly defeat her. However, he possesses his own space and finds no allure in Gu Minjing's. What about my parents? Uncle and aunt are thriving. They have established a mercenary group, gaining a measure of strength in the southern base. It was precisely because of their protection that I was not harmed by Gu Minjing. Gu Shiyue was thoroughly astonished. Her parents, mere middle school teachers, had transformed into formidable figures? They even founded a mercenary group? How fantastical! Do not underestimate uncle and aunt. Uncle is a level 29 fire-type superhuman, and aunt is a level 25 healer. Both are prominent figures in the southern base. Someone like Gu Minjing would not dare to offend them lightly. So how did a fire father and a healing mother conceive a daughter of the water element? Nevertheless, knowing they are well gives her peace of mind. What is the nature of your relationship with Mingdi? Gu Shiyang could no longer contain his curiosity. Gu Shiyue blushed, choosing to embellish the details of their relationship before sharing them with her elder brother. If he were to discover that Yuhua had been infatuated with her since high school, it would surely infuriate him. Thus, he is indeed considerate. However, you are still technically unmarried, so you must be mindful of your public image. Once uncle and aunt arrive in Kyoto, we can consider arranging a wedding for you. Gu Shiyue could only nod. Now that she had her parents and elder brother, she naturally hoped for a wedding. This estate is quite impressive. The guards possess commendable strength. It seems the country truly values you. It is indeed a wise move to seek assistance from the nation. He recalled how his sister, newly thrust into this apocalyptic world, had been deceived by the Hu family and nearly imprisoned for her resources, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, she encountered the Ming Emperor and not the true Huiyu. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether he would ever see his sister unscathed again. Gu Shiyue seized the opportunity to say, Brother, why don't you stay here with me for a while? My place is rather spacious, and I feel a bit frightened living alone. Gu Shiyang understood that his sister was deliberately making this suggestion to spare his feelings. However, he felt it was only right to accept her kindness. After all, they were cousins, and their relationship would be scrutinized by outsiders. Being able to reside in the estate would naturally signify a close bond between them, and in the future, others would surely treat him with greater courtesy. Considering the favor of the Ming Emperor and the Water Goddess. Very well, I shall stay until your marriage. Chapter 60. The Contract. Yeah. The rice in the space is about to rot. Yuhua lamented to Gu Shiyue, feeling aggrieved that this heartless woman had not contacted him throughout the entire night. Did you not harvest it? Gu Shiwei retorted, knowing well that he could easily reap it with just a thought. Why leave it unharvested? Without you. I had no desire to harvest it. I felt sad, distressed, lonely, and desolate. Gu Shiwei shot him a glance, finding his dramatics excessive. Let's go. Yu swiftly retrieved a necklace and placed it around Gu Shiwei's neck once more. This time, he had even set up an array on it, ensuring that she would never be able to remove it for the rest of her life. Gu Shiwei gazed at this petty man, feeling utterly helpless. It was all her fault for indulging him. Yu pulled Gu Shiwei into the space, and before she could assess the condition of the rice, he enveloped her in his arms and sealed her lips with a fervent kiss. Gu Shiwei had no room to resist, entirely dominated by Yu Hua, and in a state of confusion, found herself with him. Having been apart for so long, both were exhilarated. Yu Hua repeatedly kissed her, exclaiming, "Yeah, yeah, I love you. Yeah, yeah, you are beautiful. Yeah, yeah, you are mine. Ahua, I love you too." Upon receiving Gu Shiwei's confession, Yu Hua was utterly elated. Yeah, yeah, how can I love you better? Their hearts resonated with one another, and their energies circulated within them, boundless and eternal. After half a day, Gu Shiwei astonishingly leveled up by 2 ranks. And even Yu Hua ascended by 1 rank. Furthermore, due to Yu Hua extravagantly using the Enlightenment Tea, they unexpectedly comprehended the dual cultivation partner contract. After signing the contract, their hearts were united, sharing life, and their cultivation efficiency could even double. However, should the contract be dissolved, the party who initiates the dissolution would pay the price of half their rank and half their life. Without hesitation, both chose to contract on the spot. Indeed. After a flash of silver light, Gu Shiwei truly sensed Yu's ardent love. Yu Hua also felt it. Yeah, yeah, you truly love me. Yu Hua could hardly believe it. He had always been the one to take the initiative, and Gu Shiwei had never expressed her feelings before. He never expected that she too harbored love for him. Fool. I love you, and you didn't know? Gu Shiwei leaned in to kiss Yu Hua, and they once again succumbed to their emotions. Gu Shiwei felt invigorated rather than fatigued by their encounters. I want you to hold me. I do not wish to leave your side. Gu Shiwei clung to Yu Hua, wishing to be inseparable from him. All right, we shall never part. Yu Hua kissed Gu Shiwei, feeling a happiness he had never experienced before. In their secluded space, with only the two of them, they felt a sense of reckless abandon, choosing a location that was quite arbitrary. Gu Shiwei found it thrilling, as there were countless places to select from within the space. Now, Yu Hua held her in one arm while preparing lunch with the other. Gu Shiwei nestled against him like a koala, grateful for his robust physique, which made it effortless to support her. Gu Shiwei was oblivious to everything else, simply thinking how incredibly handsome Yu Hua was, truly stunning. Yu Hua helplessly said, Yeah, yeah, I can sense your feelings, but you must eat first. Both Yu Hua and Hoi Yu were dedicated to ensuring that Gu Shiwei gained weight, and they were determined that she should not skip a meal. However, Gu Shiwei was only yearning for Yu Hua at that moment. As Yu Hua placed her on the cool countertop, the chill sent a shiver through Gu Shiwei, and she suddenly realized what she had done. Her face flushed crimson. Unfortunately, Yu Hua was too swift. He directly fulfilled her desire. As for the meal, it was merely a matter of heating up something simple, as long as it was edible. When the two emerged from the space, it was already evening. Gu Shiryang had returned. He cast a resentful glance at the beaming couple. Yeah, you are not married yet. After saying this, he shot a glare at Yu Hua, convinced that this scoundrel was deliberately tempting his sister. Even though he was the Ming emperor, it did not prevent him from disliking him. Gu Shiryue and Yu Hua felt extremely awkward. Big brother, you've worked hard today. Let the kitchen add a couple of dishes for you. Gu Shiryue knew she must cater to her elder brother's mood. Indeed, Gu Shiryang ceased to comment further. Yeah, your parents should arrive tomorrow. So soon? I thought it would be a few more days. Gu Shiryue was overjoyed. It had been 10 years since their family of 3 had seen each other, each believing the other had passed away. The flight was expedited. What Yu Hua did not mention was that he had used his privileges to arrange for an early arrival. Wonderful. I must go prepare their room. Gu Shiryue exclaimed, anxious to have everything ready for her parents' arrival so that their family could reunite. She also needed to prepare the gifts for them. Suddenly, she remembered she had yet to give her brother the level 3 water. Brother, take this level 3 water and use it. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Gu Shiryue generously produced 10 liters of level 3 water. Enough for 3 or 4 people to level up to 10. That's too much. Just give me 300 milliliters. Gu Shiryang was taken aback by Gu Shiryue's lavishness. He had seen Gu Minjian gift level 3 water in small 10 milliliters bottles, and the recipients were grateful, unlike his foolish sister who was offering 10 liters outright. She even said to ask her for more if it wasn't enough. Did she think this level 3 water grew on trees? Keep the excess. I have plenty. This is level 4 water, 100 milliliters. Use it sparingly. This is a rare item on the market that can level up to 20. Gu Shiryang trembled slightly. Was such a treasure meant to be handed out casually? He glared at Gu Shiryue. Take it back. This should never be shown again. Gu Shiryue rubbed her nose. Big brother, please accept it. The level 4 water is something I condense myself. I can produce it every day. It's not a precious item. Gu Shiryang was astonished. He had thought it was found in the wild, not realizing it was condensed by his sister. It is noteworthy that Gu Minjing, despite her higher rank and earlier awakening, can currently only condense level 3 water in minimal quantities each day, which is utterly insufficient. Conversely, Gu Shiryue, who is merely at level 12, astonishingly has the capacity to condense level 4 water. Such prodigious talent is remarkable. Does anyone else know of this situation? Gu Shiryang harbors concerns, as the allure of wealth can stir the hearts of men. He wishes to shield his sister from potential peril. The number 1 leader is aware, as are the guards involved in the transfer. Apart from them, only the two of you are privy to this information. Gu Shiryue exhaled in relief, grateful that they had not been utterly foolish. This reassures me. Your standing in the nation undoubtedly surpasses that of Gu Minjing, so there is no need to fear her covert machinations. My dear brother-in-law is overly cautious. With my presence, Ye shall forever remain the most esteemed one. Yuhua could not help but interject. Gu Shiryang fell silent. Indeed, with a formidable figure like you as standing guard, Gu Minjing poses no significant threat. It is he who has been intimidated by Gu Minjing. Chapter 61. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Gu arrived around 11 o'clock. And Gu Shiryue had been waiting at the airport for quite some time. Yuhua could only reluctantly accompany her in her wait. On this rare occasion, he had donned his finest attire, presenting himself in a manner most dapper. In this post-apocalyptic world, what truly signifies status is not the haute couture gowns, but rather high-grade energy gear. Thus, Yuhua's clearly visible energy fluctuations attracted the attention of passers-by. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Yuhua complied with Gu Shiryue's insistence to remain there, eager to see her parents at the first opportunity. As the airplane landed, a tall middle-aged man and a robust young woman emerged first. Gu Shiryue rubbed her eyes, scarcely able to believe her sight. Dad, Mom, you both look so youthful. Yeah, my precious daughter. Despite the years, Gu Shiryue's appearance bore little difference from before the apocalypse, which allowed her parents to recognize her at once. Gu's mother tightly embraced her daughter, exclaiming, "Where have you been? You little rascal? Do you have any idea how frantic we were searching for you?" A few gentle punches followed, and tears flowed freely. Gu Shiryue, unable to hold back her own tears, reflected on how, in her timeline, she had only been away for a few months, but to her parents, she had been missing for 10 years. Just being back is enough. Just being back is enough. Gu's father gently wrapped both mother and daughter in his embrace. Their family was finally reunited. Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce you to my boyfriend, Yuhua. Ahua, these are my parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Yuhua. Shall we head home? It's a bit crowded here. Intending to say something, Gu's father, upon noticing the curious gazes around them, opted for silence instead. Gu's mother guided Gu Shiryue to the back seat, leaning in to whisper, Yeah, tell me, is Yuhua the Ming Emperor? Yes, Mom. Do you know him? Gu's mother was at a loss for words. Who doesn't he know the Ming Emperor? Previously, he had always appeared in public with a great beard. But now, having shaved, he looked impeccably clean and handsome, almost unrecognizable. Had she not seen him in that distinctive flowing cloud battle attire, she might not have recognized him at all. How could the Ming Emperor be your boyfriend? Ahem, Mom, we were actually classmates. He found me during the apocalypse. Thanks to him, I didn't suffer too much. Is that so? Gu's mother's expression softened, her approval of this son-in-law growing. But he is a national-level powerhouse. And you are merely at level 12. Doesn't that seem a bit mismatched? Being a rational person, Gu's mother believed that marriage should reflect social standing. And although she didn't wish to speak of it, she felt her daughter was indeed somewhat unworthy of him. She didn't want her daughter to experience the hardships of marrying someone of a higher status. Mom, I thought you already knew. Knew what? I am the newly appointed water deity of Huagua. It's all over the internet. You didn't know? What? Both Gu's parents were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. We thought it was just a coincidence of names. What family could produce 2 water deities? We never even dared to imagine. And thus, the misunderstanding was revealed. Have you not come across the news that Emperor Ming and the Moon Water Goddess are a pair? Gossip columns are hardly reliable. Alas, she forgot. Both her parents are educators who never indulge in sensational news. Mother, you have truly become much younger and more beautiful. Indeed, it is a fact. Teachers often age prematurely. Before the cataclysm, her mother, in her 40s, appeared to be in her 50s, yet now, at over 50, she resembles someone in their 30s. You cheeky child. Gu Mama chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. Is it truly so? Mother, you have genuinely transformed into a younger and more radiant version of yourself. Well, it must be due to my awakening. Being a healer has beneficial effects on the body, hence the results are notably pronounced. Mother, the last time I went to hunt mutant clams, I acquired quite a number of pearls, which are said to have beautifying properties. You should choose a set to wear. No need. I prefer not to adorn myself with jewelry. It looks far better on young ladies like you. You are still a young lady yourself. You certainly know how to flatter. Mother, let me tell you, I have become quite formidable. The state has assigned me a grand estate. I also possess a Sihiyuan within the second ring, as a reward from the government. My daughter is truly remarkable, influenced by her upbringing. Gu Shiwei believes that securing a stable job is paramount, which is why she directly liaised with the state, and indeed, the government did not disappoint her. Mother, will you stay here in Kyoto and not leave? Yes, we have entrusted the mercenary group to our subordinates. From now on, the three of us will never part again. Gu Mama's eyes brimmed with tears. She has only one cherished daughter, and who knows how much hardship they have endured over the years to find her. But doesn't that mean you will have to start anew in Kyoto? Yes, your father and I have decided to establish a new mercenary group. And a few individuals have accompanied us. You need not worry. We are well prepared. Gu Shiwei felt immensely touched. Her parents had truly sacrificed so much for her. Father, mother. With me and Yu Hua around, you can navigate the Kyoto base with ease. You can do anything you wish. Indeed, uncle and aunt, should you require assistance, feel free to invoke my name. It is recognized throughout the nation. Most of my assets have essentially been transferred to Yeda's name. I have already arranged for a smooth passage for you. Yu Hua timely expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Gu Mama was all the more pleased with him. A capable, handsome, and kind-hearted son-in-law who has entrusted all his assets to Ye. Such a gem is rare to find. Excellent, excellent. As long as you both are happy, we are content. Gu Mama's eyes nearly crinkled into slits from her beaming smile. Their decision to seek refuge with their daughter was a well-considered one. Gu Minjing's influence at the southern base was too formidable for them to contend with, and they could not afford to sever ties. Thus, their development was considerably restricted. Consequently, the couple, upon visiting their daughter, had no intention of returning. Now, witnessing the immense power of their daughter and son-in-law in Kyoto, they felt increasingly grateful for their choice. Yeah, we wish to select a location for the mercenary group's base. Do you have any recommendations? Before Gu Shiwei could speak, Yu interjected, and, please do not worry. I recall that I possess an office building, which can be transferred to Ye's name. This afternoon, I can take you to see it. For today, we can rest at the manor. It is spacious enough. You may accommodate your guests at a nearby hotel, which I have already arranged. Yu's plans were impeccably organized, leaving Gu's parents with little to say. Soon, they arrived at the manor, and Gu's parents inquired, the surroundings are lovely. Is that house yours? Mother, this entire area, spanning 10 miles in every direction, belongs to me. Chapter 62. The bamboo immortal Gu's parents were taken aback, pulling out their watches to verify. Indeed, it is the Kyoto base. Gu Shiwei, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, Dad, Mom, this estate was bestowed upon me by the state. It is not something I purchased. For such a vast expanse cannot be bought. The couple sighed in relief. I knew it. Land in Kyoto is worth its weight in gold. How could one possibly acquire such a large estate? To be precise, there are only 2 residential buildings here. The one at the entrance is my residence, while the one at the foot of the mountain is for the staff. Is there a staff employed here? Yes. The state has arranged for approximately over 100 personnel, some of whom hold official positions. A few agricultural experts also reside nearby, diligently tending to the fields daily. Gu Shiwei was not particularly well acquainted with the personnel of the estate. The butler primarily managed them, although they were there to serve her. They were not mere servants but rather government employees. As a result, Gu Shiwei treated them with utmost courtesy. Gu's parents quickly grasped the situation. The mere fact that these individuals could enter Gu Shiwei's estate signified a considerable influence, making them not to be trifled with. Just then, the kitchen had prepared a lavish feast. The 4 of them shared laughter and conversation over the meal, and after a brief respite, Yu Hua led them to view the office building. The Kyoto base boasted numerous office buildings, many of which were dilapidated and situated in remote areas with inconvenient transportation. However, the building Yu Hua referred to was rather commendable. Although located outside the Third Ring Road, it appeared relatively new, well decorated, and most importantly, conveniently accessible. Surrounded by several residential complexes. Yet, upon attempting to enter, they discovered that the lock on the office building had been changed. Moreover, a security guard emerged, demanding, Who are you? This is the Green Bamboo Group. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. Clearly, the place had been occupied by someone else. Yuhua felt his reputation trampled upon. Wang Rui, get over here. After a phone call, a plump man in a suit arrived within 10 minutes. Boss. Boss. This is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? If you do not clarify this today, I shall have your head. Wang Rui's forehead dripped with sweat as he stammered, Boss. This was borrowed by Zhu Xian from you last year. Do you remember? I recall only agreeing to lend it for 1 year, and that year has long since passed. Why have they not vacated? Well, they claim they have yet to find a new place, and I dare not chase them away. Wang Rui chuckled ruefully. Zhu Xian was a formidable figure, not someone a mere lackey like him could afford to offend. Enough. You are my subordinate. As long as you are justified, I shall support you. What is there to fear? With that, Yuhua dialed another number, stating, What do you want? Money? You borrowed the office building from me last year. I agreed to lend it for 1 year, and now it is 6 months overdue. Pay the rent. Bah. What kind of relationship do we have? Will you pay or not? Very well. Then I shall throw your people and belongings out. All right. I'll grant you this favor. 10 minutes. Evacuate within 10 minutes, or I shall cast everything out indiscriminately, regardless of life or death. With a furious breath, Yuhua abruptly ended the call. Last year. The woman Zhu Xian borrowed an office building from me, yet she seems unwilling to return it. We shall wait here for 10 minutes, and after that, I will dispose of all their belongings, including the people. To be honest, Gu Shiwei was quite taken aback. After all, Zhu Xian was a formidable figure in the nation. How could she engage in such behavior? Could there be a misunderstanding? Gu Shiwei cautiously inquired, considering that if her parents crossed paths with Zhu Xian, it could lead to complications. There is no misunderstanding. That wretched woman delights in taking advantage of others. If I relent, she will only become more audacious. Gu Shiwei felt her worldview shattered. It was her first encounter with a national powerhouse who was so unscrupulous. Gu Ba and Gu Ma were equally surprised. After a while, silence lingered. Evidently, these individuals felt invulnerable. Yuhua's anger escalated. With a wave of his hand, all movable objects within the office building were levitated into the air and deposited on the roadside. Panic ensued as everyone screamed. Some were on the phone, others enjoying coffee. And a few were caught in compromising situations, all unceremoniously tossed out by Yuhua, landing in a rather undignified manner. What is happening? An earthquake? Who is responsible? Mommy, I'm scared. Yuhua unleashed his fury, clearing the office building entirely. The commotion was so great that soon, station powerhouses arrived to investigate the situation. Having encountered the Ming Emperor and the god of Moonwater, they inquired, What is happening here? Yuhua nonchalantly replied, These people have unlawfully occupied my property and refused to leave. I had no choice but to evict them. The station powerhouse, Zhang Guodong, was left speechless. This commotion is rather excessive. There is no helping it. Some individuals possess an unbearable audacity, seeking to exploit me. Yuhua was seething with rage. A few confused individuals across the way began to shout insults. Who is this country bumpkin daring to confront me? Do you know who I am? Call the police. I demand justice against this scoundrel. Hello, Zhujia. We have been thrown out, and all our belongings are ruined. What? You say you won't pursue this? What about our losses? Are we to bear it ourselves? This is unacceptable, Zhujia. Hello? Hello? Ming Emperor. Kindly sign here. Yu Shiwei glanced at the Kyoto-based security penalty notice. Without a second glance, Yu assigned his name. Zhang Guodong resignedly began to clean up the mess. In the conflicts between national powers, it was often the insignificant who suffered. After being reprimanded by Zhang Guodong, the previously loud individuals fell silent. In Kyoto, who could predict where a thrown brick might land? At last, Yuhua could take Gu Ba and Gu Ma to view the property. They were thoroughly pleased with what they saw, promptly finalizing the deal and arranging for renovations to commence. Throughout the ordeal, Zhu Xian never made an appearance. The battle Gu Shiwei had anticipated between national powers never materialized. To be frank, she felt quite disappointed. The last time I witnessed the clash between Yuhua and Thor, neither truly exerted themselves, rendering the encounter rather lackluster. This time, she had anticipated witnessing the magnificent presence of the sole female guardian of the nation, only to discover that she would not be attending at all. With the location confirmed, the only matter remaining was the registration of the mercenary group. A simple phone call from Yuhua facilitated the completion of all necessary procedures, with the Mercenary Association promptly delivering the paperwork to their doorstep. Gu's parents could not help but exclaim how advantageous it is to possess power. The remaining tasks were well within the capabilities of Gu's parents, requiring no assistance from her. Upon returning home that evening, just in time for Gu Shiyang's arrival, the family enjoyed a warm and lively dinner together. Chapter 63 Proposal. Upon returning to the estate, Gu's parents decided to rest, while Yuhua whisked Gu Shiwei out for an adventure. Only upon arrival did they discover that Yuhua had reserved an entire hot spring inn, adorned with an abundance of flowers and balloons. As soon as they stepped out of the car, the fire elemental ignited the candles in an instant. Kneeling on one knee, Yuhua retrieved a ring box from his pocket and declared, "Yeah, will you marry me?" Gu Shuriwe felt her heart racing uncontrollably, despite their long-standing relationship. An overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her in this moment. This must be the magic of ritual. No wonder women are so enamored with such grand displays of affection. "I do," Gu Shuriwe heard herself exclaim. Yuhua swiftly slid the ring onto her ring finger, fitting perfectly. "Once it's on, there's no turning back," he said nervously. "All right. No regrets." Gu Shuriwe chuckled lightly. The two immediately embraced in a kiss as fireworks erupted atop the mountain, painting a picture of beauty and romance. However, with her parents present, Yuhua had to reluctantly return her to the estate before 10, as her family had a strict curfew. Indeed, upon her return home, she was met with an interrogation from her father, mother, and brother. "Speak. Why are you back so late?" Gu's father questioned through gritted teeth. Having endured a whole day of anxiety, how could his daughter, so young, be taken away by that rascal? Gu Shuriwe glanced at the clock. "Dad, it's only just 10. Only 10? What respectable girl returns home at such an hour? Is it that scoundrel? I knew he was untrustworthy. How dare he take my precious daughter away?" Gu's father transformed into a fiery dragon, leaving the three of them astonished. "Old Gu, don't frighten the child," Gu's mother interjected. It was then that Gu's father realized his reaction was overly dramatic. "Ahem. Yeah, you're still young. There is no rush to marry. Keep your eyes open and don't let anyone deceive you." "Dad, I understand. Please don't worry," Gu Shuriwe pleaded, taking her father's hand affectionately. "Oh, little you seems decent enough, but you mustn't dive in head first. Always leave yourself an escape route, understand?" Gu's father fretted, feeling utterly distressed. He had only just reunited with his little girl, only to see her whisked away by some boy. "Dad, trust me, I won't let myself be taken advantage of. You must be tired after a long day, right? Go wash up and get some rest." Gu's mother quickly shifted the topic, and seeing her demeanor, Gu's father softened his expression. "You should have said something if you were tired." That night, Gu Shuriwe insisted on sleeping with her mother. Yeah, tell me the truth. Does Yuhua treat you well?" In the minds of the older generation, there is always a belief that opposites do not attract. After all, Yuhua was a powerful figure. If she were to suffer, they would be unable to defend her. "Mom, you don't need to worry. Ahua treats me wonderfully. Besides, we have already signed a partnership contract. Our hearts are in sync, and we will not betray one another." "What is a partnership contract?" Gu's mother inquired. Having never heard of such a thing, Gu Shuriwe presented the completed partner contract array to her mother, Guma. "Here it is. You can use your mental power to sketch it. If both parties agree, the contract can be signed. Once signed, it allows for a mutual understanding of intentions and doubles the efficiency of cultivation. However, the party that voluntarily terminates the contract will lose half of their levels and vitality." After studying it for a while, Guma's expression visibly relaxed. "This is excellent. From now on, I won't have to worry about you being wronged. Rest assured, mother, I am the water god, with a status even higher than his in the country. I will not be wronged." "That's wonderful. My Yaya deserves the very best in this world." Before her transmigration, Gu Shuriwe was merely a freshman, a child who had just left her parents. It was only natural for parents to be concerned. One morning, while the family was having breakfast, Yuhua arrived, bringing with him a dozen trucks filled with betrothal gifts. Guba's face immediately darkened. "Uncle and aunt, please entrust Yaya to me. I will do everything in my power to ensure her happiness. You come. Let us step outside to talk." Just as Gu Shuriwe intended to follow, she was stopped by Guma. "Your father is upset. Just let him vent." Gu Shuriwe found it amusing and exasperating. "Mom, my dad can't overpower Yuhua." Guma shot her a reproachful glance. "Are you foolish? Would you dare to hit your father?" Gu Shuriwe fell silent, realizing she was the one being naive. All she could do was hope her father wouldn't be too harsh. Sure enough, when the two returned, Guba appeared invigorated, while Yuhua bore a bruised visage. Gu Shuriwe felt a pang of sympathy but dared not approach to heal him, fearing it would further irritate her father and Yuhua would suffer again. It was Guma who could not bear to see this. She glared at Guba. "Is this how you behave as an elder?" With that, she transformed the atmosphere with her gentle care, healing Yuhua's injuries. In truth, Yuhua had been cunning, intentionally injuring his face to appear more tragic, when in reality, it was merely superficial wounds. Guba rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he could see that his son-in-law was purposely accommodating him. "Little you, we consent to this marriage. Please arrange the wedding as soon as possible. By the way, do you have anyone else at home?" Guba's inquiry was not a curse upon Yuhua. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who survived were indeed the fortunate ones, while many remained solitary. As of now, Gu Shuriwe had yet to meet any of Yuhua's family, and she was quite curious. I have an elder sister at the West Continent base. She should be arriving in a few days. Excellent. Once she arrives, we can discuss the specifics. With the marriage essentially settled, the family naturally began to enjoy each other's company. Yuho was quite adept at making connections. He brought numerous treasures, gifting each member several items. Much to Guma's delight as she praised him profusely, almost wishing he were her own son. Even Guba, upon receiving an exquisite blade, could not help but beam with joy. He was a swordsman, and this blade was extraordinary, crafted from the ivory of a level 40 boss's mutated elephant. Forged by a renowned master craftsman. There had only been this one finished product. Many sought to trade with Yuhua, but he had declined all offers, unexpectedly gifting it to Guba instead. Father Gu is a discerning man, naturally aware of the rarity of this knife. Thus, the son-in-law he once found repugnant now suddenly appears charming. Xiaoyu, do come by often. Father Gu exclaimed, patting Yuhua's shoulder, his expression brimming with approval. Elder brother Gu Shiyang received a splendid gift as well, a sword well suited to him. Although it may not rival Father Gu's extraordinary knife, it is nonetheless a remarkable weapon. The generosity of Emperor Ming is, of course, not to be taken lightly. Gu Shiyang was very pleased, and his gaze towards this brother-in-law softened considerably. Meanwhile, Mother Gu received a staff, crafted from the heartwood of a level 40 exotic plant, perfectly aligned with her healing attributes, a truly precious gift. The presents from Yuhua have undoubtedly touched the hearts of everyone involved. Chapter 64, The Canal. Mom, Dad, I'm going to purify a water source soon. Will you manage on your own today? What water source? It is the canal connecting Kyoto and the south. I anticipate it will take me the entire day. Before the apocalypse, this canal was a crucial part of the south to north water diversion project. Can you purify such a lengthy stretch of river by yourself? Gu's mother voiced her concerns. Not to worry. I have experience. I have already purified a reservoir, and now the Kyoto base lacks for nothing in terms of drinking water. This canal connects the north and south. If I can purify it, it will at least resolve the drinking water needs for 6 bases along its banks. Gu Shiwei had specifically chosen this canal for its average width and moderate water flow, along with the numerous bases lining its shores. The 6 bases she mentioned were medium to large in size, excluding several smaller survivor points. Then go ahead. This is a noble endeavor that benefits the nation and its people. We have tasks to attend to as well, and besides, your brother will be here. Both Gu's parents, educators by profession, held steadfast values and understood their daughter was laboring for the greater good, thus offering no objection. Today, Gu Shiwei intended to head to the source of the canal, situated at the southern base. Initially, the commander-in-chief had arranged for a private plane to transport her. But you would dismiss the notion as a waste of time, preferring not to endure the discomfort of flying. With him around, his wife need not travel by plane. With Yuhua embracing Gu Shiwei, they teleported to their destination. She decided to commence purification from the Kyoto and, as her elevated rank allowed for efficient work. In less than half an hour, she had purified all the water on this side of the canal. The commander-in-chief and his team, stationed nearby, were filled with tears of gratitude upon witnessing the successful purification. Excellent. Truly excellent. Kyoto now boasts an additional water source. Thanks to you, little Gu. Nearby, eager individuals began to taste the canal water. Haha. It is indeed true. It is grade 2 water. My heavens. A whole river of grade 2 water. We have struck it rich. Once upon a time, this canal was the source of drinking water for Kyoto. At last, it had re-emerged. Truly worthy of the moon water deity, your prowess is remarkable. Indeed, I have heard that the dream water deity can only condense grade 3 water. The moon water deity surpasses her by far. Do not speak so recklessly. Long live the moon water deity. Marry me, moon water deity. Laughter erupted among the crowd. And Gu Shiwei's cheeks flushed crimson. Enraged, Yuhua pulled Gu Shiwei close, asserting his claim. Moon water deity, I would not mind being a secondary consort. I could even settle for 3rd or 4th. Moon water deity, grant me a chance. Yuhua was infuriated, nearly choking on his indignation. How could you all entertain such fantasies? Suppressing her laughter, Gu Shiwei found Yuhua's jealous demeanor rather endearing. In a fit of exasperation, Yuhua neglected to bid farewell, seizing Gu Shiwei and teleporting away, their next destination being the Songhai base. Upon their arrival, the base leaders awaited anxiously, clearly having received word of their success. Moon water deity, your majesty. Gu Shiwei nodded at them, wishing to forego small talk and get straight to work. After approximately an hour, the purification of the canal at the Songhai base was successfully completed, and it was connected to the Kyoto base. Gu Shiwei, exhausted, seated herself on the ground to replenish her energy with an energy core. The Songhai base, perceptively aware, promptly dispatched a high-level healer to provide her with restorative skills, to which Gu Shiwei nodded in gratitude. The personnel at the base confirmed that the canal water had indeed transformed into level 2 water. and the expressions of everyone present radiated excitement. "Thank you, goddess of moon and water," exclaimed the base leader, a towering man standing at 1.8 meters, who was so moved that he wiped away tears with his sleeve. Gu Shiwei sighed, reflecting on the harsh reality of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Despite the proximity to Kyoto, the attire, abilities, and mental states of the people here were vastly different. In Kyoto, she often forgot that this was a world in ruins. But Songhai reminded her of the undeniable truth of their dire circumstances. Before her departure, the base leader prepared some supplies as a token of gratitude. Gu Shiwei hesitated to accept, but the leader gazed at her imploringly. "Goddess of moon and water, though our Songhai base is impoverished, we are grateful. Please accept this, or we shall remain unsettled." With such earnestness, Gu Shiwei felt compelled to accept. However, she then produced 100 liters of level 3 water, saying, "Base leader, this is level 3 water, a personal donation to the Songhai base. Please accept it." The leader trembled as he received it, realizing the rarity of level 3 water and the regret he would face if he let this opportunity slip away. As for repaying the kindness of the goddess of moon and water, that could be addressed in the future. The next stop was the Shanghai base. Predominantly populated by individuals with formidable strength and impressive stature. Yet, they exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Gu Shiwei nodded and commenced the purification process, while the burly men around her held their breath in anticipation, as Shanghai was in dire need of water. After over an hour, she finally purified the canal water in that segment. The residents of Shanghai reverently filled their containers, foregoing testing instruments, and drank directly. "It's real, genuine level 2 water. May our ancestors bless us. Shanghai finally has water. Aha, how wonderful." The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating as if they had been granted a new lease on life. While Gu Shiwei replenished her energy, the people of Shanghai belatedly arranged for a healer. Once she had completed her recovery, she offered 100 liters of level 3 water to Shanghai base, graciously accepted their gifts, and departed with Yuhua. The next destination was the Wuhu base, a large establishment situated on expansive plains, where the water flowed more gently. Gu Shiwei spent nearly an hour purifying the water, and at the enthusiastic invitation of the base leader, she enjoyed a delightful lunch. Wuhu base, once renowned as a culinary capital, boasted exceptional cooking skills, with the only spirit chef master of Huahua residing there. To honor Mingdi and the goddess of moon and water, they had the master prepare an extravagant feast. Upon finishing her meal, Gu Shiwei surprisingly leveled up, reaching level 13. Truly, the spirit chef master was extraordinary. Yuhua expressed great satisfaction with the performance of the Five Tigers base and took the time to offer guidance to a select few individuals. Gu Shiwei also presented a generous gift of 100 liters of level 3 water to the Five Tigers base, graciously accepting the gifts they offered in return. The people of the Five Tigers base exhibited remarkable generosity, bestowing an entire truckload of energy wine as a gift. This ample supply was more than sufficient for their wedding celebrations. Their next destination was the Jiangnan base, a region historically renowned for its bountiful resources, characterized by extensive waterways and a robust network connecting to the Grand Canal. However, the Jiangnan base had long been a prosperous area, and they had proactively sealed off the major rivers. For those that could not be sealed, they could only hope for Gu Shiwei's assistance in purifying them further. Gu Shiwei, having previously purified smaller rivers at other bases, had no objections. Despite the complexities of the Jiangnan region, she was more than willing to lend her aid. Chapter 65. Hometown Gu Shiwei dedicated over an hour to purifying the water at the Jiangnan base, generously offering level 3 water as a gift, and then set off for the southern base. Her hometown awaited her. The inhabitants of the southern base were already gathered, yet, in stark contrast to the throngs at other bases, here there were merely a handful of individuals. Gu Shiwei paid little heed to this, preparing to commence the purification process, when unexpectedly, a dispute arose. "Little Shiwei, is it that you bear resentment towards me, having greeted your sister with silence?" A voice, on the verge of tears, pierced through the air. Gu Shiwei then noticed a woman standing apart from the crowd, clad in a white dress, exuding an air of aloofness. At her remark, the surrounding individuals cast her unfriendly glances. "Who are you? How dare you expect my yeye to greet you first? Do you think you are worthy?" Yuhua immediately retorted, defending Gu Shiwei against the provocation. The woman in white, though unremarkable in appearance yet notably slender, maintained a composed demeanor. "Min Emperor, how can you shield her due to personal sentiments? As her elder sister, is it wrong for me to instruct my younger sibling? Such rudeness is unacceptable. I will defend my wife, not you, an unattractive woman. If you wish to compare yourself to my wife, perhaps you should first take a look in the mirror." Yuhua feigned ignorance of Gu Minjing, deliberately maintaining a fade. "After all this talk, who are you?" Gu Shiwei challenged. "You speak of rudeness. Yet your notion of courtesy is to confront a stranger? Who do you think you are? An envoy from the southern base here to cause trouble? Are you not interested in purifying the water source? Gu Shiwei harbored suspicions regarding the newcomer's identity and was disinclined to grant her any respect. Gu Minjing's breath caught for a moment, but she quickly smiled, saying, it seems little Shiwei does not recognize me. I am your elder sister, Gu Minjing, the only water deity of Huagua before you. I am surprised that you do not know me. Oh, so the entire nation is acquainted with you? That is unexpected. Ahua, you are the Min Emperor and have even graced textbooks. Does that mean the whole country knows you as well? Gu Shiwei inquired with deliberate irony. Impossible for everyone to know me. I do not possess such an imposing reputation. Yuhua responded, catching on to her subtle jest. Seeing Gu Minjing's expression darken, almost betraying her once serene demeanor, Gu Shiwei pressed on. I have heard you intend to purify the entire canal, truly impressive. Unlike me, who can only condense level 3 water. However, I have heard that even the water deities of other countries have failed to purify their sources. Sister, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Refrain from making claims beyond your reach. Upon her statement, Gu Shiwei noticed the crowd casting doubtful glances in her direction. Is this how you all feel? Many individuals lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Gu Shiwei, and silence enveloped them. Surveying the surroundings, Gu Shiwei felt an overwhelming urge to depart. But for the sake of her beloved hometown and the many endearing souls in need of salvation, she resisted. TSK, the southern base is our final destination. And Jiangnan base is not far off. I refuse to believe you haven't heard the news. Because of a few provocative words from one woman. You dare to question my wife? It seems you all have grown weary of living. Yuhua was enraged. He was not a local of the southern base. Having transferred here during high school, thus his attachment to this place was superficial. Cough. The moon water deity has misunderstood. How could we harbor doubts about you? It's merely that, without witnessing the actual situation, we cannot ascertain the truth. After all, the dream water deity has a point, do you not see? The base leader stands right beside Gu Minjing, clearly indicating a profound relationship. Thus, it appears that the southern base does not require the purification of the water source. Ahua, let us depart. Wait, moon water deity. The base leader panicked. He was fully aware of the truth. However, due to his wife's emotional turmoil regarding family matters, he had merely sought to vent his frustrations, not anticipating that he would provoke her to such an extent. Is my sister perhaps deceiving us? How could there be no purification? I must address you on this matter. It concerns countless human lives. How could one lie? Gu Minjing feigned sternness as she reprimanded Gu Shiwei. Let us refrain from calling each other sister. Throughout my life, I have had but one cousin, not a sister. The majority of people were aware of Gu Minjing's background, yet no one dared to speak of it. Indeed, upon hearing this, Gu Minjing's face turned pale. You have gone too far. Apologize to Meng Meng. A man beside Gu Minjing stepped forth. You have quite the audacity to demand my wife apologize. Come, let us compare strengths. Yuhua, filled with rage, responded with a mocking smile, yet upon seeing Yuhua, the man was quickly silenced by fear. Coward! Yuhua raised a middle finger, and the man dared not retaliate. Gu Shiwei took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, Today, I stand here because I am from this land, having grown up here. Now that I possess the ability, I wish to give back to this land, regardless of your worthless opinions. With that, Gu Shiwei began the purification of the river water. Since the people of the southern base had not blocked the river's mouth, her purification efficiency was significantly hampered. She had to purify nearly all the rivers surrounding the southern base. Consequently, it took her 3 hours to complete the task, during which she rested twice. During this time, many others arrived, presumably drawn by the news. Ultimately, Gu Shiwei collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing this, Yuhua immediately poured a vial of medicine into Gu Shiwei's mouth. What about healing? Is she dead? Yuhua bellowed in fury. The southern base had utterly failed to prepare a healer. Fortunately, a healer among the onlookers, unable to bear the sight, stepped in to restore Gu Shiwei's condition. As Gu Shiwei opened her eyes, she weakly stated, I have repaid the land for its nurturing. With your dream water deity present, I shall not return. Ahua, let us depart. Moon water deity. I am sorry. I am sorry. The base's inhabitants had confirmed that the water source had indeed transformed into grade 2 drinking water. The moon water deity had not lied. Alas, it was too late. Gu Shiwei's heart had been irreparably wounded by them. Yuhua took Gu Shiwei and teleported away, leaving the remaining individuals casting resentful glares at Gu Minjing. Had it not been for her baseless accusations, they would never have offended the moon water deity. However, the moon water deity remained indifferent to their plight, leaving them with no choice but to rely on the dream water deity, whom they could not afford to offend. My dear, have I committed some grave error? I merely intended to guide my younger sister, yet her wrath is so overwhelming. Gu Minjing spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing rather pitiable. The leader of the base, distracted, attempted to comfort her, saying, "It is not your fault. She simply possesses a fiery temperament." The man who had spoken earlier, filled with compassion, embraced Gu Minjing and reassured her, "Indeed, Meng Meng, after all, none of us truly knows if she can purify the water sources. However, if she can, so can you. Once you master it, you will no longer need to concern yourself with her moods." Chapter 66. The wedding dress. This individual is Gu Minjing's third husband, adored for his handsome appearance and charming words, garnering the utmost affection from her. Surrounding them, onlookers cast scornful glances. It was the moon water deity who had been driven away by their antics, yet they audaciously claimed that his temperament was the issue. Fortunately, the purification process had been completed, and even in the absence of the moon water deity, they still had access to level 2 water. However, unbeknownst to them, the effects of the purification would only last for 10 days. After that, they would revert to their original state. Yet, this information would remain concealed from the southern base. Yuo had not brought Gu Shiwei back to Kyoto. Instead, he directly entered the space. He employed numerous rare treasures on Gu Shiwei, enabling her swift recovery. After a day of toil, she should have rested well, yet upon entering the space, her previous memories surged back. Coupled with the chaotic infusion of energy from Yuhua, Gu Shiwei felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, a strong desire to throw herself upon Yuhua, yearning to embrace him closely. However, she had forgotten that their hearts were intertwined. Her thoughts reached Yuhua immediately, igniting a flame within him. "Don't worry, yeah. It's all yours." Yuhua chuckled softly as he held her close, determined not to let his wife's affections go unreciprocated. Having absorbed a considerable amount of energy cores, Gu Shiwei's internal energy became quite chaotic, and Yuhua seized the opportunity to guide her in repeatedly circulating her energy, purging impurities. After their intimate encounter, Gu Shiwei surprisingly stabilized her level. This is the advantage of having a high-level husband, though it also comes with risks. Should Gu Shiwei fail to elevate her level before Yuhua's next ascension, he would still have to rely solely on himself. In the apocalyptic cultivation system, ascending from level 9 to 10 is a significant threshold, fraught with peril. However, overcoming it would lead to a substantial increase in combat power. Levels 1 to 9 are collectively termed the first stage, levels 10 to 19 the second stage, levels 20 to 29 the third stage, and so forth. Meanwhile, Yuhua had already reached the fifth stage. For Gu Shiwei to catch up with him would certainly prove challenging, even though her cultivation speed was already impressive. Once the effects of the medicinal properties faded, she gently closed her eyes, utterly exhausted, and fell asleep within the space. Yuhua placed a tender kiss on her cheek, cleaned her up, and then tucked her in. He returned to Kyoto alone, informing Gu's parents that Gu Shiwei would not be returning that night. Before departing from the estate amid their concerned gazes, tonight, Yuhua could finally embrace his wife in contentment as they slumbered. At dawn, Gu Shiwei opened her eyes to find Yuhua gazing intently at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Sensing the depth of his affection, she willingly offered her lips to him. After a passionate exchange, Gu Shiwei surrendered completely. The two sweetly completed their morning rituals and exited the space, only to find that Gu's parents and elder brother had already gone about their day. Today, Gu Shiwei and Yuhua were to take their wedding photos. Indeed, even in this post-apocalyptic world, the wedding photography industry still thrived in Kyoto, though the number of couples seeking such services had dwindled significantly. The photographer who captured the moments of Gu Shiwei and Yuhua was once a figure of considerable renown in the international photography scene. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, devoid of any awakened abilities, he now relies solely on his artistry for sustenance. In the past, securing a session with such a master would have necessitated the presence of top-tier celebrities or affluent elites. Yet now, in this bleak world, he merely scrambles for a meager existence. Yuhua had long since scheduled the shoot, and upon their arrival, the venue was already impeccably prepared. Gu Shiwei had selected a white wedding gown, a traditional Chinese wedding dress, as well as an elegant evening gown. She brought her own attire and accessories, for she held little regard for the subpar garments available at the bridal boutique. Furthermore, her ample figure rendered many dresses ill-fitting. The outfits she brought were all custom-made, tailored to her physique. As for her jewelry, the valuables of the present day had shifted from jade, diamonds, and gold to energy equipment. Gu Shiwei possessed an entire cabinet filled with ornamental gear, chosen solely for their aesthetic appeal, devoid of any functional considerations. While she owned several valuable sets, her everyday adornments were those with significant capabilities. However, for the wedding shoot, she desired pieces that were purely decorative. Yuhua promptly assisted her in transporting her cabinet of accessories. The stylist gazed at Gu Shiwei's attire and jewelry with wide-eyed admiration, exclaiming, "Goddess of the Mu Water, your husband truly dotes on you." Flattered by the compliment, Gu Shiwei felt her spirits lift. Please assist me with my ensemble. I am not particularly adept at this. She had only just entered her freshman year before the apocalypse and had never needed to concern herself with fashion, as her mother had always chosen her clothing. Once in university, a myriad of distractions had prevented her from learning how to dress elegantly. Leave it to me. I assure you, even Mingdi will be captivated. The stylist quipped. Gu Shiyue smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment. Indeed, when the first wedding gown look was revealed, Yuhua's gaze became fixated upon her. Sensing his desire to undress her, Gu Shiyue blushed and shot him a warning glare. We are in public. Rein it in a bit. Yuhua cleared his throat in an attempt to mask his intentions, declaring, My wife is simply stunning. He leaned down to kiss her. But Gu Shiyue hurriedly covered his mouth. The makeup is freshly applied. Do not be reckless. He pecked her palm playfully, prompting her to laugh and lightly swat him. Be serious. What do you mean by that? Yuhua feigned innocence. Under the photographer's direction, the couple took numerous photographs. Gu Shiyue, upon viewing the proofs, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Their chemistry was palpable, their gazes entwined in a manner that could almost be described as electric. Even the photographer could not help but commend the remarkable atmosphere they created together. The wedding photos would not be available for another 10 days, but Yuhua, enamored by the proofs, decided to acquire every single one. He even ordered several enlargements. Why do you need so many photos? Gu Shiyue inquired. To adorn our new home. Just imagine, our walls filled with these memories, with us at the center of it all, Yuhua whispered in her ear. Gu Shiyue's face turned crimson as she playfully chastised him. You rogue. That is not roguish behavior. It is merely human instinct. After all, who could resist such beauty as my wife? Recently, Yuhua seems to have honed his skills in sweet talk, charming Gu Shiyue into radiant smiles each day. Suddenly, Gu Shiyue pondered, where shall we establish our new home? The true essence of a home lies in its space, yet there must be a tangible location as well. I have quite a few properties. Do you have any thoughts? Yuhua has never been particularly concerned about houses, as he embodies the spirit of a snail wherever he goes. His home follows. I own a courtyard residence, conveniently located. Shall we consider it? Gu Shiyue has always had a fondness for courtyard homes. If we are to choose a courtyard, I possess an even larger one, formerly a royal mansion. Shall we go and take a look? Yuhua would never use Gu Shiyue's property as their marital abode. He has his own. Chapter 67, Allergy. It was still early, and Gu Shiyue and Yuhua had just enjoyed a meal outside before venturing to explore the Sihiyuan that Yuhua had mentioned. Remarkably, the location of the Sihiyuan was not inferior to Gu Shiyue's, yet its area was astonishingly over 10 times larger. Gu Shiyue gazed in awe at the intricately carved beams and flowing water within the courtyard. Regrettably, due to the presence of people in the post-apocalyptic world had lost interest in cultivating flowers, plants, and trees. The courtyard appeared bare, and even the water was stagnant, infused with tumultuous energy. With a casual flick of her wrist, Gu Shiyue employed her purification ability, transforming the water into level 2 drinking water. Ah, that looked much more pleasing. Shouldn't we plant something? Yuhua, understanding Gu Shiyue's aspirations, acknowledged her desire to cultivate. However, considering that they were not planning to stay long-term, maintenance would pose a concern. You needn't worry about that. If you wish to plant, simply hire a gardener later. Gu Shiyue realized she was still clinging to her old mindset of self-sufficiency and hadn't even considered the notion of employing help. That works too. Let me see what to plant. She rummaged through her space, searching for flower and plant seeds, having collected quite a few in the past. No rush. Let us first inspect the house. Yuhua grasped Gu Shiyue's hand, halting her. After a thorough examination, Gu Shiyue found herself quite satisfied with the residence, which had undergone modern renovations while preserving its ancient charm, making it quite livable. Consequently, Gu Shiyue decided that this would be their official marriage home. With that settled, Yuhua arranged for someone to come and tidy the house. After all, it had been uninhabited for quite some time, necessitating repairs and replacements for damaged furniture and cleaning of dirty areas. Gu Shiyue then dragged Yuhua to discuss what to plant in the courtyard, and together they deliberated on filling the space with greenery. Fearing negative mutations that could damage the house, they opted for first level, focusing on aesthetics. Yuhua particularly chose a pomegranate tree, remarking, pomegranates symbolize fertility and blessings. In the future, we can bring our children here to pick pomegranates. Gu Shiyue shot him a glare. I will only have one. Don't even think about more. All right, we shall have just one. Let that child give us grandchildren to play with. Yuhua acquiesced readily. Gu Shiyue was both amused and exasperated by his long-term thinking. After all, she wasn't even certain she could conceive, especially since it was said that childbirth had become difficult in the post-apocalyptic era. To date, they had not specifically taken measures to avoid pregnancy, yet she had not conceived. Nowadays, the chance of becoming pregnant felt akin to winning a lottery. My sister should arrive tomorrow. please accompany me to pick her up. Yu wrapped his arms around Gu Shiwei's waist, and they sat together in the pavilion to rest. Great. What is your sister like? I'll gift her something. Gu Shiwei did not pay much attention, considering Yu's sister was the only family he had left and deserved some regard. Little did she expect Yu's expression to turn peculiar, leaving him momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Does she have strange preferences? Well, she has a fondness for men. Her ability is quite unique and is reliant on them. Eh? What peculiar element has infiltrated here? Gu Shiwei's interest piqued. What kind of ability is that? Is it a form of yin-yang complementarity? No, her energy core is allergic. One must rely solely on personal cultivation, yet the pace is exceedingly slow. Engaging in dual cultivation with men accelerates the process significantly. She claims to possess an innate dual cultivation physique. Yu found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Gu Shiwei was left utterly astonished. Allergic to energy cores? She had never encountered such a notion. Without an energy core, how is one to cultivate? By absorbing the scant free energy in the air? Or through mere indulgence? Clearly, this sister treads an unconventional path, relying directly on men. How many men does she possess? Gu Shiwei sensed an ominous undertone. Could she be akin to Li Mingqi? In truth, she only has 5 regular partners, and the 6 of them form a cohesive unit. Only 5? Gu Shiwei asked with difficulty. When did 5 men become a necessity? Ahem. The sister requires it for her cultivation. She must be accompanied by 3 men daily. 5 is already the bare minimum. Any fewer would be insufficient. Yu appeared quite embarrassed as well. This eldest sister is truly the heroine of a tale. Such exceptional talent. Gu Shiwei found managing 1 man to be quite taxing, yet she deemed 5 insufficient. She was particularly curious about whether the eldest sister rotated through her husband's chambers each day, or if they all shared a bed together. The thought alone was exhilarating. However, this question felt too invasive to pose. Thus, Gu Shiwei surmised that the eldest sister might require some tonics to nourish her yin and bolster her yang. Moreover, her brothers-in-law possess a strong sense of possessiveness. One must not mention offering men, lest they become jealous. Yu advised. Gu Shiwei was once again taken aback. In a dynamic of 5 men and 1 woman, there was still possessiveness? Has this world truly devolved into a form I no longer recognize? Gu Shiwei struggled to ask, did the brothers-in-law all come over? Naturally, the 6 of them never part ways, even in the event of obligations. At least 3 will remain to accompany the sister. Understood. The sister must cultivate daily. A single day without cultivation could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Gu Shiwei felt a twinge of envy. What was the sensation? If one could establish a harem, what type should I seek? A domineering CEO? A rugged man? A refined rogue? A handsome flower? Or perhaps a playful little wolf? Never mind, it's better not to dwell on it, lest you will perceive my thoughts and go mad. Gu Shiwei was now immensely intrigued by the eldest sister and her harem of male companions. In truth, the sister's level surpasses mine. It is merely her combat prowess that lags, and she has not achieved significant merits. Thus she has not attained the title of protector of the nation. Understood, the entirety of her cultivation is derived from dual cultivation, with the majority of her time devoted to it, hence the lack of combat strength and achievements. In reality, she is quite formidable. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but admire the eldest sister, who, through dual cultivation, surpassed the pinnacle of the apocalypse, her own brother. Should I gift her some clothing and jewelry? Perhaps even some alluring attire? Yes, that would be appropriate. She enjoys such things. This simplifies matters. Gu Shiwei promptly requested her sister's measurements from Yuhua, instructing several luxury boutiques to deliver suitable garments and shoes to the estate. She also ordered hundreds of extravagant, yet impractical jewelry sets from a jewelry store. These should be precisely the items most needed by my sister-in-law. As for the number of contribution points accumulated, Gu Shiwei chose to disregard it. After all, a lengthy string of digits still adorned her wristwatch, far too numerous for her to count. Gu Shiwei had also surreptitiously included a few personal items. Having ordered several hundred sets of intimate apparel, initially she intended to gift these to her sister-in-law, but upon reflection, she deemed it rather impolite to present such items upon their first meeting. Thus, she resolved to keep them for herself. Gu Shiwei was filled with anticipation, for these were from a renowned brand, and the images alone conveyed a sense of beauty. She remained curious about how they would appear when worn. In the courtyard, the maintenance personnel had arrived, and the air was filled with dust and the sound of drills. Thus, Gu Shiwei and Yuhua decided to take their leave. Chapter 68. Pre-wedding at Kyoto Airport. Gu Shiwei and Yuhua arrived early at the arrival gate. Do you resemble your sister? Gu Shiwei casually inquired. Not really. My sister looks more like our mother, while I take after our father. Yuhua reminisced. As people began to emerge, Gu Shiwei focused intently on the various groups of men and women, but regrettably, none of them were Yuhua's sister. It wasn't until the next wave of arrivals that a group of 5 men and 1 woman appeared. The girl was petite and slender, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Yet her temperament seemed quite the opposite. From a distance, she called out, Xiaohua. Yuhua appeared somewhat reluctant to acknowledge his sister. It was only when Yu Miao approached that Yuhua begrudgingly uttered, Sister, brother-in-law. Yu Miao stood on her tiptoes and patted Yuhua's head, prompting him to lower it in case she couldn't reach. Xiaohua, be good. This scene was quite incongruous. Considering Yu's towering height of 185 centimeters compared to Yu Miao's mere 155 centimeters, a difference of 30 centimeters between siblings. Sister, this is Gu Shiwei, my fiancée. Yeah, this is my sister Yu Miao, and these are my brothers-in-law, Guansu, El Xiao, Xie Yang, Li Ruowang, and Suchingci. Remarkably, Yuhua managed to remember the names of all 5 brothers-in-law, while Gu Shiwei could not recall a single one. Hello, sister. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, little sister. The 5 brothers-in-law nodded in unison, refraining from engaging Gu Shiwei in conversation. Finding this peculiar, Gu Shiwei was taken aback when Yuhua whispered to her. The brothers-in-law never speak to other women, afraid of making my sister jealous. Gu Shiwei was astonished. Their adherence to propriety was commendable. Sister, you must be weary from your travels. Shall we head to the hotel to settle in? The new house is still being tidied up. Yu Miao smiled sweetly. Yeah. You're so considerate. Staying at a hotel will suffice. Gu Shiwei felt a bit bashful at Yu Miao's words, as if she were being treated like a child. The group first went to the hotel to drop off their luggage, and then Yu Miao promptly visited Gu Shiwei's home. Knowing that guests from the male side were arriving that day, Gu's parents chose to remain at home. They had anticipated a hasty visit, expecting gifts to be prepared solely by Yuhua. However, to their surprise, Yu Miao and her brothers-in-law presented an array of gifts, clearly sourced from the West Continent base, showcasing distinctive local characteristics. It was evident that considerable thought had gone into these offerings. Gu's parents, along with her elder brother, were thoroughly pleased. The male side displayed great respect towards the female side. A pleasant discussion ensued, and the wedding date was set for just 10 days later. In a world where life was unpredictable, relationships often led to swift family formations. Their approach was already considered quite formal. The issues of bride price and dowry were not raised, as both families were well off and unconcerned about such matters. Moreover, Yuhua had wisely transferred all his assets into Gu Shiwei's name. Yet, Gu Shiwei had little interest in managing the estate, thus entrusting Yuhua with the oversight of her properties as well. Gu's parents had only 1 daughter, and they would never treat her unfairly. Thus, their wedding was destined to be a splendid affair, devoid of any semblance of modesty. With the wedding date set, preparations were set into motion. Given their unique status, various factions would converge, rendering their nuptials the grandest spectacle of the apocalypse. Invitations were dispatched, and it was rumored that they were immediately being traded at exorbitant prices in the black market. However, none of the recipients were foolish enough to sell them. It was also said that 3 of the 4 formidable guardians of the realm would make an appearance, with Li Ziki serving as the best man and Li Mengqi as the sole choice for maid of honor, as Gu Shiwei was only familiar with her. During the preparations for the wedding, Gu Shiwei found time to purify a river that traversed through the Kyoto base. This purification resolved the drinking water issue for the entire Kyoto base. Even the surrounding mutated flora began to exhibit positive transformations, leading to an increased mutation rate in the fields. It was reported that other bases had extended invitations to Kyoto, hoping Gu Shiwei could assist in purifying their water sources as well. After careful consideration, Gu Shiwei resolved to purify a major river in the northeastern base before the wedding. After all, the northeast was the granary of Huagua, and its fertile black soil could restore its vital role if the water sources were cleansed. Since both rivers were not particularly large, Gu Shiwei completed the purification in a single day. Before the wedding, she also visited the reservoir and, as expected, after 10 days, the water had degraded to level 1. Now that her abilities had increased, purifying the reservoir was significantly easier, and she completed the task in less than half an hour. While Gu Shiwei busied herself with the purification and wedding preparations, unbeknownst to her, someone was plotting against her. One morning, upon awakening, she discovered she was not in her estate's bed. After surveying the room, she spotted 5 cameras. Calmly, she inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man clad in a white coat entered. Unfazed by her awakening, he stated, "Come here for a blood draw. Do not attempt to escape. It would not be in your favor." Upon hearing about the blood draw, Gu Shiwei furrowed her brow. "What do you need my blood for?" "I do not consent." "Your consent is irrelevant. You are unaware of your predicament, are you? This place only allows entry, not exit. You shall not leave." The man in the white coat cast a sympathetic glance her way before signaling 2 burly men to enter. They forcefully restrained her on the bed and extracted a vial of blood. Gu Shiwei struggled desperately, but it was futile. The two men, swearing profusely, ended up injuring her, breaking her arm in the process. As they departed, the man in the white coat kindly informed her, "You may roam freely on this floor, but you have no access to the other levels. Do not attempt to break through." Gu Shiwei glared at him in fury, realizing she could not leave for the moment. She dismantled all the cameras in the room, stuffing some electrical sockets with tissues. In truth, she had a means of escape, but first, she needed to ascertain who was behind this treachery. After treating her arm, Gu Shiwei found paper and a pen in the room and sent a message detailing her situation to Yuhua's personal space. Indeed, Gu Shiwei's means of escape lies in space. As long as there is space, she shall forever have a retreat. She remains uncertain whether Yuhua and the others have noticed her absence, yet she must save herself. It is perplexing what motives these captors possess, as they have neither bound Gu Shiwei nor administered any drugs to her, only drawing a vial of blood. Given that the man in the white coat has stated she may roam freely on this level, Gu Shiwei resolves to venture out and ascertain the situation. Upon stepping outside, she discovers the corridor is adorned with carpeting, reminiscent of a hotel. However, the other rooms seem to house only a few staff members clad in white coats. While guards line the corridor, their gazes fixed upon her with blatant scrutiny. Gu Shiwei scowls in distaste. This place bears no resemblance to a hotel. Nor does it appear to be a laboratory. She finds herself quite bewildered as to its true nature. Chapter 69. Conspiracy upon encountering the figure in the white coat. She would often lean in to observe their activities, and while they did not deter her curiosity, none dared to engage her in conversation, except for the initial white-coated individual. The others remained as mute as a gourd with its mouth sawn off. Regrettably, the subjects of their research were far too specialized for Gu Shiwei to comprehend. However, she did overhear snippets of their discourse, which were clearly not in Chinese, but rather resembled the dialect of an island nation. Upon closer inspection, Gu Shiwei noted that these individuals bore the distinct features of typical small islanders. It seemed she had stumbled upon a cabal of spies. Yet, why had they captured her? Was it for her water abilities? Could these be studied? Or did they merely covet her identity as a water deity, seeking to abduct her back to their homeland? In the afternoon, the initial white-coated figure returned. "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" The white coat softened his tone deliberately. "We are islanders, and we invite you to visit our land. It would be prudent for you to cooperate. Otherwise, even as a water deity, you may find yourself enduring some hardships. Are we on a ship?" A spark of realization ignited in Gu Shiwei's mind. "Indeed. Clever girl. How did you manage to seize me amidst layers of protection?" This perplexity lingered in her thoughts. Her nation had provided her with extensive safeguards, and yet she had still been taken. "Naturally. Our island nation and Huagua are akin to brothers, and it is only fitting that we aid one another," he replied. "Oh, so there is a traitor among us. Who is it that facilitated my departure? I must extend my gratitude." Gu Shiwei feigned excitement over her exit from Huagua. "Oh, do you perceive Huagua as a sea of suffering?" The white-coated man appeared incredulous. "Indeed. You see, my fiancé is the Ming Emperor of Huagua, and he is utterly despicable. He forcibly took me away, imprisoning me daily, stripping me of all freedom. Unlike you, who allow me to move freely. The island nation is far superior. How outrageous that Huagua treats a water deity in such a manner. No wonder the water deities are turning traitorous." The white-coated man, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "What right does such a nation have to possess two water deities, while our great empire has none?" Gu Shiwei, having caught a flaw in his words, feigned delight. "So it was my sister who rescued me. I always knew Sister Minjing would not abandon me. Ah, indeed. You sisters can reunite in my great empire. Are you not pleased?" The white-coated man mused, stroking his chin. "Is that true? How wonderful. My sister has ventured there, has she not?" "Indeed. The water deity Ming has rendered great service to our empire and has been appointed as the crown princess by His Majesty. As her sister, you two may wed a formidable figure of our empire. I am Watanabe, and Watanabe Yukinabu, the mightiest in our empire, is my brother." With a lascivious glance, the white-coated man regarded Gu Shiwei, and the implications were all too clear. "Is my sister aboard this vessel? Why has she not come to see me? I miss her dearly." Gu Shiwei felt that she had exhausted her entire lifetime of acting skills in this predicament. The dream goddess was on another vessel. Once they reached the empire, they would reunite. "Now, I need to extract a portion of your skin tissue." The doctor in the white coat brandished his tools, ready to proceed, but Gu Shiwei, having gathered ample information, was unwilling to endure further torment. She directly channeled energy into her necklace and vanished from the ship. Baka, the doctor, witnessing Gu Shiwei's sudden disappearance, realized he had been deceived. Alas, it was too late. Yuhua anxiously awaited in the spatial realm. Yeah. Why did it take you so long to enter?" "Don't be alarmed. I possess crucial intelligence. My captors are from the island nation, and their ship is currently navigating the seas, likely a cruise liner. Furthermore, the traitor is Gu Minjing, who has already boarded another vessel bound for the island nation. Gu Shirihue hastily relayed the information she had acquired to Yuhua. Upon hearing this, Yuhua disregarded everything else and promptly transported Gu Shirihue back to the manor, where Chief Number 1 awaited, clearly indicating that Gu Shirihue's disappearance had mobilized the entire state apparatus. Observing the scene, Gu Shirihue swiftly reiterated the intelligence she possessed. Chief No. 1 immediately issued orders. Xiao Gu, you should rest. Do not worry, I have reinforced security at the manor to ensure absolute safety. Ming Di, please lead a team to retrieve Gu Minjing. The rest shall be dealt with without mercy. I will contact Taoist Qian Xian to ascertain their location, maintain communication. Yuhua nodded in agreement. One matter should not trouble two masters. I shall directly take the old priest to find the individuals. Very well. The Taoist happens to be in Kyoto. Due to their wedding, the 4 great guardians of the nation have gathered in Kyoto. After their discussion, Yuhua cast a glance at Gu Shirihue, said nothing, and then teleported away. Gu Shirihue anxiously observed the direction of his departure. The island nation claims to have promised Gu Minjing the position of crown princess. Her security forces are likely formidable. Do not be anxious. The strongest individual in the island nation, Watanabe Yukinabu, is no match for Ming Di, especially with Taoist Kanshin by our side. Chief No. 1 took a moment to reassure Gu Shirihue. Upon hearing this, she exhaled in relief. Have the spies in the manor been apprehended? She inquired of her parents. Yes. We were astonished to discover it was the chef. He had laced our dinner with drugs, causing everyone to fall into a deep slumber. Gu Mother said with a complex expression. Ordinarily, such governmental personnel undergo political scrutiny and should pose no issues. However, this chef was specifically hired, and the primary focus was on his culinary skills. Lacking formal position, being merely a temporary worker, he evaded scrutiny and exploited the loophole. Why would Gu Minjing wish to harm me? Although they had a dispute previously, it hardly warranted such extreme measures, did it? She cannot bear to see you surpass her. Gu Mother remarked with clarity, that child harbors ill intentions, and her abilities are of dubious origin. Your purification of abilities cast her powers into greater suspicion, causing her to panic. That makes sense. Gu Shiryue's extraordinary ability belongs to her alone. Thus, she is capable of advancement. In contrast, her counterpart has acquired her powers through dubious means. Given Gu Shiryue's presence in Huagua, does not her existence seem somewhat superfluous? Consequently, her audacious decision to flee to the island nation stems from the absence of the water god there. As for the malicious intent she harbored prior to her departure, it likely arises from jealousy. Oh, did her husbands accompany her in her escape? Gu Shirihue is quite curious. She recalls that Gu Minjing has a husband who is the leader of the southern base. Would he join her in this flight? That remains uncertain. She will have to inquire with Xiao Yu upon his return. Currently, the information available to Gu Ma and the others is rather limited, so they must await Yuhua's return to pose their questions. Chapter 70. Treasures before the gate of Longhu Mountain. A lingering flame hovered in midair. Before long, an elder resembling a Taoist priest appeared. Let us proceed. Commander number 1 has already briefed me on the situation. You need only teleport towards the Jiaoyu Islands. Without further ado, Song Xuanzi indicated the direction. Yuhua nodded, and, taking Song Xuanzi by the hand, they instantly vanished from sight, following the path to the Jiaoyu Islands. They teleported several times. As they neared their destination, Song Xuanzi paused to divine once more, this time providing an accurate location. Upon teleporting, Yuhua fortuitously materialized in front of a luxury cruise ship. Who goes there? The ship's guards, startled by the sudden appearance of the two, immediately entered a state of alert. Those who seek your demise, Yuhua declared, swiftly dispatching several guards, each meeting their end in an instant. Commander No. 1 had issued an order to spare only Gu Minjing's life. All others were to be executed without mercy. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, Huagua is not a place for you. Song Xuanzi joined the fray. Baka, a disheveled man emerged from the ship, evidently having just risen from bed, followed closely by none other than Gu Minjing. Watanabe Kuan, save me. I don't want to return with them, Gu Minjing exclaimed, fully aware that capture would lead to a grim fate. Watanabe shoved her to the ground and prepared to confront Yuhua. Observing Watanabe's unkempt state, Yuhua kindly remarked, would you like to dress properly? I can wait for you. Yet, Yuhua's kindness was but a facade. He was merely repulsed by the man's exposed form. Baka. Watanabe construed this as a grave insult, brandishing his katana and charging forward. TSK, you're throwing away the opportunity one offered. Yuhua shook his head, warning that without proper attire, death would render him forever exposed. In an instant, Yuhua teleported behind him and pierced him through with a single shot. Previously, Watanabe Yukinabu had been no match for him. And now Yuhua had ascended even further. Killing him was akin to child's play. Watanabe's eyes widened, disbelief etched upon his face. He had been the foremost expert of a great empire, yet he was no match for Yuhua. Thus, Watanabe Yukinobu met his end, his eyes forever frozen in shock. Song Xuanzi had already eliminated everyone aboard the ship, leaving Gu Minjing as the sole survivor. No, no, you cannot kill me. I am the water goddess. And I am also a woman. You cannot kill me. Gu Minjing pleaded in sheer terror. The formidable Watanabe Yukinobu had been slain by Yuhua with a single shot. Oh, is it merely your status as a water goddess that emboldens you? From whence do your water abilities originate? Did you truly believe you were adept at concealing your secrets? Yuhua taunted, regarding her with a disdainful gaze. To toy with spatial abilities before him was akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master. Despairing, Gu Minjing resolved to shed a bit more of her clothing. Emperor Ming, am I not beautiful? Why do you not desire me? Had you but promised me, I would not have embarked upon this irrevocable path. TSK. Like a mere skeleton, you are utterly unappealing. Yuhua possessed an innate understanding of how to wound the pride of others. Gu Minjing's inability to gain weight had once garnered envy from countless individuals before the apocalypse. In the aftermath, she had been incessantly heralded as a water goddess. A divine figure, yet she had never endured such humiliation. Gu Minjing, consumed by fury, laughed bitterly, shedding her garments as she walked. Remnants of ambiguous marks left by Watanabe Yukinobu adorning her skin. She possessed an innate understanding of how to captivate men. With a graceful twirl before Yuhua, she leaned toward him, yet he, unfazed by her tactics, swiftly retreated. Disgusting. This time, Gu Minjing truly reached her breaking point. She had wagered everything, only to find it utterly futile. Yuhua, this is all your fault. Why won't you accept me? What do I lack compared to Gu Shiwei? Yuhua's brow furrowed with irritation, as if he could crush a fly with his gaze. Silence. How dare you compare yourself to my Yeye? Why can't I compare myself to her? Why must I, a child born out of wedlock, live in the shadows while she basks in her parents' affection? Why is she destined to become the water goddess while I must scheme and fight for every scrap? Gu Minjing's voice echoed with despair. Heaven is so unjust. Why does every good fortune belong to her? What about me? Who am I? She screamed. Limitless, celestial sovereign. The heavens hold no favoritism. They favor the virtuous. Chun Zhuangzizi advised, shaking his head at Gu Minjing's lamentations. Oh dear, even the old Taoist must avert his gaze from such folly. Growing weary of her complaints, Yuhua swiftly placed his finger upon her brow, extracting a sphere of white light from her mind. No, my space. You cannot take it from me. Gu Minjing's panic intensified. With her space intact, she could return home, albeit stripped of freedom, while her life remained secure. But without it, she would merely be an ordinary female ability user, devoid of any support. Desperate, she lunged to reclaim her space, only to be sent sprawling by Yuhua's swift kick. Bloodied and weeping, she cried, please give it back. Return my space to me. I'll serve you like a beast. You can have me as you wish, just grant me my space. Yuhua examined the space closely. Its quality was commendable, suitable for cultivation, and it contained a spiritual spring with a daily yield of around 100 liters. Clearly, Gu Minjing had previously overstated her reserves. This was a trophy for Yuhua, but how to manage it would require consultation with Commander One upon his return. However, it was certain that it would not be returned to Gu Minjing. Yuhua retrieved a blanket from the cabin and wrapped it around Gu Minjing, then collected the yacht. Nodding to Chun Zhuangzizi, old Taoist, I'll first escort this woman back. Don't leave just yet. We have a grand endeavor ahead. Chun Zhuangzizi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect. Very well. Today, I shall risk my life to accompany you. In an instant, Yuhua teleported to the shoreline. Discarding the yacht at the naval harbor, confident that it would be managed appropriately, he secured Gu Minjing under his arm and teleported back to the manor, unceremoniously dropping her to the ground. Mission accomplished. I have captured this woman. Here is her spatial equipment, stripped of its ownership. You may decide its fate. He tossed the space into Commander One's arms, leaving the latter bewildered by Yuhua's audacious maneuver. Such a precious item, carelessly flung aside. What if it broke? What if someone snatched it away? What if he inadvertently claimed it as his own? The inner turmoil of Chief Number One was incomprehensible to Yuhua, who passionately kissed Gu Shiwei and declared, wait for my return. With that, he vanished from sight. Gu Shiwei had grown accustomed to his sudden departures and thus paid it no mind. Her attention was entirely captivated by Gu Minjing, who was shockingly bare, wrapped only in a filthy blanket. The moment she was discarded by Yuhua, the blanket slipped, revealing her marked body. The modest women present instinctively turned away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. How shameless. What a water deity. More like a goddess of seduction. TSK. Such a figure. The murmurs reached Gu Minjing's ears, prompting her to burst into laughter. Men adore me just as I am. What is the matter? Are you jealous? She exclaimed. Chief, no. One finally grasped the situation. Take her away for questioning. Two female guards promptly escorted Gu Minjing away. Ha. Gu Shirue, one day? You will meet the same fate as I. I await that day. Gu Shirue frowned. She would never allow herself to be ensnared in such a disgraceful predicament. Chapter 71. The island nation Yu will once again summon the formidable mage Li Ziki from Kyoto, for his presence was essential to ensure the successful execution of their plans. Upon hearing of the impending venture to the island nation, Li Ziki's enthusiasm was palpable, as a true descendant of a prestigious lineage. He felt it was his duty to confront the adversaries. The camaraderie between them was evident as they exchanged compliments and shared hearty laughter before teleporting away. While Yu returned, Ken Xuanzi had already cleared the cruise ship that had abducted Gu Shirue. Upon their meeting, they delineated their respective missions. I shall pay a visit to the Yasukuni Shrine to guide the restless spirits back to the underworld, declared Ken Xuanzi, whose mystical abilities were well suited to such a task, and the others had no objections. I shall make my way to the Imperial Palace. I find great pleasure in acting as the hand of justice. I wonder if the Imperial family is truly divinely ordained or if I should test the heavens with a thunder strike. Li Ziki grinned. Grandfather, I am eager to inherit your legacy and bring honor to our lineage. Yu studied the map and remarked, goodness, the self-defense forces are rather numerous. This constitutes a significant expenditure of taxpayer money. I shall assist in streamlining their resources. The three benevolent souls embarked on their respective quests. In such a compact territory, each of them, being adept practitioners of the 4th and 5th tiers, moved with remarkable swiftness. To expedite their endeavors, Yu led them with a teleportation spell. Relying on the absence of opposition within the island, they each engaged in solitary combat. Yu's method of attack was straightforward yet devastating. He wielded the power of spatial annihilation, rendering entire areas silently void. Even those nearby could not perceive a whisper of disturbance. Thus, after he had dispatched dozens of the self-defense forces, they finally began to realize the gravity of their predicament. Unfortunately for them, Yu was their adversary. Even when they braced for confrontation, they were unable to mount an effective defense, merely complicating Yu's operations. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the island nation was indulging in the attentions of his attendants. Report. Your Majesty, we have received alarming news. 13 members of the self-defense forces have been eliminated. Baka, what are these fools doing? Bring me Watanabe Yukinabu. The Emperor's fury erupted as he pushed aside his attendant. Your Majesty, Watanabe has yet to return. Fools. What of Matsushita? Is he not engaged in battle at Yasukuni Shrine? Your Majesty, Matsushita is currently engaged with the enemy there. And what of Ida? Is he not the highest commander of the self-defense forces? Where has he vanished? The Emperor's rage intensified, realizing that in this critical moment, he was devoid of capable aids. Your Majesty, Ida, he has already fallen. The royal guard knelt, weeping profusely. What? Ida? The Emperor could scarcely believe it. Ida was among the top 3 experts in his realm. If even he had perished, who was the assailant? Who? Who was attacking the self-defense forces? The Emperor trembled as he inquired. Reports from the front indicate that the enemy employs spatial techniques. In the entire world, only the likes of David from the United States and Ming Di from China possess the ability to manipulate spatial powers to this extent. The Emperor staggered backward. Taking 3 steps, it is him. It must be him. He has come to exact vengeance. Quickly, gather our essential belongings. We must depart the palace. We can no longer remain here. It is far too conspicuous. The Emperor believed he was moving swiftly enough. Little did he know, Li Ziki awaited him, finding it rather dull to simply strike him down in one fell swoop. Instead, he yearned for the Emperor to grasp the truth before fleeing in a panic, allowing him to pounce like a cat capturing a mouse. The mere thought thrilled him. He activated his watch to record, muttering to himself, "This is a day for the annals of history. This is the day I, the Thunder God, shall be immortalized. I must capture my heroic visage." After fiddling for a while, he noticed the palace's denizens had finally begun to panic. He realized the moment he had awaited had arrived. Li Ziki levitated in the air, summoning a vast expanse of thunderclouds that enveloped the entire palace. Below, the palace attendants screamed, "A beast from beyond has come. Run. It is the apocalypse." At last, Li Ziki caught sight of the Emperor and began to summon lightning to strike down upon him. However, the Emperor of the island nation proved woefully inadequate, being reduced to mere ash in an instant. Li Ziki curled his lips in disdain, finding it rather unexciting. He relinquished control over the thunderclouds, allowing them to wreak havoc freely. In less than 10 seconds, the palace lay in ruins. "Found you," Li Ziki exclaimed with exhilaration. He could not leave empty-handed after such an endeavor. He had delayed for so long solely for the palace's treasure vault. His efforts to borrow several spatial devices had not been in vain. Although the island nation's royal family was not particularly affluent, even a starved camel outweighs a horse. And Li Ziki harbored no disdain. While he busied himself rummaging through the treasures, Kinshwanzi had already vanquished Matsushita and was now performing rites for the departed souls. Infinite celestial sovereign, truly a vengeful spirit, I shall guide you to the netherworld, he declared, casting several talismans that ignited spontaneously, causing a cacophony of wails from the infamous Yasukuni shrine. Before Kinshwanzi appeared a ghostly portal, from which emerged two ghostly messengers, unmistakably the black and white impermanents. Where is this? It cannot be within Huagua's borders, can it? White Impermanence squinted with his lifeless eyes, murmuring, "Let me check." Indeed, it is not. It seems to be the neighboring island nation. How has the ghost gate opened here? Black Impermanence scratched his head, clearly perplexed. My lords, I am Kinshwanzi, and it is I who opened the ghost gate. I appreciate your visit. Ah, so you are a descendant of Longhu Mountain. Come, enlighten me on this matter. My lord, this is the notorious Yasukuni Shrine, where the vengeful spirits are all war criminals. Today, I have come specifically to send them to the netherworld. Oh, you are quite impressive. Indeed, I shall take these ghosts. Once in the underworld, they will be well cared for. White Impermanence's stiff expression struggled to form a kind demeanor. I do admire young men like you. Here, allow me to reward you. Black Impermanence pointed his finger at Kinshwanzi's brow, imparting a technique. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. The master of the mysterious, filled with elation, had unexpectedly discovered a cultivation technique that resonated with his unique abilities. At last, he possessed a method of practice. The dual entities of yin and yang, having escorted the spirits away, conversed as they departed. How could you have given that to him? It is of no concern. Longhu Mountain shares a profound connection with me from the underworld. In this chaotic world, there is an urgent need to establish a new order. Bestowing them a measure of strength will ensure the enduring legacy of our nation. Ah, you shall face punishment upon your return. It matters not. I willingly accept the consequences. Moreover, these malevolent spirits represent significant merit. The balance of deeds may absolve me of any reprimand. That is indeed a point. Allow me to share the burden. As the punishment will be lighter for two, there is no need. It would only hinder you. What sort of relationship do we share? Why speak of hindrance? Chapter 72, The Great Serpent. Ha ha ha. Come on, fire at me. You have bellowed with audacity. The firearms unleashed upon him proved utterly ineffective, and the energy weapons developed by the island nation could not even graze his skin. This was the last stronghold of the self-defense forces, their very headquarters. Who are you? My lord? Why have you attacked our self-defense forces? The opposition sent forth a negotiation expert, attempting to reason with Yuhua. Casting a glance at the magnificent fireworks illuminating the palace, Yuhua realized time was of the essence. Why not ask your emperor? Dare to abduct my wife, and today I shall send you to the netherworld. With that proclamation, Yuhua unleashed his area of effect attack skill. No, this cannot be. He had no desire to engage in further discourse, and in the blink of an eye, the headquarters of the security team was reduced to mere ashes. As Yuhua prepared to leave, he noticed something beneath the volcano. Without hesitation, he executed a teleportation, descending into the depths of the volcano, nearly startling a colossal beast resting within. The eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi. Unbelievably, such a creature truly existed, with its fearsome visage and 8 heads. This legendary beast was of considerable rank. Yuhua dared not make a reckless move, fearing that awakening it would spell his doom. However, upon closer inspection of the cavern, he discerned that the serpent seemed to be kept by someone, for he encountered numerous corpses of both humans and beasts, yet no signs of battle. It was evident that the remains had been disposed of after death, serving as food for the creature. According to legend, a treasured sword lay within the belly of Yamada no Orochi, and upon meticulous observation, Yuhua confirmed its presence. Intrigued, he contemplated the acquisition of the blade, though it was encircled by the serpent's heads, presenting a formidable challenge. Moreover, the beast likely ranked at level 7, far beyond Yuhua's capability to confront directly. His current strategy was to procure the sword without engaging the serpent head-on, yet he needed a more astute plan. Yuhua melded into the spatial interstice. Surveying the cave without uncovering any treasures, it seemed the food had been supplied from above the volcano. Thus, his initial approach had proven futile, leaving him with no choice but to resort to stealth. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached the serpent. As he neared within a meter, one of its eyes suddenly opened, lifting its head to scan the surroundings. To his relief, it detected nothing and returned to slumber. Utilizing the spatial interstice, Yuhua remained undetectable by ordinary searching methods. He cautiously approached the sword, confirming that it was embedded within the serpent's body, complicating matters significantly. Extracting the sword would undoubtedly awaken the beast, bringing peril upon him. Yet, fortune favors the bold. Having ventured this far, he could not return empty-handed. With the sword in sight, Yuhua exerted a forceful pull. To his astonishment, it would not budge. His frustration mounted, and indeed, Yamada no Orochi stirred awake. Fortunately, Yuhua, quick-witted, immediately hurled several monstrous corpses to distract the beast. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi seemed to ponder for a moment, undoubtedly perplexed by the unexpected presence of food outside their designated feeding time. Nevertheless, this did not impede their voracious appetite. Within mere seconds, they had indulged themselves to the point of belching contentedly before succumbing to slumber. However, this left Yuhua in a quandary what to do if he could not extract the sword. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an intricate sealing formation encircling the blade, which was the very reason for its immobility. As a master of formations, Yuhua found this puzzle trivial. After a brief calculation, he discerned the method to unravel it. Yet, a dilemma arose. The sword was, in fact, the seal binding the Yamada no Orochi. Should he release the sword's seal, the creature would undoubtedly regain its freedom, potentially leading to its dominion over the archipelago. After a moment's hesitation, Yuhua resolved to proceed with the extraction. After all, if the nation were to fall, it would be their own responsibility. The Yamada no Orochi was, after all, a divine beast they had nurtured. He delicately tapped the sealing formation, which shattered upon his touch. In an instant, he drew the sword and teleported away, just as the enraged roar of the Yamada no Orochi echoed throughout the entirety of the island. At the shoreline, Kinchuanzi and Li Ziki awaited Yua's return, their breath caught in astonishment at the commotion. Young Yu has certainly stirred the pot. At least a 7th-tier beast. What a bold move. They mused. They had thought their own endeavors grand, yet Yuhua had surpassed them all. The younger generation is truly formidable. Kinchuanzi chuckled, stroking his beard in amusement. That little rascal is impressive, Li Ziki admitted, a tinge of envy in his tone. As Yuhua approached, he beckoned them to follow. Let us depart. He seized both companions and teleported away from the island. Upon their return to their homeland, the trio exchanged smiles, agreeing, next time. Do not forget to call me Unfathomable Heavenly Sovereign. It is a promise. They chorused. Let us celebrate the occasion of young U.S. nuptials and partake in the joy of the banquet. Li Ziki was brimming with pride, having gained both fame and fortune. Long life and prosperity. We must toast to the wedding. Kinchuanzi smiled broadly, realizing that he too had reaped significant rewards from this venture. Though Yuhua had only acquired a single sword, it was a blade capable of sealing 7th-tier beasts, a remarkable gain indeed. Arriving in Kyoto, they found that scarcely half a day had passed. The head of state awaited news at the estate. The southern base had already dispatched personnel to manage the situation, necessitating the control of the base commander and Gu Minjing's other 2 husbands. Upon seeing Yuhua and his companions return, he approached eagerly. How did it fare? Oh, I am pleased to report success. The emperor of the island nation has unfortunately passed, along with the royal palace and other members of the royal family, struck down by divine retribution. Li Ziki interjected, reveling in the thrill of such grand declarations. Impressive. Truly, the heavens are just. There is a certain exhilaration in acting on behalf of the celestial order. Exclaimed Li, his spirits lifted. Although Li Ziki was not his grandson, they shared the same surname, creating a familial bond of sorts. Unfathomable Heavenly Sovereign. In the sacred realm of the Yasukuni Shrine, I have gathered some formidable spirits to present to the enigmatic duo of the black and white impermanents. The Taoist priest, Kinchuanzi, exhibits profound humility. Are not the black and white impermanents our nation's spectral emissaries? The esteemed leader appears somewhat perplexed, pondering how they ventured to the island nation. It was I who extended the invitation. Upon encountering the collection of vengeful spirits, they expressed immense delight, assuring that they would receive them splendidly in the netherworld. All present could not help but extend their thumbs in admiration. Truly, it is the Taoist priest who deserves such accolades. Subsequently, the crowd gazed at Yuhua with eager anticipation. For with such notable achievements, surely the Ming Emperor must surpass them in prowess? Ahem. Yuhua cleared his throat and proclaimed, Today, the self-defense forces of the island nation have mysteriously vanished. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 73, Manifestation of Divine Power. The crowd collectively cast disdainful glances at him. Wasn't it he who possessed the ability to make someone vanish into thin air? Yuhua touched his nose, taken aback by their reaction, feeling an unexpected embarrassment wash over him. Moreover, beneath the volcano of the island nation lay the seal of the 8-headed serpent, conservatively estimated to be of the 7th tier. Without allowing the crowd to react, Yuhua added, I have released it. Hiss, hiss. So this was the grand revelation. All present fell silent, utterly speechless. Yuhua's display of divine power had certainly captivated their attention. Gu Shiriwa was also taken aback by Yuhua, a 7th-tier beast. Are you hurt? She hurriedly pulled him up and down for inspection. Yuhua felt a secret thrill within, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Don't make such a fuss. How could I possibly be injured? It's a trifling matter. Gu Shiwei paused, observing his seemingly unscathed demeanor. As Yu Hua was about to speak again, Gu Shiwei shot him a sidelong glance, silently urging him to refrain. How childish can he be? The #1 leader quickly contacted the intelligence department. After concluding the call, his expression turned sorrowful. Just moments ago, our neighboring island nation had been attacked by an 8th-tier beast. Preliminary estimates indicated that the eastern capital base had been annihilated, with casualties exceeding 300,000. The beast was currently heading toward other bases. Let us observe a moment of silence for the fallen. The crowd exchanged glances, stifling laughter. Finding no outlet for their emotions, Sir, the island nation has sent a plea for assistance, hoping that our great nation will, out of humanitarian concern, help them through this crisis, reported a communications officer. The #1 leader suppressed the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards. How utterly tragic. Alas, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Well then, arrange for 100 million. No, 1,000 paper cranes to be folded in prayer for the island nation. The crowd stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Today, the 3 guardians of the nation had achieved remarkable feats. Although this matter could not be publicly acknowledged, the nation and I shall remember it, compensating with rewards in other forms. I wonder if the 3 of you have any objections? None. We serve the people. This was the resolve of Li Ziki, a 3rd-generation descendant of the revolution, spoken instinctively. Upon realizing his own embarrassment, he blushed, eliciting warm smiles from those around him. None. Yu Hua was indifferent. After all, he would not be deprived of his share. Infinite longevity and blessings. As a wanderer, I regard material possessions as dispensable. Sangshuan Zizi also voiced no objections, having already gained the greatest advantage from this encounter. Thus, everyone dispersed, resuming their respective tasks. Tomorrow marked the wedding, and Gu Shiwei and Yu Hua had much to attend to, as guests from afar had nearly all arrived. Yet, that evening, Li Mingqi insisted on throwing a bachelorette party for Gu Shiwei, calling it the last indulgence before marriage. Naturally, Li Mingqi chose a flamboyant bar for the occasion. And even her sister-in-law, Yu Miao, ditched her husband to join them in revelry. Yu Miao, petite and delicate, had a wild side, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the muscular performers on stage. Observing this, Li Mingqi realized they shared a common interest. Sister, shall we pick one? Yu Miao lamented. Just take a look. My family is quite possessive. TSK, why do you all insist on marrying? Such an array of constraints. Li Mingqi shook her head. Life is short. Isn't it better to seize the moment and indulge in pleasure? Gu Shiwei found it difficult to embody the carefree spirit of Li Mingqi, primarily because she had entangled herself with the most formidable man in the post-apocalyptic world, making it impossible to let go. As for Yu Miao, she declared, I love my husbands dearly. We live together in happiness, and I do not wish to betray them. Even Li Mingqi felt a shiver upon hearing this. In her view, love was exclusive. A relationship involving 3 was already cramped, let alone 6. How utterly tedious. Li Mingqi felt disheartened. Cough. Sister Ming, you enjoy your pursuits. My sister and I will merely observe, Gu Shiwei interjected. The trio held entirely different views on love, and discussing such a topic together was hardly pleasant. Sister, the energy drink at this bar is quite good. Do try this golden plate dew. Doesn't it have a hint of osmanthus fragrance? Yu Miao lifted her glass, took a delicate sip, and her eyes brightened. Indeed, it's delicious. With that, she downed the rest and ordered another. Gu Shiwei and Li Mingqi made no attempts to stop her. After all, she was of a high level, and such a small amount of alcohol should not intoxicate her. Gu Shiwei also enjoyed the drinks here, and the 2 settled at the bar, requesting the bartender to concoct various cocktails. Amidst laughter and chatter, they consumed quite a bit. By the time Li Mingqi finished her conversation with the young man, she discovered her companions had become somewhat dazed. They were still laughing and exclaiming, cheers. So good. Another round. She slapped her forehead, having completely forgotten to keep an eye on these 2 drunken revelers. How would she manage to take them home now? Before Li Mingqi could devise a plan, a few grim-faced men appeared before her. Yu Hua and his brothers-in-law. It's none of your concern. We will handle them. Li Mingqi was more than pleased. She could return to her charming young man for an all-night chat. Yu Miao was hoisted into the car by her husbands, while Gu Shiwei was transported back to the estate in an instant by Yu Hua. He intended to look after Gu Shiwei, but was sent away by Gu's mother with a stern remark about the inauspiciousness of meeting before marriage. Naturally, Gu Shiwei did not fare any better. As her mother doused her with a cleansing spell to rouse her from her stupor, she gazed at her mother's scowling face and her father, who seemed to shrink in on himself, and sweetly pleaded, Mom, that drink was truly delightful. Sweet, like juice. I accidentally had too much. You, still behaving like a child. Gu's mother could hardly maintain her stern facade. What could she do? Her daughter had been missing for 10 years and had only just reached adulthood. How could she bear to scold her? Go wash up and get some rest. You must rise early tomorrow. All right. Good night, Mom. Good night, Dad. Gu Shuriwei embraced her parents before heading for a shower. The moment her daughter disappeared, Gu's mother's expression shifted dramatically. She ground her teeth and exclaimed, Gu Jiangwo, look at the daughter you've raised. However, Gu Shuriwei remained blissfully unaware of any of this. After her shower, she promptly climbed into bed and fell asleep. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, the night was surprisingly restful. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Gu Shuriwei was roused from her slumber by her mother. Yeah, rise and shine. Today is your wedding day. You must awaken early to prepare your makeup. Let me sleep a little longer, she murmured, barely opening her eyes to behold the pitch-black sky outside, resisting the urge to get up. Absolutely not. Hurry and get up. Her mother's voice pierced through her lethargy, met only by the gentle rhythm of her breathing. Unable to tolerate her daughter's defiance any longer, Guma resorted to a cleansing spell. Yu Shiwei jolted upright, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Enough. Now that you're awake, hurry and wash up. The makeup team has already arrived, Guma said sternly, filled with resentment. Gu Shiwei lamented the trials of her wedding day, wishing she could turn back time. Chapter 74. The wedding after completing her morning routine. Gu Shiwei was adorned in her wedding gown, seated elegantly at the vanity, awaiting the makeup artist's skilled touch. Goddess of the Moonwater, your complexion is truly radiant. Even without foundation, you look exquisite. The makeup artist complimented Gu Shiwei. Despite knowing the flattery was intentional, she felt a surge of happiness. Her naturally fine skin, enhanced by her cultivation and the cleansing of her essence, had indeed become significantly more beautiful. Do you have any specific request for your makeup? Not really. Please choose what suits me best. Gu Shiwei believed in entrusting professional tasks to those with expertise and was not one to meddle excessively. The makeup artist visibly relaxed, remarking how approachable the goddess of the Moonwater appeared. After the apocalypse, wedding ceremonies were generally kept simple, reminiscent of the traditions Gu Shiwei was familiar with from her past life. During the door-blocking segment, Li Mingqi, serving as the bridesmaid, stood resolutely like a formidable guardian, an impenetrable barrier. The groom and groomsmen were formidable figures, and she felt utterly outmatched. Yet, she had her own legion of bridesmaids, an array of flamboyantly adorned female supernatural beings. As they positioned themselves at the entrance, even Yuhua felt somewhat constrained. Wow, the groom is quite dashing. It seems easy to get past my sister if we can just have the groomsmen. Exactly. Today, we won't be competing for the groom, but rather the groomsmen. Little groomsmen. How about spending a delightful evening with us sisters? Yuhua and Li Ziki had never encountered such audacity, a veritable band of unruly women. No, absolutely not. Li Ziki protested, his hands raised in defiance. With so many spider spirits around, the Tang Sung, would be left in pieces. Oh, don't be shy. We sisters will ensure you have a heavenly time. The female supernatural beings enveloped Li Ziki, causing the onlookers to erupt in laughter. Witnessing a national-level powerhouse in such a predicament was worth the price of admission. Yuhua, save me. At that moment, Yuhua had already seized the opportunity to slip through the door, ignoring Li Ziki's cries for help. Li Ziki, amidst the throng of women, reached out for assistance, but was promptly pushed back. Li Mingqi, dear sister, please save your elder brother. Li Mingqi, unfazed, casually dug at her ear. What are you shouting about, dear brother? You little brat, ignoring my plight. Just wait until I get home. I will teach you a lesson. Li Ziki was frantic. Sisters, this is my real brother. Just a little fun now, and I'll take him back later. Initially moved by her sentiment, Li Ziki felt utterly despondent upon hearing her follow-up. Li Mingqi, just wait, he declared fiercely. Li Mingqi smiled slightly. We'll see about that tonight. Li Ziki's expression froze. Could this little brat have more tricks up her sleeve? With joy, Yuhua escorted Gu Shiwei away as the convoy triumphantly made its way to the new residence. The courtyard was freshly renovated, and the exotic plants flourished abundantly. The area was festooned with decorations, and guests filled the space. Given the ample room, the wedding banquet was held within the courtyard. Gu Shiwei arrived at the new home first, while Yuhua entertained the guests outside. By midday, Gu Shiwei stood at the entrance alongside Yuhua, welcoming guests and capturing memories with photographs. Due to the elevated status of Gu Shiwei and Yuhua, many individuals aspired to capture a photograph with them. Thus, Yuhua thoughtfully arranged for a photographer. The manner in which the attendees presented their gifts was quite unique. Some contributed points directly, while others offered treasures, and some even brought the corpses of exotic beasts as gifts. Yuhua welcomed all, meticulously recording each offering. Naturally, only those holding invitations were permitted entry. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Gu's father escorted Gu Shiwei onto the stage, and in accordance with the officiant's words, entrusted Gu Shiwei's hand into Yuhua's. After reciting his lines, Gu's father quietly advised Yuhua, "Take good care of my daughter. Otherwise, I shall reclaim her." Yuhua, who had been smiling broadly, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing this. "I shall not grant you that opportunity." The two men engaged in a silent contest of glances upon the stage. Gu Shiyue, exasperated, remarked, "They ought to be mindful of the occasion." With a smile that masked her irritation, only then did they proceed with the ceremony. On Yuhua's side, only his sister and brother-in-law remained, who ascended the stage to accept the couple's bow, each presenting a generous red envelope. Gu Shiyue suddenly felt that having a brother-in-law was indeed a fortunate circumstance. The officiant of the wedding was the esteemed leader number 1, who volunteered for the role. The groom and bride were pillars of the nation, and his presence was imperative. As for Madame Chuanfu, she was the wife of Leader Li, a partner who had supported him from their humble beginnings in the mountains to the central government. They had children together and exemplified the ideal of a devoted spouse. They each offered their heartfelt blessings. When the officiant posed the question to the groom, "Do you take this woman before you, promising fidelity and unwavering love?" Yuhua eagerly grasped Gu Shiyue's hand, exclaiming, "I do." The officiant then turned to the bride. "Do you take this man, vowing to support one another till the end of your days?" Gu Shiyue, fighting against her shyness, replied, "I do." The officiant then inquired, "Is there anyone present who opposes this union?" "I oppose. I oppose. I oppose." The atmosphere erupted into chaos. The officiant, expecting a routine question, was taken aback by the unexpected chorus of dissent. Suddenly, several men, impeccably dressed in suits and holding flowers, appeared at the entrance, seemingly in unison, making their way to the stage. "We oppose." Yuhua narrowed his eyes. "Is it you? It seems the previous encounter was too lenient. You dare to disrupt my wedding." Yuntung stepped forward, ignoring Yuhua entirely, and knelt before Gu Shiyue. Yeah. I have come today in hopes that you will agree to make me your husband. As the water goddess, you should not be constrained by a single man. If you consent, I am willing to be your second or even third husband." Gu Shiyue recoiled in shock. She had never contemplated such notions. Before she could respond, Long Tai and Huiting also knelt, exclaiming, "Yeah, I am willing to be your second or even third husband. Please accept me, Yu. Grant me a title, regardless of which husband I may be, in this lifetime. I shall marry no one but you." Gu Shiyue felt faint, realizing that these three individuals must have conspired together. She turned to glance at Yuhua, whose eyes burned with rage as he glared at the three men, wishing he could peel their skin from their bones. Gu's parents were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. Yu Miao, furious, attempted to confront them but was restrained by several brothers-in-law. Even the esteemed commander and his associates appeared unfazed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, clearly showing their lack of opposition. The crowd buzzed with whispers, speculating whether Gu Shiyue would accept any of these men, for they were indeed distinguished figures, renowned within the capital base. Chapter 75 Explanation. Everyone was waiting for Gu Shiyue, anticipating her response. She understood that she needed to provide an answer swiftly, otherwise, the situation would deteriorate further. "I'm sorry. I refuse." The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected Gu Shiyue to voice such a declaration. After all, it was evident to anyone that accepting these men would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Moreover, their demands were modest, merely seeking a formal acknowledgement. Yet, Gu Shiyue had turned them down. Why? The three men in unison inquired. Gu Shiyue furrowed her brow, stating, "What I desire is a lifelong, monogamous marriage, rather than a farcical arrangement with a multitude. Therefore, I cannot accept your affections." Do not presume that she was oblivious to their intentions. These men had deliberately chosen this day to collectively exert pressure, fully aware that it would be difficult for Yuhua to confront them under the watchful eyes of the public. If she were a woman of the apocalypse, she might have acquiesced, but Gu Shiyue had her principles. How could she possibly agree? Yeah. The trio attempted to speak again, only to be unceremoniously ejected by Yuhua, who could no longer tolerate their presence. Enough. The wedding may proceed. Yuhua was in high spirits. Having dealt with those bothersome individuals, his mood had considerably brightened. The host, who had been an onlooker, nearly choked on his words. "Now, let us invite the bride and groom to exchange rings." The couple adorned each other with rings and shared a kiss amidst the music. And Gu Shiyue felt as though everything was a dream. Throughout the afternoon, guests were gradually sent off. By evening, it was just the family gathering for dinner. The night marked their wedding chamber, and everyone discreetly departed early, sparing them the raucousness of traditional festivities. Notably, at noon, Li Ziki had gotten drunk while shielding Yuhua from alcohol and was subsequently escorted away by Li Mingqi. What lay ahead for him was somewhat uncertain. Once everyone had left, Yuhua transported Gu Shiyue into their true sanctuary, in the space beneath the Enlightenment tea tree. Yuhua and Gu Shiyue nestled together on a lounge chair. Yeah. I have finally married you. Gu Shiwei turned her head and planted a kiss on him. Yeah. I'm terrified this is a dream. Tears glistened in Yuhua's eyes. Heaven knows he had searched for her for a decade. Gu Shiwei sighed and rubbed her face against his. I am here. Yeah. Promise me you will never leave me. All right. I promise you. Yeah. You are truly wonderful. But if you fear my departure so much, why did you threaten me back then? Yuhua, overwhelmed with love, was caught off guard by Gu Shiwei's words. His body stiffening in realization. Oh no. The reckoning has come. Yeah. Regardless, any woman Yuhua, set my sights on. None shall dare to reach for her. Whether you agree or not, it matters not. If you agree, splendid, it is legitimate. If you do not, I shall simply seize you. Gu Shiwei mimicked Yuhua's tone, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon finishing, Yuhua's complexion turned pale. Yeah, let me explain. I am listening. Gu Shiwei smiled at him, and Yuhua grew even more flustered. Yeah, at that time, I was simply terrified, afraid that you would abandon me. So I thought to seize the opportunity first. I apologize. I should not have acted this way. Did you think that force could compel me to yield? No. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Yeah. Gu Shiwei reached out to lift his chin, resembling a mischievous rogue. If you wish for my forgiveness, you can call me sister. Gu Shiwei initially believed Yuhua would be too embarrassed to utter the words, but to her surprise, his eyes sparkled with mischief. Sister, I love you. Just say you love me, and I would give my life for you. She realized she had miscalculated. This man was utterly shameless. Gu Shiwei regretted her words too late, as Yuhua had already taken advantage of the moment. The space echoed with the words sister. Gu Shiwei wished she could sew his mouth shut. In the apocalypse, individual senses were heightened, and if one were to listen intently, the slightest rustle within a 10-mile radius would be particularly pronounced, making it easy for others to overhear intimate moments between couples. However, personal space was different. It was entirely independent, with only the two of them present, allowing for greater freedom. Thus, regardless of where Yuhua chose to rendezvous, Gu Shiwei did not object and even found it rather charming. The next morning, they rose at their usual hour. According to tradition, she was supposed to return to her family today. Yuhua had already prepared gifts for this visit, and Gu Shiwei donned a vibrant crimson outfit as they made their way back together. Upon their arrival at the estate, Gu's father, mother, and brother were all waiting for them. What Gu Shiwei did not anticipate was that her mother would begin urging her to have children just 2 days after the wedding. She desperately wanted to protest, Mom, I am still young, but she dared not voice her thoughts. She simply nodded in agreement with whatever her mother said. Gu Shiwei's brother and father exchanged knowing glances, yet they too refrained from speaking. Yuhua gazed at Gu Shiwei with bright eyes, clearly taking her mother's words to heart. He became increasingly attentive in front of her mother, who began to find him more and more agreeable, while Gu's father started to grind his teeth in irritation. Since their true home was in the independent space, it did not matter much whether they stayed at the estate or the courtyard. However, by evening, Gu's mother insisted they return to the courtyard. According to her, not returning home during the wedding period would bring bad luck. It was unclear where she had picked up such superstitions. Unable to oppose her, Gu Shiwei had no choice but to return to the courtyard with Yuhua. Yu Miao and her husband still resided at the hotel and did not come over, so the courtyard was quiet at night, with only the two of them present. While workers would arrive during the day, they enjoyed a few blissful days together. With little to do at home, Gu Shiwei resumed her winemaking endeavors. Just in time, Yuhua had brought back a basket of plums, which were too sour to eat alone, so Gu Shiwei decided to ferment them into green plum wine. The beer she had brewed previously was ready to be tapped. She opened a barrel, took a sip, and found it far superior to ordinary beer, especially since it was a second-tier energy brew. This was primarily because Gu Shiwei had used third-tier water for fermentation, making her brew inherently stronger than that of others. The only drawback is that the alcohol content is quite high, nearly comparable to that of spirits. Yuhua also tasted it and expressed that the brewing was quite impressive. Gu Shiwei, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and gifted some beer to her friends and family. The feedback from everyone was exceedingly positive, further invigorating Gu Shiwei's enthusiasm. Coincidentally, the peach blossoms in her space had bloomed, prompting her to brew some peach blossom wine. However, the predominant brew remained the beast blood wine, as its ingredients were the most affordable and easily obtainable. The beast blood wine is known for enhancing physical strength, and Gu Shiwei harbored great expectations for it. Due to Yuhua's influence, those with supernatural abilities were particularly keen on body refinement. Hence, this concoction would undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation upon its release. Yuhua specifically ventured outside the city to hunt over 1,000 exotic beasts for Gu Shiwei to brew beast blood wine. Consequently, she produced approximately 1,000 jars of beast blood wine ranging from the first to the third tier. The wine cellar in the manor and the basement of the courtyard were filled to the brim with jars of wine. Noticing that she had run out of space to store the wine, Yuhua quietly excavated a large wine cellar within the estate. Chapter 76. Teleportation. On the third day of her marriage, Gu Shiwei embarked once again on her journey of purification. Due to her recent diligence and cultivation, her level had risen to 14. The skills she had recently awakened were primarily auxiliary in nature, such as spring breeze and rain, a technique used for irrigation. Another noteworthy skill was water purification, which allowed her to elevate lower-grade water to a higher quality. Gu Shiwei had successfully purified level 3 water into level 4 water. While it was also possible to refine level 4 water into level 5, the energy consumption was excessive, resulting in only a modest yield of 10 milliliters. Nevertheless, this achievement was remarkable. After all, in Huagua, only 5 milliliters of level 5 water had been discovered in a single relic site. This precious 5 milliliters ultimately enabled the Xuanzi to ascend to the 4th tier, underscoring its rarity. Gu Shiwei's purification speed had notably improved, allowing her to cleanse all the lakes, both large and small, within the Kyoto base during her spare moments. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed that the ambient energy within the base had become considerably gentler. One afternoon, Yu Miao and her husbands came to bid farewell to Gu Shiwei and Yu Hua as they were returning to the Shizhou base. Yeah. I realize this request may seem presumptuous, but I must ask, could you purify the water source for the Shizhou base? Yu Miao gazed at Gu Shiwei with hopeful eyes, her expression earnest, reminiscent of the delicate rain in Jiangnan, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Even the 5 brothers-in-law turned their attention to Gu Shiwei. Instantly, Gu Shiwei felt a wave of pressure. Sister, my purification lasts only 10 days. It may not suffice for the needs of the Shizhou base. That will be enough, Yu Miao exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. As long as you are willing to help, we can address the remaining issues. Just one purification will provide ample water for each household at the Shizhou base, enough to last us a long while. Please, dear sister, assist us. We are in desperate need of water. It was a lamentable truth. The Shizhou base, situated adjacent to a desert, had historically struggled with water scarcity. In this post-apocalyptic era, the pollution of water sources had exacerbated their plight, while many in other bases succumbed to starvation or fell victim to monstrous beasts and plants. The majority of those at the Shizhou base were perishing from thirst. Gu Shiwei nodded. Very well. Traveling to Shizhou is no small feat. I had intended to wait until my level increased further before venturing to distant bases. However, since you have requested it, I shall make the journey. Wonderful. Yeah. On behalf of the survivors of Shizhou, I thank you. Yu Miao grasped Gu Shiwei's hands, overcome with emotion. Miao, do not cry. Your tears pain me. Please. Cheer up. This is good news. Since my sister-in-law has already agreed, there is no need for tears. The brothers-in-law grew anxious, rushing to comfort Yu Miao. 5 men surrounding her, each offering words of solace, while Gu Shiwei found herself gently pushed aside. The scene struck Gu Shiwei as somewhat amusing. What a predicament. She quietly leaned against Yu Hua, thinking, it is indeed easier to rely on a man. Hua, can you teleport to the western base? Gu Shiwei inquired. It's simply too far from Kyoto to the western base. It is indeed possible, but it would require continuous teleportation, which may strain my abilities. It would be wiser to take a flight, Yu Hua replied, scratching his head. If only there were a teleportation array, Gu Shiwei murmured. A teleportation array? We have one, Yu Hua casually remarked. How come I was unaware of that? Gu Shiwei exclaimed, astonished, as she had never heard of a teleportation array existing in the post-apocalyptic world. Did I not mention it? I can set up a teleportation array. When did you ever say that? Both Gu Shiwei and Yu Miao asked in unison. Yu Hua opened his mouth, then closed it again, hesitating as he said, after my recent advancement, I comprehended the mechanics of the teleportation array, and with the appropriate materials, I can establish a large-scale teleportation array between bases. You should have mentioned it sooner. Gu Shiwei and Yu Miao echoed, exchanging a glance, equally surprised by their synchronicity. Very well, provide a list of the needed materials. Our western base shall be the first to establish a teleportation array. Yu Miao looked at her foolish brother with disdain, incredulous that he could forget something of such significance. Yu Hua scratched his head. I think I should set one up in Kyoto first. It serves as the most suitable hub for management and maintenance. That works. Then our western base will be the second. You cannot refuse this. All right. However, setting up a teleportation array is no trivial matter. First, we must apply to the relevant authorities. Ultimately, the approved location will be the abandoned bus station, which has been out of business since the apocalypse. It is now perfectly suited to serve as the teleportation hall. The teleportation array will inevitably require operation. You will promptly establish a company to manage and maintain it. All procedures were completed at record speed, and a renovation team simultaneously entered the bus station to commence modifications. Meanwhile, Yu had dedicated a full day to finalize the teleportation array in Kyoto. As it had yet to be activated, the array merely appeared as an intricate pattern. Soon after, the group hurriedly made their way to the western base. Gu Shiwei, nestled in Yu's embrace on the plane, closed her eyes to rest. Aware that the journey to the western base was long and fraught with potential beast attacks, urging everyone to take advantage of the opportunity to rest. Indeed. Nearly half an hour into the flight, they encountered a fourth-tier mutated eagle. To resolve the situation swiftly, Yu exited the plane and swiftly dispatched it. His absence was but a matter of seconds. Yu produced the eagle's energy core and presented it to Gu Shiwei. Yeah, look. This eagle's energy core is actually of the wind attribute. Gu Shiwei perked up, recognizing that wind attribute items were rare, and this energy core was undoubtedly of immense value. Such a treasure. But who possesses the wind attribute? I recall no one around me with that ability. Yu appeared equally puzzled. It seems there are no experts with the wind attribute among us. Is it possible that I, your sister, possess the wind attribute? Yu Miao remarked wistfully. The lingering flames suddenly froze, as he realized with dismay that he had forgotten. His sister was actually of the wind attribute. He had been completely unaware. Gu Shiwei truly did not know. After all, Yu Miao appeared so delicate and unassuming, hardly resembling a combatant. Not only am I of the wind attribute, but I am also a fifth-tier master of it, Yu Miao declared through gritted teeth. Ahem. Sister, since you are allergic to energy cores, I shall refrain from giving you this one. Instead, I shall offer you the corpse of a beast. Wind attribute beasts are quite rare, and their materials are exceedingly precious. Yu Miao could utilize it to forge a complete set of equipment. All right. Thank you, little brother. At this moment, Yu Miao felt a sense of relief, realizing that this troublesome boy had not caused her efforts to be in vain. Along the journey, they encountered several more beasts, and each of them took turns to slay them, yet none were more valuable than the mutated eagle they had previously faced. Thus, they arrived at the Shisho base without further incident. Chapter 77. The Snowy Mountain. Upon their descent, Gu Shiwei was greeted by a vast expanse of yellow sand, where passers-by bore sun-darkened skin, and most women donned veils for protection. Yu Miao had also prepared a veil for Gu Shiwei, and upon wearing it, she was suddenly struck by an urge to don traditional Han attire. It evoked a sense of martial artistry. It was evident that water was a rare commodity here, as the roadsides were devoid of greenery. Our conditions are rather harsh, unlike in the capital. You must make do, she remarked. Observing the parched lips and the grimy skin of the locals, Gu Shiwei felt a pang of discomfort. Water. Darling, water has arrived. A low-tier ability user, clutching a bowl of hard-earned water, offered it to a woman and her child. Gu Shiwei could see him incessantly licking his cracked lips. The woman took a small sip and then refused to drink further, while the child gulped down several mouthfuls before hesitating to continue. The man then raised the bowl to his lips, draining the last remnants. The trio exhibited little desire for conversation, as speaking would only exacerbate their thirst. Nearby, a few ordinary men watched enviously, wishing they too could survive. With no other option, they risked drinking unpurified river water, only to meet a grim fate. The surrounding populace accepted this grim reality with indifference, while a cleaner attended to the remnants of the tragedy. Gu Shiwei felt a deep sense of anguish. Her sheltered life had left her unprepared for the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world, thinking it merely a matter of scarcity and external dangers. She had never anticipated that death could be so commonplace in the vast base of Shijo. Where was the source of water? It lay in that very snowy mountain. Gu Shiwei fell silent, contemplating the purification of the snowy mountain, a task she had yet to attempt. I shall go and investigate. Yeah, I will accompany you, Yu instinctively declared, only to be halted by Yu Miao pulling him back. You stay, and prepare the teleportation array. I will go with Ye. Yu cast a reproachful glance at his elder sister. Fear not. I assure you I will return her safely, Yu Miao insisted as she pushed Yu away. The melting of the snow would require time. However, the existing river within the city could be prioritized for purification, at least alleviating their immediate plight. Standing at the riverbank, Gu Shiwei gazed at the murky waters, feeling an overwhelming lack of courage to drink from it. Yet, this was the hope of the people of Shisho. She extended her hand towards the river, channeling her purification ability into the water. Before her eyes, the energy of the river transformed at a visibly rapid pace, becoming tranquil. She did not falter. The river flowed swiftly, and the small amount of purified water would soon be overrun by the polluted waters. Yu Miao, quick-witted, scooped a bowl of water and placed it on a testing device. Purification rate, 83, it's second-tier water. Notify the citizens to come to the riverbank for water. Soon, the citizens' wristbands buzzed with the message, inciting a frenzy as they rushed to the riverbank with containers in hand. Within a mere 10 minutes, Gu Shiyue had purified the entire river, and by that time, the riverbank was teeming with people. Everyone wept bitterly. Many even leaped into the river, laughing heartily amidst the rushing waters. Ha ha ha. It is true. The water is indeed at level 2. We are fortunate. Oh heavens! Have you finally opened your eyes? How wonderful. So much level 2 water. We can survive. Brother, if only you could endure for a few more days. Is the apocalypse drawing to a close? Gu Shiyue and Yu Miao stood by the riverbank, deeply moved by the sight. Suddenly, it occurred to her that perhaps the heavens had transported her here to bring an end to the apocalypse. Yeah, did you see? You saved these people. Yu Miao's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked increasingly pitiful. Sister, let us go to the snow mountain. Gu Shiyue had no time for sentiment. She needed to purify the snow mountain swiftly, or else the river would soon be tainted once more. The vehicle arranged by Yu Miao traveled upstream against the current for several hundred kilometers. The expanse of land was vast. Gu Shiyue occasionally paused to purify the water, preventing polluted waters from flowing downstream. It was not until nightfall that they finally arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. Here, there were no signs of human habitation. They spent the night in the car, as ascending the mountain at night was unwise. Despite the bonfire illuminating their surroundings, a pack of desert wolves soon approached. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes fixated on them, accompanied by howls. This pack of mutated wolves numbered at least in the hundreds. Sister, Gu Shiyue felt a flicker of fear, for she had never encountered such a scene. Yu Miao patted her hand. Do not be afraid. They are merely level 20 mutated wolves. Return to the car, and if danger arises, flee at once. Yu Miao was unaware that Yu Hua had a personal space. He had never mentioned it to her. Sister, do not worry about me. I can protect myself. You all focus on slaying the beasts. Gu Shiyue was self-aware. Facing a pack of level 20 mutated wolves would only render her a mere snack. Yu Miao nodded, understanding that Gu Shiyue's unique status meant that both the nation and her brother had likely bestowed upon her numerous protective treasures. Accompanying Yu Miao on this outing were 3 brothers-in-law, and together, the 4 of them ventured forth to hunt wolves. Gu Shiyue activated the level 5 array disc given to her by Yu Hua. Feeling a tinge of unease, she fortified herself with additional defenses. Then, she began to employ various water mist and bubble techniques to trouble the enemies. While their effectiveness was limited, they served as useful distractions. As Yu Miao engaged in battle, she possessed an air reminiscent of Lin Daiyu pulling at the willow branches. Her weapon was a pair of twin blades, and she felled wolves with precision. Gu Shiyue was dazzled by the spectacle, while the 3 brothers-in-law displayed their prowess, dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. Perhaps due to Gu Shiyue's spells, the Wolf King took notice, and several wolves began to approach her. Gu Shiyue felt a surge of anxiety, and at the moment the mutated wolves lunged at her, she unleashed a water vortex. As a result, the water vortex did not harm the mutated wolf. Rather, the blades emitted by the formation effortlessly annihilated the creature. Gu Shiyue found herself at a loss for words. Had she known the formation was so formidable, she would not have felt any fear. The moment Yu Miao detected Gu Shiyue's predicament, she swiftly flew over, confident in her ability to rescue her friend, thanks to her wind-based abilities. However, to her astonishment, Gu Shiyue had already succeeded in saving herself. She gave Yu Miao a thumbs up before turning to hunt the wolf. With Gu Shiyue's self-defense capabilities established, Yu Miao felt liberated to unleash her full potential in the battle. The 4 of them coordinated their efforts, and within half an hour, they had nearly exterminated the mutated wolves. Observing the dire situation, the Wolf King attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the exceptionally swift Yu Miao. Chapter 78. Ice. The Wolf King howled, retreating several steps before lunging at Yu Miao. Undaunted, Yu Miao swiftly struck the beast's abdomen with her blade. The Wolf King was gravely injured, leaving Yu Miao splattered in blood. At that moment, her 3 brothers-in-law successfully vanquished the remaining mutated wolves, and together, the 4 of them besieged the Wolf King, who ultimately succumbed with a mournful cry. With the battlefield cleared, Yu Miao, equipped with spatial gear, efficiently organized their surroundings. Yu, the stench of blood is overwhelming. It will attract other beasts. We must leave promptly. Yu Miao displayed her considerable experience in combat, proving she was not merely a caged bird relying on dual cultivation to enhance her abilities, as Gu Shiyue had presumed. Indeed, dawn is approaching. Let us ascend the mountain. Gu Shiyue concurred, sharing the same sentiment. With their plans aligned, they wasted no time and began their ascent. Along the path, they encountered numerous exotic plants, nourished by the waters of the snow-capped mountains. As they traversed a grove of pines, they stumbled upon a murderous pine tree, which was at least level 40. Its needles were sharper than steel. Sustaining minor injuries, it was ultimately Yu Miao who took the risk to eliminate the deadly tree. After these encounters, Gu Shiyue's perception of Yu Miao underwent a complete transformation. This was no delicate flower, She resembled a capable warrior more than anything. As they continued along the riverbank, they encountered several exotic beasts, though few exceeded level 4, making them manageable for Yu Miao. The greatest threat on this snow-covered mountain was likely situated at its summit. I am quite concerned, Yu Miao confessed. There have been legends of snowmen here since ancient times. Just last month, someone reported sighting a colossal snowman, conservatively estimated to be level 5. We can wait a while. Yuhuo should arrive today, Yu Miao added. Gu Shiyu nodded in agreement. It would be safer with Yuhuo around. She decided to purify the river water in the meantime. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a pine tree in the grove undergoing mutation, laden with numerous pine cones. Utilizing her water arrow technique, she harvested nearly 100 large pine cones. Moreover, she stumbled upon a matsutake mushroom thriving beneath the tree, also in the process of mutation. Carefully, she excavated the mycelium along with the soil and planted it in the mountainous region of Yuhua's spatial realm, where a cluster of pine trees thrived. When Yuhua finally arrived, he found the group enjoying a delightful outdoor meal, amused yet apprehensive upon seeing the extensive signs of battle below. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight of them feasting. Seeing this, Gu Shiyu quickly ladled a bowl of soup for him, exclaiming, "Oh, try this. It's fish soup, incredibly delicious." Yuhua's face lit up with a grin. "Thank you, Yu." Meanwhile, Yu Miao found his smile rather irritating and discreetly moved aside to whisper with her brothers-in-law. Gu Shiyu then produced several sweet potatoes from the fire, saying, "Roasted sweet potatoes are delightful, do try some." Yuhua reveled in Gu Shiyu's attentive service, feeling as though he might float away. Yeah, you are truly wonderful." After indulging in the moment, the group began to ascend towards the snow line. It is only the extraordinary beasts and plants that thrive above this line that pose a genuine threat. Gu Shiyu purified her surroundings as she walked. There was no need for her to cleanse the entire mountain, as the ice and snow at the summit remained perpetually frozen and require no purification. Her focus was on the ice and snow closer to the snow line. Thus, the task was not exceedingly complex. However, snow, unlike water, does not flow, which made the purification process somewhat slower. Yuhua closely followed Gu Shiyu, while Yu Miao, feeling bored, wandered around and discovered numerous valuable exotic plants, including snow lotus. Even Yuhua was tempted, but he dared not leave until Gu Shiyu finished her work. Once she completed the purification, they unanimously decided to venture to the mountain peak in hopes of uncovering some treasures. Treasures they did find. Upon reaching the permanent ice layer, Gu Shiyu noticed that the ice blocks contained very little volatile energy, nearly negligible. They could easily be utilized as level 3 water. Unfortunately, the extraction proved challenging. But this was no obstacle for those with abilities. Yuhua effortlessly sliced through several large chunks with his spatial blade and stored them away, declaring his intention to create a swimming pool. The others did not object to his apparent wastefulness, as each one of them collected some as well. With space to spare, they could store as much as they desired. As Yuhua continued to cut, he discovered an energy jade mine beneath the ice layer, cold ice jade. The eyes of the group brightened with excitement, for this was a valuable find. Cold ice jade is a level 4 energy jade mine, suitable for crafting and particularly beneficial for individuals with ice or water attributes. Yeah, wait, I shall create a jade bed for you. Gu Shiyu shot him a sidelong glance. Incredulous at the thought of a bed made of cold ice jade, did he wish to freeze her to death? Realizing he had misspoken, Yuhua fell silent and began digging. The brothers-in-law each showcased their skills, starting to excavate in different directions. Gu Shiyu also took out a specially crafted energy shovel, designed for digging through soil and ice layers. Cold ice jade is often encased in a layer of stone, which must be broken to reveal whether jade resides within. Thus, they all excavated and cut simultaneously. When Gu Shiyu struggled to cut through, Yuhua generously offered her the divine sword he had previously extracted from the great serpent of Dachi. With the divine sword in hand, Gu Shiyu found it much easier to slice through the stone. After a moment's hesitation, Yuhua suggested, Yeah. Why not claim the divine sword as your own? Its performance is quite commendable. Gu Shiyu was touched. Yuhua's own weapon was not as formidable as the divine sword, and yet he wished to give it to her. No, thank you. I engage in battle infrequently, and the sword would be wasted on me. You should claim it for yourself. I prefer using a gun, and besides, the sword's attributes do not align with my own, Yuhua declined. Gu Shiyu briefly assessed the sword and indeed found that it possessed ice attributes, making it inherently suitable for her. Consequently, she no longer hesitated and willingly acknowledged her bond with the sword. The divine blade emitted a resonant hum, encircling Gu Shiyu with an air of vitality. Remarkably, it possessed a spirit. Yu Miao approached, noting the rarity of a sentient weapon, urging her to cherish it and not let it feel neglected. In the entirety of Huagua, there existed merely 3 such weapons, and neither Yuhua nor Yu Miao owned one. I will, Gu Shiyu replied, gently caressing the blade. Upon the hilt, she discovered 2 characters in seal script, which she could not decipher, prompting her to inquire with Yu Hua and the others. Fortunately, her brother-in-law, a refined individual named Xia Yang, provided the answer. This is Liu Guang. Oh, is it not a sword from the island nation? Yu Hua realized belatedly that both the name and the characters indicated that this sword was indeed a genuine treasure of Huagua. It certainly is not, Xia Yang asserted confidently. Before the apocalypse, I was a graduate student in history. I can affirm this is a sword of Huagua. In that instant, Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua regarded him with newfound respect, astonished that he was truly a scholar. How rare it was to find a learned man in a world dominated by warriors. Chapter 79. Astonishment. How could the sword of Huagua possibly appear in the land of the rising sun, sealed away with the 8-headed serpent? Gu Shiyue was utterly perplexed. It turns out that Huagua once possessed a civilization of cultivation. Yu Hua's words fell like a splash of water in boiling oil. Are you suggesting that the sword cultivators and alchemists of the past were indeed real? Yes, Longhushan actually harbors some legacies of cultivation, which is why Kang Xuanzi was able to achieve greatness at the very onset of the apocalypse. Yu Hua, while mining, elaborated for Gu Shiyue. Indeed, countless historical texts from Huagua attest to the authenticity of cultivation. Xia Yang chimed in. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity upon me, right? This line of poetry resonated deeply with Gu Shiyue. There are many, including the Shan Haijing, Soxinji, and Lai Xianzhuan. Before the apocalypse, we could only glean hints from these texts, but after, they were directly verified. Xia Yang spoke eloquently. Verified? Gu Shiyue was bewildered. How was this verified? Yu Hua chuckled and replied, indeed verified. I ventured into the place of inheritance a decade ago and obtained the legacy of cultivation. Gu Shiyue's mouth nearly formed an O shape. You are a cultivator? How could she have been unaware? Sensing the signs of Gu Shiyue's impending ire, Yu Hua quickly clarified, not quite. I possess the legacy of cultivation, however. The volatile energy and spiritual power of today's world differ greatly. I indeed practice cultivation techniques, but they do not equate to spiritual power. So I remain a bona fide ability user. Gu Shiyue struggled to comprehend. Isn't there a conflict? Practicing cultivation techniques to harness abilities? There is a slight conflict. But the power of space is relatively pure, quite distinct from elemental power, so I have no significant issues in my practice. Gu Shiyue felt envious. She, too, desired spatial abilities. How convenient would that be? Where's the place of inheritance? Suddenly, Gu Shiyue recalled this question. Yu Hua straightened and contemplated for a moment before responding. The place of inheritance lies in another realm, opening once every decade. If you calculate, it should be accessible this year. At that time, those below level 20 can enter. You should be able to make it. Gu Shiyue perked up. Is the place of inheritance left behind by cultivators? Yu Hua squinted in recollection, his expression becoming unusually serious. Indeed, it is a relic left by powerful cultivators for our Huagua, where one can acquire techniques, alchemy, artifact refinement, talisman crafting, and various legacies, though there are no tangible rewards. Oh, by the way, your brewing legacy originated from there, Yu Hua added. The brewing legacy is indeed a treasure. Even the beast blood wine can bring Gu Shiyue immense profits. Is it difficult to navigate through the challenges within? Not at all. It primarily depends on one's aptitude and temperament. Have you all been there? Yim Yao burst into laughter. Yeah, such an opportunity is rare. At the dawn of the apocalypse, only 100 individuals were chosen for the place of inheritance, and ultimately, only 4 succeeded in acquiring it. Those are the 4 great guardians of the nation. Don't let Yu Hua deceive you. Gu Shiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. She truly believed it was not difficult. Yu Hua scratched his head, affirming, indeed, it is not challenging. I recall that one merely needs to slay a few monsters. Do not heed his words, interjected Yu Miao. Anxious that Gu Shiyue might be misled, he managed to surpass the 2nd tier while battling monsters. What may be easy for him could prove quite arduous for us. Gu Shiyue was taken aback, realizing that Yu Hua was remarkably skilled from the very beginning, having already conquered monsters of the 2nd tier. A feat she certainly could not replicate. Cough. With your current equipment, battling monsters should be quite effortless, Yu Hua awkwardly remarked. That may be so. Yet with her present capabilities, whether she can secure a legacy upon entering the place of inheritance remains uncertain. What is paramount is ensuring her safety. Everyone nodded in agreement. But Gu Shiyue bit her lip, suggesting, how about a special training session for me? I have faced too few battles. Yu Hua and Yu Miao exchanged glances, contemplating her request. That could be feasible, but first and foremost, we must excavate this patch of ice jade. The exact quantity of ice jade remained unknown. They were merely mining the section beneath their feet, leaving the rest to Yu Miao and her companions. In the end, Gu Shiyue unearthed over 50 pieces, while Yu Hua, working swiftly, amassed over 1,000, forming a small mountain in their spatial storage. Ecstatic, Gu Shuriwe counted the ice jade, knowing that Yuhua's collection was essentially hers. The group exited the mine, their faces smudged with dust, sharing a smile at their disheveled appearances. With ample time remaining, Yuhua proposed that they ascend further. As they had adequately prepared winter clothing in their spatial storage, the snow-capped mountains were home to a mutated mink, a creature with a mere 10-level ranking, yet exceptionally swift and adept in ice magic. Its Snow White, soft fur rendered it an ideal choice for crafting warm garments. They resolved to hunt some to take back, each intending to create their own winter attire. The mutated minks had also grown considerably in size, comparable to calves, thus providing ample material for one person. Yu Miao's group had already acquired some, now merely assisting Gu Shiwei in the hunt. The timid mutated minks blended seamlessly into the snowy landscape, making them somewhat challenging to locate. Fortunately, they discovered a group on the hillside. As the snowstorm raged, Gu Shiyue's hands felt nearly frozen. She contemplated appealing to Yuhua for assistance, but he refused. Shiwei, while I can protect you, there will be moments I cannot. You must learn to fend for yourself. If you cannot withstand such a trivial snowstorm, it would be prudent to avoid the place of inheritance altogether. Perhaps you should simply let me care for you at home. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiwei felt a surge of indignation. How infuriating. Nevertheless, she raised her radiant sword and commenced the hunt for minks. Though her hands were numb with cold, the sword possessed a spirit that aided her in correcting her aim, enabling her to become increasingly adept with each strike. Lacking formal swordsmanship training, she suddenly found a technique flooding her mind as she swung her blade. She envisioned a man clad in red, stealthily hunting monsters in the darkness. Moving like a streak of light, his sword akin to a soaring dragon, dispatching foes with swift, lethal precision. The man stood resolute, his sword in hand. This was the flowing light sword technique. Gu Shiwei, as if entranced, began to mimic the movements of the man in red. Initially, her efforts were clumsy, and she was even scratched a few times by the mutated weasel. Yu Miao, watching from the side, felt a pang of sympathy. What is wrong with Ye? Should we not lend her a hand? Yuhua immediately interjected. Do not move. She is receiving the inheritance of the sword technique. We must not interrupt. He was all too familiar with this kind of inheritance, having encountered it on numerous occasions before. Upon hearing this, Yu Miao could only exercise patience and await Gu Shiyue's completion. Meanwhile, Gu Shiwei, now deeply immersed in the sword technique, no longer appeared as clumsy as she once did. Her movements began to flow with grace, and the wounds she had sustained were fewer. Chapter 80. Out of the cellar she practiced her swordsmanship repeatedly, and all the mutated ferrets on the hillside had been vanquished by her hand. Seeing this, Yuhua promptly stepped forward to offer her guidance. Thus, Gu Shiwei fought tirelessly for over 3 hours before finally succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. Yuhua hurriedly caught her, transporting her to a safe space before hastily descending the mountain with Yu Miao and the others. By the time Gu Shiwei regained consciousness, they had already returned to the Kyoto base. She felt a pang of regret for not being able to experience the teleportation array immediately. Today was meant to be a day of rest at home, perhaps brewing some wine, but the doorbell had nearly been trampled by visitors. Various bases had come to request the establishment of teleportation arrays and to solicit her assistance in purifying water sources. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiwei felt overwhelmed. The leaders of so many bases, typically figures of high authority, were now waiting at her doorstep. With so many people, she dared not let them all in. Nor could she admit only a fraction. Fairness was paramount. Her wristwatch incessantly beeped, with numerous requests to add her as a friend, and many messages flowing in. Gu Shiwei felt at a loss, unsure how to manage the situation. Fortunately, Yuhua had anticipated this and promptly instructed the teleportation company to draft a proposal, urging interested bases to contact them directly. Finally, the crowd at the entrance began to dwindle. Gu Shiwei took to her social platform, posting, "The water purification project will proceed concurrently with the teleportation array project. Interested parties please contact the teleportation company." The Mercenary Association had even assigned her a specific task, granting her contribution points for each water source purified, allowing her to set her own time and place. At last, she felt a sense of relief. Being a hands-off manager certainly had its advantages. Indeed, the phone lines at the teleportation company had been buzzing with activity these past few days. Everyone was working overtime, with Yuhua and Gu Shiwei being the busiest of all. One would arrange the teleportation arrays while the other purified water sources, and for the next month, they would be as busy as a whirlwind. They had agreed to compress their work into half a day upon arriving at a location. Gu Shiwei would first purify the water source with Yuhua accompanying her, after which he would set up the teleportation array while she stood by. This way, they would not have to part ways. While Gu Shiwei was purifying the water sources, Yuhua would hunt nearby beasts. And when it was her turn to assist with the teleportation array, she could take the opportunity to brew beast blood wine. Thus, they turned the gears of labor for a month until they had nearly purified all the water sources within the borders of Huaghua, leaving only 2 mother rivers and the 5 Great Lakes, which were beyond her current capabilities to purify. Once they returned to Kyoto, the second batch of wine brewed by Gu Shiwei would be ready for uncorking. This batch was primarily beast blood wine, supplemented by various fruit wines and peach blossom wine. Gu Shiwei eagerly anticipated the beast blood wine, for it was inexpensive and readily available. Most importantly, its effects were remarkable. Capable of continuously enhancing physical strength, a necessity for every ability user. Gu Shiwei cracked open the sealed clay, lifting the protective paper, and a rich, fragrant aroma of wine wafted toward her. How delightful. Yeah, what is this? Li Mingqi and Li Ziki, siblings, unexpectedly arrived at the gathering, and upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. You belong to the dog zodiac, don't you? Yu exclaimed, his cheeks puffed up in irritation. He had yet to taste the wine brewed by Ye, and now these two had arrived. Ignoring Yu entirely, they gravitated towards Gu Shiwei. Is this the wine you brewed? It smells divine. What kind is it? Li Mingqi eagerly inquired. Gu Shiwei was taken aback by their timely appearance. It's beast blood wine. Perfect timing for you to help me taste it and provide feedback, she replied. Carefully, she ladled out a cup, the wine boasting a hue akin to red wine. Strikingly beautiful, with a noticeable cling to the glass. She served each of them a cup. All of them were connoisseurs of fine spirits. After a delicate sip, their eyes lit up in surprise. The flavor was delightful, fragrant, and not at all astringent. Gu Shiwei took a sip herself and was pleased to find there was no trace of the beastly scent. She then savored it further. Noting the energy permeating through her limbs, this must be the enhancement to physical prowess. The others clearly felt it too. The effects are remarkable. A full jar could enhance my physical strength by at least 1, Li Mingqi remarked, thoroughly satisfied. Having surpassed level 30, gaining even a mere 1 increase was quite formidable. For me, the effect is negligible, Li Ziki commented. I doubt it would benefit me much, but this jar is ranked 3rd, right? I recall you possessing a 4th ranked one. Let us see that. Gu Shiwei acquiesced and brought out a jar of 4th ranked beast blood wine. With her capabilities, she had reached her limit in brewing, thus, she had only a few jars to offer. You have 4th ranked wine. Li Mingqi and Li Ziki immediately crowded closer. Gu Shiwei poured each of them a cup, refraining from drinking herself as it was far beyond her level to handle. After finishing her drink, Li Mingqi burst into laughter. With just this cup, I can advance. I will definitely level up tonight, she exclaimed. What a splendid find. After tasting, both Yuhua and Li Ziki nodded in agreement. The effects are indeed commendable. A jar should enhance physical strength by 1. This echoed Li Mingqi's earlier assessment, indicating they were in need of 5th ranked beast blood wine. Alas, Gu Shiwei was not yet able to brew such a concoction. Shiwei, how about selling me some of this wine? Li Mingqi implored, eager to seize this golden opportunity. I can't give it all to you. At most, I can offer you and your brother 1,000 jars of 1st rank, 500 jars of 2nd rank, and 200 jars of 3rd rank, plus 1 jar of 4th rank. The remainder, I must reserve for myself. Both Li Ziki and Li Mingqi were somewhat disappointed. 1,000 jars were hardly enough to share. However, Gu Shiwei added, the next batch will soon be ready, likely in 3 days, and I can provide you with more then. They had not anticipated such unexpected fortune and, naturally, had no reason to refuse. The two individuals completely forgot their initial purpose for arriving. Leaving with a space filled with beast blood wine, Gu Shiwei was left with approximately 2,000 jars of 1st-tier wine and 1,000 jars of 2nd-tier wine, which she decided to distribute as benefits for her employees. As for the 3rd-tier wine, she retained about 600 jars, keeping 100 for herself, allocating 100 to Yuhua, setting aside 100 for her parents, distributing 100 among the estate guards, and donating 200 jars to the state. This nearly accounted for her entire stock. Regarding the peach blossom wine, it indeed possessed a distinct peach blossom flavor, and drinking it would induce a state of illusion, making it a rather peculiar beverage. After consuming it, Gu Shiwei found herself in a daze, unexpectedly pulling Yuhua into a dance, fortunately without anyone witnessing it. Additionally, there was the green plum wine, which had a tangy taste and surprisingly invigorating properties. When paired with enlightenment tea, it might yield extraordinary effects. Chapter 81. Specialized training on the following day. Yuhua eagerly took Gu Shiwei out of the city. Her specialized training was about to commence. It had been long overdue. The location Yuhua chose was utterly revolting to Gu Shiwei. It was the Bug Valley. Upon witnessing the ground and trees teeming with caterpillars, she was overwhelmed with nausea. Yet, the heartless Yuhua paid no heed to her suffering. He unceremoniously tossed her into the midst of the valley and vanished in an instant. Gu Shuriwei was left shivering with unease, while he had fled, surrounded by various mutated butterflies. She realized that she had no choice but to muster her courage and fight back. Drawing her radiant sword, she channeled her unique abilities and began to practice her swordsmanship. By concentrating her thoughts solely on the sword, her dread of the squirming caterpillars dissipated. As the butterflies were of a relatively low level, all within level 10, Gu Shuriwei found it quite easy to eliminate them. This was precisely why Yu Hua had chosen this challenge for her. He aimed to help her conquer her psychological fears and build her confidence as a formidable expert. After exterminating tens of thousands of butterflies, Gu Shuriwei felt her confidence soar. Convinced she was indeed a master. Once the butterflies were eradicated, Yu Hua led her into a safe space to rest. However, Gu Shuriwei was too furious to acknowledge him. Was it humane to abandon one's newlywed wife in such a repulsive bug valley? Yu Hua, though sheepish, was aware that his actions were rather unkind. Yet he had been present all along, something Gu Shuriwei was unaware of. As Yu Hua busily attended to her needs, Gu Shuriwei found her anger dissipating unexpectedly. Nevertheless, this impudent fellow needed to be taught a lesson. He must understand the gravity of his actions. Thus, she maintained a stern demeanor, refusing to engage with him. Their next destination was still the Bug Valley, but this time they faced a horde of mutated cockroaches. These cockroaches boasted hard exoskeletons and were level 10, with remarkable speed. Their sharp mandibles could easily crush rocks, and a single bite could result in the loss of flesh. Thus, mutated cockroaches ruled the Bug Valley, making them significantly more challenging to defeat. Gu Shuriwei gradually acclimated, and after a mere 10 minutes, she finally discerned the cockroach's weaknesses, enabling her to execute lethal strikes. An hour later, she had vanquished every last one of them. Without allowing her a moment's respite, Yu Hua brought her to the territory of mutated spiders. Despite her revulsion, Gu Shuriwei resigned herself to the task and began her assault. The mutated spiders were venomous, and while she attacked, she also needed to be cautious of their strikes, which hindered her efficiency considerably. Nevertheless, she was not one to abandon her efforts midway. She persevered for 3 arduous hours before finally overcoming the formidable mutated spiders. By the time she finished, she was utterly exhausted, barely able to move a finger. Knowing Yu Hua was nearby, she felt secure enough to drift into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already the following day. Yu Hua was there beside her. Yeah, you're awake. Gu Shuriwei shot him a glare. Who was it that had caused her to become this way? Yu Hua seemed to have grown thicker-skinned, displaying no concern for Gu Shuriwei as he carried her to the bathroom to freshen up, and then to the dining room to feed her. Gu Shuriwei felt a flush of embarrassment, as if she were incapable of taking care of herself. Snatching the spoon from him, she insisted on feeding herself. Yu Hua sighed in regret and began to eat a bun himself. Today, Yu Hua had taken Gu Shuriwei to a vast grassland, where she was to face a horde of mutated wild buffaloes. These buffaloes, at level 15, were immense in size and charged with remarkable speed. Their stampede reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds, awe-inspiring in their ferocity. Had it been the former Gu Shuriwei confronting such a herd, she would have been paralyzed with fear. However, after a day of slaying monsters, her mindset had transformed. She was eager to engage and even contemplated leaping onto the back of a buffalo. As anticipated, the buffaloes proved formidable foes. It took her at least 4 or 5 strikes to bring down a single beast, and should they charge in her direction, she would be gravely injured if not killed. To avoid being trampled into the ground, she strategically targeted the buffaloes on the periphery. Remarkably, aside from their stampeding charge, the buffaloes lacked any other offensive skills, making them far easier to handle once she discerned their patterns. Gu Shuriwei relentlessly dispatched over 1,000 mutated buffaloes, with their carcasses piling up uncollected. Fortunately, Yu Hua was there to support her. Otherwise, the sight would have pained her heart. She spent an entire day hunting buffaloes without a morsel of food or water, growing increasingly exhilarated with each kill, ultimately mastering the flowing light sword technique. On the 3rd day, Yu Hua introduced her to a level 20 boss for a duel. Gu Shuriwei initially believed that her abilities would be insufficient to conquer this mutated bear, but she underestimated both herself and the flowing light sword. To her astonishment, the sword easily breached the boss's defenses, while the flowing light sword technique rendered the creature utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Yu Hua guided her to confront a level 30 mutated tiger boss, which she astonishingly defeated through sheer perseverance with the flowing light sword. Regrettably, neither of the bosses yielded any beast patterns, confirming their rarity. Is the flowing light truly so powerful? Gu Shuriwei mused, gently caressing the sword, which affectionately nudged against her. To subdue an 8th tier Yamada no Orochi, the flowing light must be at least a 9th tier divine sword, Yu Hua remarked. Gu Shuriwei's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder it was so formidable. Yeah, our special training has concluded. Let us return. Gu Shuriwei was momentarily taken aback, Was it really over? Silly Yaya. Your battle experience now suffices. You can't expect to progress so rapidly again. Yuhua ruffled her hair affectionately, while Gu Shiwei felt a tinge of regret. She acknowledged her exhaustion. It was indeed time to rest, balancing work with leisure. Upon returning to the manor, Gu Shiwei recalled the matter of the Yamada no Orochi and inquired of Yuhua, "How fares the island nation now?" Clearly, Yuhua was already aware of the dire situation. It was quite grim. The domestic bases had essentially been obliterated. The island nation could be considered a fallen state. Were they not a subordinate of the beautiful country? Why has the beautiful country not intervened on their behalf? Gu Shiwei had naively believed, much like in the animated tales from the island nation, that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, and the prince would seal away the malevolent dragon. Yuhua scoffed disdainfully, remarking, I wouldn't dare confront the Yamada no Orochi head-on. Not a soul from the beautiful country would venture near. However, there are whispers that the beautiful country has pledged to deploy an atomic bomb on the island nation. Hiss, did the islanders consent to this? What choice do they have? Their nation has already been annihilated. Would that atomic bomb be capable of slaying the Yamada no Orochi? If nuclear weapons could vanquish such formidable beasts of the 8th tier, one might imagine a collective sigh of relief from nations around the globe. It's uncertain. After all, I have yet to experience the might of an atomic bomb. Indeed, who in their right mind would launch an atomic bomb for mere amusement? Only the beautiful country and the island nation would be so reckless, one willing to strike, and the other resigned to endure. Chapter 82, A Chance Encounter. Has the situation at the southern base been resolved? After all, it is her hometown. She cannot truly turn a blind eye. Yes, the base leader has been replaced, and Gu Minjing's influence has been entirely uprooted. They are set to appear in court next month for treason, an unforgivable crime. Indeed, Yuhua agreed, then recalled something. By the way, do you want the space equipment I previously extracted from her? Since it is my trophy, I have the right of first disposal. If you desire it, I can procure it at a cost. Gu Shiwei had contemplated this before. She possessed an independent small space, as well as Yuhua's personal space, and she could also produce level 4 water. Thus, her need for that space was minimal, and there was no necessity to monopolize the benefits. No. Give it to someone else. Are you certain you do not want it? Absolutely. Very well. If you decline, it will likely go to that woman, Zhu Xian. Yuhua expressed his regret. Why? Gu Shiwei was puzzled. Surely others would desire it as well. She is a national treasure. And being a national treasure signifies not only formidable strength but also significant contributions to the state. Zhu Xian excels in agriculture. The cultivation techniques we currently employ were developed under her leadership. Level 3 water is immensely beneficial for farming, making her the most suitable candidate. Gu Shiwei then realized that Zhu Xian was indeed a master of post-apocalyptic agriculture, a pioneer in the field. She could not help but feel a sense of respect. If that is the case, it is only right to offer the space to her. Yuhua ruffled Gu Shiwei's hair. My Yaya is truly so understanding. My affection for you grows each day. What should I do? At that moment, Gu Shiwei suddenly recalled that she was still in a cold war with Yuhua. How had she engaged in such conversation with him? Is it too late to regret? You will sleep in the guest room tonight, she stated expressionlessly. No. Yaya, what is wrong? Were we not just fine? Yuhua, distressed, found it cruel to leave him alone in their new home. What was acceptable earlier is no longer. Women have the right to be capricious. With a heavy heart, Yuhua made his way to the guest room, glancing back in hopes that Gu Shiwei would call him back, but she swiftly locked the door behind her. In the middle of the night, Gu Shiwei sensed Yuhua stealthily entering, climbing onto the bed, and contentedly nestling beside her. Although she was awake, she chose to feign ignorance. Life is, after all, a blend of clarity and confusion. Indeed, when she awoke in the morning, that coward had already retreated to the guest room, leaving no trace behind. If not for the fleeting moment of clarity she experienced, she might have thought it all a dream. Today, Gu Shiwei planned to visit the market to see if she could procure some materials. However, upon reaching the entrance, she encountered a commotion. Imo Mingzhu, do you still believe you are the cherished jewel of the Imo family? The sharp and caustic voice instantly identified itself to Gu Shiwei as Hua Jiao. She paused to observe, noting that these two were meeting her for the first time. Yet they regarded her with palpable malice. However, in truth, she had not offended them at all. Jiao, my elder brother is still waiting for you. How can you say that? Have you so quickly transferred your affections? Imo Mingzhu, adorned in vibrant attire, had lost the initial arrogance and innocence she once possessed. Beside her stood a man with a sullen expression. Meanwhile, Hua Jiao clung to a man's arm. Silence. How could a scion of a fallen family be worthy of me, Hua Jiao? Hua Jiao exclaimed in exasperation. Gu Shiwei recalled how, due to her, the engagement between the Hua family and the Mo family had fallen apart, and Hu Jiao had once given her a disdainful look. Why then? Had she suddenly turned her back on Mo Mingyuan? You. It was you who eagerly sought to marry my elder brother in the first place. Now that our family has declined, you begin to show contempt. You are truly malicious. Mo Mingzhu, evidently not faring too poorly, appeared clean and well-dressed, her complexion rosy. Indeed. In a world where women were exceedingly precious, her past mistakes had not led to dire consequences. Thus, the judgment rendered upon her had been lenient, merely serving as a remedy for a volatile and nearly uncontrollable leader. By the looks of her, she had managed to endure. Fortune had smiled upon her. Oh, who among us is truly malicious? You dared to orchestrate the kidnapping of the Moonwater deity, causing the downfall of the Mo family. You are the true culprit. What? Did your elder brother not kill you out of rage? Hu Jiao mercilessly exposed this segment of history. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, as many were unaware of this matter due to its lack of public disclosure. Now that it had been brought to light, it would be exceedingly difficult for Mo Mingzhu to navigate her existence in the capital base. After all, Gu Shiwei and Yue wielded tremendous influence. Even if they themselves were indifferent, many others would seek to trouble her. Mo Mingzhu, tell me, is this so-called small conflict of yours with the Moonwater deity truly just a trivial matter? Kidnapping? The man, who had initially stood beside Mo Mingzhu in a protective manner, suddenly paled. No, darling, do not listen to her nonsense. We truly only have a slight disagreement. The esteemed Moonwater deity is magnanimous and will surely not hold it against us. Mo Mingzhu anxiously grasped the man's arm, for her current good fortune relied entirely upon him. The Mo family had already cast her out. If he were to abandon her, her fate would become exceedingly precarious. TSK, whether it is a small disagreement or not, the truth will reveal itself, won't it? Some individuals, having harmed their natal family, still seek to bring ruin upon their marital family. I wonder if the Moonwater deity will be angered upon seeing you prosper so. Hu Jiao remarked with an air of nonchalance. Mo Mingzhu's husband, Lung Zi, was now flustered. He was but an orphan, possessing a mere level 20 strength. How could he contend with the Moonwater deity and the Ming Emperor? Come home with me. Lung Zi cast a deep glance at Mo Mingzhu, then firmly grasped her hand and strode away, entirely disregarding her high heels that hindered her pace. Mo Mingzhu was someone he had redeemed with a significant amount of contribution points. Divorce was out of the question, yet he could not allow her to flaunt herself openly, for it would only lead to his own hardship. Humph. Hu Jiao scoffed derisively. The man beside her scrutinized her with newfound awareness, as if he were just now recognizing her. Miss Hua, I find myself compelled to reassess the familial proposal of our union. It seems we are not well suited for one another. What do you mean by that? Is it merely because I previously discussed a betrothal with the Mo family? Hu Jiao, in her naivety, could not fathom that agreeing to such a union might indeed be a sign of the other party's folly. How dare he refuse? Miss Hua may not grasp that a union signifies the merging of two esteemed lineages, and I, regrettably, feel unworthy of such an alliance. Let us consider this matter concluded. With that, the man strode away, leaving Hu Jiao alone amidst the bustling market. Enraged, she stomped her feet and vociferously condemned him as a scoundrel. Gu Shiwei, however, perceived the underlying implications of the man's words. A union symbolizes the joining of two families. Yet Hu Jiao's eagerness to capitalize on the downfall of her former suitor raises doubts about her character. Alas, she seemed oblivious to this nuance. Just as Gu Shiwei prepared to depart, she heard a voice exclaim, "It's you." Chapter 83. Gossip. Hu Jiao discovered her presence. What are you doing here? You didn't just speak ill of Gu Shiyu, did you? I happened to pass by, Gu Shiyu replied, nodding as she prepared to leave. Considering the past connections with Yu Hui using Hui Yu's identity, she had no intention of pursuing Hu Jiao further. After all, their exchange had merely been a few sharp words, hardly a conflict. Even today, when Hu Jiao had deliberately used her banner to bully Mo Mingzhu, she felt no significant anger. Wait, Hu Jiao called after her. What is it? Although she was not inclined to trouble her, she also wished to avoid prolonged conversation. Hu Jiao stepped closer, but Yu Hu instinctively blocked her path. That's close enough. Hu Jiao glanced at him, refraining from saying more. The reputation of the Ming Emperor was indeed formidable. Suddenly, she bowed deeply and exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Gu Shiyu was taken aback, only to watch as Hu Jiao covered her face and fled. Is she out of her mind? Yu Hu could not muster any fondness for the Hu family. Forget her. Let us go shopping, Gu Shiyu declared. She deemed her an inconsequential person and did not wish to expend any more energy on her. Even Mo Mingzhu no longer inspired thoughts of revenge. They were no longer in the same league. She was no longer the Cinderella who had married into wealth, and Mo Mingzhu was no longer that cherished little princess. With their roles now reversed, she had no interest in tormenting a fallen dog. Gu Shiyu rarely visited the market, as she could procure everything she needed online with ease. As long as she had contribution points, anything could be bought. Today, however, she felt inclined to wander, driven by a sense of leisure and curiosity about any new treasures the market might hold. Linking arms with Yuhua, they strolled through the stalls, most of which were filled with trinkets of little value, with precious items being exceedingly rare. Until she stumbled upon a stall overflowing with scrap metal, she crouched down. "Miss, you truly have an eye for quality. Everything here was retrieved from ruins. And perhaps some hidden treasures lie within," the vendor exclaimed eagerly. Gu Shiyu regarded him with a bemused smile. He clearly saw her as an easy mark. Yuhua shook his head in disapproval. "If you like it, buy it, but don't heed his words. While it is true that these items are from ruins, they are indeed just scrap metal. Don't harbor hopes of finding a hidden gem." The vendor, flustered, retorted, "Well, it's all about luck, isn't it?" Gu Shiyu understood that anything sold at the market would hardly be of high quality. Nevertheless, she had felt a faint fluctuation earlier, prompting her to stop. She was certain this sensation originated from this very stall. Yet now, as she sought to sense it again, she found nothing. "Great. It seems I truly am destined to play the fool. How much for everything, boss?" Gu Shiyu asked, her wealth evident in her boldness. The vendor perked up at her inquiry. "Miss, you truly know your stuff. I do have some good items here, for everything." "It's a flat rate of 1,000,000 contribution points." Yuhua furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you robbing me? Do you believe I can summon the market administration? Please, please. Those in business dread dealings with officials. How about this? I offer you a fair price of 100,000 contribution points." "Good heavens. You've reduced it by tenfold," Gu Shiyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. 10,000. Take it or leave it. If you won't sell, we shall leave. 10,000 is far too little. How about 80,000? 15,000, and no more. One fixed price, 30,000. The vendor gritted his teeth. Yuhua pressed on, 20,000. "This is my final offer, 28,000, and you've got yourself a deal." "Agreed." The vendor wore a look of loss, yet a nearby stall owner muttered, "That's a net gain of 18,000. Gu Shiyu initially believed Yuhua's bargaining skills to be impressive, slashing the price from 1,000,000 to 28,000, only to realize she had perhaps overestimated the cut. However, they were indifferent to the minor loss. Vendors too needed to make a living. Gu Shiyu packed everything, preparing to take it home for further examination. Although Yuhua didn't understand her desire to purchase a heap of scrap, he wisely refrained from probing further. As they continued their stroll, Gu Shiyu collected fruits, seeds, and medicinal herbs for brewing. Thus, they wandered until twilight enveloped the surroundings. "Let us dine at a restaurant. It has been ages since we last ate out," Yuhua suggested. Gu Shiyu recalled the last time they dined out was at a couple's restaurant during a time when he had been calculating his own gains. A couple's restaurant? Yuhua froze momentarily, recalling an old grievance. "Could we not mention that?" "No. Yeah. How about we indulge in hot pot instead?" Gu Shiyu shot him a glance. "Then lead the way." Yuhua beamed. "Fantastic. I know a great hot pot place just ahead." The hot pot restaurant was quite popular. They arrived early enough to secure a cozy table by the window. While waiting for their food, Gu Shiyu overheard some gossip. "Hey, did you hear? Thor has been overpowered." Gu Shiyu nearly choked on her drink, managing to contain herself just enough to avoid a complete disaster. "Slow down. Don't rush." Yuhua patted her back. How could that be possible? A powerhouse like Thor? Overpowered? Clearly, the man's companion was skeptical, and Gu Shiyu shared the sentiment. "It's true. My wife's aunt's uncle's neighbor said so." "Huh. The relationship sounds dubious." Gu Shiyu thought similarly. This person appeared unreliable. "Hey, don't dismiss it. The woman in question is said to be the bamboo fairy." "Now you're getting ridiculous. Thor has no affection for the bamboo fairy. He has stated this himself." "That is a fact." Suddenly, Yuhua interjected. Gu Shiyu was taken aback. While she disregarded others' claims, she found herself compelled to believe Yuhua. Is it truly the bamboo fairy who overpowered him? Well, one could say that. Impressive. Gu Shiyu couldn't help but raise her thumb in admiration. Among the 4 great guardians of the realm, she had yet to encounter this bamboo fairy, yet for her ability to contend with the thunder god. Gu Shiyu felt compelled to regard her with newfound respect. In truth, on the day of our wedding, Li Ziki had indulged a bit too much in drink and was subsequently taken away by Li Mingqi's subordinates. As fate would have it, the bamboo fairy intervened midway and thwarted their plans. Yuhua poured Gu Shiyu another glass of drink and leisurely continued, and then they ignited a passionate affair. Gu Shiyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this dramatic turn of events. No. A drunken man is hardly capable of such feats. It was the bamboo fairy who administered another dose of medicine to him. A chuckle escaped Gu Shiyue's lips as she exclaimed, "This sister is truly a role model for our generation. Does the bamboo fairy harbor a secret affection for the thunder god? Not at all." Chapter 84. Threads of Affection. Yuhua continued, explaining that the bamboo fairy did not harbor genuine affection for the thunder god. Rather, she desired a child. Ordinary men failed to pique her interest, leading her to set her sights on the thunder god. She had previously attempted negotiations with him, but he had declined. "You are aware of this?" Gu Shiyue exclaimed in astonishment. Yuhua replied with a smirk, "That is because I share a close relationship with the thunder god." Gu Shiyue recalled how Li Mingqi had summoned the thunder god to support her during a previous predicament, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could she be certain she would conceive? Was it not said that fertility rates were low in the apocalypse? Moreover, the higher one's rank, the more challenging it became to achieve pregnancy. It cannot be guaranteed, which is why the medication I utilized is not ordinary, Yuhua added. Intrigued, Gu Shiyue inquired, "What sort of medication?" "The drug is called Threads of Affection. It is said to bind a person to the one who administered it for 3 months. And as long as they engage in dual cultivation, their abilities will advance rapidly." "That sounds rather beneficial. Are there any side effects?" A playful smirk danced on Yuhua's lips. "Indeed, this drug is exceedingly rare on the black market. The side effect might be an uncontrollable desire to be with the one who administered it at any moment." Gu Shiyue couldn't help but stifle a laugh. How amusing. The mighty thunder god reduced to such a state. When I last saw him, he seemed perfectly normal. So how are they faring now? Consider it a temporary cohabitation. There is no antidote for the drug, so they must endure for 3 months. But if the thunder god does not encounter the bamboo fairy, surely he would be fine? Yuhua remarked with a knowing tone, thus, he indeed wishes to see her. Gu Shiyue instantly grasped the implication. It was a case of mutual desire. Despite their circumstances, they had yet to clarify their intentions. Li Ziki seemed eager for clarity, yet the bamboo fairy had no such aspirations. She merely wished for a child and to live independently. Gu Shiyue couldn't help but feel exasperated on behalf of Li Ziki. Just then, their hot pot arrived, prompting them to cease their conversation and begin their meal. After dining, they strolled leisurely, digesting their food. Recently, due to the purification of water sources, the people on the streets appeared significantly cleaner, and the foul odors had dissipated. The populace's morale had also improved remarkably. However, many water-based ability users found themselves unemployed, as they had previously only needed to produce water at home for a comfortable living. Now, they were compelled to venture beyond the city to engage in combat like other ability users. Consequently, some harbored resentment towards Gu Shiyue, but she remained unfazed. Why should the strong concern themselves with the lamentations of the weak? "Ahua, do you desire children?" Gu Shiyue pondered, feeling too young to contemplate motherhood at this stage, yet uncertain of Yuhua's sentiments. He patted her shoulder gently. "Let fate decide. My sister has had 5 partners yet remains childless. We may not be destined for it either." Gu Shiyue understood his meaning. He wished for a child, yet the chances of conception were so slight that he dared not nurture hope. She remembered the streets teeming with children before the apocalypse. Now, children were a rare sight, and even orphans who had lost their parents were swiftly adopted. Unless in smaller bases, one might encounter a few vagrant children. In larger bases, however, children are rarely seen on the streets. They are cherished and kept safely at home, not daring to bring them outside. Given the low probability of pregnancy, Gu Shiyue decided to refrain from overthinking it, opting to wait for whatever may come. Tomorrow, the manor would yield another harvest of rice, bringing a flurry of activity. She was not daunted by the workload. This batch of rice would suffice for the food supply in the Kyoto base this year. Yet, there lingered a sense of doubt. Yuhua expressed his concerns. How could that be? Gu Shiyue was puzzled, believing that, by current calculations, there should be enough. Winter would approach in a month, bringing inevitable shortages of clothing and food. Gu Shiyue slapped her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten about winter. The winters in this apocalyptic world were terrifying. Not only were temperatures drastically low, but it also snowed incessantly. The snow itself was infused with volatile energy. If inadvertently inhaled, it could exacerbate one's rage disorder. During winter, it was exceedingly challenging for survivors to venture outdoors. Only those with abilities of the 3rd tier or above could withstand the harsh elements. Thus, reliance on stored supplies became paramount. Was it not possible for the Kyoto base to shield itself from the snow and wind? Gu Shiyue recalled that the defensive array in the Kyoto base could indeed keep the rain at bay. Since arriving at the Kyoto base, she had experienced a few rainfalls. Yet they were nothing akin to the catastrophes she witnessed at the Dawn base. The Kyoto base could withstand such weather, but it was the only one that could. Yuhua sighed. Then why haven't defensive arrays been installed in other bases? Is it unfeasible? The cost is prohibitively high. It requires at least 10,000 fourth-tier energy cores. The nation cannot afford it. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback to learn that establishing a defensive array demanded such an exorbitant price. Fourth-tier beasts were already sovereigns of their domains. In a forest, there would typically be only one or two. It was unfathomable how the Kyoto base managed to gather 10,000 cores at such a cost. Surely, the sea must harbor that many fourth-tier beasts? Indeed, but aquatic beasts are notoriously difficult to combat. No team dares to undertake that mission. Only when the water freezes in winter can one attempt to engage with them on the surface. Gu Shuriwei fell silent. It indeed posed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the various bases were not currently lacking in water, allowing them to endure for now. Recently, Gu Shuriwei had traversed different bases to purify water, and she had not neglected her own training, advancing 2 levels to now stand at level 16. However, the skills she had recently awakened were primarily auxiliary and of little substantial use. Her rate of advancement was considered rapid, yet she still felt it was slow, always yearning for swifter progress. Upon awakening the next morning, she found Yuhor leading everyone in a fervent flurry of activity in the manor. Gu Shuriwei hastily freshened up, had a few bites of breakfast, and then hurried to the planting fields. The golden rice ears hung from the branches, a delightful sight. The ability users employed their respective techniques, swiftly harvesting the rice. Gu Shuriwei also chose a vacant plot and began her own harvesting, within just half a day. The entire rice yield was gathered. Next came the threshing, which could be easily accomplished with machinery. In the end, Gu Shuriwei was quite content with the harvest quantity. She reserved a portion for the winter while allocating another part as benefits for her employees, with the majority handed over to the state. Director Li joyfully transported the rice away. With a month remaining, there was still time to plant another 2 batches. After some contemplation, Gu Shuriwei decided to cultivate rice once more, for it was a staple that provided ample nourishment and abundant energy. Currently, rice cultivation proved to be the most profitable endeavor. Without hesitation, the estate was once again bustling with activity. The following day, the rice in the designated area was ready for harvest, and the 2 of them toiled diligently for half the day. However, witnessing the warehouse brimming with grain brought a sense of accomplishment that was unparalleled by any other achievement. Chapter 85. Inheritance. In the early morning, Yuwood abruptly rose and stood on the balcony, his expression grave. Yeah, the place of inheritance is about to manifest. Let it manifest, then. I shall venture forth. Gu Shuriwei replied, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Previously, he had spoken of it with such nonchalance. Yet now he seemed tense. From this moment on, the place of inheritance may draw individuals at any time, meaning you must remain perpetually prepared for battle, he warned. Gu Shuriwei was taken aback. She had assumed it would be akin to a secret realm, where one must enter through a designated portal, not realizing it could randomly pull people in. Yeah, I worry about you, Yuhua said, tightening his embrace around her, wishing he could clip her wings so she would never depart from his side. However, he understood he could not do so. She would resent him for it. His Yaya was a phoenix soaring through the heavens, and how could he bear to confine her to the ground like a mere chicken? Gu Shuriwei patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. I shall safeguard myself, especially with Liu Guang by my side. Thus, throughout that day, Yuhua busied himself filling Gu Shuriwei's spatial realm with items, packing it to the brim. Gu Shuriwei found herself amused and bemused, likening it to her mother cramming her suitcase before she embarked on her university journey in the pre-apocalypse. Yuhua remained steadfastly by her side, yet ultimately, she was whisked away by a blinding light. When she regained her senses, she discovered she was in a grand hall filled with bewildered individuals, some of whom were familiar faces. A few people she recognized instinctively gravitated towards her, forming a protective circle around her. Among them were several she did not recognize, but their military bearing was unmistakable. They were undoubtedly affiliated with the state. Additionally, there were 2 female ability users from the Blood Rose faction, as well as a few employees from her own enterprises, who naturally gathered around their boss. In no time, a group of over a dozen individuals had formed around her, and throughout this gathering, Gu Shuriwei had not uttered a single word. In the crowd, she spotted Hua Jiao, who cast a complex glance her way before turning away. Hua Ting stood beside her, hesitating to approach. Soon enough, the hall was nearly filled, and Gu Shuriwei estimated there were around 200 people present, wondering what criteria had been used to select them for the place of inheritance. Familiar acquaintances had already begun to cluster into small groups, and at that moment, Gu Shuriwei's gathering was the largest, comprising roughly 50 individuals. Hua Ting's group numbered over 20, while several others from different bases had also formed their own alliances. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the ceiling, though the speaker remained unseen. Welcome to the place of inheritance. I am Yuzaizi. Now that everyone is present, I shall announce the rules. First, Mutual slaughter is strictly forbidden within the place of inheritance. We are all descendants of Huaxia, and I detest the slaughter of our own kind. Anyone caught violating this will be expelled without exception. Second, any inheritances acquired here must not be shared with outsiders. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Third, all interpretative authority belongs to me. Upon the conclusion of the discourse, an invisible force of contract surged towards the assembly. Gu Shiyue, attuned to the subtle energies, discerned that the stipulations were precisely those articulated moments ago by the fisherman. Following the guidance, she forged a connection with the word agree through her mental prowess. Immediately, she sensed the binding energy enter her being, residing within her spiritual sea. Upon probing with her mental faculties and finding no immediate response, she chose to disregard it. Among the assembly, there were skeptics who deliberately opted for dissent, only to be instantly transported away. The remaining individuals, now apprehensive, hastily complied with the contract. Excellent. The realm of inheritance is about to commence. Esteem talents, strive to ascend. Haraha. The voice of the fisherman gradually faded into the ether. Gu Shiyue felt herself ushered into a confined space, solitary in her presence. With ease, she vanquished a level 9 creature, and suddenly, a door manifested upon the wall. With no apparent expenditure of energy, she pushed the door open without hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, at the pinnacle of Tianshan Mountain in Huagua, a leaderboard had suddenly materialized. With CCTV broadcasting this national spectacle live, it has arrived. The realm of inheritance. Who will be the chosen one this year? What are the selection criteria for the realm of inheritance? Why was I not selected? Awaken, those upstairs. The realm of inheritance selects only prodigies. Those who are drawn in are all remarkable talents. I believe I just glimpsed the Moonwater deity. You are not mistaken. It is indeed the Moonwater deity. And Master Hua, along with the young lord of our Wanzai base. I think I saw the goddess Yenrin as well. The online community has erupted in fervor. Yet Gu Shiyue remains oblivious to it all as she navigates the second stage, which unexpectedly features a team mode. For men are already present, and to her astonishment, she is the last to arrive. Since everyone is here, let us commence. This stage requires us to defeat the level 10 boss before us, announced a seemingly refined gentleman. Let us first declare our abilities and levels. Ladies need not participate. We shall handle the combat while you watch from the sidelines. Gu Shiyue was taken aback, pondering. Who is this person? Though his tone appeared considerate, it felt utterly disconcerting to her. Wait a moment. Why am I not allowed to engage? The man awkwardly rubbed his nose. Such a bloody affair should be left to us men. Nearby, a slender man muttered. It's better not to participate than to become a liability on the battlefield. Gu Shiyue frowned. What kind of archaic mindset is this? Do you all share this view? The remaining 2 men fell silent. Did I speak incorrectly? Is it not a lady of privilege, untouched by the hardships of life, who has come to experience this? The slender man proclaimed with unwarranted confidence. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shiyue decided not to waste further words on them. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword and effortlessly dispatched the level 10 boss. The 4 men were left utterly astonished. 5 boxes materialized in midair, and Gu Shiyue chose one at random. The door upon the wall became manifest, and she strode forth with purpose. At the summit of Tianqi, Gu Shiyue's ranking had ascended dramatically from the lowest position to 12th place. The third challenge consisted of 2 level 13 minions, which she effortlessly vanquished with a single strike. Advancing to the 4th challenge and elevating her rank to 11th. The 4th challenge presented her with 4 level 16 minions, thanks to her prior specialized training. She dispatched them with remarkable ease. Upon advancing to the 5th challenge, her rank soared to 8th place. The 5th challenge featured 8 level 19 minions. A formidable task for Gu Shiyue, who was only level 16. Nevertheless, she adopted a strategy of defeating them one by one, ultimately achieving victory. This time, she refrained from hastily proceeding to the next challenge, opting instead to rest briefly in the 5th challenge to recuperate. She also took a moment to examine the inheritance she had acquired in the 2nd challenge, the ethereal step, which proved to be exceedingly practical and precisely what Gu Shiyue urgently needed. At this moment, her ranking atop Tianshan had ascended to the 5th position, evidently indicating that this challenge had posed considerable difficulty for many. Chapter 86. The encounter. After a period of rest, Gu Shiyue stepped into the 6th challenge. 4 individuals were already present, indicating that this level also required teamwork. Among them, she recognized a few familiar faces, including Huating, Sun Jingming from the military, and a couple, Jiang Mingqing, the heir of the Wanchai base, and Lu Yanren from the Lu family. Yeah, it's you. Huating's previously indifferent expression suddenly ignited with excitement, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Their unexpected meeting here was a testament to their unbroken bond. Master Hua. Gu Shiyue wished to distance herself from him. recalling how he had once attempted to disrupt her wedding, a scandal that had become public knowledge. Upon hearing her cold response, the light in Huiting's eyes dimmed instantly. He forced a smile, saying, "Yeah, must we be so formal between us?" Gu Shiriyue chose to ignore him, focusing instead on gathering information about this level from Sun Zhengming, one of the soldiers who had previously allied with her. "Water Goddess, it is an honor to meet you." Zheng Mingqing approached with a devil-may-care smile. "Hello." Gu Shiriyue greeted him politely, adhering to the adage of not striking a person who extends a friendly hand. "Perhaps the Water Goddess does not recognize me. I am Zheng Mingqing from the Wanchai base. I hope we can collaborate in the future." The Wanchai base was currently the only major base in Huagua without a teleportation array or purified water source. It was clear they were eager to establish a good rapport with Gu Shiriyue. "Of course, for matters of collaboration, please contact the teleportation array company." Gu Shiriyue was indifferent to the details. The arrangements for the teleportation array were matters for the company and the higher-ups to deliberate. The Water Goddess indeed possesses unmatched elegance. Seeing you in person is far more impressive than hearing about you. Lu Yinran, radiant and poised, engaged Gu Shiriyue in conversation, her demeanor rendering her quite likable. "The goddess Yanran is merely jesting. Before you, no one dares to boast of their own allure." Gu Shiriyue was self-aware, while she considered herself attractive. She was merely ordinary compared to the national beauty that was Lu Yinran. After all, Gu Shiriyue hailed from a modest background, whereas the Lu family boasted a lineage of 1,000 years. To maintain the myth of producing beauties through the generations, each bride was meticulously chosen, making Lu women the epitome of beauty. However, Gu Shiriyue was pleasantly surprised to discover that Lu Yanran was not only beautiful, but also formidable in strength. No wonder she was so highly praised online. Such a wealthy and beautiful woman was indeed appealing to her. Lu Yanran seamlessly joined the conversation with Gu Shiriyue. Through the explanations provided by the group, Gu Shiriyue finally understood that this level required defeating a level 20 boss, and they needed to gather 5 individuals before commencing. Hence, they had been waiting until now. In truth, each of them possessed the capability to single-handedly vanquish the level 20 boss without the need for coordination. With their numbers complete, they launched into the battle without hesitation. As expected, within moments, the boss was swiftly defeated. In the sky, 5 identical boxes appeared once more. After a moment of mutual courtesy, they all allowed Gu Shiriyue to make her selection first. In truth, the boxes were opaque, rendering it impossible to discern their contents. Thus, whether she chose first or later made little difference. Gu Shiriyue casually picked one, and soon, everyone else followed suit. "Everyone, until we meet again," Gu Shiriyue declared as she stepped into the 7th level. As the first to enter, her ranking instantly soared to first place. Outside, bets were being placed on who would ultimately claim victory, with Gu Shiriyue's odds surprisingly high, for everyone knew she was a water elementalist with relatively weak offensive capabilities, diminishing her chances of triumph. The frontrunners for the championship were widely considered to be Sun Zhengming, Zheng Mingqing, and Lu Yanran. The 7th level proved more daunting, featuring 16 level 23 monsters. Gu Shiriyue struggled to defeat them and, after a brief respite, proceeded to the next level, only to find her rank had slipped to 4th place. The top 3 remained unchanged, those 3 contenders, while Huiting lagged even further behind. The 8th level presented her with 32 level 26 monsters, which were a full 10 levels beyond her own. Such foes could hardly be classified as mere monsters. Employing every tactic at her disposal, she barely managed to vanquish them. Rather than rushing into the next level, she collapsed onto the ground and succumbed to sleep. After a brief moment, she awoke with a start, rising to restore her condition and treat her injuries. After catching her breath, she resolutely pushed open the next door. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had ascended to 2nd place, with only Zheng Mingqing ahead of her. Even Sun Zhengming and Lu Yanran had been left in her wake. This level consisted of 64 level 29 monsters, and despair washed over Gu Shiriyue. How could she possibly defeat them? Yet, surrender was not in her nature. Even knowing the odds were against her, she was determined to press on. Utilizing her mist technique, she first separated the beasts, ensuring that no more than 8 could engage her at once, allowing her to withstand their ordinary assaults. But that was not sufficient. She applied every negative status effect she could muster before launching her attack with the flowing light technique. She diligently calculated her positioning, dodging in time, thrusting her sword toward their weaknesses, yet her injuries multiplied. With no time to heal, she felt her vitality waning. Despite the urge to surrender, a sense of unwillingness lingered. She retrieved a vial of potion and downed it in one gulp, diving back into the fray. Through relentless perseverance, she miraculously advanced her flowing light technique to a mastery level. In an instant, she felt the technique flowing more smoothly. Where she once needed 4 or 5 strikes to fell a beast, now only a single blow sufficed. When she finally eradicated the last of the monsters, she was utterly exhausted, and this time, she truly fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, she had no notion of how much time had passed. Her condition had mostly recovered, though her external wounds remained, allowing only for a brief treatment before she stepped into the next level. Gu Shiriwe had assumed this stage would involve a cooperative battle against a boss, but to her surprise, the boss was present, yet no one else was around. The moment she appeared, the boss charged toward her, clearly indicating that there was no need to wait for a team. At this juncture, if they were to wait for a group, the likelihood of assembling one would be quite slim. Gu Shiriwe was unafraid to confront the boss alone. After all, her radiant blade was more than capable of breaching the defenses of such a minor boss. The critical issue lay in defense. She feared she would not withstand a strike from the boss. Thus, she could only evade as best as she could. She felt a pang of regret, realizing she should have first studied the ethereal footwork technique, at least to grasp the fundamentals, before attempting to battle the boss. How foolish she had been. Having endured for too long, her potions were nearly depleted, and Gu Shiriwe understood that success or failure hinged on this one strike. She decided to risk everything, channeling all her otherworldly abilities into the radiant blade, plunging it deep into the beast's skull. Yet, she herself was struck against the wall by the creature. She coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of her own organs. At long last, it was accomplished. She peacefully closed her eyes. Chapter 87. Conclusion. Gu Shiriwe was oblivious to the radiant light that enveloped her after she fainted, swiftly mending her battered body. She gently opened her eyes, realizing she was still in the 10th level, where a golden box floated in the air. Rising to her feet, she marveled at her restored physique, perplexed by the situation. Taking the box, she pushed open the door on the wall and was instantaneously transported to a grand hall. At that moment, the summit of Tianshan radiated brilliance, and Gu Shiriwe's name unexpectedly appeared in the first position on the leaderboard, accompanied by the words "cleared." The nation erupted in excitement. No one had anticipated that the first to clear the level would be the water goddess, Gu Shiriwe. I can't believe it. Zhong Mingqing, that useless fool, actually lost? The water goddess is incredible. Isn't she the 5th person to clear the level in our nation? Indeed, the first 4 were the 4 great guardians. Well, the water goddess is on track to become the 5th guardian. Absolutely. With her achievements, as long as her strength suffices, becoming a guardian is within reach. Even Yu Hua, who was present at the summit watching the leaderboard, grinned widely, his expression one of sheer disbelief. In the hall where Gu Shiriwe arrived, a benevolent elderly figure materialized before her. Ah, a water spirit body? Young one, do you have a partner? Gu Shiriwe did not fully grasp the meaning of his words. Yet she believed that the ancestors of the land would not wish her harm, so she respectfully replied, "Esteemed elder, I already have a partner." The old man clicked his tongue. Indeed, the fortunes of our nation are soaring. Last time, for special physiques arrived, and now another water spirit body has appeared. Although this constitution is somewhat weaker in attack, it is a pure body, free of impurities, capable of cultivating without bottlenecks, a true favorite of the heavenly Tao. Thank you for your explanation, esteemed elder. Gu Shiriwe was unaware of her own unique constitution. Such a polite child. Very well, since you are a descendant of our clan, I shall assist you. The water spirit body is a top-tier furnace constitution. It would be wise to keep your distance from those with ill intentions. I will impart a technique to you that conceals the fluctuations of your water spirit body. Gu Shiriwe's complexion paled slightly. A furnace constitution? What is that? Please, esteemed elder, teach me. The old man nodded and transmitted a technique into Gu Shiriwe's mind. She closed her eyes, attentively absorbing the knowledge, memorizing the energy pathways. Upon activation, she discovered that the pure water energy emanating from her had indeed become more complex. Thank you, esteemed elder. You are a teachable child. In that case, I shall take the liberty of exchanging your final reward. This is the supreme scripture for water-based cultivation, innate rainwater technique. Take it and cultivate diligently. The old man, with a pained expression, released a sphere of light that flew into Gu Shiriwe's mind. The innate rainwater technique materialized in her consciousness. But before she could fully comprehend the technique, she was transported away from the ancestral grounds. Just before her departure, she heard the elder's voice. Young one, to seek longevity. One man is sufficient. Having more may hinder your cultivation. Gu Shiriwe's final thought was, his ancestor truly cares deeply. The location they emerged from was the summit of Tianshan. Gu Shiriwe, still in a daze, heard Yuhua's call. Yeah. Before she could react, Yuhua embraced her tightly. Yeah. I was so worried about you. After experiencing life-threatening ordeals, seeing Yuhua felt like a reunion after an eternity. She patted Yuhua's shoulder, saying, everyone is watching. She was not accustomed to displaying affection in public. Yuhua cast a threatening glance, prompting everyone to avert their gaze. Are you hurt? Gu Shiyue's clothing was tattered beyond recognition. She hadn't had the chance to change before exiting. Yuhua felt a pang of heartache upon seeing her condition. You should go into the tent and change your clothes. Gu Shiyue nodded, indeed contemplating this, as it was inappropriate to appear on camera in such a state. Although referred to as entering the tent, it was merely a guise. She stepped into the space. Just as Gu Shiyue removed her damaged attire, Yuhua gently embraced her from behind. Yeah, you have so many injuries. His voice was nearly choked with emotion. No matter how severe his own wounds, he felt nothing compared to the pain of seeing the crimson scars mar her fair skin. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a while. An extraordinary person's physique doesn't leave scars. What am I to do with you? Yuhua's voice was heavy, filled with the frustration of always being unable to reach her when it mattered. Don't worry. Look, I'm perfectly fine. I even came in first. Gu Shiyue had to reassure Yuhua. Yes, my Yaya is truly remarkable. Yuhua's spirits lifted instantly. Gu Shiyue sighed inwardly. How easy it is to please him. Upon emerging from the tent, they discovered that the second-place finisher was not the highly touted Zhang Mingqing, but rather the quietly competent Sun Jingming. As soon as he appeared, he was whisked away by the military. The third was Zhang Mingqing, who was surrounded by a throng of people with a Wanchai accent. The fourth was rumored to be Lu Yanran, but by then, Gu Shiyue and Yuhua had already returned to Kyoto, learning the rest online. Upon returning to the estate, Gu Shiyue fell into a deep slumber. During her sleep, she was aware that a physician had come and gone, but she had no desire to awaken. She slept for an entire day and night. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw Yuhua, his eyes red from lack of sleep. Yeah, you've finally woken up. Gu Shiyue was momentarily confused. What happened to me? You slept for an entire day and night. He was deeply concerned, though he did not voice it. Oh, I was just too tired. Don't worry. This foolish girl, merely asleep, had caused him such distress. How immature he was, lacking in composure. Yuhua held Gu Shiyue tightly. Still shaken. Yeah, you scared me to death. Gu Shiyue patted his back to shift the topic. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes. I instructed the kitchen to prepare porridge. You can eat as soon as you get up. Go wash up first, and I'll have them prepare the meal. Gu Shiyue felt a surge of emotion. This man truly held her dear, which explained his meticulous care in every matter. After hastily completing her morning routine, she descended the stairs to find the dining table lavishly adorned with an abundance of food. So much. Gu Shiyue was taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, food was a precious commodity, and everyone typically prepared only what they could consume. Even when they were not lacking, they never indulged in wastefulness. Well, I shall join you for a bite, Yuhua said calmly. Have you not eaten? It was already mid-afternoon. Logically, he should have had a meal by now. I couldn't eat while you were asleep. Yuhua spoke these words as if they were nothing. But Gu Shiyue found them to be somewhat sweet yet also a bit suffocating. From now on, you must eat on time. I merely dozed off, Gu Shiyue murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist. Indeed, Yuhua embraced her and guided her to his seat. Let us eat quickly. This man, though immature and lacking in composure, devoid of poetic charm and sweet nothings, always placed her at the forefront of his thoughts. Gu Shiyue felt touched within her heart. In a harmonious exchange, they began to feed each other, sharing bites in a tender display of affection. Chapter 88. Blind Box After Dinner. Gu Shiyue suddenly recalled that she had yet to open her blind boxes. During her recent visit to the Heritage Land, she had 2 unopened boxes remaining. She retrieved the boxes from her spatial storage, ready to unveil their contents, when Yuhua abruptly halted her. Wash your hands first. Gu Shiyue froze momentarily. My luck is not bad. In fact, her fortune had always been remarkably favorable since childhood. Yuhua reconsidered, realizing the truth. She had managed to avoid the most perilous and arduous phases of the apocalypse, and after her arrival here, he had been the first to bring her home. Truly, her luck was extraordinary. All right, go ahead and draw. However, after Yuhua's insistence, Gu Shiyue suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Perhaps I should wash my hands after all. Such an enigmatic affair, who knows? With that, she washed her hands and even pampered them before cautiously opening the blind box. The first box, contributed by a level 20 boss, emitted a flash of brilliance as a jade slip materialized within the wooden box. She carefully sensed it with her mental energy, her expression transforming into one of delight. It's the legacy of the spirit plant master. Her planting skills had always been rudimentary, and she never expected to receive such a systematic inheritance. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yuhua nodded in approval. Not bad, quite practical. The second blind box was contributed by a level 30 boss. Logically, this should have a higher probability of yielding something exceptional. A flash of light occurred again as Gu Shiyue opened the wooden box, revealing yet another jade slip, though this time she remained considerably calmer. Upon sensing it with her mental energy, it felt scorching hot. prompting her to toss it away immediately. Her face flushed crimson, and she became visibly uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" Yuho inquired, curious about her intense reaction. After sensing it himself, Yuho exclaimed in astonishment. "My goodness! Your luck is astounding." The technique was named Azure Sea. Passionate Sky, essentially a top-tier dual cultivation method. The key was that this method resonated perfectly with both of their attributes, as if it had been tailor-made for them. Aware of Gu Shiyue's modesty, Yuho refrained from saying more, quietly storing it away to examine later that evening. Gu Shiyue felt an urgent need to distract herself. She rummaged through her spatial storage and stumbled upon the pile of scrap metal she had previously acquired at the market. Curiously, she brought the heap forth. "Is there something within this?" Gu Shiyue pondered. She was not one to engage in fruitless endeavors, and there must have been a reason she wanted to buy it. "I'm not certain. I sensed a faint fluctuation at the time, but it was barely perceptible, and later, I could no longer detect it. That's why I decided to purchase it all." "Then let us cut them open one by one to see." Yuho became intrigued. If treasures could be unearthed from this pile of scrap, then without a doubt, his wife would be the destined one. With her flowing light sword in hand, Gu Shiyue began to prod at the items, and when she finally struck a clump of earth, an intense surge of earthy spiritual energy rushed toward her. "Earth essence!" Yuho exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Shiyue, unfamiliar with the treasures at hand, curiously peeled away the clumps of earth, revealing a mass of dark soil before her. "Is this the legendary Shirong? The very Shirong that Gun pilfered from the Heavenly Emperor to control the waters? Indeed. Observe how it continually expands." "This is the intrinsic characteristic of Shirong," Yuho affirmed. Gu Shiyue scrutinized the substance, noting that it was indeed slowly enlarging, having already grown significantly in a short span of time. "Is Shirong used for planting?" Gu Shiyue inquired with intrigue, as this phenomenon often appeared in fantasy novels. Yet she never anticipated its existence in the apocalyptic world. Undoubtedly, the Great Huagua had once flourished with a civilization of cultivation. To use it solely for planting would be a grievous waste. Its most vital purpose lies in the creation of personal spaces. Yeah, you two can establish your own space." Yuho exclaimed joyfully. Gu Shiyue abruptly lifted her gaze. "Really?" "Indeed. Given your attributes and the presence of water and soil spiritual power, your personal space will undoubtedly be primarily focused on cultivation, unlike mine, which merely accommodates a small plot for planting." Although Yuho's personal space was not insignificant, his dissatisfaction stemmed from the incompatibility of his attributes. "How can I create my space?" she asked, a hint of concern in her tone. "It's quite simple. Integrate the Shirong into your energy core. Of course, if you possess high-quality 5 elements treasures, the resulting space will be even more exquisite." Gu Shiyue felt a sense of difficulty. Such treasures were rare, and she had never even heard of them. "I know the metal treasure is with the Thunder God, and there is one in the Fire Treasury. Both can be exchanged, while the wood treasure is somewhat available with the Bamboo Immortal, though the exchange might prove challenging. As for the water treasure, I've already used the Water Spirit Crystal. I haven't heard of any others for the time being," Yuho said, furrowing his brow. "Does Ren Shui count as a water treasure?" "Certainly. Ren Shui holds a high rank, comparable to Shirong." "Do you possess Ren Shui?" Yuho was astonished. Having been unaware of this treasure belonging to his wife, "I acquired the primal Ren Shui technique during my visit to the Land of Inheritance, allowing me to condense a drop of Ren Shui within my body," Gu Shiyue revealed, having no intention of keeping it from Yuho. "That's marvelous. With the 5 elements treasures almost gathered, I shall procure those 3 items for you immediately." "Hold on. The Thunder God and Bamboo Immortal have yet to disclose their conditions." "Let me accompany you," Gu Shiyue insisted, pulling him along. "That sounds reasonable. Perhaps your influence surpasses mine," Yuho teased. They first visited the treasury, which was the easiest to access. With Gu Shiyue's authority, she effortlessly obtained a wisp of spiritual fire. Subsequently, they headed straight to the Thunder God's residence. Coincidentally, the Bamboo Immortal was also present. The two emerged together to greet them, and Gu Shiyue and Yuho observed the Thunder God attempting to cling to the Bamboo Immortal, feeling quite embarrassed. "Ugh, what an eyesore." Yuho began to deride the Thunder God mercilessly. "TCH, my bond with my little darling is strong. You are merely envious," Gu Shiyue remarked, casting a glance at the Bamboo Immortal, whose expression remained aloof, leaving her to ponder the veracity of the claim regarding their closeness. Gu Shiyue and the Bamboo Immortal had long communicated in spirit, but this was their first meeting. No one had informed her that Bamboo Fairy was a striking beauty, truly deserving of her title. Indeed, she was enchanting. No wonder the Ming Emperor sought you for a decade. When Bamboo Fairy spoke, her seemingly complimentary words carried an undertone of mockery that left Gu Shiyue feeling somewhat derided. "Ahem. Don't take offense, Shiyue. Your sister-in-law simply lacks the gift of eloquence and means no malice," Thunder God hastily interjected. Bamboo Fairy pressed her lips together, her expression one of dismay. How could this be? The bamboo fairy indeed possesses a cool demeanor. Thunder God is fortunate. Haha, I appreciate your kind words, Thunder God replied with evident pride. He then continued, you all seem to have come without purpose. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Yuhua replied earnestly. I am aware that you possess a rare gold treasure, and bamboo fairy holds a wood treasure. I have come to propose a trade. Might I inquire what you desire? Chapter 89. The opening. Since we are all brothers, if you require it, feel free to take it. However, if my sister-in-law possesses any high-quality water, might I request some? The Thunder God responded with remarkable ease. Gu Shiwei did not anticipate that acquiring the golden treasure would be so straightforward, and she hurriedly inquired, is level 5 water acceptable? You have level 5 water? Both the Thunder God and the bamboo fairy asked in unison. Upon finishing their query, the bamboo fairy appeared slightly embarrassed, while the Thunder God, with eyes gleaming, grasped her hand. Darling, we are indeed in sync. The bamboo fairy disdainfully turned her head away. At that moment, Gu Shiwei produced 2 bottles of level 5 water, each approximately 500 milliliters. This constituted her entire stock. The Thunder God accepted the level 5 water with great delight, promptly retrieving a golden spirit pearl from his space and tossing it to Yuhua. The bamboo fairy hesitated for a moment before stating, I too can trade with level 5 water, but mine is a 1,000-year-old wood heart, requiring 5 bottles of 500 milliliters level 5 water in exchange. The Thunder God hurriedly interjected, indeed, the 1,000-year-old wood heart is far more precious than level 5 water. Her offer is already at a friend's price. Yuhua and Gu Shiwei nodded in agreement. I do not possess level 5 water at the moment. May I trade in 2 days? She had been working tirelessly these past 2 days and should be able to refine 2,500 milliliters of level 5 water by then. The bamboo fairy nodded. Then you may take the 1,000-year-old wood heart. With that, she revealed a segment of verdant wood, brimming with energy, clearly not an ordinary item. Gu Shiwei hesitated. After all, it was a rare treasure, and if she took it first, would she not fear a breach of trust? Do not worry, you are trustworthy. Although the bamboo fairy's demeanor remained calm, her words were heartwarming. Gu Shiwei felt a growing fondness for the bamboo fairy. I shall bring the level 5 water over in 2 days. Thank you, Sister Bamboo Fairy. The Thunder God invited them to dine. But Yuhua found their closeness rather jarring, and Gu Shiwei also deemed it inappropriate, so they did not stay. Upon returning, Yuhua busied himself preparing other materials for Gu Shiwei, while she diligently concentrated on condensing level 4 water to refine level 5 water. Finally, by the evening of the 3rd day, she had successfully completed the refinement of 2,500 milliliters of level 5 water. After sending it off with Yuhua, she collapsed from exhaustion and fell asleep. The following morning, Gu Shiwei began her training in the innate rainwater technique, needing to condense a drop of innate rainwater first. Previously, she had perused countless materials, and even Yuhua had remarked that techniques bearing the term innate were often obscure and exceedingly difficult to master. She had mentally prepared herself for a prolonged struggle. Yet, perhaps due to her innate water spirit body, she found this technique as effortless as eating or drinking. In just 3 days, she had indeed condensed a drop of innate rainwater. Remarkably, this drop propelled her level to an astounding 20, bypassing the bottleneck between levels 19 and 20. Gu Shiwei now understood the meaning behind Yukai Azizi's assertion regarding the absence of bottlenecks. She had indeed surmounted such a significant hurdle with ease. She still recalls the time when she ascended from level 9 to level 10, relying on external forces to achieve that transition. However, with the aid of her cultivation techniques, she managed to ascend directly. Now, Gu Shiwei has also become a small expert at the 3rd tier. At the very least, she will be able to withstand the harsh winter ahead. Yet, Yuhua felt a tinge of disappointment, as his wife had advanced in rank twice on her own, making him feel rather inadequate. Now, with all preparations in place, only the final touch is needed. It is time for Gu Shiwei to carve out her personal space. In the quiet chamber, Gu Shiwei and Yuhua sat facing each other, with the 5 elemental treasures laid out before her. Yeah, heed my words. First, merge the soil of rest into the energy core. This will serve as the foundation for opening up the space. Gu Shiwei took a deep breath, calming her mind, and retrieved a fist-sized piece of soil, merging it into her abdomen and guiding it into the energy core. Seizing the moment, Yuhua infused her with a thread of pure spatial energy. Their minds were in sync, allowing for a seamless collaboration. Gu Shiwei felt as though her energy core had suddenly expanded, revealing a nascent space within. Initially, it was but a tiny dot, but as the soil grew, the space began to expand gradually. Yaya introduced the water of Ren. The water of Ren was a product of Gu Shiwei's own cultivation, making it the easiest for her to control. Thus, it was the wisest choice to start with. Naturally, Gu Shiwei complied, pouring the droplet of Ren water beside her energy core into the space. The space trembled, and a lake materialized within. Next, she added the heartwood of a millennium tree. With the earth and water already established, it was only fitting to introduce wood-based materials at this stage. As the heartwood entered the space, it transformed into countless twinkling stars, merging with the soil. Noticing the insufficient wood energy, Yuhua had anticipated the need for supplementary materials, as the levels of the soil and rainwater were too high compared to the other three elements. After Gu Shiriyue tossed in all the remaining wood materials, a sense of vitality emerged within the space, and even a plant sprouted by the lakeside. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuhua instructed, "Yeah, introduce the golden spirit pearl." The metal element is significantly more stable than fire, making it an ideal choice for the first introduction. As the golden spirit pearl entered the space, it, like the heartwood, integrated into the soil. Without needing further prompting, Gu Shiriyue added the remaining metal materials, and to her astonishment, a mountain began to rise within the space. Finally, it was time for the spirit fire. Gu Shiriyue cast both the spirit fire and the fire materials into the space, and in an instant, the space seemed to come alive, with the five elements cycling and flourishing endlessly. A sun-like entity appeared in the sky. At that moment, Gu Shiriyue's space had already reached half the size of Yuhua's. This was truly remarkable, considering Yuhua possessed innate spatial abilities and was already at the 5th tier, while Gu Shiriyue had only just reached the 3rd. Yuhua clenched his teeth and said, "Yeah, absorb the remaining energy cores as well. These are special elemental energy cores I have collected, including those of light, darkness, wind, thunder, and ice. As long as these peculiarities are integrated into the space, the principles governing it will become more refined." Gu Shiriyue understood that the residual fire would not harm her, and without hesitation, she cast the various energy cores into the space one by one. Initially, the sudden emergence of these energies disrupted the existing equilibrium, causing turbulence within the space. And Gu Shiriyue coughed up blood. Yeah, Yuhua exclaimed in alarm. Gu Shiriyue remained silent. Yet her resolve was unwavering as she continued to cast the remaining energy cores into the void. Once more, the space quaked, and Gu Shiriyue nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, as she had cultivated the rainwater herself, she centered it and ultimately stabilized the space. She opened her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. "Ahua, I have succeeded." Chapter 90. Planning. Gu Shiriyue's spatial principles were exceptionally refined. Having previously managed the space of Yuhua, her understanding of spatial dynamics was profound. Within her domain, she had cultivated a small world of her own, encompassing dozens of acres of farmland, a mountain, a lake, and a meandering brook. Above her, the sun and moon rotated, and a gentle breeze wafted through, imbuing the scene with vibrant life. Gu Shiriyue granted Yuhua access to her space, and together they materialized within it. "Your space is not inferior to mine," Yuhua remarked, acknowledging that his own space had been nurtured over many years, while Gu Shiriyue had only just begun to cultivate hers, indicating the greater potential of her domain. "Really? I thought it might be somewhat lacking compared to yours." Gu Shiriyue replied, her surprise evident, as she had only Yuhua to compare against and remained uncertain of her space's capabilities. "Your space could evolve into a miniature world of life. Since you're skilled in cultivation, you should plant more exotic flora. Be sure to regularly supplement it with energy cores to facilitate its evolution." "In what direction does your space take?" Gu Shiriyue inquired, curious about the differences between their domains, which seemed to be limited to the palace and the greater expanse of Yuhua's space. "You see, my space's core is the Ming Palace. You have yet to fully appreciate it. The Ming Palace serves as a sanctuary for cultivation, enhancing one's training speed by 20 within its confines." Understanding dawned upon Gu Shiriyue. She had always wondered why they both favored residing in the Ming Palace. Although she had not consciously recognized it before, she must have sensed its benefits on some level, hence her preference for dwelling there. "Shall we continue to reside in the Ming Palace then?" she proposed, and Yuhua readily concurred. "However, your space still lacks a law chamber. We should arrange for one to be custom-made in due time. Such a place is occasionally necessary." With renewed enthusiasm, the two began to devise plans for their space. Gu Shiriyue planted her entire farmland with mutated peanuts, a level 15 exotic plant, which were rather costly. Having fortuitously acquired some previously, she had refrained from consuming them, but now she devoted them all to cultivation. In the end, a few acres remained, and she decided to sow mutated sunflowers, also a level 15 exotic plant, ample to sustain her for several years. She did not neglect the water either, introducing some mutated lotus and water chestnuts, purely to maximize her spatial resources. She also inspected a small tree by the lake, unable to identify it. But Yuhua recognized it immediately. "This is the world tree. Your space has sprouted a world tree, indicating immense potential. It could possibly develop into a genuine realm of life. Will it become like Earth?" Indeed, Gu Shiriyue was taken aback, realizing the remarkable potential of her space. Nurture it well, Yuho advised, and she was determined to do just that. The two then wandered around the mountain, which remained barren for the time being. Gu Shuriwei retrieved a collection of assorted seeds she had gathered previously, soaked them in level 4 water, and scattered them upon the mountain, allowing nature to take its course. Meanwhile, Yuho discovered an energy mine on the mountain, leaving Gu Shuriwei astounded. Her space had indeed produced an energy mine. Isn't this the quintessential treasure trove? Although the energy mine is currently only at the first tier, it can be upgraded alongside the enhancement of her spatial domain. Therefore, she is not prepared to exploit it just yet. After all, her space is rather limited. She is reluctant to part with any treasures. Ahua, do you think my space can support fish? Gu Shuriwei inquired, gazing at the expansive lake. After a moment's contemplation, Yuho regretfully replied, not for now. You need to upgrade further, as the space cannot sustain living creatures at the moment. But we are here, aren't we? Gu Shuriwei questioned, perplexed. As both of them were indeed alive. That's different. We are considered the masters and managers of this space. We are exceptions. With no other option, Gu Shuriwei conceded. Atop the mountain, a spring meandered down towards the lake, its bed lined with smooth pebbles, the water crystal clear. Gu Shuriwei removed her shoes and perched herself on a large stone, reveling in the sensation of the flowing stream cascading over her feet, reminiscent of her childhood. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She wanted the area to be teeming with fish and shrimp, with bountiful harvests. Mischievously, Yuho splashed water onto her, and Gu Shuriwei, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated in kind. Ultimately, both ended up drenched. Their figures were undeniably alluring, showcasing their splendid physiques. In a husky voice, Yuho suggested, yeah. Shall we try the oceanic affection technique? Under some enchantment, Gu Shuriwei willingly wrapped her arms around Yuho's neck. Let's go. Back to the Ming Palace. In an instant, they transitioned back to the Ming Palace. There, the two diligently immersed themselves in the study of their martial arts for an entire night, neglecting even their meals. Their efforts bore fruit, as both ascended a level. It is noteworthy that Yuho had already reached level 40, typically requiring over a year of accumulation to level up. Gu Shuriwei had just attained level 20, and her next upgrade was not expected to come so swiftly. This speaks volumes about the efficacy of the technique they were practicing. Upon waking, Yuho was reluctant to part ways, their playful antics having left them both brimming with energy. Naturally, Gu Shuriwei indulged Yuho, following his lead. After all, the physique and stamina of the Ming Emperor were commendable. Having advanced to level 20, Gu Shuriwei was now able to condense level 5 water, and with her purification skill, she could produce level 6 water. It is said that level 6 water has never been encountered before. Unfortunately, the skills she had comprehended were primarily offensive in nature. She found them inferior to her flowing light technique. However, her ability to purify water sources had indeed improved. She sensed that she could maintain purification for an entire month now. Thus, before winter set in, she utilized the teleportation array to purify the water sources at various bases. Consequently, even during the winter, the survivors would have enough purified water stored. Most importantly, she undertook a journey along 2 mother rivers and 5 major freshwater lakes, spending nearly 10 days purifying these crucial water sources. From that moment forth, the territory of Huagua was truly no longer in one of potable water. It could even luxuriate in using drinking water for everyday purposes. In the instant of her triumph, the heavens and earth of Huagua became remarkably clear. Many of the negative mutated plants outside the cities quietly transformed into positive mutations. Even the aberrant beasts no longer succumbed to their frenzied states. Across the internet, citizens began to voice their astonishment. Dear friends, can you believe this? The poplar forest outside the Shizhou base, which once resembled a den of madness, killing anyone in sight, has now become a positive mutation? I refuse to believe it. I have never witnessed negative mutations turning into positive ones. Surely the original poster must still be dreaming. I believe it. After all, today the richest man in the nation found me, claiming I am his long-lost son. I also believe it. Today, the moon water deity confessed her love to me, declaring she wishes to leave Mingdi and marry me. Haha. Be cautious, dear poster. For Mingdi may trace you through the internet. By the way, have you not noticed? The lotus pond outside the Xiangshui base has entirely transformed into a positive mutation. Attached is the evidence. I have noticed too, the reed marsh outside the Wuhu base has also become a positive mutation. It is worth noting that just yesterday we passed through here and were pricked by them, yelping in pain. I have noticed as well. The number of individuals revealing such discoveries online is increasing, and the situation is rapidly spiraling towards an uncontrollable state. Chapter 91. Verdict. Only when the official confirmation arrived did the online revelry truly commence. I proclaimed that the apocalypse must come to an end. It turns out to be the moon water deity. Truly remarkable. Can the apocalypse genuinely conclude? Although the official statement was quite meticulous, merely affirming the purification of the water source and acknowledging that some aberrant flora had undergone positive mutations. People nevertheless discovered a glimmer of hope for the end of the apocalypse within these scant words. For the condensed rainwater was utilized within the spatial realm. She must reassemble a droplet to cultivate the innate rainwater technique. The cultivation of the second droplet proved significantly more arduous. Gu Shiriwa persevered for 3 consecutive days without success. On this day, she set aside her training and accompanied Yu Hua to the courthouse. The public trial concerning Gu Minjing and her associates was scheduled for today. In the courtroom, the defendants readily confessed to their crimes. Due to the drastic reduction in the population during the apocalypse, capital punishment had been abolished, and the most severe penalty for them was merely to join the pioneering group. Gu Minjing, with an air of confidence, reveled in her circumstances. As a woman and former water deity, the harshest consequence she faced was being assigned to the volatile fighters, where her survival was not guaranteed. As anticipated, Gu Minjing was sentenced to a women's penal facility, while her husbands were dispatched to the pioneering group, destined for the most perilous regions to confront monstrous creatures. Gu Minjing, a formidable character, boldly declared before the live camera, "I confess, I have indeed betrayed the nation. For here I shall never attain justice." The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom her audacity in uttering such words. My parents united in love. Yet their affair was never acknowledged, rendering me a scorned illegitimate child. Facing the camera, Gu Minjing's expression was one of sorrow and indignation. My father refuses to divorce. He has his own wife and children, while my mother abandoned me to pursue her true love. I was cast aside to my uncle, who treats me well. Yet he has his own daughter, and I will forever remain in second place. I refuse to accept this. Fate has dealt me an unjust hand. Gu Minjing defiantly raised her head, embodying the essence of a victim of an unfair world. Gu Shiriwa found herself empathizing. Why could Ichi activate the ancestral space, while I possess nothing? And what of Mingdi? I am the water deity, yet why do you still overlook me? In what ways is Gu Shiriwa superior? Why does she enjoy such fortune? Her abilities surpass mine. And while I can only feign being a water deity through the spatial realm, she effortlessly unveiled my facade after her awakening. Once, I was the revered water deity of the southern base, yet after her arrival, the way others regarded me shifted entirely. Doubt clouded their gazes. Why should I not betray my country? At least in the island nation, there exists no other water deity. The one I yearn for sees only her. Why must this be the case? As Gu Minjing was led away, her laughter echoed, a hauntingly beautiful and deranged sound. Gu Shiriwa mused. Those who are pitiful must possess their own faults, and conversely, those who are despised often have their own tragedies. Yu furrowed his brow, realizing the need for careful selection of a partner for her. Gu Shiriwa shared the same sentiment. While sympathy was one thing, it was crucial to ensure she did not fall prey to someone with ulterior motives, inadvertently leading her to a false sense of security. Rest assured, her destination has long been determined, Li Ziki declared boldly. Oh, where? Gu Shiriwa inquired, intrigued, as both she and Yu were unaware of this development. Ah, it's the pioneering team. The conditions there are too harsh. One of my former subordinates made a request, and I obliged. Li Ziki replied nonchalantly. Does your old subordinate lack a wife? Yu asked. Well, there are both men and women there. They tend to pair off based on attraction. So it's not a dire situation. However, my subordinate is quite unattractive, has a volatile temperament, and possesses some peculiar habits in the bedroom, which makes it difficult for anyone to be with him. That is why he sought my assistance. The revelation left the others momentarily stunned. The lofty Mengshuation was to be paired with such a man, and a sense of regret washed over them. However, given that Gu Minjing had committed treason, she was already deserving of the harshest punishment. It was a stroke of luck that her life was spared. In that case, ensure your subordinate keeps a close watch on her. We cannot allow her to wreak havoc any longer. Yu expressed his ongoing annoyance towards her, citing her abuse of power and her detrimental influence on her sister. Yet, Gu Shiriwa felt a twinge of discomfort. She disliked witnessing a woman being subjected to such indignities. Nevertheless, this was a post-apocalyptic world, where strength reigned supreme. Moreover, Gu Minjing's crime was unforgivable. No one dared to plead on her behalf. Indeed, both Li Ziki and Yu Hua, having emerged as formidable figures from the apocalypse, would not show any leniency towards Gu Minjing. Zhu Xian sat quietly beside Li Ziki, her refreshing short hair casting a shadow over her brow as she lowered her head. Gu Shiriwa found herself particularly curious about her, after all. Zhu Xian was hailed as the foremost female powerhouse in Huagua, a figure of considerable renown worldwide. Zhu Xian, is that your real name? Gu Shiriwa asked. Zhu Xian flinched slightly, prompting Li Ziki to interject quickly. You may simply call her Zhu Xian. My dear possesses an elegance akin to bamboo, truly ethereal. Gu Shiriwa was puzzled. Was it taboo to mention her real name? I apologize. This matter has never been broached with her. She is unaware. Yue hastily took Gu Shiyue's hand, his expression tinged with regret. Under Li Ziqi's comforting presence, Zhu Xian relaxed, stating, "My real name is rather unpleasant. There is no need for you to know. You may call me Zhu Xian from now on." Gu Shiyue grew even more curious. Was a name truly such a sensitive subject? Surely it wasn't as bad as being named Zhao Di or Lai Di. She recalled a female celebrity named Shi Di from before the apocalypse. Although unpleasant, it hardly seemed forbidden to speak of. It's all right. Ignorance is bliss. I know she does not mean any harm. It's just that my real name is rather distasteful and I prefer not to mention it. With the principal party stating so, Gu Shiyue naturally refrained from probing further. The four agreed to dine together. And Gu Shiyue engaged in conversation with Zhu Xian regarding planting matters, a domain in which Zhu Xian was undoubtedly an expert. After receiving the legacy of cultivation, Gu Shiyue immersed herself in studying diligently. Many of her confusions were clarified through the meticulous explanations of Zhu Xian. The two shared a profound rapport, feeling as though they had finally met their kindred spirits. Their excitement was so palpable that they neglected their meals, leaving Yuhua and Li Ziqi with no choice but to feed them. Only then did the two women pause their animated discussion. After the meal, Gu Shiyue invited Zhu Xian to her estate for further guidance, to which Zhu Xian graciously agreed. Although she was not particularly sociable, she possessed a warm and amiable character. Upon her arrival at the estate, the resident experts greeted Zhu Xian as if she were a celebrity, clamoring for her autograph. Gu Shiyue was taken aback. This usually aloof expert had a reputation for being rather arrogant, often dismissing her due to her lack of true skill and her reluctance to put in the effort to learn. Yet, upon encountering Zhu Xian, he transformed into an adoring fan. Chapter 92. The exceptional bamboo fairy found herself momentarily at a loss. Rarely did she encounter such circumstances. Yet the eager gaze of the expert before her was difficult to disregard. Reluctantly, she signed Ato's signature for him. The balding expert appeared as though he had discovered a treasure, wishing to enshrine the signature. The other experts looked at him with disdain, thinking it disgraceful for a scientist to engage in such fanfare. Bamboo Fairy, could you assist me in understanding why the yield of my rice fields remains stagnant? Bamboo Fairy, what measures should be taken to combat the mutated red spider mite? The Bamboo Fairy was encircled by a throng of experts. Although she felt somewhat anxious, clearly prone to social discomfort, she diligently addressed the inquiries posed by several of them. My baby is truly gentle, Li Ziqi remarked to Yuhua, his voice dripping with saccharine affection. Yuhua shot him a glance of disdain. Who was it that previously claimed the Bamboo Fairy was pretending and could never like you? Li Ziqi stiffened. I was young and foolish then. It was my folly. Yuhua was taken aback by his admission of fault. TSK, a beautiful flower among dung. A beauty like the Bamboo Fairy is wasted on you. What is wrong with me? I am the god of thunder, poised and graceful. With unparalleled talent and a gentle disposition, countless women vie for my hand. Li Ziqi maintained he was no less deserving, convinced they were a match made in heaven. Yuhua regarded him with evident distaste. As the Bamboo Fairy and the god of thunder departed, the experts sorrowfully escorted them to the door, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Bamboo Fairy, will you return next time? Bamboo Fairy, thank you. Bamboo Fairy, may I become your disciple? The socially anxious Bamboo Fairy hurriedly took the god of thunder's hand and fled, leaving behind a group of regretful experts. Gu Shiyue and Yuhua strolled back, discussing, why can't we mention the Bamboo Fairy's true name? Gu Shiyue remained curious about this matter. Yuhua grasped her small hand, saying, the Bamboo Fairy hails from a troubled family, and her given name is quite distasteful. As a child, she was neglected, leading to her becoming deaf and mute. Fortunately, during the apocalypse, she awakened her powers, healed her physical ailments, and escaped from that family of leeches. Gu Shiyue's curiosity deepened. What name could be so unkind? Chen Jiansan. The cheap and cheap girl. Ack, I truly owe Sister Bamboo Fairy an apology. I shouldn't have asked. Gu Shiyue was utterly astonished. She had expected a name like Zhao at worst, but never one so maliciously intended for a daughter. Regret washed over her. Such a name should not exist in this world. Just know it and keep it to yourself. Let her true name be Bamboo Fairy. Few are aware of this, and she has even changed her name on her ID to Bamboo Fairy. As one of the few privy to this secret, Yuhua had not intended to disclose it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Gu Shiyue lamented. Vexed that while others guarded their secrets fiercely, she felt compelled to inquire. There is no need for self-recrimination. In truth, Zhu Xian is no longer overly concerned, for she has long since earned the respect of all through her own prowess. No one dares to belittle her now. Her childhood must have been fraught with suffering. Her parents bore one son and two daughters, with the elder sister and younger brother cherished like treasures, while she was treated as mere grass. Cast aside in the countryside with relatives, she endured considerable mistreatment. Upon returning home, she was relegated to the role of a servant. Her education was cut short. Forced to leave school to toil for a living, with her earnings appropriated by her parents. Had the apocalypse not arrived, and had she not fortuitously awakened her wood-based abilities and received a legacy in the place of inheritance, her fate would have remained dire indeed. Gu Shiriwa felt for the first time that, for some, the apocalypse might indeed be a blessing. Such hardship. Fortunately, she managed to extricate herself from her original family. Well, as long as you are aware, let us not speak of it again. This situation is partly my fault. I should have informed you beforehand. Yuhua felt a twinge of guilt. Gu Shiriwa had not anticipated that such a simple inquiry would inadvertently strike a nerve. What does Zhu Xian enjoy? I should bestow upon her a gift. Gu Shiriwa felt overwhelmed by guilt, longing to shower Zhu Xian with countless presents. Yuhua, exasperated, lightly struck her on the head. I shared this information to ensure you refrain from prying into others' wounds in the future. You clearly fear that Zhu Xian remains unaware of your knowledge of her secret. Gu Shiriwa realized this to be true and immediately felt deflated. Perhaps I shall refrain from gifting her for now. There may be opportunities to do so later. Indeed, do not worry excessively. Approach matters with a calm heart. Gu Shiriwa nodded, finding this reasoning quite sound. Although Zhu Xian is not particularly sociable, she possesses a kind and gentle nature, which Gu Shiriwa greatly admires. And what of her family now? Currently, they are under the supervision of the local base's management, yet no one dares to offend Zhu Xian. Last time, her gambling brother came seeking money and was beaten nearly to death. Her mother, defending her son, cursed Zhu Xian, wishing her a miserable fate, and proclaimed her intent to sever their mother-daughter relationship, to which Zhu Xian readily agreed. A great relief to the heart. And then, subsequently, her mother regretted her decision and attempted to appeal to emotions, but Zhu Xian remained unresponsive. Her father and sister then emerged to denounce Zhu Xian as unworthy of being called a daughter. A den of thieves. Gu Shiriwa felt indignant. During Zhu Xian's moments of injustice, no one spoke on her behalf, yet when ties were severed, everyone pointed fingers at her. Why should this be? She publicly declared her disassociation from the family online, ceasing all financial support. This was the right course. Gu Shiriwa clenched her fists, wishing to physically confront those who wronged Zhu Xian. Now, this family continues to prattle online, accusing Zhu Xian of being cold-blooded, of neglecting her parents and kin. Where are they? I shall go and reprimand them. Gu Shiriwa felt a fierce fire igniting within her. She was determined to verbally combat Zhu Xian's despicable family. Yuhua shook his head in disapproval. Zhu Xian herself is indifferent. If you confront them, it will only reignite the spotlight on her, leading to further embarrassment for Zhu Xian. Gu Shiriwa felt disheartened. I shall hire some online trolls to berate them. You too. Just behave yourself. There are already too many people condemning them online. Your contribution is unnecessary. Let us not inadvertently grant them undeserved attention. Indeed, even negative publicity can be beneficial. We must refrain from bestowing them with increased traffic. Gu Shiriwa, feeling utterly helpless, nonetheless ventured online to search for the keywords related to the Zhu Xian family. A plethora of trending topics emerged, revealing that reality surpassed even the sensational tales spun by Yuhua. For instance, that family resides in the house painstakingly acquired by Zhu Xian. Furthermore, Zhu Xian's car was forcibly taken by her mother and given to her brother. Additionally, all of Zhu Xian's savings from previous years were pilfered by her mother, leaving her utterly destitute. Moreover, her brother had once openly declared to others that Zhu Xian was merely a dog raised by their family. Gu Shiriwa's anger swelled with each revelation. A biased mother, a selfish father, a scheming sister, a domineering brother, and the shattered remnants of her spirit. Chapter 93. Doubts do not be upset. These are indeed the intentions of the bamboo immortal. She does not wish for that family to thrive. Yuhua gently pinched Gu Shiriwa's pouting cheeks. What should we do then? I harbor a smoldering anger that I cannot extinguish. Gu Shiriwa huffed, her breath coming in quick bursts. In truth, that family was merely clinging to life. Her brother had been captured by debt collectors and lost a hand, while her mother frantically sought a bride for him. Yet no one was willing to marry him. Her sister, though married, was caught in an affair, leaving her bedridden from the beating she received. Now, both siblings were left disabled. Their parents were ordinary folk, devoid of awakened abilities, and with age, they dared not venture out to hunt beastly creatures, resorting instead to the most laborious jobs within the city for meager pay. They deserved it. Gu Shiriwa felt a sense of relief as her frustrations began to dissipate. The bamboo immortal had already departed from that base. They could not pursue her, left to fend for themselves. The leaders of the base, having benefited from the bamboo immortal's kindness, naturally wished to ensure her acquaintances were well cared for. How wonderful to distance oneself from a troublesome family and embark on a new life. Suddenly, Gu Shiriwa recalled an incident. Oh right. Was the matter at the office building also instigated by her family? Not quite. The bamboo immortal indeed had a penchant for taking small advantages. Yet she would not go too far and would often make amends elsewhere, thus everyone generally indulged her whims. Yule expressed his disbelief. Such an ethereal sister. Yet she relishes in petty gains. I truly did not expect that. However, considering her difficult childhood, it was rather understandable. It was still the fault of her original family. Indeed. So, could you refrain from being angry over others' affairs? It is time for your dinner. Yua pinched Gu Shiyue's nose playfully. As Gu Shiyue beheld the sumptuous spread before her, she swallowed hard and then pinched her recently rounded belly. Have I gained weight? I ought to go on a diet. Yua persistently placed her favorite dishes in front of her. You are not overweight at all. You should indulge a little more. No way. I must lose weight. Do not undermine my determination. First eat. Only when you are full will you have the strength to diet. That was a valid point. Gu Shiyue thus found herself easily persuaded. Before long, she had overeaten, and as Yua supported her for a stroll around the estate, Gu Shiyue complained. It is all your fault. You insisted I eat. Yes. It is all my fault. I am to blame. Yua bore no anger. Even affectionately patting her round belly. It has been 3 months. Gu Shiyue, vexed, gave him a playful punch. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be pregnant? Wait, when was my last period? Yua suddenly froze in shock. You. Surely it cannot be that fortuitous? Gu Shiyue remained skeptical, feeling no symptoms at all. Finally, Yua regained his composure. I shall procure a pregnancy test. With that, he vanished in a flash. Gu Shiyue sighed, shaking her head at his usual exuberance. Gu Shiyue, feeling devoid of any inclination for a leisurely stroll, turned back towards the house. By the time she reached the entrance, Yuhua had already returned, demonstrating the remarkable speed of space manipulators. Having never used a pregnancy test before, the couple spent some time poring over the instructions. The guidelines indicated that morning urine would yield the most accurate results. Since I bought plenty, why don't you give it a try now and test again tomorrow morning? Gu Shiyue suggested. I shall attempt it, she declared, making her way to the restroom. Upon her return, she held the pregnancy test in hand, stating, we must wait a little longer. Both of them held their breath, fixating on the test as 10 minutes. 20 minutes and half an hour elapsed, yet only a single line appeared. I can't shake the feeling that there might be a faint second line here, Yuhua remarked. Somewhat paranoid. No way. It must just be a residue from the reagent, like a water line, lacking any color, Gu Shiyue interjected, attempting to dampen his enthusiasm. Let's wait until tomorrow morning for another test. It must be inaccurate tonight. Yua remained unconvinced. Fine, I'll go along with your wishes, but truthfully, I am not ready for children just yet. That evening, Yua cautiously embraced Gu Shiyue, being particularly mindful of her abdomen. The following morning, Gu Shiyue awoke to find Yua staring at her with bleary panda eyes. You did not sleep a wink, did you? She asked incredulously. Yeah. I even came up with names for our children. If it's a boy, he shall be named Yu Pingping, and if a girl, Yuanin. I hope they will grow up safely. Yua eagerly shared the names he had contemplated all night, leaving Gu Shiyue speechless. After all, it was still an uncertain matter. I will check again. It's still possible there is nothing. Don't worry. Let us remain calm. Gu Shiyue thought to herself, wishing to roll her eyes at him, who was truly the anxious one here. After conducting the test and freshening up, she emerged just as the time was right. What is the result? Yua pressed, eagerly leaning against the bathroom door. Gu Shiyue nearly collided with him as she opened it. What on earth are you doing? Is this the famed leader of the apocalypse? It must be a Fade. How is it? Yuhua, a tall man at over 6 feet, acted like a child, making Gu Shiyue shiver with discomfort. Compose yourself. Unable to contain his anticipation, Yua snatched the test from Gu Shiyue's hand, scrutinizing it closely, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yeah, am I seeing things? Gu Shiyue shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? I cannot be certain. The line is too faint. Yua was engulfed in doubt. Let us visit the hospital. Besides, we haven't tea at breakfast yet. Gu Shiyue felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. She too was uncertain. All right, let us drive there. He was unsure if teleportation might affect the child, deeming that driving would be the safer option. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Shiyue sat in the waiting area, while Yuhua busied himself with the arrangements. Due to a drastic decline in birth rates, obstetric departments were notably understaffed, and the few expectant mothers present were being treated with great care. Once Gu Shiyue completed her blood draw, Yuhua finally found a moment to sit beside her. He retrieved breakfast from his space. Here, now that the blood draw is over, you can have some breakfast. You should eat too. However, at that moment, Yuhua had no appetite. His gaze was fixated on the testing window, eagerly awaiting the results. Go ahead and eat. The blood test results will take about half an hour to arrive. Gu Shiyue insisted, forcefully placing a bun into his mouth and handing him a cup of soy milk. Seeing this, Yuhua quickly finished his food, but his attention soon shifted to Gu Shiyue's belly. Yeah, what do you think? Will our child be a boy or a girl? Chapter 94. Pregnancy Checkup. Gu Shiyue was rendered speechless. She had not realized that Yuhua was such an anxious individual. She gently patted his hand and reassured him. Do not worry. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it is perfectly fine. But no, a boy must be well trained to protect his mother in the future. As for a girl, she should be a little princess, and I must keep a close watch to ensure no scoundrel deceives her. His thoughts were indeed quite far-reaching. Gu Shiyue found herself at a loss, allowing him to indulge in his fanciful musings. She needed to drink more water and was due for an ultrasound, which required her to hold her bladder. Just when Gu Shiyue felt she might burst from drinking too much, the blood test results finally arrived. Yuhua rushed over to the doctor's office, and Gu Shiyue couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, the doctor's office was not far, so she made her way there, only to collide with Yuhua, who had just been ushered out. I'm so sorry, yeah. I didn't mean to forget you. I was just so nervous. Gu Shiyue chose to ignore him and walked inside. The doctor teased, the soon-to-be father seems quite elated, doesn't he? Yuhua rubbed his nose, lamenting the tarnishing of his illustrious reputation. Doctor, what are the results? Gu Shiyue inquired as she settled onto a chair. The doctor carefully reviewed the results and replied. The progesterone levels are elevated, indicating a possible early pregnancy. However, it is best to wait for the ultrasound results to confirm. Really? That's wonderful. Yeah. We are going to have a child. Yuhua had already dismissed any uncertainty, firmly believing they were indeed expecting. You can go for the ultrasound now. But be sure to wait until your bladder feels full. The doctor, unhurried and courteous, treated the expectant mothers with great kindness. After expressing their gratitude, the couple made their way to the ultrasound room. This doctor is quite nice, Gu Shiyue remarked as they walked. Yes, I'm going to be a father. Yuhua's response was somewhat disconnected, and when Gu Shiyue turned to look, she found his grin nearly reaching the back of his head. It was utterly absurd. Yuhua had become quite daft with excitement. The ultrasound technician was gentle, informing Gu Shiyue, you can see the gestational sac now, congratulations, it appears to be twins. Gu Shiyue was genuinely taken aback by this delightful surprise. There was no history of twins in her family. Are they identical or fraternal? They are fraternal, one is round, and the other is oval. Can you tell their genders? Apologies, but we have regulations that prevent us from disclosing that information. However, the development of the babies is progressing quite well. The doctor emphasized the word well, leaving Gu Shiyue with a sense of speculation, though she dared not voice it. Could one truly ponder such matters? Upon exiting the ultrasound room, she found Yuhua on the phone. Yes, it's true. We're having a baby. I am going to be a father. What a blabbermouth. Yeah is here now, I'll hang up. Who were you talking to? Gu Shiyue asked, a touch irritated. It was our mother. You certainly cannot keep this from her. Indeed, there was no way to conceal such news from her mother. The doctor confirmed it's twins. Gu Shiyue suddenly exclaimed. Yuhua was overjoyed. Twins. This means I will have 2 children at once. No. Such wonderful news must be shared with our parents. Yuhua immediately reached for his watch to make a call, but Gu Shiyue stopped him. Don't rush. Let us wait until the doctor finishes, and we can discuss it at home. Indeed, the doctor confirmed her pregnancy with twins and calculated the due date, which would likely be in the spring of the following year. The doctor indicated that the babies were developing well and advised her to pay attention to nutrition, while avoiding certain foods like eel, turtle, and crab. Yuhua diligently took notes and even requested a dietary plan from the doctor, preparing to have the chef follow it upon their return. On the way there, Gu Shiyue was treated like fragile cargo by Yuhua, and on the way back, he was even more cautious. He went so far as to wrap the car in an extra layer of protective shielding. They returned to the manor without incident, only to find her parents waiting for them. After their marriage, her parents had moved to live with the mercenary group. This was their first visit since the wedding. How is it? How is the baby developing? Guma asked anxiously. Mom, please don't worry, I'm fine. The doctor said the babies are developing very well. And it's twins. Gu Shiyue reassured her. Twins? That is wonderful. Twins are great. Ha. Our Gu family finally has twins. Gu Ba exclaimed with excitement. However, Gu Ma shot him a glare. What do you know? Carrying twins is a trial. It's difficult to maintain the pregnancy, and childbirth is even tougher. Our daughter will endure great suffering. Indeed, a mother knows best how to worry for her child. What should we do? Gu Ba and Yuhua panicked. What is there to panic about? From today onwards, I'll move in, with me watching over her. Everything will be fine. Gu Ma, having given birth before and being a therapist, certainly provided a sense of security. Mom, then I'll rely on you. Yuhua quickly said, fearful she might decline. Gu Ma didn't mind. After all, her son-in-law was concerned for her daughter, which delighted her. Thus, Guma settled in, and while Yuhua felt reassured, Gu Shiwei was not pleased. They were being too overbearing. No ice cream, no spicy snacks, not even a chance to indulge in snails. They didn't prevent her from working, but insisted Guma accompany her at all times. Fortunately, the water purification project had already reached a pause, allowing her to wait until spring to resume the work. With nothing else to do at home, she immersed herself in studying planting and winemaking. Considering the low temperatures of winter, she decided to cultivate a batch of mutant cabbage, which grows rapidly and is suitable for storage. The mutant cabbage is merely a level 2 exotic plant, and with her ripening techniques, she managed to mature it in just 3 days. The fields were now filled with mutant cabbages towering over a person, each weighing over 100 pounds. This harvest was another vibrant success, leaving Director Lee grinning from ear to ear. Little Gu, you truly understand the situation, knowing that winter lacks vegetables and not considering profit. You cultivated such a vast expanse of cabbage. On behalf of the people at the Kyoto base, I thank you. To be honest, Gu Shiwei did not think too much about it. Primarily, during her pregnancy, she needed to supplement a significant amount of vitamins, considering both herself and the child in her womb. However, serendipitously, receiving praise from Director Lee brought her joy. In a few days, I plan to produce another batch of mutant radishes. Will you come to collect them then? Gu Shiwei indeed harbored this thought, as she was craving pickled vegetables and sour radishes. Wonderful. Little Gu, you truly are a commendable comrade. Director Lee clasped Gu Shiwei's hands, his eyes glistening with tears. Heaven knows how much hair he loses daily while managing the internal affairs. This chief steward role is no easy task. Gu Shiwei felt somewhat embarrassed by his compliments. It is my duty. I wonder what else is urgently needed at present? I will certainly assist wherever I can. Chapter 95. Ginger. After a moment of silence, Commander Lee remarked, to be frank, the most scarce resource during winter is mutated ginger. Gu Shiwei immediately comprehended the significance. Ginger is renowned for warming the stomach and dispelling the cold, making it an essential plant for the winter season. Additionally, mutated ginger is a crucial ingredient in cold-repelling potions, with rumors suggesting that a single vial can enable an individual to endure the harsh outdoor chill for up to 3 hours. I shall commence the cultivation of mutated ginger, Gu Shiwei resolved. Following her harvest of mutated cabbage, she eagerly set about planting the ginger. As a level 20 exotic plant, the growth of mutated ginger would not be expedited. After a full day's labor, she finally completed the planting, making her fields in both spaces considerably more manageable. Gu Shiwei was prepared for the eventual harvest, which she anticipated would occur in about a week. The following day, she only needed to stimulate growth, while dedicating the remainder of her time to brewing low-grade beast blood wine. Although low-grade beast blood wine is quite inexpensive, it serves as an excellent source of warmth in winter, potentially saving numerous lives. However, upon catching a whiff of the sanguine aroma, she began to retch uncontrollably. Observing her distress, her mother promptly cast a cleansing spell, and Gu Shiwei felt a refreshing chill wash over her from head to toe, alleviating her nausea. How do you feel now? Still nauseous? I'm fine now, Mom. Thank you for your help. Gu Shiwei expressed her gratitude, relieved that her mother was a healer. Otherwise, she could only imagine the torment she would have endured. After a day filled with activity, she had brewed nearly a few thousand jars of low-grade beast blood wine. As evening descended, she could distinctly sense the drop in temperature. It felt as though mere days prior they were basking in the sweltering heat of summer. Yet now winter was fast approaching. While she had become somewhat immune to the cold, her mother stubbornly insisted she don a coat. Today was another day for growth stimulation and wine brewing. However, she intended to concoct high-grade beast blood wine. She had acquired level 6 water, and previously had sent a portion to the National Research Institute, anticipating that recent breakthroughs would reveal its properties. It was conservatively estimated that it could allow 5th-level warriors to advance. Regrettably, there were currently no warriors seeking to break through to level 6, with the highest known level in Huagua being Yu Miao at level 45. Nonetheless, Gu Shiwei could attempt to brew level 6 wine. The creation of level 6 wine necessitated level 6 beast blood. Yesterday, Yuhua had teamed up with Thunder God and Bamboo Fairy to hunt level 6 exotic beasts. With their combined efforts, hunting a few ordinary level 6 beasts posed little challenge. As expected, Yuhua returned the previous night with numerous beast carcasses, and the trio divided the meat and energy cores among themselves, with all the beast blood being allocated to Gu Shiwei under the condition that she would produce 1 jar of level 6 beast blood wine for each of them. Gu Shiwei readily agreed. All other materials had been meticulously prepared. Only the beast blood remained to be added to the jars. Brewing level 6 beast blood wine is a complex endeavor, as improper ratios can lead to boiling and evaporation. Gu Shiwei meticulously followed the recipe, making subtle adjustments, and after dozens of experiments, she finally arrived at the most suitable proportions. Seeing the beast blood wine safely enter the cellar, Gu Shiwei let out a sigh of relief and gently tapped her waist. She discovered that although she was in the early stages of pregnancy, her lower back often ached. Fortunately, she had a caring mother who, even before she fully realized it herself, provided her with a remedy. Mom, it's unnecessary. I'm just a bit sore. It is necessary. Besides, my abilities are abundant and have no other use. If it can make you feel better, it's worth it. Guma truly attended to Gu Shiwei with utmost care. Mom, you are so wonderful, she cooed, wrapping her arms around her mother's. At this age, still acting cute. No matter how old, I remain your baby, Gu Shiwei retorted. At merely 18, how could she not be considered a baby? You really are still a child, Guma mused, sensing her daughter was still quite young. Mom, let's go shopping today. We should gather all the pregnancy supplies and baby items. Gu Shiwei had known about her pregnancy for several days, but only just thought of this necessity. Guma looked at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. We were waiting for you. We've already gathered everything. Even the nursery is prepared. Gu Shiwei was taken aback. She had been busy these past few days, but surely she would have been informed of such things. How could I not know? Your husband, wanting to avoid disturbing your rest, took care of everything while you were working. Guma was increasingly fond of her son-in-law. Yu Hua, who was indeed attentive, ensuring that Gu Shiwei had nothing to worry about. Then let us go see the nursery. Yu Hua had extravagantly decorated 2 nurseries adjacent to their master bedroom. Considering they did not yet know the baby's gender, he ultimately chose yellow for the walls, ensuring the furniture was all soft padded, even carpeting the floors. The nursery was fully equipped with a baby stroller, crib, toys, and bedding. And Yu Hua had even gone to the extent of setting up a playroom on the first floor, complete with a double-layered soft castle, utterly luxurious. As Gu Shiwei walked through, she marveled at just how thoroughly Yu Hua had prepared. She found herself with no room to contribute. In your wardrobe, he has even swapped in an array of maternity clothes. Did you not notice? Guma pointed out, while Gu Shiwei, the one directly involved, remained oblivious. I didn't pay attention. Her clothing was primarily purchased by Yu Hua. She merely wore what was provided. You really haven't noticed that your cosmetics have also been replaced? Guma was exasperated by her daughter's obliviousness. I did notice that. Recently. I can't stand fragrances, so everything has been switched to unscented. I thought you had done it. Since childhood. Gu Shiwei had relied on Guma to manage her clothing and cosmetics. She had never purchased anything herself. You truly live a life of luxury. Guma couldn't help but marvel at her daughter's fortune, thriving even in tumultuous times. That is because I have you all protecting me. Gu Shiwei cherished her blessings. Fully aware of her family's affection and vowing to reciprocate their love. With her resources supporting them, her father, mother, and brother had all recently experienced advancements in their lives. Her father and brother had even been promoted. As the maternal and infant supplies no longer required her attention, her focus returned to the cultivation fields, where the mutated ginger had already reached a height of 2 meters. Ideally, it would be best to accelerate its growth into mature ginger, as this would enhance its medicinal properties. Thus, each day after brewing wine, she diligently exerted her efforts to stimulate the growth of the mutated ginger. Today marked the second session. After her nurturing, the ginger ceased to grow taller, and Gu Shiwei understood that it was now developing roots. Finally, having exhausted her abilities to the very last strand, she leaned weakly against her mother, who, filled with concern, immediately employed a restorative spell on her. How many times must I remind you not to overexert yourself? Gu Shiwei felt her energy gradually replenishing, and her complexion improved significantly. Mother, I'm fine. Winter is approaching. We must make the most of our time. Although Gu Shiwei had never experienced the winter of the apocalypse, the anxious demeanor of those around her indicated that it would be a challenging season. Therefore, it was prudent to prepare as much as possible while time allowed. Chapter 96. Winter thus, several days passed, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. Gu Shiwei had donned a cotton jacket. Today marked the momentous occasion of harvesting the mutated ginger. The mutated ginger was extraordinarily large, each weighing between 50 to 60 pounds. Yu Hua directly uprooted one, and after a brief examination, the experts confirmed it to be mature ginger, sufficiently potent in medicinal properties. Due to the loose soil, the extraction of the ginger relied heavily on shovels, rendering Gu Shiwei unable to assist and relegating her to the role of a mere counter. Early in the morning, Director Li arrived, his countenance radiant with joy. Excellent. Excellent. Once again, we have achieved a bountiful harvest. With such an abundance of ginger, how many warming remedies can we concoct? In previous years, even Zhu Stin could not cultivate such a quantity of mutated ginger. Indeed, Little Gu is our nation's lucky star. The harvested mutated ginger was piled high like a small mountain in the clearing, with personnel from the statistical department already calculating the estimated yield. Report to the director. The projected output of this batch of mutated ginger is approximately 8 million pounds. Gu Shiriwa harbored serious doubts, suspecting that this individual possessed some mental ability, as his calculations seemed remarkably swift. Splendid. Splendid. Aha. With so much mutated ginger, if we promptly produce warming remedies, we shall save many lives this winter. Director Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Times were tough, and resources scarce, yet this year, fortune smiled upon them with ample supplies. He found it somewhat disconcerting. Little Gu. All of this is your merit. Rest assured, I will commend you upon my return. In truth, whether or not she received accolades mattered little to Gu Shiriwa. The nation had treated her generously, allowing her priority access to whatever she desired, and she had not been remiss in earning her contribution points. Director, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled the duties expected of a child of the Flower Kingdom. Director Lee sighed. It is precisely because our nation has individuals like you, who are humble and unassuming, that we can stand tall amidst the apocalypse. Unaware of the broader global situation and too occupied to pay attention, Gu Shiriwa inquired curiously. Is our Flower Kingdom currently the leading power in the world? With a knowing smile, Director Lee replied, in terms of surviving population, the number of survivor bases. In the count of fifth-tier abilities, our Flower Kingdom is undoubtedly first. However, we do not consider ourselves the leaders. We merely stand on equal footing with others. Understanding dawned upon her. Humility was a cherished virtue of the Flower Kingdom, and modesty was a long-standing trait of its children. However, our water deity is solely you. You must take great care of yourself. Director Lee cautioned with concern. Rest assured, Director, I possess the ability to protect myself. Gu Shiriwa was no mere lamb to the slaughter. Her swordsmanship was not practiced in vain. The harvest of the mutated ginger consumed an entire day, and when the final count was completed, they had amassed approximately 8.02 million pounds. Gu Shiriwa cast an admiring glance at the statistician. They were so close. Truly impressive. Director Lee promptly produced a large spatial device, gathering all the mutated ginger within, and hurriedly departed. The task of transforming the mutated ginger into warming remedies could not afford to be delayed. In the winter planting fields, only the mutated winter wheat could be cultivated, a variety that distinctly differs from ordinary mutated wheat, characterized by its remarkable cold resistance and superior quality, graded at level 23, with a growing period extending throughout the winter. Gu Shiriwa promptly organized her workers to commence planting, as these fields could not afford a moment of idleness. The cultivation of mutated winter wheat posed no significant challenges. The crucial factor was to ensure sprouting before the arrival of winter, thus her time was limited. Employing a level 5 water infusion, she observed a rapid sprouting process. Within 3 hours, the mutated winter wheat seeds had developed robust white shoots, rendering the planting process considerably easier. The hired laborers were quite adept, and within half a day, all the mutated winter wheat had been sown, with Gu Shiriwa even managing to stimulate another wave of growth. Upon awakening the next morning, Gu Shiriwa beheld a verdant carpet blanketing the planting fields, fortunate to have completed the task just in time, as snowflakes began to descend from the morning sky. Winter had arrived. Recently, Yuhua had procured a substantial amount of food, knowing well that supplies would dwindle once winter set in. With nothing to occupy her in the fields, the restless Gu Shiriwa turned her attention to brewing ginger wine. In terms of combating cold, she was convinced that ginger wine surpassed any cold-reducing potion. Moreover, ginger wine also had the added benefit of replenishing vitality and blood, a crucial remedy for the malnourished survivors of the apocalypse. Fortuitously, the mutated ginger in her space was ready for harvest, and Yuhua had already collected it all into storage earlier that morning. While external cultivation had become impossible, she planned to plant some seasonal fruits and vegetables within her space, ensuring a steady supply of nourishment during her pregnancy. The brewing of ginger wine was not particularly complex, akin to a level 3 energy beverage. Thus, Gu Shiriwa managed to brew over 10,000 jars in a single day, all stored in the Ming Palace's warehouse, where the temperature was optimal for fermentation. Recently, all her brewed wines had been kept here, transferring only the completed batches to other locations. The thousands of jars of beast blood wine that had previously been released had reportedly sold out immediately upon hitting the market. Currently, the market was experiencing a tenfold price surge, yet there remained an overwhelming demand with no supply available. Countless individuals sought Gu Shiriwa's assistance, and with no other choice, she released several thousand jars, placing them in her own marketplace with daily purchase limits, barely appeasing the masses. When Gu Shiriwa emerged from her space, she was greeted by a world blanketed in white. Ordinary people had retreated indoors, huddled by their heated stoves, resolute in their decision to remain indoors. In the living room, the fireplace crackled to life, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Just then, Yuhua returned from outside, bringing in a chill, to avoid making Gu Shiriwa uncomfortable. He first removed his coat at the entrance before embracing her warmly. Are the children behaving? Are they causing you any trouble? Gu Shiriwe gently stroked her belly and replied, They are very well behaved and do not disturb me. Perhaps it was due to Gu Ma's potent magic, but she had not experienced any pregnancy symptoms in recent days. Her appetite was hearty, and aside from being slightly nauseated by certain odors, she felt no different than before. Yuhua gently seated Gu Shiriwe on the sofa, caressing her silky long hair. From this day forth, do your utmost to remain indoors. Pregnant women are delicate. It is best for you to nurture yourself at home. If you require anything, simply let me know, and I shall procure it for you. Gu Shiriwe was filled with curiosity, for during the apocalypse, she had seldom encountered pregnant women and children. Do other expectant mothers also refrain from venturing outside? Indeed, pregnant women and children find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the bitter cold. They hardly venture out during winter. Even for prenatal checkups, doctors are willing to make house calls. With that, Gu Shiriwe's final doubts dissipated. In this apocalyptic world, the scarcity of children was so profound that doctors were compelled to visit homes for checkups. Chapter 97. Talent and I shall remain indoors. Though she had already reached the third tier, and theoretically should be impervious to the harshness of the seasons, being pregnant made her uncertain about the well-being of her child. It was prudent to exercise caution. How about I invite someone over to play? Or perhaps I could ask my sister to come and take care of you for a while. No need. My sister has never given birth, and her presence might not be appropriate. Gu Shiriwe felt a bit embarrassed to impose upon her elder sister-in-law. Very well. I, too, find her unreliable. If only my parents were still around, Yuhua said, a touch of melancholy in her voice. What caused your parents' demise? Gu Shiriwe had always hesitated to broach this subject. In this apocalyptic world, who did not carry their share of sorrow? They did not escape when the apocalypse struck. We couldn't even find their bodies. I arranged a ceremonial grave for them at the West Continent base. Then we shall visit them next time to pay our respects, allowing them to witness the next generation. Gu Shiriwe had never met Yuhua's parents, but she imagined that the strength and determination displayed by Yu Miao and Yuhua must have originated from formidable parents. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. You have given me a home once more. Yuhua gently pecked Gu Shiriwe on the cheek and then enveloped her in a tight embrace. Fool. We are husband and wife. There's no need for thanks. Outside, the north wind howled, yet within, the atmosphere was warm and spring-like. Under the soft, yellow glow of the lamp, the two clung to each other, seeking solace. Although they remained indoors, the affairs in both of their spaces kept Gu Shiriwe quite occupied. She reorganized their tasks. Yuhua would primarily cultivate fruits and vegetables, while her own space would be filled with various medicinal herbs. Despite the biting cold outside, Gu Shiriwe would still manage to harvest a batch of herbs every few days. As for the fruits and vegetables, she kept them for internal consumption, after all. She had many employees to feed. Consequently, her enterprises had recently gained attention on social media for their generous benefits. In this apocalyptic era, which company distributes fresh fruits and vegetables every few days? Such items have become luxuries in the harsh winter. Even the mercenary group established by her parents had been incorporated into the benefit system, and within a short period, the group had ascended to a second-tier mercenary organization in the capital base. One day, the Research Institute sent word that preliminary results regarding the sixth-tier water had been achieved. The researchers indicated that the sixth-tier water not only allowed fifth-tier warriors to ascend to the sixth tier but also possessed the ability to cleanse one's marrow. Long-term consumption could enhance one's innate talent, and remarkably, there were no level restrictions. This meant that even ordinary individuals could partake of it, potentially altering their qualifications and awakening extraordinary abilities. While there were already potions for awakening abilities in this apocalyptic world, their side effects were severe, even if one successfully awakened. They would be forever capped at the 9th tier, and no amount of treasures could help them surpass the 19th tier. Therefore, once the results were announced, Gu Shiriwe realized that the 6th tier water would soon be revered. As anticipated, the high-ranking officials in the capital, drawn by the allure, began to contact Gu Shiriwe to reserve the 6th tier water. Gu Shiriwe felt quite troubled. Given her current capabilities, she could only produce 100 milliliters of the 6th tier water each day, a far cry from the demand. Moreover, she is currently in her pregnancy and would not recklessly disregard her condition for the sake of level 6 water. Thus, she decided to announce that she would make available 5 bottles of 10 milliliters level 6 water each day on the National Exchange platform, allowing everyone to exchange based on their abilities. The remaining 50 milliliters would naturally be for her personal use. Both she and Yuhua would consume a bit daily starting today. Upon his first sip, Yuhua immediately advanced a level. Yeah, as long as there's enough level 6 water, I can instantly ascend to level 6. He exclaimed in delight. Gu Shiriwe was equally astonished. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, Accumulating energy is rather straightforward. All that is required is an energy core. The primary concern lies in the volatile energy accumulated within the core, which would also be absorbed into the body. However, level 6 water can eliminate 99 of this volatile energy, making the ascension quite effortless. Yu Hua was exhilarated, initially believing that it would take at least another decade to level up. Yet Gu Shiriyue had provided him with such a tremendous surprise. What about talent? Has it improved? Gu Shiriyue inquired eagerly, as it was said to enhance one's innate abilities. Yu Hua attentively sensed, I feel my body has become lighter, and the energy within me flows more freely, allowing for quicker spell casting. If that is the case, my talent has indeed improved. Wonderful. You'll be the first to ascend to level 6. Although Yu Hua was globally recognized as the foremost combatant, his level was relatively comparable to others, which led to some private discontent among peers. In a fit of excitement, Yu Hua embraced Gu Shiriyue and spun around, causing her to gasp and smack his back. You'll get us both killed. I'm pregnant. Only then did Yu Hua realize his recklessness. Are you all right? Is everything okay? He anxiously placed his hand on her belly. I'll call the doctor. He intended to teleport away, but Gu Shiriyue grasped his arm. I'm fine. Don't panic. Seeing her composure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Gu Shiriyue glared at him exasperatedly. Whose fault is that for being so reckless? It's my fault. My fault. Hee. Sit tight. I'll have some level 6 water too. It would be wonderful if it could enhance the child's potential in the womb. Since the level 6 water was originally condensed by Gu Shiriyue herself, it held little effect on her, as she wished to transfer this energy to her children. You should drink less. This energy is still quite potent. Yu Hua worriedly cautioned, uncertain if the two little beings inside her could withstand it. All right. I'll start with just a drop to test it. Gu Shiriyue was not reckless. Safety was her priority. A single drop of level 6 water entered her mouth, and she directed it to her abdomen, placing it into the amniotic fluid. She felt a gentle surge of energy erupt. Sensing that the amniotic fluid had seemingly elevated a tier, transforming from a level comparable to level 3 water to suddenly becoming level 5. Gu Shiriyue harbored concerns that such a transformation might be overwhelming for the children. Thus, she meticulously focused her mental energy, observing that indeed, a gentle energy was gradually permeating the two gestational sacs. While she could not discern any immediate effects, it seemed that the fetal heartbeat had grown stronger. Unsettled, Gu Shiriyue continued to concentrate her mental energy for over half an hour until the energy from the 6th level water was entirely expended, yet she detected no anomalies. Only then did she wearily withdraw her mental focus, concluding that it should be a positive influence but deciding to proceed cautiously, starting with just a single drop each day. Meanwhile, Yu Hua, who had been closely monitoring Gu Shiriyue, also breathed a sigh of relief, affirming that there was no rush. Their children inherently possessed remarkable potential, and safety remained paramount. Chapter 98. Yin Lu. Gu Shiriyue was not one to be solely absorbed in her own affairs. She also considered her parents and Gu Shiyang, along with Yu Miao, to whom she had gifted some level 6 water. For other friends with whom she shared a pleasant rapport, she offered small tokens accordingly. Li Mingqi made a special visit with her child to express her gratitude. This was Gu Shiriyue's first encounter with Li Mingqi's daughter, Li Yunla. The little one was adorably plump, clad in a princess dress adorned with a grand bow, utterly charming and bearing no resemblance to her fierce mother. Little Yunla was truly beautiful. The shy girl hid behind her mother, exclaiming, Auntie is so beautiful too. Gu Shiriyue's eyes sparkled. She yearned for a daughter just like her. Li Mingqi lifted her daughter and seated herself on the sofa, where the glow of motherhood was surprisingly evident, leaving Gu Shiriyue questioning her own perception. I'm here to thank you. This child is already 5 years old, and while her peers have begun to awaken their abilities, she has yet to do so, which has made her feel somewhat inferior. The level 6 water you sent previously was just a drop, yet it catalyzed her awakening. Li Mingqi beamed with joy. This child might very well be her only one, and she cherished her as a precious gem. In their family, Li Yunla was regarded as the most esteemed little princess of her generation. Witnessing her daughter's insecurity tugged at the hearts of the whole family. Really? Our little Yunla is remarkable, awakening her powers at just 5 years old. With Gu Shiriyue's kind demeanor, Yunla gained confidence and softly declared, Auntie, I can already perform fireball techniques. Wow, how impressive. You will surely grow to be a formidable force like your mother. Gu Shiriyue exclaimed. I aspire to be a national protector like my uncle. The little girl proudly lifted her delicate chin, evidently regarding her uncle as the epitome of strength. Marvelous. Auntie eagerly awaits your rise as a national protector. You must promise to look after the little brother or sister in Annie's belly. Little Yunla gazed curiously at Gu Shiriyue's abdomen, asking, Auntie, when can the brother or sister come out to play with me? Soon. When spring arrives, you shall see them. All right, Auntie. I will protect them. Little Yunla promised, tapping her chest with determination. Gu Shiyue's affection for the girl grew with each passing moment. She wished to take her home. Not a chance. Li Mingqi shot her a look. You have your own, don't covet others. With a playful pout, Gu Shiyue lamented. But I adore your family. I shall have her as my daughter-in-law one day. I need a son to marry her. Li Mingqi smirked knowingly, doubting that Gu Shiyue would truly allow her son to become a son-in-law. You're quite the character, Gu Shiyue retorted, narrowing her eyes at her friend. At that moment, the nanny had taken the children to the playroom, allowing Gu Shiyue and Li Mingqi to converse freely. This child bears no resemblance to you. I see no part of you in her. Gu Shiyue couldn't help but jest, admitting her jealousy that her dear friend had produced such a delightful and beautiful daughter. Haha. Don't be envious, dear. I am a height you cannot reach. Li Mingqi was quite pleased. To be honest, who is the father of the child? Gu Shiyue could hardly believe that such a beautiful child would have an unknown father. Well, this. I don't really know, Li Mingqi replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Liar. I don't believe it. We are sisters. Who doesn't know each other well? All right, I'll tell you. But you mustn't tell anyone else. I've even kept this from my family. Everyone thinks I just found someone randomly to have a child. After a moment of hesitation, Li Mingqi decided to confide in her dear friend. Gu Shiyue listened attentively. Actually, the father of this child is not from Huagua. The revelation stunned Gu Shiyue. No wonder Xiao Yunla had an air of mixed heritage. She had thought it was merely her imagination. A few years ago, during an exploration of ruins, I encountered a foreign man. He had Chinese ancestry, which made him quite appealing to my taste. To be honest, he was the most handsome man I had ever seen. Li Mingqi licked her lips, clearly savoring the memory. Initially, we were just a team exploring together, but you know how it is, when adults are attracted to one another. It naturally leads to passion. Well, that sounds very much like Li Mingqi's style. We were together for 3 months before finally emerging from those ruins. After we got out, he wanted me to go abroad with him, but I refused, suggesting he return to Huagua with me instead, which he also declined. Thus, we parted ways, much like the graduation breakup season before the apocalypse. Upon my return, I discovered I was pregnant. In the post-apocalyptic world, carrying a child is exceedingly difficult. My entire family urged me to have the baby, despite the father being absent and my unwed status. Gu Shiyue fell silent. Indeed, large families need heirs. And with the low birth rate in the apocalypse, no one could guarantee they would have descendants. Once pregnant, one must ensure the child is born. So, you never saw him again? That ruin was accessed through a teleportation method. All I knew was that he was from the Bear Country, nothing more. So it truly was a fleeting romance. Nevertheless, with such a formidable mother, having or not having a father makes little difference for Xiao Yunla. Do you wish to seek him out? I have thought about it. However, the allure of the bustling world in Kyoto is too captivating. I cannot seem to escape. Li Mingqi raised a glass, savoring the drink. Indeed, Li Mingqi remained Li Mingqi. The recent melancholy must have been her imagination. Looking back, I'm grateful he is a foreigner. In this post-apocalyptic world, we may never cross paths again, and thus, the child will always belong solely to me. Li Mingqi wore a rather smug expression. You should refrain from setting such expectations. Now that there are teleportation arrays throughout Huagua, it wouldn't be difficult for someone from the Bear Country to come back. Rest assured, even if he comes, as long as I do not acknowledge him, the child remains mine alone. Li Mingqi seemed to be getting a bit carried away lately. By the way, your level 6 ability has stirred quite a commotion in Kyoto. This, Gu Shiyue had anticipated. So, does drinking have any effect? Have you not noticed any changes in me? Li Mingqi stood up and twirled around, throwing a flirtatious glance her way. Has your skin improved? You seem a bit more beautiful. Gu Shiyue hesitated in her response. Not just that. I've reached the 5th level. The bottleneck that had held me back for so long has finally been broken. Thank you. Yeah, you will always be my dear sister. Li Mingqi exclaimed excitedly as she sat beside Gu Shiyue, wrapping her arm around her shoulders. Gu Shiyue felt somewhat uncomfortable with such intimacy from anyone other than Yuhua. Oblivious to her friend's discomfort, Li Mingqi eagerly attempted to embrace Gu Shiyue for a kiss. Gu Shiyue panicked and immediately pushed her away, saying, Sister, you are my biological sister. Let us just talk without any physicality, shall we? Li Mingqi, that mischievous woman, was utterly unrestrained in her affections. Yet, Gu Shiyue had her limits. Seeing Gu Shiyue's strong reaction, Li Mingqi became even more exhilarated. However, her gaze swept over Gu Shiyue's abdomen, and she clicked her tongue in regret, saying that Yuhua must have saved the galaxy in his past life to be worthy of marrying you in this one. Chapter 99. The Land of Brahma. Li Mingqi, with an insatiable appetite, took away a considerable amount of energy wine, and Gu Shiyue could hardly stop her. Overwhelmed by her audacity, for the sake of Xiao Yunla, Gu Shiyue refrained from holding her accountable and even permitted her to take a generous supply of vegetables and fruits. Of course, she did not arrive empty-handed. She brought with her the blood of the exotic beasts hunted by the mercenary group, which Gu Shiriyue conservatively estimated to be sufficient for brewing around 100,000 jars. At least for the next 6 months, she would be well supplied with beast blood. Recently, Yuhua had been out and about, as this year's stock of cold-repelling potions was ample. He assembled a team to venture into the waters, breaking the ice to fish. Indeed, the mutated fish and shrimp beneath the winter lake had become significantly more subdued. Once caught, they were not far from death. Yuhua returned with a substantial haul of freshwater delicacies, evidently having focused on freshwater fish. Even with the protection of his abilities and the dual safeguard of the cold-repelling potions and gear, Yuhua still emerged each day with a reddened face and nose from the cold. At that moment, Gu Shiriyue truly grasped just how frigid it was outside. Coincidentally, this batch of ginger wine was ready to be tapped, so Gu Shiriyue urged Yuhua to the warehouse to fetch a jar. The ginger wine possessed a slight yellow hue, and Gu Shiriyue poured a cup for Yuhua. Upon tasting it, Yuhua exclaimed, "Spicy. Refreshing." Gu Shiriyue was at a loss for words. What was refreshing about spicy wine? Yuhua swiftly drained the cup and was immediately enveloped in warmth. This is remarkable. Far superior to the cold-repelling potion. How many materials were used for this jar? Yuhua pondered the cost of the ginger wine. This jar contained 100 pounds of wine, likely requiring 2 pounds of mutated ginger, while the rest of the ingredients were of the first or second tier. Minimal in quantity and cost-effective. Excellent. Much cheaper than the cold-repelling potion, and its effectiveness surpasses it. We should seize the opportunity to introduce it to the market. Yuhua calculated that the market prospects for ginger wine would undoubtedly be more promising than for cold-repelling potions. Naturally, he delegated the sales aspect to his subordinates, calling for the transportation of several thousand jars of ginger wine, keeping only a small portion for himself. Seeing Yuhua affirm the efficacy of the ginger wine, Gu Shiriyue brewed another 100,000 jars, dedicating an entire week to complete the task, all while utilizing her spatial abilities to expedite the process. After days of energy accumulation and Gu Shiriyue's unwavering investment of 6th-level water, Yuhua was finally on the verge of advancement. Initially, Gu Shiriyue thought she could assist him in this endeavor with her dual cultivation techniques, but as she was less than 3 months pregnant, no one dared to take that risk. Yuhua's energy had already reached its peak, leaving no room for delay. He could only venture forth with the risk of advancing. He chose not to inform others of his advancement, with only Yu Miao coming to assist him as a protector, given the gravity of the situation. Could he not wait until after your childbirth? I had thought he would marry and no longer have to live in fear, yet it seems he must still take risks. Yu Miao was nearly in tears, having acted as his protector for the 5th time, each occasion fraught with anxiety. God knows, while others relied on their partners for advancement, he had always depended solely on sheer willpower. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiriyue felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, as his wife, she had failed to fulfill her role, especially since his rapid ascension was largely due to her influence. "Sister, I apologize, it is my fault." Yu Miao suddenly realized what she had said. "No, yeah, I'm not blaming you. You are pregnant, far more precious than he is. I am merely frustrated that this brat always takes such risks." Yu Miao felt quite embarrassed. Gu Shiriyue had dedicated herself to bearing children for the Yu family, yet she had inadvertently alluded to the other's irresponsibility. Heaven knows, that was not her intention at all. "Sister, I understand." Was she not anxious? She was nearly beside herself with worry. The last time Yuhua had ascended, he had been ambushed, leading to severe injuries and amnesia, which sufficiently demonstrated the peril of forced ascension. Inside the quiet chamber, Yuhua was already in the process of ascending. Fortunately, he had adequately prepared this time, not only having ample level 6 water, but also the level 6 beast blood wine prepared by Gu Shiriyue. Yuhua indulgently submerged himself entirely in the beast blood wine. The immense energy of the wine surged through his body, tearing and healing, until the color of the barrel of beast blood wine gradually faded, prompting him to switch to another barrel. In total, he utilized 5 barrels, each containing approximately 300 pounds of level 6 beast blood wine. When his body could no longer absorb the energy from the beast blood wine, Yuhua finally emerged from the tub and seated himself on the floor. He took out the level 6 water and energy core, beginning to break through his bottleneck. As the level 6 water and energy core in his hands swelled, his momentum soared as well. "Who goes there? Sneaking about?" Yu Miao shouted with a fierce voice. "Hee. I never expected this brat to ascend to level 6 so quickly. What a pity, I have caught you." A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, slashing towards the quiet chamber. Although the chamber was arrayed with formations, the turbulent energy would inevitably affect Yuhua. Consequently, Yu Miao rushed forward to intercept the attack. "Despicable scoundrel. I let you escape last time. This time, you shall pay with your life." Yu Miao, though of a higher level, struggled against the black-robed figure due to her lower combat power. She had come here secretly and had not brought along her brothers-in-law. Kiki, little girl, I spared you once. Since you are so ungrateful, you shall pay with your life. With that, the black-robed figure swallowed a vial of potion, his aura surging, clearly well-prepared, cowering behind a facade. What bold claims you make. Yumiao was consumed by rage. He had harmed her brother last time, and now she was determined to avenge him. The two clashed fiercely. Yet Yumiao was swiftly overpowered. The black-robed figure's blade was about to descend upon her neck when she closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, Yuhua appeared, piercing through the figure's energy core with a single shot. Weren't you supposed to? The black-robed figure was bewildered. Yuhua was supposed to be ascending, and he could sense the fluctuations of ascension quite clearly. Disappointed? Did you think I would fall for the same trick twice, bald donkey? Only when Yuhua accurately named his identity did the black-robed figure unwillingly exclaim. So you knew all along. You, the butcher of the Huan nation, with your hands stained by the blood of my Brahmin people, deserve to descend into the depths of hell. Save such words for the judge. This man's energy core has been rendered useless by him. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence. The residual flames swiftly stripped away his dark robe, revealing a bald monk who, with a face full of compassion, proclaimed, Amit Ba, if I do not enter hell, who will? I, a humble monk, am a devotee of the Buddha. Thus, returning to the Buddha's side can be deemed a death well-deserved. Having spoken, he prepared to take his own life. Alas, his extraordinary powers had waned. Now he was but an ordinary man, unable to end his life before the remnants of the flames. Soon, personnel from the relevant authorities arrived to take him away. Chapter 100. Frustration. In this apocalyptic era, humanity still engages in internal strife. Yuhua shook his head. Ahua, how are you? Gu Shuriwe, aware of her own frail strength and the fact that she was with child, had refrained from revealing herself until the battle had reached its conclusion. I'm fine. This was a plan my sister and I devised long ago to deliberately draw him out. Yuhua grasped Gu Shuriwe's hand, offering her reassurance. Indeed, Yumiao appeared to have recovered from her grave injuries, now reclining on the sofa, munching on an apple. Did your ascension go smoothly? Gu Shuriwe inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Exceedingly well. In fact, it was so seamless that I completed it rather swiftly. And I didn't even have the chance to utilize the contingency plans I had prepared. What contingency plans? Gu Shuriwe asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Well, it's us. The Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy materialized out of thin air, startling Gu Shuriwe. Yes, I had enlisted their assistance for protection, but I ended up emerging early, so I couldn't make use of their help. Yuhua scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. Since you're all right, we shall take our leave. The Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy were indeed busy individuals. It was only through Yuhua's entreaties that they had come. Gu Shuriwe felt compelled to express her gratitude, offering them some energy-infused liquor as compensation for their visit. The two departed joyfully, assuring her that they would be available should she require their aid in the future. What was the matter with that man in the black robe? Gu Shuriwe pressed for answers. He is a member of an extreme religious faction. Buddhism originally came from the land of Brahma and took root in Huagua. It has long since severed ties with Brahma. However, a minuscule fraction of disciples still adhere to the doctrines of Brahma as their sacred texts, transforming themselves into the lapdogs of Brahma and betraying the very nation that nurtured them. Such individuals are not worthy of lamentation. Yuhua's anger was palpable. He had already dispatched many like them and would not hesitate to eliminate more. Was it he who harmed you during your last ascension? Gu Shuriwe's ire flared at the thought of someone daring to threaten her husband. Uncertain, but likely from the same faction. The last time, he managed to escape. And this time, Yuhua intended to bait them for a more significant catch. Gu Shuriwe finally grasped the entire sequence of events. Aware that, as a pregnant woman, she ought to avoid undue stress, she understood that their secrecy was for her sake. Yet, a sense of gloom weighed heavily on her heart. Given the considerable disparity in their levels, she felt that her ability to assist Yuhua was minimal. His recent ascension was solely his own doing, leaving her with a tinge of frustration. Nonetheless, she kept these feelings to herself, choosing to internalize them. Yuhua remained occupied with follow-up matters, and the extent to which he had explained everything to her was already a considerable concession of time. She could not appear ungrateful. Thus, Gu Shuriwe returned to her space, immersing herself in work. Only by keeping herself busy could she stave off her despondency. Days passed, and upon completing his urgent affairs, Yuhua finally noticed that Gu Shuriwe's demeanor was amiss. No matter the topic, she seemed disinterested, spending her days either tending to her plants or sleeping, even squeezing in time for cultivation when she could manage it. Yeah, are you feeling down? How about I take you out for a bit of fun tomorrow? No. It's all right. There's no need to trouble ourselves. We simply need to ensure we stay warm. Forget it. I don't feel like going. I bought a small cake. Would you like some? Gu Shiriwe has a sweet tooth, but hasn't indulged much lately. No, I'm fine with my regular meals. Guma has been occupied with matters and returned home for a few days. Seeing Gu Shiriwe's unusual state, Yuhua hurriedly summoned her back. Since awakening her healing abilities, Guma has taken to self-studying traditional Chinese medicine. After a thorough examination, she inquired, "Is there something weighing on your heart? Did anyone upset you?" Yuhua looked innocent. And Yu Miao appeared even more so, as she has always maintained a harmonious relationship with her siblings. Guma sighed. "It seems none of you have caused her distress." Gu Shiriwe dared not meet Guma's gaze. The insights of traditional medicine were rather intimidating. "My dear, if you have something troubling you, please share it with me. Bottling it up can lead to illness." Gu Shiriwe remained silent, her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Each tear that fell upon her hand also struck the hearts of Guma and Yuhua, both in a state of escalating concern. Yet Gu Shiriwe continued to remain mute. Yu Miao, incensed, directly grabbed Yuhua by the ear. "Did you upset Shiriwe? She struggles to bear your child. And what have you done? Are you worthy of her? If I don't give you a good thrashing today, I am not your sister." "Ouch, that hurts." "Sister, be gentle. How could I possibly make Shiriwe angry? It certainly wasn't me." Yuhua vehemently denied it. His relationship with Shiriwe was quite harmonious. Gu Shiriwe recognized that it was time to speak up. "Mom, I'm fine. It's just that there are some things I cannot comprehend. No one has upset me." "Who taught you to bottle things up? A lovely girl like you should laugh when you want to and cry when you feel like it. Spend more time online. Watch videos, read novels, and don't be like Lin Daiyu." Gu Shiriwe couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's words. Indeed, why should she make things difficult for herself? She is not a failure. She is the esteemed water deity of Hua country, skilled in both agriculture and winemaking. Even if she cannot directly assist Yu Huo in his ascension, his success would still owe half of its credit to her. Why should she torment herself? Realizing this was a relief. "But you mustn't cry anymore. If you do while pregnant, the child may also be a crybaby." Guma gently patted her head. Yu Huo cautiously added, "Shiriwe, if you ever feel angry, just hit me. I don't mind the pain. Don't be hard on yourself." Gu Shiriwe shot him a playful glare. "Who would hit you? You're all tough and sturdy." With her spirits lifted, Gu Shiriwe's companions refrained from pressing her further about her troubles, and the matter was effectively settled. Nevertheless, Guma was hesitant to leave, and Yu Huo was equally reluctant to let go, both mindful of her feelings and striving to keep her cheerful. A few days prior, Yu Miao's husbands had come over and gazed enviously at Gu Shiriwe's pregnant belly, eagerly looking at Yu Miao. Yu Miao felt a chill run down her spine as they spoke, expressing her uncertainty. "I can't guarantee that I will conceive. It all hinges on luck. No worries. We shall simply strive harder." Her brothers-in-law's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, convinced that with increased attempts, the odds would eventually tilt in their favor. They refused to believe that the five of them could not surpass the efforts of her younger brother alone. Thus, that very day, Yu Miao returned to the Shisho base with her husbands. In her brother's home, she felt somewhat restrained, but once back in her own territory, she could act freely. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Yu Hua, embracing his wife at night, dared only to exchange gentle kisses and cuddles, ultimately left with a belly full of unquenched desire, which he had to resolve on his own, for Gu Shiriwe would not indulge him in that regard. Chapter 101. Midterm. As Gu Shiriwe's pregnancy reached the 3-month mark, the obstetrician, indeed, took the initiative to visit her. Knowing it was for Gu Shiriwe's prenatal checkup, they arranged for the finest doctor and the best prenatal examination vehicle. The demeanor of both the doctor and the nurses was exceedingly gentle. They comforted her softly, assuring her that the baby was developing splendidly. However, due to the twins, the nutrition was somewhat unbalanced, resulting in one of the babies being slightly smaller, though it was not a significant concern. Gu Shiriwe could perceive that one of the babies was indeed smaller, yet she sensed a strong fetal heartbeat, which alleviated her anxieties. On the other hand, the expectant father, Yu Hua, appeared somewhat flustered. "Doctor, what should we do to ensure she receives adequate nutrition? We cannot simply supplement indiscriminately." The doctor reassured him that a normal diet, with a focus on balanced nutrition, would suffice. They were particularly cautious about Yu Hua potentially over-supplementing the pregnant woman, as that could pose significant risks. Gu Shiyue's meals were already managed by a dedicated nutritionist and chef, so the doctor communicated directly with them regarding these matters. Regular physical activity was encouraged, but it should not lead to excessive fatigue. A balance between work and rest was essential, with the fetus stabilized. Engaging in appropriate conjugal activities was also beneficial for the child's development. The doctor spoke with a calm demeanor, but both Gu Shiriwe and Yu Hua felt a hint of embarrassment. There is no need to be shy. Intimate relations facilitate energy transmission, allowing the child to receive paternal energy nourishment. Research indicates that this can enhance the child's innate abilities and constitution during pregnancy, hence, it is recommended to partake in this daily. Goodness. Gu Shiyue's toes nearly penetrated the floor in her mortification, yet the doctor continued to expound earnestly. To her astonishment, Yu Hua engaged seriously with the doctor, discussing timing, intensity, and positions. Gu Shiyue felt a murderous intent brewing within her. This absurd post-apocalyptic world. In the end, the doctor did not prescribe any medication for Gu Shiyue, but rather provided Yu Hua with a recipe to enhance kidney health, which he accepted with unrestrained delight. Feeling utterly mortified, Gu Shiyue spent the next half-day feigning busyness in her space, as only being occupied could help her forget the embarrassment. Unfortunately, by evening, Yu Hua dragged her out once more. Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Gu Shiyue realized the recipe had indeed changed, leading to a wave of despair. Under Yu Hua's eager anticipation, she reluctantly finished her meal. Soon after, the couple returned to their room to study the blue sea and sky technique, a practice they had previously advanced to the second level before her pregnancy. Now, after several months of delay, it was time to resume their training schedule. Yeah. I believe this section should go like this. You scoundrel. Is that incorrect? I am following the practice. Exactly. The doctor said once a day. With no upper limit, as long as the pregnant woman is not overexerted or harmed, Yu Hua was as jubilant as if he had received a royal decree. Naturally, Gu Shiyue was already at the third stage. How could this matter cause her harm? Yu Hua, brimming with enthusiasm after 2 months of anticipation, surged forth like a floodgate unleashed, becoming uncontrollable. The next day, Gu Shiyue failed to rise on time for breakfast, and under her mother-in-law's reproachful gaze, Yu Hua fled in a state of embarrassment. Upon rising, Gu Shiyue discovered that she had ascended 2 levels once more. Indeed, the nourishing effects of the 6th-tier residual fire were undeniable. Her spirits were elevated throughout the day, as harmonious marital life is essential for contentment. She glanced at her newly awakened skills, which were all of a controlling nature, akin to molding water as if it were clay, quite an intriguing endeavor. Gu Shiyue spent the day engaged in this pursuit, simultaneously completing the irrigation tasks for her fields and brewing several thousand jars of beast blood wine. At present, beast blood wine and ginger wine were the 2 most profitable beverages under her name, filling her coffers to the brim. Particularly, the beast blood wine, which directly enhanced strength and survival abilities, was a sought-after commodity among those with the means to procure it. Today, Duma suggested that since Gu Shiyue was now in the mid-term of her pregnancy, a relatively stable phase, she would return home for the time being. Planning to visit again during the later stages of the pregnancy, Gu Shiyue consented, understanding that her mother was still quite young and should not be confined to her side indefinitely. Unbeknownst to her, Duma had come to the realization that her presence was inadvertently affecting the couple's intimate life, prompting her decision to return home, a reason she chose not to disclose to Gu Shiyue. Thus, the evening found only Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua dining together. Yu Hua, visibly more relaxed, nudged Gu Shiyue with his leg while eating. Despite her glare, he continued unabashedly to serve her dishes with a grin. After dinner, Yu Hua expressed a desire to bathe with Gu Shiyue, but she declined. Upon emerging from her bath, she was taken aback to find him squatting at the bathroom door in his pajamas, gazing at her with a pitiful expression reminiscent of a golden retriever. Gu Shiyue felt a pang of affection. Oh dear, he possesses magic. She affectionately ruffled Yu's hair, only to be swept into his embrace. The tender part of her heart was stirred. What is it? Yu stood up, gritting his teeth as he lifted her off the ground. Yeah, you are such a blockhead. The evening naturally unfolded into a sweet marital interlude. Yu gradually intensified their intimate moments, testing the boundaries of Gu Shiyue's comfort. The energy exchanged between them amplified their efficiency, far surpassing solitary cultivation. Having taken a brief nap during the day, Gu Shiyue felt invigorated and unable to sleep. So she indulged in playful antics with Yu Hua for a while. After a month of continuous cultivation, Gu Shiyue successfully reached level 29, effortlessly surpassing the threshold to level 30, as if the barrier were non-existent. Even Yu Hua could not suppress his envy of Gu Shiyue's innate talent for cultivation. While others struggled against bottlenecks, she faced none of those tribulations. If there were a deficiency in her abilities, it lay in her attack power. Even with her current training in swordsmanship, she found it challenging to mitigate the disparity caused by her innate talent. Nevertheless, upon surpassing level 30, she finally coalesced a drop of innate Ren water, sensing the immense energy within, realizing her ultimate move had finally materialized. The lethality of Ren water rivaled that of any other elemental ability. By reaching the 4th tier, the water she could conjure was now 6th tier, and with her refining techniques, she could elevate it to 7th tier water. Her ability to purify water sources, she sensed, could now be extended to 6 months. This meant she would no longer have to traverse back and forth so frequently. Most notably, upon reaching the fourth tier, her skin had become even more supple and radiant. Her already sparkling eyes now appeared perpetually filled with moisture, and her lips were full and dewy, exuding a natural allure that was simply captivating. At least, it was enough to make Yu Hua unable to tear his gaze away. Unbeknownst to her, the attraction she now possessed elicited a considerable, albeit restrained, reaction from Yu Hua, who found himself inwardly cursing, "Damn, how I wish to make her cry." Of course, as her husband, he could only endure his feelings. As Gu Shiwei executed the concealment technique bestowed by the fisherman, her refreshing and vibrant aura began to settle, gradually becoming somewhat muddied. Yu Hua, too, found a sense of calm. Understanding that his wife was acting in self-preservation, he refrained from inquiring about the source of her knowledge. After all, it was not a bad thing. At the very moment Gu Shiwei ascended in rank, she sensed that the children had also undergone a cleansing. Infused from head to toe with pure water spiritual energy, the essence emanating from the two children became increasingly pristine. One could surmise that when they were born, their innate talents would be exceptional. Chapter 102. The Mall Gu Shiwei's abdomen swelled increasingly, rendering her movements more cumbersome. She often found herself supporting her waist and belly, yet her mobility remained largely unaffected. During her 4th month, the doctor conducted another prenatal examination. The child was thriving, and even the smaller one was developing normally without any complications. In fact, due to Gu Shiwei being a rare 4th-tier expectant mother in the entirety of Huagua, the doctor remarked that the child's various metrics significantly surpassed those of typical infants. After this prenatal checkup, Gu Shiwei felt an urge to venture outside for some fresh air. However, the chill of winter lingered, and Yu Hua was somewhat apprehensive. There's a charity gala at the Kyoto base tomorrow night. Would you like to attend? Initially uninterested in such social gatherings, Gu Shiwei, having been cooped up at home for too long, was willing to go anywhere. Sure, you can stay in the space, and I'll bring you out when I arrive. Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled with realization. How could she have overlooked such a solution? I want to go out to play this afternoon. With her large, glistening eyes fixed on Yu Hua, he found himself conceding. Where shall we go? Let's visit the mall. Gu Shiwei opted for a safe and warm destination. Absolutely. Yay. Ahua, you're the best. Gu Shiwei tiptoed to plant a kiss on Yu Hua's cheek before hastily departing to change her attire. Yu Hua chuckled to himself. Touching the spot where she had kissed him, she yes just like a child. Once Gu Shiwei was dressed, she entered the space, and Yu Hua wasted no time. With a swift teleportation, they appeared at the entrance of the mall. Upon stepping into the hall, feeling the warmth envelop him, he entered the space again to retrieve Gu Shiwei. Their entrance and exit drew the attention of many, but as the patrons were either affluent or noble, no one was overly surprised. Having spent 3 months confined, Gu Shiwei emerged to find everything novel. Whenever she expressed interest, Yu Hua would purchase it, as they lacked for contribution points. Fortuitously, they encountered Hua Jiao and her mother, the matriarch of the Hua family, shopping on the 2nd floor. It was evident that both were currently enduring hard times, lingering indecisively before a display, unable to commit to a purchase. Perhaps their hesitation had lasted too long. As Gu Shiwei noticed the salesperson rolling her eyes in exasperation, ultimately, the pair resolved to buy a necklace priced at 370,000 contribution points, their expressions tinged with regret. Jiao, you simply must succeed this time. No more throwing tantrums. The matriarch appeared even more aged than during their last meeting, reluctantly producing her wristwatch to complete the transaction. Mom, I know, this is my last chance. Jiao, don't blame me. Ever since you offended her, life has been difficult for me too. This is my final assistance to you. Mom, I understand. It's my own fault for being headstrong. As the mother and daughter wallowed in self-pity, Gu Shiwei took Yu Hua's arm and walked past them with unwavering focus. The pair fell into stunned silence. Gu Shiwei's mood remained untouched by their presence. After all, to her, they were merely two inconsequential individuals. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she sensed that venturing out today was ill-advised. To her astonishment, she encountered Yun Tong, and notably, he was accompanied by a young girl. Gu Shiwei had thought that he had finally relinquished his interest in her and felt a sense of relief, but upon seeing the two of them, he immediately released the girl's hand and maintained a distance. Yeah, I have no connection with her. Please do not misunderstand. Captain Yun, you are overthinking it. Whether or not you were involved with her is of no concern to me. Gu Shiwei's mind was filled with exclamations of disbelief. Yun Gu, the young girl, gazed at Yun Tong in astonishment, unable to comprehend why someone who had just been amiable now sought to distance himself from her. Call me Captain Yun, Yun Tong declared with a serious expression. The girl's eyes instantly welled up with tears, glancing at Yun Ting and then at Gu Shiwei. She seemed to come to a realization and ran away, covering her face. Are you not going to chase her? Yu Hua remarked with sarcasm. What does it have to do with me? Yeah, well, what would you like to buy? I shall treat you. Yunting appeared unfazed by the girl's departure and instead lavished attention on Gu Shiwei. Thank you, but no, my husband accompanies me shopping, and he will buy me whatever I desire. I do not require the concern of outsiders. With that, Gu Shiwei took Yu Hua's hand and departed. Yeah. Yunting's voice trembled, as if he had been struck, standing there with his head down, his bangs concealing his shattered gaze. Gu Shiwei felt a wave of nausea wash over her, akin to having ingested something repugnant. That young girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her, one that surpassed even that of her actual cousin, Gu Minjing. The notion of her being a stand-in was utterly revolting. Yeah, could you not grant me a single opportunity? Yunting hastily pursued Gu Shiwei, reaching out to grasp her, only to be knocked down by Yu Hua's fist. I warn you, if you continue to harass my wife, I will make you pay dearly. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, as they were all prominent figures from the Kyoto base. Gu Shiwei had no desire to be entangled with him further. Captain Yun, I have told you numerous times that I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please cease your pursuit. I am already married and have no intention of seeking anyone else. Yunting's complexion turned ashen, and after hesitating for a moment, he attempted to speak, but Gu Shiwei and Yu Hua had already walked away. Yu Hua's expression darkened. It was intolerable for his wife to be the object of another's desire. No, I must go and teach him a lesson. He gritted his teeth. Just moments ago, he had held back too much. Otherwise, he could have easily dealt a crushing blow to that weakling. Gu Shiwei shot him an exasperated glance. Do as you wish. Just don't kill him. Instantly, Yu Hua felt a wave of relief. Indeed, in his wife's eyes, he would forever be her sole choice. Yeah. There is a newly opened Huayang restaurant upstairs that is quite good. Shall we go dine there? Huayang cuisine, characterized by its savory and slightly light flavors, was perfect for her dietary needs during pregnancy. Their family chef could prepare it, but it would not be as refined. The restaurant would surely offer an elevated experience. All right then. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the two found a table by the window and settled in. Yu Hua ordered some signature delicacies, and they engaged in a light-hearted conversation. To their surprise, the girl who had just fled was seated nearby, weeping in the embrace of another man. Gu Shiwei's worldview was instantly transformed. She had envisioned herself as the tragic heroine of a substitute romance, only to realize that the girl was far from a mere victim. At that moment, she was sulking melodramatically, lamenting, Brother Yun treats me as a mere stand-in. I shall no longer harbor feelings for him. The man comforted her, saying, Yes. From now on, you shall love only me. Let us disregard Yunting. Chapter 103. The stand-in. The young girl lifted her red-rimmed eyes, her face merely a few centimeters away from the man, their breaths almost mingling. But what if others bully me since your combat ability is lacking? The man, unable to withstand the temptation, leaned in and kissed her. No worries. I have contribution points. I can hire a bodyguard. I'll transfer you 100,000 shortly. Come home with me tonight, shall you? Ruan Yuan. The girl, addressed as Ruan Yuan, deflected his advances, refusing to let him kiss her. But your bodyguard cannot possibly contend with Brother Yun. She whimpered, Will I always be bullied? The man seemed to lose his patience, gripping Ruan Yuan's chin with one hand and kissing her deeply. After a prolonged moment, he released her and, with a restrained tone, said, Ruan Yuan, I have a good temperament and can tolerate you seeking other men, but when you are with me, you must think solely of me. Do you understand? Ruan Yuan appeared dazed from the kiss, stammering, I, but... The man interjected with a hint of menace. There are no buts, Ruan Yuan. Remember, if you provoke Yunting, he will indeed stop protecting you. But if you anger me, you will find yourself without funds. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Gu Shiwei began to grasp the situation. Yunting was currently cohabitating with another woman. It was astonishing that he could still entertain two hearts. Gu Shiwei felt exasperated by this revelation. As for the girl named Ruan Yuan, who found herself at a disadvantage in this scenario of two men vying for one woman, it was truly bewildering that she couldn't secure even one of them. How foolish. Gu Shiwei's interest in her diminished considerably, just as the dishes were served. Gu Shiwei redirected her attention to the meal. She relished the dinner, and Yu Hua, noticing her enjoyment, smiled happily, saying, If you like it, come often. Gu Shiwei shook her head, mindful of her pregnancy and the need for restraint. Perhaps it is best to stick with the meals prepared by my nutritionist. As they were finishing their meal, Ruan Yuan suddenly stood before her and inquired, Are you the moon water deity? Gu Shiwei, taken aback by the unexpected question, wiped her mouth with a napkin and replied, I am. How can I assist you? Ruan Yuan bit her lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. You already have such a wonderful husband in Mingdi. Could you perhaps let Yunting be with me? Gu Shiwei raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her request. Seeing Gu Shiwei remain silent, Ruan Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. I mean no harm. I know you are his white moonlight, but I genuinely like Brother Yun. And he likes me too. even though he still has feelings for you. Her voice was not quiet, drawing the attention of the nearby high-ranking supernatural beings, all straining to listen, even causing the restaurant's music to cease. Realizing she had overstepped, Wang Yuan stubbornly maintained her gaze on Gu Shiyue, hoping for a reply. Wang Yuan. The wealthy man accompanying her also recognized the gravity of the situation and pulled her aside. Apologies. Ming Di, Moon Water Deity. It is Wang Yuan's lack of decorum that has disturbed your meal. This card holds 10 million contribution points, a gesture of apology for the offense caused to Wang Yuan. Both Yu Hua and Gu Shiyue refrained from accepting it, as they were indifferent to such trivial points. However, Wang Yuan could no longer bear the disparity. She received a mere 100,000 while Gu Shiyue was granted 1,000,000. Was it necessary for the water goddess to covet another's man? How audacious. Yu Hua could not tolerate the affront towards Gu Shiyue. His overwhelming aura surged forth, pinning both women to the ground, leaving them speechless in terror. He had extended them a courtesy. Yu Hua had truly had enough of these foolish individuals. His wife had warned him countless times that he needed no one else. Did they consider him a mere decoration? Ahua, do not be enraged. Restrain your aura. It is affecting others. Gu Shiyue advised. With a fierce glance, Yu Hua noticed the discomfort etched upon the faces of many in the restaurant. He reined in his pressure, directing it solely at the two before him. The crowd exhaled in relief, some wiping their brows, while others settled their bills, for the Emperor's wrath was not a sight to behold. Gu Shiyue sighed, observing the disheveled pair. She had explained herself too many times and was loath to do so again. With resignation, she stated, I had no intention of troubling you. But I cannot allow provocation to go unpunished. Today serves as a small lesson for you. Let us depart. The last remark was directed at Yu Hua, who remained seething. Rising with an indignant huff, the two trembled, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. After Gu Shiyue led Yu Hua away, the pair collapsed onto the ground, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Wang Yuan, you truly have landed me in a great predicament, the man lamented. Wang Yuan's complexion turned ashen, still reeling from the fright. So formidable. In a world fraught with chaos, women were drawn to strength. Following her shock, Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. If only he could be my husband. What did you say? The man asked, incredulous. Wang Yuan, dissatisfied with every aspect of him, pouted and retorted, Guang, you cannot even protect me. The man named Guang suddenly felt despondent. He had always perceived Wang Yuan as innocent and endearing, attributing her occasional thoughtlessness to her youth, and had indulged her. Since they had been together, he had borne all her expenses, yet he realized he would forever remain overshadowed by Yuntong in her eyes. It was understandable. Women in this world gravitated towards strength. Now, Wang Yuan had even set her sights on the emperor. Such behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. Wang Yuan, I have come to realize that we are incompatible. Let us part ways. What do you mean? Wang Yuan furrowed her brows, her large, round eyes fixed on Guang. My meaning is clear. I would rather remain single than continue with you. Guang stood tall, looking down at Wang Yuan. Why? I refuse to accept this. Wang Yuan, recalling her esteemed status as a woman, asserted that it was only women who could dismiss men. Men had no right to end relationships. You may refuse, but you must accept it. We are not registered. We are not a legal couple. I need only to inform you unilaterally. The man, resolute in his decision to end the relationship, felt a strange sense of relief. He recalled how, in the past, Wan had dismissed him as an ordinary man lacking formidable strength, which had prevented her from agreeing to register their union. Now, it seemed serendipitous that he was spared the trouble. Do you like her too? Wan exclaimed, pointing in the direction of Gu Shiyue's departure, her voice laced with indignation. Guang's expression darkened. Shut up. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. The memory of their previous life and death ordeal lingered vividly. He dared not provoke them again. Why, oh why? Where did I go wrong? Wan lamented helplessly, seated on the ground, tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy. Guang, exasperated, exclaimed, Get up. I'll take you home. But after this, we are done. I shall not care whom you choose to pursue. Wan, unwilling to engage with him, remained on the ground, sobbing. Guang glanced at his watch and stated impassively, You have 10 seconds to decide. Once that time elapses, I shall no longer concern myself with you. You must find your own way home. Wan cast a reproachful gaze in his direction, but Guang was unmoved. Ultimately, she succumbed, rising obediently to follow him. The bystanders watched, murmuring in pity. Meanwhile, in a corner, 2 men sat nursing their drinks. So, are you not going to chase after her? Chapter 104. Underground pursuit. Who are we chasing? Yunting asked, his voice laced with frustration. Naturally, the one who was crying. Do you dare pursue the moon goddess again? Long Tai replied, amused. I won't chase her. Yunqing retorted. Are you content with that? He shot Long Tai a sidelong glance. What does it matter if I am not? The moon water goddess has never given a thought to me. Long Tai sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The truth is, together we cannot hope to defeat the Ming Emperor. Indeed, you have never possessed her, so you can easily let go. Yet I was once so close to success. Yunting slumped on the sofa, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. That is futile. You should swiftly change your target, otherwise. Next time the Ming Emperor may very well end your life. Long Tai, ever the opportunist, felt no significant loss after his defeat. However, Yunting was different. He remembered the murderous glare cast upon them by the Ming Emperor as he departed. He admitted to himself that he had felt fear, that he had faltered. Yet, facing the Ming Emperor, he did not feel humiliated by his defeat. Let me try once more, to finally put this to rest. Yunting murmured. Long Tai, speechless, replied. Do as you wish. But do not involve me. I have no desire to court death. He was resolute in his decision to withdraw. After coming to that conclusion, he felt no inclination to remain alongside Yunting. I am leaving. Best of luck. Yunting offered a wry smile and waved his hand. The feeling of losing an ally was disheartening. Yunting's personal attributes were indeed commendable, tall, handsome, and exuding a brooding charm that was quite captivating. When he drank alone, many bold women would approach him, yet he dismissed them all. Meanwhile, Gu Shiwei, despite encountering peculiarities throughout her shopping expedition, remained in high spirits. She pulled Yu Huo along to the 6th floor, where they selected baby clothes and toys. With the child now over 4 months old, Gu Shiwei could discern the baby's gender through her mental acuity, discovering that she was indeed blessed with a pair of fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. Thus, her primary intention was to acquire items for both genders, especially for the princess dresses. Upon seeing the exquisite gowns, Yu Huo beamed from ear to ear, exclaiming, "Buy them all. She is a princess, after all." Gu Shiwei focused on selecting, while Yu Huo took charge of the payments. In no time, they had cleared the entire floor of merchandise. Feeling somewhat unfulfilled, they decided to descend to the lower level in search of energy materials. This was a free trade market, relocated here for the winter since outdoor stalls were impractical. As a pregnant woman, Gu Shiwei stood out in the underground market, and her entrance silenced the crowd momentarily. Once her visage and the protective presence of the Ming Emperor were recognized, the market buzzed back to life. As she strolled through the market, she discovered a cluster of mutated mushrooms at one stall, a rare find in winter. How much for these? Gu Shiwei inquired, unable to crouch due to her growing belly. The stall owner, a boy of around 12 or 13, grinned and said, Moon Water Goddess, if you like them, I will give them to you. Gu Shiwei was taken aback. Why? Do you not need contribution points? The boy was poorly dressed, and at such a tender age, he was out selling goods, clearly lacking in something. The young lad, blushing, remarked, No, it's because you purified the water source and saved my sister's life. This is my way of expressing gratitude. Upon finishing his words, he presented a mutated mushroom to Gu Shiwei. She accepted it, acknowledging her need for the mutated fungus. Yet she did not wish to take advantage of the boy's kindness. Instead, she gifted him a bottle of approximately 1 liter of third-grade water, saying, Take care of this. And don't let anyone discover it. For a child of his age, third-grade water was quite suitable. The clever boy promptly tucked the water into his cotton clothing, exclaiming, Thank you, Goddess of Water. May you and the Ming Emperor be blessed with abundant offspring. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. Did this child know how to speak? However, Yu Huo was delighted, responding, What a sweet tongue you have. This is a reward for you. He presented the boy with a low-tier array plate, perfectly suited for his usage. Thank you, Ming Emperor. The boy replied respectfully, quickly packing up his stall and hurrying home. Today's gains were remarkable, and he mustn't let anyone notice. As Gu Shiwei collected some ingredients she lacked, she also gathered seeds and roots for planting. Yu Huo stayed by her side, creating a protective space around her. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a crowd surged, pushing them aside. Yu Huo frowned, ready to unleash his anger. But Gu Shiwei calmed him down. It turned out that a mercenary group had just made a delivery. Winter hunting was challenging, and they had captured a batch of aquatic products. Gu Shiwei was lost in thought as she observed a large pile of mutated fathead fish sprawled on the ground. These fish were all first tier, making them relatively easy to capture. However, if they were above third tier, it would be considerably more difficult. What? Are you craving fish? Yu Huo inquired, sheltering her protectively. No, I am contemplating how to catch high-tier mutated fish in winter. Do not overthink it. Once the child is born, I shall take you hunting. Gu Shiwei could only acquiesce, for she was indeed carrying 2 burdens at present. The mutated fish were not expensive, selling for merely 5 contribution points per pound, thus the stall was surrounded by a throng of people. Gu Shiwei held little interest. First tier was far too low for her standards, as Yu Huo typically prepared 4th tier for her, while he himself usually consumed 5th or 6th tier. High-tier beasts were seldom found in this market, as they were generally snatched up before they even reached the stalls. She pondered whether there were any fish roe available. Gu Shiriwa had a fondness for fish roe. She did not require sturgeon roe, as ordinary fish roe would suffice. Are you craving fish roe? Yua asked. Yes. But will there be any in winter? There will be, though it is scarce. When we return, I shall inquire. I should be able to procure some. Would that be too much trouble? Gu Shiriwa felt a bit embarrassed about causing such a fuss for her cravings. Not at all. You are pregnant now, whatever you desire. Just tell me, and I shall fetch it for you. Yua had heard that some pregnant women become particularly insatiable, insisting on their cravings to the point of tears, exhibiting an endearing fragility. Although Gu Shiriwa currently exhibits no symptoms, Yuhua is unwilling to cause her any distress. After all, what is it but indulging in fish roe during the height of winter? He cannot fathom that turning the reservoir upside down would not yield foolish fish that are pregnant in the depths of winter. Unbeknownst to Gu Shiriwa, Yuhua is intent on returning to the reservoir. Feeling somewhat fatigued from her stroll, she expressed her desire to find a place to enter the space, yearning to return home. Upon noticing her weariness, Yua promptly embraced her and led her into the space. Once inside, Gu Shiriwa immediately washed up and retired for the night, while Yuhua, reluctant to disturb her, found a spot nearby to rest. It was not until the dead of night that the two gradually awakened to complete the tasks of the day. Yuhua adhered to the medical advice, ensuring they accomplished their daily assignments. Having both rested, their spirits were high, and Yuhua, still stirred by Yuntang's earlier provocations, felt particularly exhilarated. Yeah, is Yunting more handsome than I? You are the most handsome. Does Yunting love me as I love you? You are the best. Is Yuntang as devoted as I am? You are the most devoted. Be gentle. Chapter 105. Fish roe. The following day, Yuhua ventured to the reservoir in Kyoto. In the depths of winter, a thick layer of ice blanketed the surface of the water. Accompanied by a few trusted companions who had hunted alongside him for years, he declared, "Let us hunt today, focusing on finding some hefty fish." "Come on, boss. Where would we find large fish in the dead of winter?" Xu Yong, the naive one, questioned. Annoyed, Yua smacked his head lightly and retorted, "My wife craves them. We must catch some today. So it's the moon water deity who desires them. Worry not, boss. I assure you, no large fish shall escape my discerning gaze." Xu Yong patted his chest with confidence, being the scout of the team with heightened senses. "Don't flatter yourself. It's I, a gold elemental ability user, who will be the first to drill through the ice and catch the first large fish." Tang Wenbing, an advanced ability user and the team's secondary attacker, chimed in. As the two continued their playful banter, the rest of the group had already surged to the upper part of the reservoir, opening holes in the ice and casting nets, all busy with their tasks. "Rarely does the moon water deity require our assistance, brothers. Let us work diligently." Tang Wenbing, adept at rallying the team, shouted. The others laughed and scolded him. "You don't need to tell us. Hurry up and get to work." Gu Shiriwa, although not closely acquainted with them, having only seen them once or twice without much conversation, was regarded highly due to her and Yuhua's stellar reputations. Everyone was eager to lend her a hand. "In my opinion, our boss is truly impressive. He has won the heart of the finest woman in all of Huagua." "Not so fast. We must also consider the bamboo fairy." No. In my eyes, the moon water deity is indeed the best, capable, beautiful, gentle, and devoted to living with just one man. What more could one desire?" "That's true. At the last wife selection event I attended, it was like a gathering of refugees. None of the women resembled women anymore. And a bunch of men were fighting over them. And what was the outcome? Did you manage to win one over?" "I did manage to secure one. But she lacked abilities, so I need to nurture her. Otherwise, I fear I might break her little arms and legs." "Lacking abilities? That's troublesome. The dietary restrictions are too numerous, making it hard to raise her. Isn't that the truth? But in this apocalypse, women are scarce. Having one is already a blessing. I plan to ask the boss for some level 6 water one day to see if it can awaken her abilities. Otherwise, she surely won't withstand my energy." "Wow, that has quite a hefty price to pay. I think I'll pass. One person being full means the whole family isn't hungry." "What about your advancement?" "While there is various high-level water available now, it requires a substantial amount for leveling up. At this rate, you might as well raise a woman." "Do you think I don't want to?" "The main issue is my strength. If I were to raise someone, I'd have to share the responsibility with others. And I prefer to be independent. I don't want to endure that kind of hardship." The two who were conversing were merely ordinary soldiers within the team. And as their chatter concluded, a contemplative silence enveloped them. The apocalypse has lingered for just over a decade, and many still vividly recall the era of monogamy. In this dismal world, people's values have undergone a profound transformation. Let us speak less about it. Conditions are markedly improved compared to the past, surely. The apocalypse will soon be but a memory. Tang when being urged. Indeed, this year, we have sufficient water and food. Our lives will undoubtedly improve. The citizens of Hua possess an innate resilience against hardship, yet they dread the absence of hope. Now, with Gu Shiyue instilling a sense of optimism, their spirits have naturally risen. All right. Today, whoever can find a fish with roe will be rewarded with a liter of grade 3 water for each catch. Yu Hua, noticing the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd, tossed out this incentive. Long live the leader. Our valiant leader. I love you, leader. The crowd erupted in praise. A liter of grade 3 water is no trivial matter, especially for merely locating a fish with roe. With the promise of additional rewards, their motivation surged. One by one, large fish were heaved onto the shore, initially wriggling energetically, casting spells wildly, but within moments, they were frozen solid under the relentless onslaught of the crowd. Those with notably bulging bellies were singled out, gutted, only to reveal a disappointing abundance of fat. After exhausting their efforts and failing to find a single fish with roe, Yuo was left with no choice but to guide them elsewhere. Sensing a school of fish beneath the ice, he set about creating an opening to fish. This time, fortune favored them. They encountered mutated carp, which are known to bear plentiful roe, presenting a glimmer of hope. The mutated carp ranged from levels 3 to 5, with the ideal for Gu Shiyue being the 4th level. Each time Yuo spotted a seemingly plump fish, his eyes would light up with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment upon gutting it. These mutated fish seemed to have hoarded an excess of fat before winter, leading him to mistakenly believe they contained roe, only to find them laden with oil. While fish oil is indeed valuable, it was not what Yuo sought. Have these mutated fish become sentient? What of being pregnant in the depths of winter? Xu Yong grumbled. Alas, not all endeavors yield the desired outcome. By day's end, they had only managed to catch a single fish with roe, and fortune smiled upon them as it was fortuitously a 4th-level specimen. Interestingly, this particular fish was not discovered amidst the school, but rather a strikingly vibrant golden carp, which stood out beneath the ice. Xu Yong, with an impulsive hand, seized it while passing by, only to find it fortuitously contained roe. At last, they returned not empty-handed. Moreover, this fish weighed over 200 pounds, and the roe filled an entire basin, sufficient for Gu Shiyue to feast for 10 days or more. With their objective accomplished, Yuo calculated it was time to return. Leaving the distribution of the catch to others, he instantly teleported home with their bounty. After delivering the fish and roe to the kitchen, he felt the urgent need to wash off the fishy odor that clung to him after a day of fishing. During dinner, Gu Shiyue, upon seeing the dish of spicy fish medley, leaped up in excitement and embraced Yu Hua, planting a kiss on his cheek. It's roe. Thank you, Hua. Take care of your health. Yu Hua was taken aback when he saw her leap up, his heart nearly stopping. With over 4 months of pregnancy, and twins at that, shouldn't she possess some maternal awareness? It's fine. I'm perfectly well. Gu Shiyue dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. After all, she was a formidable 4th-tier warrior. How could a mere jump jeopardize her children? Yu Hua, feeling helpless, urged, please, sit down and eat. The spicy fish stew was exceptionally delicious, and Gu Shiyue devoured half of it all by herself. To put it into perspective, that pot weighed at least 5 pounds. Slow down. Don't overindulge. There's more in the kitchen. If you like, we can ask them to prepare it again tomorrow. So delicious. Gu Shiyue sighed contentedly, sprawled on the sofa, rubbing her belly and humming in delight. Chapter 106. Milk powder. Yu Hua sighed, truly exasperated with her. How could she not control her appetite even after becoming pregnant? Come here, darling. Take this digestive tablet. Yu Hua held out a digestive tablet produced by the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, far more potent than the ordinary ones. Gu Shiyue took the medicine from his hand, swallowed it with water, and soon began to feel drowsy. Since her pregnancy, her need for sleep had markedly increased. Sometimes, when Yu Hua was restless at night, she had to catch up on sleep during the day. She could not afford to lose even a moment. Moreover, she slept so soundly that she would be completely unaware if Yu Hua moved her while she was dreaming. At this moment, Gu Shiyue's head began to droop. Yeah. How about a shower before sleeping? Yu Hua knew she was particular about cleanliness. Sleeping without a shower would surely leave her feeling uncomfortable the next morning. You help me wash. Gu Shiyue wrapped her arms around Yua's neck, her eyes closed, completely oblivious to the bombshell she had just dropped. Yua paused for a moment, then looked down to find that she had already fallen asleep against him. Well, there went all his thoughts. Yua first filled the bathtub with warm water before carefully carrying Gu Shiyue and gently placing her in it after removing her clothes. However, she slipped like a noodle, nearly sinking to the bottom, which startled Yu Hua into quickly pulling her back up. He was soaked as well. I really owe you. Ignoring his own drenched state, Yu Hua hastily washed Gu Shiyue and then wrapped her in a towel, laying her on the bed. He had no time to dress her before heading off to shower himself. When he emerged, he discovered that Gu Shiyue had kicked off both the towel and the blanket. The temperature in the Ming Palace was usually mild, but during her pregnancy, Gu Shuriwe felt as if she were harboring a little furnace within her, particularly sensitive to heat. Though she had felt fine outside, the warmth of the palace was now unbearable to her. Yue glanced at the little tent formed by the sheets and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. What sins did I commit in my past life? In a semi-conscious state, Gu Shuriwe sensed someone causing mischief around her and, irked, swatted at them. Yet, the person paid her no mind, even as she slept, deliberately guiding her into practicing the Blue Sea affectionate heaven technique repeatedly. Gu Shuriwe felt like a fish drowning, with only that person able to impart a glimmer of life force to her. Yue had not anticipated that Gu Shuriwe could engage in cultivation even in her dreams, and her reactions were all the more enticing. Unbeknownst to her, the culprit behind her sleep deprivation was Yue. She simply felt increasingly drowsy, more and more fatigued. The next day, she did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. Yue had already left, and Gu Shuriwe awoke with sore limbs, puzzled by her condition. After getting up and having breakfast, she settled into a recliner by the fireplace, feeling disinclined to do anything but laze about. The chef had warmed some pastries and milk tea by the fire, and the sweet aroma lulled her back to sleep. After a lengthy nap, Gu Shuriwe finally got up and commenced her tasks. She needed to coax the mutated king oyster mushrooms into producing mycelium for propagation. This endeavor is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a suitable temperature, and it can be conducted in any space. The mutated pleurotus mushrooms grow rapidly and yield abundantly, as long as mass production is feasible. The Kyoto base will undoubtedly have an additional dish to offer during the winter. After half a day's incubation, Gu Shuriwe managed to cultivate several bottles of mycelium. She spread corn cobs across the ground, sprinkled the mycelium, and employed a mist technique to enhance the humidity in the soil. Indeed, the mycelium of the mutated pleurotus proliferates at an astonishing rate. Gu Shuriwe estimated that she would be able to harvest a batch by the following morning. Taking advantage of her free time, she transferred the brewed wine and concocted another batch of beast blood wine. As dinner time approached, Yue would not be returning that evening. After her meal, she reclined and began to read a novel. Just as she was engrossed in the story, Yue returned, prompting Gu Shuriwe to hastily turn off her wristwatch, ensuring that Yue would not discover that she was reading The Overbearing Ming Emperor Fell in Love with Me. This particular novel, inspired by the two of them, might have been penned by an author who lacked true insight into their lives, resulting in a work filled with imaginative embellishments. Yet, some scenes were undeniably captivating. Gu Shuriwe even found herself wishing to embody the heroine of the story. The Ming Emperor within the novel was quite the charmer, unlike the real-life Yue, who often appeared rather dull-witted. Unaware of his wife's disdain, Yue cheerfully shared, "Yeah, we successfully hunted a herd of mutated wild cattle today, yielding a tremendous bounty. We shall not lack beef this winter." Gu Shuriwe gasped, "Were you injured?" The mutated wild cattle are ranked at levels 4 and 5, and the lead boss might even be at level 6. They possess tough hides, immense strength, and are formidable opponents among their peers. Yue chuckled, "I am unscathed. Such minor foes are no match for me." Only then did Gu Shuriwe relax. "How many mutated wild cattle did you capture?" "Approximately over 500. He replied. That was indeed a significant haul. Each mutated wild cattle weighed around 1,000 pounds. With so much meat from creatures ranked above level 4, they would have ample provisions for quite some time. "Where did you capture them?" Gu Shuriwe inquired, for she was under the impression that the vicinity of the Kyoto base did not harbor such a number of mutated wild cattle. "Oh, we hunted them at the grassland base. Currently, the area is overrun with mutated cattle and sheep. If left unchecked, it will lead to a beast tide, and the state is calling for mercenary groups to assist in exterminating them." Gu Shuriwe was taken aback. She had never imagined that cattle and sheep could become a plague. Did survivors in the post-apocalyptic world not consume beef or lamb? Why had no one ventured to hunt them before? The grasslands are simply too vast, and prior to the apocalypse, people lived in scattered settlements. Thus, when the disaster struck, the number of survivors dwindled significantly, and so did the ability users. This has led to a vicious cycle where cattle and sheep multiply while humans diminish. However, with the establishment of the teleportation array, we can now travel back and forth in a day, making it much easier to conduct extermination missions, Yue patiently explained to Gu Shuriwe, who was finally beginning to comprehend. "My parents went as well?" she asked. "Yes, your brother is there too, and your sisters have gone as well." Thus, it was a collective endeavor, leaving her as the only one behind. Gu Shuriwe felt an inexplicable sadness in a world that had succumbed to chaos. Why did women still bear the burden of pregnancy and childbirth? It hardly seemed fair. The grassland base is preparing to rear a herd of cattle and sheep, which will soon provide fresh cow's milk and goat's milk. How could she have forgotten this matter? What if I give birth and there is no milk? Should I prepare some formula? No need to worry. I have long since made the necessary arrangements. Once you give birth, there will certainly be formula available. This is also the reason for his expedition to capture cattle and sheep. He intends to invest in a cattle farm and a sheep farm, and establish a production line for milk powder, ensuring that the milk powder is self-produced and sold, allowing the child to consume it with peace of mind. Gu Shiwei is unaware that his preparations are aimed at starting a company. She thinks he has already secured purchasing channels, so she does not concern herself with it. Trusting that you will handle everything adequately. Chapter 107. Regaining weight after several days of capturing cattle and sheep, Yu's breeding farm and milk powder factory commenced operations. The livestock became significantly more docile after being fed with level 3 water, which bolstered Yu's confidence in his breeding endeavors. As long as he could construct an enclosure that the mutated cattle and sheep could not escape, confinement would become feasible, a task that posed no challenge for him as a grandmaster of formations. The real difficulty lay in the necessity for high-level abilities among the breeding personnel. Otherwise, they would be unable to manage these formidable creatures. Additionally, the scarcity of edible vegetation in the frigid winter posed a problem, contributing to the overpopulation of cattle and sheep. However, this did not present a significant obstacle for Yu Hua, as his spatial realm produced a substantial amount of straw daily, perfectly suited for feed. Upon learning this, Gu Shiwei even took the initiative to cultivate a batch of fast-growing vegetables specifically for the young calves and lambs, which, of course, were also suitable for human consumption. The Pleurotus ostritus in her space had begun to yield harvests, allowing her to collect over 10,000 pounds daily. Unable to consume it all herself, she distributed it as employee benefits, which had already been shared with Chiefly. As long as the mycelium thrived, she would enjoy a continuous supply of Pleurotus ostritus. Recently, Gu Shiwei had been incorporating Pleurotus ostritus into every meal to ensure nutritional balance. The nutritionist advised her on the necessity of daily consumption. Growing weary of the same flavor, she felt an urgent desire to diversify her mushroom intake. Consequently, she posted a task in the mission hall, seeking to purchase various fresh mushrooms, offering contribution points at double the market price. As a result, she received 2 types of mushrooms the very same day, shiitake and enoki mushrooms. Delighted, she began cultivating the mycelium, finally able to enjoy a change in taste. Cultivating shiitake and enoki mushrooms proved to be quite manageable, and within 3 days, she harvested her first batch. Thus, the residents of the Kyoto base were treated to a delightful feast alongside Gu Shiwei. Time swiftly passed to the 5th month of her pregnancy. Coinciding with the coldest part of winter, the doctor conducting the prenatal checkup shivered from the chill, prompting Gu Shiwei to kindly offer him a cup of ginger wine, which helped him regain his composure. My apologies, goddess of the moon water. It is exceedingly cold outside. Gu Shiwei empathized with him, gesturing for him to take a brief respite. No worries. This cup of ginger wine could fetch hundreds of contribution points on the market. I feel rejuvenated. The doctor, unaware that the ginger wine was brewed by Gu Shiwei, merely marveled at her apparent affluence. In truth, Gu Shiwei had little knowledge of the ginger wine's market value and remained indifferent to contribution points as the lengthy string of numbers in her account continued to grow. The doctor soon completed the prenatal examination, confirming the child's healthy development. From the ultrasound, the faint outlines of facial features could be discerned. The doctor thoughtfully captured several close-up images of the child's face, prompting Gu Shiwei to curiously share the photos in the family group chat. Peach and plum abound. Is this my grandson? Absolutely adorable. He looks just like his mother. Director of Education. Haha. Indeed, a child of the Gu family. Look at that nose, tall and straight. He is destined to be a handsome lad. Sad Frog. My nephew and niece are truly delightful. Emperor Ming. No doubt, my daughter. She is stunning. Gu Shiwei bid farewell to the doctor and, upon glancing back, noticed that the group chat had reached a staggering 99 messages. The 4 of them had simultaneously shared posts on their social media. Caught up in the lively atmosphere, Gu Shiwei felt compelled to join the discussion. She perceived that her son resembled his father while her daughter took after her mother. At 5 months pregnant, her belly was already comparable in size to that of an average 7-month expectant mother, and she was beginning to feel the burdensome weight of her growing abdomen. Her appetite had significantly increased, leaving her perpetually hungry. The chef kept a selection of snacks warmed by the fireplace, prepared just for her. Today, as she glanced in the mirror, she found herself astonished at how much weight she had gained. She had assumed that in this post-apocalyptic world, once a person lost weight, they would not gain it back, yet she was dismayed to discover she had regained it. Gazing at the flesh encircling her chin and pinching the soft flesh on her arms and thighs, she was utterly speechless. Was her flesh so reluctant to part ways with her? Unfortunately, the doctor assured her that she was in excellent health and did not need to lose weight. Whenever she dared to mention dieting, a chorus of disapproving gazes would descend upon her. Even her mother would chide her. Yeah? Don't cling to the outdated notions of the pre-apocalypse. Those days are long gone. Nowadays, we celebrate voluptuous beauty. Just look at me. I'm the plumpest and most attractive in our group. Isn't that right, old Goo? Goo Mama turned to Goo Baba, who quickly affirmed, yeah. It's women like your mother who are truly beautiful. I always said that a little flesh enhances one's appearance. Girls should carry a bit of weight. Goo Shirwei, however, remained skeptical, questioning whether society truly valued plumpness. Where are all these beautiful plus-sized women? She pondered. You simply haven't seen enough. Her mother countered. Did you not know that fitted dresses are all the rage now, accentuating even the slightest bump? Goo Mama eagerly explained. But why? Isn't a little belly still unattractive? Goo Shirwei expressed her confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? A small belly protects a woman's womb and vital energy. Possessing a little belly signifies good fortune and is something to be proud of. What? Goo Shirwei widened her eyes in disbelief. Having spent a considerable time in this new world, how could she have been unaware of this? Haven't you noticed the changes in fashion since the apocalypse? Her mother tapped her forehead, prompting Goo Shirwei to recall that, indeed, many women intentionally revealed their bellies. She had previously struggled to comprehend this trend, as her own style focused on concealing her figure. No wonder Yuhua had consistently discouraged her from dieting. She had always thought it was merely a case of love being blind or an unconventional taste in aesthetics, never truly accepting his rationale. Only now did Goo Shirwei realize that it was she who had been the outlier all along. That evening, nestled under the covers, Goo Shirwei asked Yuhua once more, "Do you really prefer plumpness?" Yuhua cautiously glanced at her, replying, "Yes, it's soft and comfortable to touch. What if I lose weight?" Goo Shirwei teased him playfully. "No worries. If you do, we'll just make up for it and aim to fatten you up again." Yuhua breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was merely playful banter. "So, did you prefer plump women before the apocalypse?" Goo Shirwei continued her probing. "Ah, during that time, you were somewhat plump, yet undeniably beautiful. And your smile radiated a gentle warmth that captivated me at first glance." Goo Shirwei acknowledged that she indeed had a bit of extra weight before the apocalypse, and she had always felt insecure, unaware that he had already developed feelings for her back then. "So this is early romance, Junior. What can I say? It's your fault for being so stunning." Yuhua couldn't resist embracing Goo Shirwei and planting kisses upon her. He reflected on the person he had cherished for a decade, now nestled so obediently in his arms, carrying their future children, and he felt that life was truly complete. "Is it better if a man is a bit plump?" Goo Shirwei suddenly inquired. The fire within Yuhua almost extinguished at that moment. "Come, feel for yourself." "What is this?" He guided her hand to his abdomen. "Is it abs?" Chapter 108. Blizzard. Goo Shirwei admitted to her desire. Yuhua's physical strength was formidable, his muscles exquisitely defined. The mere presence of his abs was undeniably alluring. "Do you like it?" Yuhua asked in a husky voice. "Absolutely. What woman wouldn't be enamored by those chiseled 8-pack abs?" Goo Shirwei couldn't help but swallow hard. She realized that, for men, strength was evidently the essence of beauty. By the same token, one could surmise that the same held true for female superhumans. Unfortunately, it seemed men preferred softer women. Not long ago, Goo Shirwei had developed a toned waistline while practicing swordsmanship, but after becoming pregnant, she hesitated to engage in vigorous training, leading to a return to a softer physique. Li Mengqi, on the other hand, had abs and looked stunning in her crop tops. Goo Shirwei longed to share a close moment with the beautiful sister. Regrettably, Yuhua noticed her distraction and pressed closer with dissatisfaction. Thanks to Yuhua's diligent efforts, Goo Shirwei's level had soared rapidly, reaching level 36 in no time. Upon waking the next morning, she gazed at the darkened sky, her brow furrowing in concern. The wristwatch was broadcasting a red alert for a blizzard. The meteorological station of the Kyoto base had issued a red alert for a blizzard at 6:01 a.m. on January 3, 2036, stating that a snowstorm had already commenced, with snow expected to continue for the next 6 hours, urging caution. Yeah, I must go assist with the rescue today. Stay at home and don't wander about. If danger arises, retreat to the space. Yuhua was equipped and prepared, yet he remained uneasy about Goo Shirwei being alone at home. "Go ahead. Don't worry about me." At such a moment, Yuhua's spatial abilities were the primary asset for rescue. She couldn't selfishly keep him back, despite her own fears. As one of the 4 revered protectors of Huaghua, he bore a name that came with corresponding responsibilities. He embraced Goo Shirwei, uttering nothing, before striding away. Goo Shirwei watched as the frigid wind howled outside. Although the defensive shield of the Kyoto base kept the snow at bay, it could not ward off the biting wind, which gusted at a chilling level 12, lifting street signs into the air. She surmised that the makeshift housing areas were undoubtedly struggling in such conditions. "I hope there haven't been any casualties." All she could do now was focus on logistical support. Goo Shirwei first concentrated on gathering some level 3 and level 4 water. At such a critical time, These lower-tier supplies were even more essential. Once ready, she stored them in the Ming Palace warehouse, thoughtfully labeling them for Yuhua's convenience. In this weather, ginger wine would also be in high demand. So she moved all that was accessible to the warehouse and transferred those not yet ready into her own space. Next, she turned her attention to food and clothing. While she could not assist with clothing, she excelled in food preparation. The fastest-growing crops were surely fungi. She began a large-scale cultivation of mushrooms, quickly filling the Ming Palace warehouse. Gu Shiwei dialed Yuhua's number. It rang several times before he answered. Yeah, what is the matter? Upon hearing numerous cries in the background, Gu Shiwei shuddered in fright. Hello? Yeah, what is wrong? What happened? Don't scare me, yeah. As Yuhua listened to Gu Shiwei's silence, he feared something had happened to her and was about to teleport home in a panic. Gu Shiwei then regained her senses and hurriedly reassured him. I'm fine, Ahua. I called to let you know that I've stocked the Ming Palace warehouse with supplies. You can take whatever you need. Yuhua breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I'm glad you're all right. I'll donate the supplies later. You stay home and don't wander about. Yes, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. After Yuhua hung up, he heard someone calling for him from the other end. Gu Shiwei turned on the television, which was broadcasting updates on the rescue efforts. It turned out that this blizzard had impacted the entire northern region. The situation in the capital base was relatively better, although the shantytown had collapsed. The presence of ability users made rescue operations manageable. The true challenges lay with the other bases lacking protective barriers. If their buildings were compromised by the blizzard, they would be exposed to the severely polluted snow, leading to a swift demise if help did not arrive in time. Thus, Yuhua's spatial abilities proved invaluable, enabling him to teleport individuals from the ruins. Moreover, the substantial quantities of level 3 and level 4 water he brought saved numerous lives. The ginger wine and mushrooms were also timely blessings. One must realize that having lost their homes, many had lost their stored provisions, leaving them destitute. In such frigid conditions, having something to eat and warmth was of utmost importance. In the makeshift shelter, the displaced individuals sat in a daze, packed closely together. In this cursed apocalypse, everyone had forgotten how to complain. This blizzard had prompted all of Gu Shiwei's family to mobilize, with even her mother tirelessly aiding at the front lines in medical assistance, leaving her utterly exhausted by day's end. Her father was equally drained, resembling a lifeless dog. Gu Shiwei's elder brother, along with his team, had also been busy throughout the day. By nightfall, the blizzard showed no signs of abating, yet thankfully, casualties had been minimal, allowing everyone a moment to rest. Upon arriving home, Yuhua found the estate in disarray, with the guard team and hired workers engaged in cleanup efforts. He strode through the door and was relieved to see Gu Shiwei reclining in a chair. Startled by his entrance, she awoke. You're back. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, have you? Yuhua touched her face, realizing his hands were icy, and quickly withdrew. Gu Shiwei grasped his hand. Why are your hands so cold? Haven't you had any ginger wine? I'm fine. I've been too busy to drink. After a day of relentless activity, he felt like a spinning top. Gu Shiwei pulled him to the table. I haven't eaten either. Let us warm up with some ginger wine. She produced a jar of her treasured level 4 ginger wine, a rare find among hundreds of thousands of jars. Yuhua drank it in one gulp, and warmth enveloped him as the chill dissipated. The butler, ever perceptive, had already brought the dishes to the table. You haven't eaten much today, have you? Start with some hot porridge. Gu Shiwei brought the porridge to Yuhua, who rarely experienced such attentiveness from his wife, and his heart swelled with joy. Yeah. Don't worry about me. You should eat too. We're sharing this meal together. Yuhua was indeed ravenous, lifting the bowl and consuming the porridge eagerly. Observing this, Gu Shiwei also took up her bowl and began to eat. After their meal, the couple returned to their space to rest, snuggling against the headboard. Gu Shiwei played with Yuhua's large hand and inquired, Were you very tired today? Yes, there were too many buried individuals, and several suffered from acute outbreaks of rage, injuring many. Yuhua's mood was somewhat gloomy. I hope the blizzard will cease tomorrow. Gu Shiwei had witnessed the devastating effects of the snow disaster through the news, and she imagined it would be even more heart-wrenching in person. It will. Now, you should sleep peacefully. Yuhua wished to spare her from excessive worry. Chapter 109. A visitor. The blizzard persisted until the third day, and it is reported that the snow outside the Kyoto base has accumulated to a depth of 2 meters. This means that anyone who ventures outside would be entirely buried in snow. The National Research Institute has detected that the rivers previously purified by Gu Shiwei have now become polluted once again. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic era, people tend to stockpile supplies, and most have hoarded enough drinking water to last through the winter before the season arrived. Thus, the base is not currently facing a water shortage. The government is organizing personnel to clear the roads outside the city and reconstruct housing within. This year is considered a rare bountiful winter, With a decisive wave of the hand from the authorities, a new community has been erected on the foundations of the collapsed shantytown, with a clear path ahead. The construction progressed remarkably quickly, 1 floor per week, resulting in over 200 5-story residential buildings completed in approximately 40 days. Anyone can acquire a new home, either through rental or purchase, using their identification information. It seems that instances of collapse will no longer occur in the future. Gu Shiwei did not anticipate that. Amidst such weather, unexpected visitors would arrive. What could they possibly want? Gu Shiwei found herself perplexed. The visitors were the entire Hua family, including the elderly patriarch, the elder uncle and his wife, Hua Ting, Hua Yu's parents, and Hua Jiao. Yu Hua pressed his lips together. He chose not to reveal his identity to the Hua family, allowing them to believe that Hua Yu had truly perished. Primarily, he found this family to be exceedingly extraordinary and wished to avoid any interaction with them. Noticing the displeasure on Yu Hua's face, Gu Shiwei sighed. Let them in. Let us see what they intend to do. The Hua family members, except for Hua Ting, were visiting Gu Shiwei's estate for the first time. They were astonished to discover that Gu Shiwei owned such a vast estate in Kyoto. You seem to be doing quite well now. Hua Yu's mother gazed at Gu Shiwei with a complex expression, particularly at her prominently rounded belly. If her son had not died, the child within her would surely be her beloved grandchild. Alas, in this world, there are no ifs. Gu Shiwei frowned slightly. Did you come here merely to speak bitter words? The elderly Hua patriarch seemed to awaken from a dream at that moment, scolding Yin-Wan, second daughter-in-law, if you cannot speak properly, then remain silent. He then turned to Gu Shiwei. Shiwei, do not blame your mother-in-law. Since a U.S. passing, she has been in poor spirits, especially upon seeing you, which stirs painful memories. Gu Shiwei regarded him with a half-smile, half-skepticism. Mother-in-law? When did this family ever regard me as a daughter-in-law of the Hua family? She continued. If there is something to discuss, please be direct. I am currently pregnant and lack the energy for frivolous conversation. The elderly Hua cleared his throat and said, Shiwei, during your time with the Hua family, you and a Ting treated you quite well. Now that a year has passed, you shall always be the daughter-in-law of our Hua family. I was thinking, given your emotional foundation with a Ting, why not allow him to become your second husband? What do you think? Yu Hua nearly leapt up in protest, but Gu Shiwei swiftly restrained him with a gesture. His current identity was not conducive to confrontation. I find that suggestion quite unappealing. Isn't Mrs. Yin fond of Mo Mingju? Let her be your Hua family daughter-in-law instead. Yin-Wan suddenly stood up. Do you think I wanted to come here? It has scarcely been long since my son passed away, and you have already sought another. How can you face you? Impudent. Is this a place for your words? Before Gu Shiwei could respond, old Master Hua once again reprimanded Yin-Wan. Dad, I do not understand why you are doing this. You is your own grandson. With tears streaming down her face, Yin-Wan lamented the fact that even his own grandfather and uncle were vying for his widow so soon after his demise. Hua Dinghua, control your wife. Old Master Hua was evidently furious, calling out his second son by both name and surname. Wan, did we not agree? Everything is for the Hua family. In Gu Shiwei's recollections, Hua Dinghua had always been somewhat inconspicuous, with Yin-Wan leading the charge in every matter. Yin-Wan was forcibly silenced by Hua Dinghua's grip. The Hua family members appeared to be mere spectators, abstaining from interjecting. Hua Ting remained silent as well. Shiwei, I know that you and a Ting still share feelings. For U.S. sake, please accept a Ting. Ever since you left, the Hua family has struggled. Indeed, the situation has been dire. And I bear some responsibility in that, Gu Shiwei thought. Old Master Hua, I am uncertain from where you deduce that a Ting and I share feelings. I can assure you, I have never harbored any affection for him, and I shall not accept a second husband, so you may abandon that hope. Upon her declaration, the expressions in the room varied, most notably Hua Ting, whose eyes were filled with a chilling void as he trembled, asking, Have you truly never liked me? Indeed. I do not believe it. Believe it or not, I am under no obligation to have feelings for you. Gu Shiwei had once perceived Hua Ting as a decent man and had felt some fondness for him, but that was the extent of it. Shiwei, consider assisting the Hua family. I am kneeling before you. Old Master Hua quivered as he prepared to bow. A flurry of younger relatives panicked. Dad, you must not. Grandfather, what are you doing? Father, do not. Could the remnants of rage compel him to kneel? It was utterly impossible. The space before Old Master Hua seemed to solidify, rendering him unable to lower himself. Old Master Hua, please, for a U.S. sake, preserve some dignity. Gu Shiwei's words were laden with weight. She believed she had shown the Hua family ample compassion, yet they remained insatiable, intent on draining her further. During her time with the Hua family, no one had accorded her the respect she deserved, and now they approached her to discuss feelings. Where were those feelings to stem from? After all, even Hua Yu was a mere fabrication. Yeah, Is there truly no possibility between us? Why can you and Ming Di, but not I? Hu Ting's eyes reddened. Clearly agitated, Gu Shiwei bluntly inquired, what have you done with the level 3 water I once provided you? Hu Ting was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had utilized all the level 3 water to bolster his own power, neglecting even his family. His sole intention had been to secretly nurture her, ensuring a continuous supply of level 3 water for himself. Even the death of Hui Yu was met with his indifference. How could such a despicable man ever be worthy of her? Gu Shiwei reminisced about the past, and her reflections were not filled with joy. Can articulated. Can you? At that time, your words were so resolute and righteous. I truly believed you were a benevolent person concerned for the nation and its people. Alas, I did not obediently remain within the confines of the Hu family, which must be quite disappointing for you. I assenti it, using Yu as an excuse. Do you even have the right to mention him? Gu Shiwei turned to the seething Yin Wan and declared, Ms. Yin, I recall that you have never acknowledged me as your daughter-in-law, nor need you to in the future. The other party was clearly taken aback. But Gu Shiwei did not afford her the opportunity to respond and directly launched her tirade at Hu Dinghua. Mr. Hu Dinghua, if you cannot manage your own family affairs, it is no wonder you struggle to oversee the base. The remaining few exchanged glances, and Gu Shiwei continued, and you all, from now on, my home shall not welcome your presence. Butler, please escort them out. With that, Gu Shiwei took Yuhua by the hand and ascended the stairs, disregarding her family entirely. Chapter 110, Tissy Yuhua exclaimed, Yeah, your words resonate beautifully. He felt a delightful thrill, relishing the sensation of being protected by his wife. Gu Shiwei shot him a sidelong glance. Is it any wonder that I scold your family? Yuhua stumbled back in shock. What do you mean by family? They're merely a bunch of clueless individuals. If, during his impersonation of Hu Yu, the Hu family had treated Gu Shiwei with kindness, perhaps they could have truly become a family. Alas, each member of the Hu family was far too self-serving, rendering them utterly unremarkable. The Lunar New Year approached, and Gu Shiyue's pregnancy had progressed to over 6 months, nearing its final trimester. This year, Yumi Ao expressed his intention to celebrate the New Year in Kyoto with them, prompting Gu Shiwei to get busy in preparation. The housekeeper organized a thorough cleaning of the estate, while Gu Shiwei busied herself with gathering New Year supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, sugar was particularly precious. It was not a staple that could satiate hunger, and few cultivated it. Gu Shiwei had managed to plant a few acres in her space, resulting in a modest stockpile. After distributing some to relatives and friends, and offering a few incentives to her subordinates, her sugar supply was nearly depleted. The chef, skilled in his craft, created an array of confections using the sugar, allowing Gu Shiwei to indulge her palate. When she thought of the spring festival, Tusu wine immediately came to mind. The spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu. This wine, known for its efficacy in preventing plagues, required medicinal ingredients such as rhubarb, white atractylodes, cinnamon twig, sapochnikovia, Sichuan pepper, aconite, and prepared aconite, all of which she had previously cultivated. The missing ingredients could be easily sourced in the market. In ancient times, the practice of soaking tusa herbs in a pouch and immersing them in a well on New Year's Eve was revered. They would be retrieved on the first day of the new year, soaked in wine, and consumed facing the east. This was the ceremonial essence of celebrating the spring festival. However, Gu Shiwei intended to brew a finished Tusu wine, which could not be produced in such an impromptu manner. She soaked the herbs in water for a night and then mixed them with the brewed yellow wine, allowing it to steep for an additional 3 days before it could be deemed complete. Upon testing, Gu Shiwei discovered that this batch of Tusa wine had surprisingly reached a 5th grade. Given her pregnancy, she entrusted Yuhua with the task of tasting it. As he sipped, he closed his eyes to savor the experience, only to suddenly open them wide in disbelief. After taking another sip and confirming, he turned to Gu Shiwei with a complex expression. Yeah. This wine can enhance one's physical constitution. I estimate that consuming this will ensure one remains illness-free for the entire year. Moreover, its effects are gentle enough for ordinary individuals to partake. Gu Shiwei was equally astonished. The traditional purpose of Tusa wine was to ward off ailments, yet in this post-apocalyptic reality, it had manifested as a genuine remedy. Is that truly the case? Let me try. Yuhua quickly took the wine glass away. No. We must wait for the research institute to provide test results. You cannot drink it now. Gu Shiwei sighed in disappointment, fully aware of the risks, especially since aconite was highly toxic and she could not afford to indulge recklessly as a pregnant woman. Yuhua, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, just wait until the baby is born. Then you can eat and drink whatever you desire. Gu Shiwei shot him a glare. Don't take after my mother. Always painting grand visions, but after giving birth, I must breastfeed and still have to be cautious about my diet. As if I were unaware. Yuhua rubbed his nose, acknowledging his guilt. Gu Shiwei did not wish to bear children early, Yet she harbored fears of potential infertility in the future, especially given how swiftly both of their statuses had risen. The estate had already begun to adorn itself with festive decorations, radiating the atmosphere of the new year. Yu Miao arrived a few days before the holiday and, upon her arrival, gazed enviously at Gu Shiyue's burgeoning belly, exclaiming, "Yeah, you were truly fortunate. My husband and I have been trying for so long and still have not conceived." Gu Shiyue felt quite embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Yu Miao was not intent on putting her in a difficult position. Instead, she excitedly produced a plethora of gifts, some for Gu Shiyue and her husband, and others for their 2 children. Yu Miao urged Gu Shiyue to unwrap the gifts, and the 2 shared laughter and camaraderie, creating a delightful atmosphere. Yu Miao expressed her desire to touch Gu Shiyue's belly for good luck, to which Gu Shiyue graciously consented. Yu Miao appeared somewhat anxious, washing her hands before gently placing them on Gu Shiyue's abdomen under the watchful eyes of 5 brothers-in-law. Suddenly, the baby inside Gu Shiyue stirred, causing Yu Miao to retract her hand in shock. It moved, she stammered. Seeing this, Gu Shiyue smiled and guided her hand back onto her belly, saying, "That's your little nephew greeting his aunt." Yu Miao felt the movement beneath her hand with astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is so adorable. What about the little niece?" Gu Shiyue probed with her spiritual energy and replied, "Both are moving." Your little niece even took a sip of amniotic fluid. A collective astonishment enveloped the group, who knew that infants could exhibit such lively behavior while still in the womb. Even Yu Hua, unable to contain himself, shifted to sit beside Gu Shiyue and placed his hand on her belly as well. Yu Miao shot him a glare, greedy. "When could you not touch? Why must you compete with me?" Yu Hua feigned ignorance, his thick skin rendering him unfazed. Unfortunately, after that brief moment of movement, the child resumed slumber, leaving both of them unable to feel anything further. Yu Miao reluctantly withdrew her hand, her concern evident as she inquired, "When is your due date?" Yu Hua encircled Gu Shiyue's shoulders protectively. Leaning into his embrace, Gu Shiyue replied, "Around May 20th, but the doctor mentioned that with twins, labor could commence at any time in the late stages of pregnancy. Then we must ensure someone is always present at home. Should I move in to care for you for a while?" Yu Miao, being Yu Hua's only family, proactively offered her assistance. Gu Shiyue chuckled, "Sister, you are a formidable woman. How could I allow you to return just to care for me during childbirth? Fear not, my mother will be here. She has experience and is a healer, so everything will be fine." Yu Miao understood this, yet felt somewhat guilty that the maternal side was shouldering the burden. "Then after you give birth, I shall come to help you with the child?" Seeing the unease etched on Yu Miao's face, Gu Shiyue felt comforted and reassured her, "Sister, we have more than enough caretakers and nannies here. Rest assured, the child will be well looked after. However, when the time comes, you, as the aunt, must come to visit." Yu Hua remarked, "Sister, since you have not yet experienced motherhood, you should earnestly strive with your brothers-in-law to conceive soon." Yu Miao perceived Yu Hua's words as a display of arrogance, and in a fit of indignation, she clenched her fist and retorted, "You little rascal, I will definitely conceive." The brothers-in-law chimed in, urging Yu Miao not to be upset, assuring her that children would surely come. Gu Shiyue found the commotion somewhat bothersome and pondered how her sister could endure living in such a household. The nightly dilemma of whom to share the bed with had occupied Gu Shiyue's thoughts for quite some time, yet she remained perplexed. It was not until one evening, just before sleep, that she witnessed her sister and her brothers-in-law engaged in a game of dice, leading to a sudden epiphany. Chapter 111. New Year greetings. The Kyoto base was bustling with activity this year during the Spring Festival. Many remarked that it was a rare year of tranquility. From the 26th, Mother Gu arrived to assist in preparing the festive goods, making rice cakes, frying meatballs, and steaming fish cakes. Each day, the kitchen was filled with delightful aromas, causing Gu Shiyue to unwittingly overindulge. Consequently, Yu Hua had an additional daily task of accompanying Gu Shiyue on walks in their private space. Thankfully, both possessed their own space, which remained pleasantly warm. Otherwise, with the frigid winter outside, Gu Shiyue would have been confined indoors. Gu Shiyue's belly had grown considerably, to the point where she could no longer see her feet when looking down. Nevertheless, Yu Hua persistently encouraged her to practice daily, and she felt on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. Reaching the 5th tier signified becoming a true elite, albeit with a considerable degree of superficiality in her strength. Their space was a sanctuary for the two. Whenever they felt inspired, they would indulge in cultivation. Moreover, there was an exhilarating thrill from the wilderness just outside their abode. In fact, Yu Hua, the mischievous rascal, would sometimes lift her into the branches of a tree, leaving Gu Shiyue pale with fright, while he found it immensely amusing. Naturally, this resulted in Yu Hua receiving a well-deserved thrashing from Gu Shiyue, given her delicate condition. The manor had been lively these days, with many visitors coming to pay their respects and present gifts for the new year. Gu Shiyue diligently reciprocated each gesture. But Yu Hua, not wishing to burden her, took on the entirety of this responsibility. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Shiriwe felt that since her pregnancy, her mental faculties had dulled. Any attempt at thought would leave her breathless and uneasy. The doctor found nothing amiss, but her mother had increased her walnut intake, and she had consumed dozens of pounds of them since her pregnancy began. When Li Ziki and Zhu Xian arrived, Gu Shiriwe felt a sense of inevitability. The 3-month period of entanglement had long passed, yet the two remained inseparable, suggesting that their earlier actions were indeed part of a larger scheme. However, both Gu Shiriwe and Yu Hua tactfully refrained from broaching the subject. Zhu Xian gazed enviously at Gu Shiriwe's belly, inquiring if there was a secret to her swift conception. Gu Shiriwe felt embarrassed. Could she admit it was due to their diligent cultivation? Perhaps it was because they had formed a partner contract? What is a partner contract? Gu Shiriwe explained the method of forming such a contract, and coincidentally, Yu Miao was present, receiving a copy as well. Upon reviewing it, they simultaneously exclaimed, "What stringent conditions!" Indeed, while the benefits of the partner contract were immense, the stipulations for signing were undeniably severe. If Yu Miao were to enter into such a contract, she would have to connect with 5 individuals simultaneously. She feared such a situation might drive her mad, rendering it impractical for her. As for Zhu Xian, she had only intended to conceive without the desire for a lifelong commitment with Li Ziki, thus she too dismissed the idea. However, Li Ziki, upon reading it, carefully tucked away the method for future consideration. Zhu Xian observed this, momentarily taken aback, as a fleeting expression crossed her otherwise indifferent face. Gu Shiriwe, however, had significantly altered her perception of Li Ziki. Initially, she had presumed him to be a mere dandy, yet it turned out that he possessed genuine depth. After Li Ziki and Zhu Xian departed, Yunting unexpectedly arrived once more. Yu Hua, visibly impatient, inquired, "What brings you here?" Yunting cast a glance at Yu Hua but turned to Gu Shiriwe, exclaiming, Yeah, I have procured for you a stunning necklace of beauty pearls. Do you fancy it?" Upon opening the box, a necklace of exquisite pink pearls, each a remarkable 10 millimeters in size, was revealed before her. To be candid, the necklace was indeed beautiful and, more importantly, exceedingly rare. "I'm sorry. I cannot accept something without merit." Gu Shiriwe resolutely declined his offering. Yunting, wounded, lowered his head and implored, Yeah. May I have a moment of your time in private?" Gu Shiriwe, wishing to resolve the matter with him once and for all, glanced at him and acquiesced. "Follow me." She led Yunting to her tranquil chamber on the 2nd floor, furnished solely with a few sofas. "You may not accompany us," Gu Shiriwe admonished upon noticing Yu Hua peering curiously. Yu Hua, vexed, retreated to the living room, frequently glancing upstairs, muttering under his breath, "Why can't anything be said in front of everyone? Sneaky behavior. He clearly harbors ill intentions. He has constantly fixated on my wife. I'll surely make him regret it." Gu Shiriwe found a comfortable position on the sofa and stated, "Speak your mind." Yeah. I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings for me. You must prove otherwise." Yunting asserted, his earnest gaze fixated on Gu Shiriwe. "And how do you propose I do that?" she queried. "Allow me to kiss you for 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes will suffice. If you do not reciprocate, I shall accept that you truly feel nothing for me," Yunting declared with confidence. Who was he? In the capital, aside from Gu Shiriwe, no woman had ever rebuffed him. With formidable strength and an impressive appearance, very few could withstand his ardent gaze. "I refuse," Gu Shiriwe firmly replied. "Why? Are you lacking in self-assurance? You indeed still harbor feelings for me," Yunting exclaimed, visibly agitated. Gu Shiriwe shot him a disdainful look, recognizing his lunacy. "Commander Yun, we are not related. Your proposition to kiss me upon first meeting is entirely unreasonable, thus my rejection is justified. I have reiterated countless times that my affections lie solely with my husband. I refuse to believe it. You previously claimed to only favor Huiyu. Yet you have now accepted Ming Di," Yunting argued, clearly unable to reconcile this situation. "That is because Yu Hua is Huiyu, and Huiyu is Yu Hua." Gu Shiriwe unveiled this bombshell, leaving Yunting momentarily speechless. After all, he had played a part in Huiyu's demise. "Impossible. Huiyu is dead," he protested. "Did you witness the body with your own eyes?" Gu Shiriwe countered. At a loss for words, Yunting had not anticipated such a revelation. If Huiyu was indeed Yu Hua, then his hopes were utterly dashed, a reality he was unwilling to accept. "I refuse to believe it." Upon finishing her words, Yunting lunged forward, attempting to kiss Gu Shiriwe forcefully. Little did he know, having ascended to the 4th tier, Gu Shiriwe had also reached the same level. Her strength was no longer inferior to his. With a swift kick, she sent Yunting crashing against the door. The resounding commotion echoed downstairs, prompting Yu Hua to teleport to the quiet room, anxiously regarding Gu Shiriwe. Yeah, what happened? Did he bully you?" Gu Shiriwe soothingly embraced Yu's arm. "I am fine. He tried to kiss me, and I kicked him out. Only then did Yu Hua turn to look at Yunting. Realizing the significant force behind Gu Shiyue's kick had indeed damaged the door. Yintung had been kicked so hard that he spat blood and now remained half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Does your foot hurt? Yua's peculiar concern left the others who had rushed upstairs speechless. Chapter 112. I am fine. The one with issues is him. Ignore him. Soon. I shall hand him over to Chief Number 1, and he shall never appear before you again. For the sake of the nation. Yuhua had always refrained from taking extreme measures against these individuals, yet they audaciously overstepped their bounds. Yuntung, perhaps feeling humiliated, remained silent, genuinely believing at this moment that Gu Shiwen no longer held any affection for him. Chiefly arrived to escort Yunting away, his countenance rather grim. Upon seeing Gu Shiwen and Yuhua, he managed to force a smile. This truly was a monumental embarrassment. Yuhua was exhilarated throughout the night, and even took the time to call Li Ziki, exclaiming, "You cannot fathom how much my wife adores me." That fool Yintung attempted to court her, and was promptly kicked against the door. He couldn't peel himself off. "Hey, you might not believe it, but it's true. Let me show you a photo of my door." Without delay, Yuhua dashed upstairs, capturing various angles of the still unrepaired door. "What do you think? Now do you believe me? I've already handed him over to Chief Li. He's truly embarrassed himself this time." Ha! Rejected in love, only to be kicked away. Yuhua animatedly recounted the events, gesturing wildly. Had he not feared interrupting the couple, he would have teleported over instantly. Gu Shiriwei was at a loss for words, wondering how this man could remain so immature. As evening fell, Yuhua's excitement showed no signs of waning. He flitted about Gu Shiriwei like a playful caterpillar. Yeah. Gu Shiriwei found herself wishing to kick him away as well, but alas, he was her husband, patience was key. "Ahua, calm down. How can I be calm? My wife loves me." Yuhua lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with joy, his radiant smile blinding her. Gu Shiriwei sighed, contemplating the immense pressure he must be under in his daily life. "Ahua, you are my only husband. My heart belongs solely to you. As long as you remain true to me, I shall never entertain any other man." This was Gu Shiyue's solemn vow to him. Tears welled in Yuhua's eyes. My wife is truly wonderful. His physical prowess was unparalleled, and Gu Shiyue often reflected on how well she had been treated. Due to Yuhua's exuberance, the pair remained awake throughout the night. Gu Shiyue forced herself to indulge in his antics, but after 1 o'clock, fatigue finally claimed her. She drifted in and out of slumber several times, while Yuhua busied himself, finding joy even in her silence. Having mastered his technique, he was able to practice even while she slept. When dawn broke, Gu Shiyue awoke to discover she had quietly ascended to the 5th tier. Meanwhile, Yuhua had similarly leveled up overnight. After their upgrades, both radiated vitality, shedding any remnants of fatigue. Descending the stairs, they encountered Yuhua's sister and brother-in-law, who bore dark circles under their eyes. He took the opportunity to mock them mercilessly. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by a 6-to-1 beating from Yu Miao and the brother-in-laws. Gu Shiriwei was not one to hoard knowledge. She shared the blue sea and sky art with Yu Miao and also with her mother. Though their training may not be as perfectly aligned as that of Gu Shiriwei and Yu Hua, it still significantly enhances their cultivation efficiency, especially for Yu Miao, whose practice is primarily focused on dual cultivation. It feels as if a pillow has arrived just when one is about to doze off. In recent days, she has been burning the midnight oil, diligently studying techniques. Gu Shiriwei is particularly curious about one matter. How many brothers-in-law does her sister meet each night? This thought gnaws at her, as 5 brothers-in-law would surely result in dark circles under their eyes. They cannot all be involved, can they? That would be quite impressive, considering she struggles even with Yuhua alone. Those with abilities are not the same weaklings from before the apocalypse. Just thinking about the intense battles in her sister's room makes her blood boil. The demands of a pregnant woman are indeed quite formidable. Gu Shiyue's intense gaze catches Yu Miao's attention. "What? Are you envious of your sister having 5 men?" No, I envy her stamina. This is not a biological sister, but an elder sister-in-law, so one must choose words carefully. Yu Miao teasingly responds, "It's fine. I won't tell Ahua. After all, a man's stamina is limited. Don't be misled by what books claim about how many times in a night. It's all exaggerated. If a woman seeks joy, she must find several men. Sister, is it possible that your brother is indeed the one? I have a good relationship with Ahua, truly. Sister, look at my sincere little eyes. You are too naive. Well, since he is my brother, he might as well benefit." Yu Miao feels somewhat guilty for suggesting this to her sister-in-law. Gu Shiriwei remains speechless. "As long as you are happy. Sister, do you spend the nights together with your brothers-in-law?" At last, she has posed the question. Yu Miao glances at Gu Shiriwei, who is simply too innocent. "Curious, are we?" Yes. Gu Shiriwei nods vigorously. "It depends on the mood. Generally, we engage in one-on-one encounters, but sometimes, if others feel inclined, they might join in as well. And they help each other out. This revelation leaves Gu Shuriwa utterly astonished for an entire year. The brothers-in-law assist one another? How do they help? In what manner? Is this something I can learn without cost? Her eyes widen in disbelief. Her sister is quite adventurous. What a surprise. Ever since the apocalypse, romantic encounters have become as commonplace as eating and drinking. One does as they please, as life and death make trivial matters seem insignificant, rendering concealment unnecessary. Gu Shurwei has not witnessed the most brutal times of the apocalypse, where public displays of intimacy were rampant. Yet Yuhua has. This is also why Gu Shurwei has steadfastly refused to seek a second husband. Yuhua has given her all his love, and naturally, she wishes to reciprocate in kind. Indeed, this lad has been thinking of you since before the apocalypse, and even after it began, he never ceased searching for you. You cannot fathom how many women he has turned away over the years. Ultimately, he found you. Both of you are fortunate. Yu Miao has watched her brother struggle through each advancement. How could she not feel for him? However, this is her brother's choice, and as an elder sister, all she can do is support him. Gu Shurwei had once experienced self-promotion. She understood the agony and torment that accompanied it. Yet, Yuhua, he need not endure such suffering. Indeed, we are all fortunate. Sister, are you happy with your brothers-in-law? Alas, Yu Miao's demeanor resembles that of Lin Daiyu, appearing exceedingly delicate. Gu Shurwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as she thought of her being tormented every night by 5 tall, handsome men, each over 180 centimeters. With her fragile frame, could she withstand it? To her surprise, Yu Miao mysteriously smiled and declared, happy. Of course, I am happy. Let me tell you, Ye, you must. Yu Miao took Gu Shurwei under her wing, imparting her wisdom and utterly reshaping her worldview. It can be approached this way? Yes. You could try with Ahua at night. I assure you, it will drive him wild. Perhaps not, for he is already quite mad. TSK, you my dear, why do you refuse to heed my advice? Chapter 113. Invitation. The New Year's Eve dinner was exceptionally lavish, as both families gathered for a meal, and thankfully, there was ample space in her home to accommodate everyone. After spending the New Year's Eve together, on the morning of the first day of the new year, her sister and brothers-in-law bid farewell. Being high-ranking officials at the Shizhou base, they could not afford to stay for long. However, with the advent of the teleportation array, travel had become significantly more convenient. Gu's parents and Gu Shiyang also returned home, as they had their own residence and did not need to stay at Gu Shiyue's place. The manor quickly fell into a state of solitude. Most of the experts and hired workers had returned home to celebrate the new year, and the guards were on a rotating duty, leaving few people within the estate. Just then, Commander Li called to inform her that the publicity department would be coming to record a New Year's greeting video. Do you want to change into a different outfit? Why are we recording today? Shouldn't such things be filmed in advance? It was said that they had not originally intended for them to appear on screen. But due to recent international unrest, the commander suggested they show their faces to intimidate the naysayers. Thor and the Bamboo Fairy had also received invitations. The old Taoist, residing deep in the mountains, was not summoned due to the inconvenience. Gu Shuriwei raised an eyebrow. Although she had not been paying attention to international affairs lately, she had no reason to decline the request. She opened her wardrobe and searched through the red section, eventually finding a set of bright red tank-style hanfu. The tank style was suitable for maternity wear, and this particular outfit was heavily embroidered, adorned with beauty-enhancing pearls and energy stones, exuding both elegance and grandeur. Unfortunately, she did not know how to style her hair or apply makeup for the hanfu, so she had to call for assistance. The stylist and filming crew arrived almost simultaneously. To complement Gu Shiyue's look, Yuhua chose a flying fish costume that looked exceptionally dapper. After a flurry of activity, the two recited auspicious phrases as directed. Without any display of martial prowess, the subtitles merely featured the words Ming Emperor and Moonwater Deity. However, those who understood the implications knew that it was unnecessary to feign strength. Their mere presence was enough to deter anyone from challenging Huagua. Once the recording concluded, Gu Shurwei remembered to inquire about the international situation. What has happened? Oh, nothing major. Just a series of countries, led by the United States, condemning Huagua for lacking humanitarian spirit and not sharing the methods for utilizing the teleportation array and purifying water sources. Yuhua dismissed it, considering it a manifestation of jealousy. Gu Shurwei had expected something of greater significance. This was merely their usual tactic, wasn't it? What did the commander say? The commander expressed an invitation for them to come for dialogue, emphasizing the shared fate of humanity. In April, when spring blossoms, we will hold a global exchange conference at the Kyoto base, and anyone interested is welcome to attend. The commander's intentions seemed rather audacious. As long as the teleportation array was under their control, Huagua's influence could extend wherever it was deployed. If Gu Shiwei were to purify water sources, there would undoubtedly be conditions attached. Indeed, once the New Year's greeting video featuring the three national protectors and Gu Shiwei was released, the internet erupted in chaos. Among the top 50 trending topics of the day, 40 were related to them. Gu Shiwei and Yuhua present themselves as a couple in their videos, while Li Ziki, whose identity remains ambiguous, has subtly maneuvered connections with the director to merge their videos. Consequently, many uninformed netizens are speculating. Are Thunder God and Bamboo Fairy a couple? Have Thunder God and Bamboo Fairy tied the knot? Ming Emperor and Moon Water God are quite the pairing. Thunder God's gaze is so tender. Ming Emperor is utterly enamored. Even the higher-ups were taken aback. Before they even began promoting the event, netizens spontaneously propelled this matter to trending status. The impact far surpassed any promotional efforts. Since several speeches mentioned the Global Exchange Conference, the news spread at an astonishing pace, garnering responses from numerous countries pledging to attend as scheduled. In the decades since the apocalypse, many smaller nations have perished, leaving fewer than 50 countries globally, with many barely surviving. For instance, the island nation devastated by the eight-headed serpent has reportedly witnessed the creature return to its volcanic lair, contingent upon the islanders providing daily sustenance. Otherwise, it would venture out to hunt. Naturally, the eight-headed serpent's preferred prey is humanity, due to their tender flesh and abundant energy. Thus, the island nation has been re-established, albeit with a population dwindling to less than 1%. Curiously, they have reinstated a royal descendant as emperor, albeit merely as a puppet. The true power lies with Kawashima Momotaru, a level 5 psychic, revered as the savior of the island nation and held in high esteem. He has even boldly declared his intent to seek vengeance against Huagua, believing that the downfall of their nation is intricately linked to Huagua's formidable powers. However, the evidence has long been obliterated in the wake of their nation's demise, leaving them with only condemnation for Huagua. Though they lack proof, Huagua possesses it. The cruise ship responsible for abducting Gu Shiwei still exists, and the surveillance footage has already been extracted. The circumstances of Gu Shiwei's kidnapping are vividly displayed, revealing that her blood was drawn for research purposes, which has also been exposed. Thus, nations with water gods are living in fear, dreading encounters with shameless countries like the island nation. Furthermore, Gu Minjing's testimony, including her confession video presented in court, serves as additional evidence. Faced with irrefutable proof, Kawashima Momotaru can only remain speechless. As the lunar month came to a close, Gu Shiwei's pregnancy reached the 7-month mark, with the possibility of labor imminent. The Kyoto base welcomed numerous foreign friends, all preparing to attend the Global Exchange Conference. Given the long and perilous journey, many had departed weeks in advance. The only exception was the small nation of Beatty, which had long since applied for the installation of a teleportation array, allowing them to traverse to Huagua in mere moments. This diminutive nation relocated en masse to Huagua's highland base during the onset of the apocalypse and only returned to their homeland last year, successfully re-establishing their nation, thus becoming one of the few small nations to survive the apocalypse. With Gu Shiwei entering the late stages of her pregnancy, her mother has also moved in to assist in case she goes into labor. Due to her status as a senior therapist and her previous experience as an educator, Gu's mother was approached by Kyoto University to serve as a therapeutic mentor, to which she consented, albeit with the stipulation that it would commence after Gu Shiwei gave birth. One day, as Yuhua assisted Gu Shiwei in a leisurely stroll indoors, Li Mingqi burst in with great urgency, exclaiming, "It's over. Yeah, it's over. Calm down. Speak slowly." Gu Shiwei urged, feeling the weight of her pregnancy making even the simplest movements laborious. Yuhua, filled with trepidation, cautiously supported her as he positioned himself in front of Gu Shiwei, wary of Li Mingqi's frantic entrance potentially colliding with her. Chapter 114. Dragon Emperor, what could be so urgent? Take a sip of water and speak slowly. Gu Shiwei's calm demeanor always had a soothing effect, and upon witnessing this, Li Mingqi also regained her composure. After finishing her tea and placing the cup on the table, she took a deep breath and said, Yeah, he has come. Who has come? What sort of person could cause the iron-willed woman Li Mingqi to be so anxious? The biological father of Yunla. He has arrived. He intends to take my daughter away. Li Mingqi murmured, her spirits visibly shaken, quite unlike her previous confident self. Do not panic. He is unaware that he has a daughter. Gu Shiwei reassured her. That is futile. If he is determined, he will uncover the truth. Indeed. But even if he finds out, can he really abduct her on our homeland? Gu Shiwei insisted. Rest assured, if you cannot handle it, I shall have Yuhua assist you. Gu Shiwei was wholeheartedly devoted to her good friend, even offering her own husband for support. Thank you, Yaya. I was awaiting your words. Ensure that my brother-in-law helps me. Li Mingqi grasped Gu Shiwei's hand tightly, her excitement palpable. Yuhua, noticing the situation, spoke up directly, "A child of our homeland shall never be taken by foreigners. You may rest easy." As Li Mingqi was Gu Shiyue's confidant and the sister of the thunder god, Yu Hua could not remain indifferent. With this assurance, Li Mingqi finally felt at ease, seated on the sofa, sipping another glass of water. Holding up her empty cup, she exclaimed, "I never anticipated that he would be the foremost expert from the Bear Nation, Alexander. Has he seen you?" Gu Shiyue inquired, her own nerves beginning to fray. "Eventually. It is inevitable." That was true. Li Mingqi's photographs flooded the internet, and it could be said that paparazzi once delighted in capturing her tabloid-worthy moments. Yet, once they realized she changed her appearance daily, they ceased their pursuit. However, as one of the prominent female leaders of the apocalypse, her visage frequently graced the news, particularly with this upcoming exchange meeting where she would undoubtedly encounter him. Gu Shiyue, with sympathy, asked, "What do you plan to do?" Li Mingqi licked her lips in truth. "He possesses considerable skill. I intend to entice him once more. It has been so many years since we last met. I find myself rather nostalgic." Gu Shiyue was at a loss for words. This was akin to knowingly walking into danger. "Are you not concerned he might discover little Yunla?" "Fear not. For the time being, I shall send the child to my brothers. As long as I do not admit that the child is his, what can he do to me?" Li Mingqi had transformed from her earlier anxiety into a demeanor of defiance, seemingly unperturbed by the boiling waters of trouble. "Do as you wish." Gu Shiyue had never encountered a woman like Li Mingqi before. No. This is not mere recklessness. It is about seizing the moment." Li Mingqi shot a flirtatious glance at Gu Shiyue. Regardless, he would only remain for a couple of months. After that, he would depart. Perhaps never to be seen again in this lifetime. Gu Shiyue cautiously reminded her, "Have you forgotten? This exchange meeting is intended to establish a global teleportation array. At that time, arriving from the land of the bear could be accomplished in mere breaths, allowing for several round trips each day." Li Mingqi stiffened. "Voval, I actually forgot about this matter. This won't do. I must arrange for someone to erase all news about Yunla online immediately. Furthermore, everyone must be silenced." In a flurry of anxiety, Li Mingqi rushed away, leaving Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua exchanging glances. "Do you think she still has time?" Yu Hua shook his head and replied, "It's definitely too late. Her previous information was unmasked, and when the bear people arrive in the capital, their first order of business will undoubtedly be to gather intelligence." Gu Shiyue sighed, "Let us be prepared to help her snatch the child at any moment. After the apocalypse, no one dares to hope for a second child. Having even one is a blessing." After returning, Li Mingqi headed straight to the nightclub, intent on finding a young companion to soothe her wounded heart. The bar was as chaotic as ever, lacking patience to wait for others to select her. She took to the stage and performed a sultry pole dance, igniting fervor among the men present who surrounded her, eager for her attention. Scanning the crowd, Li Mingqi's gaze landed on a fair-skinned young man. With graceful steps, she approached him amidst a chorus of jeers, yet she remained undeterred. Reaching out to drape her arm around his neck when suddenly, she was pulled into an embrace from behind. "You seem to be enjoying life," the mixed-race man whispered in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "You, what? What's wrong? Have we become strangers upon meeting again?" The man's grip tightened around her waist as he forcefully led her out of the dance floor. Li Mingqi obediently followed him into a private room. In the moment they entered, sparks ignited as they embraced passionately. After a prolonged reunion, just as Li Mingqi thought to leave, she found herself being scrutinized intently by Alexander. Helpless, she could only bring him back to one of her properties, where they indulged for 3 days. It was only then that Alexander was called away by his subordinates. Seizing her chance, Li Mingqi slipped away and immediately accepted an out-of-town assignment, ensuring she wouldn't return for at least a week. When Gu Shiyue received Li Mingqi's message, she was astonished to realize that this scoundrel also had someone she feared. The following day, Alexander paid a visit to Yu Hua and Gu Shiyue in a personal capacity. It was Gu Shiyue's first encounter with him. He stood tall, at least 185 centimeters, with a robust physique suggestive of a Caucasian. Yet his features bore a hint of Asian descent. Emperor Ming, goddess of moonwater, a pleasure to meet. Dragon Emperor, a long-awaited honor. Alexander possessed the extraordinary ability to transform into a dragon, earning him the title of Dragon Emperor, and his combat prowess was formidable. "I have come to seek collaboration with Emperor Ming and Goddess of Moonwater to establish a teleportation array in the land of the bear and purify the water sources." Alexander laid out his purpose directly, for in this exchange, everyone shared the same goal, leaving little room for concealment. Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua exchanged glances. With Yu Hua taking the initiative to speak, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, both matters are entirely feasible. The specific arrangements can be coordinated through the teleportation array company. However, the purification of the water source must await the birth of my child. Considering the fraternal ties between the Bear Nation and our Huagua, I believe it is only right to prioritize the Bear Nation. Yua's words were laden with sincerity. Alexander expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, our families are like brothers. And I myself possess Hua blood. Regardless of the sacrifices made by other nations, the Bear Nation shall not be stingy. Yua appreciated this straightforward approach. Excellent. Brother, since you have come to our Hua, my wife and I shall host you for lunch today, where you shall savor the energy wine brewed by my wife. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Haha. Good brother. When it comes to drinking, you cannot surpass the Bear Nation. Alexander playfully patted Yuhua on the shoulder, issuing a challenge. Ha ha ha. We shall see whose prowess prevails. Yuhua replied resolutely, for a man must never concede defeat. Chapter 115. Daughter the Dragon Emperor exhibited a distinct preference for high-grade beast blood wine. This is the beverage a man ought to savor. The potency of the beast blood wine was remarkable, particularly for those of the 5th tier. The Dragon Emperor drank with such fervor that his scales began to glisten. Gu Shiwei had never before encountered a being so uniquely half-human, half-beast, and though she had heard tales of werewolves and vampires abroad, she had yet to witness them herself. After all, in Huagua, the establishment of the nation had prohibited any form of spiritual transformation. Dear sister, I have an uncharacteristic request, the Dragon Emperor said, somewhat sheepishly. Your Majesty, you are being overly courteous. Please, speak freely. As Hua and the Dragon Emperor indulged in their libations, Gu Shiwei sat beside them. Would it be possible for you to sell me some of this beast blood wine? Gu Shiwei hesitated briefly before responding. To be candid, there is a scarcity of beast blood wine in our homeland, and exports are not currently under consideration. However, I can personally arrange to gift you some. In light of your connection with Li Mengqi and Xiao Yunla, well then, I shall graciously accept. The Dragon Emperor declared. This is a specialty from my homeland, for you. Dear sister, Alexander promptly retrieved a spatial ring and presented it to Gu Shiwei. Upon scanning it with her spiritual energy, she discovered it was indeed filled with exotic beasts and plants unique to his country, a rare treasure for her. After estimating the value, she produced an equivalent amount of beast blood wine and included some ginger wine, recognizing that the cold climate of his homeland made ginger wine a coveted commodity. Indeed, after sampling the ginger wine, Alexander expressed his desire to procure more. This is not restricted. While beast blood wine enhances physical prowess and is not easily exported, ginger wine merely wards off the chill and poses little impact on exports. Alexander swiftly depleted Gu Shiwei's stock of ginger wine, as winter was nearing its end in Huagua, yet still lingered in his homeland. As the revelry intensified, Gu Shiwei deliberately steered the conversation toward family matters. Has the Dragon Emperor fathered any children? With a hint of regret, Alexander replied, none. It is exceedingly difficult to conceive a child. Then you and your wife must endeavor more earnestly. She jested. Haha. I can manage without a wife. Oh, the Dragon Emperor is yet to be wed? Do you at least have a girlfriend? Gu Shiwei continued her subtle inquiries. Given that Li Mengqi was her close friend, well, one could say so. My purpose in visiting, aside from the exchange meeting, is to bring her back. A glint of determination flashed in the Dragon Emperor's narrowed eyes. Is your girlfriend from Huagua? Indeed. She is Li Mengqi, the leader of the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. You must be acquainted. The Dragon Emperor's gaze sharpened upon Gu Shiwei. With Li Mengqi elusive, perhaps she held crucial information. Feigning surprise, Gu Shiwei remarked, the leader Li? I've never heard her mention you. The Dragon Emperor's breath hitched, his demeanor shifting palpably. She has never mentioned me? Not at all, I believe. Gu Shiwei stammered, feeling the weight of her own deceit under his imposing presence. That resolute woman. The Dragon Emperor lifted his cup and downed its contents in one go. We became acquainted several years ago, and I have been searching for her for years, yet she has surprisingly forgotten me. Moreover, she has had a child with someone else. Gu Shiwei fell into silence, utterly at a loss for words. What a predicament. The Dragon Emperor has already learned of the child's existence and mistakenly believes the child is not his. What should she do? Dragon brother. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Let us drink. Yuhua poured more wine for him, and the two resumed their revelry. Having acquired the information she sought, Gu Shiwei excused herself, claiming to be fatigued, and retreated to her room. There, she eagerly shared the intelligence she had gathered with Zhu Xian. Li Mengqi has now left the city and is unreachable, while Xiao Yunla is currently in the care of Li Ziki and Zhu Xian. What if we simply declare that Yunla is my child? Zhu Xian, gazing at the soft and adorable Xiao Yunla, proposed a rather dubious idea. Yet she found the notion rather appealing. Being a mother without the pain is simply delightful. The key factor is that Xiao Yunla is so charming. However, Sister Ming would likely disapprove. Despite her appearance as a heartless woman, Li Mengqi is quite devoted to her daughter. It would be futile to oppose her. As long as the other members of the Li family consent, it would suffice. Zhu Xian, ever the single-minded individual, knew that the others in the Li family were also worried that the Alaskan Conference would attempt to seize the child, as she is the sole heir of the Li family in this generation. At such a time, bestowing the child with illustrious parentage would be the most prudent course of action. Thus, aside from Li Mingqi, it was certain that no one would object. Zhu Xian, acting on impulse, immediately posted a photo with Xiao Yunla on her Weibo page, ensuring the child's face was obscured, captioning it, "My daughter." Instantly, the internet erupted. Zhu Xian has a daughter. Is she the offspring of the Thunder God? Thunder God Zhu Xian officially announces the birth of a daughter. The most fortunate little girl of the apocalypse has arrived. Rumors spread that Li Mingqi's daughter is actually her niece. Many began to inquire with the Li family, questioning if the child truly belongs to Zhu Xian and the Thunder God. The Li family members pursed their lips, only daring to respond. The child is undoubtedly of the Li lineage. Consequently, the public was convinced that Zhu Xian and the Thunder God had indeed entered into a clandestine marriage and welcomed a daughter. This news spread like wildfire across the nation, while Li Mingqi remained outside the city, unaware. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor continued to drink with Yuhua. Yu Shiwei found herself bewildered as to how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. The pivotal moment came when Li Ziki immediately retweeted Zhu Xian's Weibo post, "My daughter." This effectively solidified the claim. Originally, Li Yunla was the illegitimate daughter born out of wedlock to Li Mingqi. Yet she had now transformed into the officially recognized daughter of the nation. The critical detail is that her biological father is none other than the Dragon Emperor, who, nearing 40, has yet to father any children. Thus, this little one is now undeniably the most esteemed little princess of the apocalypse. The entire internet buzzed with fervent discussions regarding this seemingly miraculous princess, and even the inebriated Dragon Emperor received the news. So, the child is not of her blood. The Dragon Emperor's expression softened, his mood visibly lifted. Yunla cast a sympathetic glance his way. As long as he was happy, that was what mattered. In the end, Yunla could not outdrink the Dragon Emperor, for he seldom indulged in alcohol, whereas the Dragon Emperor consumed it as if it were mere water. A subordinate of the Dragon Emperor came to escort the inebriated monarch away, cursing as he walked. Wretched woman. Heartless. Gu Shiwei wore a complex expression, feeling as though she had committed a transgression. Yu Hua, already incapacitated by drink, mumbled incoherently, "Drink. Cheers." Gu Shiwei gazed at the drunken man, utterly speechless. Her current condition made it impossible for her to move, and she dared not attempt it. Fortunately, the estate was attended by a butler and guards, who collectively administered an antidote to his intoxication and carried him to bed. Gu Shiwei removed his clothes and wiped his body clean with a warm towel. After this laborious task, she found herself utterly exhausted. Unable to transport him into her space, she resigned to letting him rest in the estate's room. Concerned for his comfort during his drunken stupor, she kept vigil over him throughout the night, only allowing herself to succumb to sleep when his breathing gradually steadied under the effects of the antidote. Chapter 116. Who am I? A week later, Li Mingqi returned, only to discover that her daughter had transformed into her niece, and even her household registration had been transferred to her brother's name. She was utterly bewildered, clearly caught off guard by the turn of events. "No, brother, why have you taken my daughter? Can't you have children yourself?" Li Ziki shot her a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Yunla is, after all, the child of me and Zhu Xian. How could a single young lady like you have a child?" By recognizing the child under their name, not only could they prevent the Dragon Emperor from taking her away, but more importantly, it would permanently bind his relationship with Zhu Xian. Li Ziki's heart fluttered. He would not allow anyone to disrupt this arrangement. "No, sister-in-law, are you also going along with this madness?" Li Mingqi turned her gaze towards Zhu Xian, unaware that it was Zhu Xian who had initially suggested this idea and had posted it on Weibo without consulting anyone. "Yunla is indeed my child. It's just that years ago, there was a misunderstanding between Ziki and me, so you helped raise her for a few years," Zhu Xian declared earnestly. As if the situation were indeed as she described, Li Mingqi began to question her own existence. Could it be that Yunla was truly not her biological child? No. She couldn't be so foolish as to doubt her identity based on mere words. "Dad, Mom, what do you say?" Li Mingqi directed her gaze at her parents, who had cherished little Yunla as their own from the moment she was born. Surely, they wouldn't deny their granddaughter, would they? Ming Ming. The child is still a member of the Li family, so it doesn't matter who she calls mom. Her parents' eyes flickered. After all, the child still referred to them as grandparents. So what did it matter? Li Mingqi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even her own parents were not supporting her. This is too much. You all. Mommy. Mommy, you will always be my mommy. Little Yunla chimed in sweetly. Li Mingqi's heart ached, and she scooped her daughter into her arms. You are still my precious girl. Mommy, All the other kids have daddies, and now I have a daddy too, plus 2 mommies. I'm so happy. Li Mingqi was petrified. For so many years, she believed she had given little Yunla enough love. The absence of a father seemed inconsequential. Little did she know, in Yunla's heart, the yearning for paternal love was so profound. Hence, she felt it best to remain silent. If Yunla was now a niece, so be it. At least her family understood the truth. That very day, Alexander confronted Li Mingqi, insisting on discussing matters with her. Why are you avoiding me? You think too much. I merely have a task to attend to. Fine, I will take that as it is, but why haven't you replied to my messages? Who are you that I must respond to you? Who am I? You dare ask me who I am? The Dragon Emperor was incensed by Li Mingqi's retort. Lifting her and tossing her onto the bed, 2 strong-willed individuals found themselves engaged in a tug-of-war within the confines of the room. Tell me, who am I? I am your elder. Still not being honest. Who am I? You are my elder. Incorrect. Think again. Who am I? Hiss. You are my man. Is that all? Think deeper. My dear husband, you are indeed my husband. I implore you. What followed was a series of blushing sounds. Alexander successfully seduced Li Mingqi, even going to her family to propose. The Li family welcomed him with smiles, engaging in polite conversation, as long as Li Mingqi did not object. They were agreeable to the proposal. Sacrificing Li Mingqi was acceptable, but Li Yunla must not fall into his hands. They had learned that the Dragon Emperor had no children yet. Should he discover the matter concerning little Yunla, she would undoubtedly be taken away. That very day, the Dragon Emperor reluctantly took Li Mingqi to obtain their marriage certificate, with the wedding date set for 1 week later. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyue couldn't help but applaud the efficiency of the Dragon Emperor. To have convinced Li Mingqi to agree to the marriage was indeed impressive. At the wedding, the Li family discreetly searched for the children. What should they do? They should not have consented to let Li Mingqi marry at the ancestral home. They should have sent the children away beforehand. It was too late for regrets now. They hurriedly searched, hoping to keep it from the Dragon Emperor. Where could the child possibly be? The crowd was frantic in their search, while Li Yunla quietly slipped into Li Mingqi's room amidst the commotion. Mommy, do you not want me anymore? Li Mingqi was taken aback. How did she end up here? Yunla, what are you doing here? You must leave. This is not a place for you. Wah, mommy doesn't he want me anymore. Little Li Yunla only understood what others had said, that mommy was getting married and would no longer want her. Now, with her mother asking her to leave, it seemed true. Li Mingqi felt overwhelmed, hearing the noise outside. The guests had already arrived to escort her. There was no other choice but to pray that the Dragon Emperor would not notice. Yunla, do not cry. Mommy will always be your mommy. You are my only treasure. How could I ever not want you? Really? Tears lingered on Li Yunla's eyelashes, ready to fall, looking utterly pitiful. Truly. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Only then did Li Yunla break into a smile. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor, holding a bouquet, burst through the door and caught sight of Li Yunla, who was seated in Li Mingqi's arms, crying sorrowfully. That mixed-race face stood out among the pure Chinese, resembling his own childhood remarkably, especially those pale blue eyes, which were impossible to ignore. Those in the know fell silent, and the Dragon Emperor fell into contemplation. Meng Meng, will you not provide me with an explanation? Li Mingqi's eyes flickered. What explanation? This is my niece. Is that so? Yet, I recall both Thunder God and Bamboo Fairy being pure Chinese. It's a case of ancestral return. My ancestors had foreign blood. Li Mingqi continued to feign innocence. Meng Meng, you are being disobedient. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. This woman was a habitual offender. He believed not a single word she uttered. He directly took 2 strands of Li Yunla's hair and instructed his subordinates to conduct a paternity test. Li Mingqi's eyes darted nervously, while a member of the Li family followed closely behind, thinking it laughable. Kodo was their territory, and the paternity test results could easily be fabricated. The Dragon Emperor squinted his eyes and said, Meng Meng, you are indeed deceiving me. No. How could that be? She retorted. Then how do you explain the person who just followed? Dare you claim they are not from the Li family? Alarmed, Li Mingqi realized that in a moment of desperation, she had fallen into his trap. As long as a member of the Li family intervened, it would signify guilt and trepidation. The Dragon Emperor could then directly conclude that Li Yunla was his daughter. However, who was Li Mingqi? She would never admit to anything, even at the brink of death. I don't know her. I have no idea who she is. Ah, such a stubborn tongue. The Dragon Emperor felt that this woman was destined to be his bane. He lifted Li Yunla and inquired, Little Yunla, who is your mother? Chapter 117. Bloodline. Little Yunla responded in a sweet, childlike voice, I have 2 mothers. One is my original mother, and the other is my new mother. Indeed. The Dragon Emperor cast a glance at Li Mingqi and continued to inquire. And what about your father? Dad is my uncle. Li Mingqi, unable to restrain her daughter's candidness, grimaced in the background. What about your original father? The corners of the Dragon Emperor's mouth curled upward as he followed the child's tone. Mom said he passed away. Li Mingqi. The Dragon Emperor was genuinely infuriated now. Is this how you educate your child? Li Mingqi held her head high, defiantly retorting. She is not your child. So why do you meddle? Dare you claim she is not my daughter? Do you think I am blind? The Li family present corroborated that the child truly belonged to the Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy and had no ties to Li Mingqi. The Dragon Emperor chuckled in anger. Do you all take me for a fool? I have eyes and ears. Everyone fell silent. Li Ziki boldly remarked. Is my brother-in-law trying to steal my daughter? Is she truly your daughter? Indeed. I do not believe it. The two formidable figures stood in opposition, while onlookers dared not breathe. Ming Ming, why did you deceive me? The Dragon Emperor gazed at Li Mingqi with a wounded expression. Are you out of your mind? I've said she is not your child. Li Mingqi staunchly denied it. Well, do you truly believe I lack evidence? The Dragon Emperor bit his fingertip, and a drop of blood floated to Yunla's brow, quietly merging with her. Suddenly, silver scales manifested on Yunla's body. Everyone gasped in astonishment, while the Dragon Emperor rejoiced. Indeed, a dragon's bloodline. Yunla is truly my daughter. I told you, this child resembles me so much. She must be mine. Haha, I have a daughter now. My dear daughter, quickly, call me daddy. Li Mingqi raised a wine glass from the table and took a hearty gulp. Fully aware that her secret had been unveiled, she fiercely declared, yes, Yunla is your daughter. So what? I bore and raised her alone. What connection do you have? Let me make this clear. Do not try to take my daughter. Even if we were married, the child is mine alone. You merely provided a sperm cell. Still clad in her flowing white wedding gown, Li Mingqi found it cumbersome to move, so she hiked up her gown, revealing a long, elegant leg. Standing with an air of a queen, the Dragon Emperor's face was a vivid palette of red and green, alternating in hue. Ming Ming, you cannot strip me of my rights as a father. Previously, I was unaware, but now that I know Yunla is my biological daughter, I will naturally be a good father. The child belongs solely to me. This marriage is off. Li Mingqi seized the child and attempted to leave the wedding venue. The Dragon Emperor grasped her arm. Ming Ming, we are already legally married. Whether or not we hold a wedding is inconsequential. You are my legal wife. And Yunla is our child. Divorce. Today, I demand a divorce. Li Mingqi pulled away from him and positioned herself behind her brother. Li Ziki, feeling helpless, stepped forward and said, Dragon Emperor, today is a day of great joy. You do not truly wish to provoke a divorce, do you? The Dragon Emperor, filled with frustration yet rendered powerless, retorted, Then what do you suggest? How about we each take a step back? The Li family will acknowledge the child's identity, but she cannot accompany you to the Bear Country. That is impossible. The Bear Country is her home. How could she not go? What I mean is that the child can only reside in Huagua, forever holding Huagua citizenship. As for a brief stay in the Bear Country, we have no objections. The Dragon Emperor felt increasingly distressed, realizing that the entire contention was over the inheritance. However, his own family was substantial and equally in need of an heir. Approaching 40 years of age, with his combat prowess nearing the 6th tier, he feared he would not have another child in this lifetime. Thus he could not relinquish this heir. No. Yunla possesses the bloodline of the Dragon God. She must cultivate according to our family's methods. In Huagua, she will squander her talents. Li Ziki was taken aback, unaware that the Dragon God family possessed such a unique bloodline, complicating matters further. Even Li Mingqi wore a hesitant expression. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon Emperor pressed on. You have seen it for yourselves. Yunla possesses the Dragon God bloodline, and its concentration is not low. According to our family's cultivation methods, once she comes of age, she can become a top-tier powerhouse. If she follows ordinary cultivation methods, her remarkable talents may never be activated. What? Must Yunla be a citizen of the Bear Country to cultivate according to your family's methods? Is it not within your power as a dragon god to resolve this? Li Mingqi scoffed. The Dragon Emperor inhaled deeply and stated, Very well. I can concede her nationality. But she must spend 3 months each year in the Bear Country for cultivation. This matter is non-negotiable. Agreed. Li Mingqi and Li Ziki exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The dragon god, Alexander, having been worn down by Li Mingqi, asked through gritted teeth, Now, can the wedding continue? Li Mingqi replied with a radiant smile, Of course. Fortunately, this farce unfolded at the family home, keeping the situation temporarily under control. However, to guard against any surprises, the dragon god declared during his wedding speech, Ladies and gentlemen, today, I have 2 important announcements to make. First, Li Yunla is the biological daughter of my wife, Li Mingqi, and me. We met and fell in love in a secret realm, but due to distance, we could not remain together. She endured the hardships of raising Yunla alone for all these years. Here, I express my apologies and gratitude. I am sorry for my absence all these years. Thank you for granting me another chance. Second, Yunla possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor with exceptional talents, making her the sole heir of the Dragon royal family. This revelation astounded Li Mingqi, shocked the Li family, and left the guests utterly dumbfounded. The news sent ripples across the globe. Numerous foreign delegations attended the wedding, and no one had anticipated that such monumental news would emerge from what was meant to be a simple wedding ceremony. Indeed, the union of these two great nations through this marriage resembles a strategic alliance. Now, to reveal that they even have a child, the Li family finds themselves helpless, caught off guard by the Dragon Emperor's sudden declaration. At last, the Dragon Emperor has gained the upper hand, and his spirits are notably elevated. The happiest among them all is undoubtedly Li Yunla, for she now possesses her very own father, no longer needing to envy her peers. She flits about the venue like a joyous butterfly. When the Dragon Emperor spots her, he swiftly scoops her up, and she affectionately calls out Daddy while nestling her head against his. Her sweet, delicate voice nearly melts the Dragon Emperor's heart. Consequently, the prodigious little Li Yunla once again graces the trending topics, this time on a global scale. Chapter 118. Suppression. Recently, Kyoto has been teeming with foreign delegations, and one can encounter foreign faces at any turn, a rarity in this apocalyptic era. Today, Gu Shiwei was met with a revelation that left her almost breathless. Someone had openly confessed their love for Yuhua in the streets. This audacious individual was none other than Maria, the water goddess of the beautiful country. It is said that she has countless admirers, and prior to Gu Shiwei, she was hailed as the most formidable water goddess globally, capable of producing 20 liters of third-grade water daily, revered as the dream goddess by numerous men. She had once declared that if she were to marry, it would be the strongest man. The man universally acknowledged as the strongest is none other than the Ming Emperor. Yuhua. One wonders how the beautiful country could bear to send her to Huagua, risking her never to return. Unbeknownst to Gu Shiwei, Maria had leveraged her cessation of third-grade water supply to pressure the officials of the beautiful country into permitting her journey to Huagua. Upon her arrival, she learned of Gu Shiwei's pregnancy and, with the intent to provoke thwarted, refrained from direct confrontation. It is universally acknowledged in the apocalypse that one must not lay hands on pregnant women or children. Thus, she resorted to ambushing Yuhua in various situations, causing him great annoyance, prompting him to limit his outings. Curiously, Gu Shiwei also yearned to discover what Maria was truly like, pondering whether she, too, possessed a water spirit body. Furthermore, she questioned why their purified water could not be upgraded. Such enigmas could only be unraveled upon meeting her in person. However, as Gu Shiwei approached her due date, both Yuhua and the high-ranking officials would vehemently oppose her venturing outside. As the weather began to warm, reports indicated that the ice and snow were melting. The Global Exchange Conference had commenced, and Kyoto was bustling with activity, with Yuhua tirelessly engaged. The formidable foreign elites exuded an air of invincibility, while the four national guardians were stationed in Kyoto, ready to suppress any provocations with swift force. On the first day, the Kyoto base hosted a welcoming banquet where toasts were exchanged, and representatives from various factions donned their finest attire, creating an atmosphere that felt more like a prosperous era than an apocalypse. Among the distinguished attendees were the Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy, who arrived together, eliciting envy from many. Look, it's the Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy. The Thunder God is so handsome. The Bamboo Fairy appears so aloof. I think I've fallen for the Thunder God. No, I must confess my feelings to the Bamboo Fairy. The last remark was made by Jackson, the foremost expert from Maple Leaf Country, as he strode confidently to the Bamboo Fairy, presenting a red rose with a quintessential gentleman-esque bow. Beautiful lady. I am Jackson from Maple Leaf Country. May I have the honor of knowing your name? The socially awkward Bamboo Fairy felt increasingly rigid in such a setting, relying heavily on the Thunder God's presence. Noticing that all eyes were upon her, she began to tremble. Liziki gently patted her hand, reassuring her, I am here for you. The Bamboo Fairy glanced up at Liziki, and under his encouraging gaze, she gradually relaxed. Lady? Jackson, oblivious to the situation, pressed on, noticing the Bamboo Fairy's silence. Liziki struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand him, retorting, What? Is Maple Leaf Country poorly prepared? Do you not recognize one of the guardians of our nation, the Bamboo Immortal? Then, are you familiar with me? How could Jackson possibly be unaware of them? He merely sought to provoke the Thunder God. The Thunder God jested. I, for one, have been smitten by the Bamboo Immortal at first sight and hope to share a splendid evening with her. Before I could finish my words, Liziki could no longer restrain himself and forcefully subdued the individual, delivering a thorough beating without resorting to any powers, relying solely on raw physical strength. He pinned this so-called top expert of the Maple Leaf Nation to the ground, leaving him unable to rise. The onlookers were bewildered, never anticipating such ferocity from the Thunder God. They had thought that only the Ming Emperor of Huagua was formidable, yet the Thunder God proved equally impressive. The following day, the Kyoto base held a martial arts competition, originally intended for the younger generation to showcase their skills. Unexpectedly, the top expert of the beautiful nation, Ian, boldly ascended the stage. I have heard that the foremost expert of Huagua is the Ming Emperor, who claims to be the best in the world. Why not come forth and exchange a few blows with me, so I may knock out his big teeth? Ha. The host of the stage was none other than the Thunder God himself. As Yuhua was accompanying his partner in childbirth, the bamboo immortal was anxious, and Kinchuanzi was a recluse. Thus, most of the visible duties fell to him. The Thunder God leaped onto the stage. The Ming Emperor is absent. You see me, right? To his surprise, Ian audaciously replied, You are not my match. Bring forth the Ming Emperor. The Thunder God could not tolerate such disdain. They were both at the 5th level. Who was truly superior? Hence, he launched a direct assault. The two exchanged blows on the stage, each evenly matched, but ultimately, the Thunder God, lacking sufficient energy, suffered a narrow defeat to Ian. After his victory over the Thunder God, Ian became even more arrogant, boldly declaring East Asian sick man from the stage, an affront that struck deeply at the pride of all Huagua citizens. Immediately, someone contacted Yuhua, who was strolling with Gu Shirwe. Without delay, he teleported to the competition venue. Are you Ian? Ian felt a surge of dread, unaware that the Ming Emperor had already reached the 6th level. Indeed, that is I. Have you chosen how you wish to perish? No. Ming Emperor, we can discuss this amicably. However, the Ming Emperor had no desire for further discourse and advanced to deliver a beating with bare hands, without using any powers, weapons, or even equipment. Thus, he left the fully armed Ian on the brink of collapse, and even with the best healers present, Ian would need to remain in bed for a week. On the 3rd day, the Kyoto base hosted a cultural exchange meeting, presided over by Kinchuanzi, as representatives of various religions from around the globe were in attendance. To everyone's astonishment, the Buddha from the Brahmin nation provocatively stated that Huagua's Buddhism was merely a branch of Brahmin Buddhism, asserting that all Huagua Buddhists should heed the commands of the Brahmin nation. Even the red-robed archbishop from the Pear Nation concurred with this sentiment. Kinchuanzi initially wished to avoid conflict, but as their remarks grew increasingly outrageous, even demanding the establishment of branch offices in Huagua, he could no longer tolerate it. After subduing them one by one, he had his disciples recite Laozi, allowing these foreign monks to experience the allure of Huagua's native religion. On the 4th day of the collaborative seminar, co-hosted by Thunder God and Bamboo Fairy, Maria found herself feeling somewhat regretful for not encountering Gu Shirwe. Observing the esteemed presence of Bamboo Fairy, she was struck by the seemingly timid demeanor of the latter, which made her appear rather vulnerable. Without hesitation, Maria boldly exclaimed, Ha. Is this a woman? No curves, no bosom, not even a strand of hair. This statement was not uttered in whispers, but rather proclaimed for all to hear in the midst of the gathering. To speak with utmost sincerity, Bamboo Fairy merely sported short hair and a slender figure, far from the description Maria had so carelessly provided. Chapter 119. The arrival of spring. Zhu Xian felt an overwhelming onslaught of malicious gazes directed her way. Reminiscent of her childhood days when she was subjected to beatings by her parents and siblings, confined in a cow shed, and mocked by her peers. However, alas, she had matured, no longer the helpless little girl she once was. Li Ziki, in a fit of anger, stood up to confront her, only to be forcibly subdued by Zhu Xian. In the realm of women's conflicts, the involvement of men was unwelcome. Zhu Xian, reticent by nature, chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, she summoned vines to bind Li Ziki to the flagpole at the entrance. Pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. The foremost expert from the beautiful nation, Ian, remained incapacitated in bed, while other formidable figures could not approach within a meter of Zhu Xian. Maria's admirers, driven by desperation, surged forward, only to be flung back by Zhu Xian's whip. Within a 3-meter radius, she was virtually invincible. Initially, Maria maintained her defiance, hurling curses at Zhu Xian. However, after a swift lash from Zhu Xian, she fell silent, pleading for mercy, but Zhu Xian paid her no heed. The seminar took place in a 5-star hotel, bustling with visitors, and soon a crowd gathered to witness the unfolding drama. A curious onlooker recounted the events leading to this spectacle, prompting the crowd to chuckle in understanding and raise their watches to capture the moment. Accustomed to the spotlight, Maria now sought to shield her face. Yet her hands were tightly bound by the vines, rendering her immobile. Consequently, the video of the beautiful nation's water goddess, Maria, cursing Zhu Xian while being suspended from the flagpole went viral across the internet. It was not until Zhu Xian had sufficiently humiliated her that she was finally released. This incident decisively established the supremacy of Huagua, as the 4 great nations swiftly quelled the insidious factions. Gu Shirwe, unable to attend, watched the unfolding events from home. her blood boiling with fervor. The primary objective of Huagua's exchange conference was to assert dominance, with the secondary aim, of course, being profit. The teleportation array company was exceedingly busy these days. Gu Shiwei assumed a hands-off approach, while Yuhua, even at home, was swamped with tasks. Gu Shiwei felt a heaviness in her abdomen. She had ceased sword practice and only dared to take leisurely strolls. With twins, the risk of premature birth loomed large, and she hoped her children would remain in her womb until full term, ensuring their robust health. Currently, she needed to infuse 10 drops of level 6 water daily. She was capable of producing level 7 water, yet she could not purify level 8 water. At this stage, the distinction was no longer merely about energy and purity. Gu Shiwei had yet to discern the specifics. The Research Institute was investigating the effects of level 7 water, which, in theory, should prove more potent than level 6 water. However, Yuhua had only reached level 6, and after consuming a drop of level 7 water, he underwent a remarkable transformation, elevating his level to 59 within 10 days. Consequently, Gu Shiwei was terrified to let him consume any level 7 water, fearing he might force another breakthrough. Calculating that she had no more than a month until her delivery, it was best for him to exercise restraint. Recently, Gu Shiwei struggled with her appetite and sleep, even feeling as though her belly might drop when standing. The maternity bag at home has been meticulously packed, ready for an immediate departure to the hospital. In recent days, Mother Gu has ceased all activities, dedicating her time solely to accompany Gu Shiwei. Everyone gazes at her pronounced belly with expressions of deep concern. Gu Shiwei herself has not looked in the mirror for quite some time. She is acutely aware that her weight has surpassed 150 pounds, certainly not a flattering figure. She possesses a physique that gains weight easily. Although she has not indulged excessively during her pregnancy, her weight has steadily climbed. Startling her doctor, such a plump pregnant woman is a rarity in these dire times. Fortunately, all her health indicators remain normal, and there is no need for her to embark on a strict weight loss regimen. A slight dietary adjustment and increased physical activity will suffice. The 2 unborn children are also somewhat larger, resulting in noticeable stretch marks on her abdomen. However, in this apocalyptic era, such marks can be easily addressed. While her own spa treatments may fall short, her mother's advanced healing techniques are remarkably effective. Mother Gu proudly assures her, once you give birth, a single healing spell from me, and you won't need to observe the traditional postpartum confinement. In a world fraught with uncertainty, those fortunate enough to have the luxury of resting after childbirth are undoubtedly supported by formidable partners. Gu Shiwei is also eligible for such a respite. Yet if her health permits, she would prefer not to be confined. Outside, the ice and snow have melted, and the winter wheat in the fields has begun to sprout. Gu Shiwei can now venture out of her room. After a long winter, she is eager to take a stroll. Yet, everyone eyes her burgeoning belly with trepidation, hesitant to acquiesce. Ultimately, it was Gu Shiwei who stumbled upon news online indicating that with the thaw, the waters of rivers and lakes have become contaminated and are unfit for consumption. Many residents in makeshift housing had their winter water supplies destroyed during the snow disaster, and now they must rely on government-provided water for survival. Gu Shiwei realizes it is imperative for her to purify the water sources. This is a significant matter, and others have no grounds to refuse her request. As long as she exercises caution, all will be well. Gu Shiwei can hardly contain her restlessness. Then let Yuhua accompany you. Mother Gu finally relented. With Yuhua by her side, even in the face of danger, they could retreat safely. In truth, Yuhua would have insisted on accompanying her regardless. For the past few months, he has been her unwavering guardian, and with only a month remaining, how could he possibly leave her side? Later, you can enter the space, and I will bring you out once we arrive. Entering and exiting her own space minimizes fluctuations, ensuring the utmost safety. Thus Yuhua resolved to utilize the space for their outing. He first took Gu Shiwei to purify the water sources at the Kyoto base. Given the heightened level of her abilities, within mere minutes, Gu Shiwei successfully purified all the water supplies at the Kyoto base. Moreover, upon sensing the effectiveness, it should last for an entire year. This means the survivors at the Kyoto base need not worry about storing water any longer. Yuhua, too, was taken aback by Gu Shiwei's remarkable efficiency. He feared that Gu Shiwei might overexert her abilities, which could inflict irreversible harm on both her and the unborn children. I'm fine. I've used less than 1/10 of my powers. Advancing in level has its benefits. No longer must one toil in calculating the use of abilities. How splendid. Allow me to guide you to the next destination. Let us first visit the 2 maternal rivers. Gu Shiwei estimated that completing the purification of these 2 maternal rivers today would pose no significant challenge. Primarily, these rivers span the widest areas, nurturing the greatest number of humanity along their banks. After Yuhua led her to purify one maternal river, he resolutely refused to allow her to proceed with another. insisting that she save it for the morrow. Gu Shiwei pondered that if she were to finish today, it would indeed be feasible. Yet it would leave her utterly depleted of her abilities. Ultimately, she concluded it prudent to refrain. After all, one day's delay would not make a difference. Chapter 120. The arrival of the red tide the following day, Gu Shiwei purified a mother river along with a freshwater lake. On the third day, she cleansed a canal and another freshwater lake. By the fourth day, she had purified a freshwater lake and a river in the southern region. By the fifth day, Gu Shiwei's entire purification endeavor spanned approximately 10 days. Upon completing the purification of all water bodies, she sensed a profound clarity enveloping the air throughout the realm of Huagua. It was the season of rejuvenation. However, the populace soon discovered that over half of the exotic flora in the wild had undergone positive mutations. The people of Huagua were no longer in want of sustenance. With a little audacity, anyone could venture out to gather resources and assuredly stave off hunger. The envoys from various nations had yet to depart, and they had genuinely witnessed the formidable prowess of the moon water deity. In stark contrast, the water deities of their own nations seemed utterly feeble. Jealousy began to brew among the nations, with declarations proclaiming that the moon water deity belonged to the world, not merely to Huagua. The moon water deity was destined to rescue the entire globe. Gu Shiwei also caught wind of the news, though she took it in stride. Being human, she would undoubtedly lend her efforts as long as humanity was in need. However, foremost, she identified as a citizen of Huagua, and her endeavors would naturally prioritize the interests of her homeland. Within the boundaries of safeguarding national interests, she would indeed assist a greater number of people. Nonetheless, in her current state of anticipation for childbirth, she had no intention of venturing to any other nation. Being able to remain within her own country was already a considerable indulgence from her mother and Yuhua. With merely 20 days until her due date, Gu Shiwei's sole objective was to endure until that moment arrived. The unborn children within her womb had even garnered the attention of the high-ranking officials, as these two offspring were destined to become the most formidable successors in the history of Huagua, perhaps even the future leaders of the next generation. Due to her pronounced pregnancy, Gu Shiwei found it increasingly challenging to rise from her resting place, often resorting to sleeping on the edge of her bed. By leaning slightly, she could manage to lower her legs and sit up. Yuhua, witnessing this daily, was filled with apprehension, fearing for her safety. Despite her complaints about his nagging, he remained steadfast in his protective vigilance. Considering her physical condition, Gu Shiwei took the initiative to cultivate long-growth crops in her spatial realm, even planting numerous mutated ginseng on the mountain. The mutated ginseng, classified as a 6th-tier exotic plant, had seeds of great rarity, a gift from the bamboo immortal. Through numerous cycles of propagation, Gu Shiwei had successfully harvested a substantial amount of ginseng seeds, enabling her to undertake large-scale cultivation this time. The primary benefit of the mutated ginseng was the resurrection potion. This potion, derived by pharmacists based on ancestral knowledge, utilized mutated ginseng as its main ingredient. Its purpose was to restore life. As long as death had not exceeded a quarter of an hour, the potion could revive an individual. However, the mutated ginseng was exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate. Previously, the bamboo immortal had made numerous attempts, with a success rate of less than 50%, even with the assistance of 4th-tier water. Thus, the bamboo immortal had shared the seeds with Gu Shiwei, hoping she would achieve successful cultivation. With a bold application of 6th-tier water, Gu Shiwei found that the success rate soared to a remarkable 100%. Upon learning of Gu Shiwei's successful cultivation, although Zhu Xian felt a twinge of happiness for her, there lingered an undeniable sense of frustration in the face of competition. Recently, Gu Shiwei had settled into a more tranquil routine, often reclining on the living room's chaise lounge, allowing Gu Ma and Yu Hua to attend to their own affairs. Reassured by her proximity, thus, they peacefully endured until the evening before her due date. Gu Shiwei sensed an unusual sensation beneath her, and upon checking the bathroom, she discovered she had started to bleed. Remaining composed, she calmly announced to Gu Ma and Yu Hua, "Mother? Hua, I have seen blood." Yu Hua's reaction was rather muted. He did not quite grasp the gravity of the situation. In contrast, Gu Ma dropped her frying pan with a clatter. "What? You've seen blood? Quickly, we must go to the hospital." "Now you understood. You've seen blood? It's time to give birth. I'll take you to the hospital." Without hesitation, he reached to whisk her away, but Gu Shiwei promptly halted him. "There's no rush. Seeing blood doesn't mean the baby is coming immediately. Let us gather our things first. I will enter the space. You needn't gather anything. It's all prepared. Just enter the space." With that, Yuhua finally regained his composure and commenced the birthing preparations he had mentally rehearsed numerous times. Observing their calmness, Gu Shiwei turned and entered the space to change into a hospital gown. Before long, Yuhua followed her into the space, just as she completed her preparations. He brought Gu Shiwei out, and in an instant, they found themselves at the hospital, giving Gu Shiyue's unique circumstances and the rarity of her twins. The obstetric staff approached the situation with utmost seriousness. After a series of examinations, it was determined that labor had not yet commenced, as contractions had not begun. Nevertheless, due to the bleeding, the doctor recommended she be admitted for observation, to which the family readily agreed. Gu Shiyue spent a peaceful night at the hospital, devoid of any discomfort. However, upon waking the next morning, she began to feel a persistent aching in her lower back, an ache that was bearable. Guma commented, "Some expectant mothers do experience back pain without any abdominal discomfort. You might be one of them." Gu Shiyue remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. But as long as the discomfort was tolerable, she chose to view it positively. When the doctor examined her, he shook his head, stating, "There are no contractions. The labor process has yet to begin." By noon, Gu Shiyue was increasingly restless from the aching, prompting the doctor to encourage her to walk in order to expedite labor. However, the pain made it difficult for her to stand for long, nearly causing her to collapse, only to be steadied by Yu Hua's timely embrace. After several examinations, the doctor confirmed that her cervix had not dilated, and there were still no signs of contractions. Gu Shiyue endured a day of this torment, while Guma, tearful, suggested administering an epidural. However, given that her discomfort was merely an ache and not true pain, Gu Shiyue declined, uncertain of the efficacy of the epidural. Throughout the night, Gu Shiyue was awakened repeatedly by the discomfort, and each time, Guma was there, applying her healing touch. Though it offered little relief, it warmed Gu Shiyue's heart. Yuhu remained vigilantly by her side, sacrificing sleep to support her. As the third day dawned, the ache intensified, and upon examination, the doctor announced, "There are contractions now, and the cervix has dilated to 2 centimeters. Later, let us use oxytocin." Gu Shiyue nodded, feeling utterly tormented. Gu's mother had even begun requesting a cesarean section from the doctor. "Doctor, just perform the surgery," she insisted. After all, with healing techniques available, recovery would be swift. However, Gu Shiyue was reluctant. She believed that natural childbirth would be better for the child. "Mom, I can do this." The doctor had also affirmed that her conditions for a natural birth were excellent and recommended proceeding accordingly. Yu Hua, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting opinions, found himself vacillating between his mother-in-law's wisdom and the doctor's expertise, utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a challenging decision in his life and felt at a loss for direction. Meanwhile, Gu's father and Gu Shiyang, 2 grown men, sat outside, completely clueless, anxiously awaiting news. Yu Miao had also arrived, but having never given birth herself, she was unable to offer any assistance. The administration of oxytocin was a torment in itself. Gu Shiyue could not lie down, for the pain in her lower back became unbearable the moment she did. She could only stand while receiving the 4 drip. She remained in that standing position for an entire day. Finally, by evening, she was dilated to 4 centimeters, and the doctor instructed her to enter the delivery room. Chapter 121. The confinement. Guma pondered how effortlessly she gave birth back in her day. Yet her daughter faced such formidable challenges. As a senior therapist, she accompanied her daughter into the delivery room, leaving Yu Hua to wait anxiously outside. The doctor began instructing her on how to push, and Gu Shiyue naturally complied with all her might. After approximately 10 strenuous efforts, the doctor exclaimed, "Hold tight. The head is visible. Do not stop now. It could lead to asphyxiation." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyue summoned every ounce of strength she could muster, and suddenly, she felt something slip from her body. The midwife swiftly cradled the newborn and proclaimed, "It's a healthy boy." Guma beamed with joy, exclaiming, "My eldest grandson." Weighing 5 pounds and 2 ounces, the midwife placed the child into the incubator, and Guma, ecstatic, hurried after her grandson, utterly neglecting her own daughter who was still in labor. The doctor returned to examine Gu Shiyue's abdomen, stating, "The fetal position is not correct. Allow me to adjust it for you." With a simple push on her belly, the doctor stepped away. The second child was born half an hour later. "Congratulations. It's a girl, a perfect balance of both." In a post-apocalyptic world, twins were a rarity, especially a dragon and phoenix pair. It was a phenomenon they encountered perhaps once a year, thus the nurses in the delivery room gathered around in curiosity. Once the midwife completed the necessary cleanup for Gu Shiyue, she instructed Guma, "You may now use the healing spell on her, once every hour, and she should be fully recovered by tomorrow morning." Only then did Guma remember her daughter, casting 3 healing spells in quick succession. The twin sister weighed in at a solid 5 pounds, which was not insignificant. The midwife briefly held the newborn for Gu Shiyue to see. Truthfully, the freshly born infant was wrinkled and flushed, hardly what one might call beautiful. Yet, Gu Shiyue found her irresistibly adorable. After the delivery, Gu Shiyue moved to the hospital bed and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Yuhua had already gleefully announced the arrival of the dragon and phoenix twins on Weibo, and now it was common knowledge across the internet. Her wristwatch persistently beeped. She had removed it before entering the delivery room, and it was now safely with Yuhua. He had not checked it yet, opting instead to silence it. Nothing was more pressing than ensuring his wife could rest. Gu Ma and Yu Miao each cradled a child, while Gu Ba paced anxiously. Yuhua and Gu Shiyong dared not reach out. Even Yu Miao, who was cradling her first child, held the twin sister with utmost care, remarking, "She resembles Yia. She is simply adorable." Gu Ma chimed in, "The brother looks like Yuhua. He will surely be a handsome lad in the future. Let me hold him. Let me hold him." Gu Ba implored Gu Ma, but she shot him a disapproving glance. "You clumsy oaf. Wait until later." Gu Ba felt a deep sense of lament. After all, this was his eldest grandson. Observing Yuhua's eager gaze, Gu Ma patiently instructed him on how to hold the baby. Despite being a formidable warrior on the battlefield, Yuhua found himself stiff as a board, afraid to move while holding his son. The brothers-in-law gathered around Yu Miao, enchanted by the delicate and soft little princess. As the newborn required vigilant observation on her first night, Yuhua naturally took on the responsibility. Gu Ma insisted on remaining to cast healing spells and could not leave. Gu Shiwei slept soundly until dawn, awakening to a newfound absence of pain in her body. Upon seeing her awake, Gu Ma immediately cast a healing spell upon her. Gu Shiwei felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, as if she could soar with each step. After freshening up, she remembered she had yet to nurse the two children. Nursing was excruciating, especially after being sore from their little mouths. Fortunately, with Gu Ma's presence, the high-level healer effortlessly treated such minor injuries. Gu Shiwei, filled with gratitude, exclaimed to her mother, "Mom, how fortunate I am to have you. Otherwise, I would be in agony. You cheeky child." Gu Ma laughed and scolded, sighing as she continued, "In truth, the apocalypse does have its advantages. Nursing was truly tormenting in the past." Gu Shiwei shuddered at the thought, fully aware of the pain that must have ensued. When the doctor made rounds and assessed their condition, he declared they could be discharged. In this apocalyptic era, medical resources were scarce, and mothers typically left the hospital the same day regardless of whether they gave birth vaginally or via cesarean section. The children, lacking the capacity for authority, were too small to be granted such, so Gu Shiwei and her children could only return by car. Fortunately, the weather was no longer excessively cold, and with appropriate warmth, the children would be fine. After completing the discharge procedures, Yuhua parked the car in the underground garage. Many reporters lingered at the hospital entrance, eager to capture their exit. Thus, they opted for the underground route to avoid the throng. Once they returned to the estate, tranquility finally settled in. Gu Shiwei gazed at the familiar decor of the estate, feeling as though her days in the hospital had stretched into a century. She truly felt her body had fully recovered and deemed herself not in need of confinement. Yet she could not withstand her mother's insistence and had to adhere to a week of postpartum rest. Fortunately, her mother only insisted that she avoid drafts and did not madly prohibit her from bathing or washing her hair. The postpartum meals were devoid of salt, yet curiously, Gu Shiwei found them palatable. The nutritionist had skillfully arranged her diet, requiring her to consume approximately 7 meals a day. The children also needed to be fed a dozen times. Her son, the dragon and phoenix twin, Yu Yunxiao, was a voracious eater, often left wanting more, necessitating the addition of formula. Meanwhile, her daughter, Yu Yunxiao, possessed a soprano's voice. When she cried, it echoed mightily. Thankfully, they had arranged for a nanny in advance, ensuring that someone was there to tend to the children. Gu Shiwei found her postpartum period relatively manageable. However, she had already begun practicing swordsmanship after a long hiatus. Her skills had grown rusty, and her sword, Luoguang, buzzed incessantly in protest upon seeing her. Gu Shiwei could only apologize as she stroked the blade. "Luoguang, do not be upset. I shall take you to practice soon." Though Gu Ma still forbade her from engaging in strenuous activities, she could not resist and took Luoguang out daily to practice her swordplay. Due to the well-balanced postpartum meals and a regimen of exercise, Gu Shiwei experienced a rapid transformation, shedding weight from 132 pounds to 123 pounds in just a few days, a remarkable loss of 9 pounds. After a week, she felt her body had returned to normal, and her mother agreed to her leaving confinement. However, due to the necessity of breastfeeding, she still had to maintain a careful diet. Each passing day, her body became leaner. After Gu Shiwei completed her confinement, Yuhua attempted to engage in mutual cultivation with her, discovering that her body was indeed free of any issues, which led him to pounce upon her like a ravenous lion. Heaven knows how cautious Gu Shiwei had been throughout her pregnancy, fearful of harming the two little lives within her. The crux of the matter was that after giving birth, Gu Shiwei had gained considerable weight, and Yuhua found every inch of her appealing, leading him to indulge himself excessively. when their daughter, Yu Yunxiao, cried out from hunger in the evening. Yu Hua was startled into submission. Gu Shiyue chuckled softly as she cradled her daughter to nurse, while Yu Hua, feeling dejected, held their son and soothed him. Chapter 122. Closing the store now that Gu Shiyue has emerged from her confinement, it is only fitting that she makes a public appearance. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the farewell banquet of the exchange meeting, and the commander has specifically instructed her to attend after assessing her health. Gu Shiyue stood before a room full of dresses, disheartened. She currently weighed 120 pounds, and none of the elegant gowns fit her. The few that did were uncomfortably tied around her abdomen, while the loose-fitting ones resembled sacks, utterly unflattering. Tears nearly welled in her eyes when Yu Hua entered. Noticing her distress, "What troubles you? Are there no suitable outfits?" he inquired. With a grimace, Gu Shiyue lamented, "They are all too small." Yu Hua chuckled. "It's my fault. I should have gotten you a new wardrobe. Yet, time was of the essence, and it was too late for that now. Let me take you to the mall to purchase a few pieces," he suggested eagerly. Time was still on their side, and they certainly had the means. Leaving the child in the care of Gu Ma, they hurried to the shopping mall. The sales associates at the luxury brand counters were highly perceptive. Both Ming Emperor Yu Hua and the Moon Water Goddess Gu Shiyue were renowned figures, and their faces were well known. "Welcome, Ming Emperor, Moon Water Goddess. How may I assist you today?" one of them greeted. "Please recommend some outfits suitable for my wife's figure," Yu Hua stated plainly. The two settled onto a sofa as several sales associates busily assembled a rack of clothing that Gu Shiyue could wear. She, feeling disinterested, dismissed several options she found unappealing and instructed them to package the remaining selections. The associates gleamed with excitement. Clients of such stature were rare indeed. As they traversed various boutiques, they employed the same method of shopping, and news of their presence spread swiftly throughout the mall. Upon entering the third store, it abruptly closed its doors, catering exclusively to them. Gu Shiyue repeated her previous actions, selecting dozens of outfits and spending millions of contribution points before departing. Upon entering the fourth store, they were met with an unexpected scene. The associates began ushering out the original customers, leading to a dispute. "Why are you forcing me to leave? Don't look down on me." To Gu Shiyue's surprise, the one being expelled was a girl named Ruan. She hesitated, her instinct to intervene faltering. Had this been a mere stranger, Gu Shiyue would not have been so domineering as to monopolize an entire shop. However, since it was Ruan, her reluctance to speak up dissipated. "Miss, you have already tried on dozens of outfits. We have a supreme VIP arriving, and we simply cannot accommodate you any longer. How about we offer you a complimentary brand keychain?" the associate suggested, hoping to placate Gu Shiyue, their esteemed client. Yet Ruan's face flushed with indignation, as if deeply insulted. "So, we mere patrons are insignificant? Must we yield to your supreme VIP? Who does she think she is? A queen?" At this point, Gu Shiyue could no longer remain silent. "I am not a queen, nor have I requested the store to be cleared. Miss Ruan, you are more than welcome to stay and make a purchase." Having spoken, Gu Shiyue turned to leave, for she was not obliged to make a purchase at this establishment. However, the sales staff could hardly endure the situation, as they were on the verge of losing a significant sale due to Ruan. "Yushuation, we sincerely apologize for our shortcomings. Please forgive us." Gu Shiyue paid them no mind. After all, she too had risen from humble beginnings. To speak candidly, had she found herself subjected to such unfair treatment, she would undoubtedly have felt a surge of indignation. Thus, she was thoroughly dissatisfied with the manner in which the store handled the situation and had completely lost her desire to shop. Meanwhile, Ruan found herself in an awkward predicament. With Gu Shiyue's departure, the store had lost a substantial transaction, and she, alas, was financially constrained, unable to afford anything. Indeed, ever since Guang had left her, Yunting had also ceased to communicate with her. Her contribution points had nearly been exhausted, and lacking the means to earn more, she found herself unable to make any purchases. Yet, she had grown accustomed to a certain level of expenditure, having succumbed to the allure of inexpensive items, only to be ridiculed by her friends. Thus, she gritted her teeth and ascended to the next level of shopping, trying on dozens of garments without making a purchase, unable to decide. For her funds would only suffice for a single item. She watched enviously as Gu Shiyue entered the store across the way, which had closed its doors in her honor. What is so impressive about that? Isn't it all thanks to men? If only Ming Di were my partner. Ruan mumbled to herself, nearly ruining the garments in her grasp. "Madam, the dress you have crumpled is now unsellable." The luxury garments were notoriously delicate. The piece in Ruan's hands was woven from rare silkworm silk, adorned with an energy array, making it both functional and aesthetically pleasing, yet exceedingly fragile. Now, after her mishandling, it was in a lamentable state. Ruan was taken aback. She had no affection for this dress. Yet, it was imperative to purchase it, for the watchful sales staff would certainly not let her off the hook. Reluctantly, she bought the dress, knowing she could not wear it and would have to sell it at a loss in a second-hand shop. It was a classic case of losing both the lady and the troops. As she exited the store, she could distinctly feel the sales staff casting disparaging glances in her direction. Across the way, Gu Shiwei had completed her shopping, her arms laden with bags. With a flick of her wrist, Yuhua effortlessly stored the multitude of shopping bags into his spatial pocket. The stark contrast was truly disheartening for Wan. Upon stepping out, Gu Shiwei suddenly noticed a figure colliding with Yuhua. Who was Yuhua to be bumped into? He instinctively wrapped his arm around Gu Shiwei's waist and shifted, deftly avoiding the collision. A resounding thud echoed as the unfortunate individual fell to the ground. Ah, the sound struck Gu Shiwei as familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Wan. What a rather grand gesture, Gu Shiwei teased. Wan knelt on the ground, her pose reminiscent of a charming island girl, appearing rather endearing. With a soft whimper, she lamented, "Why didn't you catch me?" Her eyes, filled with reproach, gazed up at Yuhua. He felt a shiver run down his spine. "Who are you? Are you attempting to pull a fast one on me? Do you not remember me?" "I'm Wan," she replied. Soft was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a reaction from Yuhua. In the past, when employing this tactic, no man had ever shunned her. Even Yuntung would readily reach out to catch her. Yet, Yuhua recoiled from her as if she were filth. "I warn you. My heart and soul belong entirely to my Yaya. You shall not meddle," he exclaimed. "Do you hear me? You are all villains." Soft felt a profound humiliation wash over her, and covering her face, she fled in tears. Yuhua, anxious, turned to Gu Shiwei. "Yaya, you must believe me. I have never encountered her before. She must be sent by Yunting to sabotage our relationship." Gu Shiwei was at a loss for words. Would Yunting truly send his own girlfriend to seduce Yuhua? How could she possibly fathom his imagination running so wild? Furthermore, to her knowledge, Yintang had already stepped down as the leader of the Godslayer mercenary corps and was currently at home reflecting on his actions. She had little faith that Yuntung would dare to provoke her again after this incident. Chapter 123. Apology indeed. "I trust you. We still need to purchase some shoes and undergarments. Let us proceed." Considering that she would soon shed excess weight, Gu Shiwei exhibited remarkable restraint during her shopping spree. The attire from 3 stores sufficed, and upon her departure, the sales associates from the previous shop were left in dismay, eagerly awaiting her return, only to find their hopes dashed. The fortune had walked away. Their prospects were utterly bleak. The sales associates nearly wept, and the situation escalated when headquarters became aware. The store manager received a call of dismissal from the higher-ups, with the remaining staff facing repercussions as well. Unbeknownst to Gu Shiwei, her every word and action had begun to wield considerable influence, prompting many to speculate how to curry favor with her. While she perceived the day's events as trivial, to the proprietor behind that shop, they were of monumental significance. Gu Shiwei need not utter a single word. Henceforth, the affluent ladies within the Kyoto base would refrain from donning that brand in her presence. For a brand, this was undoubtedly catastrophic. Thus, shortly after her departure, Gu Shiwei received a phone call of apology from none other than Lu Yin, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, whom she had briefly encountered before. "Yushuation, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates have acted inappropriately and offended you. Shortly, I shall send a token of my contrition. I implore you to accept it." To Gu Shiwei's surprise, the shop in question belonged to the Lu family. However, it was hardly astonishing. Prior to the apocalypse, the Lu family was a titan in the entertainment industry, and post-apocalypse, their daughter had risen to prominence due to her exceptional talent and stunning beauty, making the establishment of a luxury goods store quite reasonable. "Miss Lu, you need not worry. I am not upset, and I shall graciously accept the gift," Gu Shiwei assured, alleviating Lu Yin and S concerns. Confirming that she was indeed not angered, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, Gu Shiwei possessed a commendable temperament, unwilling to escalate matters over such trifles. Furthermore, with the intricate web of power dynamics within the Kyoto base and the Lu family being a prominent lineage, there was little need to inflate the issue. Upon Gu Shiwei and Yuhua's return home, the gift from the Lu family had also arrived. As Gu Shiwei unwrapped it, she was horrified to discover the corpse of a massive mutated rat. She recoiled in fright. Observing her reaction, Yuhua swiftly conjured a spatial obliteration, eradicating the mutated rat's remains. This was not sufficient. The entire family was required to consume Tusa wine, and both the interior and exterior of their estate necessitated thorough disinfection. Their alarm was not unwarranted. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity had faced a dire rodent infestation. The mutated rats were not only aggressive and adept at concealment, but they also carried plague, capable of forming hordes that unleashed devastation. In the initial phase of the apocalypse, the mutated rats had caused extensive loss of life, rendering them a universally reviled entity. After years of eradication efforts, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Yet, why did the Liu family choose to send a deceased mutated rat? And especially under the circumstance of having 2 infants under a month-old in her home? The entire household braced themselves against an impending threat, initiating disinfection protocols. Gu Shirwei, having had close contact with a mutated rat, instinctively isolated herself. Although her mother had employed a skill to dispel negative states early on, she still consumed nearly half a bottle of Tusa wine and took a cleansing bath with level 5 water. At this moment, the Epidemic Prevention Department of the Kyoto base has urgently dispatched personnel. With the emergence of mutated rats, the entire department has mobilized, as the corpses have already been dealt with by Yuhua, thus sparing that procedure. However, everyone who has come into contact with the mutated rats must undergo a 24-hour quarantine. Consequently, not only Gu Shirui's family, but also the Liu family has been placed under control. The Liu family has just realized that the gift they presented to Gu Shirwei was, in fact, swapped for the corpse of a mutated rat. This is a clear attempt to harm the Liu family. The members of the Liu family swear they were unaware. Yet the source of the mutated rats originates from them, even delivered by their own kin. This matter leaves them with no room for argument. Because of the repercussions affecting Gu Shirwei and Yuhua, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 has been infuriated, issuing a directive for a thorough investigation, leaving no suspect unexamined. Thus, the entire base has been set in motion. Gu Shirwei is still in her nursing period. On this day, she was unable to breastfeed, and her child had to resort to formula. Her son, Yunxiao, was indifferent, enjoying the formula more. However, her daughter, Yunxiao, proved to be delicate, utterly refusing to take the formula, and by day's end, had consumed only a few bites, leaving her voice hoarse. This pained both Gu Ma and Yuhua deeply. Once Gu Shirwei confirmed she was not infected and emerged from the quarantine room, she immediately fed her daughter. Has the investigation into the mutated rats been clarified? She too finds it hard to believe that the Liu family would retaliate against her over such a trivial conflict. The trail may have gone cold, yet current leads point towards the beautiful country of Maria. Yuhua was also seething with frustration. Is this person unwell? I bear her no grudge. This individual must have a history, as she cannot tolerate any woman more beautiful, capable, or popular than herself. Yuhua explained. Gu Shirwei felt speechless. Indeed, with such a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds. So, is she targeting me or Liu Yanran? Ahem, it should be Liu Yanran, as they have already clashed several times. You have yet to meet her, so she is merely collateral damage? The banquet is set for tonight, and Gu Shirwei is eager to witness what sort of formidable entity this Maria truly is. Since arriving at the Kyoto base, she has been fixated on wreaking havoc among women. The banquet is to be held at a resort, where only the affluent and elite are present, naturally. The organizer is the teleportation company. Thus, Yuhua and Gu Shirwei find themselves as hosts today. The two arrived at the venue early, allowing subordinates to handle the welcoming duties, while they each remained in a small lounge, accessible only to those of significant status or close acquaintances. In Gu Shiyue's lounge were gathered Zhu Xian, Li Mengqi, Yu Miao, Gu Ma, Liu Yanran, among others, including several commanders' wives and heads of prominent families. Upon seeing Gu Shiyue, Liu Yanran once again offered her apologies. Regardless of the circumstances, the Liu family bears responsibility for this incident, and should Gu Shiyue express her anger, Liu Yanran would have to shoulder it. Yu Shui-shun, I sincerely apologize. I am sorry for alarming you. It is indeed the Liu family's fault. This was intended as a gesture of compensation, a 20 equity stake in our largest chain hotel. Please, I urge you to accept it. The Liu family has truly invested heavily this time, opting to offer equity rather than tangible gifts. Gu Shirwei felt somewhat resentful towards the Liu family. There is no need. This matter is far from trivial. Should she readily extend her forgiveness, it would embolden others to trample upon her dignity. The moon water deity, Liu Yanran's complexion turned ashen, and as she attempted to voice her thoughts further, she was impatiently ushered out by Yu Miao. She was acutely aware of the grave predicament her brother's family faced. Her indignation palpable, yet she sought to resolve the issue with mere trifles, an endeavor doomed to fail. It is lamentable that her young nephew and niece, still barely a month old, had to endure such tribulation. Yeah, your kindness is excessive. People have already taken advantage of your good nature. Li Mingqi also chimed in, asserting that while the Liu family may not be the principal offenders, the items in question were indeed dispatched from their household, thereby incurring at least a share of the responsibility. This situation poses a significant threat to public health and safety. The Liu family's affairs warrant a thorough investigation. As the wife of the top leader, her words effectively solidified the gravity of the situation. The others present discreetly disseminated the news. Chapter 124. The banquet. As the banquet was about to commence, the guests gradually transitioned from the small hall to the grand foyer, where a considerable number of attendees had already gathered. The delegation from the beautiful nation arrived just in time, with Ian appearing to have recuperated, though his demeanor remained notably somber. In stark contrast, Maria was adorned in a strikingly provocative manner, her golden locks and crimson lips accentuating her figure, which was enveloped in a sheer black lace garment that seemed almost non-existent. The visibility of her T-string beneath the delicate fabric was unmistakable, and her upper body was entirely bare, drawing furtive glances from the gentlemen present. Ian's large hand rested possessively on Maria's derriere, eliciting disapproving frowns from the older ladies while the younger maidens huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. As the hostess, Gu Shuriwei was compelled to maintain a cordial smile to greet their guests. "Welcome, Mr. Ian, and welcome, Goddess Maria. Your arrival truly illuminates our humble abode." Ian brazenly scrutinized Gu Shuriwei for a moment before averting his gaze under the threatening glare of the residual fire. Maria, seemingly unperturbed by past reprimands, audaciously taunted, "So, you are the water goddess Gu Shuriwei? How utterly unattractive." Gu Shuriwei's fists clenched in indignation. She promptly beckoned a server, declaring, "If the beautiful nation wishes to forego the banquet, kindly escort them out." "You dare." Maria, having faced numerous setbacks in Huagua, was teetering on the brink of despair. She perceived Gu Shuriwei as her equal, surmising that she lacked any formidable strength, thus emboldening her to provoke. "I am the goddess of water with the highest level 3 aquatic output globally. With so many people in Huagua, your level 3 water supply must be insufficient. Should you offend me, do not expect to receive even a drop of it." Maria threatened, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. Believing she had instilled fear in the crowd, Maria smugly proclaimed, "Are you afraid? I am indeed the mightiest of water goddesses." "Oh, the mightiest?" Gu Shuriwei regarded her with a bemused expression. The reality of the situation was well known among the senior officials present. Their silence stemmed from the nature of state secrets. Gu Shuriwei had long observed that Maria's aura was rather tainted, not qualifying her as a true water spirit. Yet she exhibited more strength than a typical water elemental adept. Perhaps she could be considered a half-water spirit. With diligent cultivation, there was a chance she could ascend to the status of a water spirit one day. However, regrettably, Gu Shuriwei sensed an overwhelming mixture of energies within her, indicative of numerous past liaisons that had polluted her essence, rendering her unlikely to ever attain the purity of a water spirit in this lifetime. Furthermore, if she continued on this path, there was a possibility of regressing to that of an ordinary water adept. Maria, brimming with arrogance, asserted, "Do not assume that your ability to purify water sources makes you the strongest. I can do that too." Surprised, aren't you? With this bombshell, she ignited a tempest of reactions in the room. Ian chimed in, "Indeed, our beautiful nation can also purify water sources. We possess our own teleportation magic arrays and do not need to rely on Huagua." Several nations that had previously struck agreements with Huagua began to waver, as the entrenched belief that the beautiful nation was the preeminent power before the apocalypse loomed large in their minds. "My purification service is offered at merely half the price. Our teleportation magic circle is also available for just half the cost," Maria declared, her chin held high. Gu Shuriwei observed that at least half of the national representatives present were brimming with eagerness. "Your Excellency, the god of moon water, Your Excellency, the Ming Emperor, we, the Maple Leaf Nation, hereby terminate our cooperative relationship. We, the Island Nation, dissolve our partnership. We, the Vatican, withdraw from our accord. We, the Kangaroo Nation, rescind our collaboration." As these leading nations spoke, a multitude of smaller nations surged forward. Silence. Yu's aura surged, compelling many attendees to kneel in submission. "Your Excellency, are you resorting to force?" Ian quipped sarcastically. Yu disregarded him, retracting his oppressive presence, and addressed the wavering representatives. "Have you all made your decisions? This opportunity for collaboration is singular. Once you withdraw, there shall be no further alliances." Whispers filled the air, revealing that some were faltering. Yet, others resolutely insisted on their withdrawal. "We, the Island Nation, are brothers with the beautiful nation and shall naturally support our kin. Apologies. We, the Maple Leaf Nation, have always enjoyed amiable relations with the beautiful nation, and we too confirm our withdrawal. We, the Vatican, also withdraw. We, the Kangaroo Nation, likewise rescind our partnership." Yu nodded. "Very well. In that case, we shall no longer extend our hospitality. Please take your leave." Maria, accompanied by Ian, departed with an air of pride. The representatives of the nations that had rescinded their agreements followed suit. Yu gazed at the remaining anxious representatives and reassuringly said, "Esteemed guests, we appreciate your trust in us as a couple. Here, I shall share with you a piece of intelligence that will certainly benefit your reports upon returning home." At that moment, the large screen arranged by Yu flickered to life, and the CEO of the teleportation circle company took the stage, activating a PowerPoint presentation to deliver a briefing. All the representatives of the nations present were relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness we stayed." The beautiful nation possesses a teleportation magic circle. And with Maria's ability to purify water sources, how could they possibly be unaware of it? However, it must be noted that there are distinctions between teleportation circles and even greater disparities in purification methods. The teleportation circle of Huagua is unrestricted in distance, capable of transporting up to 20 individuals at once, while the beautiful nation's teleportation circle is limited to a range of 100 kilometers, with a maximum of 3 individuals per transport, and it is notoriously inaccurate. Gu Shiyue's purification process directly converts water to level 2 purity, effective for 1 year, with a substantial purification capacity. In contrast, Maria's purification can reach level 2 purity as well, but only remains effective for 7 days, purifying approximately 1,000 cubic meters daily. This presents a significant challenge, as she cannot fulfill her domestic purification tasks. Consequently, upon the report's unveiling, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Indeed, there is truth in the adage that quality comes at a price. All citizens of Huagua felt a sense of pride, while foreign friends found solace in their newfound knowledge. Gu Shiyue and Yu Huo were surrounded by eager individuals, their voices becoming hoarse from the fervent discussion. The foreign delegation tentatively expressed their desire to procure some level 3 water, to which Gu Shiyue readily acquiesced, assuring them that she could immediately provide as much level 3 water as they required at market price. With her exceptional capabilities, the supply of level 3 water was virtually inexhaustible. However, the market price for level 3 water remained quite high, and no nation had genuinely engaged in substantial purchases. During this farewell banquet, numerous business agreements were successfully concluded, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Tomorrow, all delegations would take their leave. Yu Hua and Gu Shiyue would also commence their busy schedules. Yu Hua would first travel to construct the teleportation array, and upon its completion, Gu Shiyue would assist in purifying the water source. The construction of the teleportation array would follow the order of the contracts, making Yu Hua's task somewhat arduous, as he would need to fly to the destination, establish the teleportation array, and then return. In contrast, Gu Shiyue could make the round trip in a single day simply by utilizing the teleportation array. Considering her need to nurse her child, she even returned home every afternoon. Chapter 125. The mutated winter wheat of the Liu family manor is ready for harvest. Unfortunately, Gu Shiyue was too preoccupied to manage it and entrusted the entire matter to her parents. The growth cycle of the mutated winter wheat is lengthy, and its high grade ensures a substantial yield. With a classification of level 23, it is suitable only for mid to high-level ability users. Minister Li, acting on behalf of the state, procured a portion, while the remainder, aside from personal use and gifts, was consumed by Gu's parents within their mercenary group. Of course, they did not take advantage of Gu Shiyue, compensating her at 80 of the market price. One could say that this windfall has made Gu Shiyue considerably wealthier. However, this income is merely a supplementary blessing for her. She does not lack for money at present. After all, not long ago, the Liu family gifted her a large chain hotel, which she declined to accept. It is said that the Liu family has been facing significant hardships lately. Gu Shiyue chose not to press them, yet their associates have instinctively severed ties with the Liu family. Most others have opted for self-preservation, with some even adding to the Liu family's woes, matters which are beyond Gu Shiyue's control. Nevertheless, the Liu family has historically produced many beauties, and numerous daughters have formed alliances with other families. Thus, it is likely that, after this tumultuous period, they will gradually regain their vitality. Gu Shiyue does not intend to be utterly ruthless, yet the Liu family inadvertently drew attention to themselves. Their entertainment business has been found guilty of tax evasion. Furthermore, allegations of coercing women have surfaced. This situation cannot be easily resolved, even if the head of the Liu family makes a decisive sacrifice by relinquishing this sector. They will still fall from their esteemed status. Moreover, the remaining industries of the Liu family have suffered immensely, had it not been for their sons-in-law. The Liu family might have faced bankruptcy. Gu Shiyue did not anticipate that the Liu family, driven to desperation, would make such a blunder. Yu Hua, tasked with constructing a teleportation array, often travels back and forth and has now caught the Liu family's scrutiny. One day, while in Africa to build the teleportation array, he arrived late and had to rest at a hotel for the night. Upon returning to his room, he discovered an unexpected presence. The faint breaths could not escape his notice. He approached cautiously, aiming his firearm at the throat of the intruder. To his astonishment, he found not an enemy, but a naked woman. Moreover, she had been drugged, her consciousness clouded. Yu Hua recognized her, Liu Yanran of the Liu family. realizing that the aroma permeating the room was suspicious. Yuhua was filled with fury. This was clearly a scheme against him. Feeling increasingly heated, he understood he could not delay any longer. Fortunately, he had brought an assistant along on this trip. He called for assistance. Dispose of her. I no longer wish to see her. He then video-called Gu Shuriwei to lament. Wife, I've been drugged. Woe is me. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Gu Shuriwei felt a twinge of fear. In his current state, administering an antidote might be fatal. Perhaps you should go to the hospital first? Yuhua was on the verge of tears. His wife was unwilling to provide him with an antidote. This is Africa. There are no good hospitals here. My dear wife, I am feeling quite unwell. Gu Shuriwei, witnessing Yuhua's distress, felt her heart soften. Shall we enter the space first? You are truly wonderful. Upon ending the video call, Gu Shuriwei entered the space, only to be embraced tightly by Yuhua, whose eyes were a fiery red. Fear gripped her as Yuhua had never before exhibited such urgency and roughness. He seemed almost delirious. Their hearts were in sync, and Gu Shuriwei sensed his overwhelming desire, as if he were driven to madness. She quickly retrieved a 6th-level water to offer him some, and gradually, Yuhua's condition improved, his movements becoming more gentle. At this critical juncture of advancing to the 7th level, the current situation had compelled him to confront his ascent. This marked Gu Shuriwei's first experience aiding another in their elevation, requiring her to patiently guide Yuhua's energy to flow through her own body. The energy, soothed by Gu Shuriwei's essence, became remarkably docile, which she then returned to Yuhua. This cyclical process continued until all the energy within Yuhua was tamed. Gu Shuriwei then dripped a drop of 7th-level water into his mouth. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Yuhua's energy erupted like fireworks, dispersing throughout his limbs and body before converging to form a more refined energy core. The advancement was complete. At that moment, Yuhua fully regained his senses. Realization struck him with a wave of dread. Had he harmed Gu Shuriwei, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Now that Yuhua had ascended to the 7th level, the energy he bestowed upon Gu Shuriwei was naturally of the highest purity, resulting in her own elevation. She had reached the 6th level. Neither had anticipated such rapid progress for Gu Shuriwei. It was noteworthy that even the Thunder God and the Bamboo Fairy lingered at the 5th level, while Gu Shuriwei, a newcomer, had achieved the 6th. From a hierarchical perspective, Yuhua was now the foremost globally, with Gu Shuriwei possibly ranking 2nd. Though there remained uncertainty as others might be concealing their levels. With both having completed their ascensions, Gu Shuriwei lacked the time to mask her energy fluctuations before Yuhua subdued them. As a water spirit, Gu Shuriwei possessed an allure that could captivate anyone, and Yuhua was no exception. Once their tasks were complete, the night had already passed. Gu Shuriwei, weary of slumber, needed to rise to nurse their child, while Yuhua had work to attend to. As for Lu Yanran, neither mentioned her, for she was merely an inconsequential figure, easily managed by their assistant. Nevertheless, the assistant reported to both Yuhua and Gu Shuriwei that Lu Yin had been drugged by her own grandfather, the head of the Lu family, and delivered to Yuhua's bed. The head of the Lu family's reasoning was simple. Having offended Gu Shuriwei, he intended to go all the way by taking Yuhua, thereby diminishing Gu Shuriwei's influence by at least half. Frankly speaking, had Yuhua been an ordinary man, he might have fallen for such a ruse. One must ponder, if a stunning beauty were stripped bare and drugged to be placed in your bed, while you two were under the influence of a drug, would it not be natural for a typical man to succumb to the situation? Gu Shuriwei reflected that her appearance and figure paled in comparison to Lu Yanran, with her only potential strength lying in her youthful vitality. However, the fact that Yuhua could resolutely decline the advances of a beautiful woman in her absence brought her considerable joy. Her assistant, ever considerate, had wrapped the young woman in a blanket and arranged for her to be flown back to the Lu family with great fanfare. Upon awakening and learning of these events, Lu Yanran's complexion turned ashen. She could hardly believe that her grandfather, who had always cherished her, could commit such an act. She admitted to harboring feelings for Emperor Ming. Yet he was already married. Was she truly so despicable as to pursue a married man? In a fit of rage, she confronted her family, only to be met with a sharp slap from her grandfather. As a daughter of the Lu family, you must contribute to our legacy. Otherwise, do you think we have supported you all these years for nothing? Chapter 126. The enfeefment. Lu Yanran was incredulous. She had always believed in the harmony of her family, only to have the bloody truth unveiled. Is this truly how you perceive me? Am I merely a tool cultivated by the family? Both the head of the Lu family and her father exchanged furtive glances, tacitly acknowledging the harsh reality. Lu Yanran was deeply wounded. I thought my excellence would be recognized. Yet it seems that no matter my accomplishments, I shall always pale in comparison to Lu Yaozong. Turning her gaze towards her mother, she found her mother deliberately averting her eyes. You are a girl. You must marry eventually. The family will ultimately rely on your brother. Ah, so this is what my family truly is. At last, I see you for who you are. Stumbling out, Lu Yinran sought to escape the suffocating confines of her family. Concerned, her mother called after her. Where are you going? Don't mind her. She'll understand after facing the hardships of the world. The head of the Lu family retorted angrily. Lu Yinran's whereabouts remained undisclosed by her assistant. However, this time, the Lu family had thoroughly provoked Gu Shiyue's ire. She declared she would no longer supply the Lu family with any grade 3 or above purified water. All business ties with the Lu family were severed. Other families in good standing with Gu Shiyue and Yuhua, realizing the severity of their anger, also refrained from offering assistance. Within a month's time, the Lu family announced their bankruptcy. Their assets were swiftly consumed by other prominent families, and even the Lu family's sons-in-law dared not offer help. Meanwhile, after fulfilling orders for purified water from various countries, Gu Shiyue received notification from the authorities. She had been honored as the 5th protector of the nation. The enfeoffment ceremony took place in the Grand Hall and was streamed live across the internet. Due to Gu Shiyue's immense popularity, the live stream experienced multiple crashes that day. In my lifetime, I witnessed the 5th protector. The goddess of moon water truly deserves this title. Long live the protector. I adore the beautiful elder sister. Why can't I have a wife like the goddess of moon water? I am consumed with jealousy for Mingdi. Goddess of moon water, please take a second husband. I beseech you. Upon reaching the 6th tier, Gu Shiyue no longer concealed her aura. She could now openly present herself as the water spirit. While those watching online remained largely unaffected, the gentlemen present felt as though Gu Shiyue radiated light, stunningly beautiful. Even the thunder god was momentarily entranced. Lamenting to Zhu Xian, such a precious gem, and yet she is taken by that Ofuhua. Zhu Xian glanced at him. Reassured he did not harbor romantic feelings for Gu Shiyue, and sighed in relief. She chose not to respond, and the thunder god paid little mind. Content to have her by his side. After the enfeoffment ceremony concluded, a throng of suitors encircled Gu Shiyue, all eager to propose their affections. Yuhua, glowering, shooed them away and held Gu Shiyue tightly. Yeah, I wish to keep you hidden away. Gu Shiyue chuckled softly, relishing the warmth of being cherished. However, sensing the potential for chaos in such a setting, she decided to withdraw, altering her aura with a mere thought. Yuhua paused. Yeah, do as you please, fear not. Her partner is Yuhua, who can handle anything that comes his way. Gu Shiyue smiled slightly. It's nothing. I don't like being the center of attention. She certainly did not enjoy being a crowd favorite. To her surprise, she encountered several acquaintances here. Yunting, Long Tai, Li Jingtian, Hongru, Xie Yan, and Tuating, all of whom had previously expressed affection towards her. The others were manageable, but the atmosphere between Yunting and Tuating was indeed rather tense. All of them had contributed to the incident surrounding Huiyu's death, so upon seeing Yuhua, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Gu Shiyue initially regarded these individuals as formidable figures, but upon reflection, she realized they were no longer of a higher status than herself. Yeah. Yuntung hesitated to speak. Yuhua shot him a warning glance, and Gu Shiyue didn't acknowledge him at all. Yunting sighed, realizing he had truly missed his chance. Tuating stood silently, his deep gaze fixed upon Gu Shiyue and Yuhua, yet he refrained from approaching. As Gu Shiyue exited the hall, a figure suddenly darted out, splashing a vial of liquid towards her. Yeah, be careful. In a flash, Yuhua swiftly pulled Gu Shiyue aside, but the liquid splattered onto Yunting, who had inadvertently rushed in front of her. The woman who had thrown the liquid was now pinned under Yuhua's foot, while Yuntung's back was left severely burned. Yuhua furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's the blood of a magma beast. If not treated promptly, it could burn through your organs." This person lacked awareness. He was capable of saving his own partner without needing Yuhua's intervention. Gu Shiyue panicked, as Yuntung had sustained injuries while trying to protect her. Unsure of how to treat him, she immediately cast a healing spell, noticing it seemed effective. She continued to cast several more until his condition stabilized. Yeah. Yuntung appeared to be in great pain, but upon seeing Gu Shiyue's anxious expression, he smiled. So, you do care about me? Shut up. Gu Shiyue was exasperated with his arrogance. He assumed he had saved her and fancied that she had feelings for him. No. I fear that if I don't speak now, I may never have another chance. Yeah, I love you. I wish to be your second husband. Please agree to it. Yuntung's adoring gaze remained locked on Gu Shiyue. Unbeknownst to him, she had become the ethereal moonlight in his heart, unattainable and unforgettable. Gu Shiyue replied with an impassive expression, "You're merely injured, not on the verge of death." Yeah, you're truly heartless. Yunting gazed at her longingly. Since that time in the cave, they had not been so close again. Not as heartless as you. Gu Shiyue shot him a half-smile, fully aware that Yuntung had been closely following her since she left the Grand Hall. Moreover, she had already been pulled away by Yuhua. Yet Yunteng had suddenly appeared to take the brunt of the magma beast's blood. Thus, she had reasonable doubts that this was all part of Yunteng's scheme. The woman beneath Yuhua's foot was someone Gu Shiwei did not recognize. The woman continues to scream with unabashed fury, "You shameless wretch! You stole my man! Die! Die! All of you die!" Yuhua lowered her head and inquired, "Who is your man?" The woman, bewildered, replied, "Who is my man? Who am I?" "Then why did you throw water at Gu Shiwei?" "Because she stole my man. She is a shameless person." "Who is your man? Where is he? Who is my man? Where is he? Who am I?" After a prolonged interrogation, Yuhua confirmed that this woman had lost her sanity. Regrettably, her face was obscured by her long hair, making it impossible to discern her true identity. It was evident that the woman had suffered abuse, her body marred by scars, yet her clothing was of fine quality, suggesting a background of affluence. Gu Shiwei began to harbor doubts about Yunteng and, disinterested, decided to leave the matter to the arriving medical personnel. She lifted the woman's hair and finally beheld her face, gasping in astonishment, "It's you." Chapter 127. Spring Wine. Gu Shiwei was profoundly struck by this visage. It was none other than Mo Mingzhu, the very true childhood sweetheart of Huayu, the mastermind behind her previous abduction. How had she come to this state? Gu Shiwei was utterly astonished. Even Yuhua was taken aback. After all, it was Yuhua's borrowing of Huayu's identity and subsequent marriage to Gu Shiwei that had caused Mo Mingzhu to suffer unrequited love, leading her to err. Just then, the security team arrived and apprehended her. Yunteng was also taken away by an ambulance. With a complex expression, Yuhua said to Gu Shiwei, "He saved you." Gu Shiwei paused, looking up at him. "And then? If you feel touched, I could. What could you do? Hand me over to him?" Gu Shiwei regarded him with a half-smile, curious about how much more nonsense he could utter. Yuhua's expression shifted, and he tightened his embrace around Gu Shiwei. "In his dreams, you will always be mine. Not very magnanimous, are we? To hell with generosity. I simply won't allow it." Gu Shiwei, infuriated, struck his chest. "I'll forgive you this time, but there won't be a next." Gu Shiwei chose to disregard Yunteng, merely instructing her assistant, who had long been idle, to deliver nutritious meals to him daily. As for Mo Mingzhu, after receiving treatment from a psychologist, she regained her senses and expressed a desire to meet Gu Shiwei. After some contemplation, Gu Shiwei felt she owed her an explanation and decided to go. Mo Mingzhu was not in a good state. Upon seeing Gu Shiwei, tears glimmered in her eyes. "You came?" "Yes, I heard you wanted to see me." "Indeed. I never expected we would meet in such a manner. Do you have something to discuss with me?" Gu Shiwei felt no inclination to reminisce with her. Mo Mingzhu, with tear-filled eyes, said, "Do you know? I grew up alongside of you. He once promised to marry me, and we even agreed to get engaged as soon as I turned of age. But why did he change upon his return from training?" It dawned on Gu Shiwei that Mo Mingzhu had indeed shared a profound bond with the genuine Huayu. She found it difficult to disclose the truth. "I loathe you. I wish you were dead. You took a you from me. He died, and you swiftly remarried. How can you justify that to a you?" Mo Mingzhu's expression was one of anguish, teetering on the brink of madness. Thankfully, she recalled her purpose. Noticing Gu Shiwei's silence, she calmed herself. "The man who bought me, fearing your wrath, sold me to another. During this time, I have endured torment at the hands of several men. This time, they paid me to spill blood on your behalf." "Who paid them?" Gu Shiwei inquired. "I only know that they referred to him as the leader." "Is this the person?" Gu Shiwei retrieved a photo of Yunteng. Mo Mingzhu shook her head. "I do not know." Gu Shiwei was not disheartened. If Mo Mingzhu was unaware, those men would surely possess the knowledge. Their conversation unfolded under the watchful scrutiny of the guards, and at that very moment, others were dispatched to apprehend the men. Mo Mingzhu was blissfully unaware, and Gu Shiwei refrained from further inquiries. Before departing, she revealed a startling truth. During that trial, Huayu had perished, and the individual who returned was merely an impostor assuming his identity. Mo Mingzhu abruptly rose, tears cascading down like pearls. "I knew it. I knew it. You would never harm me. You would never marry another." After weeping for a while, she appeared to find clarity, her demeanor transforming back to innocence, the shroud of despair lifting as if by magic. "Thank you. You are a good person. I was wrong before." Mo Mingzhu earnestly apologized to Gu Shiwei. Gu Shiwei nodded. "Take care. No matter how grave a mistake a woman may commit, she will not face the death penalty. Perhaps you shall encounter her again in the future." The men likely did not anticipate that Mo Mingzhu would regain her senses and expose them. When the guards arrived, they found the culprits deep in slumber. Upon their capture, disbelief still lingered. After interrogation, they divulged the mastermind behind it all. It was indeed Yunteng. He had orchestrated a grand performance of heroism to save the damsel in distress. These men believed that by revealing Yunteng, they would absolve themselves of any wrongdoings. considering it merely a staged act, with Yun Tung as the true victim. As long as he did not pursue the matter, they assumed they would be safe. To their astonishment, they were nonetheless convicted, charged with the abuse of a woman, resulting in her mental breakdown, a charge they could not refute. Although Mo Mingzhu had intentionally harmed another, her actions stemmed from a state of mental instability, thus exempting her from punishment. Coincidentally, her prior sentence had also reached its conclusion, granting her freedom once more. Gu Shiriwei was taken aback to find that the Mo family had come to retrieve her. Even after the family's decline due to her actions, they still welcomed her back. It was no wonder that Mo Mingzhu had been nurtured into such a naive and willful character. However, Gu Shiriwei had no time to dwell on these matters. She needed to return home to commence a new cycle of farming and brewing. With spring upon them, she prepared to brew spring wine. This delightful beverage could be crafted from various springtime ingredients, including blossoms and fruits. In the space warmed by the residual heat, the mutated peach blossoms had just bloomed. She intended to make peach blossom wine. The mutated strawberries were also ripe, perfect for crafting strawberry wine. Additionally, she had seen someone selling mutated gardenias online and purchased them all for making gardenia wine. Spring flowers and wines would ferment in rice wine, with the addition of rock sugar, resulting in a beloved spring wine favored by women. Gu Shiriwei brewed a considerable amount, but did not plan to sell it. Instead, she gifted it to relatives and friends. Yu Miao and Gu Ma both relished it, while Li Mingqi found it too subtle, lacking in flavor. Consequently, it was discovered by Xiao Yunla, who treated it as a beverage and guzzled an entire bottle. By the time Li Mingqi realized, it was too late. Li Yunla transformed into a little fire dragon, creating chaos and wreaking havoc. Their villa had become a scene of devastation, and her prized exotic plants had all met a tragic fate, while the servants fled in terror. Li Mingqi was taken aback. How had her daughter transformed into a little dinosaur? Were it not for the familiar large bow adorning the creature, she would hardly dare believe this was her beloved child. In a moment of bewilderment, she hastily summoned Alexander. Although she had wed the Dragon Emperor, their lifestyles had remained unchanged, with only a slight moderation in their relationship. Alexander arrived promptly via the teleportation array, and upon witnessing the rampaging Yunla in the courtyard, he burst into hearty laughter. Truly, she is my daughter. The bloodline is undeniably pure. What has transpired? Fuming, Li Mingqi delivered a flurry of punches to Alexander. Her anxiety was palpable, yet he continued to chuckle. Fear not. She has merely awakened her bloodline. In my Dragon Emperor lineage, the purer the bloodline, the earlier the transformation. Yunla is a prodigy of our clan. Alexander's eyes sparkled with delight as he gently embraced the agitated Li Mingqi. After all, the prospect of having a successor was a source of joy for anyone. So what shall we do now? How can we revert her to her original form? Chapter 128. Spring outing. Li Mingqi was in utter despair. She did not desire a little dinosaur daughter. It was all Alexander's fault for this absurd lineage. She longed for her delicate, soft little girl. Do not fret. Once she exhausts her energy, she will revert back automatically. We shall keep a watchful eye, ensuring she does not come to harm. Alexander remained calm and composed, which reassured Li Mingqi considerably. By the way, how did our daughter suddenly transform? Li Mingqi sighed. Ye gifted me several jars of spring wine. I dislike drinking, so I left them untouched, only for her to consume a bottle as if it were a beverage. That's what caused this transformation. Is it the wine brewed by the water god? Alexander inquired. Her brew contains a pure energy, akin to level 3 water, yet even more potent. It must indeed be the wine's influence. About half an hour later, Xiao Yunl finally exhausted her energy, instantly transforming back into a little girl, collapsing to the ground. Alexander swiftly caught her, and upon seeing her father, she joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy." Before drifting into slumber, Alexander weighed the little girl in his arms, declaring, "Oh, this plump little one is quite heavy." Li Mingqi shot him an exasperated glance. At such a moment, he was concerned about weight. "Is she all right?" she asked. "She is perfectly fine. A little nap will do her wonders. Look, her level has increased by 5. This is the remarkable strength of our dragon royal lineage. Her physique is incredibly formidable." Li Mingqi conceded this point, acknowledging that the Dragon Emperor was indeed a powerful being capable of enduring ascension through sheer physical strength. However, she pondered whether it was truly acceptable for her gentle little daughter to suddenly become a female Tyrannosaurus. Despite having navigated the male-dominated world herself, she felt an inexplicable urge to pamper her daughter. Alexander, unable to fathom her maternal sentiments, was simply delighted by their daughter's formidable talent. When Li Mingqi called Gu Shiriwei, she was also savoring the spring wine. Initially, it was merely a drink, but unexpectedly, it had inadvertently awakened Xiao Yunl's bloodline talent, likely due to the use of level 6 water in the brewing process. Is Xiao Yunl all right? Gu Shiriwei expressed concern over the dangers of children consuming alcohol. She is fine. The doctor has seen her. The alcohol content is low, and she is not intoxicated, merely experiencing a bloodline awakening. Li Mingxi felt a wave of relief. That's good to hear. You must keep the wine securely stored from now on. I am well aware of that. Next time, we may not be so fortunate. After hanging up, Gu Shiwei sent various wines to the Research Institute for analysis, curious about their properties. As spring arrived, life began to stir anew, and recently. The residual flames of activity had resumed their battle against the exotic beasts. After a winter of dormancy, many areas in the wilderness had once again been overrun by these creatures, prompting the emergence of supernatural beings to clear the no-man's land. At the gates of the capital base, trucks entered and exited daily, and the market price of meat steadily declined. Gu Shiwei wished to venture outside. Yet her child was still nursing, making it impractical to be away for an entire day. After her pregnancy, Gu Shiwei's space gradually expanded, astonishingly completing an upgrade at the very moment of her child's birth. She was uncertain whether the influence stemmed from having 2 children, but her spatial area had increased to an astounding tenfold compared to before. Now, it was comparable in size to Yua's space. Yua's space could expand due to his affinity with spatial abilities, growing continuously as he cultivated. Yet, Gu Shiwei remained baffled as to why her own space had upgraded. With both their spaces enhanced, Gu Shiwei found herself busier than ever with planting tasks. In fact, she had even neglected to gather many wild vegetables and fruits growing on the mountain due to her lack of time. However, there were plenty of wild edibles available outside now, not particularly valuable. Many low-level ability users and ordinary citizens ventured out of the city to forage for wild vegetables. As the negative mutated plants had become a rarity across Huagua's landscape, with a little diligence, no one would starve. Gu Shiwei felt an eager itch to join in the foraging. It appeared so intriguing. Noticing her keen interest, Yuhua suggested, "Let's organize a spring outing this weekend. Employees from our subsidiary can bring their families, focusing on foraging. You can bring the children along. How does that sound?" Gu Shiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lunged toward Yuhua. "How did you know I wanted to have some fun?" Yuhua swiftly caught her. And as she clung to him like an octopus, he felt a surge of joy at her enthusiasm. "We share a connection. Your envious emotions are practically overflowing. How could I not know?" Ignoring his words, Gu Shiwei pecked him on the cheek and exclaimed, "Darling, you're wonderful." It was rare for her to affectionately call him darling, a clear indication of her extreme excitement. "I'll bring along more combat personnel. Nothing will go wrong." With that, he pulled Gu Shiwei toward the bedroom, knowing how rare it was for her to be so enthusiastic. It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. On the weekend, Gu Shiwei pushed the stroller, taking the children out for their spring outing. Their stroller was specially designed, crafted from materials derived from exotic beasts and plants. Capable of traversing mountains and seas with ease, featuring an automatic following function and, importantly, defensive capabilities. Gu Shiwei activated the protective shield throughout the journey, consuming a bit of energy stones, but she could afford it. Guma assisted her with the children, and an armored vehicle transported them to their destination, a forest outside the city. After dropping them off and giving a few instructions, Yuhua busied himself with organizing the team. The advance unit had already cleared the area of any exotic beasts and negatively mutated plants, leaving only non-aggressive, positively mutated flora. They simply needed to select the edible parts for gathering. As Gu Shiwei surveyed the vast expanse of frail and sickly plants, she couldn't help but reflect. It turns out our employees' families bear such heavy burdens. Indeed, these individuals had lacked the means to acquire supplies during the apocalypse. If it weren't for Gu Shiwei purifying the water source, the area outside the city would still remain a forbidden zone for them. Everyone waited in silence. Even the children were hushed. This time, it truly was Gu Shiwei's most remarkable encounter with children in the post-apocalyptic world. Once the remaining dangers of the forest had been thoroughly eradicated and the border secured with vigilant guards, a single command sent everyone rushing forth like a herd of cattle. Gu Shiwei and her mother remained unhurried. They were not in want of supplies, merely indulging in a leisurely outing. They chose a less traveled path, meandering as they explored, until they arrived at the bank of a small river. This river, a tributary of a larger one, had been purified by Gu Shiwei in the past, rendering its waters safe for direct consumption. The banks were also abundant with a variety of wild vegetables, nurtured by the nourishing waters. Chapter 129, Foraging Gu Shiwei. With her keen eyes, was the first to spot a vast expanse of mutated water celery, which smelled utterly delectable when stir-fried with cured meat. She swiftly took out her tools, and alongside Guma, they began to harvest. The water celery was in its prime, tender season, and Gu Shiwei estimated that they had gathered at least several hundred pounds, enough to sustain them for quite some time. These mutated water celery are truly enormous. Guma marveled. Indeed, previously, water celery barely reached half a meter in height, Yet these mutations stand at an impressive 2 meters, and remarkably, they remain tender. Gu Shiwei recalled fondly the time she had foraged for water celery with Gu Ma before the apocalypse, the memories etched deeply in her mind. Once we return, we can blanch and freeze them. They should last us a long while. Do you still have cured meat at your place? If not, come get some from me. I cured quite a bit during winter, and I haven't finished it yet. All right, I'll take some home with me. As they engaged in their conversation, they finished harvesting the entire patch of water celery. Yue followed closely behind, entertaining the children, who were experiencing the outside world for the first time. Their curiosity piqued by everything around them. Yue adjusted the angle of the stroller so they could see better. After walking a few more steps, they stumbled upon a large area of mutated goji berries. Although goji berries are traditionally a medicinal herb, the branches were bare of fruit at this time. However, it was the perfect season for harvesting goji sprouts. Let's pick the thicker sprouts. They are tender and succulent. Gu Ma, brimming with experience, suggested. Thus, the two women switched tools and began to harvest the goji sprouts. With their considerable skill, gathering these lower-level mutated plants was a breeze. Before long, they had filled a basket, which Gu Shiwei promptly stored in her space. That's enough, Mom. Freezing them won't yield the best taste. Gu Ma nodded in agreement. As long as it is sufficient for our needs, that is all that matters. We have no intention of selling them. Continuing their journey along the river, Gu Shiwei noticed some willow trees and hesitated for a moment. Mom, I've heard that willow buds are also edible. Yes, they can be steamed or tossed in a salad. Shall we pick a few? Go ahead. Just a taste will suffice. Let us leave some for others. Gu Shiwei shared this sentiment, recognizing that many families were still struggling. For her, it was merely a culinary novelty, but for those in need, it could represent a significant source of sustenance. They gathered only a single basket. As they continued their walk, Gu Shiwei was enveloped by a delightful floral fragrance. What is that scent? Gu Ma inhaled deeply. It smells wonderful. It resembles the fragrance of locust flowers. Gu Shiwei's eyes lit up. Then we can make locust flower dumplings. I haven't had those in years. We'll have them for dinner tonight. Since the apocalypse, locust trees had undergone severe mutations, becoming formidable entities with spiky exteriors, akin to boss-level threats. Thus, Gu Ma's claim of not having eaten them in years was indeed accurate, as they had not been cultivated since the onset of the apocalypse. As they approached, they discovered a magnificent locust tree, and Gu Shiwei wondered if this tree had once been a fearsome, mutated boss before winter. Yue chimed in. This very tree was fearsome last autumn, yet after a winter's passage, it has transformed into a benign mutation. The lingering embers persist in the wild. And Yue possesses a profound understanding of the formidable entities surrounding Kyoto. Gu Shiwei cautiously plucked a cluster of locust blossoms, observing that the locust tree remained unresponsive, indicating that it had indeed undergone a positive mutation. The energy of the locust blossoms was approximately at level 39, suggesting that the grand locust tree must be around level 40, a formidable boss in its own right. Therefore, these mutated locust blossoms could be classified as high-grade exotic botanical ingredients. Both Gu Shiwei and her mother were keen not to miss this opportunity. They tirelessly climbed up and down, harvesting every last blossom from the tree. In total, they amassed over 1,000 pounds of locust blossoms. Just as Gu Shiwei contemplated leaving, she unexpectedly discovered some black fungus on a dry branch beneath the locust tree. This was indeed a valuable find. Without hesitation, she stowed the entire branch into her spatial dimension, adding yet another variety of fungi to her collection. At that moment, Gu Shiwei noticed fish swimming in the river. Recalling that she had several shrimp traps in her spatial dimension, she placed a small piece of exotic beast meat inside one and lowered the trap into the water. We can collect it when we return, she suggested, to which Yuhua and Gu Mama readily agreed. Having reached the foot of the mountain, they continued onward to a small waterfall. Near the waterfall, Gu Shiwei stumbled upon a large patch of mutated shepherd's purse. Thoughts of shepherd's purse dumplings, soup, spring rolls, and cold dishes flooded her mind. She adored this wild vegetable above all others. The fragrance was intoxicating, perhaps due to its location by the waterfall. The shepherd's purse grew remarkably tender. With her basket in hand, she began to gather it fervently. Gu Mama joined in to assist, sharing her daughter's fondness for shepherd's purse. Although this small patch yielded only a few dozen pounds, Gu Shiwei felt a twinge of regret at the limited quantity. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that having any was already a blessing, and one mustn't be overly demanding. Feeling fatigued, Gu Shiwei sought a stone to rest upon and take a moment to nurse her twins. In her search, she stumbled upon yet another treasure, ground elder. While some might consider it an unconventional delicacy, it actually pairs splendidly with scrambled eggs. The only drawback was the laborious cleaning process. However, Gu Shiwei need not concern herself with preparing meals. She could simply gather what she desired. As she reached for her basket to collect the ground elder, Gu Mama interjected. You should tend to the children. Let me gather this. It was no trouble to wait, as the little ones were not yet hungry. At that moment, Yu Xiao, the girl, began to cry. Yu Shiwei felt a pang of embarrassment, suspecting that her daughter was intentionally sabotaging her efforts. Gu Mama chuckled heartily. Go on. The children come first. I can manage on my own. With no other option, Yu Shiwei retrieved a portable tent and entered to nurse. She always tended to Yu Xiao first, as her appetite was modest. After a brief feeding, she was satisfied. The remainder was allotted to her son, Yu Yunzhou, whose hearty appetite often necessitated an additional 100 milliliters of formula. Fortunately, all these supplies were readily available in her spatial dimension. Once she finished feeding, Gu Shiwei entrusted the children to Yu Hua and set off to assist Gu Mama in gathering ground elder. This patch yielded a considerable amount, and they had previously traversed areas abundant with it, though it had gone unnoticed. The two individuals spent nearly an hour foraging, collecting approximately several hundred pounds of wild vegetables, which were of quite a high grade, reaching level 35. Neither wished to miss out on this bounty. At noon, they settled for a simple meal beside the waterfall. After dining, they resumed their search for ingredients. Initially, they assumed there was little left to find near the waterfall. Yet Gu Shiwei unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast area teeming with freshwater snails. Although these snails were of a lower grade, yielding scant meat and thus not particularly valuable, Gu Shiwei was simply eager to indulge. In the clear, pristine waters, numerous fist-sized mutated snails lay densely clustered, irresistible to any passerby. She felt compelled to reach out and touch them. Just as Gu Shiwei rolled up her trousers in preparation to wade in, she was halted by her mother. It's early spring, and the water is still icy. Going in now could lead to chronic cold legs. Absolutely not. Gu Shiwei felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was already at level 6. How could she possibly fall prey to such an ailment? Yes, yeah, you've just recovered. Sit tight while I gather them. Yu Hua nodded in earnest agreement. Chapter 130. Treasures. Yu Hua presented a fishing net to Gu Shiwei, saying, You can only fish from the shore. Gu Shiwei nodded helplessly. Being an adult, she was not only under her mother's supervision but also her husband's. The thought alone was suffocating. Yu Hua immersed himself in the water to fish, while Gu Ma and Gu Shiwei remained on the bank. In no time, they managed to catch several hundred pounds. Concerned for Yu Hua's well-being, Gu Shiwei urged him to come ashore. However, upon his arrival, she was astonished to find that his clothes and shoes were completely dry. My attire is waterproof, Yu Hua explained. Gu Shiwei couldn't help but scoff internally, realizing her worries were unfounded. After gathering some snails, Gu Shiwei decided to ascend the mountain to explore. As she neared the summit, she encountered an expanse of mutated pine trees. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the gigantic pine cones hanging from the towering trees. How has no one harvested these? Fortune awaits, she exclaimed joyfully. Little did she know, the pine cones had not gone unnoticed. They were simply too difficult to collect, as these trees boasted a formidable level of 42. Ordinary ability users were incapable of harvesting them. Undeterred, Gu Shiwei unleashed water arrows upon the pine cones, causing them to cascade down one by one. She then gathered them into her spatial storage. Each colossal pine cone weighed several hundred pounds. Just imagine the bounty of pine nuts contained within. Gu Ma, with her level of just over 30, was unable to harvest the pine cones. Thus, Gu Shiwei continued to use her water arrows while Gu Ma assisted in storing the harvest. After a strenuous effort, they successfully collected all the pine cones from the area. Not eager to depart, Gu Shiwei roamed beneath the pines and eventually spotted a large bulge at the base of a tree. She carefully dug with her shovel and soon unearthed a large, round, brown object. This is Poria, Gu Ma exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by her daughter's newfound knowledge. She had not anticipated this discovery. Poria was indeed a prized find, and after mutation, its energy had intensified, reaching an impressive level of 38. Emulating her daughter, Gu Ma began to search the ground, and before long, she too uncovered a Poria. Each mutated Poria was a behemoth, weighing between 200 to 300 pounds. Yu Hua, intrigued, meandered through the pine forest with a baby stroller. Eventually, beneath a dead pine tree, he stumbled upon a large bulge as well. Without hesitation, he grabbed his shovel and began to dig, ultimately revealing a massive Poria weighing at least 500 pounds. With a triumphant grin, Yu Hua paraded the Poria in front of Gu Shiwei. Amused by his display, Gu Shiwei thought to herself how, despite having a child, he remained so childlike. The mountain was not particularly high, and soon they reached the summit. Finding nothing else of interest, they began their descent. Upon reaching the shrimp trap, Gu Shiwei noticed ripples on the surface of the water. It seems there is something inside. Eagerly preparing to lift the trap, she was halted by Yu Hua, who cautioned, Don't touch that. Be careful not to fall in. I'll handle it. The embers flickered rapidly, and in no time, all the shrimp traps were lifted. Gu Shiwei produced a large basin and began to open the traps. Fortune smiled upon her with the first one, revealing a dozen mutated crayfish. Gu Shiyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Crayfish, her favorite. Especially these mutated ones, now larger than Australian ones. Just imagining the taste of one was utterly exhilarating. The second trap also contained crayfish, as did the third. Just when Gu Shiyue anticipated the fourth to be the same, it yielded a mutated eel. Oh, what a prized find. She would have the chef prepare it for Ahua tonight. The blood, in particular, was a treasure, not to be wasted. For it was remarkably nourishing. Upon seeing the mutated eel, Guma chuckled. Gu Shiyue felt a bit embarrassed, and Ahua's face flushed. Being teased by his mother-in-law was quite awkward. Would she doubt his capabilities? Mom, I do need it. Guma, unaware of Ahua's complex thoughts, grinned and picked up another trap to inspect. Eh? Yellow, wait. It's a mutated snake. Guma, being more of a healer than a fighter, nearly got bitten by the snake, but Ahua, quick-witted, seized the snake's head. Not venomous. Its level is low. Though Ahua reassured them, Gu Shiyue and Guma still recoiled in fear. Women seem to have an innate dread of snakes. In truth, even seeing the eel made Gu Shiyue's heart race. You handle the rest. Both of them were frightened. The thought of encountering another hissing creature was terrifying. Ahua, observing the delicate mother and daughter duo, was at a loss. He had spoiled them both. What could he do? He squatted down and started opening the traps himself. Fortunately, luck smiled upon him again, and he caught a few small fish, more crayfish, another eel, and even a mutated soft-shelled turtle. Guma remarked that the blood of the mutated turtle was akin to that of the eel and insisted that Ahua drink it tomorrow night. Ahua, feeling helpless. And Gu Shiyue stifled a giggle. God knows how many delicacies her mother had fed her throughout her life. Now, finally, someone was sharing the burden. On their way back, they encountered many people, all greeting them with great respect. Several offered their catches to Gu Shiyue, who, unable to refuse, exchanged some of her own bounty with them, resulting in mutual satisfaction. By the car, most returned with their vessels brimming, their faces glowing with evident joy from their respective hauls. Many had already exchanged their catches on the spot, which made things quite convenient. Once everyone gathered, the convoy set off for home. Upon returning to the estate, Gu Shiyue delivered her day's bounty to the kitchen, specifically requesting dumplings for dinner. The kitchen promptly sprang into action. The two little ones fell asleep during the journey, and Ahua settled them in the master bedroom, considering that they needed to be fed at night and had always slept with their mothers. The dumplings for dinner were delightful, with the chef preparing several varieties, including locust flour and egg dumplings, shepherd's purse and meat dumplings, shepherd's purse and mushroom dumplings, and shepherd's purse and egg dumplings. Gu Shiyue deliberately invited her brother to join the family meal, and they all enjoyed it immensely. Gu Shiyue single-handedly finished an enormous plate, to the point where she could barely walk. After the meal, Yuhua inevitably faced a bowl of mutated eel blood, and of course, Gu Dad and Gu Shiyang were also caught in the same predicament. For Yuhua and Gu Dad, it was manageable, given that they were both married men. They could merely cause a ruckus in the evening, which was not a significant issue. However, poor Gu Shiyang, still a bachelor, found himself compelled to consume a bowl of mutated eel blood, leaving him in a state of despair. How much chaos did Yuhua cause that night? Well, the next day, Gu Shiyue stealthily gifted that turtle away. Meanwhile, Gu Mom didn't even mention the turtle. Chapter 131. The competition. 3 months after the birth of the twins, Gu Shiyue's milk supply began to dwindle. Her son, Yunjiao, expressed his disdain for the insufficient quantity of breast milk, crying insistently and refusing to nurse, thus he was exclusively fed formula. Meanwhile, her daughter, Yunxiao, was rather spoiled and refused to drink formula, continuing to consume breast milk for another 3 months before transitioning to solid food. After introducing solid foods, she finally accepted the formula as well. Consequently, Gu Shiyue decided to wean her entirely. At last, she was liberated from the nursing phase. Although the twins had yet to showcase their innate talents, Gu Shiyue could sense that her daughter, Yunxiao, possessed qualities akin to a water spirit, reminiscent of Maria's constitution. If she were to consistently nurture her with 6th-level purified water during her early years, she could likely transform into a water spirit herself. As for her son, Yunjiao, his physical strength was remarkable. At merely 6 months old, he effortlessly broke the nipple of his bottle. Not stopping at one, he became quite engrossed in this activity, breaking several a day. Eventually, Gu Shiyue had to commission a craftsman to create a custom bottle to put an end to his mischief. Gu Shiyue was utterly astounded. Thankfully, she had weaned this mischievous child early, or she would have been the one to suffer. From the onset of her pregnancy, she had consistently used 6th-level water, so it was only natural that her children exhibited exceptional talents. Yuhua was intrigued by his son's immense strength and provided numerous prompts for him to experiment with, ultimately discovering that he could easily break ordinary objects devoid of energy. Even low-tier energy materials, those below the third level, he could manage to damage with effort. Yuhua laughed heartily. No wonder he is my offspring. At just 6 months, his physical strength has already reached the third level. Gu Shiriwei was curious. Is this truly a reliable assessment of his physical strength? It was not that she doubted Yuhua's judgment. Rather, Yu Yunzhao's pudgy appearance lacked convincing evidence. Yuhua kissed his son affectionately and replied, "Close enough. Certain areas may fall short, but generally speaking, we consider a child capable of breaking third-level materials with bare hands to possess a physical strength equivalent to the fourth level. However, he cannot even stand yet, so naturally, his physical strength has not reached that level." Gu Shiriwei realized she had underestimated her son. Being so small, perhaps the strength was difficult to control? The nanny was an ordinary person, and she had witnessed her sustaining injuries on more than one occasion. Initially, Gu Shiriwei had assumed it was merely a result of the nanny's clumsiness, but now she pondered whether it was actually the handiwork of her little rascal. As for why the nanny had not mentioned it, Gu Shiriwei speculated it was simply out of fear of losing her job. Yuhua had also contemplated this issue and felt a headache coming on. I should find a low-tier ability user to accompany him. Ordinary people are indeed unsuitable. Fortunately, their family was wealthy and powerful. Otherwise, they would truly struggle to raise these two little ancestors. Initially, Guma and Yu Miao had promised to assist her in caring for the children. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, the most crucial aspect was enhancing one's own strength. And Gu Shiriwei did not wish to hinder their cultivation. After all, there were plenty of guards in the estate, ensuring the children's safety was guaranteed. Recently, Gu Shiriwei had come across a rather amusing piece of news. It was reported that countries such as Maple Leaf Country, Island Nation, Vatican, and Kangaroo Country had fallen out with the Beautiful Country. The reason being, they had experienced several accidents with the teleportation magic circles they had constructed. It is said that there was an incident where a person was teleported into an unpurified river, resulting in an immediate and tragic explosion. The scene was utterly horrific. In another instance, an individual was transported mid-air. Fortunately, they survived the fall but sustained severe injuries. Even more comical was the case of a priest who found himself on the bed of a married couple, nearly facing dire consequences. Such occurrences, albeit rare, were tolerated by the public. The Beautiful Nation had promised to purify their water sources, yet 6 months have passed, and Maria remains stranded there. In contrast, countries that signed agreements with Huagua have already resolved their water supply issues. They now regret their choices and wish to renegotiate with Huagua. But Gu Shiriwei has ceased accepting orders. Indeed, Yuhua had previously warned that once an order is cancelled, there would be no further opportunities for procurement. How could Gu Shiriwei undermine the words of her husband? Consequently, these nations have clashed with the Beautiful Nation. Under pressure, the Beautiful Nation could only send Maria on a brief tour, but the amount of purified water provided was merely a drop in the bucket, leading these countries to realize they had been deceived by Maria and the Beautiful Nation. In a state of outrage, Maria found herself stranded in an island nation. During the day, she was tasked with purifying water, and at night, attended by a line of men. "Go away, you filthy island pigs." Maria despised the island men, deeming them short and unattractive, yet the island would not indulge her. "Esteemed water goddess Maria, please feel free to reside in our great island nation. Our men are the finest, and you may enjoy their company." Poor Maria found her protests futile, as her guards were all placed under house arrest. She could only passively endure her circumstances. The people of the Beautiful Nation, incensed, vowed to reclaim their water goddess. Thus, Ian was appointed to the task and arrived at the island nation. On the first day, the island sent forth their most beautiful actress. She was an ordinary woman without any special abilities. Ian, perceiving their sincere attitude, accepted her graciously. After all, the island had always been a subordinate to the Beautiful Nation, and this must surely be a misunderstanding. Unlike Maria, Ian was quite fond of the delicate island maidens. Before the apocalypse, he had enjoyed island films and comics. Consequently, he was unguarded and easily fell victim to an island maiden who had concealed drugs in her intimate areas. Although the islanders had detained the citizens of the Beautiful Nation, they dared not mistreat them, instead providing them with abundant food and drink. In the end, both Ian and Maria found the island quite agreeable. Appreciating the politeness and humility of the people, especially their attentive service and commendable work, they were quite enamored. However, the other nations could not remain idle. The island could not monopolize Maria. What would they do? Thus, a coalition of nations conspired to steal Maria away, but her exact whereabouts became a mystery. The Beautiful Nation was convinced that the island had hidden Maria, while the island had no means to defend itself, unaware of who had perpetrated the theft. Under pressure, the island had no choice but to release Ian. In a fit of embarrassment and rage, having failed to rescue Maria, he knew he would face repercussions upon returning home. Therefore, he decided to abduct a group of island maidens instead. In this apocalyptic era, it is imperative to recognize that the entire world is facing a severe shortage of women. Ian's audacious act resulted in the abduction of over 100 young girls, a cohort of newly adult females from the island nation. The absence of these girls exacerbates the already alarming gender imbalance within the nation, which, due to its limited population, is rendered even more precarious following the chaos unleashed by Yamada no Orochi. The loss of the significant number, nearly the entirety of this year's new adults, plunges the island nation into turmoil. Without women, their very existence hangs in the balance. However, they dare not approach the powerful nation for assistance. Instead, they set their sights on the neighboring cosmic nation, which, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, has seen its population dwindle significantly. Consequently, they sought to claim all the women from the cosmic nation. Yet, the cosmic nation objected. After all, whose women are not cherished? Despite their smaller numbers, their elite combat capabilities are not inferior to those of the island nation, leading to a direct confrontation between the two powers. Chapter 132 writes upon hearing the news, Gu Shuriwe suddenly realized that her current status was sufficient, and she pondered whether she should do something for the ordinary women struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. However, her understanding of their plight was limited. Thus, she took the initiative to launch an online discussion under her own name. Due to her prominence, the topic quickly ignited a fervor across the internet. Yushuation, you are eternal. I wish to propose a revision to the husband selection system. My child will be an adult next year, and I am apprehensive. Revise what? You women need not do anything. We men will provide for you. Why the pretense? Where do these scoundrels come from? Out with them. I've heard the food at the Women's Protection Center is insufficient. Shouldn't we provide them with some nourishment? I have something to say. My husband has been unfaithful, and I wish to divorce him. But he is a high-ranking ability user, and I am terrified. I seek the aid of Goddess You. The person above is being unreasonable. You want a divorce from a high-ranking ability user? What do you intend to do? Is it not simply about him supporting another woman outside? As long as he contributes to you, what does it matter? Exactly. It is evident that we men are the true strong ones. Yet women can marry multiple husbands while men are confined to just one. This is unjust. The online discourse was rife with opinions and heated debates. Gu Shuriwe summarized the main areas that required assistance. Firstly, the husband selection procedure is excessively harsh and unfair to women, often resulting in the stronger being taken away. Secondly, the funding for the Women's Protection Center is inadequate. The living conditions of those orphaned girls are deplorable and do not even meet the basic needs for sustenance. Thirdly, women's rights within marriage are not guaranteed, particularly in families with high-ranking ability users. Gu Shuriwe specifically enlisted the help of her friends from the Blood Rose group to devise several strategies. Firstly, establish the Rose Foundation, led by Gu Shuriwe, to provide food, clothing, and even educational opportunities for the orphan girls at the Women's Protection Center. Secondly, she proposed the establishment of an official husband selection website by the state to safeguard women's rights in this regard. Lastly, she suggested amending the Women's Protection Act to secure greater rights for women. The Blood Rose Mercenary Corps was the first to respond, asserting that any woman facing unjust treatment could seek protection from them. The 30,000 female ability users of Blood Rose will not shirk from their responsibility. The establishment of the foundation was straightforward. Gu Shuriwe had many capable individuals at her disposal, and within 3 days, everything was in place. The foundation commenced its donations to the Women's Protection Center. Given its purely philanthropic nature, the process was remarkably swift. While netizens were still engaged in discussions, Gu Shuriwe had already completed the necessary actions. As for the husband selection website, it required state intervention, but this was not a significant issue. Gu Shuriwe still held some sway. Moreover, she had enlisted the support of Zhu Xian and the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps. Upon understanding her intentions, the chief commander readily agreed. This initiative was beneficial to the nation and its citizens. Previously, there had been no energy to address it, but now that the issue of basic sustenance was resolved, it was time to tackle the matters of marriage. The chief commander had also been preparing to undertake this task, as last year's birth rate had been alarmingly low. For an entire year, the number of infants born in Huagua barely exceeded 20,000, with a mere 2,000 being female. The gender ratio has approached an alarming 10:1. This scenario is far from favorable, indicating that even after the end of the apocalypse, the disparity between men and women is unlikely to change. Should the harsh living conditions lead to further female mortality, the gender imbalance would become even more terrifying. Thus, the protection of women's rights is imperative. In just 1 month, the husband selection system has commenced its testing phase. Officially named the National Age-Appropriate Male and Female Matching System, The website showcases information of women aged 18 to 50, regardless of marital status. Married women are marked with details regarding the number of their husbands, while unmarried women are prioritized on the homepage. Males must meet contribution requirements to access the matching system, where they can filter female information based on their preferences and select one woman. Only after being rejected by the chosen female may they consider other candidates. Women, on the other hand, can filter out unsuitable candidates from the applicants, ultimately selecting 1 to 5 qualified individuals for a meeting. If deemed suitable, they may proceed to explore a potential relationship. Gu Shuriwe was taken aback to discover that the system does not spare even married women. As long as a woman has fewer than 5 husbands, she will appear in the system. Only by contributing a substantial amount can one opt to hide their profile. Gu Shuriwe, momentarily distracted, realized her backend was overwhelmed with candidates. Gazing at the 999 notifications, she felt as though she was being subjected to online harassment. Upon inspection, she was startled to recognize the familiar names at the forefront: Yun Tong, Hua Ting, Long Tai, Li Jing Tian. These individuals had not yet given up. Caught off guard, Gu Shuriwe was noticed by Yu Hua, who wore a look of grievance. Yeah, did I do something wrong? Cough. No, you are wonderful. Gu Shuriwe felt immensely uncomfortable, as if she were a heartless woman. It's my fault. I lack generosity. If you truly want. Gu Shuriwe gasped. No, I do not want. We have only been married for a short time. I know I am aging, and if you disdain me, I do not blame you. What a peculiar blend of sarcasm. Gu Shuriwe felt goosebumps rising. No, you are the most handsome. None of those people can compare to you. From now on, you can revel with other men, and I shall await your return at home with our child. Rest assured, I will not engage in infidelity. As long as you occasionally remember to come home, that is enough. Gu Shuriwe no longer wished to speak. Why are you silent? Did I hit the nail on the head? I knew it. You women are the most fickle, enjoying what you have while eyeing what others possess. Brother, the show is over. I know they are younger, more handsome, articulate, and stronger than I am. It's only natural for you to be drawn to them. I do not hold it against you. Just keep a small corner of your heart reserved for me. No. There is no one in this world who surpasses you, nor anyone younger than you. There simply isn't. The crux of the matter is that there is no one else who speaks in such a sardonic manner as he does. Gu Shuriwe, weary of engaging in futile banter, promptly made a substantial contribution in the background. With that, her information was concealed, and the back-end application was swiftly denied. With an impassive expression, Gu Shuriwe turned the screen to show him. Yuwa could hardly suppress the grin spreading across his face. Yeah, what would you like to eat tonight? Shall I have the kitchen prepare something for you? Or would you prefer I cook personally? No need. I'm afraid someone might poison me. Gu Shuriwe was truly exasperated with this man. How could that be? You are my dearest wife. You've worked hard today, my love. Tonight, I shall personally cook a lavish feast for you. Just wait. With that, Yuwa slipped away. Gu Shuriwe couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a silly fool. Chapter 133. The National Age-Appropriate Gender Matching System, colloquially known as the Husband Selection System, caused a sensation upon its launch. Countless women showcased their backgrounds, where the quantity and quality of candidates reflected their social standing. Meanwhile, men applied for matches, proving their earnest intentions. Consequently, many women swiftly selected their candidates, with some even obtaining marriage certificates on the spot. Of course, some couples found themselves in turmoil. This was due to the fact that the application records of men could be viewed by all the women they had previously approached. For instance, if Yunting had applied to Gu Shuriwe and was rejected, and then turned to Ruan, she would be aware that this was his second application. To mitigate disputes among women, the names of the candidates remained concealed. Nevertheless, Ruan was acutely aware of who Yunting's initial choice would be. At this juncture, it would depend on whether Ruan could accept Yunting's previous overtures. Most women found this unacceptable, as each had numerous candidates in their backgrounds. The husband selection system appeared somewhat inequitable to men. Hence, numerous male practitioners voiced their protests. Ultimately, the chief authority decided to remove the visibility of application records, thus allowing the system to be smoothly implemented. Later that evening, Gu Shuriwe discovered that her elder brother, Gu Shiyong, had also applied for a match. Brother, who did you apply to? Gu Shuriwe was intrigued. Her brother had kept this matter completely under wraps, and she was utterly unaware. Here was a young girl who had just turned 18. How outrageous. Her brother, nearing 30, was pursuing a girl barely out of childhood. What of it? I'm 50, and I would still pursue an 18-year-old. Gu Shiyong declared defiantly. Their father gave him a light smack on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Our family does not condone such behavior. Gu Shiyong immediately wilted. Brother, how did you come to know this girl? Gu Shuriwe was very curious about what kind of young lady could captivate her brother, a man resistant to marriage. Gu Shiyang, somewhat bashful, replied, "She is the sister of one of my friends. We often dine at her home. She is quite capable, although she lacks supernatural abilities. She keeps her home impeccably tidy, cooks delicious meals, and possesses an independent spirit. She is a wonderful girl." Their mother expressed keen interest. "From what you've said, this girl sounds exceptional. Let us invite her over to our home so we can meet her." Gu Shiyang had grown up in her household. They were practically family, especially since Gu Shiyang's parents had long since passed away. Thus, the prospect of meeting the parents would naturally take place at her home. "I'll return and inquire with her, but I'm not certain if she'll agree." Gu Shiyang felt somewhat uncertain. She was indeed a fine girl, but many suitors were vying for her attention, and he was unsure if she would choose him. Gu Shiyue shot him an exasperated glance. "As long as she marries you, I'll gift her a level 6 water until she awakens her abilities. If this dowry is given and Gu Shiyang fails to win her heart, I shall look down upon him." "That sounds splendid." Gu Shiyang was overwhelmed with excitement. Who wouldn't he desire power in a post-apocalyptic world? With such a condition in place, his success was nearly assured. He fidgeted restlessly, unable to sit still, prompting his father to cast him an irritated glance. "If you have something to say, then speak up. I'm on my way." Gu Shiyang quickly departed, behaving like a youth despite being 30 years old. After leaving the estate, he hurried to his residence. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Hey, Linger, what brings you to my home?" To his surprise, he found Xie Lingo diligently washing his clothes. "Big brother Gu, I made some spring rolls today and brought them over. When I found your door unlocked, I knocked but received no answer, so I came in to wait for you. Since I had some time, I thought I'd de-wash your clothes too." Gu Shiyang's heart soared. It seemed Lingo harbored feelings for him as well. "Lingo, have you seen the husband selection system?" Xie Linger, still a young girl, blushed profusely at Gu Shiyang's inquiry, lowering her head and murmuring, "Yes." "What are your thoughts on it?" Gu Shiyang asked eagerly. I'm not sure. How should I think about it?" Xie Linger struggled to respond. "What I mean is, did you see that I chose you? And what about you? Do you wish to choose me?" Gu Shiyang grasped Xie Linger's shoulders, his gaze intense. Xie Linger's face flushed deeper. "Big brother Gu, of course I chose you. But my brother said I should select several to ensure my future well-being." Gu Shiyang was taken aback and quickly replied, "That's unnecessary. I can support you all on my own." Xie Linger looked somewhat conflicted. "I must heed my brother's advice." Gu Shiyang took a deep breath, realizing that Xie Linger was still quite young and naive about many things. "So who else did you choose?" Xie Linger seemed puzzled. "I don't know. The others were chosen by my brother." A smile tugged at the corners of Gu Shiyang's mouth. "So, am I the only one you chose for yourself?" Xie Linger, feeling shy and wanting to flee, found herself rooted in place by Gu Shiyang's grip, and could only nod. With her affirmative answer, Gu Shiyang joyfully lifted Xie Linger into his arms and spun her around. He then held her tightly, exclaiming, "Linger, I am so happy." "Big brother Gu, I am happy too." In truth, Xie Linger had harbored feelings for Gu Shiyang for far longer than he had imagined. "Be good, Linger. Just wait for me at home. I will take care of everything else." Gu Shiyang, filled with fervor, decided to speak with his brother today. His brother, Xie Yan, was a major in the military and had previously served as Gu Shiyue's personal bodyguard, though he had been dismissed by Yu Hua. This was due to his lack of involvement in Gu Shiyue's affairs or in the incident surrounding Hu Yu's death. He had merely been assigned to protect her and facilitate connections. Xie Yan was a serious man, and upon hearing Gu Shiyang's intentions, he understood the situation well. "Since you two have chosen each other, I have no objections. However, Linger must select several husbands for my peace of mind." "No, brother. I am more than capable of providing for Linger. I would never let her suffer. Why must you insist on introducing more people between us?" Gu Shiyang felt a wave of frustration. His brother genuinely held such thoughts. "I acknowledge your ability to care for her, yet she is an ordinary person, without proper protection. Her safety cannot be guaranteed, and that weighs heavily on my mind." Xie Yan's stance was equally clear. He felt the need to recruit additional guardians for his delicate sister. "Very well. Brother, you are aware that the moon water deity is, in fact, my sister. You are also somewhat familiar with our family circumstances. Even in my absence, no one would dare to bully Linger. You can rest assured on that front." Gu Shiyang decided to reveal his cards directly. Chapter 134 Announcement. Xie Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "In that case, I shall not say much more, but my sister is my treasure, and I do not wish for her to suffer any grievances." Gu Shiyang felt a sense of assurance. As long as his brother-in-law did not impose conditions, he would agree to anything. "Rest assured, from now on, our family's finances will be entrusted to her, and all my assets will be transferred to Linger." He added, "Moreover, my sister lacks extraordinary abilities. Her lifespan is inevitably shorter than that of those with powers. When she grows old and gray, You may still appear as you do now. Would you be able to accept that? Gu Shiyang's body trembled. He had never contemplated this issue. What if Xie Ling's awakening were to fail? This was a distinct possibility. Do not worry, my brother. Ye has already promised to provide her with level 6 water until her awakening is successful. Even if, for argument's sake, she does not awaken, with the nourishment of level 6 water, she shall not age like an ordinary person. Even if that day were to come, I would never turn my back on her. Xie Ling tightly grasped Gu Shiyang's sleeve, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Xie Yin, fully aware of his sister's feelings, could only acquiesce. My sister has grown up. She cannot be kept forever. Gu Shiyang and Xie Yin arranged for their families to meet, and he reluctantly took his leave. If he lingered, his brother-in-law would surely chase him away. In the past, no matter how late he stayed, his brother would always welcome him. But now that he had established a relationship with Xie Ling, Xie Yin found fault with him at every turn, wishing him to leave at once. The amendment of the Women's Protection Act was no trivial matter. It required meetings and discussions and could only be passed through a vote by the representatives. Therefore, this matter was not urgent. However, there was something that required immediate attention. After thorough research, the nation of Hua announced the end of the apocalypse and the beginning of a new era. Experts believe that the distinction between the apocalypse and the new era should lie in the issue of basic sustenance. As Hua had resolved this issue this year, it was no longer suitable to be regarded as an apocalyptic state. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe, while many were still struggling below the poverty line. Hua had suddenly declared a new era. The beautiful nation was the first to voice its dissent. Their president publicly asserted that Hua's data was fabricated, claiming that the nation was boasting while, in reality, many were dying of hunger daily, and the videos circulating online were false. In the beautiful nation, eloquence was the cornerstone of their campaign, thus garnering significant support for his statements. While the citizens of Hua celebrated exuberantly, the international community was rife with skepticism. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the Hua people. They flooded the streets, singing and dancing, celebrating the end of the apocalypse in their own way. This day came to be known as the Day of Rebirth by the people of Hua, marking it as a significant festival for future celebrations. Coincidentally, Gu Shiyue had recently gathered a substantial quantity of sugarcane and turned it into candy, originally intending to save it for her child's first birthday. In a fit of joy, she decided to distribute it on the streets. Others followed suit, pulling out various packaged foods to share. In no time, the streets transformed into a joyous sea of celebration. Merchants seized the opportunity to launch various promotional activities, spurring a wave of consumerism. After meeting Xie Ling, Gu's parents were undeniably fond of her. The little girl was simply delightful. Gu Shiyue, upon meeting her, could not help but acknowledge her brother's discerning eye. Therefore, during their first encounter, she generously presented a 10 milliliters vial of level 6 water, sufficient for awakening if one possessed inherent potential. Gu's parents were equally generous, offering splendid gifts. Xie Ling, aware of Gu Shiyang's familial background, had initially presumed that such a family would uphold many conventions and perhaps look down upon an ordinary person like herself. To her astonishment, they were exceedingly cordial and treated her with kindness, which deeply moved her. In such a grand environment, strength was paramount. As an ordinary individual, she had always relied on her brother for survival. Now, to marry her beloved, and to a person from a prestigious family no less, was beyond her expectations. Gu Shiyue advised her, sister-in-law, once you return, have your brother assist you in your awakening. Do not rush. Take your time, understood? I have more if needed. The moment Gu Shiyue called her sister-in-law, Xie Ling felt her face flush with embarrassment. Goodness! She had just come of age and was already the sister-in-law of the Moon Water Deity and the Ming Emperor. What a fantastical tale this was. Thank you. Moon Water Deity. Before Gu Shiyue could respond, Gu Shiyang interjected, just call her Yaya. You're a sister-in-law, so there's no need for formalities. However, they had yet to obtain their marriage certificate. This is merely a matter of time. Let me discuss with your brother and expedite the process of getting the certificate and arranging the wedding, shall we? Xie Ling blushed once more. Gu Ma, unable to contain herself, remarked, you, why the rush to marry? In a couple of days, let us set a date for us to formally propose to you. As a show of respect, we can discuss the wedding date then. Gu Ba concurred, indeed. The young lady cannot just be swept away without proper arrangements. We shall formally propose before proceeding. With his parents' insistence, Gu Shiyang relented, and they began deliberating on what gifts to bring for the proposal. Gu Shiyue, suddenly intrigued, suggested, how about following the ancient customs? Brother, you could hunt a pair of mutated geese? Gu Ma's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Let us proceed with that. I will add other items according to the ancient rites. Won't that be a bit troublesome? Xie Ling timidly inquired. Not at all. Gu Shiwei and Gu Shiyang exclaimed in unison, startling Xie Linger. Gu Shiyang comforted her. Do not worry. Hunting a pair of mutated geese is a trivial task for me. With Gu Shiyue's resource support, Gu Shiyang had rapidly ascended to level 30 and had long since taken up the position of vice captain of the Free Alliance. Hunting was indeed a minor endeavor for him. However, mutated geese were no ordinary creatures, being flying beasts that posed a greater challenge. Then you must be cautious. Rest assured, I look forward to coming back and marrying you. Gu Shiyang ruffled Xie Linger's hair affectionately. With tears welling in their eyes, Gu's parents had initially believed that their son, influenced by his family background, would never marry. Unexpectedly, he was on the verge of entering a normal marital life and had found such a wonderful partner. In that moment, they felt their lives were complete. The following day, Gu Shiyang ventured alone into the wilderness in search of traces of the mutated geese. Upon hearing her sister's account, Xie Yan also felt a sense of relief. As long as her sister could lead a good life, that was enough. Following Gu Shiyue's advice, Xie Lingo took 1 drop of level 6 water daily to enhance her physical condition, planning to awaken 3 days later. Coincidentally, that would be around the time Gu Shiyang was expected to return. Xie Lingo was filled with excitement, clutching the level 6 water as she went to sleep each night. It represented her hope for awakening. Since childhood, she had been well-liked, excelling academically, blessed with beauty, possessing a gentle temperament, and being diligent. Yet the inability to awaken had remained the sole regret of her life. Now, with that singular regret on the brink of resolution, how could she possibly not feel joy? Chapter 135. Satisfaction. Gu Shiyang's hunting expedition was indeed effortless. He returned the same day, bringing back not only the mutated goose but also a considerable amount of other game. Since the most crucial items had been secured, Gu's parents wasted no time and the following day set off to Xie Linger's residence with numerous gifts. Gu Shiyue accompanied them, and when Xie Yan opened the door, he was evidently taken aback by Gu Shiyue's unexpected return, momentarily stunned. His expression a complex mix as he regarded her. If only. Are we not allowed in? Gu Shiyue, oblivious to Xie Yan's days, assumed he was merely startled and cheerfully inquired. Oh, my apologies, it was my mistake. Please come in. Xie Yan, being a major in the military, resided in a quaint villa, yet he did not employ any servants, living solely with his sister. It was evident that Xie Lingo was a person who cherished life. The courtyard resembled a floral paradise, with various mutated flowers arranged artfully, truly enchanting. Gu's parents were full of praise for the little garden. Beautiful. This garden is lovely. Indeed. Is it managed by Lingo? Truly capable. Xie Yan, beaming with pride at his sister's commendation, replied, Yes, she has enjoyed tending to these since childhood. Gu Shiyue also had a fondness for gardening, but her lack of patience often led to poor results. Seeing how well Xie Linger nurtured her flowers, she couldn't help but feel admiration. Upon entering the living room, both parties exchanged pleasantries and swiftly reached a consensus regarding the wedding arrangements. With only the siblings present on the female side, as long as the sister was agreeable, Xie Yan would not oppose. The male side expressed abundant sincerity, making every effort to accommodate the female side, and thus matters were promptly settled. The two families agreed to dine together at a restaurant for lunch. During the meal, Gu Shiyue excused herself to the restroom, only to unexpectedly encounter Xie Yan blocking her way. Have you seen my application? His voice carried a hint of unease. What application? Gu Shiyue inquired, perplexed. Xie Yan's initially hopeful expression suddenly dimmed. The matching system. Gu Shiyue felt a jolt of anxiety. How could there be such a thing here? The fact that he was a relative made future interactions inevitable. I've rejected them all. I didn't see anything. Gu Shiyue resolutely stated, never one to offer false hope. Then, is there truly no possibility for us? Xie Yan, bewildered, reflected that they had only met once. If it had merely been a fleeting encounter, it would be one thing, but the crucial detail was that Gu Shiyue had allowed him to remain by her side, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Since then, he had encountered numerous women, yet during each interaction, he found himself inevitably comparing them to Gu Shiyue, ultimately unable to develop feelings for anyone else. Xie Yan realized that Gu Shiyue had become the ethereal moonlight in his heart. Gu Shiyue raised her gaze to Xie Yan, a remarkably handsome man with piercing eyes, smooth facial contours, and an aura of gallantry, clad in combat attire that accentuated his athletic physique. Had she been single, she might have felt her heart stir. However, she was resolute in her stance against polyamory. I'm sorry. Xie Yan retreated repeatedly, reaching up to touch her face, striving to render her expression less unappealing. No need to apologize. I was the one who intruded. With that, Xie Yan turned to leave. Gu Shiyue sighed. Her impression of Xie Yan had always been quite favorable, yet perhaps fate had simply not aligned for them. The wedding preparations continued in an orderly fashion, but Gu Shiyue did not intervene, as her parents were present. Xia Linger did not require Gu Shiriyue to deliver the 6th level water again. She had successfully awakened her abilities in one go. Her gift was in wood manipulation, perfectly suiting her passion for planting. Upon learning of Xia Linger's successful awakening, the family rejoiced, and she took it upon herself to cook a feast, inviting Gu Shiriyue's family over. This time, Yu also attended, bringing along his dragon and phoenix twins. While in the house, Gu Shiriyue noticed Yu Hua and Xia Yan conversing in the yard. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Abandon this notion. Yu's demeanor was nothing short of hostile. You cannot be so selfish. Yaya is the water goddess. Should she wish for multiple husbands, our nation would gain a cadre of formidable warriors. Other nations' water goddesses do not adhere to monogamy. Xia Yan furrowed her brow, responding, this sentiment is shared by many. Then let them come speak to me directly. A tiger does not reveal its might to be mistaken for a kitty. With that, the challenge was laid forth. And what transpired next was for Xia Yan to determine. Fully aware that she could not best Yu Hua, she dared not speak further. TCH. A bunch of rodents. Yu Hua regarded these individuals with disdain, likening them to vermin in a gutter. He and Gu Shiriyue held power that rendered them unafraid of anyone. Yet these people dared to press him under the guise of righteousness. How utterly revolting. Xia Yan remained silent, recognizing that she too belonged to this group of rodents. Gu Shiriyue emerged with a platter of fruit. What are you discussing? During their conversation, Xia Yan had activated a soundproof barrier. Thus Gu Shiriyue remained unaware of their words. Oh, nothing. Just a casual chat. Yu preferred to keep this troubling matter from Gu Shiriyue, believing it would only add to her burdens. Currently, many powerful figures in the country are dissatisfied with Ming Emperor monopolizing you. They wish for you to take on multiple husbands. Suddenly, Xia Yan blurted this out, seeking to muddy the waters in hopes of finding an opportunity. Silence. The fury of Yu was not something Xia Yan could endure in an instant. He knelt on one leg, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Gu Shiriyue was taken aback. She remembered having already rejected Xia Yan. Yet now this drama unfolded before Yu Hua. What was she trying to achieve? Ah Hua, after all, we are in-laws. Please temper your pressure. Yu Hua obediently lessened his imposing aura, yet, in his anger, turned his back, preferring not to see. General Xie, might I inquire about which strong figures are involved? How peculiar that he, the main party, was more informed than she. Xia Yan's courage had been extinguished mere moments ago, and she found it difficult to articulate. I apologize. I cannot reveal their names. Gu Shiriyue shook her head and said, even if you don't say, I already know who they are. I have declined this matter numerous times, and have no desire to repeat myself. Please convey a message for me. If any powerful individuals wish to make a breakthrough, they may seek to trade for level 6 water with me. However, if they intend to coerce me, they can forget about obtaining level 6 water forever. Currently, the powerful ones only require the ordinary level 6 water, as level 7 water is exclusively available to Yu Hua. It is not that Gu Shiriyue is unwilling, rather. At present, only Yu Hua can utilize level 7 water. Xia Yan closed her eyes, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Let it go. She will never belong to you. All right. Xia Yan hurriedly departed, unable to remain any longer. Gu Shiriyue looked at Yu Hua, who had his back turned to her yet was straining to listen. Finding it quite amusing. Are you satisfied? Yu Hua felt a bit awkward, pressing his fist to his lips to suppress the wildly rising corners of his mouth. Yes. It's quite good. Just good. Gu Shiriyue teased him deliberately. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Hua suddenly embraced Gu Shiriyue. Resting his head on her shoulder, I am extremely satisfied. My wife is truly wonderful. Gu Shiriyue hurriedly wriggled free. What are you doing? We are in someone else's home. What does it matter? We are a lawful couple. Chapter 136, Rainfall. After the dragon and phoenix twins were weaned, Gu Shiriyue began accompanying Yu Hua on hunting expeditions. Within the borders of Huagua, any detected bosses of level 5 or above would be addressed by them. Although Gu Shiriyue possessed a commendable level, her awakened skills remained largely unpracticed, and her swordsmanship had languished. Hence, her combat prowess was currently lacking. Yu Hua decided to let her first tackle some minor bosses to hone her skills. Their destination today was the desert, near the Shizhou base, which was currently suffering from a severe drought. Yu Hua suggested that there was an ongoing task in the mission hall aimed at water-based ability users, specifically to create artificial rainfall for the Shizhou base. He took the liberty of accepting the task for Gu Shiriyue, as Shizhou was the territory of his sister and brother-in-law, and he had his own vested interests as well. Gu Shiriyue had no objections. She enjoyed a pleasant rapport with her sister-in-law and would not decline a task she could easily assist with. Notably, there were very few water-based ability users capable of producing artificial rain within Huagua, and this task had lingered in the mission hall for several days without anyone stepping forward to accept it. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Yimiao. Yeah, your arrival is timely. We are nearing desperation here in Shizhou. If it weren't for the snowmelt, many would have perished from thirst this year. Gu Shiriwei was perplexed. If there was snowmelt water, how could there still be a drought? As she pondered this, she posed the question. Yu Miao sighed. Yeah, you may not realize. But our region is vast. Currently, our primary food source relies on foraging, and the wild mutated plants have perished, resulting in drought conditions. It has been months without rain. While the cultivated plants may survive, the wild ones cannot be irrigated. Gu Shiriwei understood that what was needed was a widespread rainfall, not merely a lack of drinking water. This I can manage. Please determine a time. It would be best to notify the citizens to seek shelter from the rain. I am uncertain how my first attempt at rainfall will manifest, whether it may unleash erratic energies. Though Gu Shiriwei possessed the skill to summon rain, she had never employed it before and felt uncertain about her capability. All right, I will inform them. Can we commence at 7 p.m. tonight? Most people will be back by then, making it convenient. Yu Miao, being in need, was cautious not to act unilaterally. Gu Shiriwei nodded in agreement. That time was suitable. Yu Miao promptly arranged for the notification, while Yu Hua led Gu Shiriwei to the desert to hunt minor bosses. The desert was indeed parched. Many mutated poplar trees had withered. Gu Shiriwei gazed upon the vast expanse of yellow sand and felt the hardships faced by the people of Shizhou. Yu Hua soon located a mutated sand scorpion boss, prompting Gu Shiriwei to draw her sword and engage. Although she had not fought in quite some time, her instincts gradually resurfaced as the battle progressed. Ultimately, she managed to sever the two large pincers of the sand scorpion boss and, upon dissection, discovered an unusual beast pattern on its body. Carefully, she excised the rare beast pattern, as she had not acquired one since her last encounter with a mutated turtle. Yu Hua, equally impressed by their luck, examined it closely and remarked, "This beast pattern appears to be of the gold type. It is of no use to us. But perhaps we can trade it with someone later. That will have to suffice." After the bountiful harvest, Gu Shiriwei was filled with enthusiasm and began to actively seek out her prey. By the end of the day, she had slain 3 minor bosses. Although she did not encounter any more beast patterns, her combat strength had returned to the level it was at before her pregnancy. "Stop now. We should head back." Yu Hua glanced at the time. It was already evening, and they needed to return, as Gu Shiriwei had to induce artificial rain that night. Yu Miao prepared a hearty dinner rich in energy, and once Gu Shiriwei finished eating, her expended abilities were fully replenished. After dinner, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Gu Shiriwei chose the rooftop of a tall building within the base and began to draw in the free water elements from the air. Yu Miao watched her anxiously, observing the still sky, biting her lip as she asked Yu Hua, "Can she really do it?" She had heard of water-type ability users being able to summon rain, but that was in areas abundant with moisture, not in the arid environment of the West Continent. This was precisely why the bounty was so high, yet no one dared to accept it. Yu Hua replied with conviction, "Have faith in her." Yu Miao felt helpless. If even Gu Shiriwei could not bring forth artificial rain, then there would be no hope for the West Continent base. The group could only wait in silence. Meanwhile, Gu Shiriwei was not without activity. She sensed that the surrounding water elements were growing denser, yet it was still insufficient. She intensified her efforts, creating a vortex above her head to attract the water elements. As more water elements gathered, the vortex became visible to the naked eye. Within the base, many people looked up, having heard the news that a powerful water-type user would induce rain that night. Though they were skeptical about her success in such a dry place with no clouds in sight, there lingered a glimmer of hope. The apocalypse was a realm of despair, yet it brimmed with possibility. At last, a dark cloud formed above Gu Shiriwei, though it was small and seemed to hold little moisture. Unsatisfied, she increased her guiding force, and the cloud swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire West Continent base. Still, Gu Shiriwei was not content. There were larger areas beyond the city. After a quick introspection, she realized she had only utilized a third of her abilities, so she poured all her remaining power into the vortex. Instantly, the dark cloud burgeoned, covering at least 100 miles around. Feeling her strength wane, Gu Shiriwei sensed her abilities had been fully expended. The healer arranged by Yu Miao promptly administered a recovery technique, and Gu Shiriwei felt her powers slowly returning as she cautiously guided the cloud. However, the cloud had already begun to shift, and soon, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The rain was coming. Raindrops fell in a rapid patter. Yu Hua reached out to catch a few, licking one off his hand in astonishment. "It's level 2 water." "Really?" Yu Miao could hardly believe her ears. To her astonishment, Gu Shiriwei had managed to summon level 2 purified water. She immediately tasted the raindrop that had landed on her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's true. It really is level 2 water." The rain intensified, yet Yu Miao and Yu Hua showed no inclination to retreat indoors. How long had it been? Since the advent of the apocalypse, how long had they been deprived of the sensation of rain upon their skin? Within the base, an announcement was made. confirming that today's rainfall was classified as level 2 purified water. Elated, the populace streamed onto the streets, relishing the long-lost experience of being drenched in rain. The jubilant cheers of the crowd roused Gu Shiwei, who was caught in the downpour. She beheld the excitement of those below and couldn't help but smile. She mused. Was this moment not the very reason for her arduous training? Chapter 137. The adorable one. The rain persisted throughout the night, gradually dissipating only as dawn broke. Eventually, there was no need for Gu Shiwei to manage the rain. The clouds had their own intentions, drifting with the wind to distant locales, nourishing broader regions, and sometimes colliding to unleash torrential downpours in localized areas. Upon returning to her residence, Gu Shiwei took a shower and changed her attire before stepping outside. Yuhua, noticing her damp hair, instinctively picked up the hairdryer to assist her, inadvertently ending up on the bed while doing so. Since the birth of their child, their nights had been consumed with nursing, leaving little room for indulgence. This rare opportunity for solitude allowed the couple to revel in each other's company, resulting in a lively night. The following morning, Yu Miao caught sight of the two and playfully winked at her, prompting Gu Shiwei to marvel at her sister-in-law's keen observational skills. Nonetheless, Gu Shiwei remained concerned for her child and decided to return home for a visit. Upon her arrival, she found the little ones well cared for, though they cried pitifully from having missed their mother. Oh dear, why are my sweet darlings crying? Do you miss your mother? Gu Shiwei cooed, showering them with affection until they were soothed. The twins were already babbling in their attempts to speak and exhibited a particular fondness for standing and kicking their legs. Gu Shiwei surmised that they would soon be walking and talking. After tending to the children, Gu Shiwei needed to harvest the exotic plants in her space. Each day required foraging for mushrooms, along with gathering many exotic plants that would mature in a few days. Despite the ease afforded by her spatial authority, she still spent nearly an hour completing her tasks. The harvested plants would be collected by her employees for sale at her stores. Currently, the country faced no food shortages and would likely refrain from purchasing from her. With food no longer scarce, Gu Shiwei planned to diversify her crops, intending to cultivate rare medicinal herbs and high-tier fruits and vegetables that would take longer to grow but hold significantly greater value, alleviating her labor. She had largely relinquished management of the estate's fields, as the butler had everything arranged and the experts had returned. Current cultivation did not require level 3 water and was less prone to negative mutations, rendering her presence here of little consequence. Gu Shiwei and Yu Hua spent another day at home with the children before embarking on their next expedition. This time, Yu Hua led a team to hunt a mutated Yangtze alligator, the ruler of the waters. Once a charming, protected species before the apocalypse, the Yangtze alligator had transformed into a formidable terror in the aftermath. The most powerful among them was rumored to possess a level of around 60, necessitating Yu Hua's involvement to confront it. Their destination was the lair of this mutated alligator boss. Upon arriving at the Yangtze base, they found the base leader and his team awaiting them. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Please, share the details regarding this boss. Yu Hua inquired, walking briskly, clearly eager to waste no time. Indeed. Report to the Emperor Ming, this formidable boss is a mutated Yangtze alligator, estimated to be at level 60. Possessing a trace of draconic bloodline. Its defenses are exceptionally robust, while its offensive capabilities are rather average. However, it has a penchant for burrowing, having already wreaked havoc on the levees multiple times. Thus, we sought your intervention to eliminate this menace. Yu Hua was taken aback by the revelation of the draconic lineage. Such bosses are typically immensely powerful, capable of obliterating a base with ease. Yet, this Yangtze alligator merely destroys levees? Noticing Yu Hua's skeptical expression, the base leader hastily elaborated. Once the Yangtze alligator mutated, it grew to an enormous size. When it burrows into the levee, it instantly causes flooding, leading to significant repercussions. Heaven knows how long I've gone without a proper night's rest due to this creature. Each night, we must dispatch personnel to patrol the levees, sealing any holes at the first sign of trouble. Its presence makes even that effort feel futile. My hair is nearly falling out from worry. Understanding the threat to the base's security, Yu Hua resolved that it must be eradicated. Do you know its location? He inquired. Indeed, we have been tracking it daily. The base leader promptly replied. Lead the way. Yu Hua, uninterested in further ado, was eager to resolve the matter swiftly. The lair of the Yangtze alligator boss lay within a deeper water expanse. The base leader mimicked a series of calls to attract ducks, and immediately, a large yet endearingly clumsy figure emerged upon the water's surface. This is the Yangtze alligator boss. Do not be deceived by its adorable appearance. It possesses immense strength and formidable defenses, making it an opponent we cannot contend with. As the base leader spoke, he tossed a sizable fish onto the shore, prompting the Yangtze alligator boss to eagerly clamber onto land and begin feasting. At times, when it starts burrowing, We have no choice but to resort to feeding to divert its attention. Over time, it has grown accustomed to human care. Yuhua and Gu Shiyue found the situation rather amusing, feeling that it would be a pity to slay such a charming creature. What if we keep it in a park? After all, it does not attack humans. Gu Shiyue proposed, acknowledging that while a mutated animal sanctuary was not yet established, it was an inevitable development post-apocalypse. Unwise. Mutated beasts are currently in opposition to humanity and unsuitable for display. Let us send it to the Research Institute. The old scholars there would surely be fascinated by its draconic lineage. This indeed seemed a viable solution. Unbeknownst to the Yangtze alligator boss, it was on the brink of being integrated into a new life of comfort and care. At that moment, under the concerted assault of Yu Hua and his companions, the alligator was so frightened that it emitted sounds akin to a pig's squeal, lacking the courage to retaliate, and attempted to flee back to the water. Showing no semblance of a level 7 boss's demeanor, Yu Hua and his companions would not allow it to escape. Yu Hua activated a spatial barrier, causing the boss to collide repeatedly and become disoriented, utterly clueless about finding an alternate route. Haha, what a little fool, someone exclaimed. I've never encountered such a dim-witted boss before. What, I wonder, enabled it to attain boss status? Its armor, perhaps? Does it not even know how to resist? I could hardly bring myself to strike it. It was simply too pitiable. The team members were laughing and playfully battling the creature. And even Gu Shiyue couldn't help but chuckle. Is this truly a boss? As long as one could breach the defenses of the mutant Yangtze alligator boss, this creature was remarkably easy to vanquish. In the end, the boss flipped onto its back, feigning death. Even Yu Hua couldn't stifle a laugh. The wood elemental Esper promptly bound the boss with vines, signaling the conclusion of the battle. The mutated Yangtze alligator boss was subsequently taken over by the Research Institute, where the experts, upon witnessing the boss's pitiful little eyes, couldn't help but smirk. The researchers cherished it dearly, and upon seeing its injuries, they were distraught. Be gentle. Be gentle. Oh dear, you brutes. Why are you being so rough? Can't you see our little darling is hurt? If it dies, what a tremendous loss it would be. A boss with dragon bloodlines, and crucially, it possesses no aggression. It's undoubtedly a prized possession for our research institute. Gu Shiyue harbored suspicions that the experts were subtly insinuating something. Yet she lacked the evidence to substantiate her doubts. Chapter 138, The Beast Emperor. While Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua were engaged in battling formidable bosses, they were met with astonishing news. The kangaroo nation had been overtaken by mutated beasts and declared in national extinction. This marked the first major nation to be proclaimed extinct since the onset of the apocalypse. Upon the revelation of this news, a profound silence enveloped the globe, akin to the sorrow felt when a rabbit perishes alongside a fox. Moreover, it was rumored that a beast emperor had emerged from that land, whose strength was estimated to rival that of the legendary Yamada no Orochi. The leaders of Huagua were alarmed and immediately commenced an investigation into the major bosses within their territory. They discovered that a firebird, suspected to be a phoenix, had appeared in the Fire Mountain, its level undetermined. They promptly reached out to Yu Hua for reconnaissance. As a space-type scout, he was the ideal candidate for the task. He ventured alone to the Fire Mountain, and after 3 arduous days, returned severely injured, collapsing after uttering a single sentence. It's a phoenix, level 90. Seeing him covered in scorch marks, Gu Shiyue's heart ached for him, and she hastily administered level 6 water to cleanse his wounds. Unfortunately, the effects were minimal. Gu's mother soon arrived, now a preeminent healer in Huagua. After her treatment, Yu Hui's condition stabilized. It was then that Gu Shiyue recalled Yu Hui's words before his collapse and quickly relayed the message to the number 1 leader. Upon hearing the news, the leader sighed deeply, saying, "Understood. Let Yu Hui rest well. We must deliberate further." A level 90 divine beast was indeed more formidable than Japan's Yamada no Orochi or Kangaroo Nation's King Kong. If it chose to roam beyond Fire Mountain, it could spell catastrophe for Huagua. Subsequently, other nations began to report the emergence of powerful bosses. The United States had an 80-level mutated bald eagle. Maple Leaf Nation had an 80-level mutated maple tree. Bear Country had an 80-level mutated polar bear, and Brahma Nation had a 90-level mutated lizard, among many others. It was essential to note that the highest level among humans, Yu Hua, was merely in the 60s. The disparity was staggering. Many were engulfed in despair, wondering if Blue Star would succumb to the rule of mutated beasts. Reports indicated that the Kangaroo Nation had no remaining bases, leaving the surviving humans to live like wildlings, hiding in fear. Yu Hua awoke 3 days later in the evening. Gu Shiyue had been vigilantly watching over him, and upon seeing him awaken, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Ahua, you are finally awake. I'm so sorry for worrying you." Yu's voice was hoarse, a consequence of several days without sustenance. Gu Shiwei quickly fetched a cup of level 6 water and assisted him in drinking it. The nourishing effects of the water were remarkable, and Yu Hua's spirits visibly improved. Have you informed the leader about the phoenix? I have relayed the information. The leader is aware. You should focus on resting. It's all right. I feel much better now. Could you please arrange for the leader to visit me? Unable to refuse him, Gu Shiwei made a call to the number 1 leader, inviting him over. The leader hurriedly arrived just as Yu Hua finished a bowl of porridge and set down his utensils. Little Yu, how is your health? The leader's concern is palpable. And I am indeed feeling much better. Please come over. I have matters to report to you. You may speak. I am listening. The leader is already aware that what Yu Hua intends to discuss pertains to the phoenixes. Indeed, the Flame Mountain is home to not just one, but an entire clan of phoenixes. Hiss. This revelation causes not only the first leader, but everyone present in the room to gasp in astonishment. The first leader steadies himself. Are you certain? Yu Hua offers a wry smile. I wish it were untrue, yet I can only assert its undeniable authenticity. I possess a segment of video footage for your reference. Although Yu's wristwatch was incinerated, he managed to salvage the storage card in time. Someone promptly stepped forward to retrieve the storage card from behind the first leader, commencing the process of examination. Before long, the most recent footage is accurately located and projected onto the wall. The footage begins with a dormant volcano, where Yu Hua is stealthily crouched behind a massive rock. In the distance, an active volcano looms, from which a flock of exquisite firebirds soars, at least 5 or 6 in number, with chicken heads, swallow necks, serpent tails, fish scales, and feathers of vibrant hues. All of this serves to confirm their identity as phoenixes. The phoenixes spiral around the volcano's mouth, seemingly absorbing the elemental fire. At the footage's climax, an ear-splitting cry resonates from the horizon, heralding the arrival of a singular, larger, more formidable phoenix with even more resplendent plumage, which suddenly attacks Yu Hua. The footage abruptly ceases at this point, and everyone comprehends the origins of Yu's injuries. Thank you for your efforts. The first leader's expression is tinged with bitterness. He had initially thought there was but a single phoenix, only to discover a multitude. Yu Hua has now regained his composure. The leading phoenix is estimated to be at level 90. I am currently no match for it. However, the smaller phoenixes are likely in the 70 to 80 level range, and I am confident in my ability to defeat them one by one. The first leader's expression shifts sharply. Are you certain? Yu Hua affirms with gravity. I am prepared to make a military oath. Excellent. We must deliberate on this matter. If the Phoenix clan harbors no intentions of encroaching upon humanity in the near future, the strategy would be to remain concealed and develop further until we possess the capability to strike decisively. However, if the Phoenix clan approaches with ill intent, we must spare no effort in their annihilation. Focus on your recovery. Procure whatever you require directly from the national treasury, and I shall provide you with a written order. Yu Hua was injured in the line of duty, and given his level, ordinary healing potions would be of little use. He requires various treasures, which he will undoubtedly not hesitate to acquire. Gu Shiwei is immensely grateful. While they do not lack contribution points, many items cannot be purchased with mere points. Yu's body indeed necessitates a range of treasures, and despite her best efforts to gather them, she is still short a few. With the leader's assurance, she breathes a sigh of relief. Soon, the materials for the healing potions are assembled, and with the expertise of a master alchemist, the potions are concocted. After consuming them, Yu's injuries heal remarkably swiftly. Previously cautious of advancing too rapidly, Yu Hua had intended to stabilize his level. But now he dares not slacken his efforts in the slightest. He and Gu Shiwei began to venture out of the city frequently, seeking high-level bosses in the wilderness, enhancing their combat prowess amidst blood and fire, and searching for opportunities to ascend. Accompanying them were Thor, the Bamboo Immortal, and Song Xuanzi, forming a cohesive team of 5. Gu Shiwei, wielding the powerful Yoblong sword, primarily served as a secondary attacker, occasionally assisting with healing. Thor, with formidable lightning-based attacks, took the role of the primary assailant. Yu Hua, leveraging the mobility of spatial abilities, fulfilled the roles of both scout and assassin. The Bamboo Immortal, proficient in wood-based magic, naturally assumed the position of the chief healer. Song Xuanzi, with her enigmatic methods, took on the responsibility of crowd control. Their team was thus well-rounded. The 5 of them spent nearly 3 months in the deep mountains and forests without returning home, ultimately elevating their strength by 1 tier. Yu Hua reached the pinnacle of level 70, while the others attained level 60. Of course, this was also due to Gu Shiwei's generous provision of level 6 water. Chapter 139. The mutated donkey. When Gu Shiwei and Yu Hua returned home, they discovered that the 2 little ones no longer recognized them. Despite their heartache, they patiently embraced each child, coaxing them, and after a considerable time, the children finally bestowed upon them a smile. Both children had learned to walk and speak. After much effort, they finally called out Daddy and Mommy. The 2 women were moved to tears. At present, There have been no reports of the phoenix wreaking havoc upon the world, thus the leaders had yet to issue orders for extermination. Primarily because their current strength was insufficient for guaranteed victory. It would be preferable to delay until you were reached level 80, thereby increasing their chances significantly. However, their return was prompted by a plea for assistance from the Batai region, where an 80-level mutated donkey had emerged, wreaking havoc on several of their bases. With no one in their country capable of combating it, they were left with no choice but to seek help from their elder brother. Upon hearing the news, Yu would assess the situation and deemed it manageable, agreeing to assist. Nevertheless, before their departure, they needed to prepare essential supplies. After 3 months in the wilderness, their provisions were nearly depleted. After taking 3 days for rest and preparation, they learned that another base in Batai had fallen, making their mission urgent. The team quickly assembled and used a teleportation array to arrive in Batai. Upon arrival, Gu Shuriwe was met with a scene of devastation. The land was scarred and survivors were displaced, prompting her to frown. The leaders of Batai welcomed them with great respect, saying, "Esteemed defenders of the nation, Batai has prepared fine wine and delicacies for your arrival. We humbly request your presence." Yuhua politely replied, "You are too kind. Please arrange for a guide. We must confront the mutated donkey immediately. There is no need to delay our meal." The Batai leaders readily agreed. For every passing moment could mean countless innocent lives lost beneath the hooves of the mutated donkey. The group arrived near the ruins of a base, and from a distance, Gu Shurwei spotted the enormous mutated donkey, resembling a small mountain, rampaging through the city and rolling gleefully amidst the rubble. Once a herbivorous creature, it now inexplicably feasted upon humans. After careful observation, they concluded, defense is average. Physical attacks are moderate. However, it possesses soundwave attacks that could cause severe blood surges, potentially leading to instant death for those of lower levels. Speed is also average. Let us engage. It seems merely reliant on its high level. Agreed. As individuals at the pinnacle of global strength, vanquishing an ordinary boss required little contemplation. The group charged toward the mutated donkey, perhaps accustomed to the ineffectual attacks of humans. The donkey lazily opened its eyes, glanced at them, and resumed its rolling. How dare it look down upon us? Let us teach it a lesson. I want a feast of donkey delicacies. Umaba, it seeks its own demise. The 5 members, already in perfect sync, swiftly activated their enhancement spells, while Kenshwanzi quickly restrained the donkey's movements. Simultaneously, the attacks from Yuhua, Thor, and Gu Shurwei descended upon the mutated donkey. Upon hearing the mournful cry of the mutated donkey, the shockwaves reverberated, reducing the surrounding structures to mere dust. Gu Shurwei and her companions immediately felt their vitality surge uncomfortably. Fortunately, they had anticipated this moment, each having a vial of potion in their mouths. There was no time to wait for Zhu Xian, and they hastily consumed the elixirs. The mutated donkey broke free from its restraints and began to wail in agony. The group had already covered their ears, yet the sound remained unbearable. In a fit of exasperation, the thunder god unleashed a lightning strike into the donkey's mouth, causing it to shed tears of torment, its throat shrouded in darkness, silencing it once and for all. At last, tranquility returned to the world, deprived of its sonic assault capabilities. The mutated donkey was akin to a fish on a chopping board, unable to escape. In merely a few minutes, they managed to vanquish this level 80 boss. Yuhua reached out to collect the mutated donkey. It was their hard-won trophy. The survivors of Batai cautiously emerged from their hiding places, rejoicing and singing, expressing their gratitude with deep bows to the 5 heroes. Gu Shuriwe and her companions felt a surge of joy as well. They finally had the leisure to indulge in the exquisite cuisine and fine wines of Batai. Although the region was impoverished, it possessed abundant resources. After their meal, they strolled through the market, procuring a variety of goods, returning laden with treasures. Upon their return, they divided the spoils of the mutated donkey. The thunder god, resting his chin on his hand, mused, "It is said that the meat of dragons is heavenly, and that of donkeys is terrestrial. I wonder how the flavor of this mutated donkey compares." Zhu Xian, having spent considerable time with them, had grown less socially anxious and suggested, "Since Ming Di and the water god have chefs at their disposal, why not sample it now?" The thunder god found this proposal splendid. Among the 5 of them, the water god indeed had the finest resources, with chefs provided by the state. "Excellent idea," remarked Chan Xuanzi with a smile. "As a humble hermit, I shall gladly benefit from the kindness of my 2 esteemed friends." What could Yuhua and Gu Shuriwe do but acquiesce? The chef, upon learning he was to prepare a meal for 5 formidable guardians, poured his lifelong skill into creating an extravagant feast centered around donkey meat. All of them, being of considerable level, could partake in the delicacies of the mutated donkey. The aroma was intoxicating. Where else could one find such a mutated donkey? They exclaimed, "Ah, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet arduous to revert from luxury to frugality." How shall we endure the austere life in the mountains? I cannot eat another bite. One lamented. But there remains so much donkey meat on the table. The esteemed guardians, usually composed and dignified, were utterly enraptured by the feast. Ultimately, unable to consume any more, they eagerly began to package the leftovers. Gu Shiwei and Yuo exchanged incredulous glances at the three, both slapping their foreheads in disbelief. Their gluttony was quite unbecoming. However, after 3 months of camaraderie, they had grown intimately familiar. And the opportunity to benefit from the couple's generosity felt like a stroke of fortune. Gu Shiwei harbored deep suspicions that the Thunder God and Chan Xuanzi had been led astray by Zhu Xian. In the past, Zhu Xian would have felt a twinge of guilt when taking advantage, often repaying double, yet now, she seemed more concerned about not receiving enough. By the time the 5 of them departed, the table was devoid of even the broth. The mutated donkey meat is indeed a remarkable delicacy. After indulging, the two promptly resumed their cultivation, each advancing a level that very night. Gu Shiwei, along with her father, mother, Gu Shiyang, and Yu Miao, all shared in the exquisite mutated donkey meat. However, she could not bear to part with it for others, not even for Li Mingqi. Such a delightful treat should not be squandered on anyone else. She preserved the blood of the mutated donkey, intending to brew a beast blood wine. Given the high rank of the mutated donkey, the resulting beast blood wine would be at least of the 7th tier. Furthermore, she estimated that she could yield 10 jars, each containing 100 pounds. While the beast blood wine might be somewhat lacking in rank for Yu Hua, it would be just perfect for the other 4. Upon obtaining the mutated donkey's blood, Gu Shiwei promised to share a jar with each of them, and naturally, the 3 would not decline. Everyone was well aware of the efficacy of Gu Shiwei's beast blood wine, especially since those above the 5th tier rarely appear on the market. Receiving even a jar is a delightful surprise. Chapter 140. Groundwater. Due to their adept handling of the situation with the Ba Tai, several small nations have recently sought their counsel. However, they have chosen to remain aloof in private dealings, recognizing that such matters are fundamentally between nations. They are aware of the greater good of their country, understanding that personal interests wield little influence in the grand scheme. Consequently, they have been traversing various countries, engaging in battles against formidable foes. Although their endeavors keep them busy, the fruits of their labor have been immensely gratifying. They have been feasting on the flesh of high-tier exotic beasts, and as a result, several among them are nearing the threshold of ascension. Even Yu Hua is not far from advancement. Nevertheless, the transition from the 8th to the 9th tier presents significant challenges. Even upon reaching level 79, breaking through to level 80 is no trivial feat indeed. The 4 of them have gradually ascended to the 8th tier, while Yu Hua remains ensconced in that tier. However, after Gu Shiwei ascended to the 8th tier, she acquired the ability to condense level 8 water. It was only at this juncture that she comprehended the significance of level 8 water as a watershed. It requires the infusion of one's own understanding of water elements. And mere purification is insufficient without the requisite level. With the acquisition of level 8 water, Yu Hua is now assured of her own ascension. Yet, the most pressing matter for Gu Shiwei is her newfound capability to purify groundwater. Compared to the waters of rivers, lakes, and seas, groundwater is relatively less polluted. However, the thick layers of soil complicate the purification process. At that moment, while at the estate, Gu Shiwei placed her palm on the ground. Sensing the abundant water elements contained within the earth beneath her feet, she gradually channeled her abilities underground. And her power spread rapidly like a drop of oil dispersing in water, swiftly enveloping the Kyoto base and subsequently expanding throughout the North China region. It was only then that she began to feel fatigued, prompting her to retract her powers. Gu Shiwei then placed a call to Directorly. Directorly, I have just ascended and purified the groundwater in the North China region. Please arrange for personnel to assess the water quality. Upon hearing this, Directorly trembled with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. Little Gu, you truly are a commendable ally of the people. I will arrange it immediately. If the groundwater has been purified, does this mean that negative mutations in exotic plants will cease to exist? Will humanity's adversaries be reduced solely to mutated beasts? Director Li's efficiency was remarkable. Soon, monitoring agencies from various locales provided their findings. Report, Director. The groundwater at the Kyoto base has been confirmed as level 3 purified water. Level 3. Every individual in the office ceased their activities, turning their attention to the speaker. Is that possible? Could there have been a mistake in the testing? Director Li himself was incredulous, but having weathered many storms, he managed to maintain his composure. Are you certain it is level 3? The messenger, visibly agitated, exclaimed. Report, Director. Absolutely certain. We sampled 30 water extraction points, each at varying depths, and conducted 10 rounds of testing before arriving at this conclusion. A stir swept through the office, where government officials, typically stoic in demeanor, were now visibly astonished. A miracle. A divine phenomenon. Surely it is the handiwork of the water goddess. It must be. She alone is capable of such feats. Report, Director. The groundwater quality testing results in the ferry terminal area have reached level 3. Report to the leader. The groundwater quality testing results in the Haeong area have also attained level 3. Report to the leader. The groundwater quality testing results in the Shanin area have likewise achieved level 3. As the joyous news continued to pour in, the entire office erupted in cheers upon receiving the final report from the last region. What does this signify? It signifies that, despite the insufficient number of women, Huagua possesses the capability to elevate the entire populace to level 3 of supernatural abilities. This is a qualitative leap in national strength. I shall personally report to the leadership. Director Li, clutching the report, hurriedly made his way to the office of the first leader. Leader, a momentous occasion. When Gu Shirihua learned of this development, she was equally astonished. She had thought it was merely to the extent of purifying the water to level 2 for drinking, but to her surprise, it had escalated to level 3. Nevertheless, knowing that the purification was indeed effective, Gu Shirihua did not slack off. She directly transported herself to the northeast to purify the groundwater there as well. Subsequently, she proceeded to the densely populated eastern regions to purify the groundwater in that area too. The southeast was the fourth destination, followed by the southwest, the central region, and finally the vast western region. After a week of diligent effort, Gu Shirihua successfully purified all of Huagua's groundwater to level 3. This operation was conducted in secrecy, and the leader did not disclose it to the public, hoping to enhance the national strength subtly. While purifying the groundwater, Gu Shirihua contemplated the ocean, the largest body of water on Blue Star. She attempted to purify a small section, only to inadvertently attract a multitude of mutated fish, which frightened her into halting further action. It is unknown how many apex predators inhabit the ocean. Should they converge along Huagua's coast, the situation could become uncontrollable. Hence, she resolved to refrain from purification until she could ascertain that no threatening creatures resided in the ocean. In recent days, Gu Shirihua has been at home with her children, as she sensed that both of them were subtly exhibiting energy fluctuations, likely on the brink of awakening their supernatural abilities. At this moment, as their parent, she felt compelled to remain by their side, come what may. The two children were not yet a year old, and their awakening posed considerable danger due to their frail physical bodies and underdeveloped mental strength. However, an earlier awakening also indicated greater potential, making it a complex matter to assess. One morning, Yu Yunxiao was the first to awaken his supernatural ability. Gu Shirihua noticed him, previously by the door, suddenly climbing onto her lap, startling her greatly, while Yu Yunxiao exclaimed joyfully, "Mom, this is fun. Is it teleportation?" Gu Shirihua felt somewhat uncertain. No. Luckily, Yu was present. He frowned and asserted, "It is not spatial power. I can confirm that." What could it be then? Gu Shirihua felt perplexed. Aside from teleportation, what other supernatural ability could produce such an effect? Zhao Zhao, did you walk over by yourself? Yu crouched down, looking directly at Yu Yunxiao. Yu Yunxiao nodded. Zhao Zhao walked by himself. So, just you were walking just now? Did everyone else remain still? Father, mother, and sister have stopped. Only Zhao Zhao continues to walk. Yu gently ruffled Zhao Zhao's hair and stood up to speak with Gu Shirihua. I suspect it is related to time. Time. Gu Shirihua gasped in astonishment. To her knowledge, there has never been a single instance of a time-related ability user in the world. How could Zhao Zhao possibly possess such a power? Indeed, the essence of teleportation lies in connecting two spatial nodes, allowing one to traverse instantaneously without affecting others. Yu elucidated thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that just now, Zhao Zhao froze time, leaving only him capable of movement? Gu Shirihua followed his line of reasoning and began to comprehend the situation. This matter must remain undisclosed for the time being. It is imperative that no one else learns of it. They must wait until he has mastered his abilities. Yu refrained from speaking further. Yet Gu Shirihua understood well, possessing such a rare talent could invite envy. Who would not covet the title of the world's sole time-related ability user? Chapter 141. The Phoenix Yu Yunxiao woke one night quite suddenly, and in her awakening, she inadvertently caused a deluge that inundated her room. Fortunately, a nurse was present to attend to her, who discovered the situation at once. When Gu Shirihua and Yu entered, they found the little one lying on the drenched bed, sobbing, yet still in slumber. Gu Shirihua, feeling helpless, quickly changed her into a fresh set of pajamas. As everything in the room was soaked, she had to temporarily borrow one of her brother's outfits. The housekeeper arranged for the nurse to rest in another room, and Gu Shirihua brought Yu Yunxiao back to her own quarters. After tidying up, Gu Shirihua realized that her daughter had simultaneously awakened her water spirit body. This revelation left her utterly flustered. The water spirit body is akin to a beacon in the dark for men. Any man would be irresistibly drawn to it. Yet, her daughter was still so young and incapable of controlling her abilities. This posed a significant dilemma. Meanwhile, Yuhua remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Gu Shiwei took a deep breath. The circumstances had unfolded, and they would face whatever challenges arose. Yu Yunxiao had awakened her water spirit body. What a cause for concern. The water spirit body was indeed a boon. They decided to keep her indoors for the next couple of years until she could master the concealment techniques necessary for her safety. There would be no issue. Yuhua dismissed her concerns, contrasting their daughter's abilities with their son's, deeming her water spirit body a trivial matter. After hearing this, Gu Shiwei felt her worries were perhaps excessive. However, it seemed that their daughter would never be without the company of young admirers. To her surprise, Yuhua was unperturbed by the water spirit body, but as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he became incensed. Not on my watch. I will break their legs, he exclaimed, pacing anxiously and muttering, anyone can pursue my daughter? They must at least withstand one blow from me first. No, one blow is too lenient. It must be 3. My daughter deserves the very best. Gu Shiwei could only chuckle at his overreactions. It's far too early to be thinking about such matters. Not too early. I must take precautions. I need to arrange for her protection. The doting father, Yuhua, rushed to his study to strategize on how to provide security for their child, leaving Gu Shiwei to embrace her daughter and enjoy the rare tranquility. It had been a long time since there had been such peace, and it felt wonderful. Both children had awakened their abilities, yet at their tender age, they lacked control, often leading to unexpected chaos that left their nurse utterly exhausted. Feeling guilty, Gu Shiwei promptly increased the nurse's salary. The guards arranged by Yuhua had arrived, 2 handsome young men who signed a lifelong contract, with Gu Shiwei providing them with resources for advancement, effectively supporting them. Consequently, they were eager to join, even competing to be part of the arrangement. Thus, Yu Yunxiao and Yu Yunxiao found themselves accompanied by 2 guardians, ensuring their safety. After consuming high-grade water for several consecutive days, Yuhua finally achieved a breakthrough to the 9th tier one night, as they were engaged in dual cultivation at the time. Gu Shiwei was once again swept away by Yuhua, reaching level 79 in a single leap. She was now just a step away from ascending to the 9th tier. Just like Yuhua. In light of these developments, Yuhua was left with no ambiguity. It was time to cultivate. Relentlessly. The remnants of the fire after their ascension indeed resembled the effects of a nourishing elixir. By dawn, Gu Shiwei had also ascended to the 9th tier. Both husband and wife had reached this pinnacle together. This signified that they were now capable of contending with the phoenix. Gu Shiwei's elevation meant she could now condense level 9 water. With the presence of level 9 water, the residual fire could rapidly elevate its rank to level 89. Upon learning of this development, the commander issued a directive, permitting the couple to freely access the national treasury to procure resources. As long as it would hasten the fire's ascension, level 89 could certainly challenge a level 90 boss. The Thunder God, upon realizing their ascension, felt a surge of jealousy that reddened his eyes. What kind of cheat have you employed? He demanded. Did I not mention? Ye acquired a dual cultivation technique from the land of inheritance. The residual fire replied, tossing his hair with pride. No, you did not say. The Thunder God was infuriated. Is this how brothers behave? Keeping good fortune to oneself. Oh, so you simply forgot to mention it. I thought I had, the residual fire retorted, a mischievous glint in his eye. Enough of the chatter. Where is it? The Thunder God, unable to bear his smug demeanor, reached out eagerly. Their camaraderie had never been mired in trivialities, so the residual fire willingly complied. Here it is, but whether the bamboo fairy will cooperate with you remains uncertain. The Thunder God, regaining his composure, scoffed. Nonsense. She loves me dearly. How could she refuse? Keep dreaming. Everyone knows you cling to her like a leech. The Thunder God was self-aware enough to note that as long as he remained by the bamboo fairy's side, he was her one true love. The residual fire was astounded by his audacity, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, I have no words. You truly astonish me. It was unclear how the Thunder God and the bamboo fairy cultivated together, but before long, the two had also ascended. Only Sanzhuanzizi remained at the 8th tier. Yet his control-based abilities rendered tier differences negligible. Thus, they had effectively all reached their maximum combat potential. Upon hearing this news, the commander resolved to take the initiative. How can one allow others to slumber beside their resting place? The emergence of such a group of high-tier aberrations within Huawa's territory was like a malignant tumor, festering in his heart. When the 5 arrived at Flame Mountain, they did so with grandiosity, and the leading phoenix was clearly taken aback. It recognized the residual fire. Recalling that just months prior he had been a mere 7th tier, and now he stood just a hair's breadth below it. The potential of humanity was indeed terrifying. However, the Phoenix clan was no pushover. It was the first to launch an assault. The bamboo fairy promptly bestowed enhancements upon the group, while Sanzhuanzizi employed his control skills. Yet, whether due to attribute incompatibility or not, Sanzhuan Zizi's abilities, primarily of the ghostly variety, proved largely ineffective against the Great Phoenix. The Great Phoenix cast a disdainful glance at them, as if mocking their efforts. This was a slight they could not endure. Mocked by a bizarre beast, their team, renowned as the strongest on the surface, found themselves in a state of disgrace. Yu swiftly reinforced the spatial cage, thereby aiding Qin Xuanzi in regaining control. The Thunder God's assault proved effective, inciting the Great Phoenix's fury. Gu Shiwei immediately employed a dazzling melee attack, intermittently dousing the Great Phoenix's flames with her water abilities. Although this was the Fire Mountain, devoid of water elements, her spatial realm was abundant with it. As if it were a natural law that water extinguishes fire. Gu Shiwei's torrents evoked a piercing wail from the Great Phoenix. In response, a dozen phoenixes arrived to assist. Observing this, Yu promptly inquired, "Can the master hold off the remaining Great Phoenix?" "No problem, leave it to me," was the confident reply. While subduing the Great Phoenix may be challenging, detaining the lesser phoenixes posed no difficulty at all. Chapter 142. Coma. They fought the Great Phoenix with 4 against 1, which wasn't particularly challenging. However, upon reaching level 90, even a divine beast like the Phoenix possessed formidable abilities. As Gu Shiwei's water-based powers inflicted the most damage, the creature inexplicably focused its wrath solely on her. Yu, witnessing this, was filled with urgency and quickly positioned himself as a shield in front of Gu Shiwei. Ultimately, the Great Phoenix was left on the brink of defeat. Yet it suddenly transformed into a flicker of flame and surged towards Gu Shiwei. No. All that Gu Shiwei could hear was Yu's anguished roar. She felt as though her very being was being consumed by flames. Yeah. Gu Shiwei was uncertain if she had succumbed to death. She wandered through an abyss of darkness for an interminable time, unsure of her destination or the duration of her journey. Silence enveloped her. There were no voices, no companions. Not even a glimmer of light. Only the vast emptiness surrounded her. After what felt like an eternity, she had forgotten many things, including her own identity. Until one day, she sensed the presence of ethereal sprites, their cerulean forms swirling around her, attempting to merge with her essence. She gazed at them, feeling an inexplicable warmth. "Come, join me. Let us play together." In an instant, the sprites surged into her being, and she felt as though she had been reborn. Her heart raced with fervor. She yearned to escape this desolate realm. "Your Highness, I apologize, but I am powerless." Yu searched tirelessly for healing masters. Yet all declared that Gu Shiwei's body had healed, but her spirit remained dormant, a consequence of damage to her spiritual sea, a condition deemed incurable at present. Is there truly no hope? Yu lamented, cradling his head in despair. Why had he failed to protect her in that moment? Gu Shiwei had been gravely burned by the Phoenix's assault, but thanks to the presence of the bamboo immortal, she had retained her life. Alas, a month had passed, and she remained unresponsive. The fragility of the human spirit was profound, and no remedy existed to mend it. They could only wait and see if her self-healing abilities would prevail. Self-healing abilities? Indeed, all of us possess the capacity for self-restoration. As the water god, her healing powers must undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary practitioners. You must exercise patience. While this healer could not revive Gu Shiwei, he had at least bestowed upon Yu a glimmer of hope. Yeah. Can you truly abandon me and our 2 children? Yeah. Return to us. Yu pressed Gu Shiwei's scarred hand against his own face. In the darkness, Gu Shiwei finally discerned something peculiar. It was a strand of energy, a white energy thread that felt intimately familiar. It must be hers. Without hesitation, she began to gather it. Simultaneously, she perceived another strand of red energy, which she recognized as malevolent. It must be eradicated. However, she was at a loss on how to obliterate it. In a fit of desperation, she tore it apart, and as she gazed at the severed strands of energy, an unexpected hunger surged within her. She stuffed them into her mouth. How delightful! To her astonishment, the crimson strands were remarkably delectable. Gu Shiwei felt a warm energy enveloping her mind, lulling her into a drowsy state. No, there remained numerous strands to collect. Thus, Gu Shiwei embarked on her journey of gathering strands. Upon discovering white energy strands, they seamlessly integrated into her being, while the red ones were torn and consumed. And so it went. She wandered and paused, playing with the little sprites when fatigued, only to resume her quest for energy strands once rejuvenated. Eventually, she stumbled upon an egg. It was golden, adorned with exquisite patterns. A vague realization dawned upon Gu Shiwei. Those crimson strands must belong to this wicked egg. So, it was you who caused me trouble. She charged at the egg and began to strike it. However, the shell was exceptionally tough, causing her hands to ache from the effort. How she wished Liu Guang were here? Huh? Who is Liu Guang? Gu Shiwei pondered, but decided not to dwell on it. One must not trouble oneself. Unable to conquer the villainous egg, an idea struck her. Why not consume it? If the red energy strands were edible, surely the egg could be too. She circled the egg, contemplating how to take a bite. Ultimately, she discovered that the egg's surface was impeccably smooth, leaving no place to bite. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try. After all, what if she succeeded? Before attempting to bite, Du Shiwei decided to wash it, though she couldn't quite articulate why it was necessary. It simply felt right. She conjured a stream of water and poured it over the egg's surface. To her astonishment, white smoke began to emanate. Had the egg been roasted? Du Shiwei intensified the flow, enveloping the entire egg in water, with steam rising above and the water boiling. How delightful! Du Shiwei momentarily forgot about eating the egg. Engrossed in the process of boiling it, whenever the water evaporated, she replenished it. Time slipped away, and eventually the egg cooled down. Du Shiwei thought she heard the sound of a bird call, which then vanished. Where did that bird call come from? What is a bird? Du Shiwei couldn't quite comprehend. Yet, she sensed that the egg before her was now ready to be consumed. With a gentle squeeze, the shell shattered. Inside was indeed a bounty of crimson energy, resembling jelly. Du Shiwei immediately took a deep breath. How fragrant! How delicious! She devoured the egg in large bites, even crunching the shell into pieces. So drowsy. She yawned and began to drift off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Du Shiwei opened her eyes. Where am I? Yeah, you're awake. How wonderful! Yuhua exclaimed, embracing Du Shiwei with fervor. It's been 3 months. Yaya has finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Shall I summon a healer to examine you? Who are you? Du Shiwei inquired, bewildered. Yuhua stood frozen in disbelief. Yeah, do you not recognize me? Du Shiwei shook her head. The embers seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow as Yuhua immediately pushed open the door and called out, Mom, come quickly. Yaya has awakened. Since Du Shiwei had been injured and fell into a coma, Guma had remained at the manor, and upon hearing that Du Shiwei had regained consciousness, she promptly set aside Yun Xiao and rushed into the master bedroom. Yeah, you scared your mother to death, Guma exclaimed as she knelt by Du Shiwei's bedside, carefully scrutinizing her condition. Mom. Du Shiwei appeared perplexed, merely repeating the 2 syllables. Yuhua said bitterly, Mom. Yaya no longer recognizes me. Nonsense. She still knows me. Guma refused to believe it. You should ask her again. Yuhua also hoped this was merely a misunderstanding, but he shared a profound connection with Du Shiwei. He could vaguely sense her thoughts, and it was evident that Yaya truly had forgotten him. Observing the expression on Yuhua's face, Guma could not help but entertain a sliver of belief. Yaya, do you know who I am? Mom. Du Shiwei replied. Do you remember that I am your mother? You just said so. Guma, too, felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her daughter had indeed lost her memory. Chapter 143. Childbirth. Yuhua swiftly gathered a group of experts, ultimately concluding that Du Shiwei had suffered memory loss due to an injury to her spiritual sea, which did not affect her physical health. Whether she could recover depended on the healing of her spiritual sea. In summary, it all hinged on her own recovery. Du Shiwei gazed with bewildered eyes at the comings and goings of people in her bedroom, feeling a touch of fear. Perhaps the first person she saw upon waking was Yuhua, which fostered a certain reliance on him. Du Shiwei tugged at Yuhua's sleeve, her expression timid. Guma's heart was nearly shattered. Upon learning of Du Shiwei's awakening, Guba and Du Shiyang also arrived, yet she did not recognize them. In fact, she had no recollection of her 2 children either. Each day, the children were brought by Yuhua to converse with Du Shiwei, striving to awaken her, and they recognized their mother. Du Shiwei gently stroked the heads of the 2 children and asked Yuhua, Are they truly my children? Yuhua retrieved a photograph from his wrist device. Look, this was taken when you were pregnant with them. Du Shiwei inspected the image and pointed at the woman with a large belly, exclaiming, Is that me? How unattractive. Yuhua chuckled, Not unattractive. You were pregnant. And pregnant women are the most beautiful. Du Shiwei regarded him with skepticism, pondering whether he could discern beauty. Her thoughts were plainly etched upon her face, nearly inciting Yuhua's laughter out of irritation. Here, this is our wedding photo. You looked like a fairy back then. This, Du Shiwei conceded. As the wedding photo indeed radiated beauty, she viewed another of the children shortly after their birth, resembling little monkeys. Leaning closer, Du Shiwei noticed their rosy cheeks. Indeed reminiscent of monkeys, yet they were undeniably adorable. Yuhua flipped through numerous photographs, reminiscing about their moments together. Although Du Shiwei could not recall, it was evident that they had once been a blissful family. Gradually, she began to believe his words. Once she could rise from bed, Yuhua would accompany her on daily strolls around the estate, and occasionally, the family would venture out for leisure. One day, however, when Yuhua was absent, guests arrived at the house. Curiosity piqued, she ventured out to see a strikingly handsome man clad in military attire. Yeah. The newcomer seemed to recognize her. Du Shiwei inquired. Do you know me? Xie Yan expressed his delight. You truly have amnesia? Does this mean I have a chance? Indeed. How peculiar. Can amnesia be feigned? Gu Shiwei furrowed her brow, feeling averse to this individual. Yeah, I am Xia Yan. We are friends. He refrained from stating he was her boyfriend, fearing Yu would wrath. Oh, Gu Shiwei replied coolly. Yeah, I have strong feelings for you. Do you remember? Gu Shiwei was puzzled, but I have a husband. Xia Yan faltered. You have amnesia, perhaps unaware that in this world, a woman can have multiple husbands, legally. Gu Shiwei tilted her head. So, do you wish to be my little husband? To his surprise, Xia Yan nodded and, with a persuasive tone, said to Gu Shiwei, Indeed. I wish to be your little husband, to bring you affection, love, and companionship and play. Will you agree? After pondering for a moment, Gu Shiwei replied, I do not know you. I must consult a Hua. He would never deceive me. Xia Yan grew anxious and questioned, Must you even ask a Hua for his verdict? Yeah. You are an adult now. You should be able to make your own decisions. A Hua should not hinder you. This is your right. Is that not so? Gu Shiwei appeared perplexed. Yes. You are an adult, and adults ought to make their own choices. Would you like me to play with you? Gu Shiwei nodded. Then shook her head. What do you mean? A Hua will be upset. He says one should not heed the words of strangers. This lesson imparted by a Hua had been ingrained in the innocent mind of Gu Shiwei. Furrowing his brow, Xia Yan said, Yeah, I am not a stranger. We are friends, and my sister is your sister-in-law, making us relatives. Irritated, Gu Shiwei retorted, You are quite peculiar. If you're my friend, why can you not simply play with me? Why must you be my little husband? Her understanding of friendship was largely derived from watching cartoons with children. Thus, she believed friends were meant to play together. Xia Yan was at a loss for words. Clearly, Gu Shiwei's mindset was quite juvenile, rendering communication arduous. Yeah, I wish to be your little husband because I love you, allowing me to play with you for a lifetime. We could even have a delightful child. No, I do not want to have children. Gu Shiwei reacted with caution. Upon waking, a Hua had shown her unflattering photos from her pregnancy, revealing that a child had once been within her. She found the idea of pregnancy utterly unappealing and firmly refused to bear any offspring. You are too wicked. I do not wish to converse with you. Xia Yan attempted to say more, but Gu Shiwei dismissed him with those two remarks and swiftly fled. As Xia Yan contemplated pursuing her, the butler politely intervened, stating, Please wait in the living room. The gentleman will return shortly. The butler looked down upon this opportunistic guest, believing he ought to be expelled. However, out of courtesy, he merely requested that the guest remain for the time being. After all, he was merely a butler. When Hua returned, he was informed of the embellished incident. He had been brooding over matters concerning Gu Shiwei for quite some time, and this opportunity for confrontation somewhat invigorated him. Ultimately, Hua disregarded his status and delivered a sound beating to Xia Yan, who left the estate bruised and battered. Feeling refreshed, Hua sought out Gu Shiwei, who was furiously poking at a mutated ant on the ground. Such mutated ants were common in the city. Yet due to their low level and small size, they often went unnoticed. What is the matter, dear? Who has angered you? Hua inquired playfully. Humph. Gu Shiwei glared at Hua, then turned away, presenting him with her back. Upon witnessing the situation, Hua realized the gravity of the matter. Indeed, he had truly angered her. My dear wife, I apologize, it is entirely my fault. Will you strike me, please? Hua, with a touch of insouciance, chose to admit his fault regardless of its veracity. Gu Shiwei, fuming with indignation, retorted, You are just like that other person. You merely wish for me to bear children. You want me to become an eyesore. I detest you all. At this revelation, Hua understood the seriousness of his predicament. He was indeed implicated. My beloved wife, it is my wrongdoing that has led to your pregnancy. Let us vow to have no more children henceforth, shall we? Really? Gu Shiwei's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized him. Indeed, I assure you, we shall never have children again. In truth, given their status, the likelihood of further progeny was exceedingly slim. Very well then, I forgive you, Gu Shiwei concluded, believing that as long as Hua refrained from insisting on more offspring, they could still enjoy each other's company. Chapter 144. Fishing at this moment. Hua realized the lack of fundamental knowledge in Gu Shiwei and decided to take it upon himself to provide her with some lessons. He personally guided Gu Shiwei through various aspects of everyday life, and gradually, the confusion in her eyes began to dissipate, giving way to clarity. Whether it was due to Gu Shiwei having consumed the phoenix egg, her level had surged astonishingly, reaching an impressive 90, surpassing even Yu's level. After her promotion, she gradually recalled certain memories, recognizing Gu's father and mother, yet she still could not remember Hua and the children. Although Hua felt a pang of regret, he found it somewhat acceptable. After all, as long as she remained in his embrace, their bond could be nurtured over time. He harbored the confidence that one day, Gu Shiwei would fall in love with him once more. Though Gu Shiwei could not recall Hua, Her parents assured her that he was indeed her husband and that the two children were hers. She was making an effort to accept this gradually. With her recent advancement, her mastery over water elements had reached an extraordinary level, and she felt capable of purifying the ocean. However, the question of whether to purify remained unresolved in her mind, as she was uncertain of the effects it might have on the aquatic creatures. Recently, she had developed a fondness for sowing grass in the desert. All it took was to deploy a drone to scatter seeds and then bring forth a rainstorm. It was remarkably effortless. After a few days, with another rainfall, the alien plants would flourish beautifully. Witnessing the desert transform into lush green fields was an unparalleled source of fulfillment. Gu Shiyue's planting speed was astonishing. Within a mere fortnight, she had covered all the deserts within the borders of Huagua with grass. She resolved to return every month to bring rain, and she believed it would not be long before the desert vanished completely. The people of Huagua no longer feared rain, for whenever the rain clouds approached, Gu Shiyue would purify them at once, ensuring that the falling rain was entirely harmless to their health. You're exhausting yourself running around like this. Yua felt deeply pained for her. As the rainy season arrived, rain clouds lined up daily to come over Huagua, and sometimes typhoons would take turns landing, leaving Gu Shiyue so busy that she scarcely had time to eat. It's all right. My solitary toil ensures the safety of all the people in Huagua. That makes it worthwhile. Gu Shiyue acknowledged the strain, yet the rewards were entirely gratifying. How about this? I will set up a formation to seal your skills within. As long as rain clouds appear, they will automatically purify. Yua pondered for a moment before speaking. That would be splendid. But such a grand formation would need to encompass all of Huagua, wouldn't it? The cost must be substantial. Gu Shiyue expressed her concerns. She had previously heard Yuhua mention that establishing a city defense shield required an immense quantity of fourth-tier energy cores, which they found difficult to gather. Silly girl. Have you forgotten? Our strength has vastly improved. Yuhua playfully pinched Gu Shiyue's nose. Oh right. So, can we now go hunt the aquatic beasts? Gu Shiyue exclaimed in realization, recognizing that at her 9th tier, defeating 4th-tier beasts would be as easy as catching chicks. Are you still waiting for me? During your months of slumber, the thunder gods have made significant progress. Now, I have enough resources to equip all the major bases with defensive shields. I will devise a method to incorporate purification abilities within them, ensuring we remain unscathed by rain or snow. Yua has long been prepared. But what about the smaller bases? Gu Shiyue inquired with concern. Do not fret. The thunder gods are still engaged in battle. If you are interested, you may venture out to observe. As a water-type ability user, you hold an advantage in eliminating aquatic beasts. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyue felt a surge of excitement. Then I shall go tomorrow. Very well. Just avoid being a mere bystander for the thunder goddess Bamboo Immortal. I will assign a few individuals to accompany you. Rest assured, they are adept hunters in aquatic environments. Given Yuhua's choice of companions, Gu Shiyue felt assured, and thus, the plan was set. At dawn the next day, Gu Shiyue arrived at the designated lakeside, discovering that the team members had already assembled. After mutual introductions, Gu Shiyue realized she was part of a well-coordinated team accustomed to hunting together. When Water Goddess, our team's prowess is somewhat lacking. We typically capture tier 4 fish in this lake. This net is specially crafted by the Research Institute. Once we catch something, we must either kill or incapacitate the mutated beasts, lest we fail to retrieve them. Gu Shiyue recognized their expertise and refrained from asserting herself as the leader. In that case, consider me your primary offensive force. You may proceed as usual without concern for my involvement. The team leader, Tenhi, exhaled in relief. Gu Shiyue far surpassed their levels and held a unique status, which left them uncertain on how to treat her. Her self-initiated withdrawal from team matters relieved him, as he feared that a lack of understanding might lead to disastrous mismanagement. After all, in the wilderness, danger looms over everyone. Tanhi retrieved 2 small boats from his spatial equipment, which Gu Shiyue immediately recognized as vessels crafted from mutated trees, capable of withstanding attacks from tier 5 mutated beasts. Gu Shiyue boarded the boat with them, and the 2 vessels commenced their rounds in the lake, towing the net. Soon, fish began to leap from the water, prompting the team members to instinctively attack the emerging mutated fish. As a water-type ability user, Gu Shiyue could also target the underwater creatures. Yet her actions remained concealed from view. All that could be seen was Gu Shiyue standing at the bow with her arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. Gradually, the team members' glances toward her grew peculiar, with some nudging their companions and gesturing towards her. Is this a leisurely outing? Ignore her. Do not speak. Despite their discontent, the team members continued with their tasks as Gu Shiyue remained unfazed. Before long, the first haul of fish became too heavy to drag. The boats converged as they headed toward the shore. Gu Shiyue observed with keen interest as they began to retrieve the net, finding the process quite engaging. Well, this catch is astonishing. We are going to strike it rich. Captain, this haul seems off. I recall we did not attack that many fish. Indeed, something is amiss. This scar was not inflicted by us. Let me see. Is this of the water element? We do not have anyone of that element in our team. No, there is someone with the water element. Someone suddenly realized and cast a glance at Gushuriwe. Isn't she the water deity? Gushuriwe, not one to shy away from recognition, openly admitted, it was I who did this. So what? The water deity is truly impressive. Just a moment ago. I harbored doubts about the water deity. My apologies, for I failed to recognize greatness. Have we truly aligned ourselves with such an esteemed ally? The atmosphere within the team suddenly lightened, with everyone beginning to praise Gushuriwe, shedding the initial awkwardness and restraint. Chapter 145, The Demon in the Following Days. Gushuriwe enjoyed her time with the team members much more. Her ability to attack underwater resulted in a significant increase in the number of assaults, rendering the wear and tear on the fishing nets negligible. Without the mutated beasts relentlessly destroying their nets, today's equipment remained intact until the very end. It is worth noting that in the past, for every net they cast, they would have to replace it, with half of their daily catch given to the blacksmiths. By the end of the day, they had captured over 10,000 fourth-tier mutated beasts, including several 5th and 6th-tier ones, which Gushuriwe effortlessly dispatched. Haha. Thanks to the water god Yu, we have matched our week's worth of harvest in just one day. Indeed, the water god Yu is truly formidable. I can't wait to continue riding on her coattails tomorrow. Captain Tan was in high spirits, having achieved such a significant haul without any losses. Water god Yu. According to our Team S distribution rules, you are entitled to half of the harvest. Please do not find it lacking. Gushuriwe was taken aback by the prospect of such a sizable share. That is too much. Just 20% will suffice. Initially, she had joined the team as an outsider, and if she took too large a portion of the bounty, it might stir discontent among the others. No. That is the rule of our team. You must receive at least half. He was a principled individual, a quality that had fostered their team's unity over time. Unable to refuse, Gushuriwe eventually agreed. After all, she had contributed to 80% of the harvest, so claiming half was not unreasonable. They agreed to reconvene the next day and then parted ways. Once home, Gushuriwe dumped the thousands of aquatic beasts into the storage, startling the steward. Madam, please handle it as you see fit. Keep some for yourself, or to give away, and sell the rest. Gushuriwe was too indolent to venture into the market herself. She preferred to leave such matters to the steward. When Yuhua returned, he heard of Gushuriwe's remarkable accomplishments. I hear you return triumphantly. Gushuriwe lifted her chin, pride radiating from her. Indeed, I have outperformed the entire team. Seeing her haughty demeanor, Yuhua tousled her hair affectionately. My wife is truly impressive. Gushuriwe swatted his hand away, declaring, of course. They initially looked down on me, thinking I was merely here for a leisure trip, but I ended up giving them a strong wake-up call. Am I not formidable? Haha. Yuhua found her pride utterly charming. Yes. They failed to recognize the greatness before them. My wife is the only water god in the nation. Defeating a few minor beasts is child's play. Gushuriwe patted his shoulder. You have excellent taste. I have high hopes for you. Unable to resist, Yuhua embraced Gushuriwe and whispered in her ear. So, dear wife, will you reward me? What kind of reward? Gushuriwe felt a delightful tickle in her ear from his breath, a sensation that resonated deep within her heart, igniting a desire to act. Wife. It has been a long time since we practiced together. Yuhua, feeling aggrieved, remarked that ever since Gushuriwe fell into a coma, their endeavors had ceased. Upon her awakening, she suffered from amnesia, and Yuhua was reluctant to impose upon her. Cultivation? This is a serious matter. How could one neglect it? Gushuriwe found it curious that someone could be so indifferent towards cultivation. However, did she not cultivate every day? Why was there a need to do it together? Dear. Do you agree? Yuhua exclaimed with sudden excitement. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this day. Of course, I agree. Let us go cultivate right away. Gushuriwe took the initiative to pull Yuhua towards the quiet room, only to be halted by him. Silly Yaya, this cultivation must take place in the bedroom. Gushuriwe pondered for a moment and replied, that works. I don't remember how to cultivate anymore. You decide. Yuhua felt as if his little universe was about to ignite. Such a compliant Yaya, seemingly oblivious, appeared ready to follow his lead, and he could almost feel horns sprouting atop his head. In that fleeting moment, he had conjured 180 different ideas in his mind. Today, he must ensure that Yaya experiences an unforgettable night. All right, I will teach you. First, let us take a bath. Will you go first? No, we shall go together. It saves time. Very well. You lead the way. Thus, the amnesiac Gushuriwe was led by Yuhua into the bathroom, under Yuhua's guidance. The cultivation techniques within Gushuriwe began to operate autonomously. The next morning, upon awakening, Gushuriwe opened her eyes and suddenly felt the world had changed. She remembered everything. Good morning, my dear. Look who has come into her own, your majesty. Gu Shiwei regarded Yuhua with a half-smile, causing him to shudder. That gaze was far too familiar. You. Yeah, you remember? Yuhua stumbled over his words. What is the matter? Disappointed? Gu Shiwei had never known that Yuhua was still the same old big bad wolf, capable of luring innocent little rabbits. Yeah, let me explain. Yuhua panicked. Gu Shiwei was clearly holding him accountable. Speak. I am listening. My dear, everything I did was out of love for you. Oh? A classic line from the archetypal scoundrel? Gu Shiwei began to question her judgment. Could it be that Yuhua was indeed a rogue? My dear, believe me, I truly love you. A classic line from the archetypal scoundrel too. 0? All right. I know you don't believe me. I just wanted to sleep with my own wife. Is that a crime? Yuhua boldly countered. Well, that is the real Yuhua. Gu Shiwei, incensed, seized him by his vulnerable spot. Did you enjoy it? Yuhua let out a wail. My dear, spare me. Early in the morning, Gu Shiwei arose, invigorated, while Yuhua trailed behind, listless. Xiao. Come give mommy a hug. Upon seeing the children, Gu Shiwei was overwhelmed with maternal affection. Recently, due to her amnesia, she had been rather distant from them, and a wave of guilt washed over her. Yet, the children bore no grudges. Their love for their mother was instinctive. Both children rushed towards her, wrapping their little arms around her legs. With one child in each arm, Gu Shiwei lifted them up tenderly. The two children are growing rapidly and are nearly 1 year old. Gu Shiwei estimated that their first birthday is just 10 days away. She turned to Yuhua and asked, have you prepared for the birthday celebration? Yes, I have. Given the children's unique abilities, I haven't planned anything extravagant. A simple family meal will suffice. Gu Shiwei nodded, appreciating Yuhua's thoughtful consideration. In the face of the children's safety, everything else can take a back seat. Where will it be held? At one of our family-owned restaurants, which I have reserved exclusively for us. It will be just our family. That sounds good. Since Yuhua assured her that everything was in order, Gu Shiwei felt no need to intervene further, as he is generally quite reliable in his undertakings. Today, she had made arrangements with Tan He and the others to go fishing. At her current pace, she should be able to gather enough energy cores needed for the family's defensive array by the end of the day. Chapter 146. The arena of Azura. Gu Shiwei had been fishing for several consecutive days before bidding farewell to Tan He and the others. With the child's first birthday celebration approaching, she felt that their fishing endeavors together were rather unproductive. Tan He and the others, however, were quite reluctant to part ways, lamenting the loss of their golden opportunity. The birthday banquet was indeed an intimate affair, attended solely by family, which included Gu's parents, Gu De Gu and his wife, as well as Yu Miao and her family. They did not extend invitations to anyone else. Even so, the table was filled to the brim. Given that Yu Miao's family alone comprised 6 members, the little birthday stars, surrounded by adoration, were filled with excitement as they dashed around the now-empty restaurant, their joyous laughter echoing. Gu's parents chased after the children, calling out, which only fueled the little ones' exuberance as they playfully evaded their grandparents. Zhao and Xiao had always referred to Gu's parents as grandpa and grandma, as they had only Gu Shiwei as a child, and calling them maternal grandparents felt distant. Gu's parents preferred this endearing term. Coincidentally, Yu's parents were also absent, allowing them to confidently teach the children to address them as grandpa and grandma without hesitation. Yua offered no objections, and Yu Miao remained silent on the matter. Yu Miao and Xia Linger looked on enviously at the twins, exclaiming, Yaya is so fortunate. Indeed, it left them pondering when they might experience such joy themselves. Xia Lingo gently caressed her abdomen, already feeling anxious about the possibility of pregnancy just a few months into her marriage to Gu Shiyang. You're fortunate, after all. Your level is still low. I'm already at level 60. It feels challenging. One friend beside her patted her head, while another held her hand. And even those seated further away cast concerned glances in her direction. Don't feel pressured, meow meow. Let things unfold naturally. Having no children is perfectly fine, they reassured her. Yes, meow meow, your presence is enough for us. Upon noticing Yu Miao's despondent demeanor, Gu Shiriwa couldn't help but interject. Have you realized that there is a secret to reaching the final level of the Azure Sea and Clear Sky technique? What secret? Yu Miao asked, bewildered. She had diligently practiced and had already reached the final level. How had she missed this secret? The essence of life lies in the harmony of yin and yang. During our cultivation, we automatically absorb every bit of energy, which becomes part of our own power. This is the true reason high-level female practitioners struggle with infertility. Your reasoning is sound, yet everyone is aware of this matter. We simply cannot find a solution. Yu Miao replied glumly. Gu Shiwei patiently continued. Have you considered that during your cultivation, You might avoid absorbing that specific energy, allowing for the harmonious union of yin and yang? Yu Miao's eyes brightened as she inquired. I've tried, but it was unsuccessful. Do you have any suggestions? Being a gifted practitioner herself, it was inconceivable that she had not attempted this before. The others, having overheard their conversation, perked up their ears, for the topic of progeny was one that none could genuinely dismiss. I suspect your failures stem from the turbulent energy influx. Often, once volatile energy enters your body, it becomes uncontrollable. Have you considered creating a secure little haven using level 6 water and then employing your technique to divert the excess energy? Yu Miao remained deep in thought, silent. Until Guma interjected, this idea is quite feasible. Level 6 water can instantly purify volatile energies while being gentle and non-injurious. It is indeed the most suitable choice for a small sanctuary. As a high-level healer, Guma's words carried significant weight. Yu Miao felt a surge of excitement. Shall I give it a try tonight? Xiaolingo could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I want to try too. You should use level 3 water. Given Xiaolingo's lower rank, Guma cautioned her with concern. All right. Xiaolinger, being the obedient child, naturally adhered to her elder's advice. Gu Shuriwei generously provided each of them with a large bottle of level 6 water. Although Xiaolinger could not use it right away, fairness was paramount. Level 3 water was readily available in the market and quite affordable, akin to the price of bottled mineral water in the past. Guma insisted on preparing a variety of items for the children's first birthday celebration. Gu Shuriwei gifted each child a protective jade pendant, while Yu Hua presented them with small wooden swords. Yu Miao bestowed upon each a piece of fur clothing, a specialty of the Shizhou base. And their uncle Gu Shiyang contributed a rare spirit-cleansing fruit, which could enhance a child's innate talents. Gu Shiwei glanced at Xiaolinga, concerned that her brother's gift might be excessive, but Xiaolinger maintained her radiant smile, showing no sign of reluctance. Gu Shiwei noted this, realizing that her sister-in-law was indeed genuine and well-mannered. Yu Yunzhou was the first to choose. Perhaps boys are drawn to swords in combat, for he immediately selected a small wooden sword. This child is destined to become a formidable warrior. The family shared in their joy, rejoicing in the prospect of future generations. When it was Yu Yunshao's turn, she sifted through an array of items before finally unearthing a sparkling crown, which she promptly placed atop her head. Laughter erupted. Yunshao is truly a little princess. The little princess, perplexed by their laughter, pouted and was on the verge of tears. But Gu Shuriwei quickly scooped her up to comfort her, noting how sensitive the child was. Gu Shuriwei took the spirit-cleansing fruit gifted by her elder brother and fed it to the two children, recognizing it as his heartfelt gesture. Once they finished, the children began to grow drowsy, clearly absorbing the medicinal properties. Gu Shuriwei preserved the fruit pits, eager to see if she could cultivate a spirit-cleansing fruit tree in her space. Yu Miao and Xiaolinger were eager to return home to experiment. Gu Shuriwei did not linger and soon returned home. Gu Shiyang and Xiaolingo began their experimental plans upon arriving home, enjoying a harmonious marital life. Meanwhile, Yu Miao found herself busy. With 5 people present, they usually managed to take turns, but now no one was willing to concede. Meow meow, it's my turn today. Meow meow, I'm already 40. My parents are waiting to hold their grandchild. Meow meow, I understand your predicament, but I long to have a child of our own. You know I've reached level 70. The longer I wait, the more hopeless it seems. Meow meow, I love you. Do you love me? Meow meow. I just took the medicine, and I feel awful. Please help me. 5 men entered the scene, leaving Yu Miao utterly astonished. Why not take turns? She suggested. Of course. Meow meow, allow me to go first. No, I shall go first. I possess the greatest strength. I will go first. Meow meow. I can no longer contain the effects of my potion. The atmosphere became intense for Yu Miao. What was once a charming 180-member boy band now revealed its menacing true nature. In the end, how Yu Miao resolved the situation remained a mystery to Gu Shuriwei. Gu Shuriwei was even more perplexed, wondering why she hadn't seen Yu Miao for several days and why she had not returned to the Shizhou base. Chapter 147. The statue. Recently, Yu Hua has been diligently engaged in constructing the magical formation, successfully enveloping all bases within the territory of Huaguo under its protective embrace before the autumn rains arrived. News from the higher-ups indicated that, in recognition of their remarkable contributions, statues would be erected for the 5 national guardians in various base cities. They were requested to visit the relevant departments for photographs and body data collection. This announcement startled Gu Shuriwei, prompting her to undertake a brief 3-day fast. She was entirely disinclined to immortalize her little belly in such a manner. Though she had been emaciated from months of unconsciousness, her health had improved over the past month, and her body had regained its former shape, complete with the return of her love handles. Just as she was prepared to reconcile with her curves, the higher-ups made this unexpected decision. Yeah, be obedient, indeed. Yu Hua expressed her concern. How can one function without food? Drinking milk alone cannot suffice. No, I am not hungry. Gu Shuriwei swallowed hard, yearning for something to eat. Fine, let us just eat a little. You're already quite slender. You will undoubtedly look splendid on camera. If there's anything unsatisfactory, they can always retouch the photos. Retouching? That is a splendid idea. So, I may eat a bit? Indeed, this is a diet plan specially tailored for you by a nutritionist. You want to gain weight. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuriwei's final vestige of resistance dissipated. Surely, a diet plan would lead to weight loss. However, on the day of the photo shoot, Gu Shuriwei despondently pinched the flesh on her belly, discovering that she was even heavier than before her dieting efforts. Was there no justice in the world? It's all your fault. You're holding me back. Gu Shuriwei angrily punched Yuhua. Yuhua, with a good-natured demeanor, accepted the rebuke. Sweetheart, you look your best just as you are. No need to lose weight. He gestured to the nearby staff, who immediately began to shower Gu Shuriwei with compliments. Lady of the Moon Water, your skin is truly radiant. What skincare products do you use? Really? I usually just use a moisturizing cream and don't pay attention to the brand. Lady of the Moon Water, your figure is also perfectly proportioned. I truly envy you. Is that so? Am I not a bit overweight? Not at all. I envy your figure so much. It's clear your husband is a man of strength. My husband often says my body is unfit to be shown in public, as if I were starving. Then he is being unreasonable. He deserves a lesson. Indeed. That's why I haven't let him to our bed for a month. Ha ha ha, you have quite the way with words. Gu Shuriwei admitted that the flattery delighted her, and she no longer felt self-conscious about her weight. The photo collection process was swift, but Yuhua insisted on taking a joint portrait with Gu Shuriwei for a dual statue, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon witnessing their joint photo session, Thunder God discreetly informed the staff that he too desired a dual statue with Bamboo Fairy, leaving the staff with no choice but to arrange for a reshoot. The socially anxious Bamboo Fairy glared at Thunder God in frustration, but he remained unfazed, jesting that in public, one's identity is self-assigned. And as long as their statues were together, they would be historically recognized as a couple. Only Qin Xuanzi posed effortlessly. Clad in full Taoist robes, he stood solemnly. And thus the shoot was completed with ease. Once their photographs were taken and the statues completed a month later, they were delivered to the city squares of various bases. Unbeknownst to her, at every subsequent ability examination, countless children would bow and offer incense before the statues of the five, hoping for the blessings of the national protectors to ensure their success. On this day, joyous news arrived from both Xie Linger and Yu Miao. They were both pregnant. Although Xie Lingo had yet to master her cultivation techniques, her lower level and less intense energy cleansing allowed her the possibility of conception, resulting in her immediate success. Yu Miao's pregnancy, however, surprised Gu Shuriwei, as her high level made the method proposed by Shuriwei merely a hypothesis, uncertain in its effectiveness. Yeah, I am so incredibly happy. When Gu Shuriwei visited Yu Miao, she found her nestled on the sofa, gently caressing her small belly, being pampered with food and drink, utterly content. How far along are you? The doctor says it's been over a month. Gu Shuriwei was particularly curious about the identity of the father, but she restrained herself from asking. It seemed Yu Miao could sense her thoughts. I don't know who the father is either, but as long as I give birth to them, they are all the children's fathers. This was indeed the case. According to the Women's Protection Act, children born in polyandrous families had the obligation of care from all involved, regardless of biological paternity. Ultimately, the identity of the father was inconsequential. As long as the method proved viable, there would be opportunities for more children in the future. Yes, that is exactly my thought. As long as it works, I want to bear a child for each of them. The maternal radiance of Yu Miao is undeniably bright, moving her husband's deeply. Meow meow, meow meow, you are wonderful. Meow meow, I love you. Gu Shuriwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the familial atmosphere in Yu Miao's home. However, the thought of having to bear 5 children sent a shiver down her spine. Oh my, that was too daunting. Such a blessing was beyond her reach. Yet Yu Miao reveled in it, having waited many years for this child. No matter the hardships, she would not resent it. Gu Shuriwei then paid a visit to Xie Linger, learning that she too had conceived using the same method. Gu Shuriwei understood the implications and relayed the news to Tragically, who had been concerned about the declining birth rate. Upon hearing this splendid news, he immediately arranged for trials. If the method proved reliable, then the nation need not fear extinction due to dwindling population. Little Gu, you are a blessing to our nation, Tragically remarked, marveling at the significant changes that had occurred in Huan Nation over the past year, largely thanks to Gu Shuriwei, even leading to the end of the apocalypse. The director is too kind. As a citizen of Huan Nation, it is my duty. No, if you had kept this news to yourself, it could have generated immense value for you. We are well aware that this time we have benefited from your generosity. Director Li understood the sacrifices the powerful were willing to make for their children, and Gu Shiyue's relinquishment meant foregoing the greatest industry of the new era. Director, I have not completely given up. Only I can condense high-level purified water. Gu Shiyue jestingly remarked. She is not Na'vi. How could she possibly gain anything from this? It is but a mere drop in the ocean. Director Li sighed, assuring her, rest assured, I will duly acknowledge your contributions. The primary authorship will solely belong to you. Gu Shiyue was unconcerned, for the nation had never failed to reward her. 3 months later, among the 100 couples in the experiment, the success rate reached 81. A paper, endorsed by biological experts, was published a month later, with Gu Shiyue, Dr. G, as the first author. It was then that people realized Dr. G was none other than Gu Shiyue. Chapter 148. The method of conception. The emergence of the method of conception has indeed stirred a global sensation. The crux of the issue lies in the assertion made in the paper that lower-tier abilities utilize level 3 water, with higher-tier abilities following suit. This claim has faced immense skepticism, as purification water above level 3 is classified as a state secret and has never been publicly disclosed. Consequently, the academic community widely deems this assertion unscientific and lacking empirical support. The online discourse has been rife with criticism directed at Gu Shiyue. There is no divinity here. Respect science. Biology is certainly not a martial arts novel where one can suddenly attain extraordinary powers. Gu Shiyue has no prior biological research achievements. How could she suddenly become divine? A rational analysis is advisable. False claims cannot be transformed into truth. If Gu Shiyue truly possesses such abilities, I would wager 5 million. I am Harvey, a graduate in biology from Harbin University. Let Gu Shiyue prove herself. Rumors circulate that Gu Shiyue is the water goddess of Huagua, and her husband is the formidable Ming Emperor, leading to conspiratorial speculations. However, Gu Shiyue remains unfazed by such criticisms. For those who see only a limited sky are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, they cannot fathom her capabilities. Not only does Gu Shiyue possess level 4 and level 5 water, but she even has level 9 water at her disposal. The authorities in Huagua have disregarded these clowns and boldly promoted the method of conception. This prompted even greater uproar online, with many within the country expressing doubts about Gu Shiyue's research. The state does not publicly sell fertility medications that can only be prescribed by doctors and hospitals, and conception must occur within those confines. In truth, the so-called fertility medications consist of various high-tier waters, and such measures were taken to prevent them from leaking abroad. Due to these maneuvers by Huagua, skepticism online intensified, with some even suggesting that Gu Shiyue and Yu Hua have seized national power and that the fertility drugs being sold are poison. Consequently, many observers were hesitant, while numerous individuals sought prescriptions from hospitals. It was only after a month, when this group confirmed their pregnancies, that public opinion began to shift. Nonetheless, some stubborn voices persisted online. Could this not be a wicked human trial? Will deformed offspring emerge? Will they turn into zombies? Naturally, domestic netizens did not spare these obstinate individuals, storming their websites with fervor. Your envy is truly unseemly. Where is the person who wagered 5 million? Come forth and fulfill your promise. There is a saying in Huagua, short-sighted as a mouse, and another, a frog at the bottom of a well. These are bestowed upon you. Amidst the online clamor, Gu Shiyue remained indifferent. Her decision to unveil her identity was a preemptive measure against such occurrences. However, with her current strength, she no longer feels the need to conceal her identity. In joyous news, Yu Miao has announced that she is expecting triplets. Moreover, they are fraternal. Gu Shiyue harbors a thought, uncertain whether to voice it. Could it be that each child has a different father? This is a matter that can only be resolved upon their birth, and she believes that with Yu Miao and her 5 brothers-in-law, someone will inevitably feel compelled to conduct paternity tests. Thus far, the pregnant women utilizing the method of conception have reported satisfactory conditions, with only occasional miscarriages that have not caused significant harm. Foreign friends have already arrived in Huagua, requesting the use of the conception method, and Huagua has not refused, agreeing to their requests. However, the conception process can only take place in a hospital, assisted by doctors, which many find difficult to accept. Nevertheless, Gu Shiyue could not agree to fully disclose the Azure Sea and Clear Sky technique. The techniques currently employed by doctors are the result of a collaborative effort between Gu Shiyue, the Biological Research Institute, and the Technique Research Institute. They have evolved beyond the Azure Sea and Clear Sky technique. This method remains a state secret and cannot be divulged. During this period, the once quiet obstetrics and gynecology department in Huagua has become unexpectedly busy, to the extent that home prenatal checkup services have been suspended. Gu Shiyue frequently encounters pregnant women on the streets, a rare sight since the apocalypse. Having completed her task, she is now ready to embark on her next plan, to purify the oceans. The ocean is the largest body of water on Blue Star. As long as it remains unpurified, Blue Star will perpetually be in a state of pollution. No matter how many times Gu Shiriwe purifies Huagua's water sources or how thorough her efforts, the ocean's waters will ultimately lead to contamination. Considering the impact of ocean purification on marine life, Gu Shiriwe had refrained from taking action until recently, when Yuhua reached the 9th tier, giving her the confidence to proceed with the ocean project. This time, her team consists of 5 members, but without Zhu Xian, who has been replaced by Gu Ma. Is Zhu Xian doing well? Gu Shiriwe inquired of Lei Shen. She knew that after the conception method succeeded, Zhu Xian was the first to be informed. Eager to try, she indeed conceived on her first attempt. Thankfully, she only experienced mild pregnancy symptoms, and Lei Shen, the soon-to-be father, wore a blissful expression. Knowing that with a child on the way, Zhu Xian was undoubtedly his destined wife, Gu Shiriwe cast a sympathetic glance at him. Unaware that the moment Zhu Xian confirmed her pregnancy, she wished to leave him. It was only Gu Shiriwe's persuasion, emphasizing the child's need for paternal energy during pregnancy, that made her reconsider. Otherwise, Lei Shen would be a solitary figure by now. However, Gu Shiriwe could not disclose this to him. They chose a deserted island in the center of the ocean for their mission, wary of the potential frenzy of mutated beasts causing casualties. On this uninhabited isle, their concerns were significantly alleviated. Are we ready? Yuhua asked, still the team leader. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. All right. Yeah. Begin the purification. The rest of us will position ourselves in 3 directions, with my mother behind Yaya to provide support. They had confirmed their strategy before arriving, and Yuhua merely reiterated it. Gu Shiriwe stood on a rock by the sea, the waves tousling her long hair. She infused her abilities into the ocean below, causing the energy to radiate outward in an instant. The other 4 members stood alert, and soon, mutated beasts from the sea began to gather, vying for control over the purified waters. However, the beasts did not attack them on the shore, allowing them to remain motionless, which was indeed fortunate. An hour later, the first of the blind, mutated beasts began to assault Gu Shiriwe and her companions. Yuhua commanded a counterattack, and the crimson blood stained the waters before them, inciting the mutated creatures to become even more frenzied in their onslaught. It was as if Pandora's box had been unleashed, with waves of attacks surging forth relentlessly. Eventually, even the formidable 8th and 9th tier beasts joined the fray. Yeah. This place is no longer safe. We must relocate. Yuhua exclaimed, filled with urgency. It was futile to confront the rulers of the sea head-on in their current predicament. Gu Shiriwe shared this sentiment and promptly retracted her abilities. However, this seemed to enrage the aquatic monstrosities as they surged ashore to assail Gu Shiriwe and her group. Chapter 149. Horse riding. What transpired? Why did the strange beast seem to be enraged? Yuan initially intended to lead everyone away, but now they found themselves unable to retreat. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Shiriwe was nearly devoured by a 9th-tier mutated sea turtle. Fortunately, Liu Guang, with its quick reflexes, managed to rescue her just in time. Failing in its first attempt, the mutated sea turtle lunged again to bite Gu Shiriwe, but Yu was swiftly countered with a spear, piercing a hole through the creature's head. Liu Guang teamed up with Yuhua, together severing the turtle's head. Well done. The Thunder God, witnessing this, couldn't help but cheer. A 9th-tier beast, indeed a fine specimen. However, in his moment of distraction, he was bitten by a 9th-tier mutated sea serpent. Poison. Help me, Auntie. Guma hurriedly cast several detoxification spells, and the Thunder God drank a vial of antidote, finally alleviating the serpent's venom. Gripping his hammer, he charged forward once more. I'll smash you to pieces. It had been ages since he had suffered such a setback. With just a few blows, he flattened the sea serpent. Sanzwan Zizi remained silent, unleashing talismans one after another. The bewildered beasts were swiftly dispatched under his hand, although they had already slain numerous creatures. The ocean was densely populated with a horde of beasts advancing towards the small island, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. 1 10th tier, 3 9th tier, over a dozen 8th tier, and countless below that. This battle would be arduous. Should they surrender? Certainly. Life is paramount. The purification of the ocean is secondary. Thus, they sought opportunities to flee. It seemed the beasts aimed to capture the moon water deity. The usually taciturn Sanzwan Zizi remarked. Upon inspection, it was indeed true. The beast's target was unmistakably Gu Shiriwe. Yeah. You should enter the spatial realm first. Gu Shiriwe realized her presence would only hinder them, so she swiftly retreated into the space. Indeed, after Gu Shiriwe's departure, the beasts appeared to calm down, no longer fixating on Yuhua and the others, and many began to disperse. The survivors, relieved yet exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Guma, suppressing her drained abilities, retrieved an energy core to restore her powers, then proceeded to heal everyone. We should leave at once. Who knows if the beasts might launch a surprise counterattack? Yuhua had set up a teleportation array, allowing them to depart directly through it. Upon returning to land, everyone slept through the night, rising the next morning still appearing weary and dispirited. Oh right, moon water deity. Did you complete the purification yesterday? It can be considered accomplished. The coastlines near Huagua are entirely purified, though a few areas remain slightly deficient. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. That's good. I certainly do not wish to undergo that ordeal again. It was terrifying. Indeed, the oceanic beasts are formidable. With the mission accomplished, each individual returned to their respective homes. Given the vastness of the ocean, Gushiyue's purification resulted in merely a level 1 cleansing. Even if discovered by other nations, it would not be of significant concern. They traveled back to Kyoto via the teleportation array, and both took a well-deserved 2 days of rest. Yuhua took her entire family on an outing, and now, in the midst of autumn, a season ripe for foraging, they ventured to a relatively remote prairie. This place was sparsely populated, yet abundant in food. With only a few companions, their foraging was rather leisurely. The 2 children, at an age filled with curiosity, darted about the grassland. Spotting Gushirwei gathering mushrooms, they inquired. "Mom, what is this?" "It's a mutated mushroom, quite delectable," exclaimed Gushirwei. The little glutton, Zhao Zhao, licked her lips, asking, "Will we eat it for lunch?" "Of course. Can you help me gather mushrooms?" The children, overjoyed, chimed, "Mom, I'll assist you. I'm your little helper." "Mom, I'll help too. I'm the best." Gushirwei handed each of them a basket, allowing them to play independently, reassured that their loyal guardians would keep a watchful eye. The prairie, vast and open, felt remarkably safe. Yuhua returned with several mutated sheep, declaring, "For lunch, we shall have a whole roasted sheep." "Sounds great." Yuhua's grilling skills were commendable, and Gushirwei felt her appetite stirring. "There's a patch of mutated sunflowers over there. Let us gather them later." Yuhua had just passed by and anticipated Gushiyue's interest. "Oh, how large is it?" "Approximately 10 acres. That is quite a lot. It should last us a year." Gushirwei had a penchant for sunflower seeds, and they still had some mutated pine nuts left from their last venture, so sunflower seeds would be a delightful addition. As Yuhua prepared the roasted sheep, Gushirwei settled on a small stool beside him, enjoying pine nuts while observing. The children ran over to report their mushroom findings, and after showering them with praise, they dashed off again in search of more. The roasted sheep turned out to be fragrant and succulent, while Gushirwei concocted a pot of mushroom soup to balance the richness. After the children had a few bites of the lamb, Gushirwei hesitated to let them eat more, fearing indigestion, but she did serve each a bowl of mushroom soup. Since they had foraged the mushrooms themselves, the little ones were particularly delighted. Once the meal concluded, they began harvesting the sunflowers. With a flick of their magic, the sunflower heads fell to the ground with a satisfying thud. The children excitedly gathered the fallen heads. Gushirwei smiled as she collected them into her spatial storage. The harvest was effortless, though picking up the heads required some effort. It took nearly half an hour to complete the task across 10 acres. As they finished, they suddenly noticed a herd of mutated wild horses behind the sunflower field. "Would you like to ride?" Yuhua asked, directing his question not at the children but at Gushirwei. Her cheeks flushed. After all these years, the thought of riding together felt peculiar. "No, you take the children." Yuhua grinned mischievously, saying nothing further, and instantly teleported onto the lead horse. This lead horse was a level 40 boss, and upon sensing someone daring enough to mount it, it went into a frenzy, kicking up clouds of dust. The other horses scattered in fear. Yuhua delivered a powerful punch to the horse's head, and it finally calmed down, too intimidated by his presence to resist. The magnificent stallion, adorned with a coat as white as snow, exuded an unparalleled grace. Yuhua retrieved a set of exquisite horse gear from the ether and promptly adorned the steed. He then mounted the horse and approached Gushirwei, lifting her with a swift motion, nearly causing her to scream in surprise. "Haha, your Prince Charming has come to whisk you away. Are you not delighted?" Gushirwei was rendered speechless by his audacious antics. "Put me down," she implored. "Oh no. Since you're up here, let us take a leisurely ride." With a firm tug on the reins, the horse galloped forth. Gushirwei felt the exhilarating rhythm beneath her and the refreshing breeze against her face, reveling in the sheer joy of horseback riding. Faster. Yes, even faster. How exhilarating. Chapter 150, Old Friends. The recent excursion was quite enjoyable, and upon returning to Kyoto, Gushirwei received news about an old acquaintance. Yuntung had been reassigned to a small base on the frontier as the base commander, which was essentially a demotion. Before his departure, he wished to meet Gushirwei, but she declined, feeling that there was nothing left to discuss with him. However, to her surprise, she encountered him while out, leading her to suspect he had deliberately inquired about her whereabouts. Yuhua, upon seeing him, felt a surge of anger but managed to suppress it, telling Gushirwei, Yeah, I'll be nearby. Call me if you need anything." He instinctively created a private space for them. Yeah, I apologize. Please call me Ms. Gu, or Mrs. Yu. Goodness knows. Gu Shiwei despised being referred to as Mrs. Yu or Lady Yu, as it made her feel as though she were dependent on a man for her existence. Yet, she intentionally said this to ensure Yunting would give up on any lingering hopes. Yunting pressed his lips together, and though he anticipated Gu Shiwei's response, he was still stung by her words. Do you truly feel nothing for me? That day in the cave, that was your scheme. I always thought it was Ayu. Moreover, nothing transpired between us, did it? From the very beginning, I never had any feelings for you. Gu Shiwei glared at him threateningly, ready to physically confront him if he continued to speak nonsense. Yunting forced a smile. So this is how you see it? I was merely being greedy. I apologize. I will no longer trouble you. That would be for the best. Gu Shiwei was utterly exasperated with him. His vacillation in matters of the heart, while he fancied himself deeply romantic, paled in comparison to Yuhua's sincerity. A ting. Just as Gu Shiwei was about to turn away, a soft figure stood before them, struggling to hold back tears. What do you want? Yunting snapped. Do you no longer wish to see me? Tears streamed down the soft one's cheeks like pearls. I told you from the beginning that I could not offer you love. Wouldn't it be better to part amicably? However, we could still be family. Do you not even want to be family with me? Having just been completely rejected by Gu Shiwei, Yunting was in a foul mood and inadvertently vented his frustration on the soft one. Can't you understand? I no longer want you. Stop clinging to me. The soft one burst into tears and ran away. Only then did Yunting realize Gu Shiwei was still present. Flustered, he stammered, Yeah, that has nothing to do with me. You scoundrel. Gu Shiwei finally turned her back on him, unwilling to engage with the cat. As she approached Yuhua, he appeared flustered, spilling the tea in his hand. Gu Shiwei raised an eyebrow. What did you overhear? Nothing. The cave. There was nothing in the cave. Huh. Yuhua inadvertently confessed, feeling vexed. Yeah, it's not that I don't trust you. I just worry about you being hurt. Gu Shiwei understood him well enough. He merely feared that she might soften her heart and give Yunting an opportunity. However, he remained unaware that Gu Shiwei was not one to show leniency to everyone. Among the multitude of suitors she had encountered thus far, she had only ever softened her heart for Yuhua. Let us go. Were you not eager to purchase a cake? Today is his birthday, and Gu Shiwei has graciously accompanied him to select a gift, along with a cake. Yeah, you are truly wonderful, Yuhua exclaimed, eagerly closing the distance. Gu Shiwei first led Yuhua to a renowned master's forging shop, where she selected a gift for him. He was captivated by 2 pairs of couple's earrings. The male pair was crafted from black energy stones, while the female pair was fashioned from red energy stones. Both sets were of high-tier quality, serving to protect the spiritual sea, an attribute that was quite rare. Given Gu Shiwei's recent harrowing experience of being grievously wounded by a phoenix, such equipment was precisely what she required. Without hesitation, she purchased them with her card, not even negotiating the price, and adorned Yuhua with the earrings. In turn, he helped her put on her pair, and they snapped a few photos together, which he quickly uploaded to social media with the caption, "A birthday gift from my wife." This elicited a wave of derision from onlookers. Stop it. Moon water deity, this man is no good. Look at me. Boss, quickly take a look at that worthless appearance. I request the same style as the male god and goddess. Gu Shiwei understood that Yuhua had been provoked today, and thus tacitly allowed his behavior. Frankly speaking, the actions of those suitors had caused her considerable distress. Had showcasing their affection been effective, she would not have minded displaying some herself. The pair then made their way to the cake shop, where, due to a prior reservation, they merely needed to pick up their order. To her surprise, Gu Shiwei encountered an old acquaintance there. Gu Minjing was ensconced in the embrace of a filthy, unattractive man, languidly leaning against him. Upon spotting Gu Shiwei and Yuhua, an intense hatred ignited in her eyes. With a resounding slap, the man struck Gu Minjing across the face, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, do not bring me trouble." The shopkeeper, witnessing this, reached for the phone to call the police, for this constituted abuse towards a woman, a grave offense. I advise you to put down that phone. This woman has committed treason. She has long been stripped of her political and economic rights. Calling the police will be futile. The man grinned maliciously, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hastily placed the phone down. You misunderstand. I merely wish to place an order. It is best if it is a misunderstanding. She should not have been brought out. Neither Gu Shiwei nor Yuhua uttered a word, as Gu Minjing, after being struck, kept her face hidden behind her hair. The grotesque man turned to Gu Shiwei and Yuhua, saying, "Ming Di, moon water deity, I apologize for disturbing you too. I shall ensure she remains confined at home from now on, so she will no longer offend your eyes." It appeared that he had recognized them, displaying a keen awareness. Gu Shiwei nodded in acknowledgement, while Yuhua cast a disdainful glance at Gu Minjing. "Do as you wish. This person has harmed my wife. Should she cross my path again, I shall not spare her life." Gu Minjing shuddered, evidently frightened by Yuhua's words. Rest assured, today is an exceptional circumstance. I took her to the hospital for conception, and there will be no need to take her out again in the future. The unsightly man repeatedly bowed, but Yu Hua waved him away. The unsightly man departed with Gu Minjing, leaving Gu Shiwei with an uncomfortable feeling, as if pricked by thorns from behind. She furrowed her brow and remarked, I have a persistent feeling that she will emerge again to cause trouble. No worries. That man is no pushover. He is known in the front lines as the living king of hell, Yin Chou. Previously, he had killed a female convict, which is why no woman has been willing to marry him. Yu Hua had gathered information about the person who took Gu Minjing, so he was quite aware of her current situation. To be honest, this man known as Yin Chou is indeed rather repulsive. Moonwater deity. Is that person truly a female convict? The shopkeeper expressed some concern. Chapter 151. The grand finale. Gu Shiwei was taken aback by the shopkeeper's unexpected enthusiasm. Despite being threatened by such a fearsome man, he still sought the truth. Indeed, she was the former water goddess, Gu Minjing, guilty of treason. The man's words were undeniably true. The shopkeeper patted his chest, exclaiming, That's wonderful. We, the unfortunate souls unable to find wives, cannot bear to see women being mistreated. Thank you. A smile graced Gu Shiwei's lips, pleasantly surprised by the shopkeeper's compassion. Ahem. She shot a glance at Yu Hua, who had turned green with jealousy after just a few exchanges with the shopkeeper. Truly, he was like a walking vinegar jar. For Yu Hua's birthday, which was rather modest, only their family gathered to celebrate. She had invited Gu's parents, while Yu Miao was advised to stay home to nurture her pregnancy with their third child. The family enjoyed a lively meal, with the children eagerly helping her father blow out the candles and make wishes. Thus, the birthday passed without incident. After dinner, Gu's mother took the children to play, leaving space for the young couple. Yu was suddenly proposed. Yeah, do you remember the place where we first met? Of course. It was in a desolate ruin. Shall we revisit it? Gu Shiwei hesitated. There was little to admire about their school dormitory. Before she could gather her thoughts, Yu Hua had already teleported them to the ruins. Yeah, did you know? I have come here many times. Yu Hua reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Many times? What brought you here? Gu Shiwei asked, puzzled. The first time I came was after the apocalypse began. I sought traces of you. Unfortunately, all that remained were crumbling walls. I offered a bounty at the base for news of you, but ultimately found only your family. Yu Hua's voice was tinged with sadness. Subsequently, I returned numerous times, scouring the area until I discovered one of your notebooks, but nothing else remained. Gu Shiwei could vividly imagine a young man tirelessly searching through the ruins for her, perhaps hoping to find belongings or even a body. The joy of discovery would be followed by the heartbreak of absence. How foolish. Gu Shiwei embraced his waist, burying her face in his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She was grateful to have met him. Later, when I was gravely injured, I subconsciously wandered near here, hoping that if I were to die, I could do so alongside you. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Shiwei lightly punched his chest. We shall live long lives. Do not speak of death so lightly. Indeed, now that we are training, we may not merely live for a century. Once we reach level 100, we should ascend to another realm. Who knows? We might even become immortals or deities. Yu Hua spoke with fervor. Gu Shiwei burst into laughter. What was once a fanciful notion before the apocalypse had become a tangible aspiration in its wake. They truly had the potential to realize it. I am particularly grateful for having visited this place countless times, allowing my subconscious to guide me here, leading to our reunion. Yu Hua tightened his embrace around Gu Shiwei, acknowledging that all fortuitous encounters are often the result of meticulous planning. You ask, why have I traversed through time from a decade ago? Gu Shiwei is perplexed beyond measure. Yu Hua pondered for a moment and remarked, could it be that Zhao Zhao possesses temporal abilities, and this is his doing? Surely not. Gu Shiwei finds it hard to believe. Her son is but a mere child, capable of such monumental feats. Anything is possible, and aside from him, I cannot conceive of another. End of the main text. Epilogue. The marital life of Li Mingqi Alexander. You fool, thinking you can confine me, dream on. Clad in a black combat suit that accentuates her alluring curves, Li Mingqi descended from the 30th floor window, evading the patrolling guards. She retrieved a motorcycle from her spatial pocket, donned her helmet, and sped away with a rush of wind. At the same bar of encounters, this time, she had learned her lesson and wore a mask, ensuring that Alexander's spies would not recognize her. Once she had selected her young companion, she led him into a private room. Good boy. Sister will take care of you. Sister, this is my first time. Please be gentle. The strong woman in Li Mingqi found complete satisfaction, her excitement mounting. Rest assured, sister will guarantee you an unforgettable night. Her hands roamed over the young man's body, already tracing his abdominal muscles. Oh, young man, you're quite well trained. Li Mingqi licked her lips, igniting the flames of desire on her companion's body. Sister, I feel so uncomfortable. Help me. All right. Sister will assist you. Bang. Li Mingqi, release your grip. Alexander burst through the door. Li Mingqi rolled her eyes. Why are you like a stubborn adhesive? Li Mingqi, how dare you betray me again? Alexander was furious, steam practically rising from his head. Li Mingqi felt a twinge of guilt, but it was fleeting. She boldly retorted, Alexander, I married you, but I am not your possession. What I do outside is none of your business. Her willingness to marry him was merely for the sake of providing Xiao Yunle with a father. Did he expect her to stay home and play the dutiful wife? Dream on. Very well. Just watch as I don't thoroughly discipline you today. Infuriated, Alexander seized Li Mingqi's arm, attempting to drag her back. Li Mingqi, unafraid, asked, with what will you discipline me? Alexander was nearly driven to madness by this shameless woman. Li Mingqi, I can hear you. No need to shout. Li Mingqi knew how to dance on the grave. Alexander, unwilling to waste any more words, directly hoisted her away. Li Mingqi remained unfazed, even finding the time to blow a kiss to the frightened young man. Young man, wait until sister has time to see you again. The young man frantically waved his hands, realizing they were two formidable forces. He should run while he could. In a fit of rage, Alexander gave her a playful slap on the backside. Behave yourself. Assistant Xiaoli followed closely behind, warning the young man, she is not someone you should covet. Keep your distance next time, or no one can save you. Alexander stormed in from the conference room, abruptly halting the meeting due to matters concerning Li Mingqi. Upon returning, he had directly bound her to his side, causing the attendees to share knowing smiles. The Dragon Emperor is off to capture his wife again, they whispered. Amused by the boldness of Captain Li, Li Mingqi, aware of their gazes upon her, remained unfazed as she casually settled into the chair pushed forward by her assistant. The assistant thoughtfully offered snacks and drinks, hoping she would refrain from causing further mischief. In the otherwise serious atmosphere of the conference room, she stood out like a misplaced figure, effortlessly drawing the attention of everyone present. Thus, our operation must be swift, Alexander continued, but was interrupted by the crunching sound of Li Mingqi devouring potato chips. The collective gaze shifted to her as she innocently inquired, why are you all staring at me? Go on with your meeting. Alexander, maintaining a stoic expression, pressed on, I will personally lead this operation. But before he could finish, the sound of her sipping milk tea disrupted him, causing even him to frown. Am I bothering you? Should I leave? She teased. You stay put. He retorted. There was no way he would let her out of his sight, lest she stray. Li Mingqi pouted but continued munching on a durian, its pungent aroma overwhelming the room, prompting some to gag. Xiaoli, remove her durian, someone exclaimed, appalled that such a thing was even offered to her. Unperturbed, she switched to sunflower seeds, their incessant crackling tolerable enough for Alexander not to object. However, as time passed, her antics escalated. She kicked off her shoes and draped her legs over Alexander's lap. He glanced down and began to massage her calves, which lulled her into a comfortable slumber against the chair. When she awoke, she found herself in her own bed, with Alexander standing by the window smoking. She wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully saying, Darling, what about that promise to spank me? Alexander stiffened, incredulously pulling her arms away. How can you utter such shameless words? Li Mingqi leaned closer, her face nearly touching his. Isn't it that you adore this shameless side of me? Indeed, he did, yet he was acutely aware that this woman would never be satisfied. Fine. If you can rise from bed tomorrow, I shall take your surname. Perfect. Our family of 3 will be complete. Alexander thought of their daughter, his teeth clenched in frustration. Even after giving him a daughter, this woman remained restless. The next morning, Li Mingqi slept in until late, while Alexander yawned as he left the city, taking her bundled in the covers with him. He was determined not to let her be alone again. It was only by noon that they arrived at the operation site, and Li Mingqi finally stirred awake. Has the Dragon Emperor rendered you useless? What kind of female overlord are you? Merely a pampered little wife? Naturally, within the team, there are also extraordinary individuals who harbor disdain for Li Mingqi, and one such man is named Li Xing. Li Mingqi beckoned him with a finger, and he approached with a puzzled expression. What do you want? Trying to seduce me? Dream on. Li Mingqi clenched her fist and knocked him to the ground. She stood over him, her foot placed firmly on his head, and inquired, How do you find my little wife demeanor? Satisfactory. Satisfactory. Huh? No, no, no. Big boss. Chief. Madam, please spare me. I was merely being reckless. I won't dare again. Li Xing was filled with regret. Is this what you call a little wife? He just swallowed the energy sword. Li Mingqi smirked. Dared? Guarantee you just quite audacious? Me, seducing you? With your cowardly demeanor, you think you're worthy? When Alexander arrived, he beheld his wife's imposing presence and instructed the nearby Xiaoli, expel this man from the team and sever one of his hands. How dare he bully my wife? He must be tired of living. Yes, my lord. Epilogue. The thunder god developed a love-struck mindset. The bamboo fairy gave birth to a daughter, feeling utterly content. Initially, she intended to flee before giving birth, but alas, the child required the nurturing power of her biological father. After the delivery, she found herself in a weakened state. Fortunately, the thunder god proved to be a responsible father, cradling the child and smiling foolishly, taking on every task himself, even changing diapers without delegating to others. He was well-versed in parenting knowledge. Ensuring bamboo fairy's postpartum meals were meticulously arranged, leaving her searching for an excuse to complain, yet finding none. It was not until she completed her postpartum confinement that the thunder god had to embark on a mission. The bamboo fairy swiftly took the child and retreated to the mountain, her previous secluded abode. Upon completing his mission, the thunder god returned joyfully, only to find himself utterly bewildered. His wife had vanished. The child was gone too. Where on earth is my wife? Where is my adorable daughter? The thunder god began to question his existence. He chased after Yuhua and seized his collar. Where is my wife? Yuhua, perplexed, replied, how would I know where your wife went? You two are the only ones in Kyoto. If you don't know, who would? He dared not question Yu Shiwei, opting instead to confront Yuhua. Yu Shiwei, hearing the commotion, stepped out. Why not sit down and have some tea first? He was compelled to heed her words. Grasping the teacup, he gulped down a mouthful. Is my wife in danger? Is someone bullying her? Has something happened to my daughter? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, his eyes reddening. Gu Shiwei, exasperated, asked, have you matched with the bamboo fairy? He proudly proclaimed, of course not. She has me. She doesn't need a match. Gu Shiwei regarded him with pity. So, you are not married, nor do you have a certificate. She is not your wife. Impossible. She has borne my child. How could she not be my wife? The thunder god was utterly unyielding. Gu Shiwei lifted her teacup and took a sip. Sister Bamboo Fairy asked me to convey a message to you. The thunder god immediately sensed an ominous premonition. What message? Why doesn't she tell me herself? Gu Shiwei set down her teacup and sighed. Sister Bamboo Fairy said, thank you for your seed. She has returned home. You may visit the child, but the child is hers. Caught off guard, the thunder god spat out a mouthful of blood. The surge of lightning power erupted, electrifying the entire estate. Fortunately, Yuhua and Gu Shiwei managed to restrain him in time. Otherwise, everyone in the manor would have perished from his wrath. Impossible. How could my fairy not want me? You must be lying. I refuse to believe it. I will seek her out for the truth. He was aware that when Bamboo Fairy spoke of going home, she referred to the bamboo sea, which is why she called herself the Bamboo Fairy. Yuhua felt a deep sympathy for him. Any man would find this unbearable. The Bamboo Fairy had truly regarded him as nothing more than a vessel for her seeds. In truth, while adults can detach from society, children cannot. She needs companions, and I believe the Bamboo Fairy is merely taking a brief respite. Do not fret. The thunder god forced a smile. That woman, how ruthless. I thought that after having a child, her heart would be settled. Yet it seems the child has solidified her resolve to leave me. Gu Shiwei was at a loss for words, due to her troubled upbringing. The Bamboo Fairy had indeed lost faith in men and love, wrapping herself in a thick shell. Perhaps only through the passage of time and companionship could she gradually emerge from her cocoon. Go. Perhaps she is waiting for you? The thunder god's spirits lifted. Yes. She must be waiting for me. This woman is truly too proud. Haha. I shall seek her out at once. No, I must first bring some gifts. The two of them must have endured considerable hardship. At that moment, Gu Shiwei genuinely believed that the thunder god could penetrate the Bamboo Fairy shell, for he had indeed been struck by the arrows of love.